Introduction asterisk. Guwen found himself transported into the game end of the kingdom, set in a world of swords and sorcery, where he became the duke destined to bring about the ruin of the Helland kingdom. His fate awaited him in the form of retribution from the last Empress. In light of this grim future, Guwen resolved to redeem himself and become a better person. However, his reputation was sullied, as he bore the brunt of the former king's tyranny. Malicious courtiers and ruthless individuals had tarnished his name throughout Helland. With the old king now deceased, a new empress, deemed unworthy by all, ascended to the throne. Fortunately, this future sovereign currently appeared to be a helpless little girl. Thus, the nefarious Duke Guwen Castellan decided to alter the empress's perception of him. Chapter 1. Transcending into the game. In the midst of darkness, Guwen abruptly opened his eyes. He surveyed the dimly lit surroundings, his weary mind struggling to comprehend his new reality. Where am I? He pondered, recalling how he had been enjoying hot pot and singing, only to find himself in this peculiar place. Could it be that the hot pot contained some sort of sedative? Is someone coveting my beauty? He couldn't shake the thought that perhaps his acquaintance, Jia, was envious of his looks. As he contemplated this possibility, a sudden brilliance filled the room. Guwen squinted, gradually adjusting to the newfound brightness. Only then did he perceive the entirety of his chamber. Unfamiliar gemstones emitted a luminous glow, filtering through heavy velvet curtains and casting gentle patches of light upon the floor. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, emanating from a scented candle on the bedside table, imbuing the space with tranquility and elegance. Was this a scene from a play? The abrupt transformation left Guwen bewildered. Had he stumbled into a film set? Fortunately, a voice soon shattered the silence of the room. "My lord, are you unwell?" A beast-eared maiden rushed into the room, her anxious expression betraying her concern. Her furry ears twitched, and her ample bosom was undeniably prominent. Her eyes reflected both worry and a hint of admiration. Before Guwen could appreciate the allure of the beast-eared girl before him, a deluge of memories surged into his mind like a torrent of cement. Overwhelmed by the influx, he winced in pain. "My lord, what troubles you?" The girl, noticing his distress, hurried to his side. Her bosom pressed against him as she attempted to ease his discomfort with gentle caresses, leaving him in a state of both agony and delight. Thankfully, the pain from the memories subsided within moments. Guwen, embodying the wisdom of a sage, reluctantly pushed away the girl named Wen Li. He could not succumb to such shamelessness. Taking advantage of the situation was not the behavior of a virtuous young man. Yet, a bittersweet smile crept upon his lips. Is this the game end of the kingdom? Have I truly become the malevolent Duke Castellan, who meets his end by beheading in the later stages of the game? Remarkably, this duke shares my name. End of the Kingdom narrates the tale of Duke Castellan, who, under the guise of a puppet for the late king, seized immense power within the Helland kingdom. The duke, originally loyal, was corrupted by authority, ultimately leading to a catastrophic rift with Empress Glena and plunging the kingdom into chaos. His legacy culminated in a public execution. It was utterly perplexing. While playing the game, Guwen had felt elated at vanquishing the villainous Duke Castellan. Yet now, he found himself bereft of solace. For the full name of this duke was Guwen Castellan. He had no desire to end up like Louis XVI, bewildered and helpless. But now, a chance for redemption lingered before him. He could strive to alter his reputation, to become a beacon of goodness, and perhaps reshape his fate. Suddenly, Guwen froze. A cerulean panel materialized before him, revealing a message that confirmed his status as a latecomer to the realm of the game. He gazed intently at the words displayed. "Welcome to the end of the kingdom. As the ultimate antagonist, your misdeeds will yield unexpected rewards. However, be forewarned. Glena Hel is your anchor within this realm. Ensure her safety or risk losing your own existence." It seemed the very system aligned itself with Empress Glena. Reluctantly, he realized he had no choice but to pursue the path of righteousness. He recalled that tonight, the old king would meet his demise, and Glena would be subjected to the scorn of two treacherous ministers. The original plot had left the news concealed, and the former occupant of this body lacked political acumen, leading to a series of unfortunate mistakes. Yet, Glena was likely still secure. Time was of the essence. He must act swiftly to offer her assistance. This would mark the first step toward redeeming his reputation. With a serious demeanor, Guwen declared, "Wen Li, prepare 2 magical steeds. We must make our way to the palace at once." Is it wise to venture to the palace at such an hour? It may prove too taxing for you. Winley expressed her concern for his well-being. Nevertheless, as his devoted attendant, she was also a competent subordinate. The king has been betrayed by treacherous ministers. I must protect the princess, or the kingdom shall descend into chaos, and I shall not escape unscathed. Guwen revealed a shocking truth, and even Winley grasped the gravity of the situation. Soon, two armored figures mounted their majestic magical steeds, vanishing into the night as they raced toward the palace. Chapter 2. The Future Empress. Within the palace, the night was anything but tranquil. The old king, desperate to hoard all power for himself, had died in silence, his eyes wide with shock, as if confronted by an inconceivable revelation. Two shadows whispered in hushed tones, "The old king has passed away. What shall we do now? What shall we do?" Naturally, we must support the princess who has been cast aside in the corner of the palace. If we act swiftly enough, we can ensure that the Duke of Castellan does not discover the truth before we cast him into the abyss. It was evident that the old king died with his eyes wide open, having schemed throughout his life, desperate to cling to power until his last breath, only to be betrayed and slain by the two ministers he held in contempt. Truly, one who toys with fate is destined to be toyed with in return. But will the princess truly act as we desire? A shadow inquired with some trepidation. What is there to fear? I have already bribed several members of the palace guard. Once we coerce the princess, the sole heir, into her coronation, we can compel her to issue a decree for the execution of the Duke of Castellan. If the Duke discovers our machinations, we will surely meet a gruesome end. Another shadow interjected with palpable ferocity. Yet a common thread bound them. Both appear to be deeply fearful of the Duke of Castellan. For good reason. The entire kingdom of Helan knew that the Duke was not merely the old king's loyal hound, but a terrifying fiend who would devour his prey whole. Rumors even circulated that the Duke refrained from venturing outside his estate as he indulged in the flesh and blood of the unfortunate. This infamy was largely attributed to the old king's slander. Moreover, Guwen held multiple titles: Duke, Prime Minister, and Marshal. Such immense power was viewed by others as unwavering loyalty to the crown. A devoted killing machine, these two conspirators were justifiably terrified. As the two plotted their next steps, a sudden noise pierced the air from outside the door. Crack! Who goes there? Bring him in. The sound instantly heightened their alertness. A shadow swiftly commanded the already bribed guards. The guards rushed out to investigate the source of the sound. Before long, a struggling young girl was seized and brought in by the guards. Glena sensed that something was amiss. She had merely been wandering aimlessly when she heard a commotion emanating from her late father's palace. Curiosity led her closer. What she uncovered was shocking. Inside the palace, she witnessed the two plotting the murder of the old king, the entire scene laid bare before her eyes. Yet, she felt no sorrow for her father's demise. The old king's obsession with power had reached a frenzied level. He had no desire for offspring. Glena's mother had given birth to her in secret. Upon learning of Glena's existence, the old king ruthlessly eliminated her mother. This act had instilled a deep hatred within Glena for her father. Had it not been for the merciful intervention of the Duke of Castellan, who advocated for Glena and presented evidence that she posed no threat to the old king's power, and even had certain advantages, she would have been killed. Since then, the old king had cast Glena aside, neglecting her entirely. The citizens of the kingdom referred to her as the discarded princess. Despite this, Glena grew up thanks to the Duke's clandestine assistance. The old king, increasingly cruel and inept with age, paid no heed to Glena's existence. The moment she anticipated most was when the old king summoned the Duke of Castellan. During such occasions, the so-called demon of a duke would smile and shower her, the neglected princess, with an abundance of food. He would often bring a priest to tend to her ailments, claiming it was for the future of the kingdom. Though the duke was labeled a demon, Glena found no terror in him. For while he may have been fearsome to others, he had always treated her with kindness. Yet, she found herself powerless to defend the Duke. Now, having overheard their sinister plans, she sought a way to escape and inform the Duke, only to be discovered. She could not outrun the guards and was soon captured. "Tyrant, is it truly you?" Having been at a distance, Glena now recognized the two shadows up close. They were the Minister of Internal Affairs and the Minister of Finance, individuals she frequently encountered at court. "Your Highness, perhaps you should thank us. We are merely assisting you in your early coronation as the Empress of the kingdom," Clinton said, dropping pretense. He pressed a knife against Glena's throat, a thin line of blood appearing. "Your Highness, since you have heard us, I hope you will command the execution of the treacherous Guwen Castellan. This is for your own good." The tension in the room left Ront, who harbored murderous intent yet was as timid as a mouse, utterly flustered. Glena was nauseated by their feigned concern. Though the old king had neglected her, she still held a sense of morality. Even with the cold blade pressing into her neck, she questioned them fiercely. Those who murder the king dare to call themselves subjects? It is a case of the thief crying, "Stop, thief." Threatening the princess is a crime beyond measure. Glena glared at Clinton's knife, her scorn laced with derision. The old king was dead, and while she loathed him for murdering her mother, he was still gone. Though vengeance had been fulfilled, gratitude lingered. How could she betray the man she regarded almost as a brother? Were it not for Guwen, she might have perished from hunger or cold. Only he had brought warmth to her frigid existence, illuminating her life with the sun's rays. Even if Guwen was deemed a demon, she had never witnessed brutality in him, only gentle smiles and a calming presence. Conversely, the king, masked in hypocrisy, seemed far more demonic, a killer without remorse. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Ron attempted to intervene. "Clinton, do not be so hasty. You have frightened the princess. Perhaps if you soothe her, she will issue the command." This remark infuriated Clinton. "You incompetent fool. Why'd I ever choose you as my ally? At this point, do you think we have any way out?" Clinton berated Ront mercilessly. Ront, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "How can you call me a pig? I'm the wisest of wolves. I believe you resemble a dog." As Glena observed their quarrel, she seized the opportunity to sway the guards. "Aligning yourselves with these two usurpers guarantees a bleak future. If you apprehend them now, I will overlook your actions and reward you once I am crowned." Though uncertain if she would ascend the throne as Empress, one must always dream grandly. Chapter 3. The rescue. It was evident that the imperial guards were not swayed by the promise of power. They harbored little faith in the ability of this powerless princess to ascend the throne. Panic had already gripped them. They pondered whether surrendering to Duke Castellan would earn them forgiveness. Initially, they believed that these two ministers, daring to conspire against the crown, must possess significant strength. However, they soon realized that they were merely reckless fools, the kind who could only execute orders without discretion. The imperial guards numbered fewer than 10, and they saw no potential in the princess to successfully inherit the throne. It seemed that the entire kingdom of Herland would fall completely under the duke's dominion. As the guards ignored her, Glena felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She seemed utterly useless. Just then, Clinton suddenly bellowed, "Enough, Ront. Cease your clamor. I am prepared to take the next step." He produced a sheet of intricately patterned parchment and presented it before Glena. "Your Highness, this royal decree has been drafted, and your consent is now of little consequence." Upon examining the contents of the decree, Glena was horrified to discover it stripped Guwen of all his powers. The royal seal was affixed, indicating that this was entirely the doing of Clinton and his accomplice. In a fit of rage, Glena broke free from the guard's grasp and tore the document into shreds. "You vile scoundrel!" Clinton forcefully pushed Glena to the ground, glaring at the scattered fragments. He had not anticipated her sudden escape. However, Clinton quickly regained his composure, revealing several identical decrees before Glena's eyes. "How cunning! You have backups?" He taunted. "Your Highness, feel free to tear them apart. I possess 100 such decrees. You cannot destroy them all." As he gazed down at Glena, lying on the ground, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. "You shall be a puppet, so why not allow me to indulge myself before that time comes?" Without waiting for her to resist, Clinton lunged towards her. Realizing his intentions, Glena was filled with dread. She had never expected someone to be so shameless, daring to covet a princess. But where could she flee? It seemed there was nowhere to escape. As Clinton closed in on her, Glena resolved that she would not allow him to succeed, even if it meant her demise. "Are you not afraid of your deeds being exposed?" she threatened. Though her words sounded feeble and ineffective. "Your Highness, even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Even if the most powerful duke were to learn of this at this very moment, it would be too late for your salvation." Clinton stood in place. Emitting a chilling laughter, his eyes were filled with desire and greed, viewing Glena as his possession. Just as he intended to approach her, a voice thundered from behind, disrespectfully invoking the duke's name, an unforgivable offense. This voice interrupted Clinton's advance. In an instant, a flash of steel severed one of his arms, sending it soaring into the air. Before he could lament the loss, another sword stroke cleaved through his remaining arm. "Ah, who dares to harm the Lord?" The sluggish imperial guards finally reacted, realizing that someone was assaulting Clinton before their very eyes. Was this not a blatant disregard for their authority? "Lady Wynne, the Duke's royal knight, please enlighten us." Wen's gaze was icy as she elegantly wiped the blood from her sword, directing her blade towards several guards. The mere mention of her title sent shivers down their spines. They lacked the audacity to oppose the Duke, and their fear compelled them to abandon any will to resist. The Duke has arrived? We surrender. Upon hearing the name of the Duke, which was synonymous with dread, several guards discarded their weapons and knelt in submission. Clinton, still writhing on the ground, and the unscathed Ront were both taken aback. They had not anticipated the arrival of the Duke's royal knight. Was the Duke far from here? Was it too late to surrender? Clad in a black overcoat, Guwen arrived with the palace guards, effectively sealing off the area. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing his arrival had not been too late. He had expected a fierce battle, but he was astonished that these two had managed to bribe a few guards to act so recklessly. How bold! He had feared that the entire palace guard had been compromised. Yet it appeared that those guards were entirely unaware and had been mobilized to surround the area upon seeing him, the Duke. Had he arrived any later, dire consequences might have ensued. My apologies, Princess. I should have come sooner, Guwen said, bending down with a look of regret, wishing to assist Glena to her feet. In her despair, Glena gazed at him as if he were her savior. No, my lord, you are not late at all. Looking at the familiar face so close at hand, radiating warmth, Glena made what she considered a rather extravagant request. My lord, could you hold me? It's so cold. Seeing her pitiful state, Guwen was utterly charmed. How could he refuse such a simple plea? With gentle strength, he lifted Glena into his arms. Huh. The unexpected embrace elicited a soft gasp from Glena. She had not anticipated that the aloof Duke would truly hold her. She remained in a rather ambiguous posture. Yet this was not the moment for such thoughts. She was deeply enamored with the warmth enveloping her. My lord Duke, I hope I am not too heavy? Glena inquired, her voice laced with concern over potentially embarrassing herself. Observing the frail figure of Glena, Guwen shook his head. Not at all. Rather, it is her royal highness who ought to eat more, for she appears rather delicate. He perceived Glena to be exceedingly light, evoking a sense of malnourishment. Glena responded with a faint acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. In the past, Castellan's benevolence towards Glena had been somewhat limited, constrained by the old king's intimidation and warnings against excessive contact with the princess. The relentless grasp of power and the desire for control. However, with the old king now deceased, it seemed to suggest that Guwen could unreservedly nourish this future empress. Glena reveled in the warmth so near, feeling content and cozy. She glanced up at the Duke, a sense of shyness washing over her, yet the comfort remained. My lord Duke, it appears you are still without a duchess? No. What was she thinking? How could the Duke possibly harbor affections for her? Others claimed that such a fearsome man was devoid of emotions. Yet in her eyes, it was not so. Glena felt a twinge of worry, uncertain of Guwen's current thoughts. The entire future of the kingdom rested upon this man at this moment. To speak without exaggeration, if Guwen harbored ambitions, a renaming of the royal family of the Herland kingdom was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, in such a scenario, she, the princess, would become his greatest obstacle. Would he eliminate her? While Glena was lost in her musings, Guwen remained oblivious to her turmoil. My lord Duke, if I were to declare that I am here to support your ascension to the throne, would you believe me? I feel the same. Ront chimed in eagerly. After Winley's sharp blade was poised at his throat, Clinton forced himself to cease his wailing. He recognized that his defeat was inevitable and sought an alternative means of survival. Surely, even this infamous Duke would not leave him without a path to live. Moreover, if the Duke aspired to become emperor, he would undoubtedly require the support of ministers like him. Meanwhile, Glena listened intently, curious about what choice the Duke would make. Guwen, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He merely considered himself a political novice, lacking the finesse of balance. He remembered that being king was exhausting and perilous. He had no desire to assume such a role. Was it not preferable to be a hands-off manager? As long as he retained military power, the sky would not fall. I do not wish to become the king of the Herland kingdom. You are slandering me. Guwen's words abruptly silenced the pleas of Clinton and Ront. As for the surrounding imperial guards and his own retinue, they feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear. None dared to ascertain whether this formidable Duke truly harbored no ambition. Moreover, you all wish for my demise, yet have the audacity to claim it is for my sake. Guwen glanced at the counterfeit royal decree lying on the ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. Or do you intend to suggest that this decree was concocted by Her Highness, Princess Glena? I cannot fathom that this little one in my arms possesses such audacity. Upon hearing Guwen's reference, Glena felt no anger. Instead, she found the term somewhat endearing. Does this imply that the esteemed Duke is exceptionally gentle with me? The petite Glena continued to indulge in her musings. Wen reduced those two to mere sticks. And treat these imperial guards as traitors. Guwen was not the saintly figure his predecessor had been. Chapter 4. Bringing home Wen, imprison them all in the dungeon. Tomorrow, I shall convene with the other ministers to deliberate on their charges. Additionally, ensure the palace guards are arranged to safeguard the late king's remains. As Guwen's personal knight, Wen also assumed the role of steward, adeptly managing the tasks assigned by Guwen. As you command, my lord. Guwen turned to leave, intending to escort Glena back to her quarters. However, after wandering aimlessly, he found himself lost. With an awkward smile, he asked, Your Highness Glena, where's your room? Allow me to escort you. After a moment of silence, Glena replied, I do not have my own room. The late king had nearly abandoned her. A so-called princess, outside. How could he possibly have prepared a room for her? The air was thick with silence for a second or two. Ah, I see. Well then. Observing Guwen's flustered demeanor, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Glena's eyes. It seemed that the usually composed and aloof duke could exhibit such vulnerability. I could stay at the duke's residence. After a moment's contemplation, Glena proposed this solution, not out of ulterior motives, but rather from an instinctive sense of safety after the events of the night. Furthermore, she had never ventured beyond the palace nor visited the duke's home. That may not be appropriate, Guwen responded, momentarily at a loss for words. He was genuinely concerned that should this arrangement be made, news would spread by the next day. Shockingly, just after the king's death, the demon duke abducts the princess to his home. After all, his predecessor had first-hand experience with the sensationalist tendencies of those wretched newspapers. After waiting for a brief moment, Guwen was met with silence from Glena. He turned to see her cheeks flushed, her forehead warm, as if she were in a feverish daze. Is she ill? And it appears to be quite serious. Clearly, it was due to pre-existing malnutrition, compounded by the severe fright experience this evening, which led to her subsequent ailment. Upon witnessing such a state, Guwen hesitated no longer. It would be challenging to find a court physician at this hour, and with gritted teeth, he commanded, prepare the carriage to return to the manor. Weighing his options, he prioritized saving a life over all else, temporarily setting aside other concerns. Watching Glena, who lay on his grand bed, her temperature having stabilized after consuming the potion, he sighed heavily into his hands. Though the course had been somewhat tumultuous, the outcome was favorable. He had likely left a positive impression on the soon-to-be crowned monarch. Yet, the path to redeeming himself remained long and arduous. My lord, please enjoy some tea, offered the beast folk, maid Qingxue, presenting a cup of floral tea before Guwen. Aside from Wen, his trusted knight, he had two personal maids attending to his daily needs, with Qingxue being one of them. Qingxue was a wolf beast folk whom Guwen had rescued from a mercenary dealer notorious for selling beast folk slaves. If other nobles were to discover that a wolf beast folk, notoriously challenging to train, could exhibit such docility in the presence of Guwen, they would surely be left speechless. Guwen accepted the floral tea and downed it in one gulp, his fatigue alleviating somewhat. My lord, you should rest. I will take care of Her Highness the Princess, as I am on night duty this evening. Ah, the life of the decadent nobility. Observing the charming beast folk girl before him, her fluffy ears twitching, Guwen couldn't resist a gentle touch. They were soft and pleasant to the touch. However, beast folk ears are sensitive, and his touch caused Qingxue's cheeks to flush. Does my master perhaps feel a sudden interest? Though she had anticipated such moments, Guwen had always behaved like a sage, devoid of desire. This unexpected caress led to a misunderstanding on Qingxue's part. Yet, glancing at the princess lying on the bed, she thought it might be a bit too stimulating. Soon, however, Guwen's words brought her a slight disappointment. Please take care of Her Highness. I shall retire to my guest room. Guwen noticed Qingxue's unusual reaction and felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. How had he failed to control his hands? He wished he could sever them. After hastily leaving a remark, he intended to depart. You remain as courteous and gentle as ever, my lord. Qingxue gazed at him with tender eyes, though she dared not overstep any boundaries. Meanwhile, Guwen awkwardly fled the scene, akin to one who yearns yet lacks the means to act. Qingxue stifled a giggle. Her master was nothing like the monstrous figure rumored in the outside world. However, her master neither sought to dispel these rumors nor made any effort to silence those loathsome individuals, leading to a sense of helplessness. Perhaps Her Highness the Princess can clear the master of these baseless accusations. Qingxue quietly observed the slumbering Glena, and this thought emerged in her mind. As a duke of the kingdom, you not only commanded the royal guard to besiege the palace at night, but also imprisoned the Chancellor of Finance and the Minister of Internal Affairs in the dungeons, exhibiting the utmost malevolence. You have directly brought the princess into your chamber and even administered a mysterious potion to induce her deep slumber. Fortunately, your fatigue prevented you from committing more nefarious acts, yet your malice remains apparent. Although Glena would later become the continent's foremost sorceress, she is currently but a small girl with a tragic childhood. However, the subsequent words of this system were infuriating. Were it not for this wretched system lacking even the most rudimentary artificial intelligence interaction capabilities, you would certainly engage in a debate with this foolish system. The first matter was bearable, as you could tolerate the system's distortion of truth. Yet the second matter struck a nerve. That potion was clearly a fever-reducing elixir crafted by a physician, worth 100 gold coins per vial. It was unpleasant and foul-tasting, but it posed no other harm and indeed alleviated fever. This was already commendable, yet this system absurdly labeled it as a mysterious drug, as if you intended to commit vile acts against Glena. Calm down, do not stoop to the level of this system. After soothing the indignation within, Guwen retrieved the rewards. Fortunately, the rewards were indeed valuable treasures. A beautifully crafted medal adorned with intricate patterns. This was a miraculous medal that could shield you from a fatal blow once a day, an invaluable item for self-preservation that must be kept safe. Guwen's current situation was precarious, being the reviled duke that everyone wished to cast aside, while open attacks were easily dodged. Hidden threats were much more difficult to defend against. This miraculous medal, capable of withstanding lethal damage, was like a ray of hope amidst despair. Chapter 5. The extraordinary ability. After donning the miraculous medal, Guwen turned his attention to the exquisitely packaged potion, the awakening potion for extraordinary beings. In the continent of Avis, those who wield extraordinary powers generally fall into two categories. One consists of mages who possess an innate affinity for magical elements. These mages can only learn magic if they can manipulate the magical elements, and those with such talent are exceedingly rare. The higher their affinity, the further they can progress. Some, in their pursuit of rapid advancement and mastery of advanced magic, even resort to becoming demons. The other category comprises extraordinary individuals who awaken their abilities later in life. By gathering the costly materials needed for the extraordinary being potion, one can create a potion that awakens extraordinary abilities. However, on one hand, the formula for the extraordinary potion is known only to those ancient noble families or royal bloodlines, and moreover, some of the ingredients have long since become extinct, rendering certain recipes mere scraps of paper. Furthermore, merely consuming the potion does not guarantee the awakening of one's abilities. The greater a person's potential, the more effectively the potion can unleash extraordinary powers. In plain terms, a person of little substance, even after imbibing the potion, will not awaken any abilities. Of course, there are a few fortunate souls who may unexpectedly awaken their extraordinary abilities autonomously, but that is a topic for another time. Guwen's predecessor had naturally attempted to learn magic, yet it was evident that he could not perceive the so-called magical elements in the air. Even those magical rituals felt obscure and incomprehensible to him. The door to magic was forever shut to him. With the advent of the system's reward potion, he no longer needed to seek out ways to procure such potions. Though hesitant, Guwen soon resolved to drink the elixir, as he desperately required formidable power to confront the potential events that lay ahead. This potion tasted oddly reminiscent of a liquid medicine. As the potion coursed through his body, Guwen felt a warm current surging within him. You have successfully awakened the extraordinary ability, theft. Upon defeating any creature, you will have a chance to acquire one of the abilities it possesses, albeit at only 1/10 of its original strength. As you advance as an extraordinary being, this strength will gradually accumulate, ultimately approaching the original intensity. Is this truly an ability that one can awaken as an extraordinary being? Is it not akin to a continually evolving capability of legendary status? Guwen sat up in excitement, sensing his newfound ability. However, he realized that he currently possessed nothing but the ability to steal, rendering him effectively powerless. Thus, he reclined once more. For significant events were certain to unfold the following day. Given the esteemed traditions of the Helen Kingdom, the Emperor's coronation ceremonies are typically swift. In fact, the quickest instance saw the old king barely closing his eyes before the new king had already ascended to the throne. Thus, Guwen's only concern was whether anyone would rise in opposition during Princess Glena's coronation ceremony the next day. Nevertheless, he had prepared his blade, eager to see who might wish to test its sharpness. The night passed in a fleeting moment, and Guwen felt as though he had merely dreamt. As the first light of dawn broke, the sounds of conversation outside roused him from his slumber. He surveyed the room's arrangement and the system panel before him. Oh, it appeared that his journey through time was not just a figment of last night's imagination. How delightful it was not to return to a life of toil. The conversation continued. Your Highness, the Duke has yet to awaken. Please do not disturb him. King Snow dutifully stood guard outside the door, preventing Princess Glena from knocking to see Guwen. Though this princess was likely to become the future queen, in King Snow's eyes, no one was permitted to disrupt the Duke's repose, not even the princess herself. I merely wish to express my gratitude to the Duke. Since he is yet to awaken, I shall wait here for a while. Glena felt no anger. She simply fidgeted with her fingers, standing quietly by the corridor. She was adorned in a new dress provided by the maid, soft and imbued with a delicate fragrance. This sensation was entirely unfamiliar to Glena. Her previous garments, though well-crafted, had grown old and coarse from repeated washing and wear. A sense of unease washed over her. Her father had passed away, and while she felt joy, she was equally apprehensive about what lay ahead. She was not entirely naive. Thoughts of how to ingratiate herself with the Duke had already begun to swirl in her mind. If all else failed, perhaps it would be wise to surrender early, revealing herself as a harmless little thing, thus potentially averting a grim fate. Awake, Guwen had no habit of lingering in bed. With troubles both internal and external, he could not afford to be lax. If he did not strive diligently, he might find himself imprisoned in a dungeon next time. After grooming himself, he opened the door and feigned surprise upon seeing Glena awaiting him outside. Your Highness, what brings you here? He inquired. Qing Shui, please prepare breakfast. I wish to dine with Her Highness. Without hesitation, Qing Shui complied with his request and departed. Glena regarded Guwen, who towered over her by a third, and felt a flicker of fear from the intimidating aura he exuded. Duke, you may simply call me Glena. The title of Your Highness is merely a hollow appellation, she replied, lowering herself as one must do under a roof. Guwen seemed to catch the undertone of her words and smiled gently. Then I shall address you as Lady Glena. I kindly invite you to join me for breakfast, for you must return to the palace for your coronation ceremony thereafter. His tone was soft, devoid of menace. Before she realized it, Glena found herself seated at the dining table. The sumptuous feast before her tasted as bland as cardboard. What did the Duke's words imply? Did he not intend to assume the mantle of king himself? She recalled the tales of treacherous ministers who had slain their sovereigns to seize the throne in neighboring realms. She had already contemplated relinquishing her claim to the crown, for she could scarcely believe that a kind-hearted individual could remain indifferent to the allure of power. Yet Guwen appeared utterly unconcerned, even fervently assuring her that he would facilitate her ascension as the queen of the kingdom of Helan. I know nothing. How could I govern this realm? I fear I am unfit for such a responsibility. Lady Glena, do not be afraid. I and many ministers shall assist you in managing the kingdom. Then, Duke, might you serve as my mentor? I hope you will act as regent. I shall not contest your authority. The dialogue repeatedly echoed in Glena's mind. She received no answer to her question, as Guwen merely flickered his eyes and smiled at her. Unable to decipher the meaning, Glena decided to cease her contemplation. She harbored no desire for power. If it were possible, she would gladly relinquish all authority to Duke Guwen, for resistance seemed impractical. Chapter 6. The coronation ceremony. Guwen was elated. He felt he had made a favorable impression on Glena. This was undoubtedly a promising beginning. All he needed to do next was to gradually reverse the unfavorable reputation he had among the kingdom's citizens. Soon, he would be absolved of his past transgressions. Winley dispatched the court messengers to invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Ceremonies to the palace, stating that there are important matters to discuss. Understood. Due to the events of the previous night, the palace was now under the control of the court guard led by Winley. Thus, the task of sending out the court messengers was entirely entrusted to her. My lord, I have finished my meal. When shall we depart for the palace? Glena maintained an upright posture, not wishing to leave a poor impression on Guwen. Let us set off now. Very well. At that moment, Glena resembled a docile kitten, quietly following in Guwen's footsteps. Once they boarded the carriage, a contingent of guards trailed closely behind. Given his tarnished reputation and the significance of the occasion, Guwen felt compelled to bring a substantial number of guards along. This was all for the protection of Her Highness the Princess. Soon, Guwen and Glena entered the heavily guarded palace under the protection of their escort. Meanwhile, 3 ministers had gathered on their way to the palace. Minister of Foreign Affairs Harrison, Minister of Justice Alec, and Minister of Ceremonies Powell. Their spirits were fraught with anxiety. Having learned of the late king's demise and the plot by Clinton and Ron to assassinate him through the court messengers. Upon hearing this news, their initial reaction was one of astonishment, quickly followed by a chilling sense of dread. They unanimously believed that Guwen intended to proclaim himself king. The Duke has indeed taken action. What shall we do? Harrison lamented, his expression filled with helplessness. He is a marshal commanding an army, not merely a duke. In response to Harrison's inquiry, Alec pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Although the late king was tyrannical, he was still a monarch. As subjects, we must support Her Highness the Princess as the new sovereign. However, the kingdom's heir is a mere 17-year-old girl, if that duke is determined. The princess will be powerless to resist. After voicing this thought, Alec fell silent, grappling with the stark imbalance of power. Unless Guwen harbors treasonous intentions, it remains uncertain who the new king of the Helland Kingdom truly is. But is that even plausible? A select few have hastily concluded that the demise of the late king was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Guwen. Suddenly, Pao spoke up. Regardless of the truth, a visit to the royal palace is imperative. If Guwen indeed harbors treasonous thoughts, we shall expose his conspiracy to the world. The Helland Kingdom cannot endure the reign of another tyrannical despot. It is evident that the three of them have witnessed the cruelty of the late king and share considerable grievances. Their primary concern lies with the future of the Helland Kingdom. The mere thought of that duke's maliciousness sends chills down their spines. In contrast to the two ministers currently confined in the dungeon, Harrison, Alec, and Pao might well be deemed loyal subjects. Given the circumstances, we shall proceed. The three exchanged glances and beckoned the coachman to steer the carriage towards the palace. Upon encountering the palace's tightly secured guards, their hearts sank. It was conceivable that the moment they stepped into the palace, they would be met with 500 executioners poised to behead them. They were tempted to turn back. They possessed courage, albeit in limited measure. At Guwen's behest, Glena had already taken her place upon the throne, the very emblem of royal power, sitting upright. Standing beside her was Guwen, while three ministers hurriedly approached below. Their expressions were peculiar. Upon grasping the truth, their astonishment only deepened. For this duke could indeed restrain himself from seizing such readily available power. The late king has passed away, thus. I believe Her Highness Glena should be swiftly crowned as the queen of the Helland Kingdom. Let us streamline the coronation process. I wonder if this is feasible, Pao? The ceremonious minister, Pao, straightened at the mention of his name, inwardly lamenting. Was it truly necessary to consult him for such matters? Under Guwen's scrutinizing gaze, Pao ultimately spoke. My lord Duke, this is most agreeable. The Helland Kingdom cannot remain without a sovereign for even a single day. I believe Her Highness the Princess should be promptly crowned. Harrison, naturally, did not oppose this matter and similarly voiced his support. I have no objections. Although Alec had not anticipated that events would revert to a semblance of order, at the very least, this outcome could avert severe conflict. Thus, Glena unwittingly ascended as the new queen of the Helland Kingdom, a rarity indeed. Considering Glena's tender age and limited governing capabilities, Guwen produced a royal decree. Due to Her Majesty's youth, she is unfit to govern the kingdom. Therefore, the authority to administer the kingdom shall temporarily be executed by Duke Guwen. Do you have any objections? I have no objections. Another inquiry, though the three ministers below had anticipated this, and even Glena upon the throne did not voice dissent. Moreover, Glena appeared to be quite delighted, though the reason for her joy eluded understanding. How could she be so cheerful as a mere puppet emperor? Destruction loomed ahead. The three ministers below, observing Glena's expression, could no longer suppress their unease, sensing an ominous future. Guwen, however, felt a sense of satisfaction, as it seemed everyone was content with the situation. He had managed to avert the turmoil of war for the Helland Kingdom while ensuring the princess's smooth ascension to the throne. It appeared that his notorious reputation, though fearsome, bore some advantages, as these endeavors unfolded effortlessly. You have coerced several ministers of the kingdom to consent to your regency, effectively undermining Glena's authority under the guise of benevolence, which is in truth an act of usurpation. Within the palace, none dare contest your words. Your infamy is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Reward acquired, enigmatic artifact. Heart's mirror, simply inquire, and I shall reveal whether one is truly virtuous. System, let us negotiate. Would you care to reflect upon your assertions? In what manner have I committed wrongdoing? Guwen perceived the system as overly sensitive, as he had committed no malevolent acts yet was inexplicably deemed as such. Yet, this circumstance had its silver lining, for he could obtain the system's rewards without resorting to genuine maleficence. Before Guwen could retrieve the heart's mirror, he felt a hand grasp his own. Turning his head, he was surprised to find it was Glena. Princess Glena. No, I should now address you as your majesty. A smile adorned Guwen's face. In comparison to the vexatious system, Glena was undeniably more endearing. He intended to remind her of the importance of maintaining her regal dignity in public. However, Glena appeared oblivious to his hint. My lord Duke, you may simply call me Glena. I implore you not to distance yourself from me." The three individuals below were once again struck dumb. Had they been mistaken all along? It seemed that Her Majesty Glena and the Duke shared an exceptional rapport. Furthermore, with the die cast, Guwen's influence as Duke had undoubtedly soared. Aware that lingering was no longer an option, the three began to concoct excuses to depart. "My Lord Duke, I shall go and punish those two traitors," Alec declared through clenched teeth, seemingly intent on dismembering Clinton and Rot. "My Lord Duke, I shall send envoys to neighboring nations to announce Her Majesty's succession." The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Harrison, also took his leave. As for Pale, he too found a trivial excuse to exit. The palace was left with only Guwen and Glena. Chapter 7. Purging the traitors. "My Lord Duke, you could easily occupy this throne yourself. Why then do you wish for me to succeed? Perhaps out of naivety or a deep-seated reliance on Guwen." She finally gathered the courage to voice her inquiry. Guwen found himself at a loss for words, shrugging in response. If he were to become king, the question of how Glena would govern remained a perplexing dilemma. Such a predicament cannot be resolved. Is it not akin to nurturing a tiger that may become a threat? Therefore, Guwen Kai has no desire to ascend to the throne. Would it not be preferable to serve as the keeper of the tiger? As for the notion of being backstabbed, if a distinguished time traveler such as himself, equipped with extraordinary advantages, were to fall victim to such a fate, it would be better for him to end his own existence forthwith. It is rather foolish to pose such a question. Did you not previously suggest that I become your mentor? I believe the fulfillment derived from cultivating a remarkable queen would surpass that of ruling as a king." Glena, too, recognized the impropriety of her inquiry and chose to refrain from further fanciful musings. After all, even if Guwen were to take the entire kingdom, she would harbor no objections. What should I do next? A pertinent question, yet one I cannot answer. The two exchanged glances. Both inexperienced in the roles of king and regent, each equally perplexed. Guwen found himself questioning how those seasoned time travelers had seamlessly acquired the knowledge to govern territories or nations upon their arrival. Fortunately, he was privy to the plot. The officials left behind by the late king were competent enough to ensure the kingdom's stability. "Glena, I shall dispatch a contingent of guards from the manor. You need not worry, they are demi-human maidens around your age. Additionally, my maid, Qingxue, will temporarily serve as your etiquette officer and personal attendant." Guwen pondered this arrangement. Meanwhile, Glena's thoughts drifted to the common trope of regents placing spies to monitor young queens, a notion that would have prompted Guwen to deliver a sharp rebuke had he possessed the ability to read her mind. Why must she always assume the worst of him? "Glena, I must take my leave now. There are matters I need to attend to," Guwen stated. Preparing to exit when Glena's voice halted him, her gaze meeting his in confusion. "May I not remain in the palace? It feels so cold and lonely here." It was only when Guwen announced his departure that Glena realized the vast emptiness of the palace. Although she was not inherently afraid of solitude, having experienced companionship, she now wished to avoid returning to the dark abyss of loneliness. The palace, apart from the guards stationed outside, was eerily silent. "This is indeed a lapse in my judgment," Guwen reflected, recognizing that due to certain circumstances, the palace lacked even a single competent servant. "If you do not mind, Glena, perhaps you could accompany me back to the manor for a time. I need to make some adjustments to the palace staff." Guwen contemplated this. After all, he intended to cleanse the entire royal palace, using the heart-searching mirror to root out disloyal individuals. Most critically, within the capital of the End Kingdom, Maple City, lay a hidden sect of the heretical Holy Fire cult. Originally, the plot involved infiltrating the palace with cultists who, upon failing to assassinate Glena, sought to tarnish Guwen's reputation. "I do not mind at all. I shall seek out etiquette instructors, cultural mentors, and masters of swordsmanship for Glena. She must diligently apply herself to her studies." Upon hearing this string of words from Guwen, the once bright and sparkling eyes of Glena dimmed considerably. It seemed that being a king was not such a splendid affair after all, as it entailed mastering a multitude of disciplines. Observing Glena's reaction, Guwen could not suppress a chuckle and decided to tease her a little. Did Glena find the number of instructors insufficient? It appeared that he had not fully considered her needs. Perhaps he should engage a few more teachers. "No, no, dear Duke, you have already done splendidly well. I am thoroughly satisfied." This exclamation startled Glena, for while she yearned to learn, the prospect of such intense instruction overwhelmed her with fear of inadequacy. She had believed that 3 teachers would be the limit, yet here was the prospect of even more. "Let us depart," Guwen commanded. As the Duke's carriage rolled directly into the royal palace, a rarity indeed, he ushered Glena into the carriage. During their journey, Guwen retrieved the heart's mirror, expecting a mere looking glass, only to discover it was a monocle adorned with gold. Upon donning it, he found it added an air of elegance to his demeanor. After consulting the system panel regarding the mirror's functionalities, he realized that one could activate its powers by observing the names of individuals, albeit at a considerable cost to his mental fortitude. Subsequently, he produced the palace roster for perusal. Glena sat quietly on one side of the carriage, watching as Guwen annotated the list. To her astonishment, she found that the palace harbored dozens of adherents of the Holy Fire sect, alongside a number of spies from neighboring realms. You vermin in the shadows, this time you cannot tarnish my reputation. Upon returning to the estate, Guwen solemnly announced that Glena would be temporarily residing there. He fulfilled his prior promise by assigning Qing Shui and a squad of guards to her side. He then summoned Wen Li. Noticing the serious expression on Wen Li's face, Guwen leaned closer, speaking softly into her ear. Wen Li, I am aware that you have secretly established an organization known as Shadows. Please take care of everyone marked on this list. He handed her the roster. Knowing the unfolding narrative, Guwen was aware that the gentle Wen Li had clandestinely formed an assassin-s guild named Shadows, aimed at ensuring his safety by quietly eliminating threats. However, he had been previously unaware of this organization's existence. With the matter now brought to light, even Wen Li recognized that her clandestine actions were a breach of loyalty. Please forgive me, Master. I never intended to keep this from you. Realizing that her covert operations had been uncovered by Guwen, Wen Li was instantly filled with trepidation. She feared that her independent establishment of an organization might lead to her abandonment by him. My lord, your past kindness has been a source of great concern for me, which is why I undertook such actions without your knowledge. As Guwen's most trusted knight, Wen Li could keenly perceive that her master had merely been a puppet under the control of the former king. Despite his notorious reputation, they all understood that their lord was not as he seemed. Wen Li feared that the old king might discard him once he was no longer of use, prompting her to clandestinely establish the Shadows. She was acutely aware that if Guwen were to discover this matter, he would undoubtedly be furious. For reasons unknown, this issue had come to light, yet Wen Li had resigned herself to the possibility of facing his wrath. After all, she owed her life to Guwen, and repaying that debt was a small price to pay. You have done well. In the past, I was indeed too lenient, but I can no longer afford such mercy. The weight of the 11 cities of the Herland Kingdom rests upon my shoulders. Guwen interrupted Wen Li's explanation, lifting her to her feet and gently patting her shoulder. The rationale is sound. It is only natural that I have changed significantly for the future of the kingdom. This was also Guwen's strategy to prevent those close to him from uncovering the truth of his substitution. Wen Li, however, was taken aback. Her master had finally set aside his saintly heart, no longer showing mercy to his enemies. Perhaps he had been feigning all along. Rest assured, my lord, the Shadows will fulfill the tasks you have entrusted to them. Chapter 8. The Sword Saint. Upon receiving the list, Wen Li merely whistled softly. Soon, a jet-black falcon descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon her shoulder. She then tucked the list into a small pouch affixed to the falcon. With a swift motion, the falcon took to the skies, vanishing into the clouds as if it had received a command. Is this your usual means of communication with the Shadows? Guwen inquired. Indeed, my lord. This is a spirit beast capable of conveying orders intact. The system panel simultaneously displayed a message. Having just become the regent of the Herland Kingdom, you are poised to purge dissenters, clearly intending to consolidate all power within your grasp, much like the hidden puppeteer of this realm. Reward acquired. Unique item. Spirit Codex. The souls of the deceased will transform into spirit warriors, fighting on your behalf. Guwen raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether he was destined to tread the path of a summoner. Nevertheless, since the system had offered it, he would not refuse. Such an enhancement to his own strength was too valuable to overlook. After orchestrating the cleansing of spies within the royal palace, Guwen felt a pressing urgency. The Herland Kingdom was small, surrounded by various other realms, embroiled in perpetual conflict. Due to its remote location, warfare here predominantly involved brutal hand-to-hand combat. It was said that the knights of the Central Empires were all extraordinary beings. However, this did not imply that the Herland Kingdom lacked individuals wielding extraordinary power. The royal family of Hel is served by a third-tier mage, who is currently wandering the world. Most notably, this mage had previously reached an agreement with the late king, secretly honing dark magic with the aid of countless commoners. Should he return to find the old king deceased, a massacre may ensue, an event that Guwen must prevent at all costs. Thus, he must expedite the enhancement of his own powers. Master, Miss Hylia wishes to see you. A maid suddenly announced. Guwen recognized Hylia, a member of the once-renowned Sword Saint family, the Durley clan. Due to the old king's apprehensions, this clan had long been marginalized. Hylia is the last head of the Durley family, remaining loyal to the Kingdom of Hel, and she has likely achieved the status of a second-tier extraordinary being, awakened with the supreme sword heart. A sword saint of boundless combat potential in the later stages of the game. Setting aside other matters, at the very least, Glena's swordsmanship instructor now has a solid foundation. Before Guwen could rise, a figure burst into his study. Guwen, why did you unilaterally hold the coronation ceremony for Her Majesty the Empress? Moreover, you took Her Majesty out of the palace without permission. What do you intend to do? Hylia exclaimed, having learned of the day's events. The sudden demise of the old king and the swift ascension of the unassuming princess raised her suspicions about Guwen's schemes. Yet, the irrefutable evidence of Clinton and Ron's conspiracy against the king left her with doubts she dared not voice. As one of the most powerful and formidable figures in the kingdom, Hylia felt like a mere flicker of light before Guwen. Despite being a second-tier extraordinary being, she was merely a sword saint in name and not even of noble birth. Guwen, seated at his desk, merely smiled gently as he regarded the indignant young woman. Her eyes sparkled like two resplendent sapphires, radiating a resolute and vibrant light. Her countenance was stern with anger, her lips pressed tightly together, exuding undeniable determination. Miss Hylia, your sudden intrusion to question a noble seems rather inappropriate, does it not? I trust you would not wish for the Durley family to be branded as traitors. Guwen remarked, taking a delicate sip of tea, as if the fate of a family were a matter of little significance. Hylia, initially prepared to confront Guwen further, felt as if her fiery resolve had been doused with cold water. Though she had previously held no fear of him, her confidence now wavered. What do you mean by that? Hylia's heart raced with a flicker of anxiety as a surge of energy emanated from her. However, she refrained from taking further action. Forwen Li, also a second-tier extraordinary being, had drawn her sword, ready to intervene at any moment. The two energies collided, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand. Miss Hylia, please remain calm. You cannot harm me. However, should you choose to inflict any injury upon me, the charge of rebellion against you would be firmly established. Even if you manage to escape, the Delhi family has nowhere to hide within the capital. That said, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. If you would be so kind as to listen. Guwen felt akin to a villain threatening another. The Sword Saint family, in the eyes of the nobility, had long since lost its intimidating presence. Even the title of Count had been stripped away. He was acutely aware that Hylia harbored deep resentment towards him. For the loss of that countship was perceived by outsiders as a result of his own noble status. Yet, in truth, that was merely the old king's intention. When the birds have flown, the good bough is concealed. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hunting dog is cooked. This is the very reason the Delhi family has suffered such unwarranted misfortune. Guwen understood he must first mitigate Hylia's disdain for him. Otherwise, her vengeful nature would undoubtedly become a ticking time bomb in his presence. What exactly does your grace intend to do? Upon hearing Guwen's words, Hylia deflated like a punctured balloon. Her earlier bravado was nothing more than a facade, though she harbored a profound loathing for this parasitic duke. He was correct. What would it matter to kill him? The nobility stood united. Those who murdered a noble would be obliterated by their peers. After all, from the noble perspective, if one could slay the highest-ranking duke today, then one's own head would surely be at risk tomorrow. Even if she were to escape, the vast Delhi family would still be akin to caged birds with no avenue of escape. The outcome was all too clear. If her momentary impulse were to bring calamity upon her kin, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Yet, she had initially wished to confront Guwen regarding any intentions he might have towards Her Majesty the Empress. Now, however, she found herself in a position of submission. Uncertain of the nefarious plans this duke harbored, she had resolved that, if his request were not too outrageous, she would reluctantly acquiesce for the sake of her family. Winley, it is not proper to have our guests standing. Please fetch a chair. Hylia, bewildered, took her seat, feeling as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Your Grace, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Having internally surrendered, her tone softened, even adopting a respectful form of address. Guwen wasted no further time. Miss Hylia, as you are aware, Her Majesty Queen Glena has been deprived of proper instruction due to past circumstances. I hope you can serve as her swordsmanship instructor. Furthermore, I may occasionally require your participation in certain battles. I assure you, your efforts will not go unrewarded. In exchange, I can promise the restoration of the Delhi family's countship. Although some of the nobility may express dissatisfaction, they will certainly remain as silent as quails, muttering only behind closed doors. After all, no one wishes to provoke me while I am at the height of my power. A countship? Is that truly so? Just like that? Hylia found these matters to be exceedingly simple, to the point of being astonished that Guwen would promise her the title of count. Her father's only regret was that the Durley family had lost their hereditary title of count, which led him to repeatedly urge Hesilia to find a way to restore the family's former glory. Hesilia had initially believed this endeavor would be quite challenging, yet now it seemed within reach. Chapter 9. The Power of the Dragon. However, Hesilia sensed that there must be a deeper conspiracy at play. The title of count had been wrested from the Durley family by Guwen himself, and now he was offering it back with apparent goodwill? This was not right. This was Guwen's bribe to her. The title of count must be conferred personally by Her Majesty the Empress. Yet Guwen was casually wielding it as a bargaining chip. The intentions behind this were glaringly evident. Guwen sought to win her over with the title, further diminishing the power and influence of the Empress. Yet, she could not refuse, for to do so would surely invite Guwen's wrath upon the Durley family. His motto was clear: if he could not possess something, he would destroy it. Very well, I agree. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Hesilia finally devised a solution that could serve both sides. She would become an undercover agent beside Guwen, secretly aiding Empress Glena in defeating him. Additionally, by serving as Glena's swordsmanship instructor, she could safeguard the Empress's safety, preventing any covert attempts by Guwen to harm her. She was nothing short of a genius. At that moment, Hesilia felt as though she was biding her time, waiting for the opportune moment. In that case, I happen to need your assistance now. Let us set forth at once. Guwen breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Hesilia might be obstinate, which would have caused him considerable trouble. Where are we headed? To the outskirts to hunt some monsters. Allowing these creatures to proliferate will ultimately endanger the citizens of the Herland Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Hesilia wore a peculiar expression. After all, this duke had not been shy about harming the kingdom's citizens in the past, and now he claimed to be acting with righteous intent to protect them? It seemed likely that slaying the monsters was merely a facade, while the true aim was to wreak havoc on the citizens, perhaps with intentions of abducting women once again. If the duke expects me to conspire with him to harm the kingdom's populace, I shall categorically refuse. Hesilia spoke resolutely, her eyes seemingly piercing through Guwen's true motives. Is that so? I hope Hesilia can uphold her word. I wonder if she can bear the consequences of defying me. Guwen dismissed the girl's feeble threat with indifference. Please, I am the one in charge here. Do not confuse the hierarchy. This future swordmaster was merely a small pawn, easily molded to his will. Hesilia's complexion paled. This scoundrel was indeed up to no good. He had threatened her once more. Should she yield? Or should she submit? Your coercive use of power to force the righteous sword saint into submission is utterly reprehensible. Moreover, your repeated threats against the frail girl have left her trembling in fear. Upon receiving the reward, an extraordinary ability known as the dragon's might manifested within Guwen, revealing his true nature as a dragon cloaked in human form, with a strength comparable to that of a 7th-tier dragon. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged through his being, exploding with energy far beyond his physical limits. Rather than shattering his body, this power swiftly enhanced his physical capabilities. Although his appearance remained unchanged, he possessed a profound awareness of his newfound strength, feeling capable of obliterating a mountain with a single punch. The prowess of a 7th-tier dragon, akin to that of an ordinary adult dragon, coursed through him. Guwen could sense that, while his skin appeared soft, it had become as resilient as a dragon's scales. Regrettably, he lacked dragon wings and the myriad of extraordinary abilities typically associated with such beings. Nevertheless, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Invincible from the outset, he welcomed any challengers with open arms. Initially concerned that the dark sorcerer might retaliate, Guwen now yearned for his swift return, eager to unleash his newfound strength upon him. This formidable power did not deter Guwen from venturing outside the city to hunt magical creatures. His intentions were twofold: to acquire further extraordinary abilities and to eradicate these monstrosities. Furthermore, possessing diverse skills is never a burden, especially considering the chaotic environment filled with formidable foes that awaited him in the later stages of the game. Winley was assigned to protect Glena's safety. Despite the presence of elite knightly orders and guards, the protection of an extraordinary being was deemed superior. Guwen prepared to leave the city, taking Shalia as his bodyguard while leaving Winley behind to safeguard their home, lest the remnants of the Holy Fire sect resort to desperate measures. Although he no longer required protection, he could not handle every matter personally, as it would undermine his stature and contradict his noble identity. At this stage, the cult's influence was relatively weak, and with Winley present, significant issues were unlikely to arise. As for why Shalia was not entrusted with the task of guarding their home, Guwen harbored genuine concerns about her potential to incite Glena. Although Glena currently held a favorable view of him, even depending on him, it was prudent to remain cautious. One could never predict whether ill-intentioned individuals might lead her astray. Outside the royal capital, elite knightly orders surrounded a carriage, providing vigilant protection. Shalia wielded the whip with great force, striking the horse's rear with a resounding crack. I am the inheritor of the Sword Saint's legacy. How dare Guwen assign me the task of driving this carriage? Shalia seethed, her frustration directed at the horses of the Duke's household. As she could not confront the Duke himself. I shall jolt you to the core. Her relentless whipping significantly increased the carriage's speed. Yet the roughness of the road did not match its pace. Shalia, are you attempting to murder the Duke? Slow down. Guwen clutched the side of the carriage tightly, terrified of being thrown out. This was undoubtedly a deliberate act of revenge. Meanwhile, Zilia feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear. She turned to inquire, My Lord Duke. The wind is too strong for me to hear clearly. Do you find the carriage moving too slowly? Without waiting for Guwen's response, she brandished the whip, causing the carriage to surge forward with alarming speed, quickly distancing itself from the other knights. As the carriage traversed a thicket, a horde of goblins suddenly emerged, shrieking as they charged forth, clearly perceiving the carriage as a fresh source of sustenance. Judging by their adept interception tactics, it was evident that they had executed such ambushes before. However, this time, the goblins miscalculated, for the carriage was traveling too swiftly for Zilia to even attempt to slow the horses. In an instant, a collision ensued. In the course of the impact, one unfortunate horse was pierced in the neck by a goblin's weapon, meeting its demise. The carriage executed a complete 360-degree flip in midair, startling Zilia, who quickly covered her eyes, leaving Guwen exasperated. Seriously, are you both incompetent and reckless? I thought you could stop the carriage. Yet you merely shield your eyes and await your fate? Guwen, though resigned, forgave Zilia. He shattered the carriage and effortlessly scooped her up, landing gracefully on the ground. Some foolish sword saint. Are you able to open your eyes now? Zilia remained with her eyes tightly shut, although she sensed she was being held. She dared not remove her hands from her face. To her dismay, she had become the one being rescued. A tinge of embarrassment and awkwardness prevented her from opening her eyes. Chapter 10. Goblins at the doorstep. However, Zilia realized that keeping her eyes closed was not a viable solution. Here she was, in Guwen's embrace, with the detestable goblins lurking nearby. Those wretched goblins have made me a fool. I shall rend them into pieces. Though those revolting green-skinned creatures were stronger than ordinary humans, they were no match for an extraordinary being wielding the formidable elements. With a silent resolve, Zilia dismounted from Guwen. Unable to glance back at the expression on the Duke's face, she desperately sought a distraction to avoid digging her toes into the ground in embarrassment. In that moment, Zilia unleashed her full might, transforming her earlier awkwardness into a blazing fury. The embarrassment she had felt was now replaced with a seething anger. It was entirely the goblins' fault for not checking their fortunes before recklessly confronting a master. With a voice like thunder and movements as swift as lightning, she infused her aura with unmatched sword energy, toppling every goblin that dared to approach. The goblin's proud leather armor proved utterly inadequate against the onslaught of her sword energy, shattering into fragments in mere moments, only leaving behind a pool of verdant blood, just as Celia intended to wield her sword to obliterate these repugnant creatures. She suddenly felt a warm sensation on her face. A familiar voice resonated, and a gentle breeze brushed against her ears, creating a ticklish sensation. Who would have thought that our esteemed sword saint possessed such formidable strength? Yet, why had she remained so still moments ago? The more she wished to avoid hearing something, the more insistent it became. Guwen teased Celia, finding her blushing demeanor rather endearing. With you so close, what do you intend to do? Flustered, Celia's once formidable aura dissipated, prompting her to take a step back several meters. That insufferable fellow had suddenly drawn near, mocking her embarrassment. How audacious, persistently tormenting her. He must be concocting some malevolent scheme. Celia glared at Guwen, her eyes darting back and forth, resembling an agitated kitten. Do not worry. I intend to practice with these goblins, so I hope you refrain from hastily dispatching these monsters. Guwen maintained his cheerful demeanor. You? Can you truly contend with these goblins? Celia's expression was one of confusion. She recalled that Guwen was merely an ordinary person. How could he possibly be a match for these creatures? Since I have stated it, I must possess the confidence to do so, Guwen replied, undeterred by her skepticism. After all, who could have anticipated that he had suddenly acquired the power of a dragon? Celia, may I borrow your holy sword for a moment? Fear not. I shall return it after use. You need not regard me with such suspicion as if I were intent on seizing your sacred weapon. I assure you, I am quite principled. Celia harbored no belief in Guwen's persuasive rhetoric. Everyone knew her holy sword was a treasure, and Guwen had a history of forcibly acquiring the prized possessions of various families. Yet, she found herself unable to refuse him. After all, he had merely asked to borrow it, promising to return it. To deny him would seem rather unkind. Very well, but you must return it after use. Celia relented after much hesitation, still somewhat doubtful, and handed her holy sword to Guwen. Upon receiving the sword, Guwen hefted it, noting its substantial weight. It was said that the holy sword was forged from some celestial iron, imbued with divine blessings, thus regarded as an extraordinary artifact. Celia had anticipated that Guwen would immediately engage in battle, but instead, he retrieved a gilded tome from his pocket. The runes inscribed upon it were unfamiliar to her, intricate and enigmatic. This was the Divine Spirit Codex that Guwen had acquired earlier. The purpose of presenting it was, of course, to experiment with the Codex's application. A horde of goblins would not only serve as a practical test for the Codex, but also validate his draconic power while enhancing the abilities of the extraordinary. A trifecta of benefits, a single arrow striking 3 targets. Guwen took a deep breath, summoning the power within him to converge upon the holy sword. Celia, initially believing that Guwen intended to engage in close combat, was taken aback the next moment as a blazing golden sword light soared into the sky, cleaving a vast expanse of forest in its wake. As for the goblins, they were utterly reduced to dust beneath the remnants of that golden radiance. Celia exclaimed, "What is this situation? You are capable of wielding such formidable sword light. I dare say my ancestor, the first sword saint of the Hurland Kingdom, could not rival your strength." Realizing Guwen's immense power, Celia swiftly shifted her demeanor. "My Lord Duke, please forgive my previous insolence. I am now utterly convinced of your prowess." With a graceful slide into a kneeling position, Celia showcased her remarkable ability to adapt. However, in her exuberance, Guwen inadvertently wielded too much power, and now stood before the forest he had flattened, feeling somewhat guilty, akin to a child apprehensive of being caught in wrongdoing. Upon noticing Celia beside him, a spark of inspiration ignited within Guwen. He promptly thrust the holy sword into her hands. Meeting Celia's bewildered gaze, he mustered the courage to explain, "I need to maintain a low profile. If anyone inquires, you must assert that this deed was accomplished by you. Do you understand?" Though momentarily dazed, Celia astutely recognized that this meant she would bear the burden of responsibility. Yet, it did not seem to be a wholly negative proposition. She nodded in confusion. The system had already unleashed a flurry of notifications regarding the consequence of his earlier strike. Destruction of 232 trees. The theft talent has successfully activated, granting the innate ability, grounded. Just as trees take root in the earth to absorb nutrients for growth, we too can draw strength from the land. And the Mother Earth will shield us. While in contact with the ground, consumed power and stamina will gradually recover. Trees are considered living beings slain. This is splendid. I have entered a grounded state. Goblin kills. 12. The theft talent has successfully activated, granting the innate ability, feign weakness. These vile creatures often pretend to be weak to elicit pity from others. Fortunately, we hold no compassion, exterminating our foes without mercy. However, the tactic of playing the weak will never cease. As long as you do not initiate an attack, your opponent will perceive you as no threat. These two skills are truly conceptual divine abilities. One allows for limitless recovery while grounded, and the other enables the guise of weakness. Guwen was astonished by these capabilities. The system had not indicated that the theft ability itself was a conceptual divine skill, specifically designed to appropriate conceptual powers. He no longer felt apprehensive about the resurrected deities that awaited him in the later stages of the game. Moreover, the Holy Spirit Codex in his possession had also acquired additional content. Sufficient goblin souls have been collected and successfully transformed into Goblin Wolf Knight, Holy Spirit 3. With a strength of first rank, you may continue to collect souls of the same race to strengthen existing Holy Spirits or activate new ones. Chapter 11. The Goblin Fortress. Guwen stroked his chin, and upon perusing the contents of the Holy Spirit Codex, he waved his hand with authority, summoning forth a trio of knights clad in sacred armor. The Goblin Wolf Knights materialized with sudden ferocity, their majestic wolves bedecked in armor, wielding grotesquely large sabers. "Who are they?" Celia gasped, startled by the abrupt appearance of the Goblin Wolf Knights. Fortunately, their helmets concealed their identities, preventing her from recognizing them as goblins. Nevertheless, the unexpected arrival of the 3 formidable wolf knights compelled Celia to grip her holy sword tightly. Sensing the atmosphere shifting towards tension, Guwen quickly interjected, "Celia, do not be alarmed. They are my summoned entities. I recently discovered a latent magical talent within myself and have since learned some summoning spells. They are not foes. The Wolf Knights, summoned from the Holy Spirit Codex, radiated a golden glow, exuding an aura of benevolence. Guwen felt a connection to the three knights before him, but he also sensed a drain on his mental energy. He estimated that he could control no more than 5 Wolf Knights, marking the limit of his summoning capacity. It seemed he still had a long journey ahead if he wished to command an entire legion of the Holy Spirit at will. Despite the somewhat feeble explanation, Celia harbored no doubts about Guwen. The celestial sword light that had previously illuminated the surroundings had already convinced her of his hidden prowess. Even though mages were rare, she did not perceive any difficulty for the formidable Guwen. With righteous indignation, Celia sheathed her holy sword and declared, "Now let us eradicate those goblins. Such filthy creatures surely have a lair nearby." Having been deprived of the opportunity to vanquish monsters moments ago, Celia, accustomed to hunting down such beasts, felt a surge of eagerness. Celia was well aware that where goblins thrived, their nests were likely nearby. Her vehement call for slaughter caught Guwen's attention. Indeed, how could the future sword saint embody a spirit of mercy, although they had dealt with the marauding goblins? Guwen shared her sentiment that complete annihilation was necessary to prevent future troubles. Meanwhile, the knights who had been trailing behind finally reached Guwen's side. Upon witnessing the scattered goblin corpses and the desolation of the forest, the lead knight's expression changed dramatically. "My Lord Duke, I cannot believe goblins have infested this area. Are you unharmed?" Sensing the lingering powerful aura in the air, remnants of the strike Guwen had unleashed, the knight was oblivious to the true nature of the threat and feared that a more formidable monster had appeared. Alarmed by this thought, the knight gazed at Guwen with concern, anxious that their esteemed duke had sustained any injury. The duke's formidable power and fearsome reputation had long since echoed throughout every corner of the kingdom. At present, the duke remains the regent of the kingdom, and his power is destined to grow even more formidable. As the one responsible for the safety of this expedition, should the duke become displeased, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the duke's fervent supporters. Fortunately, the words spoken by Guwen soon eased the heavy burden on the knight captain's heart. "There is no need for concern. Mere goblins cannot harm me, especially since the sword saint's strike has rendered this area utterly desolate." Guwen cast a sidelong glance at Zelia and casually recited the fabricated narrative he had devised. The knights gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom the immense strength of this once obscure sword saint. Even without witnessing it firsthand, the scene before them made the potency of that strike abundantly clear. "Sword Saint, I am grateful for your intervention, and I must apologize for my previous dismissive attitude toward you." The knights, who had initially regarded Zelia with scorn, were abruptly awakened to her true might, elevating her stature in their eyes. Once derided in the capital, even labeled as the weakest sword saint in the kingdom's history, Zelia found herself taken aback by this unexpected apology. Simultaneously, she cast a grateful glance at Guwen, for it was his words that had transformed the public's negative perception of her. Could it be that the honor of the sword saint family can indeed be restored through my efforts? However, having received such bountiful favors from the duke, she pondered how she could continue to support Her Majesty the Empress. Amid the interplay of benevolence and authority, Zelia had unknowingly begun to harbor a sense of reverence for Guwen. Her steadfast convictions wavered. At that moment, the knight captain finally noticed the 3 radiant goblin wolf knights behind Guwen. "My Lord Duke, might I inquire about these 3 knights at your back?" The sharp fangs of the giant wolves sent a shiver down the knight captain's spine, as the armor he wore offered him no solace. "They are my magical summons. There is no need for concern regarding them." Guwen intended to construct an identity as a sorcerer, facilitating his future use of the Holy Spirit Codex without arousing suspicion. After all, the knowledge of his possession of such a rare artifact could not be allowed to circulate freely. An innocent man is guilty when he possesses a treasure. A singular artifact could stir the covetousness of those ancient fiends. However, if he could present the summons of the Holy Spirit Codex as his own magical creations, it would at least deter others from coveting them. Upon hearing this, the knight captain held no doubts whatsoever. "I knew it. How could the duke be an ordinary man? He is, in fact, a venerable sorcerer." This revelation resonated deeply. "Now all of you, heed my command. Disperse and conduct a thorough search for the goblin lair. Uproot these creatures from their very foundations." With the knights now assembled, Guwen issued his orders without delay. Following a comprehensive search, they soon located the goblin den. "My lord, the goblin cave lies just ahead." Guwen surveyed the fortress constructed of massive stones before him, taken aback by the sight. Outside the fortress lay the lifeless bodies of several goblins, their forms punctured by numerous arrows, clearly the remnants of a recent skirmish triggered by the knight's discovery of the creatures. In the presence of these heavily armored knights, the goblins stood no chance. Was this truly a goblin lair? Guwen pondered, questioning whether such simple-minded beings could construct this formidable stone bastion. A knight, still stained with green blood, stepped forward. "My lord, I witnessed it with my own eyes. When we discovered this fortress, the goblins were transporting the corpses of beasts within, and there were goblins stationed on guard with bows and arrows." The knight himself was somewhat perplexed by the goblins' unexpected intelligence. The recent conflict had revealed a hint of their coordinated efforts. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Guwen. In the early stages of the game, there had been a minor event in which a goblin had undergone a mutation, awakening extraordinary intelligence and strength, claiming to be the king of the goblin race. It had even secretly acquired a wealth of knowledge from the human kingdoms to apply to its kin. This led to a surge of goblin activity, as they formed an army that invaded the cities of the Helen Kingdom, nearly breaching the capital. Ultimately, the protagonist had to summon a vast army to suppress the goblin threat, but the kingdom suffered significant population losses, and the protagonist's prestige waned. The number of thieves in the kingdom surged, resulting in widespread chaos. Chapter 12. Slaying the troll. It now appeared that these peculiar beings might indeed be the creation of that goblin king. Guwen's expression turned strange, as he had not anticipated encountering an undeveloped mini-boss so soon. Fortune favored him. He must seize the opportunity to eliminate it while it was still weak. What was there to hesitate about? All these vile creatures must be slain. Each goblin slain would yield a reward of 5 gold coins. Guwen immediately issued the order, for under the promise of great reward, bravery would surely follow. After all, a month's meager wages paled in comparison to the gleaming wealth before them. The knights, who had previously hesitated, were now devoid of fear, their eyes gleaming with the lust for gold. They were already far superior to the goblins, and now, emboldened by the prospect of riches, their spirits soared. "Charge forth, for gold. No, for the glory of the kingdom. I arrived first. Allow me to lead the charge. Kill. These filthy creatures must perish." The knight commander, too, wished to rush in and claim some of the spoils, for who would refuse gold delivered to their doorstep? Yet he was acutely aware that his primary duty was to protect the duke. To lose sight of the greater mission for small gains was utterly unacceptable. As countless flaming arrows struck the wooden gates of the fortress, the fierce flames quickly engulfed the entrance. The dry wood ignited, and before the door was entirely consumed, the eager knights kicked it open. 3 spirit wolf knights charged boldly into the heart of the fortress. As Guwen had anticipated, numerous goblins armed with bows and arrows emerged behind the door, unleashing a flurry of projectiles. Fortunately, the giant wolf was agile enough to swiftly evade most of the arrows along with the wolf knights. The knights who followed closely behind, predominantly shield-bearing and clad in iron armor, suffered only minor injuries, with the majority entering the fortress unscathed. The wolf knight, leading the charge, plunged into the disorganized ranks of goblins, wielding his broadsword with lethal precision, severing several goblins in half, their wooden shields splintering under the force. A one-sided massacre unfolded within the fortress. Their once proud refuge had transformed into a confining cage, with no escape in sight. Guwen observed from a secure position, astonished to witness the Holy Spirit Codex autonomously absorbing the souls of the fallen goblins nearby. At this juncture, the number of wolf knights had swelled to 10. He also noticed a massive cavern entrance in the corner of the fortress, likely the goblin's lair. Suddenly, a troll emerged from the cavern, roaring ferociously, brandishing a colossal wooden club, resembling a bulldozer in motion. Its overwhelming strength could easily send knights flying. Even a wolf knight fell victim to the troll's might, causing the remaining knights to retreat in haste. Guwen discerned that this troll was nearing the strength of a second-tier extraordinary being, surpassing most present. "Zilia, would you care to give it a try?" Guwen observed Zilia's eager demeanor, a testament to her battle-hungry spirit. "I wish to test my mettle. I have yet to face such a massive creature, but I am confident I can dispatch it within 3 minutes." Zilia assessed the loathsome troll, concluding that while it possessed superior strength, it was lacking in other aspects compared to her. "If you wish to proceed, do so with caution. I stand ready to assist at a moment's notice." Guwen was determined not to allow the immensely talented Zilia to be harmed by the troll, prepared to intervene at any moment. Zilia felt a warmth in her heart at Guwen's concern, a sensation she had not experienced in quite some time. "I'm going in." With a calm nod, she gripped her holy sword and charged at the troll. The troll, sensing her approach, failed to comprehend the disparity between them due to its underdeveloped intellect. Its club came crashing down with tremendous force, but as a swordswoman, Zilia's agility was unmatched. The troll's attack missed entirely, leaving it bewildered as it scanned the empty space before it. Suddenly, a commanding shout rang out from behind. "Filthy creature! I am right behind you." Before the troll could turn around, Zilia's razor-sharp holy sword coalesced into a magnificent beam of light, severing the troll's head in a single, decisive strike. As she gazed at the lifeless troll, Celia felt a wave of ennui wash over her. She waved her hand in the direction of Guwen, declaring, "My lord, I have dealt with this creature. It was simply too feeble." Guwen, taken aback by such a boastful proclamation, coughed slightly. It was not that the troll was weak. Rather, it was a testament to her formidable strength. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground had nearly concluded, with all the goblins vanquished. "Have you accurately tallied the accomplishments of each knight?" Guwen inquired, glancing at the knight commander responsible for recording the enemy kills. A small sum of money would not sway his integrity. "Indeed, it has been recorded," the knight commander replied. Guwen then pressed a large sack of gold coins into the commander's hands. "Distribute it at once. Any surplus can be managed as you see fit." When the coins were finally bestowed upon each knight, astonishment spread among them. The noble duke had truly given gold, and their initial apprehension, fearing it was merely an empty promise from the aristocrat, dissipated. Moreover, given the duke's notorious reputation, even if he were to renege, they would dare not voice their discontent. Yet, in that moment of receiving the coins, they felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward the duke, a benevolent soul. While everything else might be a facade, the gold was undeniably real. Guwen likely had not anticipated that his act of honoring a promise would gradually reshape his reputation. "Gather these corpses together and incinerate them to prevent the spread of disease," the knight commander methodically directed after the distribution of coins. He then returned to Guwen to report, "My lord, there are likely still numerous goblins concealed within that cave." A look of concern crossed his face. For the goblins hidden in the cave would prove difficult to eradicate, and once they departed, new ones would inevitably emerge. If one wished to eradicate these filthy beings, it would be imperative to venture into the cave and eliminate the remaining goblins. Guwen suspected the Goblin King was not present there. However, since they were already there, it seemed prudent to ensure total annihilation. "You remain above to dismantle this fortress and guard the entrance, preventing any other monsters from approaching the cave. I will lead Celia and a few knights inside." The knight commander objected, "But that is far too perilous." His concern was understandable. No one could ascertain the dangers lurking within the cave. If the enemies were beyond Celia's capabilities, what good would anyone else do? "Do not fret," Guwen reassured him, patting the knight commander on the shoulder. He then summoned 3 goblin wolf knights, totaling 5. The goblin wolf knights would lead the charge, probing the unknown hazards ahead, while the massive wolves remained above to assist the knights on the ground and keep watch. Who could say whether, upon entering the cave, these individuals might suddenly proclaim loyalty and patriotism, sealing the entrance? One must always be cautious, especially given his dubious past. Chapter 13. The Goblin King. In the dark recesses of the cavern, the flickering light of a torch suddenly pierced the gloom, wielded by the wolf knight leading the way. The flames illuminated the cave, allowing Guwen to discern the entirety of the space. The convoluted passages were laced with a repugnant stench. As they advanced, Zilia inadvertently stepped into a pool of blood, and upon lifting her foot, strands of viscous flesh clung to her. "How revolting!" she exclaimed, and without hesitation, she conjured a fiery blaze from her extraordinary elemental powers to incinerate the gruesome remnants. "Be cautious, the enemy lurks in the shadows, and there may be traps ahead," Guwen cautioned, but scarcely had his words left his mouth when a thunderous sound of collapse echoed through the cave. The wolf knight, who had been scouting ahead, plummeted into a pit that had suddenly caved in, its depths lined with countless wooden spikes that impaled him. In quick succession, a volley of arrows whistled from the darkness, each shot expertly aimed. The arrowheads shimmered with a faint magical aura. Fortunately, the holy armor proved to be unreasonably resilient, absorbing the impact without inflicting significant harm on the wolf knight. Occasionally, arrows flew perilously close to Guwen, but Zilia effortlessly severed them with a swift stroke of her blade. The wolf knight, undeterred by the assault, divided into 2 segments under Guwen's command. One remained at the original position, while the other charged into the shadows to locate the archers. These archers, of mediocre skill, were no match for the first-tier wolf knights, falling swiftly upon exposure. In mere minutes, the cacophony of battle subsided. Surveying the labyrinthine caverns, many paths led to dead ends. "This fellow is truly cunning, having crafted so many false routes," Guwen mused, growing increasingly vexed as he faced yet another dead end, this being the 10th. The goblins would invariably retreat to these passages once they departed. "Zilia, do you possess any ability to set traps?" Guwen inquired. For his own skills were limited to brute strength, and anything requiring finesse was beyond his grasp. He could only place his hopes in Zilia's capabilities. Surely, the sword saint must be well-rounded in her talents? Fortunately, Zilia did not disappoint him. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes gleamed with inspiration. She then plunged her holy sword into the ground, and a golden light emanated from the blade, weaving an intricate pattern into the stone beneath. "What is this?" Guwen wondered, intrigued as he knelt to touch the design. "I can sense some residual power within it. Your Grace, I am not adept at setting traps, but I can infuse my sword aura into this pattern. Should anyone pass by, it will trigger, unleashing the sword energy from the ground, inflicting harm while also alerting me. Moreover, my sword energy is virtually inexhaustible, making it perfectly suitable for use in traps." Zilia appeared to be quite delighted to find herself in a position of utility, seemingly oblivious to her initial disdain and aversion towards Guwen. It was as if she were exclaiming, "Am I impressive? Do praise me. Shower me with compliments." Guwen was equally supportive, responding with enthusiasm. "Remarkable, Zilia. We owe our success to you. You truly are exceptional." Although the flattery bore an air of insincerity, Zilia, lacking experience, failed to detect the half-hearted nature of Guwen's praise. Instead, she felt a profound sense of joy. Onward with the exploration. With Zilia's sword energy marking the way, their pace of discovery indeed accelerated significantly. The paths they had traversed previously were now safeguarded. Any goblins attempting to ambush them were either slain by the sword energy or detected beforehand. Soon, Guwen and Zilia arrived at the innermost depths of the cave. To their astonishment, a stone wall had been erected in advance, reinforced with iron to enhance its strength. The Wolf Knight's great sword left scarcely a mark upon it. Zilia raised her holy sword and struck, leaving only a deep scratch, unable to breach it. Just as Guwen was preparing to take matters into his own hands and shatter the wall, a voice suddenly emanated from behind it. Speaking in the common tongue of the continent, "Mortal beings outside, I believe we can engage in discourse. What do you desire? Wealth, perhaps?" This voice instantly confirmed Guwen's suspicion that the Goblin King resided beyond the stone barrier. After all, who among the goblins would articulate the common language of the continent and engage in dialogue? Nevertheless, Guwen had no intention of letting him off the hook. The voice continued, "Within the adjacent cave lie 10,000 gold coins. You may take them all, and we shall remain at peace. Should you force my hand, the outcome will be mutual destruction. However, if you depart with the riches now, you will encounter no peril. This transaction is most advantageous." The Goblin King, his countenance twisted with malice, had initially wished to avoid a confrontation with the well-equipped invaders, as reports from his goblin subordinates indicated that they were likely a knightly order of humans. The gold coins were merely a windfall from plundering merchant caravans. An evading disaster would be splendid. Although he was capable of vanquishing these foes, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries, and having acquired knowledge of humanity, the Goblin King understood their propensity for vengeance. Should he obliterate this knightly order today, he would likely face unending harassment from subsequent groups, leading to a life of ceaseless turmoil, a terrifying prospect indeed. The Goblin King was also well aware of human greed. Once they beheld the vast treasure of gold, their courage to confront the unknown dangers would diminish significantly, potentially igniting discord among them out of avarice. Such insights had been gleaned from his existence within the human kingdom. Regrettably, the Goblin King miscalculated his target in this instance. Guwen possessed an inexhaustible wealth, while Zilia's sole desire was to vanquish the nefarious creatures. The remaining Wolf Knights lacked any self-awareness. Guwen also beheld the vast sum of gold coins. "You are indeed correct. This transaction is exceptionally worthwhile." However, the Goblin King, hidden behind the stone wall, exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing these words, only to be thrust into a furious rage by the subsequent statement. Guwen let out a derisive laugh and declared, "But if I kill you, those gold coins will also belong to me." Immediately following this proclamation, a terrifying shockwave from an explosion shattered the stone wall. The Goblin King was thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. "Damnable mortal, you have provoked the wrath of the king." Yet before he could unleash his roar of indignation, a blinding light nearly blinded him. Squinting and raising his head, he finally discerned the source of such brilliance. A radiant sun rose slowly from behind the figure before him. This was no warm light. It was a searing sun forged from the most concentrated power. In that instant of realization, the Goblin King was gripped by fear, and an overwhelming sense of dread made him acutely aware of the disparity between them. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, A weighty force descended upon him like a mountain, crashing down with tremendous might. Chapter 14. Clearing the battlefield and dividing the spoils. The raging sun struck the Goblin King with ferocity. No, how can you be so powerful? The extreme heat ignited his very being, causing him to vaporize. His prideful intellect and his formidable body, which surpassed that of ordinary beings, proved utterly ineffective against Guwen's assault. As he observed the Goblin King gradually cease his thrashing amidst the flames, Guwen contemplated delivering a few more blows. Even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a mere rabbit, let alone a minor boss like the Goblin King. Fortunately, the system's notification arrived promptly. Special Soul collected, successfully transformed into a special Holy Spirit hero unit. Saint Spirit Night Veil, strength of Tier 2. The hero unit possesses self-awareness and can directly command ordinary Holy Spirits, exhibiting absolute loyalty. The Holy Spirit Codex has advanced to Tier 2 artifact. As a villain, you have ruthlessly slain the Goblin King, a fellow antagonist, betraying the villainous collective. This is utterly unprecedented. Reward obtained. Holy Artifact. Crown of Time. Who says time cannot be altered? I shall swim against the current. A hero unit? I had initially believed that these Holy Spirits would require my direct command, but it appears there is a leadership role involved. Guwen mused that this was only natural. The Goblin King had played a significant role in the early narrative and could advance to a Tier 6 creature in the future. A soul with a minimum potential of Tier 6, especially that of a unique Goblin King. Such anomalies could emerge from the multitude of goblins. Thus, it was hardly surprising that it could be transformed into a hero unit. Yet, it was another system reward that piqued his interest. Sacred artifacts. In the realm of the Final Kingdom, stand as the pinnacle of extraordinary objects. Each artifact, when wielded with precision, possesses the capacity to annihilate an entire kingdom. However, he presently found it impractical to reveal such an artifact, opting instead to return and seek an opportune moment for further study. The heroic entity, Veil, could not be summoned either, for a summoned being with self-awareness akin to that of a normal human appeared rather unusual. Guwen closed the system panel, the entire process taking but a few fleeting seconds. He cast a glance at the still dumbfounded Shalia. Your Grace, did you truly eliminate this fiend with but a single strike? Shalia could distinctly sense the aura of a third-tier magical creature emanating from the enraged Goblin King, yet she was effortlessly dispatched by Guwen's singular blow. The extent of his power required no further contemplation. He was undoubtedly of at least third-tier strength and an unrivaled force within that tier. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. Duke Guwen was assuredly a loyal servant of the kingdom, a virtuous man devoted to his majesty. After all, with such formidable prowess, Guwen could have seized the throne long ago, and even if the old king were still alive, he would pose no challenge to Guwen's might. A third-tier extraordinary being could traverse the realm of Helland with impunity, receiving accolades from neighboring nations. Guwen nonchalantly responded to Shalia's inquiry. Is it not natural to vanquish such a weakling? He shrugged his shoulders, conveying an effortless demeanor. This display of arrogance stirred within Shalia a desire to deliver a crushing blow to Guwen's face, and she thought he deserved to have that audacious mouth silenced. Alas, she was powerless to act. Nevertheless, Shalia vowed to surpass this insufferable rogue and deliver a proper thrashing in due course. Although she now recognized Guwen as a loyal and good-hearted individual, it did not deter her from wanting to chastise him for his sharp tongue. Guwen suddenly felt an inexplicable chill enveloping him. Shalia, are there other hidden magical beings in this vicinity? Why do I sense a chill in the air? He touched his nose, attributing it merely to a fleeting illusion, completely unaware that the source of this icy sensation was none other than Shalia standing before him. Since the battle has concluded, it is time for us to return. Let the knightly order handle the remaining matters. And what are these coins? Shalia gazed eagerly at the mounds of gold coins before her. Despite her outwardly aloof demeanor, she was, in reality, a sword master burdened by her family's financial deficits. Often uncertain of her next meal, Guwen was well aware of Shalia's true circumstances. These coins shall be entrusted to you, to be considered your remuneration for serving as Her Majesty's instructor in swordsmanship. After uttering these words, Guwen pondered further and added with a hint of gravity, however, I must emphasize that should you exhaust these coins, I can provide you with more, but I implore you to refrain from engaging in trade. I fear you may incur substantial losses that I cannot compensate. The implication was clear. While he would cover her living expenses, he would not indemnify her financial ventures. Primarily, it is the astonishing speed at which Celia squanders wealth that is truly alarming. Mountains of gold and silver can be swiftly depleted. Upon hearing this, Celia initially felt a surge of excitement. only for her cheeks to flush with embarrassment thereafter. The Deli family was never in want of money, yet. Thanks to her foolish assumption of possessing a knack for commerce, she managed to squander the family's entire treasury. They nearly reached the point of selling off the family estate. Since that debacle, Celia has come to realize that she is woefully unsuited for the world of business. Despite her attempts to rein in her reckless spending, the Deli family had already faced financial ruin. Were it not for the support of other family members, she would likely be left to fend for herself against the harsh winds of fate. The heir to the Sword Saint's legacy begging for scraps would undoubtedly be a source of ridicule for all. My lord, I was merely careless that time. I assure you there will be no next time. Should there be, I might find myself homeless, Celia silently added in her mind. Upon hearing Celia's assurance, Guwen nodded with satisfaction. That is reassuring. As long as you refrain from causing further trouble, I have a plan to restore the Deli family's fortunes. Gather your gold. We must take our leave. Fortunately, the magical storage bags were quite advanced, alleviating any concerns about how to transport the gold. As Guwen emerged from the cavern, the sun had begun its descent towards the horizon. The waiting knight commander approached immediately. My lord, I trust the monsters within have been dealt with? Those filthy creatures have been completely eradicated by our Sword Saint, Miss Celia. All that remains is for you to thoroughly cleanse the cave and then seal it. Guwen casually instructed. To him, this task seemed trivial, as his objective had already been accomplished, and he intended to return to the capital. There were still remnants of the Holy Fire cult lurking about, and although he had once harbored some trepidation regarding those heretics, he now felt a relaxed confidence akin to a cat playing with a mouse. As you command, my lord. This is a task we are well accustomed to and will execute flawlessly. Very well, prepare 2 horses for me. I wish to return to the capital post-haste. Guwen preferred not to return on foot, but fortunately, other knights possessed steeds, and 2 horses were readily available. Mounted upon their dragon-scaled horses, Guwen and Celia set off towards the capital before the sun dipped below the horizon. Chapter 15. The remnants of the Holy Fire cult. The moon was shrouded in thick clouds, casting an air of despondency. Several crows cawed hoarsely above the capital, their cries dimming the already waning light of the moon. An unseen mist seemed to envelop the entire city, filling every street with an eerie ambience. The sound of hoofbeats resonated through the quiet thoroughfares as Guwen and Celia returned to stride their dragon-scaled mounts. Although there were no curfews in the capital, it was undeniably tranquil at this hour. Exchanging glances, Guwen and Celia instinctively sensed that something was amiss, their hearts tinged with unease. Let us head directly to my estate. The distance between Guwen's estate within the city and the royal palace was quite short. Upon glimpsing his manor, Guwen felt a sudden shock. The estate's protective walls bore the unmistakable scars of an assault, marked by gaping holes left in the wake of an explosion. The charred remnants still visible upon the surfaces. By heavens, who has dared to attack my estate? I have yet to savor its splendor. However, the assault on his opulent residence was not Guwen's foremost concern. Glena and his entourage of young maidens remained within the estate, and he could not bear the thought of any harm befalling them. Your Grace, have you returned? A voice called from the walls, and as Guwen turned to look, he saw Wen Li, brandishing a torch. It is I who have returned. Wen Li appeared visibly relieved, as though she had found her anchor amidst the tempest. She then leapt down and approached Guwen with measured steps. Are you injured? Guwen's expression shifted as he noticed the deep, bone-penetrating wound on Wen Li's shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismounted his steed. Master, do not fret for me. It is but a minor injury. With a bit of rest, I shall recover swiftly. Our kind possesses remarkable regenerative abilities. As she spoke, the movement aggravated her shoulder wound, causing Wen Li's face to pale, yet she managed a brave smile. Stay still. Let me see if I can heal your wound. Guwen's hands were suddenly enveloped in a gentle, warm light, which flowed like a delicate stream into the gash on Wen Li's shoulder. She felt a soothing warmth at the sight of her injury, the agony of the torn flesh easing slightly. Soon, a miraculous event unfolded before their eyes. The muscle tissue at the wound began to regenerate at a pace visible to the naked eye, swiftly returning to its original state. Your Grace, you possess healing magic? Exclaimed Helia, her astonishment palpable. In the span of a single day, Guwen had overwhelmed her with revelations, rendering her sensitive to the extraordinary. Master, thank you. Wen Li expressed her gratitude, astonished to discover that her lord was capable of wielding magic. Now, tell me, what transpired to cause this injury? Guwen gestured toward the damaged wall behind Wen Li, having formed a few conjectures. Master, you instructed me to deal with those traitors, but among them were cultists of the Holy Fire. In my carelessness, I allowed a few of the vermin to escape. Although I fortified our defenses, I did not anticipate their audacity to attempt an incursion under the cover of darkness. One among them was nearly my equal in strength, and he possessed a peculiar artifact that unleashed terrifying fireballs. This wall was shattered by one of those fiery projectiles. Fortunately, we managed to repel them in the end, but I was injured due to my momentary lapse. Master, I have failed in my duties. Please, punish me. A look of deep remorse adorned Wen Li's face. For not only had she not fulfilled Guwen's command to eliminate the assailants, but she had also allowed them to counterattack the estate. It was a profound dishonor. Then how shall I punish you? Let me ponder for a moment. Guwen revealed a mischievous smile, for he had no intention of imposing any real punishment. After all, it was hardly a grave matter. However, Zelia took it seriously, bouncing around anxiously. Hey, you can't possibly be considering punishing her, can you? Those cultists are formidable, and it's quite an achievement for her to fend them off. No, please do punish me severely, master. Little did she know, Wen Li was utterly indifferent to Zelia's plight. Instead, bemused by the stark contrast between her daytime and nighttime personas. Wen Li's refusal drove Zelia into a frenzy, her teeth grinding as she glared at Wen Li. You wicked girl, I am clearly trying to assist you. How can you be so ungrateful? At that moment, Guwen seemed to have finally conceived the nature of the punishment. Then I shall require you to tend to my daily needs for 3 days. It would surely be torturous for a knight like Wen Li, who is accustomed to battle, to engage in the mundane tasks of a delicate maid. After all, those who wield swords are unlikely to relish in petty chores. Isn't this punishment a bit too? This hardly qualifies as a punishment. It's practically a coveted reward. Wen Li felt an overwhelming joy. She had longed to care for her master like Qing Shui, even warming his bed at night. Yet, her master always regarded her solely as a guardian knight, and she hesitated to voice her desires, fearing he might not appreciate her nurturing side. What is the matter? Is this punishment too severe? If you cannot accept it, I can propose an alternative. No. This punishment is just right. I am willing. I can accept it. Guwen initially believed Wen Li might find the punishment unacceptable, but before he could speak, she hastily rejected the idea of changing it. Little did Guwen know that his half-human maidens were all eager to draw closer to him. If he were aware of this, he might only lament. We agreed this was merely a master-servant relationship. Why does it seem they wish to offer themselves? The nature of their feelings had shifted. Those within the situation are often blinded, while observers can see clearly. Standing aside, Zelia recognized the absurdity. She had unwittingly played the fool. After discussing the matter of punishment, Guwen inquired about Queen Glena. Has Her Majesty been affected at all? Those cultists were thwarted by the guards outside the estate and had no opportunity to breach it. Her Majesty has sustained no harm. Wen Li now perceived her master's unwavering loyalty to the queen. Initially, they had prepared to assist Guwen in his ascent. But now that plan had dissipated. Their attitude towards Her Majesty gradually transformed, infused with a measure of respect. That is good. You and Zelia should familiarize yourselves with the Duke's estate. She will then serve as Her Majesty's swordsmanship instructor. I must step out for a moment. Guwen entered his room and donned a set of night attire, intending to seek out the cultists' hideout and eliminate them all. Master, what is your intention? Wen Li asked. Puzzled. Do not worry, I shall return shortly. Guwen gently pinched Wen Li's wolf ears, the sensation as delightful as ever. Master, what are you doing? Wen Li puffed out her cheeks, her eyes shimmering with tears. Her wolf ears were far more sensitive than those of other beast folk. Clearing his throat, Guwen said, I can't hold back any longer. I must take my leave. Wear this medal. It possesses the extraordinary ability to shield you from a fatal blow once each day. He produced a medal and placed it in Wen Li's hands. Chapter 16. Infiltrating the shadows in a narrow alley of the royal city. A group of cloaked figures huddled together. It was evident that they were the followers of the Holy Fire cult who had just attacked the manor. The leader erupted in fury. How can you be so useless? A single female knight has decimated your ranks. If I hadn't intervened with the relic bestowed by the bishop, would you have faced total annihilation? Esteemed elder, you cannot blame us. We are simply not strong enough. That knight is an extraordinary being, possessing immense power. One strike from her blade can claim a life. A one-armed devotee defended himself, knowing full well that he dared not speak further. Their elder, despite being a second-tier extraordinary individual wielding a relic, had summoned them to serve as mere cannon fodder. It was clear that the elder himself hesitated to engage. Yet now he turned his ire upon them. The one referred to as the elder continued to berate the group. Among second-tier extraordinary beings, there exists a notable disparity in strength, and Austin was still shaken. Even with the relic, he had nearly been bested by that female knight, whose prowess was utterly terrifying. Yet, as an elder of the Holy Fire cult and the principal authority in the Kingdom of Helan, He could not allow his hard-won authority to shatter. Enough. The bishop will arrive in a few days. You must all exercise caution. The bishop has stated that she will conduct covert evaluations of the disciples' qualifications. Should any of you fail to meet her standards, the holy cult will undoubtedly abandon you. Austin felt tears welling in his eyes. The outcome of the bishop's assessment would determine his advancement within the Holy Fire cult. As a cult organization spanning countless nations across the continent, the Holy Fire cult had a comprehensive system for the promotion of its followers. Initially, when he was assigned to this remote and desolate kingdom as an elder, he had felt elated, but now he longed to escape this torment. After 2 years of struggle, he had risen from an ordinary individual to a second-tier extraordinary being, enduring hardships that only he could comprehend. The bishop was a significant figure responsible for overseeing the disciples across the entire Eastern continent. Although the Eastern continent was a barren and desolate land, the bishop's strength was not particularly formidable, merely at the 5th-tier extraordinary level. The reasons behind the bishop's decision to visit the kingdom of Helan remained unclear, yet Austin glimpsed a glimmer of hope to leave this place. Therefore, he fervently wished for his subordinates not to jeopardize their chances. As night still lingers, let us tidy up and return to our underground stronghold, Austin commanded weakly, prompting the group to swiftly exit the alley. His pace was brisk, likely driven by a desire to retire for the night. Suddenly, Guwen found himself face to face with Austin, caught off guard and unable to evade the encounter. Moments earlier, Guwen had been eavesdropping and had overheard the cultists mention the impending arrival of their bishop. This was troubling news, he thought to himself. He had no intention of confronting these individuals directly, especially with a bishop on the way. He had been planning to bide his time and ensnare a larger catch. Yet, now that he had been discovered, conflict seemed inevitable. Guwen's mind raced, glancing at his own dark attire and then at the garb worn by the group opposite him. He was taken aback. Was their style identical? Holy fire burns the world, ashes reborn. Sacrifice the mundane, glory eternal. Guwen uttered the internal code of the Holy Fire sect. Elder, I am a recent recruit to the sect. After a recent skirmish, I found myself lost, which is why I am late. The tense atmosphere dissipated. When will you disciples ever instill confidence in your elder? It was evident that Guwen's words had successfully convinced Austin. The code was known only to the official followers of the Holy Fire sect, and given the vast number of disciples, this newcomer must have earned his trust to possess such knowledge. What is your name? Elder, I am called Lyman, Guwen replied, opting for a fictitious name, acknowledging the gamble he was taking. However, it was clear that Austin was somewhat of a simpleton, as he struggled to recall the names of so many followers. He seemed to have a vague recollection of the name Lyman, indicating that this individual was indeed one of their own. The meeting has concluded. We shall return to the stronghold now. Austin had completely accepted Guwen as one of their own. Undeterred, Guwen seamlessly blended into the group and followed them back to their base. To his surprise, he discovered that the cult's stronghold was not a grand estate, but rather a restaurant. The establishment boasted 3 stories, and according to Austin, there was a basement below. The thought of these cultists operating a restaurant by day, with roles as chefs, waitstaff, bartenders, and security, almost brought a smile to Guwen's face. Prepare for rest. We must not expose ourselves before opening tomorrow. Austin issued a fierce warning before tossing aside some bandages and rudimentary medical supplies and departing. It was unexpected that the cultists relied on a legitimate business to sustain their livelihood. How uncharacteristically mundane. Seizing the opportunity, Guwen summoned Weir and entrusted him with his duke's insignia, instructing him to convey his intention to infiltrate the Holy Fire sect temporarily to Wenli. To dispel Wenli's skepticism, Guwen discreetly penned some words as a testament. Fortunately, the heroic units of the Holy Spirit Codex have an extensive operational range, largely unrestricted by distance. Thus, Veer was able to hasten to the Duke's manor to deliver the news. Guwen, however, suddenly found himself intrigued by the true intentions of the Church of the Holy Fire. While the game merely hinted at its nature as a cult, it indeed committed numerous misdeeds in the later stages. Yet, Guwen's intuition suggested that the Church might not be as malevolent as it seemed. Of course, he could not ascertain whether this was merely a facade. One cannot fully know a person's heart behind their visage. Regardless, this ignited Guwen's spirit of exploration and curiosity. As Guwen slumbered in the tavern alongside other cultists, Wenli encountered the Holy Spirit, Veer. Are you implying that the Duke intends to infiltrate the cult? Wenli regarded Veer with a cold gaze, her disbelief palpable. What if the Duke had been abducted by cultists, and Veer was merely one of them, sent to cast a smokescreen to confuse her? Unbeknownst to her, Guwen had significantly strengthened, and in her mind, her master was still an ordinary individual. Fortunately, Veer produced the token and personal letter that Guwen had entrusted to him, which lent credence to his claims. Only then did Wenli begin to believe Veer's words. It seemed her master was indulging in a whimsical venture, yet the peril was substantial. What if something went awry? Veer immediately radiated his presence, revealing himself as a second-tier extraordinary being. My master's strength surpasses mine. There is no need for concern. His prowess has evolved immensely. Moreover, if he truly faced danger, I would vehemently oppose his actions. Veer shook his head. As a summoned entity, he understood the true magnitude of Guwen's power, rare in its superiority throughout the eastern continent. Upon hearing Veer's explanation, Wenli quelled her impulse to return Guwen immediately. With the assurance that her master was not in peril, how could she hinder his playful spirit? The only lament was that she had prepared to warm her master's bed that night. It seemed she would again be alone. Chapter 17. Do cultists not commit malicious acts? As dawn broke, Guwen was roused by the sound of footsteps. Feeling adequately rested, he rose and cautiously peeked outside. Unfortunately, he crossed paths with Austin, who was passing by. "Good morning, Elder." Observing the still dim surroundings, Guwen tentatively inquired, "Elder, are we to engage in plundering?" The moment the words left his lips, Austin delivered a sharp rap to his head. "You, being a newcomer, may harbor misconceptions about our holy sect. This time, I shall overlook your indiscretion. Allow me to reiterate. Our Church of the Holy Fire is tasked with overthrowing the corrupt kingdoms and aristocrats, liberating the enslaved, and eradicating poverty." Austin proudly expounded upon the tenets of the Holy Fire Church, utterly oblivious to any moral discrepancies therein. We're the promised cultists. They sound more like a righteous organization, and their objectives starkly contrast with the malevolent proclamations of the Holy Fire cult as depicted in the game. By the time the Holy Fire cult makes its appearance in the game, it is already midway through the plot, advocating the annihilation of all living beings to summon the Holy Fire for the purpose of liberation. Could it be that the initial incarnation of the Holy Fire cult was a benevolent organization, only to become corrupted later on? Burdened with questions, Guwen yearned to inquire further, yet Austin denied him the opportunity. "Lyman, let us procure some ingredients for breakfast." As an elder, Austin also took on the role of the cook. His culinary skills were unparalleled. Had he not joined the Holy Fire cult, he believed he would have made an exceptional chef. All right. Guwen swallowed his doubts and soon followed Austin into a small market. Could it be that they were truly all good people? Before him, Austin was haggling with the vendor. Thankfully, he did not suddenly brandish a weapon, but engaged animatedly with the merchant. "Lyman, why are you dawdling? Come and help me carry these ingredients. It's far too much." Luckily, my silver tongue saved me 10 copper coins. The elated Austin remained oblivious to Guwen's unease. "Elder, do we lack funds in the Holy Fire cult?" Noticing Austin's buoyant mood, Guwen hastily inquired. "This place is quite remote. The annual allocation from the Holy Church is minimal. It's wise to be frugal." The mention of money brought a hint of embarrassment to Austin's demeanor. After all, anyone would feel sheepish explaining to a newcomer that their Holy Fire cult was financially constrained. No matter how loudly they proclaimed their ideals, hunger rendered their rhetoric meaningless. "Those nobles are wealthy, Elder. We could easily infiltrate and seize the money they extort from the common folk. No funds. Gold and silver mountains abound, and those nobles, who grind the commoners to dust, luxuriate upon riches amassed from human suffering. Rumor has it that many nobles, after committing heinous acts, claim the misdeeds of others as their own. Now, they are indeed cultists, perfectly suited for murder and arson." To Guwen's surprise, Austin flatly rejected his proposal. "Let us not speak of such matters. I will not allow this to transpire. It would plunge a kingdom into chaos." Despite the validity of Austin's reasoning, Guwen felt an unsettling suspicion that Austin was not genuine. "You were coerced into joining the Holy Fire cult, and the doctrine advocates overthrowing the nobles, yet you refuse to eliminate a noble and redistribute their wealth? Are you a false cultist?" Austin did not glance back, striding forward with purpose. He was indeed anxious, yet certain secrets must remain concealed. Unable to extract answers, Guwen subdued his curiosity, now pondering why these cultists had suddenly launched an assault on the Duke's estate. According to Austin's disposition, he should not have launched an attack on the Duke's estate. Indeed, Elder Austin, you are correct. Although Guwen's scheme to devour the wolves and tigers failed, this matter holds little significance. When a person is killed, they are dead. Thus, he has resolved to unleash a bloody reprisal against those nobles who secretly conspire behind his back. Initially, he had no desire to intervene, but those scoundrels have even plotted against him, their Duke. Therefore, it is prudent to strike first and crush those vile individuals. This course of action has already been set in motion, as conveyed in the letter he penned. Within the estate, Celia has adapted to her role as Her Majesty's swordsmanship instructor. Your Majesty, should you find yourself unable to continue, please inform me at once. Celia expressed concern as the Empress wielded the heavy training sword with repeated strikes. 100 swings daily are a fundamental exercise, yet the novice, Glena, insisted on executing 1,000. However, it was evident that Glena, frail in stature, was now drenched in sweat, emanating a peculiar fragrance. With meticulous resolve, she swung the weighty sword, her arms feeling as though they were leaden. Each motion was a struggle against her fatigue and a testament to her indomitable will. Nevertheless, she refused to cease. She understood all too well that she must grow stronger swiftly. Weakness is the gravest sin. Moreover, as the Empress of the Helen Kingdom, she was acutely aware of the undercurrents stirring within the realm. At last, after completing 1,000 swings, Glena trembled as she set down the training sword. Qingxue, who had been attending to her, promptly caught the sword and returned it to its rightful place. Is the Duke not back yet? The exhausted Glena, too fatigued to care for decorum or appearance, simply sank to the ground. She felt as though her arms could no longer be raised. Glena glanced around the estate, regrettably failing to spot Guwen. Qingxue, gently massaging Glena's shoulders, tilted her head slightly in response to Glena's inquiry. It seems Master is occupied with some matters and has not yet returned. Once Glena had rested sufficiently, Celia prepared to continue the lesson. Your Majesty, shall we proceed? Of course. Before Glena could respond, Winley arrived alongside Veer, both bowing gracefully before her. They then articulated their purpose. Your Majesty, Count Canterbury and several minor nobles have colluded with the Kingdom of Karsar, unlawfully transferring the mineral resources of several border territories to Karsar. Moreover, there is a close association between the rebels throughout the kingdom and their dealings. Hence, we implore your Majesty to authorize the apprehension of these parasites who merely occupy positions without merit, which is also the Duke's intention. As formally recognized nobles of the kingdom, only with the Emperor's consent do we possess the authority to capture them. Although they could have directly stormed in to apprehend him, it would have been rather disrespectful to Her Majesty the Empress. Moreover, the Duke had no intention of changing his allegiance, so it was prudent to first seek the Empress's approval. Since it was the will of Duke Gu, I naturally concurred. Glena had no objections, agreeing with remarkable decisiveness. She was aware of her modest status, yet she felt a sense of respect here. Initially, Glena was concerned that she might be confined here, but nothing of the sort transpired. No one restricted her freedom, and matters concerning her were discussed with her consent in advance. This sensation was unprecedented for her. Chapter 18. The joy of seizing wealth amidst a lavish banquet with numerous nobles. Count Kant was yet to swallow the last sip of his wine when a sudden, violent explosion blew open the door of his estate. What was happening? The abrupt eruption caused chaos at the banquet. Count Kant, startled, drew his sword, bewildered by the unfolding events. From the rising dust emerged the orderly ranks of the royal knights, swiftly subduing everyone present. Kant, your time has come. Winley presented the arrest warrant approved by Glena, along with the decree to revoke Count Kant's title. What is the meaning of this? Are you truly attempting to arrest a noble? As the knights advanced closer, Kant's heart raced. How could they have discovered his meticulously crafted scheme? No. It must be Gu who has threatened Her Majesty. This decree is undoubtedly your conspiracy. Faced with impending doom, Kant no longer maintained his respect for the Duke. That wretched Gu believes he can control our fates by manipulating the Empress. But if we all resist, his insidious plans shall surely fail. Aware that he stood no chance alone, Kant sought to incite the other nobles present. If you remain passive now, once I am slain, you will be next. His alarming rhetoric indeed sowed seeds of doubt among the other nobles. Just as Kant was about to continue his incitement, Veer stepped forward and struck Kant down with a single blow. With a swollen handprint on his face and a row of broken teeth, Kant was rendered speechless. His fear evident under Veer's cold, steely gaze. You would do well to think carefully before speaking, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your survival. After that fierce blow, Kant was cowed, for they truly were willing to resort to violence. After the strike, he wished for nothing more than to disappear, silenced by fear. In a fit of rage, he turned his gaze to his accomplices. Just as one of them was about to speak, Winley abruptly tossed several severed heads and a pile of envelopes onto the ground. Kant, these individuals are the leaders of the bandit factions near the royal capital, and they possess correspondence that links them to you. Furthermore, we have an abundance of evidence implicating you in collusion with the rebels and foreign adversaries. At this revelation, Kant's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless. In the face of such undeniable truth, his attempts at justification fell woefully short. He had once believed his actions were flawlessly concealed, but it now appeared that was not the case. The subsequent revelation struck Kant like a thunderbolt. He had secretly joined the cult of the Holy Flame, branding him a heretic. The surrounding nobles, who had contemplated offering their support to Kant, recoiled in an instant. They narrowly escaped his treachery, avoiding the peril of his deceitful words. It was preposterous. A heretic was not worthy of their salvation, especially one from a sect notorious for slaughtering nobles. He must perish. Kant, burdened with an insurmountable stigma, yearned to protest, yet found himself utterly voiceless, his lips sealed by Winry's shadowy magic. Determined to eliminate this foe without granting him a moment's respite, she proclaimed the emperor's decree. Kant, as a heretic, was to be executed on the spot, along with his accomplices. No sooner had Winry spoken than the energy in Vale's hands transformed into a radiant wheel, swiftly dispatching Kant and his cohorts. A swordsman, his eyes aflame with rage, surged forth, shouting, "Count Kant is my benefactor. How dare you slay him? Will you allow me to leave? I may not be your match now, but in a year's time, I shall avenge my benefactor." Winry discerned that the swordsman was an extraordinary first-tier combatant. The swordsman, recognizing that these two, while minions of Guwen, were knights, believed they would adhere to the chivalric code and would not stoop to oppress the weak. Given a year, he was certain he would grow mightier. Very well, Winry and Vale exchanged knowing smiles, and then Winry spoke. Upon hearing her words, the swordsman felt a flicker of hope, believing his gamble had paid off. However, in the next instant, a shadowy blade erupted from behind him, cleaving him in twain, instantly extinguishing his life. This lethal shadowy blade was a manifestation of Winry's awakened talent. Do not let even the slightest evil go unpunished. She sheathed her blade with a serene smile. How could she allow an enemy to escape? If the opportunity arose to eradicate the threat entirely, she would not defer the resolution of future troubles. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no further matters, you may disperse. We shall proceed to confiscate the ill-gotten gains. Winry addressed the surrounding nobles at the banquet. The nobles, already eager to depart, felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders upon hearing this, and they hastily fled the scene of turmoil. Outside, numerous knights streamed into Kant's estate, embarking on a thorough search, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for valuables. In the days of the late king, Winry often accompanied the duke on his forays of confiscation and exile. Thus she has become quite adept at such endeavors. There is a certain thrill in plundering homes. Meanwhile, Guwen was wandering about, initially believing that joining the Church of the Holy Fire would allow him to reveal his true nature. However, Elder Austin did not resemble a typical cultist at all. Fortunately, through his inquiries, he discovered that other cultists frequently infiltrated noble families in search of financial aid. Oh, now that is the image of a true cultist. Excuse me, could you spare some food? As Guwen aimlessly moved forward, he suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his garment. Turning in bewilderment, he beheld a white-haired little girl, pitifully pulling at his attire. Shy from her request for food, the girl exchanged a fleeting glance with Guwen before hastily lowering her gaze. Observing the lavish attire of this seemingly valuable white-haired child stirred a tumult within Guwen. Wasn't she the Pope Olivia of the Church of the Holy Fire from the later stages of the game? The Pope's initial appearance in the game was as an adorable white-haired girl, a sight that had delighted him as a player. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed her command the sacrifice of an entire city's populace to fuel the flames of sanctity. It was then he realized the true horror she embodied. At this moment, the pitiful little girl before him was none other than the merciless entity from the later stages of the game. Olivia was no naive child. She feigned innocence deliberately. As a bishop of the church from the eastern continent, she had taken many lives on her journey, though she did not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter, targeting only those who harbored ill intentions towards her. What is your name? Where is your family? My name is Olivia, and I have no family. Olivia transformed into a performer, her instincts alerting her that this man was undoubtedly sinister. Excellent. There is entertainment to be had. The killing can come later. Upon hearing her name, Guwen's heart quivered. Was she truly intending to take his life? Yet, he felt no trepidation. Even should Olivia become as powerful as a deity in the later stages, he presently wielded the might of a seventh-tier dragon, and he refused to believe that he could be vanquished. Since Olivia wished to play a role, he was more than willing to indulge her. It would be a contest of endurance. Suddenly, Guwen received a system notification. You have fabricated events, branding a noble count with the guise of a cultist, leading your subordinates to brutally slay him. Your malevolence has seeped into the hearts of many nobles, instilling in them a profound reverence and fear of you. Reward acquired, skill, ring of control. Relying on fear to command loyalty is not a sustainable strategy. rather than wielding fear, enslave them through control, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. As the skill initiator's overall strength surpassed that of the target, the judgment was deemed successful, resulting in the imposition of a control ring upon the adversary, thereby inducing an effect of absolute suppression and mastery over life and death. Upon witnessing this skill, Guwen was suddenly struck by a whimsical thought. He glanced at Olivia beside him, recalling her penchant for performance. You enjoy acting, do you? Then allow me to provide you with ample opportunity. Chapter 19. Control you. Boss, I would like a pound of bread, please. Guwen declared as he led Olivia to a bakery. Did you not say you were hungry? Indulge yourself. Observing the mountain of hard bread in Guwen's hands, Olivia's expression contorted with frustration. Yet, she could only maintain her cheerful facade as part of the performance. Big brother, I cannot possibly consume so much, she protested. Guwen arched an eyebrow in response. No, I believe you are hungry enough to devour all this bread. Go on, eat. There exists a hunger that compels me to believe in your hunger. Faced with Guwen's eager gaze as he extended the bread towards her, Olivia found herself reluctantly accepting her fate. You insufferable wretch, I shall find a secluded spot and end you. She seethed internally, her anger boiling as the dry bread suffocated her. Why had she agreed to partake in this absurd performance? She resolved that next time, she would simply eliminate anyone who displeased her. After all, she could obliterate such insignificant nations at a mere whim. However, since the performance had commenced, the compulsive Olivia decided to see the role through to its conclusion. She could only hope that Guwen would soon lead her to an isolated place where she could reveal his true nature. For how else could she act upon her desire to eliminate him? Murder was not her ultimate goal. Rather, it was the agonizing struggle and remorse of the scoundrel during judgment that she yearned to witness. With gritted teeth, she took a bite of the bread, evidently envisioning it as Guwen, temporarily assuaging her pent-up rage. Olivia, have you had your fill? We are about to embark on something intriguing, Guwen announced, disregarding Olivia's protests as he took her hand and led her into a narrow alleyway. This was precisely the turn of events Olivia had desired, and thus, she offered no resistance. Feigning shyness to suit her role, she inquired, Big brother, what are we going to do? Surely, something that brings joy to both body and spirit. He replied. As they stepped into the alley, Olivia began to gather her strength, prepared to crush him at any moment. However, Guwen's tone shifted abruptly. Olivia, if you lack family, I could recommend that you join the Church of the Holy Flame. Although it is deemed a cult, the individuals within are amiable and compassionate. And most importantly, they provide food and shelter. I myself am a follower of the Holy Flame, and all I have shared are my personal experiences. Olivia was rendered speechless. She had not anticipated that Guwen would be a member of the Holy Flame, causing her gathered strength to dissipate entirely. After all, as a high-ranking member of the Holy Flame, even if she wished to commit murder, she could not bring herself to harm one of her own. Is joining the Church of the Holy Flame synonymous with murder and arson? Olivia inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation. Guwen, taken aback by her pretense, had expected her to reveal her true identity upon his introduction. No, our elder Austin insists that we must rely on our own hands to be self-sufficient. Eschewing theft and malevolence, he retorted, recalling the scenes he had witnessed within the church's stronghold, naturally attributing those principles to Austin. In my opinion, our church bears no resemblance to a cult, he continued, oblivious to the obscured expression that had settled upon Olivia's countenance. Very well. I shall join the Church of the Holy Flame, Olivia declared through gritted teeth, fully aware that something was amiss within this establishment. The so-called zealous follower, Elder Austin, dispatched to this area, was likely one of the Holy See's infiltrators. The Holy See, the state religion of the human empire at the continent's heart, was devoid of any genuine divinity. It merely served as an apparatus for the empire to sustain its dominion, with a singular aim, to gather intelligence and eradicate any threats to its authority, whether they be individuals, entities, or ideologies. The empire's decay had long since permeated the populace, and a millennium of rule had rendered them incapable of maintaining their former territories. The Eastern continent, once a grand kingdom and a vassal of the empire, had devolved into a desolate wasteland following a tumultuous upheaval 2 centuries prior. The empire had wholly relinquished any ambitions of governing the Eastern continent, with even the Holy See reluctant to linger in such a dismal locale. The majority of their forces were now dedicated to quelling insurrections. Since its inception, the Church of the Holy Flame had been deemed a heretical sect that the Holy See sought to annihilate at all costs, dispatching numerous members of the tribunal to infiltrate its ranks. Although many of these spies had been uncovered and dealt with, several still eluded capture. Initially, Olivia had not suspected that Austin, assigned to the Eastern continent, was an operative of the Holy See. Unaware before, she now resolved to eliminate him. Dear brother, though you are a follower of the Church of the Holy Flame, I still intend to deliver a sound thrashing, as that bread you provided was excessively dry and left me quite displeased. Suddenly, an imposing aura emanated from Olivia. Just as she prepared to disclose her identity to astonish this individual, intending to strike him, a radiant ring encircled her wrist. She abruptly realized that her connection to her inner strength had been severed, rendering her unable to harness her powers. Judgment successful. Target has been controlled. What is happening? What have you done to me? Olivia exclaimed in alarm, noticing the mischievous grin adorning Guwen's face, instantly comprehending that he was the architect of her predicament. Olivia, do you not yet comprehend? I have unraveled your true identity. You must be an agent of the Vatican, concealing your strength with the intent of infiltrating the Holy Fire sect as an undercover operative. Alas, your nefarious plot has been laid bare before me. Guwen is aware of the truth, yet he continues to feign ignorance. Do you know how we typically treat Vatican spies? As Guwen spoke, he approached Olivia, pinning her against the wall. What do you intend to do? Do not come any closer. It was evident that Olivia, having lost all her powers, was in a state of panic, akin to a bird that had been pecked in the eye after a day of aimless pursuits. Guwen's face drew near, and he seized her raised hand, rendering her incapable of resistance. What are you doing? While it is customary for us to eliminate spies without hesitation, I believe a person of your caliber deserves something more intriguing. Weren't you just full of anticipation? Olivia was on the verge of tears, realizing that her game had gone awry. I am a bishop of the Holy Fire sect. You would do well not to act against me. She could no longer hold back her status. However, to her surprise, Guwen exhibited no fear. He merely glanced at the young woman before him, gesturing towards her hands, which he firmly grasped. A mere title poses no threat to me. In fact, you are utterly powerless before me at this moment. I have yet to savor the experience of confronting a bishop. I wonder if, after our little encounter, anyone would be the wiser if I were to dispose of you? Though Guwen spoke thus, he made no move to act. The girl before him was not to his liking. He sought a formidable subordinate, not a mere plaything to be toyed with. Yet, Olivia was oblivious to this. All she could see was the fabricated desire in Guwen's eyes. The earlier bravado, nothing more than a facade. As she contemplated the potential horrors awaiting her, tears welled in Olivia's eyes. If it pleases you, do not treat me too violently. Resigned to her fate, she could only hope that Guwen would show her some mercy. Yet, to her astonishment, Guwen released her. Wait, it seems I might have overstepped. Do not take me seriously. I was merely trying to frighten you. He coughed, feigning disinterest. I suddenly find myself lacking in enthusiasm. Let us consider this matter closed. Chapter 20. The Secrets of the Horos Kingdom's Legacy. What do you mean by that? Olivia, who had resigned herself to a grim fate, was taken aback when Guwen suddenly retreated, maintaining his distance. She was still powerless, so his retreat could not be attributed to fear. What did it mean to suddenly lose interest? Did I lack allure? This thought crossed her mind, and she found herself disheartened. Although the absence of the anticipated ordeal should have been a source of relief, joy eluded her. I require your strength. As for other matters, I was merely jesting. It is not that Guwen is unwilling, but rather that he is acutely aware of the watchful gaze from a higher dimension monitoring his every move. Thus, he can only suppress his thoughts. May all such dreadful notions perish within the confines of my mind. Really? Olivia rubbed her sore wrist. Still tinged with the aftermath of recent events, her eyes slightly reddened. Upon hearing Guwen's words, she tilted her head in bewilderment. She had already begun to contemplate whether she might be utterly broken, having witnessed many girls with vacant stares who had endured unspeakable tragedies. Now, hearing that Guwen required her strength, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. At the very least, she still had a purpose, which meant she was safe for the time being. Indeed, it is true, Guwen thought to himself, shaking his head inwardly, pondering whether he had perhaps overacted, frightening the young girl. Yet, I am truly the bishop of the Holy Fire Church in the Eastern Continent. Olivia cautiously reiterated what she had just said. I have long been aware of this. Let us discuss matters I know, such as why you have come to the kingdom of Herland. However, this narrow alley does not seem a suitable place for such discourse. Let us find another venue. Guwen promptly lifted Olivia, departing the alleyway, the sudden sensation of weightlessness causing her to struggle momentarily. Hey, do not take advantage of the height difference to lift me like this. It is quite impolite. Olivia, suspended in the air, was indignant. Even if her current status resembled that of a prisoner, she deserved better treatment. So, you are the regent of this kingdom? Within the tea room of the Duke's estate, designed specifically for conversation, Once the maid had prepared the tea and exited the room, Olivia, filled with questions, immediately inquired. She had anticipated being taken to the Holy Fire Church's stronghold, yet found herself in a lavish estate instead. From the maids along the way, she learned that Guwen was, in fact, a duke. The most outrageous revelation was that the Empress of this nation resided within the duke's manor. How could a cultist become a regent? As you can see, the old king has just passed away, and Her Majesty the Empress is still very young. My ascension to regent was unavoidable. Guwen blew gently on the steam rising from his tea, taking a small sip, the flavor reminiscent of his memories. Could it be that the Holy Fire Church has completely taken control of the entire nation? No, in truth, I am an undercover agent. I remain loyal to the Kingdom of Herland. The air grew suddenly still. Olivia felt an overwhelming sense that the Holy Fire Church was crumbling. There were numerous infiltrators. And even she, a bishop of the Holy Fire Church, was under the control of one, a situation from which she could not escape. Exhausted, she thought, let it all be destroyed. So why have you come to the Kingdom of Herland? Guwen posed the earlier question. Olivia wrestled with her thoughts. And under the weight of impending doom, she ultimately divulged the entire reason. I received news from Austin regarding the legacy of the Kingdom of Horos. Olivia's bright eyes brimmed with sincerity. Yet, was that so-called legacy not a mere fabrication? In the depths of Guwen's former self, there resided pertinent memories related to this very legacy. The Kingdom of Horos was once a vast realm that dominated the eastern continent 2 centuries ago, and tales have long circulated that it concealed a legacy buried somewhere beneath the eastern continent. This legacy was the ultimate product of its weaponry program. Some say that obtaining this ultimate weapon would grant the power to rule the continent. However, for a century, the Empire, the Holy See, and various factions scoured the eastern continent in search of it, yet discovered nothing. Now, 200 years have passed, and this matter has dwindled into mere myths spun by wandering poets. The consensus is that this so-called legacy is entirely fictitious. The Kingdom of Horos fell too swiftly in the face of the dark sorcerer's turmoil, leaving nothing behind. Initially, I too believed it to be a mere illusion. Yet I have indeed come across a parchment, inscribed with words declaring that the entrance to the ruins lies within a concealed door somewhere in the Kingdom of Helland, harboring a magical space where the ultimate weapon resides. Olivia retrieved an ancient, tattered parchment from her magical storage ring. Despite the numerous faded inscriptions, the primary content remained discernible. Naturally, a single parchment could easily be replicated, thus verifying the authenticity of this information was merely a trivial task for me. The real reason for my presence here was my suspicion that Austin was an undercover agent of the Holy See, and I intended to eliminate him. As I spoke those words, Olivia's expression remained unchanged, as if the act of taking a life was a mundane affair to her. When Guwen touched the parchment, the crown of time, residing within the system space, suddenly trembled. Touching the secrets hidden in history, a tale buried by time resurfaces, and one of the crown's powers awakens. Experience the past. Experience the past. You may enter a segment of history recorded by the crown of time, assuming the role of a significant figure therein to seek your own advantage. The crown of time has recorded the kingdom's epic, the buried ultimate weapon. You may enter at any time. The crown's tremor made Guwen realize the veracity of the contents inscribed on the parchment. It also illuminated the fact that his knowledge of the game's storyline did not encompass the entirety of the game world. It appears that this realm harbors many secrets unknown to him, who once was a player. Olivia, I am grateful for your revelation. History has been documented. And Guwen promptly returned the parchment to Olivia. However, it was evident that Olivia did not appreciate the gesture. Should I then express my gratitude? She retorted. Could one refrain from saying it? Perhaps, if she did not voice it, her life might be forfeit. She realized that escape was futile. The control ring on her hand was impossible to remove. Chapter 21. Has the lily bloomed? Olivia sat uneasily, her fingers incessantly fidgeting, attempting to alleviate her anxiety. She glanced at Guwen, struggling to decipher his thoughts. What was the next course of action? Should they seek the legacy of the Kingdom of Horos? Earlier, Guwen had examined the parchment intently for quite some time, and Olivia had thought he had formulated a plan regarding the legendary kingdom's inheritance. However, he dismissed this notion. Though he acknowledged the authenticity of the Kingdom of Horos' legacy, he deemed it imprudent to expend excessive energy on it at present. The followers of the Holy Fire Church within the Kingdom of Herland posed an ever-volatile threat, despite their seemingly negligible danger. A 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an ant's nest. Thus, he resolved to first neutralize this trivial hazard and ensure internal stability before pursuing the so-called legacy. No, I require your assistance in dealing with those cultists. As their esteemed bishop, You should be capable of relocating or eliminating them without issue, correct? Guwen mused, resting his chin on his hand, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Once I eliminate the infiltrator, it would suffice to transfer all the followers of the Holy Fire Church from the Kingdom of Hurland. Olivia spread her hands, finding the task rather straightforward. Initially, she had intended to investigate whether Austin was indeed the infiltrator. Yet now, under control, she seethed internally, condemning Austin to death in her mind. All this trouble to investigate you, and I've ended up in this predicament. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't be in such a state. Time was of the essence. She felt they should depart immediately. Helpless and vulnerable, Olivia refrained from venting her frustration on Guwen, instead directing her ire towards the unwitting Austin. Guwen contemplated. He had been away for quite some time, and failure to return might arouse suspicion among the Holy Fire Church's followers. Just as he rose to escort Olivia away, he collided with another figure. Feeling a heavy blow to his chest, Guwen managed to catch the nearly stumbling Glena, exclaiming, "Glena, what is you in such a hurry that you almost knocked me over?" As he spoke, he released a surge of life energy from his palm, gently easing the pain in Glena's head. "My lord, you have finally returned. I was simply worried, having not seen you for so long." Glena stood close to Guwen, her face flushed, reaching all the way to her ears. The sweat from her training still clung to her, as she had rushed out upon hearing of his return. She had merely intended to greet the long-absent Duke, unaware that she would collide with him instead. Realizing the presence of others around her, Glena reluctantly took small steps back, maintaining an appropriate distance from Guwen. "Your Grace, who might this be?" Glena inquired, noticing the ever-present Olivia by Guwen's side. Observing Olivia, whose demeanor exuded an air of aloofness, her delicate features seemed to have been meticulously crafted by an artist's brush, radiating an inexplicable pride and severity. Her silvery hair cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, the tips brushing against her exquisite collarbone, yet without a hint of fragility, rather accentuating her strikingly regal aura. A flicker of wariness ignited within Glena. Could it be that the Duke has taken a fancy to someone? Glena found herself lost in fanciful thoughts. Her name is Olivia. She is, I suppose, a friend of mine. Upon hearing Guwen's introduction, Glena sighed in relief and greeted Olivia. However, Olivia remained unresponsive, her demeanor as frosty as ever, which left Glena feeling somewhat dejected. Yet, the truth was not that Olivia was cold, but rather that she had begun to entertain daydreams. From the moment she first laid eyes on Glena, she perceived her as a delicate porcelain doll, yearning to draw her into a warm embrace. Those lively eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the cosmos, exquisitely sculpted like precious gems. Olivia pondered whether she could express her affection for Glena through tender gestures, realizing only today that her affections lay with girls. If Guwen could hear the thoughts of those around him, he would be struck by a singular notion. Blossoms of home, are the lilies about to bloom? Although Guwen could not hear thoughts, he could certainly see the unmistakable disappointment etched on Glena's face. As a child, she had already felt a sense of inferiority from a lack of attention, and now, to greet someone only to receive a cold shoulder? In exasperation, Guwen prodded the seemingly aloof, yet actually lost in thought Olivia. "Olivia, this is Her Majesty the Queen. Kindly extend the respect she deserves." Upon Guwen's words, Olivia finally registered that this adorable little girl was attempting to greet her, and realizing her failure to respond in a timely manner had seemingly disappointed Glena. She felt utterly remorseful, wishing to chastise herself for her oversight. "Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize. I was lost in thought and inadvertently overlooked your feelings. I hope you can forgive me." Olivia slid gracefully to Glena's feet, grasping her hands and weeping profusely, as if confessing on the brink of death. This unexpected display left Glena utterly astonished, especially as Olivia used her hands to wipe her tears. In her embarrassment, Glena found herself at a loss, unsure whether to withdraw her hand. The contrast was striking. Where had that aloof girl gone? In desperation, Glena cast a pleading glance towards Guwen for assistance. Olivia appeared to wipe her tears with Glena's hand, yet in truth, she seized the opportunity to touch Glena's delicate fingers. "So fragrant and soft, just as I anticipated. I am utterly enamored," Olivia exclaimed. "Your Majesty, the Empress has already granted you forgiveness. Please return to normalcy." At that moment, Guwen longed to cast Olivia out, for he scarcely recognized this individual. Just moments ago, he had openly declared that Olivia was his friend, yet now she had begun to act absurdly. "Glena, I shall take her out to attend to some matters. We shall return shortly." Guwen employed the same tactic once more, lifting Olivia and vanishing swiftly within the estate. Should this drama queen continue her performance, she might soon find herself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Meanwhile, on the street, Guwen and the restored Olivia stood outside the sanctum of the sacred fire. Your recent antics have brought me great embarrassment. Henceforth, do not appear before Glena, Guwen asserted, feeling a sense of frustration he could scarcely articulate. No, please. I beg you. I shall refrain from any more absurdities. I believe I have found true love. Glena is my true love. At these words, Guwen was rendered speechless. Choosing to disregard her outburst, he maintained a stern expression and declared, there is no need to discuss this further. Our priority now is to resolve the matter with the followers of the sacred fire. Chapter 22. Night raid upon Guwen's return to the chaotic stronghold. He once again reflected on the absurdity of the situation. Why must perfectly good cultists forsake their purpose to open a tavern? Truly lamentable. Fortunately, Guwen's purpose for this visit was not to critique the outpost. He had learned from others that Austin was presently in the basement level. Thus, he led Olivia directly downstairs to seek out Austin. At that moment, Austin seemed to be engaged in conversation with certain individuals when he suddenly sensed footsteps approaching from behind. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Who goes there? Austin fixed his gaze on the figure ascending the stairs until Guwen finally appeared. Through the dim candlelight, Austin recognized the brash newcomer. Startled, his voice rose a notch. Did I not specify that no one was to disturb me? I am in communication with a significant figure from the faith. Austin shot a glare at Guwen. In response, Guwen began his own theatrical display, feigning innocence as he fidgeted with his hands in front of him. Elder, I had no idea you forbade us from seeking you out. I just returned, and no one mentioned it, he explained. Observing Guwen's clear yet foolish demeanor, Austin found himself both amused and exasperated. How did I end up with such a novice? I have a persistent feeling that you will be the death of me. Regaining his composure, Austin continued with a hint of curiosity. Well then, what is it that you require from me? Did you encounter some trouble during your outing? Soon, Austin noticed a head peeking out behind Guwen. Elder, I encountered someone outside who claims to be our esteemed bishop of the Holy Faith. I was skeptical, so I captured her, believing you could unveil her disguise. After finishing his words, Guwen pushed Olivia forward. Bishop? Who dares to impersonate the esteemed bishop of the Holy Faith? Initially, Austin suspected it might be the fearsome Bishop Olivia, but upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. After all, how could that formidable figure arrive here quietly? According to his expectations, she should not have been due for several days. Do you think I am genuine or false, Austin? Just as Austin sought to reassure himself, Olivia spoke. Her voice was unsettlingly familiar, as she resembled a merciless witch. When Austin was appointed as the elder of this place, he had encountered Olivia in person. That encounter had nearly cost him his life, making it impossible for him to forget her. Her image was etched in his memory. In an instant, her voice resurrected memories of his brush with death. Piercing recollections emerged from the depths of his mind. Unbidden images of a face he dreaded began to overlap with the girl before him. Austin's pupils contracted, a manifestation of his fear. Remember now? Olivia smiled faintly, her fingers slicing through the air as she conjured a bright flame from nothingness. The light illuminated the entire space, extinguishing any last vestiges of Austin's hope. As Olivia flexed her wrist, Guwen finally relinquished his grip on her powers, leaving her feeling vulnerable. Milady, how could I ever forget you? It is merely your sudden appearance that has taken me by surprise. Austin's expression shifted with the swiftness of a page turning in a book, adopting an air of reverence. A fleeting shadow flickered in his eyes. Milady, I shall arrange a room for you at once. Very well. Clearly, Olivia had no intention of wasting words on this traitor, who was on the verge of being crushed under her might. Why not eliminate him immediately? Because Olivia and Guwen had discussed it. Austin seemed to have premeditated this scheme, intending to lure her, the esteemed bishop of the Holy Fire, into a trap. Curiosity piqued Guwen's interest. Although curiosity may lead to peril, the unresolved questions would surely consume him. The day passed uneventfully, yet Guwen sensed the air becoming increasingly dense. The tavern at the stronghold had closed its doors early. Nightfall descended silently. Mist swirled beneath the cold moon, the indifferent moonlight slowly shifting across the night sky. An oppressive sense of suffocation enveloped the atmosphere, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Olivia sat quietly at the edge of the bed, restlessly swinging her pale legs. As if struck by a sudden thought, a mischievous smile graced Olivia's face as she beckoned to Guwen, who sat across from her. My Lord Duke, the long night stretches on. Do you not find this stillness rather lonely? Her voice, like the delicate chime of silver bells, enveloped Guwen. It seemed she had entirely forgotten her previous pitiable demeanor. Just as Guwen rose, he sensed a formidable force approaching at an alarming speed from the distance. Evidently, some individuals were growing impatient. Olivia swiftly brought her fingers together, conjuring a massive shield of energy that materialized outside the room. To her astonishment, the incoming attack pierced through the shield instantaneously, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended from the ruins of the stronghold. It was evident that the feeble cultists had been utterly annihilated by the earlier onslaught. There was no need for Guwen to devise a solution, with no remnants left. What was there to resolve? Amidst the swirling dust, Olivia clutched her left hand, blood streaming from it, clearly indicating that the impact of the attack had inflicted severe strain on her. Do you take such delight in showing off? Guwen feigned reproach. Yet the life energy he had gathered flowed unreservedly into Olivia's hand, aiding her recovery. Thanks to the skill effect of Born of the Earth, Guwen had no concerns about depleting his life energy. It replenished itself automatically, akin to a solar-powered generator. The strength of my opponent far exceeds my own. I surmise they are an extraordinary being of 6th-tier caliber. If you lack confidence, I can hold them off to buy you some time to escape. As she spoke, Olivia raised her right hand, adorned with the control ring that Guwen had imposed. With this in place, even if I were reluctant to intervene, you would compel me to do so, would you not? A struggle and a sense of melancholy flickered in Olivia's eyes. Guwen was somewhat taken aback by her reaction. Despite the dire circumstances, she still offered her assistance. Why the long face? Have I ever claimed that I cannot match my adversary? As the dust began to settle, a man enveloped in golden radiance descended from the heavens, wielding a gilded bow with an arrow nocked. A blazing sword mark adorned his forehead. Olivia feigned weakness, fixing her gaze upon the man. Ahem, are you from the church? How did you come to know of my presence here? The man remained silent, merely placing his hand upon the bowstring, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow to Olivia. Is this the church's manner? Cannot we meet our end with clarity? Guwen rushed forward, and due to his innate ability feigning weakness, the man perceived no threat from him. To the man, Guwen appeared merely as a mortal. Perhaps it was the fact that Guwen was but a commoner that prompted the man to speak. How dare a lowly mortal question me? Chapter 23. Underestimating me will lead to your downfall. Do you, an ordinary individual, truly wish to join this feudal cult? If you step aside now and do not impede my intention to eliminate her, I shall present you with an opportunity to alter your destiny. The man, initially prepared to forcefully pursue his aim, halted his actions and began to persuade Guwen. Guwen remained silent, merely shaking her head in a gesture of refusal. The man offered a slight smile, exuding an irresistible arrogance as he resumed his entreaties. Perhaps you are unaware of certain truths. I am Axel, an enforcer of the Holy See, the undisputed beacon of justice on this continent, while the individual behind you is an unrepentant heretic of the Church of the Holy Fire. Should you step aside now, I could recommend your induction into the Holy See, and you would not meet an untimely demise. In an attempt to underscore the righteousness of the Holy See, Axel aimed to persuade a mere follower of the Church of the Holy Fire to abandon their allegiance, thereby diminishing the influence of this heretical organization. How is our elder, Austin? You haven't harmed him, have you? Guwen lowered her gaze and, after a brief moment of silence, posed this question. Axel erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. How could I possibly harm him? It was Austin who played a pivotal role in capturing the elusive leader of the Church of the Holy Fire, hidden away in the shadows. What do you mean by that? Guwen's voice trembled with disbelief as she pointed an accusing finger at Axel. Olivia, standing behind Guwen, mimicked a state of severe injury, her demeanor quaking with feigned fear. You have harmed Austin? Olivia inquired sorrowfully, her voice laced with anguish. Axel reveled in a twisted delight at the expressions of Guwen and Olivia. How could that be? Perhaps you deserve to know the truth. For it is cruel to face death with lingering doubts. With a wave of his hand, a figure emerged from the nearby alleyway. It was Austin. However, he was clad in garments strikingly similar to Axel's own attire. Your Grace, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am a member of the Holy See's Court of Justice, as well as a noble viscount of the Empire. I have endured your insults and bided my time, all to gain your trust, and then contact Lord Axel to resolve you in one fell swoop. At this moment, Austin believed himself to be in an unassailable position, revealing all in hopes of witnessing Olivia's face twist with regret and despair. As the time drew near, Axel looked down upon the two with disdain. What have you decided? Will you embrace your demise alongside heretics, or will you join the Holy See and contribute your strength? Now comes the time for a test of your acting skills. In Guwen's eyes, there was a struggle. He first glanced at the injured Olivia sprawled on the ground, then turned his gaze towards Axel. With great difficulty, he took a step toward Axel. Behind him, Olivia's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing the impossible. She desperately grasped Guwen's leg, pleading, "Don't leave, stay with me." Trembling, Guwen tore her hand away, looking at her in horror. "No. How could I possibly stay and accompany you to your demise? Abandon that thought." Due to the melodramatic rift between Guwen and Olivia, Axel and Austin remained oblivious to the insincerity of the situation, instead laughing heartily. "How dare you, a mere cult, presume that ordinary people would willingly follow you to their deaths?" Austin's taunts grated on Guwen, yet he maintained a facade of fear. Axel, satisfied, watched as Guwen approached him. "Indeed, your choice is commendable, your demise is imminent." With that, he began to slowly draw his bowstring, gathering power at the arrow's tip. At that moment, when Axel let down his guard, Guwen unleashed a powerful punch, striking with the force of a thunderbolt. Endowed with the might of a dragon, his blow crashed into Axel's abdomen like a falling meteor. In an instant, Axel felt his internal organs shift violently. The energy he had been gathering abruptly disrupted. The sheer force of the strike coursed through his body, creating a cyclone of power that shattered the clouds above. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Axel succumbed to unconsciousness, gravely injured. As he slipped into darkness, a singular thought plagued him. How could an ordinary person possess such formidable strength? After delivering that devastating blow, Guwen checked to see if Axel had perished. Fortunately, as a high-level extraordinary being, Axel merely fainted from his injuries, his vitality proving remarkably resilient. "I struck with such force. How are you still alive? I thought you were a mere wooden post." Moments earlier, Guwen had attempted to use the control ring to subdue Axel, but to his dismay, the system indicated that their powers were too closely matched. The ring could only be applied when the opponent was weakened or unable to resist. "Very well, let us see how my control ring fares." With a thought, he activated the skill successfully, and soon, an inconspicuous bracelet appeared on Axel's right wrist. "Please don't kill me, Your Excellency. I swear I'll never act so arrogantly again." Meanwhile, Austin, realizing the situation had turned dire, sought to flee, wishing he could sprout 100 legs to escape. However, as a second-tier extraordinary being, even 100 legs could not outrun Olivia, who had him pinned beneath her foot. "Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago, Lady Olivia?" The Viscountess of the Empire mockingly taunted Austin beneath her feet, occasionally stepping down with force. Notably, Olivia was barefoot due to the sudden onset of the previous skirmish. Guwen, witnessing this scene, could only think one thing. This is not punishment. This is clearly a reward for him. Let me take his place. Of course, Guwen merely entertained the thought. Nevertheless, he could not allow Olivia to reward that insufferable spy. He promptly lifted her into his arms. Guwen simply relished the sensation of holding someone. As for Austin on the ground, Guwen deftly cast the control ring upon him, sending him rolling away smoothly. "What are you doing?" Olivia exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden embrace. Her expression bore a mix of pride, disdain, and disgust. "The ground is strewn with debris. I'm concerned you might hurt your feet, so I intend to help you find some shoes," Guwen replied, awkwardly pulling out her footwear. Olivia was somewhat speechless. "Well, thank you, I suppose. Please put them on for me," she said, her small feet squirming in Guwen's hands. Hey, don't wiggle around. If you do, I might tickle you." "No, haha, stop it. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Haha, don't tickle me." Chapter 24. The Curse. Axel, a remarkable 6th-tier extraordinary being, possessed exceptional physical prowess. Even after sustaining severe injuries and losing consciousness, he awoke merely half an hour later. "Where am I?" Axel wondered, disoriented from the blow he had suffered. It was evident that he was no longer in the location of the earlier battle. He felt as though he had drunk too much, with a burning pain radiating throughout his body. Realizing he had been knocked out during the fight, Axel suddenly halted his breath, instinctively reaching for his golden bow. Not only was it a high-tier artifact, but it was also the source of much of his power. Without his weapon, his combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Yet, his hand grasped at nothing, and after a fruitless search, he could not find the golden bow. "Are you looking for this?" Olivia's voice chimed in front of him. At that moment, she donned a black dress and casually toyed with the golden bow that Axel sought. "Wretched witch, give it back to me." Watching his prized bow being handled so carelessly by Olivia made Axel feel akin to a wronged husband whose wife had been stolen away by a blonde-haired scoundrel. He charged forward in anger, intent on reclaiming the bow. However, the control ring affixed to him afforded no opportunity for resistance. A victim must feel utterly powerless. Axel instantly sensed his strength being siphoned away, an overwhelming force pinning him to the ground. The moment he entertained any thought of defiance, he would be met with the excruciating pain of 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. "Ah, what is happening? What have you done to me?" Olivia had not anticipated Axel's reaction to be so intense. However, it was evident that she relished the fervent barking of Axel in that moment. She carelessly tossed aside the golden bough, showing no regard for the heartbroken expression on Axel's face. Although she initially contemplated stepping on Axel's face, Guwen's admonition against rewarding them resurfaced in her mind. While she could not fathom why trampling them would be considered a reward by Guwen, she reluctantly suppressed the urge to inflict such humiliation. How could it be any more apparent? Mr. Enforcer, you are now a captive, a slave whose body and spirit are under control. You may interpret this as having signed a contract of servitude. Axel gazed at her in disbelief. He could not accept it. As a high-tier extraordinary being, it was impossible for him to be bound by a mere slave contract unless it was of a high-tier magical nature. He exerted every ounce of strength within him, striving to shatter the so-called shackles of servitude. Yet despair soon enveloped him, for he felt not a trace of power. All that remained was the excruciating agony that coursed through his very soul as he attempted to resist. Olivia observed with a cold demeanor. She was well aware of the sensation of losing all power, yet she had long since grown accustomed to it. Austin, teach him a lesson, until he is thoroughly convinced. You may employ any instruments of torture at your disposal. As long as he does not perish, all wounds can be healed. As you command, master. Emerging from the shadows, Austin now obeyed Olivia's directives at Guwen's behest. He was on the verge of tears, having already been subdued at that moment. He yearned for Axel to experience the same torment he had endured. With Olivia having departed, the room was filled solely with the voices of Austin and Axel. Austin, how dare you strike me? What does your dog bark about? We are now equals, both slaves. Cease this at once. I have endured 2 years as your mole, only to be subjected to torment. It infuriates me, and I shall not rest until I have vanquished you. Do not hit me again. I yield. I yield. No. You have not yielded. I shall strike. Olivia hastened to Guwen's side, inexplicably drawn to him. The followers of the Holy Fire cult within the borders of the Helen Kingdom have been ordered to withdraw and disperse to surrounding nations, tasked with assassinating royal members by any means necessary. Thank you, Olivia. As his words fell, the system's notification chimes followed in quick succession. Your dominance has become intolerable to others, to the extent that even the cult has been expelled from the kingdom. Under your directive, the surrounding kingdoms have suffered unwarranted calamities. Reward acquired. Spell. Eternal soul. The spellbound will possess an indomitable soul. No external force can influence the soul of the spellcaster, rendering it impervious to corruption or destruction. Resilient and unyielding. This spell can only take effect on one individual at a time. The effect of this spell reminded Guwen of the higher-ups of the Holy Fire sect, who would be tainted by some unknown entity in the later stages of the game. Even Olivia, who was already a 10th-tier powerhouse within the narrative, was no exception. While pondering how to prevent Olivia from succumbing to that peculiar madness, this spell arrived just in time. Olivia's voice emerged beside him. If you truly appreciate my efforts, why not help me break this curse? She raised her right hand. Guwen was well aware of what she referred to, yet he merely shook his head. That's not feasible, but I can bestow upon you another gift. The ring of control was a safeguard. There was no way Guwen would willingly sever that safety net. Nevertheless, the spell could indeed be cast upon Olivia. Do not move. He placed his hand atop Olivia's head, and as his magical energy continued to converge, the radiance of the magic circle grew increasingly resplendent, akin to stars shimmering in the darkness. The surrounding atmosphere began to distort, as if time and space were shaken by this formidable magical force. Fortunately, the system's constraining power prevented this energy from dissipating. Spell. Eternal Soul successfully applied, commencing activation. This sensation is delightful. It feels as though the coldness within my body has been entirely purged. Olivia, sensing her condition, discovered that the anomalous forces within her had all returned to their original state. The Holy Fire sect periodically summoned numerous bishops and archbishops to the sacred land for the refining and sublimation of the Holy Fire, aiding them in swiftly enhancing their strength. However, after several recent sessions of refinement, Olivia had consistently felt an unsettling disquiet within her heart. Now, that unease had vanished, replaced solely by tranquility. This is my gift to you. I believe it will prove beneficial. Guwen withdrew his hand, the spell successfully cast, and Olivia should not repeat her previous mistakes. Olivia pointed towards the agonized screams emanating from the room. What do you plan to do about them? Will you kill them? Guwen merely smiled at this. Why would we kill them? They are already established infiltrators of the Holy See and will not raise any suspicion. Are you not concerned that the ancient ones within the Holy See might nullify your control? Olivia expressed concern over the efficacy of Guwen's methods. Given the multitude of strong individuals present in the Holy See system, can my ring of control be undone by others? Once the ring of control is activated, it cannot be undone unless the host voluntarily releases it. No one can detect it. Upon hearing the system's response, Guwen finally felt relieved. There is no need for concern. My methods, even in the presence of a deity, cannot be broken. Chapter 25. Arranging the Infiltrators. Olivia, upon hearing Guwen's words, found it hard not to suspect he was exaggerating. Although deities exist solely within the realm of legends, they are indeed entities adorned with the title of God. How could one possibly escape such dominion? Come, let us observe the two of them. The sounds within the room gradually diminished, likely due to Austin's exhaustion. My lord, you have arrived? This rugged individual has already been thoroughly subdued by my efforts. Upon seeing Guwen enter, Austin instantly shed all traces of fatigue, donning a sycophantic smile. This was a matter of necessity, for he had become a slave, having struck down the formidable Lord Axel. There was no turning back to the Holy See. Thus, Austin's sole intention now was to cling tightly to Guwen's metaphorical leg. With his extraordinary abilities, Guwen effortlessly vanquished the powerful Axel. He was indeed a golden pillar of support. There was no other option. My lord, I concede. Axel now comprehended that without his powers, he was no different from a mere beggar on the street. Even a slight infliction of pain could utterly dismantle his defenses. His body bore numerous wounds still oozing blood. When suddenly a surge of life energy enveloped him, and his injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. As the agony receded, Axel felt as though he were basking in a gentle spring breeze. I require both of you to return to the Holy See as undercover agents, employing any means necessary to elevate your standing within the order. Is that feasible? Upon hearing this, Axel felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Not only would he betray the order as an undercover agent, but he would also unhesitatingly acknowledge himself as a heretic if it meant returning to the Holy See. With his status, he could easily seek the Archbishop's aid to resolve this so-called control. There is nothing that high-level purification magic cannot mend. However, Austin felt a twinge of bitterness, for having once been an undercover agent, he found himself in the same predicament again. 3 years, and then another 3? Yet, if you wish to leverage the Holy See to free yourself from my influence, you must tread carefully. For should you inadvertently reveal yourselves, the consequences of this control will subject you to indescribable torment before your demise. Guwen discerned his thoughts and issued a direct warning. As for Axel and Austin, would they be willing to endure suffering to inform the order of this matter? Their fear of death reached its zenith, and they likely would not dare. To ensure they understood he was not jesting, Guwen allowed them a brief experience of the pain. The instantaneous agony rendered them voiceless. A few seconds of such torment nearly brought Axel to the brink of consciousness. Now do you comprehend that I am not jesting? Guwen had no intention of playing the benevolent savior. His ambition was to stand atop the continent, exerting dominion over all. Thus, he was prepared to pursue any means necessary. There was nothing he would refrain from if it served his purpose. Understood, understood. The two individuals gasped for breath, responding in unison, fearful that even a moment's delay would subject them to that sensation once more. This compelled Axel to retract his original thoughts. He was gripped by fear, terrified that exposure without resolution would lead to a dire fate. In that case, you may return. I possess means to contact you. Your sole task now is to elevate your standing within the Holy See. Those ensnared by the control ring could be communicated with, regardless of distance, a feature that Guwen had discovered quite unexpectedly. The system functioned merely as an unintelligent interface, requiring him to explore its capabilities independently. Yes, my lord. Guwen released his grip on their powers, and Axel reveled in the sensation of his regained strength, though thoughts of rebellion did not cross his mind. Axel readily agreed. Then, with a despondent Austin in tow, soared toward the central Holy See of the continent. As for Austin, who had just assaulted him, retribution would be swift and tenfold. Nevertheless, Axel resolved to accelerate the implementation of certain plans upon his return. Should he be deemed of no further value, his fate would be sealed. He had often perpetrated similar actions himself, hence when the tables turned, he felt the weight of the consequences. Having infiltrated the colossal Holy See with your agents, your actions could very well disrupt the already stable order, plunging the realm into chaos. Reward acquired. Unique item. Necklace of Sin. Killing those steeped in sin could indeed be a boon. Good deeds deserve just recompense. The sins of slain targets will convert into enhanced power. Your strength dependent upon the wickedness of your foes. What are your plans for me next, my lord? Guwen watched as the two vanished into the night, when suddenly, Olivia approached him closely. Hey, Olivia, what are you doing so near? You weren't like this before. Surely it can't be my overwhelming charm? Sometimes. Excessive confidence is not a virtue. Bored. What charm do you possess aside from controlling others? Olivia crossed her arms, regarding Guwen with disdain, her expression mocking him as if he were insignificant. You're just like them. Go back to the holy fire cult as an undercover. Reflecting on it, both major sects had their agents in place, which sparked a hint of excitement. By the way, Olivia, wear this. Guwen produced the necklace of sin. He lacked the time for daily violence, and Olivia, the little sorceress, thrived in such endeavors. A fine horse deserves a fine saddle. Guwen leaned down to drape the necklace around Olivia's neck, an intimate gesture that made her uneasy, her toes lightly tapping the ground. What are you doing? Are you giving me a token of affection, you rogue? Regarding Olivia's peculiar thought process, Guwen merely rolled his eyes in response. What are you contemplating? This is an extraordinary object, presumably capable of converting the demise of those burdened with sins into energy that enhances one's strength. I am merely concerned that your progression is too sluggish. I hope that when we meet again, your prowess will match my expectations. Guwen affectionately ruffled Olivia's hair, having long desired to do so, and finally found a justifiable opportunity. Well, it is time to bid farewell. Guwen withdrew his hand and stepped back a few paces. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Olivia suddenly felt a pang of reluctance, surprised by the abruptness of their parting. She turned back thrice, her words caught in her throat. Ultimately, Olivia departed, leaving Guwen alone beneath the moonlight, his silhouette elongated. The matter concerning the cultists had reached a conclusion, and now he needed to devise ways to bolster the comprehensive strength of the kingdom of Herland. Guwen gazed into the unknown distance. The primary narrative on the eastern continent involved a massive invasion by the undead, leading to widespread suffering and devastating casualties. Even with his formidable abilities, he was but one man, and there were numerous innocent lives to protect. Having ventured here, he must create some miracles. Chapter 26. Simulated epic. He clenched his fists. Ultimately, his strength was still insufficient. He was currently merely a specialized warrior with a physical power rating of 7. This was far from adequate, should he be outmaneuvered. Even if he were not killed, he would be exhausted. Fortunately, time was still on his side, and with his foresight and external assistance, he would surely emerge victorious in the end. Guwen returned to that familiar grand bed. Even in the late hours of the night, the night shift maids in the mansion diligently attended to their duties. As Qing Shui had been assigned to serve Glena, Guwen's current maid was Qiu. Master, do you require a bath? Qiu inquired, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Guwen. After all, bathing would certainly involve some special services. No, I wish to sleep directly. I am far too weary. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Lady Wenli is in your room. She requested to care for you alone tonight. Qiu's face was burning with embarrassment. She had not anticipated Lady Wenli would be so forward. Although she, too, wished to be so bold, her shyness rendered her awkward. What is Lady Wenli doing in my room? Guwen felt perplexed. Why was she coming to attend to him at such a late hour? Lady Wenli mentioned this is your punishment for her, Qiu answered softly, stealing a glance at Guwen. Master, you remain as captivating as ever. Upon hearing Qiu's response, Guwen recalled the jest he had made regarding a punishment. It was merely a playful tease directed at Wenli. How could she take it so seriously? This left Guwen in a quandary, neither advancing nor retreating. Master, I shall take my leave now. With Guwen's consent, Qiu hurriedly covered her flushed face and dashed away, fearful of overhearing something she ought not to. The very thought of the usually stern Lady Wenli presenting herself in such a manner that night was beyond her belief. After a moment's contemplation, Guwen pushed open the door. What was there to fear? After all, he was the master. Could Lady Wenli truly devour him? No fear, no fear. Guwen reassured himself as he stepped into the room. At first glance, he was greeted by a pair of exquisitely long legs, akin to those sculpted from white jade. Delicate and smooth, gradually revealed beneath the high hem of her skirt. A hem. He was certainly not hungry, nor did he wish to partake in anything. The attire worn by Wenli was such that Guwen dared not gaze too long. The fabric was woefully scant. One might think that this duke was so parsimonious as to skimp even on the fabric for a maid's uniform. Wenli's expression was equally uneasy. This outfit, recommended by Glena, was said to be the style most capable of capturing a man's attention. Heaven knows how shy she felt upon receiving the design for this garment. When she approached the maid responsible for clothing in the duke's estate, the peculiar glances cast her way made her feel as if she were under scrutiny. At that moment, Guwen's eyes fell upon her, and she felt as though her face might drip with embarrassment. Yet, it was evident that the outfit was effective. It truly managed to captivate her master's gaze. Guwen lightly rubbed his forehead, for after a few glances, he dared not look again. He genuinely feared committing a transgression. Who could remain unperturbed in such a situation? Especially with Wen Li's bashful expression. Guwen felt as though he had been genuinely wounded. This girl truly did not comprehend the extent of her allure in such attire. Guwen swiftly approached Wen Li. The sudden proximity startled her, yet she had steeled herself for this encounter. To her surprise, Guwen took a coat from the hanger and draped it over her shoulders. You are dressed too lightly. Do not catch a chill. Although the room was indeed cooled by ongoing magical enchantments, how could Wen Li, a second-tier extraordinary being, possibly catch cold? Wen Li exclaimed, this is not what I envisioned. All right, Wen Li, I am going to bed now. You should rest as well. With that, Guwen gently ushered her out of the room, genuinely afraid that he might falter further if she lingered. It was only when she stood in the corridor that Wen Li fully comprehended the situation. How infuriating! How could the master endure such a temptation and not seize the opportunity? Though rejected and internally tumultuous, Wen Li refused to relent. Instead, she resolved to be even more resolute in her pursuit. Meanwhile, Guwen, lying in bed, found his desire for sleep utterly extinguished by this provocation. His strength was ample, rendering sleep largely unnecessary, yet his energy was boundless. He then retrieved the crown of time, intending to review the contents triggered by the crown before. Since sleep eluded him, he might as well indulge his curiosity. The crown, suspended in the palm of Guwen's hand, emitted a gentle glow as he opened the epic history of kingdoms recorded within the crown of time. The ultimate weapon buried. The kingdom of Holos discovered that the mortal army was incapable of quelling the uprising related to extraordinary powers, while the formation of an extraordinary army was progressing too slowly. Thus, the chief scientist of the Holos kingdom, Kassa, developed an implantable substance known as the magic crystal core. By implanting this core, one could absorb magic to enhance and refine oneself. Thanks to the emergence of the magic crystal core, the Holos kingdom swiftly established a large army of extraordinary beings, sweeping across the eastern continent and annihilating other smaller nations. During this process, Kassa identified a flaw in the magic crystal core. Its enhancement was limited and could not infinitely strengthen the human body. After years of research, Kassa created an unprecedented magic crystal core that could continuously convert magic to refine the human body, albeit at the cost of rapidly consuming one's lifespan. Kassa found thousands of test subjects, all of whom failed without exception, as this magic crystal core required compatibility. Failure to achieve this compatibility resulted in excruciating pain and a drastic depletion of vitality. Undeterred, Kassa intensified his search for new experimental subjects. A girl brought to him became the new target, and this time, Kassa discovered that the experiment was a success. He named the girl the ultimate weapon of the Holos kingdom, and indeed, she became the kingdom's secret weapon. The kingdom, beset by countless remnants of fallen nations rising in rebellion, was plunged into endless warfare. The girl, as the ultimate weapon, unleashed astonishing power. However, over the course of 3 years of suppression, her vitality was drained, and on the day following the war's conclusion, she passed away. Subsequently, the kingdom fell into ruin once more, leaving behind a solitary legacy, the magic crystal core capable of infinitely enhancing the human body. The content has been presented. You may choose to enter this historical simulation at any time and embody a character within this narrative, altering the known outcome and reaping unforeseen results. The magic crystal core? This is precisely what I require. I wonder if I can acquire the method of its creation. How much time will my simulation consume? As the master of the crown, Guwen could engage in simple communication with it. The crown shimmered, delivering its answer. Your simulation will feel akin to a dream, ranging from a few seconds to several hours. Contemplating this, Guwen promptly conveyed his intention to commence the simulation to the crown of time. After all, it was merely a dream-like duration. Let it begin. Chapter 27. The Servant of the Ultimate Weapon. 1. Just as the calm surface of water ripples with a sudden disturbance, Guwen felt a force of attraction enveloping him. His consciousness traversed countless strange symbols, eventually landing within a beam of light. Simulation successful. Your identity is that of Guwen Bed, the servant of the ultimate weapon, Evelina. During this simulation, your innate ability is overclocked learning. Unexpected demise, or the completion of this historical narrative, signifies the end of the simulation. Now, commence your performance. As the dizziness began to dissipate, an abrasive and irksome voice pierced through to Guwen's ears. Guwen, are you still indulging in slumber? Even the serfs in this household rise early to toil. Cannot you do the same? Truly, you are a bastion of disgrace for the Bade family. The haughty young master brandished his whip, striking Guwen directly across the back. The searing pain from the lash jolted Guwen's consciousness awake, and he slowly opened his eyes. Beside the young master floated an introduction, Jade Bade, the eldest son of the Bade family in the kingdom of Halros, Guwen's nominal elder brother. Guwen had long grown accustomed to such treatment. However, the Guwen before him was no longer the timid victim of bullying he once was. Jade Bade, as the sole heir of the Bade family, had always acted with impunity, believing himself above reproach. To him, Guwen was little more than an illegitimate child, scarcely worthy of residing within the same castle as a noble. Now fully aware, Guwen directed a fierce blow at Jade's arrogant visage. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. The sound of breaking bone rang clear. Jade clutched his face, staring in disbelief at the blood staining his hands. Trembling, he was unsure whether it was from pain or shock. "You scoundrel! How dare you strike my face? Are you inciting rebellion?" Jade roared, pointing accusingly at Guwen. A few servants rushed in, their faces paling at the sight of Jade's bloodied nose. "Young master, who has harmed you?" Upon hearing the servant's inquiry, Jade's face darkened. "Do I need to answer that? Kill him." As Jade's loyal minions, the servants wasted no time in launching a brutal assault on Guwen. Guwen had overestimated the resilience of his new body. He could barely withstand a single punch. The force of the blow shattered his wrist. "This body is so fragile. I mustn't let them kill me." He sensed the magical energy emanating from the servants, clearly wielders of extraordinary power. The agony from his broken hand rendered Guwen incapable of mounting an effective defense. Before long, he was pinned to the ground, subjected to a merciless beating. Due to Guwen's defiance, it was evident that Jade had intent to kill. What a mess. Is the simulation about to fail right from the start? Guwen felt several ribs crack under the relentless assault. It appeared Jade was indeed resolved to take his life. The blows from all directions caused Guwen's vision to fade, and he began to lose consciousness. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated throughout the room. "Wretched son, do you wish to tarnish the Bade family with the stain of fratricide? Cease this at once." Guwen gazed at the newcomer against the light. Dalbeat, the current head of the Bade family. It turns out to be the nominal benefactor of this simulated identity. "Father, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. "He slapped me. I want to kill him." Despite Gad's astonishment at his father's sudden arrival, his mind was consumed by rage. Fixated solely on the thought of ending Guwen's life, he intended to continue ordering his servants to commit the act. Dal, taken aback by his son's audacity to openly defy him, thundered, "Do you not hear my words?" With a fierce stomp, a surge of powerful magic surged towards the frenzied servants before him. The frail bodies of the servants were instantly shattered under the onslaught of magic. "Father, why silence?" A large hand struck Gad's left cheek, leaving a glaring crimson mark. Gad stared at his father in disbelief, never expecting to be struck for such a trivial matter. "The esteemed Lord Casa is on his way to Chofing City, and I do not wish for the Bade family to be embroiled in scandal during this time. If our family's reputation draws his attention, the consequences are, I believe, well known to you." Dal seized Gad by the collar, pulling him close and warning him in a low, authoritative tone. Indeed, Dal had no affection for his son. In noble households, illegitimate children were the least valued. He feared that such a situation could bring calamity upon them. At the mere mention of Casa's name, Gad, who was usually reckless, swallowed hard in fear. In the kingdom of Horos, the name Casa was spoken in hushed tones, evoking dread. For that lord wielded power unparalleled, yet he had descended into madness. It was madness to seek the creation of a magical crystal core that rivaled miracles when all that was needed was to produce more of them. The grim reality was that many had been taken for experiments, both commoners and nobles alike, meeting gruesome fates. A certain Viscount family in a neighboring city had been entirely abducted for such purposes. Once, Gad had mocked them. Now, he found himself confronting the same peril. A chill ran down his spine. With his mind filled with rage, he felt an icy dread wash over him. Gad could no longer entertain any notions of rebellion. Should the Bade family's reputation become notorious in Chofing City, and that lord acted unpredictably, they could very well be the next family to be entirely taken. The thought sent shivers down his back. "Do you understand now?" Upon seeing his eldest son regain composure, Dal finally released him. "I understand, father. I will remain quiet from now on." Having grasped the gravity of the situation, Gad begrudgingly swallowed his pride. He cast a despondent glance at the unconscious Guwen on the ground, a cold smirk escaping his lips. "Enough, my own life takes precedence. As for that wretched fellow, let him linger a while longer." Dole departed, followed by Guard's sardonic exit. Left alone, Guwen raised a middle finger towards their retreating figures. "Damn it, once I gain my strength, the first order of business will be to eliminate you both." With blood and foam filling his mouth, Guwen could only curse inwardly, the agony of multiple fractures rendering him mute. He fixated on the ceiling, and soon a bottle of vibrant green potion caught his eye. What is this? The elegantly attired castle steward had appeared by his side unbeknownst to him. The master has decreed that you must not perish. Yet you mustn't incite chaos within the Bed family. This potion will heal your wounds. The steward spoke to himself, then uncorked the potion and poured it into Guwen's mouth. After a brief haze, Guwen's vision faded to black. Is this potion genuine? This was the last thought that crossed Guwen's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 28. The Servant of the Ultimate Weapon, 2. Upon regaining consciousness, Guwen felt an excruciating dryness in his mouth and throat. How parched I am. What is happening? He found himself still in his room. Yet when he attempted to speak, no sound emerged, as if he had been struck mute. Gasping for air, Guwen opened his mouth to speak, but it was futile. Shortly thereafter, the steward entered the room. Young master, you are awake? Guwen pointed to his mouth, indicating his inability to articulate words. Do not worry, young master. That potion has the effect of rendering one speechless, as per the master's instructions. Now that you are awake, the envoy of that esteemed individual has arrived. He requires your assistance. Please, follow me. The steward stepped out first, and instinctively, Guwen sensed something amiss. Yet, being at the mercy of others, he had no choice but to hasten after him. In the castle's reception hall, a man adorned with a silver insignia wore an expression of impatience. Accompanying him were Dole and Guard, both smiling obsequiously. It was evident that this man held a significant status, as even the proud Viscount Dole had lowered himself in his presence. Guwen soon entered the reception hall. Master, the individual has arrived, the steward announced before discreetly exiting the room. He understood that the conversations among such prominent figures were not meant for his ears. The more one knew, the swifter the demise. Upon seeing Guwen, Dole's face lit up, and he promptly pushed Guwen forward towards the man. My lord, this is my second son. Should Lord Casa require assistance, the Bed family stands ready to support you. As he spoke, Dole presented a substantial magical storage bag to the man in formal attire. My esteemed sir, these are some local specialties from Autumn Wind City, and I implore you to graciously accept them. Guwen watched in astonishment as the bribery unfolded between Dole and the man in formal attire. It appears that such practices have been an enduring tradition since ancient times, applicable even in the magical realm. The man in the formal attire casually glanced at the local delicacies he received. Excellent. The value of this specialty is quite substantial. This marks the umpteenth local product he has accepted during this journey. Lord Casa seeks to gather a cohort of experimental subjects from noble families, and it is fortunate that he adeptly undertook this formidable task. Reflecting on it now, the assignment indeed presents considerable challenges. After accepting the specialties, the man in the formal attire exchanged a few perfunctory pleasantries before departing with Guwen. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Dole cast a sidelong glance at his eldest son, Jader. He had been taken by Lord Casa. Ultimately, the Bed family sacrificed the small for the greater good. Dole feigned concern with a few insincere remarks, subtly reminding Jader to keep his tongue in check. Father, your methods are truly remarkable. I acknowledge my prior misjudgment. Even Jader, with his limited intellect, grasped the situation. Coincidentally, Lord Casa required noble offspring as experimental subjects. It is well known that the fate of experimental subjects is sealed. Thus, sending Guwen to serve in this capacity achieves a dual purpose. It would neither tarnish the Bed family's reputation nor eliminate this thorn in their side. Upon exiting, Guwen observed several covered carriages, evidently concealing other captured noble youths. Some bore expressions of despair, others appeared numb, while a few furiously pounded on the carriage walls. Guwen was unceremoniously tossed inside. Clearly, the carriage was ensorcelled with binding magic, for he soon discovered he could not escape. A faint magical barrier separated the interior from the exterior. From this day forth, you shall no longer possess your own names. As subjects of the kingdom's experimental center, you shall be identified solely by the numbers on your uniforms. Guwen was brought to this so-called experimental center. As he gazed upon the impassioned speaker on stage, his mind conjured the man's information. Casa, chief scientist of the Holos Kingdom. He had little interest in the so-called speech and began to survey his surroundings. The ground beneath the experimental subjects was cold and damp. His assigned number was 716. The others beside him bore similar numbers, all commencing with the digit 7. Could this signify the 7th batch of experimental subjects? After an hour of incessant chatter, Casa finally felt parched. He snapped his fingers, summoning a knight. Please see to the accommodation of this group of experimental subjects. Ensure they are assigned their tasks, as the labor force at the experimental center has been woefully insufficient. At once, my lord. The knight felt an overwhelming weight of pressure in the presence of Lord Casa, for this man truly was a madman, capable of violence at any moment. As Casa turned a corner, humming a tune, he entered an opulently adorned corridor. At the end lay a chamber, where a fervor ignited in his lifeless eyes. Evelina, my most exquisite creation, I have come to see you. Upon stepping into the room, Casa furrowed his brow, for the once pristine chamber was now marred by bloodstains. Clearly, Evelina had once again taken the life of her caretaker. He gazed wearily at the girl curled up on the bed, clutching her legs. Her crimson eyes appeared vacant, and her silvery hair shimmered with an ethereal glow. Were it not for the blood that sullied her form, Evelina would indeed be breathtaking. She was the perfect match for the magical crystal core that amplified his powers infinitely. Yet, it was evident that Evelina was somewhat dazed. The wounds within her soul and her mental numbness had transformed her into a weapon devoid of self-awareness. Consequently, Casa had summoned numerous individuals to serve as her caretakers, but typically, they would end up as mere pools of blood by the following day. Sensing Casa's presence, Evelina rose, her magic swirling around her. Who shall I kill? Her voice, devoid of any emotional resonance, escaped her lips. She had grown accustomed to being commanded as a weapon, her heart long sealed off. However, this was not Casa's desire. A frigid machine was imperfect, and that was not the ultimate weapon he sought. No. This time we shall not take lives, Evelina. Why must you slay your servants? Casa had intended for Evelina to gradually reclaim her humanity through her interactions with her caretakers. But it proved futile, sometimes counterproductive. In response to Casa's inquiry, Evelina merely tilted her head, as if puzzled by the notion of sparing lives this time. Aware that questioning her was futile, Casa summoned a maid to clean the room and assist Evelina in washing away the blood. Soon, a rejuvenated Evelina stood before Casa once more. Since you do not favor the servants I have chosen for you, this time I shall permit you to select them yourself. What say you? Remarkably, Evelina exhibited a faint response, slowly nodding her head, which ignited Casa's excitement. Yet, aside from that, she remained unchanged. Chapter 29. The Servant of the Ultimate Weapon. 3. Guwen was diligently sweeping the toilet. Indeed, he had been assigned to the most dismal of places. His extraordinary talent for accelerated learning seemed to find no application here. However, Guwen was unperturbed, for he was destined to become Evelina's servant. It was merely a matter of time. Alongside him in this grim task were two others, one designated as number 3 and the other as number 6. The individual labeled as number 3 remained silent, his eyes vacant, mechanically attending to the cleaning. Fortunately, the other person appeared to be in relatively good spirits. He was a youth with parched skin and a pallid complexion. A longing to confide burned within him, as if there were no opportunity for genuine discourse in this desolate place. Before long, he began to speak to himself. I arrived a month earlier than you. Each day, death claims its victims here, all of them monsters, whether it be that vile Khazar or that monstrous girl. He paused, having finally encountered someone willing to listen. With an overwhelming need to unburden himself, Khazar refers to her as the ultimate weapon of the kingdom. Yet all I perceive is a mindless beast that inexplicably descends into madness, wreaking havoc and sowing death. My friend was slain by her for no reason at all. Upon uttering this, the boy bowed his head in despair. This so-called experimental center cares little for our lives or deaths. Number 3 was among the earliest, the sole survivor of his designation, having lost his sanity before I arrived. Yet perhaps madness is a blessing, for at least it spares one the torment of the mind. After sharing these thoughts, the boy fell silent. Guwen remained mute, now feeling like a mute himself. The agony of wanting to speak, yet being unable to produce sound was unbearable. A cacophony of footsteps erupted. Everyone move now. Lady Evelina is selecting her servants. Be enthusiastic. Becoming her servant will liberate you from the status of expendable. A gruff voice commanded, urging everyone towards the hall. Among those gathered, a flicker of hope ignited within a few, believing this might be a fortuitous turn. Yet, in the eyes of the others, despair reigned. This was no blessing, but rather the gateway to hell. They could not resist, for defiance would lead them to the laboratory, where they would be mercilessly dissected, a fate worse than death. As the crowd assembled, Khazar nodded in satisfaction. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "You are fortunate. Lady Evelina will select one of you as her servant. Seize this opportunity." After spinning his tale, Khazar turned to the silver-haired girl behind him, her expression impassive, and smiled. "Evelina, you may choose from among these individuals." At Khazar's words, Evelina slowly descended from the platform, her form seemingly suspended by an unseen force. She glided through the throng, and those not chosen sighed in relief. Soon, Evelina halted before a newcomer, designated with the prefix 7. As she raised her hand and pointed at him, the boy was overwhelmed with joy. "My lady, do you wish to choose me? I am truly honored." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, an invisible force crushed half of his body, blood splattering around him. Several individuals, frightened, fled in panic, desperate to distance themselves from Evelina. But after only a few paces, their bodies exploded into fragments. The indifferent visage of Cassana radiated fury. "Have I granted you permission to move? Who dares to stir without my consent shall meet this fate." Consequently, none dared to budge, while Evelina continued to weave through the crowd, seeking her target. After crushing a few more individuals, a singular emotion gripped everyone: terror. She was nothing short of a killing machine. Serving her would surely not be a fortunate fate. Guwen watched Evelina's figure recede from him, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. After all, he could hardly utter a word. If chosen, his demise would likely be gruesome. Just as Guwen was feeling fortunate, a sudden flash caught his eye, and he found himself locked in a gaze with her cold, piercing eyes. Goodness, when did she draw so near? Alarm bells rang within him, yet he remained frozen. I want to flee, but escape is futile. After a few seconds of this intense eye contact, Evelina stepped back slightly and slowly raised her hand. The surrounding crowd held their breath, anticipating the gruesome fate of Guwen as he was crushed into a puddle of blood. Guwen shared the same dreadful thought. Should he fight back, or succumb to a coward's demise? Suddenly, he felt a chill on his hand. Evelina had taken hold of it. Then, she began to lead him skyward towards the platform. Indeed, Guwen felt as if the very air beneath him was lifting him towards the dais. He, the servant. Evelina brought Guwen before Cassana, gently pointing with her small hand, uttering 2 words. "Boy, what is your name?" Witnessing Evelina truly select a servant for herself, Cassana felt assured that this time she would not easily slay him. Surely, something chosen by her would not be discarded so quickly? Guwen was at a loss for words, gesticulating towards his mouth. Fortunately, a guard managing them stepped in to clarify. "My lord, this fellow is mute." Cassana, intrigued, circled around Guwen. "What peculiar charm do you possess that captivates Evelina? Quite interesting. Let us provide him with a voice crystal, even if he cannot speak. At least he must be able to express himself." Soon, a crystalline shard was presented by the guard, which was then pressed against Guwen. Before he could grasp the sensation, the crystal seamlessly merged with his being. Although he still could not vocalize, Guwen discovered he could manifest his thoughts as subtitles. "All right. What is your name?" "Guwen Bey." "Excellent. You are now Evelina's servant, tasked with attending to her daily needs." Cassana seemed to have more to say, but Evelina had already taken Guwen away. Observing this, the old father Cassana remained behind, forlorn. "Ah, with a new plaything, you no longer care for my feelings?" Subsequently, Casa shook his head, determined to immerse himself in his research. To date, he had made no progress regarding the issue of limitless magical crystal cores potentially consuming one's lifespan. The breadth of knowledge required was overwhelming. Even one who prided himself on being closest to the deity of knowledge felt increasingly ignorant as his studies progressed. A persistent anxiety lingered within him, a fear of the taboo nature of limitless magical crystal cores, which might herald misfortune. Yet, for the kingdom to truly liberate itself from the Empire's grasp, such elements were deemed indispensable. Chapter 30. The Servant of the Ultimate Weapon. 4. Guwen felt as if he were a marionette, led by Evelina as she guided him out of the experimental center. They soon halted amidst a sea of blossoms, where petals, lifted by the wind, swirled around Evelina like a vibrant dress. The cascading petals, colorful and delicate, prompted Guwen to reach out and catch one. The azure petal shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Evelina suddenly spoke, her back still turned to Guwen. "I am not a monster, am I?" For reasons unknown, Guwen sensed a hint of worry and fear in her words, as if she dreaded him labeling her a monster. "How could you possibly be a monster?" The inky text materialized before Evelina's eyes, and her mood brightened as she delicately touched the dark characters. The usually reticent and introverted girl now seemed eager to converse. "Killing others is not my intent. I cannot control it. There are voices in my head." After a prolonged silence, Evelina struggled to articulate her thoughts, yet her determination only grew stronger. "Will you forgive me?" She turned to face Guwen, clasping her hands in a gesture of supplication, her eyes shimmering with hope. At that moment, the surrounding wind stilled, and the myriad petals transformed into a grand, colorful rain cascading gently down. Guwen gleaned the essence of her fragmented words. Evelina seemed to be seeking his forgiveness. Yet, this felt amiss. She had done nothing that warranted such a sentiment. If she referred to the act of killing, it was evident that she could not control her own powers, and thus, it was not her fault. Even if Evelina refrained from acting, those individuals would likely have been subjected to inhumane experiments, rendering them unable to escape their fate. I have never blamed you. There is no need for you to feel guilty. The text remained unchanged. Evelina's face lit up with a radiant smile, as if joy had enveloped her entire being. Her bright eyes sparkled with an unusual array of emotions. Super learning. Your learning capabilities will be greatly enhanced, allowing for perfect recall and the ability to draw inferences from what you have learned. This was the talent Guwen had acquired through simulation, and he was resolute not to squander it. The Crown of Time would not bestow such an ability without reason. The flawed ultimate weapon is destined to perish prematurely due to the depletion of life. Guwen, contemplating this, cast a glance at the serene Evelina, who was gently tending to the flowers. In that moment, she resembled an innocent child. Fate had already condemned her to be a weapon devoid of freedom, and now it sought to effortlessly claim her life. Was the original intention of the Crown to enable him to perfect this unrestricted enhancement of magical core technology? The legacy of the Kingdom of Horrors is this very magical core. If he could refine it, would he not acquire an unparalleled technology? Furthermore, if the flaws in the technology could be rectified, Evelina would not have to suffer the premature exhaustion of her vitality. With this thought, Guwen resolved to seek knowledge in these areas. Could you assist me in finding some books? I yearn to learn, he said, approaching Evelina, who was squatting and delicately plucking the petals from a flower. He noticed the wind had disheveled her hair. Instinctively, Guwen reached out to smooth her unruly strands. By the time he realized his actions, it was too late for regret, for Evelina had already risen. Oh no, what a terrible habit. Why did I suddenly touch her head? Will she harm me for this? Evelina's expression was devoid of emotion, starkly contrasting her previous demeanor. She grasped Guwen's hand, which he had instinctively withdrawn. This is bad. Will she ruin my hand? His heart raced. To his astonishment, Evelina gently placed his hand atop her head. Was there anticipation in her gaze? This development felt awry. Suppressing the fear of losing his hand, Guwen continued to rub her head. A look of contentment spread across her face, as if she found pleasure in his actions. Learning, good, she readily affirmed his words. Promise not to leave me. Then, with a vacant stare, Evelina uttered a perplexing statement that left him bewildered. All right, Guwen acquiesced, sensing that refusal might lead to an eternal entrapment in this state. But you must also promise me not to kill indiscriminately. He added his own stipulation. Evelina nodded vacantly. Before long, Guwen found himself escorted by Evelina to the repository of the experimental center. My lord, what brings you here? The guard, who had previously appeared lethargic, was suddenly alert. Shocked and fearful, he wondered if the noble intended to turn against his own. Due to Casa's public declaration that Evelina holds a prominent position within the kingdom, others remain entirely oblivious to her true identity as the ultimate weapon. They perceive Evelina merely as a ruthless leader. He learns. Evelina forcefully pushed Guwen out. Sir, is it truly appropriate to allow an outsider in? The guards exchanged bewildered glances with Guwen, caught in a dilemma that felt akin to stepping into the depths of hell. If they were to permit entry, Lord Casa would undoubtedly tear him apart. Yet, if they refused, Evelina might hasten his demise. Let him in. Casa suddenly approached and waved his hand at the guards. Such trivial matters need not obstruct the proceedings. It was rare for Evelina to spare a servant's life, indicating that there might be hope. Thank you. Just as Casa was about to turn away, Evelina unexpectedly expressed her gratitude. This sudden acknowledgement stirred excitement within Casa. What did you just say, Evelina? He turned back, seemingly anticipating further response from her. However, no answer came. Evelina resumed her cold demeanor. Casa was certain he had not imagined it. Thus, it appeared that Guwen, the servant, was indeed extraordinary. In such a brief span, he had elicited some change in Evelina. Curiosity about Guwen began to blossom within him. What brings you here? I wish to learn. I believe I possess a remarkable aptitude for acquiring knowledge. If you can comprehend this, seek me out, for it shall be your true opportunity to alter your destiny. Casa handed Guwen a handwritten manual on the creation of magical energy cores. He was intrigued by whether this young lad genuinely possessed extraordinary talent or could indeed liberate Evelina from her psychological seclusion. Nonetheless, it was merely a whimsical experiment on Casa's part. Chapter 31. The Servant of the Ultimate Weapon. 5. After receiving Casa's handwritten notes, Guwen embarked on an intensive study at the library center. The accelerated learning bestowed upon him an extraordinary photographic memory. An overwhelming tide of knowledge flooded into his mind. Each day, Guwen devoted countless hours to mastering magical knowledge. The Kingdom of Horrors was advancing along the path of magical technology. with the magical energy core at the heart of all innovations. Although Guwen often lost himself in his studies, becoming utterly absorbed in the realm of technology, Evelina had never exhibited any disdain. Originally, it was expected for Guwen, as her servant, to attend to her needs. However, the roles appeared to have reversed. Evelina began delivering meals to Guwen and would come in the evening to remind him to retire for the night. After Guwen resolved a particular issue regarding the magical energy core, Casa was left astounded by Guwen's remarkable talent. From that moment onward, Guwen became unstoppable. He was taken as an apprentice by Casa and emerged as a researcher. Standing on the shoulders of giants, Guwen naturally drew upon a multitude of technological innovations. Techniques such as the magical energy convergence cannon and the rebound magical shield were ingeniously created by Guwen in the form of magical technology. The enhancement of the human magical core was also refined under his meticulous efforts, increasing its potency by a remarkable 30%. Evelina quietly remained by Guwen's side, her ever-growing strength allowing her magical reservoir to rival that of an 8th-tier mage, while her physical prowess approached that of an 8th-tier extraordinary being. Even though Guwen dedicated most of his efforts to rectifying the flaws in the unrestricted enhanced magical core, progress was disappointingly minimal. Thus, whenever Evelina exerted her abilities beyond a certain threshold, her vitality would wane. In response, Guwen crafted a unique energy amplification device for her, enabling her to temper the intensity of her powers. Notably, he also addressed the issue of his voice, which had been damaged by magical potions, although still somewhat hoarse. He could now speak normally. On that day, with the experiment yielding no results, Guwen knew that such matters could not be forced. He glanced at Evelina, who was quietly accompanying him. "Evelina, shall we take a stroll?" he suggested. Evelina tilted her head, revealing a smile. "All right." She then extended her hand, inviting Guwen to take it. Guwen, with a resigned smile, noticed her inexplicable dependence on him. 7 months had passed since their first meeting, and Evelina's mental state had gradually improved. Though still more reserved than the average person, she no longer shunned interaction with the outside world. Taking her hand, Guwen led her along the familiar path. They soon arrived at the Sea of Flowers, a magical spectacle that remained perpetually in bloom, regardless of the season. This was the first gift Guwen had presented to Evelina, an everlasting sea of flowers. Before long, they reached the floral expanse, where a swing stood whimsically swaying in the breeze. How did a swing come to be here? Evelina appeared delighted, circling the swing and inspecting it with curiosity. "I made this last night. It felt like the flower sea would be too monotonous without something else, so I created this. I want a swing," she exclaimed, eagerly taking a seat on the swing, her little feet dancing in the air, stirring the breeze. She then turned her gaze back to Guwen, her eyes wide with anticipation as she had no one to push her. "Hold steady now." Guwen pushed gently, not too fast, allowing Evelina to sway gracefully, aided by the surrounding wind. Suddenly, Guwen felt a few droplets of water fall upon his face. Has it begun to rain? Puzzled, he glanced up at the sky, where a gentle breeze caressed the air and the sun shone brightly. This shouldn't be, he thought. From where could this water originate? Upon closer inspection, he realized that these droplets were, in fact, Evelyn's tears. She was crying. "Evelyn, what troubles you? Has the wind blown sand into your eyes?" Guwen, oblivious to the inappropriateness of his inquiry, failed to recognize how disruptive his words were to the atmosphere. Evelyn wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and turned to face Guwen, her reddened gaze still veiled by a mist of sorrow. "I seem to recall some memories," she stammered. It appeared that the past Evelyn had encountered a profound shock, leading her to seal away certain memories. Was she now feeling a wave of nostalgia? What memories could they be? Guwen was perplexed. Soon, Evelyn's tears flowed uncontrollably. She covered her eyes, yet the tears seeped through her fingers. She knelt on the ground, crying out, "Brother! Brother!" Her emotions surged forth like a flood unleashed. Her voice rising in intensity, she seemed on the verge of collapse. "I remember how my brother used to push me on the swing. But the brother who loved me most was killed by my own hands." Evelyn suddenly uttered these words, sending a chill down Guwen's spine. Her sobs grew louder, and as a young girl wept profusely, Guwen could not remain indifferent. He understood the profound anguish that her sudden recollections brought her. Perhaps there were deeper reasons behind her pain. Regardless, Guwen approached Evelyn and enveloped her in a tight embrace. "If memories are a source of suffering, then let us forget them," he whispered softly into her ear, unsure of how to comfort the distraught girl. Evelyn clung to Guwen, resting her head upon his shoulder, and her sobs gradually diminished. Amidst her tears and muffled cries, Evelyn managed to utter, "But I have found my brother again. Brother, please do not abandon me. I beg you." This declaration struck Guwen like a bolt from the blue, rendering him momentarily speechless. He waved his hand before Evelyn's tear-streaked face. Evelyn, have you mistaken me? I am Guwen, not your brother. You must calm down. His astonishment was palpable. Her tear-rimmed eyes suddenly lifted to meet his gaze, studying him intently. I have never encountered two individuals so alike. Your essence remains unchanged, brother. Do you truly intend to forsake me? A glint of danger flickered in her eyes as an imperceptible force began to coalesce around them. Confounded by the situation, Guwen reluctantly acquiesced. Evelina, how could your brother abandon you? I shall remain by your side. Perhaps Evelina's memories had faltered, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother. The overwhelming sense of guilt led Evelina to regard him as her true sibling, Guwen mused. Chapter 32. The Servant of the Ultimate Weapon. 6. Evelina fell silent once more, enveloping Guwen in her embrace. Brother, I feared I would never see you again. As if my apologies could never be voiced anew. This time, I implore you not to act recklessly. I possess the strength to protect you. Allow me to be your guardian, she expressed with a tinge of remorse. Her sense of self began to re-emerge, as if the void within her heart had been filled. In September of that year, the undead clan launched a massive offensive against the Kingdom of Horos, which the Empire regarded with indifference. The Kingdom of Horos was significantly outmatched in terms of high-tier extraordinary combatants. Consequently, Evelina was dispatched to the front lines to provide support. On the day of her departure, Guwen found himself unable to accompany her, as his research was on the verge of a breakthrough. Casa observed the young woman before him with a complex expression. To his astonishment, Guwen had inexplicably become Evelina's brother, and it seemed her feelings and reliance on him surpassed even that of her creator. Casa's emotions towards Evelina were intricate. He felt like a leader who harbored high hopes for a subordinate and simultaneously like a loving father. Initially, he experienced a sense of anger akin to that of a father whose daughter was spirited away by a rogue youth. Yet Guwen was also his most esteemed pupil. Evelina, wear this mask. The plan for the ultimate weapon must remain undisclosed, and your identity cannot be revealed. This mask is an extraordinary artifact that can entirely alter one's appearance, ensuring that your true visage remains concealed. Casa presented a mask crafted from a peculiar material, adorned with a smiling visage. Very well, Evelina replied, casting a glance at Guwen. Brother, I shall return swiftly. Wait for me. Guwen gazed at the shimmering blue crystal core before him, unable to contain his excitement. Teacher Casa, I have succeeded. I have resolved the flaw regarding the unrestricted consumption of vitality by the crystal core. How did you accomplish this? I initially aimed to suppress the core's consumption of the host's vitality, but I later realized this would simultaneously inhibit its enhancement capabilities. Thus, I took an alternative route, augmenting the core with the ability to draw vitality from other sources, thereby replenishing the vitality that had been depleted. After over 300 experiments, I finally achieved success today. This core can seamlessly integrate into existing cores. The only drawback is that during the repair process, it may render the user unconscious. Guwen pointed at the crystal core before him, elucidating its significance. Ha ha ha, your talent surpasses my wildest imagination. Given ample time, I believe you would ascend to become the wisest sage of the entire continent. Even the celestial intellect of the Holy See might bow before you. Khazar, equally exhilarated by Guwen's research success, eagerly anticipated the return of Evelina. The war concerning the undead race was nearing its conclusion. The battleground had been in Autumn Wind City, where the Bed family resided. What are your thoughts? Unable to contain his curiosity, Khazar cautiously inquired. As Guwen's mentor, he had gleaned some insights, particularly regarding Guwen's past tribulations. However, Guwen had long since dismissed those memories. I have cast aside the past. My interactions with them were minimal. Let them fade into the annals of time. He was acutely aware of the unspoken implications in Khazar's words. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted into the laboratory, the scent unmistakably familiar. As expected, brother, I am back. Evelina had returned, weary yet determined, her eyes betraying the fatigue from prolonged battle. Welcome back. Now you must rest well. Guwen embraced Evelina, a gesture she cherished, often describing it as warm and comforting. Brother, the Bed family has been utterly annihilated. I failed to protect your kin. Will you blame me? Evelina voiced her trepidation. Upon arriving in Autumn Wind City and learning of Guwen's family's fate, she had acted almost instinctively, resulting in the Bed family's destruction. Anxiety gnawed at her, as this was her brother's family, and she feared her actions might be deemed inappropriate. She dreaded that Guwen might harbor resentment towards her. It was the Bed family's just deserts. I bear you no ill will and have never done so. Guwen had surmised the true reason behind the Bed family's demise. Since they had met their deserved end, he found solace in the outcome. Upon hearing his words, Evelina's fear dissipated entirely. "Brother, my strength has grown, I assure you. I will protect you." She nestled closer to him, much like a kitten seeking the coziest spot in its owner's embrace. Guwen produced the shimmering blue crystal core. He noticed Evelina's hand, deliberately concealed, resembling a withered branch, a sign of drained vitality. "What is this?" Evelina prodded the azure crystal core, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I believe you can sense the depletion of your life force, and this crystal core can remedy that. Evelina, absorb it, and you will be able to remain by your brother's side forever." Upon hearing Guwen's words, Evelina felt a tightening in her heart. Her brother had long been aware of her predicament. It was during her initial awakening to the emptiness that accompanied her use of power that she first felt the pangs of concern. At first, she dismissed it. But gradually she recognized that her very essence was becoming depleted. The utilization of her powers exacted a toll. This toll was her life force. Yet, if she wished to grow stronger, she would have to continuously wield her abilities to enhance her prowess. In the past, it had been her lack of strength that led to her brother's demise. Thus, even with the knowledge that the price of power was her very life, she remained resolute. "So, he had been watching over me all along." Evelina grasped the azure crystal core tightly in her palm, and she felt the surge of power within her rejoice. Her intuition whispered that by absorbing this crystal, she would attain a profound elevation of strength. To consume it, and then rest peacefully, this would resolve all her troubles. "All right, brother. Wait for me to awaken." With that declaration, Evelina absorbed the crystal, instantly succumbing to a slumber as tranquil as that of an infant. Just as Guwen intended to escort Evelina back to safety, a commanding voice pierced the air from outside. "The Inquisition's enforcement team has arrived. We request the presence of the mysterious powerhouse of the Hallrose Kingdom." The voice was laced with the oppressive aura of a ninth-tier extraordinary being, and Casa, upon sensing its essence, was taken aback. He quickly deduced the identity of the mysterious powerhouse they referred to. The only individual who could have drawn the attention of the Church's ninth-tier extraordinary beings was none other than Evelina. Casa and Guwen exchanged a knowing glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. The Inquisition's mandate was one of execution, not trial. Anyone they summoned was invariably defined as a heretic and met with death. They could not possibly hand Evelina over. Casa attempted to step outside, but Guwen abruptly halted him. "Teacher, please wait a moment." As Casa turned back, Guwen rendered him unconscious. Gazing at the two unconscious figures before him, Guwen retrieved a brilliantly colored diamond crystal, originally intended for his own preservation. It now had to serve them instead. This diamond crystal, when encasing a person, would induce a prolonged slumber while consuming less energy and shielding them from detection. He had little faith that the Inquisition would exhibit kindness towards a fellow heretic. Though this was but a simulation, Guwen had already come to regard them as beings of flesh and blood. It seemed this simulation would reach its conclusion. "Let me craft a new ending for this story." Guwen then consumed a crimson crystal core. A power as fierce as molten lava erupted from within him, expanding his entire being. The external magical energies surged into his body like a tempest, rapidly elevating Guwen's own strength. Despite being engulfed in an excruciating pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at him, Guwen wore a smile upon his face. Fortunately, the simulation dulled most of the agony. Otherwise, judging from the level of torment I've anticipated, I would likely have lost consciousness. 3 minutes of true manhood. That should suffice. Clenching his fists, Guwen assessed his physical condition. He retrieved the peculiar mask and donned it. In an instant, he transformed into a figure cloaked in black, his visage shrouded beneath the hood. Guwen propelled the diamond-shaped crystal containing two individuals forward, and with a surge of magical energy, it vanished into an unseen subterranean refuge. Excellent. Thus they are safe. Observing the secure departure of the two, Guwen nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the enforcement team outside was decidedly displeased, for someone had dared to disregard them. Regardless, be it his presence or absence, it would not deter us from executing the orders of Lord Seraph. Let us uproot this kingdom that employs heretical arts. We shall commence with this so-called experimental center. The leading ninth-tier extraordinary being impatiently cleared his ear, and a colossal hand of magic descended with great force, intent on reducing the experimental center to ruins. However, a blazing red light shot upwards, shattering the immense magical assault and propelling towards the ninth-tier extraordinary being at an ever-increasing pace. As the crimson light rushed toward him, he recognized it as the objective of this endeavor. It seems the concealment was futile, Since it has arrived, let us offer our lives, heretic. He then extended his hand toward Guwen with a gentle motion. Here lay arrogance juxtaposed with desperation. Although Guwen had only temporarily ascended to the 9th tier, the adversary's carelessness might still lead to victory. Guwen's counterattack proved effective, shattering half of the man's body, even obliterating his head. Initially believing he had exchanged one foe for another, Guwen soon noticed that the other members of the enforcement team remained unmoved, merely observing with cold indifference. Realization dawned upon Guwen as he turned to see the man's severed half rapidly regenerating before his very eyes. Ha ha ha, ignorant fool. Do you think that by relying on some arcane artifice to augment your strength, you comprehend the essence of existence? In a single blow, Guwen was vanquished. Though defeated, he retained his honor, a true victor in spirit. Simulation concluded. The kingdom's epic, the buried ultimate weapon, has reached its conclusion and cannot be simulated again. Chapter 33. Reform. Guwen felt a darkness envelop him, as the tangible world morphed into nothingness. When his consciousness returned, he found himself in an ethereal realm adorned with vibrant colors. Simulation concluded. This is the settlement space of the Crown of Time. You may select one reward to take with you. Reward 1. Magical Energy Accumulation Railgun, Theoretical Knowledge, and Design Blueprints for the Magic Bullet Reflective Shield. Reward 2. Diamond Crystal. Reward 3. One-Time Burst Magic Core. It seems that all knowledge during the simulation period has been entirely obscured by the Crown of Time. Knowledge derived from the simulation talent cannot be carried out and has been nullified. After some contemplation, Guwen found himself at a loss for words. The authority of explanation rests solely with the Crown of Time. What could he possibly do? Thus, he chose Reward 1. The latter two rewards offered little assistance to him, and he was acutely aware that they were either flawed or rather superfluous given the current circumstances. Hence, Guwen decisively opted for Reward 1, intending to swiftly enhance the national strength of the Helen Kingdom. Otherwise, considering the ongoing chaos on the eastern continent, it would only be a matter of time before someone came knocking at their door. The neighboring nations of wolves and tigers would not grant him a moment's respite. They were always poised to pounce. Moreover, due to the presence of spies within both the Church of the Holy Fire and the Sacred Court, the emergence of these two technologies would remain undisclosed to them for the time being. After selecting his reward, the space before Guwen gradually faded, ultimately succumbing to darkness. It felt akin to indulging in a most delightful dream, devoid of fatigue, only the serene ease of deep slumber. When Guwen opened his eyes once more, sunlight had already begun to bathe him. He glanced around and noticed Wenli, who seemed eager to speak. Fortunately, she had changed into a proper maid's attire. Unlike the scant fabric she wore the previous night. Wenli, is there something you wish to discuss? Guwen inquired as he rose. Master, several ministers wish to see you. They have important matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, the images of Harrison, Alec, and Pao surfaced in Guwen's mind. It was likely regarding the future development plans of the entire kingdom. It then dawned upon Guwen that he still bore the responsibilities of Prime Minister, a role akin to that of a chancellor in this world. He already had matters to attend to early in the morning. Guwen did not consider himself a diligent person. Human nature tends toward laziness. Yet, relentless pressure continually urged him onward. With Wenli's assistance, Guwen quickly donned his attire and, after tidying his appearance, made his way to the reception room. The esteemed ministers were already seated there, surrounded by a number of demi-human maids serving tea and refreshments. It was their first visit to Guwen's residence, and they had just discovered that he employed demi-humans as servants. Remarkably, these demi-humans seemed to have been trained quite well. Upon Guwen's arrival, the three men promptly rose to greet him. Although they wielded significant power as ministers, Guwen's authority far surpassed theirs. Do you not have breakfast in the morning? Guwen asked. Wenli, please prepare some breakfast to be served in the reception room. How can we discuss important matters on an empty stomach? The ceremonial minister, Pao, intended to remark that eating in the reception room was unbecoming of nobility, yet he too felt the pangs of hunger. The sensation of an empty stomach is indeed quite uncomfortable. Alec was the first to speak, his urgency palpable after days of mounting frustration. It is untenable to leave the positions of Duke, Minister of Internal Affairs, and Minister of Finance vacant for so long. A few days may be manageable, but the accumulation of pending affairs could lead to chaos. I implore you, Your Grace, to expedite the appointment of suitable candidates. Upon hearing this, Guwen realized he had inadvertently neglected to arrange for personnel to fill these ministerial roles. However, there was no immediate cause for alarm. After all, it had only been a few days, and the situation was not dire yet. I plan to undertake a thorough reform of the Kingdom of Herland, Guwen declared, instantly capturing the attention of the trio. First and foremost, I intend to revise the ministerial system, transforming it into departments. The Department of Political Affairs, the Department of Military Affairs, the Department of Education, the Department of Finance, the Department of Justice, the Department of Industry, and the Department of National Security. The Department of Political Affairs will manage all state affairs and oversee the assessment and review of officials, with the Prime Minister as its direct head. The Department of Military Affairs will coordinate troop deployments, with the Marshal as its direct head. The Department of Education will oversee various academies within the kingdom, led directly by the Minister of Education, and I shall promote the establishment of academies throughout the realm. The Department of Finance will manage the kingdom's expenditures and oversee commercial transactions, with the Minister of Finance as its head. The Department of Justice will formulate legal decrees for the realm, establishing 6 judicial justices and 1 chief justice as its direct head. The Department of Industry will focus on various industrial developments. You may perceive it as a haven for skilled artisans to hone their crafts, with the Minister of Industry at the helm. Finally, the Department of National Security will safeguard the nation, conduct intelligence operations against foreign entities, and apprehend spies within our borders. Reporting directly to Her Majesty the Empress. Guwen's rapid-fire introduction of these terms left the three in a state of bewilderment. They had anticipated minor reforms, but it seemed he was intent on uprooting the entire system. Yet, given Guwen's authority and the power he wielded, such sweeping changes could indeed become a reality. On one hand, the Empress was still young, and the reins of power were firmly held by Guwen, the regent. On the other hand, due to the recent incidents involving the Church of the Holy Fire, the nobility was in a state of paranoia, akin to startled birds. I merely propose an idea. This is not an immediate implementation. I require your assistance in refining the details of this reform. Guwen rubbed his temples. Acknowledging the scarcity of talent in the kingdom of Herland, most positions being dominated by the aristocracy. Yet, as the saying goes, one must dismantle before one can construct anew. The reforms of these departments could be gradual, but he intended to prioritize the establishment of an academy. Most scholars from the Eastern continent had found themselves without a platform, as the nobility largely disregarded them. By founding an academy, he could gather these scholars, ensuring a continuous output of the talent he sought, whether in commerce, military, or politics. As for the cultivation of magic and extraordinary beings, that would have to be postponed for the time being. In the impoverished and destitute kingdom of Helan, the foremost task at hand is to enhance productivity. With no rice to cook, we must prioritize ensuring that our people are well fed before addressing other matters. Harrison, I hereby appoint you as the Minister of Finance. I require you to devise a means to establish trade fairs at the borders of the kingdom of Helan and to combat those vile smugglers. It is one thing to smuggle essential goods, but to also traffic addictive substances is utterly unacceptable. Alec, I appoint you as the Lord Chancellor. I need you to abolish those dreadful tax laws. Who, pray tell, was the fool who conceived the breath tax and the sunshine tax? How? You are appointed as the Minister of Education. Though the academy I speak of has yet to be constructed, I still require your assistance in gathering talent, including scholars who have been enslaved due to the ravages of war. Bring them back to me, and should funds be insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me. After delivering these directives, Guwen cast a profound gaze upon those present. My friends, the kingdom of Helan must undergo transformation. Have we not suffered enough indignities from neighboring nations? Only by growing strong can we redeem our honor. As for the remaining vacant positions, please recommend suitable candidates to me as per customary practice. Thus, the morning slipped away amid the discussions of the gathered individuals. The three ministers proved to be loyal and seasoned advisors. After deliberation, they concurred that these reforms are indeed more refined than the previous systems. Once arrangements were made, the trio bid a brief farewell and returned to their reformative endeavors, eager to continue their contributions while their health permitted. After watching them depart, Guwen summoned Wenli. Who is the true leader of the shadows? Can you bring him to me? Without a moment's hesitation, Wenli utilized a unique internal signal to summon the actual head of the shadow organization. My lord, he may appear somewhat intimidating. I hope you will not take offense upon meeting him. Wenli seemed quite anxious. Hearing this, Guwen chuckled lightly, asking, What, is he a monster? No sooner had he spoken than a swirling black mist surged through the open window. It was as if a dark tempest had entered, yet Guwen felt no threat. Thus, he continued to sip his tea, intrigued by the nature of this ominous mist. The black mist halted before Guwen, from which emerged a voice akin to gravel scraping against bone. My lord, the demon Bennett sends his regards. A towering figure, Bennett, standing 2 meters tall, emerged from the mist, with crimson hair and ebony eyes, crowned with a single horn protruding from his forehead. Are you of the demon race? Guwen inquired with curiosity. My lord, I am merely a forsaken half-demon, a hybrid. It is thanks to Lady Wen that I have been saved and allowed to live, Bennett replied, appearing calm. Though inwardly, he felt the weight of meeting his new master for the first time. After saving him, Winry considered the fact that demons were regarded as pariahs among humans. Thus, she never disclosed Bennett's demonic identity, merely describing him as an eccentric individual. Even Bennett himself harbored uncertainties about whether Guwen might harbor disdain for him due to his demon status. Bennett, I intend to legalize the Shadow Organization, transforming it into the National Security Department of the Hel Kingdom. Would you be willing to serve as the Minister of National Security? Through the heart mirror, Guwen perceived Bennett's loyalty towards him. Although it was not fervent, it was evident that Bennett would readily risk his life for Guwen, with the possibility of betrayal being nearly non-existent. In essence, the National Security Department operated akin to the Jinui, albeit with broader responsibilities. Master, but I am a demon. Wouldn't my appointment as a minister provoke widespread protests? The rather naive Bennett scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. You need not worry about this matter. Her Majesty the Empress will consent. Just inform me if you are able to take on the role of Minister of National Security. What does the Minister of National Security do? Develop intelligence personnel, infiltrate enemy nations to establish intelligence networks, search internally for spies to capture, interrogate, and execute, control public opinion within the kingdom, and combat all actions and individuals that threaten the kingdom's security. Can you manage this? Although Bennett had never served as a minister, upon reflecting on Guwen's words, he realized that this was precisely what the Shadow Organization was currently undertaking. In that case, Master, I shall give it a try. Good. If you encounter anything unclear, you may consult the other senior ministers, but do not frighten them. One should not hesitate to ask questions. It is always beneficial. However, Bennett's appearance could easily startle the elderly ministers if he was not careful. Bennett had never envisioned such a day would come. Yet now he was appointed as the Minister of National Security. Consequently, he resolved to live up to Guwen's trust, transforming into a wisp of black mist and hastily departing. Winry, where is Her Majesty Glena? Master, Her Majesty should currently be engaged in academic courses. We have invited the former Royal Academy Dean, Adams, to serve as Her Majesty's academic instructor. Guwen paused, instinctively inquiring, have you arranged many courses for Her Majesty Glena? Not many. Celia is conducting swordsmanship lessons. Qingxue is overseeing etiquette courses, and Dean Adams is providing academic instruction, alongside history and calligraphy courses. Those are the only subjects for now. At this point, Winry suddenly hesitated, revealing a look of guilt. There is a matter I failed to report to you in a timely manner. Her Majesty has awakened her magical talents and has already mastered several low-level spells. The realization that Glena had become a sorceress astonished Winry greatly. Guwen was not the least bit surprised. Glena was indeed one of the 10 crown kings of the late End Kingdom, the second speaker of the Continental Magic Council, and a formidable 10th-level Saint Mage capable of defeating the Demon King single-handedly. In simpler terms, if the player was the predetermined victor, Glena was the pinnacle of combat power within the game, serving both as an apex force and a backdrop. The Speaker of the Magic Council had also pioneered the dual speaker system, an unprecedented achievement. Guwen sighed. Unfortunately, our kingdom lacked mages, and we possessed only a scant few spellbooks. At that moment, Guwen found himself wishing fervently for the swift return of that dark sorcerer. Surely not all dark mages were entirely malevolent? There must exist some semblance of ordinary magic, right? Let us proceed to see Her Majesty Glena. Winly took the lead. Guiding the way, she had established a classroom specifically for Glena's instruction. Before they could approach, Guwen overheard the frustrated voice of Adams. Your Majesty, your lamentable literary skills leave me at a loss on how to begin teaching you. You have written that hard work does not guarantee success, but surrender is always easy. And this, knowledge, like gold, is destined to be forgotten or squandered. I must commend your sentence structure. Adams was on the verge of losing his composure. Due to Glena's previous educational shortcomings, Adams had recently been endeavoring to fill the gaps in her knowledge, yet the more he attempted to remedy the situation, the more it vexed him. Previously, he had been a renowned scholar in the Kingdom of Hel, but after reprimanding the son of an earl while serving as the head of the Royal Academy, he was scolded by the king and subsequently exiled, even being barred from academic pursuits. This had left him utterly despondent, and the aforementioned earl's son continued to pester him incessantly. Fortunately, that troublesome earl, named Kant, was no longer a concern. However, just as Adams began to feel relief, he was summoned by the Duke's representatives, tasked with imparting academic knowledge to the current Empress and absolved of the former king's penalties. Prior to this, Adams had resolved to suppress his habit of criticizing others. After all, this was the Empress, and even if she wielded little actual power, any attempts to provoke him would not bode well for his future. Nevertheless, after a few days of instructing Glena, Adams could no longer contain himself. He was ready to explode. Your Majesty, to speak frankly, you are the worst student I have ever taught. Adams fumed, his frustration palpable. Please, Professor Adams, do not be angry. I have tried very hard, but my talent is rather lacking, Glena said, retracting her head and offering an awkward smile. This immediately diffused Adams' ire. Chapter 35. The concept of the academy, just as Glena sought to escape the torment of her academic courses. She caught sight of Guwen from the corner of her eye. My Lord Duke, what brings you here? Upon first laying eyes on Guwen, Glena's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and dashed towards him, feeling an overwhelming surge of vitality that starkly contrasted with her earlier state of exhaustion. She yearned to embrace Guwen, but her outstretched arms hesitated, retreating shyly as the throngs of onlookers surrounded them. Yet, her reticence was barely perceptible. Guwen, noticing Glena's intent to hug him, instinctively leaned away, but fortunately, she retracted her embrace. Just as he sighed in relief, believing Glena had regained her composure, she seized the opportunity to leap towards him once more. I missed you, she exclaimed. Guwen, with a playful lift of her chin, gently tugged at her cheek. Ouch! Be gentler, that hurts, she protested, even though he had hardly exerted any force at all. Immediately, Glena recoiled, eyeing him with suspicion. Glena, do you truly miss me? Surely, you're not attempting to escape your academic obligations? Guwen remarked, having overheard her previous comments. He began to greet the venerable Headmaster Adams with a nod before articulating his thoughts clearly. Hee, Glena chuckled foolishly, like a child whose fib has been exposed. Academic classes are so difficult, I can't keep up. Realizing she could no longer feign ignorance, Glena decided to come clean. All right, let us suspend this class for now. I need to discuss some matters with Headmaster Adams, so you can take a moment to relax your mind. Wonderful, Glena exclaimed, relief washing over her as she dashed out, seemingly unable to linger even a second longer. Your Grace, did you summon me for a discussion? Adams inquired cautiously, bewildered by the notorious Duke's motives for seeking him out. Surely, he couldn't be plotting to silence him? The thought sent a shiver down Adams's spine, recalling the Duke's past indiscretions. Had he unwittingly offended him in the past? As Adams engaged in a mental whirlwind, desperately seeking his own faults, Guwen cut to the chase. Headmaster Adams, I intend to establish a new academy and wish to invite you to continue as its head. My lord, is this academy to be akin to the former Royal Academy? Adams asked, his skepticism evident. Although the previous institution purported to embrace talent and cultivate excellence, the former headmaster knew it merely served as a gilded platform for the offspring of nobility. With most kingdom officials ensnared by the intricate web of aristocratic power, those privileged youths could effortlessly ascend to positions of authority once their gilding was complete. If the academy Guwen spoke of bore any resemblance to the Royal Academy, Adams had no desire to engage in such an endeavor again. Thus arose this inquiry. No, can such a dismal entity as the Royal Academy truly be deemed an academy? Guwen scornfully criticized that disingenuous Royal Academy. I have heard that the Empire's foremost institution of higher learning is a comprehensive university, encompassing a vast array of courses, even delineating into literature, art, commerce, politics, diplomacy, military strategy, etiquette, martial skills, swordsmanship, and sorcery. I too aspire to establish such an institution. Furthermore, I intend to initiate a reform. The kingdom's advancement necessitates a greater pool of talent, and the future academy shall be the cradle of such brilliance. This is the vision I hold for the institution I wish to create. What say you, Adams? Do you harbor an interest in continuing to shine for the cause of the academy? I can assure you that the progeny of the nobility will not enjoy any privileges within its halls, Guwen articulated. If barren lands yield no blossoms, then he shall willingly provide nourishment. Ultimately, all discussions and theories must culminate in action, whether it be the so-called Industrial Revolution or the schematics for a magical energy cannon. I possess only a rudimentary understanding. It is only through collective effort that we can bring these visions to fruition. If this is the kind of academy we are to establish, I am willing to make another attempt. Persuaded by Guwen's words, Adams, a scholar in pursuit of academic knowledge, was intrigued by the academy he had yet to experience and yearned to witness it. Moreover, he sensed that if he declined, he would surely regret it. A wise choice. Guwen and Adams exchanged knowing smiles. If change is to be enacted, then let us first erect the framework. Thus, that afternoon, the noble offspring of the Royal Academy awoke from their slumber to find the sky had fallen. The Royal Academy was officially renamed the Helen Glory Academy. The previously relaxed and trivial courses transformed into complex and esoteric knowledge. In an instant, a chorus of complaints erupted, accompanied by the mandate that a composite pass rate of 80% was required for graduation. Those who failed to graduate smoothly would be ineligible for any official position within the kingdom. The noble youths, who had envisioned coasting through their studies to secure roles as local officials under the auspices of their families, now voiced their protests. However, Guwen wielded a stick while also offering a date. Graduates with a 100% pass rate and 80% excellence would be recommended for positions within the Reformed Kingdom's official structure. Thus, Guwen found himself relieved of the role of the villain, as those noble heirs still within the academy were swiftly subjected to a sound thrashing by their fathers, who insisted they must study diligently and strive to enter the kingdom's centers of power. Additionally, Guwen introduced a ranking system for examinations, mandating that results be publicly displayed. The competitive spirit of these individuals was ignited to a remarkable degree. All being nobles, there had previously been a sense of rivalry within the academy. Yet, with the advent of this ranking system, the atmosphere within the institution erupted into turmoil. A peculiar phenomenon ensued. When two sons of earls encounter each other, one struts forth with an air of arrogance. Do not dare to claim your noble lineage. I disdain to associate with someone of your rank, inferior even to that of a viscount. To be so lowly ranked is indeed a source of embarrassment. Now, regardless of your haughty demeanor, you have been bested by a mere minor aristocrat. There is nothing further to discuss between us. Consequently, the atmosphere within the academy shifted dramatically. However, these matters are merely a prelude. Presently, the academy has merely changed its name. The courses, lacking sufficient instructors, remain nothing more than words on paper. At this moment, Guwen anticipates that as Minister of Education will attract more scholars to their cause. Yet, an unexpected military report from the border takes Guwen by surprise. A necromancer, accompanied by a horde of skeletal minions, has seized a city. Chapter 36. The rebels. Guwen calmly perused the confidential military report presented by Bennett. The Shadow Organization had, over the years, infiltrated every corner of the Kingdom of Hel. Their gaze was broader than that of the sun itself. Of course, the Shadow Organization has now been rebranded as the National Security Department of the Kingdom of Hel. The moment the border fortress city of Ironstone fell to the necromancer, Guwen received the military intelligence from Bennett. Are you saying that Ironstone, a formidable stronghold with 2,000 armored warriors, easily succumbed to a downtrodden necromancer from the undead? Upon reading such a report, Guwen could only think that the general must have lost his wits. The Kingdom of Hel has long borders with territories inhabited by the undead, making the defense against such threats second nature. Initially, upon seeing the intelligence, he suspected a large-scale invasion by the undead had begun. However, even in the event of such an invasion, Ironstone should have been able to withstand the onslaught for at least a day. It was inconceivable that it could be taken so effortlessly. Have we identified the mastermind behind this? The fortress's commander, Andre Reynolds, belongs to the Viscount family of the border region. Just days prior, a messenger from Count Cant had visited the Reynolds family. It seems he had clandestine dealings with the necromancer, and the soldiers, at Andre's behest, were ordered not to resist, allowing the undead to infiltrate Ironstone. When Bennett relayed this information, even his typically carefree demeanor faltered. Cant is already deceased. However, due to the communication lag between the border and the capital, news of his demise has yet to reach us. It appears that our own kind has orchestrated this calamity. Guwen initially thought the old guard of aristocrats would conspire against him, but it seems that Cant, harboring treasonous intentions, sought to flex his muscles and assert his presence through the events at Ironstone. Yet, Cant has been dealt with, and by now, he is likely nothing but a rotting corpse. With the Earl's estate thoroughly ransacked amidst the chaos, it is unlikely anyone would recall such a trivial matter. Guwen shrugged his shoulders. What now? Bennett, how do you propose we resolve this insurrection? My lord, the Resner family valiantly resisted the invasion of the undead, ultimately facing annihilation. They are not rebels, they are heroes. Bennett chuckled as he articulated his strategy. It is quite simple. Should we label the Resner family as insurrectionists, we would inevitably entangle ourselves in their intricate web of interests, leading to further turmoil in the border regions. It would be far more prudent to execute a swift decapitation of the family, discreetly attributing the act to the undead. This approach serves a dual purpose and preserves the morale of our border soldiers. Is that undead mage formidable? That undead mage possesses only second-tier strength, yet is accompanied by several second-tier skeletal warriors and countless ordinary skeletons. Upon hearing this, Guwen sighed, contemplating the arduous journey ahead for the kingdom's development. Such is the predicament of the Hel Kingdom, where even the slightly stronger extraordinary beings are scarce. The closer one gets to the empire, the more powerful the kingdoms become. Those like theirs, situated on the eastern edge of the continent, are merely used as cannon fodder. In the sprawling capital, they could scarcely muster 7 or 8 second-tier extraordinary beings. Bennett, how long will it take you to reach Ironstone City? My lord, my speed as a black mist is quite rapid. I should reach Ironstone City in about half a day. Can your black mist carry others? The black mist is a talent inherent to my kind. It can bear but one individual of equivalent tier. Currently, I am at second tier, capable of carrying 3 first-tier individuals or 10 ordinary people. However, my speed will diminish thereafter. Can you carry me? Guwen, possessing only physical strength, was uncertain whether Bennett could lift him. I shall attempt it. Bennett transformed into a swirling black mist, enveloping Guwen, but soon his voice emerged. My lord, I sense the immense power you harbor. With my talent, I am unable to accommodate you. In that case, let me ponder. Subsequently, Guwen produced the Holy Spirit Codex, summoning Vale. At that moment, Vale was training a cadre of guards and, upon sensing Guwen's call, promptly made his way to his side. My master, what task do you require of me? Vale, I appoint you as the commander of Ironstone City. You are free to act as you see fit. If possible, assist me in training a formidable border army. As a hero summoned from the Holy Spirit Codex, Guwen discovered that Vale possessed an innate talent for military training. Since the Resner family could no longer be relied upon, it was prudent to replace them. Conveniently, Vale also held second-tier strength, making him a suitable companion for Bennett on their mission to quell the insurrection. Additionally, Vale's training prowess could be utilized effectively. With the unwaveringly loyal Vale stationed at Ironstone City, concerns regarding border insurrections would be alleviated. At your command, my master. Upon receiving the command, Veer swiftly vanished from Guwen's sight, enveloped in Bennett's dark mist, as they hastened towards Ironstone City. Meanwhile, within the castle of the Resner family in Ironstone City, Andre and a certain necromancer were indulging in a lavish feast. Lord Lewis, you need only remain here for a few days. With the formidable second-tier undead warriors at your side, Count Kant will surely cause Guwen to flee in terror under your auspices. The necromancer, known as Lewis, was a towering skeleton, relishing the array of fresh flesh laid before him on the dining table, feeding the meat directly into his necromantic flames with an expression of utter delight. The second-tier skeletal warriors accompanying him were equally engaged in their feast. Andre, Lord Kant has promised that should I assist him, I would receive 1,000 flesh and blood offerings. This matter is not lost on you, I trust? 1,000 flesh and blood offerings equated to 1,000 living humans. However, Andre seemed entirely unfazed by this notion. What value did the lives of these insignificant commoners hold against their noble power and wealth? He forced a smile. Of course, Lord Lewis, I wouldn't forget. However, 1,000 offerings may no longer suffice. The Duke of Bone Demon is set to celebrate his birthday soon and thus requires 10,000 offerings. Otherwise, he will personally come to Ironstone City to demand an explanation. The Duke of Bone Demon was the leader of the undead residing along the border with the Kingdom of Herland, a formidable third-tier being. Lewis, being a trusted confidant of the Duke, spoke with undeniable authority. At this revelation, Andre's smile faltered. With a population of merely 50,000 in Ironstone City, he had previously sent hundreds of humans periodically to deter attacks from the undead. Yet now, the audacity of the Duke to demand 10,000 humans, 1/5 of the city's populace, posed an insurmountable problem. Should he comply, it would certainly lead to dire consequences, and he feared being held accountable if disaster struck. Isn't that excessive? Perhaps you could ask the Duke to wait a while. Acquiring such a large number of populace requires time. Andre's plea was abruptly interrupted by Lewis's stern voice. Wait, Andre, let me be clear. I am not negotiating. I am informing you. The Duke of Bone Demon is about to advance to the 4th tier. You would do well to consider the consequences of defying him. At this, the look of distress on Andre's face vanished. It was indeed for the Duke's birthday. Thus, he would expedite the gathering of offerings to avoid keeping the Lord waiting. A third-tier Duke might hesitate to launch a large-scale assault on the Kingdom of Herland due to certain threats, but a 4th-tier Duke would be beyond their capacity to resist. After forcing a smile, Andre quickly rose to signify his intent to procure the humans, dragging along his sullen knightly attendant, Varick. Andre was acutely aware of his knight Varick's profound disdain for malevolence and his unwavering sense of justice. If he did not take him out soon, Varick might very well confront Lewis, the skeletal mage's trusted lieutenant. Observing the departing duo, Lewis offered a scornful smile, engaging in conversation with several skeletal warriors nearby. Ha ha, No matter how incensed they might be, they would still bow beneath the illustrious name of the Duke. The demand for 10,000 souls was not the skeletal mage's decree, but rather a whim of Lewis, his confidant. This was the gift he intended to present to the Duke of Skeletons. Meanwhile, as the two exited the chamber, Varric could no longer contain himself. "My lord, why do you restrain me? With the power of a second-tier extraordinary, should I unleash my fury, that necromancer would undoubtedly be unable to evade me, and I would surely strike him down. I followed you because you promised to help me achieve the justice I seek. But your current actions deviate entirely from justice, even aiding the oppressor by casually consigning our kin to such a fate." Varric's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his gaze firmly on Andre. "You misunderstand. This is a matter of sacrificing the small for the greater good. Yes, you could easily slay Lewis, but what would that accomplish? When the Duke leads tens of thousands of undead to assault us, it will not just be those 10,000 who perish, but the entirety of Ironstone City and the entire kingdom of Hurland." With these words, Varric began to waver. Noticing this, Andre continued to expound his flawed reasoning. "Moreover, you have heard that the Duke is on the verge of becoming a fourth-tier powerhouse. By sacrificing just 10,000 now, we can avert their invasion of the kingdom. Otherwise, who could stand against the wrath of a fourth-tier being?" Varric, though sensing something amiss, acknowledged that this might indeed be the optimal solution for the present. The notion of sacrificing the small for the greater good sounded appealing, but was it truly so? Varric found himself in a quandary, his expression despondent as he walked away, ignoring Andre's calls to return. Andre, frowning for a moment, decided to let it go. He realized that Varric would at least not jeopardize his plans out of some misplaced sense of justice. Now, Andre still fantasized about the rewards that Count Cant would bestow upon him following this affair. Yet, a promise made by a dead man was destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 37. A change of plans. With a forlorn expression, Varric walked with his head bowed until he exited Ironstone City. When the calls of the guards on duty jolted him back to reality. "Is that you, Lord Varric?" Upon hearing his name, Varric regained a flicker of his former vigor. "Hello, did you call for me?" He looked up at the guard who had summoned him. "It truly is Lord Varric. My benefactor, do you not remember me?" A hint of confusion flickered in Varric's eyes. He had aided so many during his endeavors, and he was the type to perform good deeds anonymously. "Who are you?" "I am Hunter, the soldier who patrolled that night when a dire wolf stormed into Ironstone City. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my lord, wielding your sword, I would surely be dead by now." After Hunter's recounting, Varric indeed recalled the incident. However, he was not in the mood for conversation. Confusion enveloped him, and he longed to escape. The thought of Andre capturing innocent civilians within the city to offer as blood sacrifice to those accursed monsters filled him with profound sorrow. The Andre who once vowed to become the most formidable general on the frontier, arm in arm with him, was no more. The loyalty of a knight and his inner sense of justice shredded Varric's already fractured heart. By some twist of fate, he halted his steps. Sometimes, the answers to one's dilemmas cannot be found within. Perhaps they require the assistance of others. "Hunter, what would you do if someone sought to capture you to offer to the monsters?" This question caused Hunter to hesitate. Although merely a lowly foot soldier, he had served the noble lords for many years. How could he be unaware of the sordid deeds they had committed? As Varric's trusted knight, standing beside the Lord and Commander Andre, Hunter's thoughts were stirred. "I do not comprehend these matters. I became a soldier merely to fill my belly, never aspiring to become a figure of nobility." Varric shook his head, dissatisfied with this response. Indeed, how could he expect to extract the answers he sought from someone of such humble standing? "Yet, my Lord Varric, even noble lords have no right to arbitrarily dictate my fate. I shall resist with the little strength I possess. Some are numb and unwilling to fight. Others are fearful and dare not oppose. But there must be sacrifices. Why should that not be me?" Hunter spoke fervently, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Moreover, I have been granted 2 lives in this existence. One by you, my Lord Varric, and the other by my comrade, who, in his struggle for sustenance, took up arms against the monstrous undead." His final words remain etched in my memory. "Once, I too harbored a heart of justice, but lacking the power to protect it. I succumbed to countless self-deceptions and could no longer bear to confront the twisted remnants of that once pure heart. Slaying these monsters shall be my final and only act of justice. I do not understand the true essence of justice, yet I can discern right from wrong. When faced with glaring injustices, I refuse to stand idly by as they continue to proliferate." Hunter was acutely aware of his insignificance. The noble lords could extinguish him with a mere gesture. However, knowing this was one thing, taking action was another. If the so-called nobles regarded them as mere fodder to be manipulated at will, He would fight with every ounce of strength to defend himself. These words struck Varric like a heavy hammer. The so-called chivalric code, devoid of compassion and mercy towards humanity, represents the gravest betrayal of the knightly spirit. However, even if he were to rush back and slay that wretched Lewis, he would still be confronted by the formidable Bone Demon Duke. Varric did not fear death. Rather, he was unwilling to invite a greater calamity through a momentary act of courage. Such an outcome was not what he desired. "Thank you, Hunter. I shall remember your name." Varric bowed solemnly, leaving Hunter somewhat taken aback. "My lord, it is too much." Suddenly, Hunter exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Varric followed his gaze, and there he beheld a massive cloud of darkness rushing towards Ironstone City at an alarming speed. "Hunter, find a place to hide. I can sense the chilling aura within that black mist." Varric had yet to encounter the demon race, as they resided not in the eastern continent, where the predominant magical beings were the undead. Yet, the essence of the demon race bore a striking resemblance to that of the undead, exuding a similar frigidness. Once he saw Hunter had fled, Varric took a deep breath and unsheathed his knightly sword. Arcane energy surged from within him into the blade, akin to flames igniting. This was Varric's signal that he was prepared for battle. "Who approaches? Halt at once." The black mist seemed to take notice of Varric below, pausing momentarily. After lingering for a few seconds, it began to descend slowly. As it lowered to just a few meters above, the imposing figure of Bennett and the resplendent Ver emerged from the gloom. Bennett spoke first. "We come under the orders of Her Majesty the Empress and Duke to take control of Ironstone City and to execute the traitor Andre and the invader." Had it not been for Ver's intervention, Bennett would have charged into the city and swiftly beheaded Andre. Varric could not ascertain the truth of Bennett's words, but the aura of a second-tier extraordinary being was unmistakable. "No, you cannot kill Andre, nor Lewis of the undead." Initially perceiving Varric as an insignificant pawn, Bennett's ire ignited upon hearing him defend the very targets they sought to eliminate. "So, you are Andre's lackey. Then I shall slay you first. Stand down, Bennett. He likely has crucial information to share." Ver naturally intervened, restraining the furious Bennett. While Bennett possessed adequate intelligence, the volatile influence of his demonic bloodline often transformed him into a bellicose entity. Yet, he was not beyond control. Upon hearing Ver's admonition, he relinquished his gathered power. With the towering figure finally ceasing his build-up, Varric exhaled in relief. He spoke hastily. "I am a knight sworn to Andre, but I shall not shield his transgressions. The reason I oppose you is that Lewis, the necromancer of the undead, is backed by a Bone Demon Duke on the verge of ascending to the 4th tier. Killing Lewis is a straightforward task, one that even I could accomplish. However, should the Bone Demon Duke retaliate as a consequence, how shall we defend ourselves?" Upon hearing this, Bennett and Wall exchanged glances. The 4th tier Bone Demon Duke was a foe that neither of them could contend with, even together. "Bennett, send a message to the Duke. Plans have changed. The Bone Demon Duke is likely to ascend to a 4th tier undead." Bennett nodded in agreement, and a bird formed of black mist swiftly soared into the sky, carrying the urgent message. Chapter 38. The Thunder King. As the messenger bird pierced through the clouds, far away in the desolate plains, a revelry was unfolding within the fortress of the Bone Demon Duke. The air crackled with violent lightning, leaving the ground barren. "Ha ha ha. I have ascended to the 4th tier and awakened the rare lightning affinity of the undead race. Given time, I shall command vast territories, and even the formidable walls of human fortresses shall be no match for my undead army." With his newfound power, the Bone Demon's ambition swelled rapidly. In addition to dispatching Lewis to the nearest human stronghold to sow chaos, he commenced a grand celebration within his castle. A pitch-black skeletal warrior seized the moment to speak. "Your Grace, having ascended to the 4th tier, you surely deserve a more majestic title. As I observe your awakening of the lightning affinity, might I suggest the title of Thunder King?" The undead of the eastern continent were not particularly esteemed, often disorganized, with some 3rd-tier undead daring to call themselves kings. Yet, those like the Bone Demon, aware of the perils of attracting too much attention, refrained from grandiose claims. Now that the Bone Demon had achieved 4th-tier strength, he felt that the title he had previously claimed was no longer fitting. However, he found himself at a loss for a new, suitable name. The suggestion from the skeletal warrior sparked a light of inspiration within him. Thunder King? What an excellent title. With a flick of his wrist, a bolt of lightning surged forth, as thick as an arm, piercing toward the skeletal warrior. In an instant, the area was engulfed in blinding light, rendering the already dark skeletal warrior invisible. "How dare you steal my thunder? That title was intended for me, yet you uttered it first. You have sealed your fate." The Bone Demon glared, masking his fury with feigned politeness. Such a grand title ought to have originated from his own mind. How could it possibly be the idea of another? Fortunately, the undead possessed no sense of honor or morality. Even if the bone demon publicly executed the skeletal warrior, none would mourn his demise. Instead, they rushed forward to consume the ethereal flames left behind by the fallen warrior, igniting a fierce battle. Soon, a new skeletal warrior emerged from the remnants of the fallen. Now, I present to you the Thunder King. The bone demon, in an exceedingly exaggerated manner, fervently announced his new title. King, King, King. The countless undead below were equally exhilarated, as if they too had been elevated in status. Their fervent chants mingled with the wind, drifting far and wide. However, making such raucous noise while others slept would undoubtedly invite dire consequences. Suddenly, from beneath the ground in the wasteland, a violent surge of blue light erupted, followed by a towering beam piercing the earth. Even the distant bone demon and his legion of skeletons took notice of this radiant column. One of his trusted subordinates, with flickering soul flames in his eyes, immediately shouted, "My king, the god of the undead has bestowed a treasure upon you. This is a divine acknowledgement, a blessing." It was evident to any discerning observer that the beam heralded the emergence of a precious artifact. Nevertheless, this subordinate's mind was remarkably quick. The bone demon, disregarding any semblance of modesty, issued a command without hesitation. "The treasure is mine. Come, let us witness the king's new artifact together." It was clear that the bone demon was determined to possess this newly emerged treasure, already envisioning it as his own. Mounting his exclusive skeletal eagle, the bone demon swiftly soared toward the radiant beam. The throng of undead followed closely behind, and in a matter of moments, they surrounded the luminous pillar, sealing it off completely. The closer they approached the beam, the more they could feel the power it contained. The bone demon's soul flames flickered uncontrollably for a moment. He awaited the dissipation of the beam, as did all the undead present, holding their breath, even though they had none. At last, the beam vanished amidst the eager anticipation of the skeletons. However, what unfolded before their eyes took both the undead and the bone demon by surprise. For instead of a treasure, there stood a haggard old man and a withered young woman. The girl, clearly aware of her predicament, scanned the surrounding undead with a look of astonishment, only to furrow her brow in deep concern. Meanwhile, the bone demon found himself at a loss. For what lay before him was not a coveted artifact, but rather two unappetizing humans. This left the bone demon somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, the very subordinate who had initially spoken up quickly came to the rescue. He began to spout nonsense. "These are precious, pure-blooded humans. My king, this is the treasure bestowed by the divine. If you consume them, you shall grow even more powerful." The bone demon recognized the subordinate's deception. Yet the current situation left him no choice but to play along, thus preserving his own prestige. "My king, I have brought them to pay homage." The subordinate bravely stepped forward and swiftly rushed toward the two individuals. Evelina, upon gazing at her own face, now withered by the passage of vitality, felt a surge of frustration. Would her brother come to despise her in this state? Just then, an unsightly and repulsive wraith lunged towards her, seemingly intent on inflicting harm. Memories flooded her mind, and her anger intensified. "It is all your fault, you accursed undead. Were it not for the necessity of ridding the world of your monstrous kind, I would not have lost so much precious time with my brother. Die." The terrifying power, undiminished by prolonged dormancy, erupted in a shockwave centered around Evelina, sweeping across the desolate plain at a velocity surpassing sound. The wraiths, upon contact with the shockwave, were scattered, their soul flames extinguished, leaving behind naught but lifeless bones. Even the self-proclaimed Lord of Thunder, the skeletal mage, suffered grievous harm in the wake of this force. In contrast, Evelina appeared almost rejuvenated, as the barely perceptible life energy was extracted and replenished within her. Her parched body was infused with an abundance of vitality, rendering her complexion smoother and more radiant. "Casa, where are we? Where has my brother gone?" Evelina's discontent was palpable. She had hoped that awakening from slumber would bring ease, but it seemed that something amiss had transpired. Casa, unfazed by her icy query, understood that her thoughts were solely occupied with her beloved brother. "I am uncertain. I only recall that after the Sacred Tribunal's assault, Guwen sent us away to protect us both." "What? Does that mean my brother is in danger?" Evelina's expression shifted dramatically. Her sole desire now was to rush to her brother's side and safeguard him. "Hold on, Evelina. Guwen assured me he could escape. The priority now is to ascertain our location. Otherwise, we may find ourselves unable to return." Casa surveyed the barren expanse surrounding them, shrugging his shoulders. Chapter 39. Just call me Little Bone Casa, observing the desolation nearby, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Who could possibly know where they were? The only remaining local was the skeletal mage, barely clinging to life on the ground. They call you king, yet what sort of king are you? Pathetically weak. Cassa kicked the seemingly lifeless skeletal mage, sensing a flicker of life within it. Meanwhile, the skeletal mage internally cursed its treacherous subordinate. This was no treasure emerging. It was a punishment from the god of the undead. To confront these two harbingers of doom was indeed a stroke of misfortune. The force of the recent attack, though the skeletal mage had not witnessed grand spectacles, was still something it could comprehend. To be struck down as a formidable fourth-tier warrior, it could only draw parallels to the legendary Lich King of the distant undead. This indicated that the girl possessed power nearing that of the Lich King, a being akin to a seventh-tier undead. Just as the bone demon was about to continue feigning death, he suddenly felt an unseen force lifting him into the air. Since he was unwilling to speak, I shall reduce him to fragments and grind him into bone meal for fertilizer. Evelyn's voice, chilling and sinister, resembled a whisper from the depths of hell. With unwavering determination, before the bone demon could even react, his legs were severed and crushed into powder by telekinesis. Please spare me, my lord. Whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge without reservation. Though he felt no pain, the loss of much of his body did not bring him any comfort. It seemed that if he remained silent, he might very well be torn to pieces. Faced with the specter of death, he resolved to discard his crown, even trampling it underfoot. Upon hearing the bone demon plead for mercy, Evelyn exerted her will, causing him to plummet from the sky. Ouch! The fall nearly shattered the severely injured bone demon into fragments. A prudent individual knows how to adapt. Cassa kicked the fallen bone demon twice, realizing that this creature, fearing for its life, was not as resilient as it appeared. Its seemingly tough exterior was merely a facade of soft bones. The bone demon dared not resist and merely chuckled nervously. After all, surrendering was preferable to death. Endurance. I endure. Evelyn spoke, her icy tone sending shivers through the bone demon, nearly extinguishing the flicker of his soul. Where's this? Are we still in the kingdom of Halros? The bone demon could answer the first part of her question, but the latter left him bewildered. This is the desolate plains of the eastern continent. Where is the kingdom of Halros? Let me think. Fortunately, the name resonated with a sense of eerie familiarity. He had not always been a wraith, but once a human who had perished and been reborn as the undead. I've remembered. In my previous life, I was a minor noble from the kingdom of Halros, but that was 200 years ago, and the kingdom has long since fallen. The bone demon had spent far longer as an undead than as a human, so he felt little sorrow for his former identity. His current existence as a true undead was now his reality. Cassa suddenly charged forward, grasping the bone demon by the collarbone and lifting him from the ground. What do you mean? Are you saying 200 years have passed? The kingdom of Halros has fallen. Cassa was enveloped in shock. As a pure scientist, he had little concern for the fate of kingdoms. Yet, he could hardly believe he had been thrust 2 centuries into the future. This revelation astonished him. The crystal developed by Guwen had indeed withstood the ravages of time. Wait, if 200 years have elapsed, what of Guwen? At this thought, Cassa's heart sank, and he turned to Evelyn beside him. As expected, her expression was as cold as ice, yet tears like shimmering sapphires flowed from her eyes. Brother, have I lost you once more? Evelina, too, was aware of the fundamental truths of existence. Even for a high-ranking, extraordinary being, unless one had utilized a longevity artifact, a lifespan exceeding 200 years was utterly implausible. Moreover, her brother, Guwen, was merely an ordinary man. Cassa, I wish to cease existing. I long to join my brother. A resolute thought surged within Evelina, as her boundless mental and magical energies began to intertwine and compress, intending to dissolve herself. Wait, Evelina. The crystal left by Guwen is responding. Cassa's exclamation halted Evelina's dissolution, prompting her to turn and behold the diamond crystal in Cassa's hand, radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. This crystal had been crafted by Guwen as a safeguard against misfortune, imbued with the ability to resonate with him. To her astonishment, the crystal, which had seemingly expended its energy and lost its luster, erupted with its final brilliance as she contemplated suicide. Evelina caressed the crystal, its fading glow impervious to the influx of her magical power. Brother, were you just now preventing me? Do you not wish for me to accompany you? She was well aware that Guwen could not still be alive. She merely sensed that a trace of his essence lingered within the crystal, instinctively resisting her demise. Evelina, perhaps, in some unseen way, your brother has always sought to protect you, to enable you to become a complete individual and to live fully. Do you truly intend to so easily defy his wishes? Casa, though a somewhat obsessive scientist, had poured his heart and soul into creating Evelina, regarding her as more than just a mere tool. Thus, he ardently endeavored to assist her in emerging from her self-imposed isolation. For a person who had sealed away their emotions would indeed be more suited to serve as a tool. He too sought to prevent Evelina from falling into despair. Then Casa hurled the skeletal demon to the ground. You too shall speak and counsel Evelina. Otherwise, should she choose to despair, I shall reduce you to fragments to accompany her. The magical fluctuations of Casa, a fifth-tier extraordinary being, caused the skeletal demon to tremble. A person intent on self-destruction would find no solace in eloquent persuasion. Was this not a form of bullying the innocent? By principle, the skeletal demon would not offer counsel. Yet presently, the principle lay in another's hands. Fortunately, Evelina chose to speak. All right, Casa, please cease your jesting. I have made my decision. I shall not die. The words of Guwen flashed through her mind. Brother once told me to seize the opportunity to explore this world, to genuinely experience life. Though he is no longer here, his words remain. Since it was his request, how could I refuse? Thus, you shall not easily pursue death. Casa exclaimed with unbridled joy. Indeed, until I fulfill my brother's wishes, I shall endeavor to live well. Evelina spoke thus. Subsequently, both individuals cast their gaze upon the skeletal creature on the ground, attempting to diminish its presence. Their eyes were filled with terror. The air grew still, and the skeletal being managed a sheepish smile, addressing them as my lords. You may call me Little Bone. I actually preferred your previous defiant demeanor. Do revert to that, Casa remarked with a chuckle. Being a good person is no easy task, replied Little Bone. Chapter 40. The Decapitation Plan. Little Bone, we require your assistance in guiding us. Are there any human cities nearby? Casa helped the skeletal being to its feet, additionally aiding in the reassembly of its legs. Experiencing the sensation of a complete body, Little Bone joyfully leaped about. My lord, you are truly benevolent. I feared I would have to crawl to lead the way. Rubbing its hands together, Little Bone, considering its skeletal appearance, voiced a concern. My lord, would my appearance cause panic if I were to approach a human city? It felt quite troubled, as it could not alter its form. That is quite simple, responded Evelina, maintaining her stoic expression yet moving swiftly. With a pointed gesture, she unleashed her magic, enveloping Little Bone in a magical circle. Do not worry. It is merely a simple transformation spell. Her words alleviated the creature's anxiety, which had anticipated that the two would turn against it. Soon, the magical circle dissipated, and as the light faded, an ordinary-looking, honest figure emerged. The transformation spell conjured the visage most deeply imprinted in one's heart, evidently. This was the form Little Bone subconsciously envisioned. Evelina examined the results of her spell with satisfaction, noting that the disguise was flawless at first glance. Little Bone, incredulous, sensed the remarkable change in its body. This form was so familiar. I have a mirror here. You may use it, Casa offered kindly, producing a mirror from his belongings. Although it was puzzling why Casa would carry a mirror, Little Bone was far more curious about its new appearance. Upon taking the mirror, it beheld its face. This resembles my human form. I even had a human name, Hadwin. Little Bone poked at its face, memories flooding back. I recall everything. What is the nearest country from here? Seeing Evelina remain silent, Casa took it upon himself to inquire of Hadwin directly. Furrowing his brow, Hadwin pondered. This question posed no challenge, for the kingdom of Helan was his long-standing rival. Ironstone City was the closest human settlement to the desolate plains. However, he was uncertain whether Lewis, whom he had previously dispatched to gather intel, had reduced Ironstone City to ruins. Yet, Hadwin promptly dismissed this notion, acknowledging that Lewis was more adept at causing trouble than achieving success. Allowing him to take advantage of others for food and drink poses no significant issue. However, to let him wreak havoc upon a city seems beyond his capabilities. My lord, the nearest location from here is the Ironstone City of the Kingdom of Helan. Very well. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gaze of Hadwin, Casa retrieved a carriage from his magical storage pouch. Such a substantial storage bag is unheard of to Hadwin. Yet, as the chief scientist of the Kingdom of Hallrose, it is hardly surprising that Casa possesses such items. My lord, we have no horses, Hadwin stated, perplexed. I am aware. Casa replied nonchalantly, fully cognizant that no horses could be found in this vicinity. This left Hadwin in a state of confusion until a realization struck him. Am I to pull the carriage myself? A wry smile spread across Hadwin's face. He could understand this predicament all too well, having endured similar situations in the past. The wheel of fate turns, and now it is his turn to swallow this bitter fruit. Who else would pull the carriage, if not you? Casa shrugged, then, alongside Evelina. took a seat in the carriage, leaving Guwen with a glowering glance to ponder upon. Within less than a second, Guwen convinced himself to pull the carriage. After all, as a fourth-tier powerhouse, pulling a carriage is hardly taxing. It is a simple task. While he was occupied with the carriage, the atmosphere in Ironstone City was anything but relaxed. With the assistance of Varric, Vir and Bennett had ascended to the top of the city walls. Bennett, did you sense that power? The force Vir spoke of was the sudden beam of light they had witnessed flashing across the desolate plains, accompanied by an overwhelming presence. Due to the considerable distance, they could only perceive a vague sense of its might. Bennett nodded. He felt an immense pressure emanating from that force. It seems the Bone Demon Duke has indeed broken through to the fourth tier. Given our current strength, we may no longer be qualified to involve ourselves in this matter. What is the Master's stance? Bennett had yet to receive intelligence from his subordinates and was about to respond with uncertainty when a sharp bird call pierced the air. The Master's intelligence has arrived. Bennett swiftly opened the report. The Master indicated he was en route and instructed us to restrain Andre and the Necromancer, preventing them from wreaking havoc upon the innocent. After reading the report, Vir and Bennett's expressions turned fierce as they directed their gazes toward Varric. Varric had once pledged allegiance to Andre and was a second-tier extraordinary being. Should he prove loyal to his master, they would need to join forces to eliminate him first. Otherwise, should he alert Andre, the consequences could be dire. Why do you gaze at me so? I will not betray. Andre is no longer worthy of my loyalty. I pledge my allegiance only to the Andre who once stood noble and grand, not to the current incarnation, mired in deceit and lost to his original ideals. The disappointment reflected in Varric's eyes was sincere. Vir and Bennett exchanged glances, seemingly questioning whether to place their trust in him once more. Ultimately, they resolved to give Varric the benefit of the doubt. With that in mind, we shall trust you this time. We will split up. Two shall pursue Lewis, while one addresses Andre. Given the presence of numerous second-tier undead warriors surrounding Lewis, Vir proposed a reasonable allocation of responsibilities. If possible, allow me the honor of capturing Andre myself, as a final attempt to persuade him to reconsider his path. Having chosen to extend our trust to Varric, it naturally follows that we should harbor no suspicions. Very well, Andre shall be your charge. After outlining the general plan, Vir and Bennett departed, while Varric took his leave in the opposite direction. Once Varric was gone, Bennett signaled discreetly, and an unremarkable figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. He was a member of the Shadow Organization, now operating as a national security agent. Follow him, should he fail to apprehend Andre or disclose our plans to him. Report back to me immediately. Understood, my lord. The agent vanished once more into the darkness. I hope he does not betray our trust, for otherwise our impromptu scheme may unravel. Bennett remarked with a hint of innocence. After all, it is merely a matter of eliminating one more person. Leaning against the wall, Vir unsheathed his long sword, meticulously polishing it in preparation for the impending battle. He had no concerns about Varric stirring up any trouble. Chapter 41. You betrayed your true intentions when Varric found Andre, burdened by a heavy heart. Andre was already rallying his loyalists, preparing to seal off Ironstone City and commence the indiscriminate capture of civilians. My lord, must we truly proceed in this manner? One of his confidants inquired. He too was a local of Ironstone City, and initially, Andre had assured that as long as there was no resistance, allowing the skeletons to enter the city would result in no casualties. Yet now, Andre had suddenly reversed his stance, insisting on sending soldiers to apprehend the defenseless civilians for the undead. Even if he was willing to act as a traitor, those civilians included the families of soldiers. Resistance was inevitable. So tell me, if we wait for the powerful undead to breach Ironstone City, will more lives be lost then, or now? Andre's retort left his subordinate speechless. My lord, what if those soldiers oppose this course of action? Is there any need for contemplation? Then we shall kill them. Those contemptible soldiers, even united, cannot sway the Resno family in the slightest. Varric, you have arrived just in time. Should any of those soldiers dare to defy my orders, you shall execute them on the spot, charging them with treason against the nobility. Upon seeing Varric, Andre issued his command. My lord, I must ask once more. Are you certain we must proceed in this manner? We could indeed resist. I have heard that Her Majesty, the Empress of the capital, is remarkably wise, and that the Duke is striving to alter the impoverished and weakened state of the Kingdom of Herland. We could unite our efforts to repel or even defeat those wretched undead. As he spoke, the image of the Duke Guwen, whom he had never seen, involuntarily surfaced in Vellic's mind. It was merely an initial impression gleaned from the conversations between Vir and Bennett. To his dismay, Andre merely scoffed. Huh, Vellic, from where have you heard such rumors? The Empress is merely a child, and the Duke you speak of is nothing but a scoundrel, utterly devoid of understanding when it comes to governing a nation. I fear the entire capital is now shrouded in chaos due to his misrule. Yet, despite this, our mission remains to protect the kingdom of Herland and the city of Ironstone. To cede 5 cities today and 10 tomorrow is a path of endless surrender. Turn back, my lord. Velik, with a heavy heart, earnestly implored Andre. However, such words would only resonate with a 3-year-old. 2 individuals with opposing views could never persuade one another. Velik, I once thought you were an intelligent man. Are you truly willing to turn against me for the sake of those worthless commoners? Andre narrowed his eyes, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, while his loyal subordinates remained silent, as if ready for bloodshed at any moment. Lord Andre, it seems you are choosing a path that leads to darkness. I fight not for a single person, but for the justice I uphold, to do what is right, without regret, even unto death. Velik had seen through Andre's true nature and finally resolved to draw his sword. You have betrayed your original intentions. Andre and 3 or 4 of his confidants were merely first-tier extraordinary beings, whereas Velik had already reached the 2nd tier. The advantage was mine. The tense atmosphere was shattered in an instant as Velik swung his sword, beheading one of Andre's subordinates. Subsequently, a surge of magical energy tore through the roof, and a dazzling light erupted forth. Velik unleashed his full power, slaying everyone present except Andre with ease. Upon witnessing this, Andre fell to his knees. Spare me. I was once your lord. Grant me my life. Gazing at the desperate Andre before him, Velik felt a pang of compassion. Just as Velik hesitated, Andre suddenly scattered a special dust, enveloping the surroundings in a thick fog. Though Velik managed to evade much of it, some of the fine particles still entered his eyes, causing a momentary haze. Relying on instinct, Velik struck out with his sword to defend himself. Clang! His long sword was knocked away by a heavy hammer wielded with tremendous force, followed by a punch that struck him squarely. The disorientation left Velik unprepared, and he fell heavily to the ground. Andre, I had intended to spare you. Velik clutched his chest, the recent blow having drawn blood from the corner of his mouth. He could hardly believe that he still harbored any compassion for Andre, while Andre had shown no hesitation in attempting to take his life. With a mocking smile, Andre placed a heavy boot upon Velik's form. Enough of this feigned compassion. You have always relished in portraying a facade of virtue. You have resolved to kill me, yet falter at the last moment. Andre lifted his heavy hammer, aiming it menacingly at Velik's head, clearly intent on ending him swiftly. Though you may never have the chance to utilize this knowledge, allow me to impart one final lesson. Justice that is not absolute is utterly unjust. Prepare to perish. With that, Andre's hammer was poised to descend. In a swift moment, a multitude of gleaming crossbow bolts surged forth from the surrounding shadows, targeting Andre. Even a first-tier extraordinary being is merely flesh and blood, and many extraordinary individuals are unable to awaken their innate abilities. The timing of these bolts was impeccably calculated, striking at the instant Andre let down his guard. Thus, Andre found himself ensnared in a veritable storm of bolts, his body riddled like a beehive. Velik, witnessing this turn of events, was momentarily taken aback. He had already closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, yet unexpectedly, reinforcements arrived. Figures emerged from the unassuming corners, one stepping forward to Velik while others collected the precious bolts, each one valuable, and any careless waste would surely incur the wrath of their frugal leader. Despite Lord Bennett's declaration that their shadow organization had been restructured into the kingdom's national security department, the words of Winley, their leader, remained etched in their minds. They were simply too impoverished, with resources in short supply. Who are you? Velik asked, gazing bewilderedly at those wielding crossbows. We are not the shadows. We are members of the kingdom's national security department, operating under Lord Bennett's orders to assist you discreetly, in case of unforeseen circumstances. The mission of surveillance could not be divulged outright. Framing it as covert assistance sounded far more palatable. After all, the meanings were quite similar, and Velik had not indeed violated any of Lord Bennett's directives. I see. I wonder how you intend to handle Andre's body. That cannot be disclosed, came the cold response from the security personnel, who then proceeded to prepare Andre's lifeless form for removal. Velik's blurred vision gradually cleared, and the impact of his injuries was not as severe as he had first thought. He rose slowly, approaching Andre's body and bowing deeply. My lord, the final lesson you imparted to me, I believe I now have the opportunity to put it into practice. He then retrieved the long sword that had been knocked away and, limping slightly, made his way toward the location of Lewis, eager to see if he could offer any assistance. Chapter 42. I implore you, do not strike me, Commander. Allow me to lead the way. At this moment, Lewis remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril that loomed before him as he continued to indulge in his lavish feast. Certainly, the dishes he consumes must be crafted by a master chef, otherwise they lack soul. As a member of the undead race, he must feast on souls to satiate his hunger. Ha ha ha. Once Andre delivers the 10,000 humans, we can return to seek the Bone Demon Duke. I am confident that he will bestow upon us generous rewards. Perhaps we may even advance further in our endeavors. A sudden knock at the door interrupted Lewis's moment of grandiose daydreaming. He wore an expression of impatience. Who dares disturb me? Do they not realize that I am dining within? Come forth and kneel to apologize. Accustomed to wielding authority, Lewis believed there was no one in Ironstone City more formidable than himself. Thus, he commanded the intruder to enter without hesitation. With a resounding crash, the door was shattered by a surge of magical energy. As the dust settled, two imposing figures met Lewis's gaze. Apologies, but I've had a stubborn knee since childhood. I cannot kneel. One figure radiated a brilliant golden light, while the other was shrouded in swirling black mist. Goodness, who are these two? Such prowess is not permitted in Ironstone City. Lewis was momentarily taken aback by their dramatic entrance. Yet a mere flicker of perception revealed that they were merely second-tier extraordinary beings. He had expected formidable adversaries, yet they were not particularly strong. His ranks boasted even more second-tier powers. With a casual wave of his hand, several mounds of earth appeared, and hundreds of skeletons began to emerge, nearly overwhelming the room. Among them were several first-tier skeletal warriors. As the skeletons crowded closer, Bennett delivered a powerful punch, shattering dozens of them. Just clearing some space here. No need to thank me. Seeing Bennett dare to act against him, Lewis's anger surged. He intended to show these two presumptuous interlopers what true power looked like. Destroy them. Attack. The frigid environment of the undead territory often led to banter about cold hands. Upon hearing Lewis's command, 7 or 8 second-tier skeleton warriors charged into the throng, launching an assault on Vale and Bennett. Despite the overwhelming force of the skeletons, Vale and Bennett remained unfazed. You see, there is a difference among second-tier beings, Vale jested, implying that these second-tier skeletons were no match for him. The skeleton warriors, incensed by his words, seethed with rage. One of the second-tier skeletons retorted, "You speak boldly for one who is merely food. I am a warrior under the Bone Demon Duke, and you shall perish." Dipping sauce. What is that? Vale mused as he summoned his unique holy weapon, the Holy Light's Evil Soul Sword. The malevolent soul sword was aimed by Veer at the advancing horde of skeletons, from which countless wailing souls seeped forth, their anguished cries coalescing into tangible sound waves that shattered the skeletal forms into fragments. Goodness, why is your weapon so sinister? The sinister aura emanating from the soul sword left Bennett in a state of sheer disbelief. His eyes, once filled with murderous intent, now appeared clear and foolish. It was astonishing that someone as seemingly radiant as Veer wielded such a dark weapon, who decreed that I must always employ weapons of light. Even darkness is a form of light, and this is merely an appetizer. With that, Veer raised the soul sword high, and a ghastly apparition with a green visage and jagged fangs erupted from the black light at the sword's tip, diving into the scattered bone fragments below. As soon as the apparition landed among the skeletal remains, it transformed into a pool of black sludge, binding the numerous bones together. The colossal skeleton, now enveloped by the writhing black mire, stood once more, no longer sustained by soul flames, but invigorated by a new heart forged from the dark sludge, pulsating with life. Kill. The obsidian skeleton immediately targeted one of the approaching second-tier skeletal warriors, its bone fist descending with immense force. Tendrils of black mire extended from the dark skeleton, attempting to ensnare the skeletal warrior. However, the warrior countered with a swift strike, severing the tendril. What a peculiar creature, but hardly impressive. The undead are the mightiest. The warrior, emboldened by his success in slicing through the strange appendage, felt a surge of confidence. Yet, his bravado was short-lived, as a single punch from the dark skeleton obliterated him, consuming even the soul fire within his form. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Curse it. Attack together. Avenge our fallen brother. The remaining skeletons were undeterred, believing their fallen comrade had merely been careless. They collectively reasoned that even a bone demon lord would need to exert effort to contend with this peculiar creature. However, such optimistic fantasies were far removed from the harsh reality. Bennett had long been eager to intervene, instantly transforming into a shadowy mist that enveloped the backs of the skeletons. The dark mist coalesced into a massive hand, shattering several second-tier skeletons in an instant. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? The remaining warriors were struck with astonishment at the sight of Bennett, a fellow second-tier entity, effortlessly annihilating several of their kind. Do you not comprehend that the lowest of the undead, like you, are no match for the formidable bloodline of the demon race? The demonic lineage coursing through Bennett granted him immense strength, while the skeletons before him were merely the most basic of their kind, devoid of any distinctive traits. You are a demon. Why do you ally with humans to attack our undead kin? It was only then that the remaining skeletons realized Bennett's true nature, prompting them to revive their long-abandoned moral arguments from centuries past to condemn him. You lack the standing to judge me. From a distance, a beam of sword light surged forth, originating from Veer's soul sword. Once proud of their numbers, the second-tier skeletons now dared not boast, desperately seeking to flee, only to find their feet ensnared in treacherous black mire, countless pale bony hands emerging from the depths to hold them captive. As the glimmer of sword light drew ever closer, several skeletons gazed in despair at Lewis, who was still indulging in his feast. "My lord, save me," they cried. Yet to their astonishment, Lewis did not spare them a glance, and soon they were cleaved into fragments by the radiant blade. They proved utterly defenseless. Vale spat upon the remnants of these creatures, his wicked soul sword still unsated. "Do you intend to resist?" he inquired, directing his sword towards the well-fed Lewis. This fellow remained unfazed. Even amidst such peril, he maintained his composure while dining, perhaps a master in his own right, possessing hidden strengths. To their surprise, Lewis gradually rose, a proud expression adorning his face as he declared, "You cannot harm me. Although I may not match your strength, I have powerful backing. My lord is the Bone Demon Duke, a formidable fourth-tier transcendent of the undead." Thus, he boasted, expecting deference due to his affiliation. However, Lewis had forgotten that he was no longer in the realm of the undead. In essence, wielding a Ming Dynasty sword against a Qing Dynasty official was futile and would only invite a beating. Vale and Bennett barely contained their laughter, having anticipated a fierce battle, only to discover a blustering coward. Your support lies with the undead, yet you now stand in Ironstone City. You threaten us, the human kingdom, with your undead connections? How laughable. Teach him a lesson. In no time, Lewis found himself pinned to the ground, as Vale and Bennett unleashed a chaotic flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Though they could not slay him, they certainly could inflict pain. "Why are you attacking me after I introduced myself? The Bone Demon will not forgive you. Please stop. My backing is formidable. Enough, I surrender. I can help you gather the other scattered skeletons in the city, facilitating your efforts to capture them all." Crumpled on the ground, battered and broken, Lewis lamented his plight. "Forgive me, brothers, I no longer wish to be beaten. I can only rely on you for protection." In a moment of betrayal, he severed his ties with his brethren. Chapter 43. With hidden motives, though Lewis professed his intent to assist Vale and Bennett in uniting the dispersed undead within the city, he was indeed fulfilling that very role, as he summoned the undead, witnessing their confusion as they gathered only to be summarily dispatched by Vale's sword. The torment in Lewis's heart was excruciating. The pain was unbearable. "My lords, I trust you are satisfied with my efficiency in rallying them?" Lewis forced himself to avert his gaze from the gruesome remnants, a sycophantic smile plastered upon his face. "Excellent." Vale nodded, acknowledging Lewis's efficiency. "May I be released now?" "I assure you, I shall not disclose today's events to that bone demon," Lewis proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. Indeed, Lewis bore the humiliation with fortitude, for upon his return to the Bone Demon Duke, he vowed to raise Ironstone City, repaying the indignities suffered today tenfold. "Lewis, when did we ever agree to let you go?" Bennett interjected. "Shall we hang this fellow at the city gates to dry?" At these words, Lewis was immediately incensed. "How can you be so devoid of morals? Are you even human?" "I am not human," Vale replied, shrugging with an air of indifference, for he was a summoned spirit, not of human origin. "I belong to the demon race, and I too am not human." "Lewis, my mother tongue is silence." As anticipated, Lewis was soon suspended at the city gate, yet he remained undeterred. He possessed a unique necromantic spell that could inform the Bone Demon Duke of his whereabouts from hundreds of kilometers away. Although he considered using it immediately, he had overheard Vale and Bennett's conversation during his summons of skeletons. It seemed a significant figure was en route to Ironstone City, ostensibly to confront the Bone Demon Duke. However, Lewis was acutely aware of the current state of the Hurland Kingdom. In a word, there was not a capable fighter in sight. Faced with the Duke, who had ascended to a fourth-tier transcendent, even that prominent human would be akin to an ant attempting to stop a chariot. Nevertheless, Lewis resolved to wait for this so-called great figure to arrive. At that moment, he would notify the Bone Demon Duke, potentially ensnaring all involved. and perhaps even capturing the prominent human himself. Those in high positions, judging by Lewis's experience, were invariably cowards, likely to barter their lives for survival when confronted with peril. Thus, Lewis bided his time, enduring the elements in anticipation of the opportune moment. I can endure some hardships. As long as I can atone for my misdeeds, it will suffice. Unbeknownst to Guwen, he was already perceived as a mere pawn by a lowly underling. Upon receiving a classified report from the National Security Department regarding the fourth-tier bone demon, he hastily set forth to Ironstone City. Fortunately, the Hurlan Kingdom was not extensive, and it would take him merely a day to travel from the royal capital to Ironstone City. However, while en route, Guwen received a notification from the system. You have incited others to compel the Bone Demon Duke of the Undead into submission. He has been forced into humiliation, becoming your captive. All his pent-up resentment has transformed into a sycophantic smile, and from henceforth, he is stripped of freedom, his essence lost. Reward acquired, skill, great memory restoration, it matters not if forgotten. In this grand exchange, I hope you can recall. Active skill, upon activation, by striking the target, you can forcibly induce them into a state of recollection. Upon encountering the content of the pop-up, Guwen felt an inexplicable sense of unease, soon recalling that he was indeed meant to confront the Bone Demon Duke. How could it be that his adversary had yielded before his arrival? This peculiar turn of events only fueled Guwen's desire to journey to Ironstone City and unravel the mystery. As he was nearing the city, the Holy Spirit Codex in his hand began to vibrate incessantly. Heroic Unit Vale has slain a new race, the Undead, and acquired the ability to summon a first-tier Undead Holy Warrior. A new soul from the Undead race has been collected. The Codex now unlocks a second hero unit slot. Please gather special souls to transform into a unique Holy Spirit. Having slain Undead Skeleton 233, the theft talent has successfully activated, granting the talent ability, Mind Immunity. We are, in truth, already dead. Becoming undead allows our remaining souls to attain immortality, no longer belonging to ourselves. This provides substantial immunity to mental control, influence, confusion, and deception. Guwen had not anticipated that Vale's vanquishing of a creature would trigger his talent ability. It appeared that the activation of talent could occur even through the actions of his summoned beings. Moreover, with this newfound ability, he need no longer worry about control-type skills, uplifting his spirits considerably. As he passed through the city gate, Guwen spotted Lewis hanging on the city wall and greeted him cheerfully. Greetings, peculiar skeleton. Guwen smiled and waved. However, this gesture was perceived by Lewis as a provocation. Witnessing even a mere passerby mock him in his disgrace incited Lewis's wrath. How dare you laugh at me? When the Bone Demon Duke arrives, I shall ensure this place is laid to waste. During his time suspended at the city gate, Lewis had come to realize that these people would never dare to kill him. They were merely abusing him out of fear of the Bone Demon Duke's might. Perhaps they were even timidly planning to release him soon and offer their apologies. Yet, Lewis had resolved that he would never forgive these individuals. Regrettably, Lewis could not fathom that the Bone Demon Duke he so fervently awaited had already been vanquished. Meanwhile, Guwen finally arrived before Vale and Bennett. Master, Andre has been dealt with. How shall we dispose of his remains? Sever his head and display it for 3 days, so those cowardly rats hiding in the shadows may witness the fate of a traitor. Should they not see the consequences, they might doubt the sharpness of my blade. As for the nobles who may rise in revolt over this, it has been ages since Kant's demise, yet not a single noble has dared to speak on his behalf. This clearly indicates their own cowardice. In the face of absolute power, all that remains is the instinct to cling to life. Understood. There was no need for Bennett to take action himself. The agents of the Ministry of National Security, concealed in the shadows, began to execute the order. Guwen noticed the somewhat anxious Vilek standing to the side. My lord, he referred to Vilek, who was a close knight to Andre. However, Andre's actions had utterly disillusioned Vilek, leading him to turn to us. Upon hearing Veer's explanation, Guwen nodded. He subsequently took out the mirror of reflection and gazed at Vilek. Though Vilek's loyalty to the Duke was rather lukewarm, his allegiance to Andre was non-existent. After all, it was their first encounter, and a lack of loyalty was entirely understandable. It could be cultivated over time. Vilek, the previous matters are forgotten. I wish to ask if you would be willing to serve as a general of the kingdom. There was a need to train an army, and since Veer had become the lord of Ironstone City, a new general would naturally have to be chosen. Vilek, sweating with anxiety, hardly dared to raise his gaze to meet Guwen's eyes for long. His instincts warned him that the Duke before him radiated an aura of danger. However, at a glance, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary individual devoid of threat. Despite his sudden realization, The mark of a rebel had already been stamped upon him, leaving him uncertain if this reputedly formidable figure would use him to establish dominance. He understood the principle of making an example of someone. Yet, the unexpected appointment left the inexperienced Vilek somewhat astounded. To be the general of the kingdom? Are you referring to me? Vilek incredulously lifted his head and pointed to himself, fearing he had misheard. Chapter 44. Why does the king surrender first? Could someone with an almost criminal reputation truly be entrusted with such a significant responsibility? Vilek was perplexed, but Guwen did not grant him the luxury of hesitation. Of course, you may refuse this appointment and instead choose to become a prisoner, Guwen said half-jokingly. I accept. I accept. Vilek exclaimed, startled. He was still a somewhat immature young man. Unaccustomed to such situations, he immediately expressed his enthusiastic agreement to the appointment. Then remember to study military knowledge. I shall provide you with some basic training methods for soldiers in due course. Though currently lacking in resources, to onlookers it might have seemed like mere daydreaming. Yet Vilek was ablaze with fervor. Guwen simply patted him on the shoulder. Let us go see that little necromancer. He surely has something to say to us. Guwen recalled Lewis's fiery gaze. He must have felt quite lonely and in need of someone to confide in. He navigated by instinct and soon returned with an awkward expression. I'm unfamiliar with this place. Lead the way. Bennett stifled a laugh, gripping his arm tightly, and maintained a serious demeanor as they proceeded forward. Before long, the trio arrived at the top of the city wall. In order to release his long-suppressed mirth, Bennett transformed his laughter into force. He wielded the ropes binding Lewis like a whip, striking him with vigor. Caught off guard, Lewis stumbled and fell awkwardly to the ground. Could you give me a heads up next time you pull me like that? My backside is sore from the fall. Lewis groaned, feeling his non-existent posterior, which merely consisted of bones, in close contact with the ground. As he raised his head, he was met with the mischievous grin of Guwen, and their brief encounter left a lasting impression on him. Ah, I didn't expect you to be here. It's the perfect opportunity to settle the score for your earlier mockery. Despite the presence of Vale and Bennett, Lewis found an inexplicable courage and stood tall, seemingly preparing to deliver a lesson in fisticuffs to Guwen. Kneel. He is my master. Do not flaunt such arrogance, Vale admonished, refusing to allow Lewis, a mere skeleton, to act defiantly before his master. With a swift kick, he pinned Lewis to the ground. Spare me. I was blind to your greatness. Please, do not strike me again. Lewis's transformation from bravado to pleading was remarkably swift. Upon realizing that this mortal before him was a figure of great stature, his mind raced to find a way to lower their guard and summon his superior. Thus, it was in his best interest to minimize the blows he received. Fear not. I shall not strike you, Guwen replied, rolling up his sleeves as he activated a powerful memory restoration skill. A vibrant green light enveloped his hands, and with the speed of light, his palm struck Lewis's face, creating a sonic boom. What appeared to be a harmless slap unleashed an agonizing sensation akin to being pierced by red-hot iron needles, engulfed in flames, and torn apart piece by piece. The pain was so unbearable that Lewis felt as though he were on the brink of death. In that moment, Lewis's skeletal form crumpled into a heap, and countless thoughts flooded his mind. Guwen, using this skill for the first time, was astonished by its potency. Having struck, he felt compelled to inquire further, lest the effort be in vain. Clearing his throat, he asked, Tell me, what have you recalled? I remember running beneath the sunset that day. It was my lost youth. Smack. Another slap followed, rendering the response utterly meaningless. I recall the melancholy of that day. It hardened my heart. Guwen sensed that if he allowed Lewis to continue reminiscing, he might succumb to his own sorrow. Thus, he delivered yet another decisive slap, interrupting the spellcasting. Lewis felt as if he were drifting beyond the realm of existence, on the verge of disintegration. The power behind that slap was terrifying. Seeing that Guwen was becoming somewhat addicted to the act, he quickly raised his hands to shield his face. Wait, what exactly do you wish to know? Please, do ask. Ah, in truth, I seek not knowledge but merely wish to land a blow upon you. Guwen coldly retracted his hand, resembling a fool who, after a tremor, falls into a moment of contemplation. Within Lewis, a singular thought echoed. What a transgression. Thus, Lewis resolved to shed his pretense of submission. Suddenly, he rose, discarding all facade, and declared, Boss, come swiftly to my aid. A radiant arrow shot forth from the flames of Lewis's soul, seemingly destined for its rightful place. As the luminous arrow soared unhindered towards the horizon, exhilaration surged within him. You are all doomed. Once the bone demon Duke arrives, none shall escape. In truth, Guwen harbored no fear. No matter how many fourth-tier bone demons approached, they would meet their demise. He allowed Lewis a moment of joy, for death awaited them all. You would do well to kneel and beg for mercy at once. I sensed the Bone Lord hastening towards us. Lewis felt his light arrow reaching the Bone Demon Duke with unprecedented speed, while the Duke himself approached at an astonishing pace. Lewis attributed this to the Duke's recent ascension to 4th tier, greatly augmenting his power. How tiresome, Guwen remarked, observing Lewis's incessant clamor akin to a buzzing fly. He struck again, leaving Lewis utterly defenseless. Before the arrival of the Bone Duke, it was permissible for him to strike, but after the Duke's arrival, such an act would be folly. Would the Bone Duke not arrive in vain? Ignoring Lewis's self-pity, Guwen began to feel a tinge of anxiety. For he too sensed the formidable surge of magical energy emanating from the distant wasteland. That magic bore no semblance to 4th tier, rather, it resonated with a power equal to his own. What manner of creature had this fellow summoned? As time unfurled, the overwhelming pressure of that magic loomed over Ironstone City like a dark cloud. Soon, a meteor descended upon the city. Lewis, are you summoning me? The bewildered Bone Demon, now known as Haterwen, gazed at the disheveled Lewis and inquired with intrigue. He had reverted to his skeletal form, for the light arrow had disrupted his transformation spell. Bone Lord, you have finally arrived. I am on the brink of death at their hands. Please, aid me in vanquishing them. Lewis, disregarding all else, clung to the Bone Demon's leg, tears and snot flowing as he implored for assistance. Haterwen, however, merely pushed him away gently. Perhaps this was his final act of kindness. With a troubled expression, Haterwen regarded Lewis. I must apologize, Lewis. I am no longer the Bone Demon. I am now Haterwen, having pledged my allegiance to my human master. Henceforth, I shall be a servant to humanity. Haterwen, unperturbed by any embarrassment, felt pride in his role as a powerful companion. Such a fortune was a privilege beyond measure. But how? I yearned for an all-out battle. Why did you, Duke of Bone Demon, surrender first? Lewis has cracked, and the reinforcements he long awaited have turned into foes. What has happened to this world? Everything has become so melodramatic. Guwen did not regard the 4th tier aura of Hadwin with any seriousness. His attention remained fixed upon that dark cloud. Suddenly, the sky shifted from gloomy to clear. Faster than the sunlight, Evelina, soft and fragrant, descended upon Guwen. The familiar scent accompanied her voice, drifting into his ears. Brother, I have encountered you once more. Chapter 45. Reunion. At that moment, Guwen's mind went blank. The sight of Evelina's familiar face struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wasn't this merely a simulation? How could Evelina appear right before him? And standing in the distance was none other than Casa. Though Guwen yearned for a reasonable explanation from the Crown of Time, Evelina's embrace was becoming suffocating. Evelina, could you please release me? Guwen said awkwardly, attempting to step back. Brother, you truly remember me. I knew time could not erase your memories. Upon hearing Guwen speak her name, Evelina lifted her sunlit face, her dazzling eyes unwavering, seemingly intent on filling Guwen's entire vision. Initially, she had presumed that after 2 centuries, even if her brother were alive, he would be a frail old man with little time to share. Yet, he still appeared youthful. Could it be a reincarnation? However, Guwen's precise recollection of her name indicated otherwise. Regardless, the soul does not deceive. As long as her brother remembered her, nothing else mattered. Do you not wish to confront me? Sensing Guwen's reluctance, Evelina gradually released her embrace, stepping back with a nervous demeanor. Sadness welled up within her, tears glistening in her eyes. I am merely a bit bewildered. Upon seeing you, it feels as though I am dreaming. Guwen, unable to bear the sight of a woman weeping, especially a lovely young girl, ultimately chose not to dwell on how this reality had come to be. His warm hand gently rested upon Evelina's head, affectionately ruffling her hair as he once did. Her hair felt as delightful as ever. It has been so long. After soothing Evelina, Casa ascended the city wall. Feeling somewhat disgruntled at having to witness such a display of affection at his age, he exchanged brief greetings with Guwen. Teacher, your arrival is fortuitous. I am in great need of you. Let us join forces to restore the glory of the kingdom of Horos. Upon first encountering Casa, Guwen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Here stood a scientist, a mind brimming with scientific thought, perfectly suited to undertake the subsequent natural science courses at the academy. Moreover, he would undoubtedly shine in the impending industrial revolution. Thus, Guwen began to weave grand visions. However, the prospect of reviving the glory of the Horos kingdom held little appeal for him. Regrettably, Casa, being the quintessential scholarly scientist, would remain unfazed even if the kingdom crumbled before him. And the realization that it had vanished after a mere slumber? How does one articulate such a feeling? Not at all, thank you. Casa, with his hands tucked into his pockets, was not one to leap forward like Evelina. He possessed his own sense of pride. Guwen promptly revealed the design blueprint for the magical energy concentration railgun he had been carrying. Prior to concluding the simulation, this concept had merely existed as an idea, lacking a cohesive knowledge framework. "What is this?" Casa inquired, curiosity piqued as he took the blueprint. Upon glancing at it, he found himself utterly captivated. "No way, no way, no way." His astonishment was palpable, as evidenced by his repeated exclamations. After hastily perusing the document, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The previously obscure aspects were now entirely elucidated before this comprehensive blueprint. With reddened eyes, he turned to Guwen, asking, "How did you create this?" "Of course, it was conceived by me, and I possess not merely this knowledge, but a plethora of extraordinary theories as well," Guwen teased, shrouding the truth in mystery. "I must admit, you have thoroughly piqued my interest. While I hold little fascination for your kingdom's revival mission, I believe I could be persuaded to agree for this." Noticing that Guwen did not demand the blueprint, Casa carefully stowed it away in his storage space, anxious to prevent any damage. How could he have forgotten that Guwen was an unparalleled genius of wisdom? He had nearly let such enigmatic knowledge slip through his fingers. "Professor, how did you and Evelina come to be here? How did you find this place?" Guwen inquired with curiosity. Through Casa's explanation, Guwen finally grasped the sequence of events. "So the fourth-tier extraordinary being of the undead race is this fellow before us?" Guwen gestured toward the obsequious Hadwin. "I hear you desire 1,000 souls as your sustenance?" Quite the bold claim. This statement struck Hadwin like a steel pin, leaving him as if struck by lightning. "My lord, I assure you, I have never uttered such words," Hadwin lamented, bewildered. "Where on earth did such a rumor originate? I have never harbored such thoughts. Today, he audaciously seized 1,000 souls as sustenance, and it is likely that tomorrow, those merciless bounty hunters will storm the desolate plains to harass him incessantly. Furthermore, the dark sorcerer from the kingdom of Herland himself harbors no certainty of triumph. You may inquire of this fellow." Guwen kicked Lewis, who was attempting to diminish his presence. At this moment, even Hadwin, with a mind akin to that of a pig, could comprehend that his subordinate Lewis was merely wielding the power of another. "My lord, this matter was entirely instigated by this scoundrel. I am willing to slay him to prove my innocence." Subsequently, Hadwin was enveloped in a surge of lightning, and a blade of thunder coalesced in his grasp. "Do not fret. Dizziness is but a normal reaction." Lewis gazed incredulously at his superior, who had impudently thrust the thunder blade into his soul fire, resulting in utter annihilation. Lewis's spirit was subsequently absorbed by the Codex of the Holy Spirit. Special soul collected, transformed into a hero unit. Holy Spirit Summoner Dre, ranked at the 2nd tier, capable of summoning spirits from afar, equipped with a unique summoning weapon. Dre was then summoned forth by Guwen. Upon the sudden appearance of Dre, both Evelina and Casa seemed to perceive the bond between him and Guwen, having witnessed such phenomena before, while Hadwin remained utterly speechless. Upon recognizing Hadwin's affinity for lightning, Guwen felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, the awakening of a gifted ability is remarkable, whether one is human or specter. For instance, Bennett, transformed into black mist, inherited the formidable bloodline powers of the demon race. "What grants you the ability to wield lightning?" In response to Guwen's inquiry, Hadwin did not withhold his secrets but divulged everything. "My lord, I once stumbled upon a fragment of the Thunderbone King's legacy from the undead race, and lightning patterns were inscribed upon my soul, fire, and bones." No wonder Hadwin, a mere skeleton, could achieve the 4th tier among the undead. It was indeed a stroke of fortune. Clearly, in this world, those who possess any semblance of greatness are fundamentally disconnected from the ordinary. One must either have a background, talent, serendipity, or an extraordinary advantage. Being average is simply not an option. Excellent. The skill of the control ring has successfully activated. 3 control slots remain available, and skill enhancement cards can be utilized to augment control slots. A luminescent bracelet settled upon Hadwin's wrist, and he instantly understood that his fate was no longer his own. Given that Hadwin had encountered fortuitous events, it was imperative to secure him as an ally, while also arranging for him to continue his covert existence among the undead, thereby safeguarding the periphery of the kingdom of Herland. With the impending large-scale invasion by the undead uncertain, he was in dire need of an insider among them. What a fortunate twist of fate. Chapter 46. Aftermath matters, my lord. What would you have me do? Upon seeing the control ring upon his wrist, Hadwin realized that although he had lost his freedom, at the very least, he was spared from death. Furthermore, having employed such control measures, Haderwin has indeed prepared himself for the impending perilous tasks ahead. You shall return to the realm of the undead, amassing their ranks and strengthening your own power. Should the opportunity arise to gain dominion over the entire undead clan, I shall extend my assistance. Guwen paused, succinctly stating that it essentially entailed going undercover, a rather straightforward endeavor. This simplicity brought a sigh of relief to Haderwin. It felt akin to returning to his comfort zone, quite uncomplicated. While he might falter in other areas, the art of subterfuge was his forte. Betrayal, espionage, and undermining one's own kind were daily occurrences within the undead clan. Even without the guise of an undercover agent, he would engage in such acts. Thus, the mission's objectives and his life aspirations were in perfect alignment, naturally bestowing upon him an invigorating sense of purpose. My lord, this task is trivial for me. You may rest assured. As Haderwin assented, a notification from the system chimed in. Your penchant for infiltrating various factions has insidiously permeated their ranks, transforming foes into potential informants. Your deplorable actions will obliterate trust among individuals. Reward acquired. Spell. Infernal espionage. Those around you may very well be my spies. Perhaps even you yourself are one of my agents. Your operatives will more easily assimilate into enemy ranks, and the likelihood of the adversary being swayed or defecting will significantly increase, whilst their own spies will be more readily exposed. It appeared to be a passive spell, and Guwen recalled his inclination for dispatching agents into enemy territory. Nevertheless, contemplating the future scenario where enemies lurked everywhere, preemptively placing spies to ensure the integrity of information was undoubtedly prudent. Let Dre accompany you back to the undead clan. You may devise any rationale for his presence, as he, being a summoner, can aid you in calling forth elite warriors. Considering that Haderwin may already be a lone commander, Guwen specifically dispatched Dre to accompany him to the undead clan. Furthermore, as a Holy Spirit, Dre could communicate through the Holy Spirit Codex, transcending distance far beyond that of mere walkie-talkies. At your command, my lord. Haderwin perceived Dre as a watchful eye upon him and was eager to undertake actions that would affirm his loyalty. With the arrangements nearly complete, Guwen did not intend to linger any longer. After entrusting the training matters and certain methodologies to Veer, he decided to depart. Casa, Evelina, return with me. I am now the regent of this kingdom, burdened with a plethora of state affairs that cannot be delayed. The mere thought of the mountains of bureaucratic responsibilities made Guwen's head spin. The crux of the matter was that Glena, having recently developed a fascination for swordsmanship and magic, showed little regard for these duties. In her own words, she expressed complete confidence in Gu when handling these matters. In truth, Glena had grown weary of the responsibilities and had unceremoniously handed them over to Guwen. Even if I were Zhuge Liang, you cannot be Lu Shan. Upon hearing Guwen mention affairs of state, Evelyn's eyes sparkled with interest. Brother, is managing state affairs enjoyable? May I assist you? Evelyn had always felt that, apart from her formidable strength, she was inferior to her brother Guwen in every aspect. She was troubled by her inability to aid him and thus fervently wished to contribute in any way possible. Well, once we return to the royal capital, I can let you give it a try. Perhaps you possess a hidden talent for it. Guwen consoled Evelyn with mere words. After all, she was a child lacking in life experience, barely capable of looking after herself, let alone managing the complexities of state affairs. Upon hearing that she might actually be of assistance, Evelyn's spirit soared, and a couple of her adorable tufts of hair stood upright. Witnessing her rare joy, Guwen was disinclined to dampen her enthusiasm, offering her only a warm smile. Then let us set forth. Guwen strode purposefully down from the city wall, heading towards the outside, while Veer and Virek bid farewell to the trio. Bennett, on the other hand, personally carried the head of the traitor Andre to intimidate the nobles. Once outside the city, Casa surveyed the surroundings. There wasn't so much as a carriage in sight. Frowning, he remarked, "You don't intend to walk back to the royal capital, do you?" Indeed, time was pressing, and I had to run here, Guwen admitted somewhat sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Given the urgency and the weight of his mission, he had indeed arrived much quicker on foot than by carriage. The thought of walking back seemed utterly unbecoming. I shall fly back, can't you? Casa scrutinized him, for a man should never admit defeat unless it were truly impossible. Believe it or not, I truly cannot fly, Guwen replied, bewildered as he looked at Casa, who was already levitating in the air. Fortunately, someone came to Guwen's rescue. Brother, I can carry you and fly back. Evelyn could sense the immense power within her brother, but was surprised that he could not manage even the most basic of flights. Thankfully, she wielded telekinesis and could lift people into the air. Guwen recalled the first time he met Evelyn. She had seemed to walk upon the air. He had nearly forgotten that detail. Then I shall rely on you. As those words left his lips, Guwen felt himself becoming weightless, as if lifted by a gentle breeze. The royal capital is in that direction, he pointed, ensuring they would not fly astray. Guwen expected a scenic flight, but Casa wore a peculiar grin, seemingly anticipating a spectacle. Just as Guwen opened his mouth to inquire, a gust of wind filled his mouth, and he felt himself transformed into a blade, cleaving the air in two. Under the immense force of both pulling and pushing, one moves with astonishing speed. Such is the might that even bricks are sent flying. However, Guwen's robust physique enables him to withstand this. Had it been another individual, they would likely have been torn asunder. Without a moment to react, Guwen descended to the ground like a meteorite. Brother, wasn't that fast? I often soar about like this. Evelina remained blissfully unaware of her misjudgment. Ahem, Evelina, promise me you won't employ this method of flight on others. Rising from the swirling dust, Guwen brushed off the residue clinging to his attire. It appeared that Evelina assumed others could easily endure such a mode of flight. As her elder brother, it was his duty to correct her misunderstanding. Is it because I take others flying that you might feel envious, brother? Worry not. I shall only take you on such flights, for no one else is worthy. Evelina declared proudly, hands on her hips, suddenly grasping why her brother deterred her from flying with others. Indeed, if she were to take others aloft, he would surely feel neglected. This realization, however, left the words unspoken at the tip of his tongue. Guwen had intended to explain that not all individuals possessed the same constitution, but since Evelina had already convinced herself, he thought it best to remain silent. How could he possibly feel jealous over such matters? His true concern lay in the fear that an unfortunate mishap might turn a person into a gruesome sight. Regardless, the goal had been accomplished, and he reluctantly accepted the blame. Chapter 47. Such talents abound. Although this flight was fraught with excitement, yet devoid of peril, Guwen had no desire to undergo such an experience again. Casa had sent a magical communication, indicating his intention to wander the royal city unaccompanied, thus allowing Guwen to refrain from worrying about him. Given Casa's prowess, there was no cause for concern, and Guwen permitted him to go. Brother, where are those governmental affairs? Evelina inquired, tiptoeing to peer around, urging Guwen to commence their journey. Guwen could only murmur silently, hoping that Evelina's enthusiasm would not wane after a mere 3 minutes. Follow me. Guwen led Evelina to the royal palace, which, following the purging of traitors, now appeared particularly desolate. The only sounds were those of the palace guards patrolling and ensuring security. Suddenly, Guwen realized it was time for the palace to be officially put to use. He would need to procure some slaves and hire servants to fill the void. Upon entering a particular hall, once a den of indulgence for the late king, Guwen had cleared it of all clutter, leaving behind only a mountain of governmental documents atop a solitary table, accompanied by matching chairs. It was exceedingly monotonous. This will suffice, Guwen remarked, patting the stack of documents. Evelina, brimming with eagerness, picked up several to examine. Observing her engrossment, Guwen felt a flicker of surprise. Could it truly be that she could comprehend them? Originally, Guwen intended to approach and offer some guidance, but Pale's voice interrupted from a distance. My Lord Duke, you have finally returned. I have something of great importance to report. Pale, slightly out of shape, gasped for breath. It was rare to see Pale in such a flustered state, prompting Guwen to jest. Take your time. We wouldn't want to exhaust the Minister of Education. A rebellion has erupted in the Kingdom of Norton, and their king is deceased. A significant number of scholars and professors from the Royal Academy of Norton appear to be at odds with the insurgents, leading to their classification as slaves and subsequent sale. Curiously, I initially anticipated exorbitant costs, yet upon intervention from the Ministry of National Security, the Norton official responsible for the slave trade offered an exceedingly low price for their release. Could that official be an undercover agent? Guwen was startled by his own thought. Could this infiltration have already extended to officials in neighboring nations? Setting aside such peculiar notions, Guwen was intrigued to discover whether there were any exceptional talents among the scholars. Thus, he resolved to investigate personally. Brother, may I write on these documents? Evelina inquired, hesitantly grasping a pen, seemingly wishing to annotate the administrative volumes. Feel free to write. There is no need for concern, as all these documents are backed up. Guwen replied, having already prepared to seek out the talents he had long desired. After a brief exchange, he took Pale and departed. Evelina, having received permission, was filled with renewed fervor, nearly breaking the pen in her excitement. Where are those scholars? The prospect of advancing her plans heightened Guwen's eagerness to ascertain if any of the scholars possessed potential. Pale wiped the sweat from his forehead. I have arranged for them to stay in a courtyard near the glorious Academy of Herland. They have been well cared for, and I have even summoned a physician to tend to their previous injuries. Although aware of Guwen's high regard for these scholars, Pale, as a noble, was not particularly invested in these idle academics. What significance did knowledge hold if it did not elevate one's status? Commoners would not ascend to nobility through erudition, nor would nobles descend to the status of commoners through ignorance. This was an unbreakable underlying rule. Nevertheless, since Guwen valued them, Pale felt no qualms about rendering assistance. It posed no inconvenience to him. As anticipated, efficiency surged in the face of expectation. Guwen swiftly arrived at the courtyard where the scholars were housed and pushed the door open. The scholars were clustered in small groups, appearing disheartened yet not in immediate peril. Upon his arrival, the leader among them, Walter, immediately tensed. His instincts signaled that this was indeed the Duke whom many spoke of. Unable to quell his anxiety, Walter glanced repeatedly at a girl within the crowd. The girl is Her Highness Princess Anisha of the Norton Kingdom. Due to Professor Walter being the chief professor at the Royal Academy of Norton and having a close rapport with the Crown Prince, the Crown Prince entrusted him with the task of safeguarding Anisha. Initially, it was believed that the deranged rebels would not target the Academy. However, no one anticipated the depths of their madness. Fortunately, no one knew that Anisha was the missing princess. Walter had originally bribed an official to discreetly facilitate Anash's escape. But that official, after accepting the bribe, sold them all to the neighboring kingdom of Herland. Walter was well aware of the Duke of Herland, and in his eyes, the nature of Guwen and the rebels of Norton was quite similar, causing him concern about potential events, for there is nothing new under the sun. As for Anisha, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Guwen, and you may have heard of me to some extent. Adhering to the principle of speaking less to err less, Guwen refrained from saying too much, aware that any misstep might lead to betrayal by his past self. I invite each of you to introduce yourselves, allowing me a foundational understanding of who you are. Upon hearing this, the individuals in the courtyard felt a sense of impending doom. Although Guwen believed his tone was gentle, the severe imbalance of status distorted the meaning of his words in the ears of these scholars. To them, it sounded like a declaration of their worth. Without value, they might as well await death. Nonetheless, they had no choice but to step forward for self-introductions in their fear. Walter was the first to emerge. I am Walter, an alchemist. With my hands, I can transform decay into the wondrous. Although he was solely skilled in alchemy, which is hardly a combat ability, it was considered mere showmanship in the eyes of the rebels. Yet, Guwen's eyes sparkled with fervor. This was a talent in materials science. Although he lacked memory of specific materials, it did not hinder him from experimenting and exploring gradually. The innovation of materials is tantamount to the innovation of technology. I am Graham. I dabble in mechanical devices, such as a wheel powered by flowing water, which I have named a water wheel. Graham's face flushed, as he felt he had little of value to offer and was prepared to face demise. Excellent. You are precisely the talent I require, Guwen exclaimed, his spirits lifted. The combination of Walter and Graham was nothing short of an industrial marvel. With his provision of ideas and creativity, they would be unstoppable. The remaining scholars primarily specialized in history, literature, agriculture, and commerce. The study of history fosters wisdom and shapes ideologies, while literature serves to control the heights of public opinion. Who says scholars are only versed in the written word? It is remarkable that even in this otherworldly realm, scholars are willing to venture into the research of agriculture and commerce. They are all exceptional talents. Guwen felt a surge of passion. Such talents abound. Chapter 48. Confession of Identity. Although he had not succeeded in locating a scholar within the field of medicine, Guwen remained undeterred. After all, in a world of magic, grave ailments could be remedied with but a single spell. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that no scholars were inclined to delve into the study of medicine. However, this did not imply that the advancement of medical knowledge was unnecessary. Those lofty magicians, ensconced in their elevated positions, scarcely concerned themselves with the birth, aging, illness, and death of ordinary people. From the outset, Guwen had resolved to bestow upon this world a singular gift. Let us commence with this seemingly trivial endeavor. A journey of 1,000 miles begins beneath one's feet, and a grand tree grows from a tiny seed. A person does not attain greatness due to the splendor of the world, yet the world shines brightly because of an individual's greatness. It is not disgraceful for a villain to commit minor evils, yet to perpetrate great evils is to claim dominion. Do not remain complacent in petty malevolence. Let us spread infamy to every corner of the earth. The kingdom's revival plan under the brutal regime has commenced. Each time the kingdom's notoriety increases or the reach of its tyranny expands, Rewards concerning the governance of the kingdom will be bestowed upon you. How many times must I reiterate? What evil have I committed? You persist in distorting my actions. Despite his repeated protests, the dim-witted system offered no intelligent response. It was akin to playing music to a cow. He could only endure his torment while savoring the rewards. Oh, how delightful. By now, all the scholars present had introduced themselves, leaving only a girl huddled in the corner. Anisha, torn between concern for her brother's safety and her own indecision, remained apprehensive. Fear not. If you are merely an ordinary person, I can return your freedom to you. Guwen regarded the girl before him, pondering if she was simply a civilian ensnared in the affairs of the Kingdom of Norton. I possess but one ability, healing. Anisha bore the weight of her royal lineage. Were she truly an ordinary person, it might have been simpler, but the royal blood of the Kingdom of Norton coursed through her veins. Some matters cannot be evaded. Your Grace, I am Princess Anisha of the Kingdom of Norton. She spoke her identity candidly, her forthrightness leaving the scholars who had intended to conceal her status in astonishment. To Anisha, concealing her identity held little significance and could easily lead to misunderstandings. Upon hearing of Anasha's healing abilities, Guwen nearly applauded in delight. Yet, her subsequent declaration regarding her identity gave him pause. This meant that he had not only acquired a group of scholars, but also a princess from another realm. And this princess was an extraordinary being endowed with healing powers. A buy-one-get-one-free deal indeed. For Anisha was not only an extraordinary individual, but also a legitimate rationale for his future reclamation of the Kingdom of Norton. Your Grace, I implore you to send someone to rescue my brother. He remains in the Kingdom of Norton, clandestinely resisting the rebels, yet I know he will not succeed. I am willing to forge a covenant of loyalty with you, pledging my eternal allegiance. Anisha suddenly knelt, tears streaming down her face. The rebels had shattered the defenses of the Norton Kingdom in mere days, indicating their meticulous preparation. Her brother, however, sought to turn the tide with a mere handful of men in the royal capital. The odds were dismally slim, and the fate of her royal sibling was all too predictable. She could only hope that her status as an extraordinary being would sway the person before her. Yet, Guwen remained unmoved, which sent her into a state of panic. Gritting her teeth, Anisha resolved firmly, if you are willing to save my brother, I shall enter into a slave contract with you, surrendering all that I possess. It seemed that mere loyalty would not suffice. Anisha could only hope that her willingness to sacrifice herself might touch this formidable individual. After uttering these words, she awaited his response in silence. Observing the pitiful figure of Anisha before him, Guwen's mind was suddenly beset by a thought. Even if I do not send someone to rescue him, all that you are belongs to me. Shaking his head, he dismissed the peculiar notion. Guwen merely assisted Anisha to her feet. Although he yearned to acquiesce immediately, he still required her legitimate status as the princess of the Norton Kingdom. This would prove invaluable for his subsequent plans to annex the kingdom. He recalled the information relayed by Axel since the fall of the Horos Kingdom. The Empire seemed reluctant to allow the Eastern continent to unite as a cohesive force, instead deliberately steering it into chaos. The noble purges led by the Church of the Holy Fire, the proliferation of bizarre cults espousing dark deities, the Empire's calculated machinations, and the invasions by foreign races rendered the prospect of unity for the nations of the Eastern continent utterly impossible. To ensure safety, Guwen planned to discreetly escort Anisha back to the Norton Kingdom and assist her in vanquishing the rebels from the shadows. He simply needed to maintain control over the kingdom covertly, with Axel providing cover within the Holy See, thus evading the Empire's attention. The Holland Kingdom was no match for the Empire. Even though the Empire had decayed, it could still crush the errant lice with a mere finger. No need, he declared. I will save your brother, and you need not enter into a slave contract with me. I still require your identity as a princess. I will publicly assert that you have come to the Holland Kingdom seeking aid. Anisha had prepared herself for a life of subservience. But this notorious duke seemed to harbor little interest in her, not even indulging in any advances. Nevertheless, Guwen had promised to rescue her brother, and she was immensely grateful. Thank you. Anisha bowed deeply. It was not that Guwen was devoid of feeling, but rather that he was concerned about the potential chaos that might erupt around him. Glena was acting strangely, her anchor point. He dared not move. Winley was nearly offering herself freely. Although Shueching displayed no overtly unusual behavior, her gaze was so intense it felt as though it could pierce through water. Evelina's feelings for him should have remained unchanged. However, she seems prone to jealousy, and the crucial point is that he cannot overpower her. It is rare for Anisha to exhibit such normalcy, which brings a sense of relief to Guwen. How? Please escort the assembled scholars to the academy. and also summon Adams for a discussion regarding the forthcoming reform plans of the institution. There is no need to concern yourselves with the reactions of the nobility. They will soon be preoccupied with their own dilemmas. Thoughts regarding the noble tax laws flickered through Guwen's mind. The era of tax exemption for the nobility is about to become a thing of the past. In truth, if it were not for the apprehension of imperial intervention, Guwen, with the power he currently wields, could completely upheave the entire eastern continent. The nobles have long since reduced themselves to basking in the wealth accumulated by their ancestors, and furthermore, they have become ravenous wolves within the kingdom. A significant reason for the decline in national strength stems from these various nobles shaking the very foundations of the kingdom. It is not merely the noble tax laws. Those whose detriments outweigh their benefits are destined to be swept into the annals of history. Guwen envisions a flourishing Harlan kingdom, a vast empire that can one day dominate the continent. Chapter 49. Fireworks and gunpowder. After meeting with the scholars, Guwen intended to take his leave. But suddenly an idea struck him. Walter, I have a concept regarding new materials that you might find intriguing. Perhaps you could explore the possibility of bringing it to fruition. Guwen produced a sheet of paper containing his previously drafted ideas about gunpowder. His understanding of gunpowder was limited, so he could only jot down its characteristics for Walter, the alchemist, to ponder. Having traversed into this new world, it would be a disservice to the reputation of a time traveler not to produce something modern. What time traveler could resist the allure of the explosive nature of artistry? However, when Walter glanced at the contents on the paper, he promptly called out to Guwen, "My lord, I have already successfully created this substance you speak of." Guwen turned around in astonishment, witnessing Walter initiating an alchemical ritual, extracting elemental materials from the air. The entire process appeared remarkably adept and effortless, indicating that Walter had undertaken this endeavor before. A handful of silver-gray powder materialized in his hands. The former king of the Norton Kingdom once yearned for a wondrous substance that would glow in the night. He was quite the romantic, often filled with peculiar ideas. As Walter explained, he sprinkled the powder on the ground and ignited it. Even in daylight, its brilliance was still visible. Thus, I inadvertently created this marvelous substance that emits twinkling sparks upon ignition, which I utilized at the candlelit banquet for the old king and queen. Romantic to the core, isn't it? Guwen felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, realizing that this world's initial glimpse of fireworks and gunpowder had emerged under such eccentric circumstances. Indeed, there are moments when foresight cannot rival the brilliance of a sudden inspiration. Suddenly, the quietly shimmering dust burst forth with a resounding pop, devoid of any real power, leaving Walter covered in a fine layer of dust. Fortunately, this powder posed no significant threat, aside from rendering one rather disheveled. The intense combustion, brilliant light, and accompanying explosions resonated with the characteristics mentioned on your paper, which is why it captured my imagination. However, the essence of fireworks powder is likely akin to that of black powder. Is it possible for you to devise a method to transform it into a substance with greater explosive potency? I can provide you with a laboratory and funding. In truth, Guwen was merely curious about whether black powder could serve any purpose in this world. If it proved unfeasible, it would not be a great loss. Ultimately, the pinnacle of the extraordinary world remains extraordinary power. Unless technology advances to a sufficiently high level, it is merely an embellishment. It should be feasible. Walter nodded uncertainly, feeling compelled to accept this task despite his reservations. Adams, I leave this in your and Pow's capable hands. Realizing that his presence was no longer required, Guwen swiftly made his exit. The bliss of idleness. However, a thought crossed his mind. Would the directionally challenged Evelina inadvertently dismantle the palace? He suddenly remembered that Evelina was still alone within the palace walls. Perhaps she had set aside the tedious affairs of state out of boredom. If she wished to leave the palace but found herself lost, she would undoubtedly forge her own path. She had done so countless times before. With this in mind, Guwen decided against wandering the streets, as he did not wish to witness the palace reduced to mere foundations. He had plans to leave Glena at the palace for his own amusement. Upon his return, however, the anticipated scene did not unfold. As he pushed the door open, he found Evelina seated elegantly, her pen dancing across the page, the rhythmic sound of her writing filling the air. Sunlight streamed through the window behind her, outlining her slender figure with a golden hue, imparting an aura of serene coolness. Her hair was tucked behind her ear, though a few rebellious strands escaped, gently swaying with her movements. In this solemn setting, her cool demeanor added a touch of playful seriousness, infusing the scene with a lively spirit. Hearing the door creak open, Evelina glanced up, her heart leaping with joy upon seeing Guwen. "Brother, you're back?" Her face radiated with smiles, momentarily casting aside the burdens of governance. After all, what could possibly compare to the presence of her brother? Love was indeed in the air. The matter has been resolved, and now it is time to unwind. Guwen picked up the administrative affairs that Evelina had managed. Contrary to his expectations of chaos, he was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Evelina seemed to handle the affairs with remarkable ease, as if she were a natural-born administrator. What was most astonishing was how little effort she expended in managing these tasks. Evelina, did you accomplish all of this by yourself? Guwen's expression suddenly turned serious, causing Evelina to tense up, her hands clasping together in apprehension. Was her handling of the affairs inadequate? Yes, everything is my work. Once I laid eyes on those documents, a multitude of ideas sprang to my mind. And I simply transcribed them, she replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Brother, did I do something wrong? Her greatest fear was Guwen's disappointment. She wished never to witness that expression on his face again. No, you did splendidly. I have decided to appoint you as my administrative officer. Would you assist me with the preliminary handling of these affairs from now on? Guwen exclaimed, placing his hands on Evelina's shoulders as their gazes locked. This was wonderful news. He had finally found a reliable ally to help him navigate the burdensome realm of administration. Guwen was on the verge of tears, for since he had taken over these affairs, he had been overwhelmed. He had expected the tasks to be challenging, yet manageable, as he had seen in other tales of transmigration. However, here he was, dealing with trivial disputes over chickens wandering into neighboring territories, which somehow became official matters. Perhaps the nature of this world was different. Others did not have to contend with such minutiae. The nobles and lords engaged in heated quarrels, akin to bickering housewives, even resorting to petty reports against one another. It was commonplace to recount the sordid histories of other nobles in official correspondence. Indeed, the struggles could often be quite mundane. Yet, Guwen found himself tormented by nightmares of the nobles' incessant disputes, leaving him troubled both day and night. Can I truly do this? Evelina pondered, lacking confidence, fearing the possibility of failure in her new role. I believe in you. Moreover, you will only be handling the preliminary tasks. I will oversee the final decisions. Guwen reassured her. The simplicity of those 4 words, I believe in you, ignited a profound sense of confidence within Evelina. Chapter 50. Two Sisters Ultimately. Evelina accepted the appointment. She encouraged herself internally, reminding herself that she was not without merit and could indeed assist her brother in alleviating his burdens. This led to mutual delight. In the midst of this joy, Guwen suddenly contemplated hosting a celebratory feast to reward himself. Though it seemed he had accomplished little, he deemed it necessary to indulge in some self-reward. The desire for culinary indulgence is certainly not to be forsaken. System, might you grant me a set of hot pot base ingredients? My cravings for hot pot have intensified. The game End Kingdom truly reflects the ingenuity of its creators. Here, individuals dine not only with knives and forks, but also with chopsticks. This is particularly convenient for enjoying hot pot. The sole challenge lies in gathering the necessary ingredients for the hot pot base, prompting Guwen to seek assistance from the aloof figure, Tongzi Go. However, as is customary, the system remains silent except when bestowing rewards. Alas, it appears that my plans for hot pot may be dashed. Observing Guwen's abrupt shift from joy to inexplicable melancholy piqued Evelina's curiosity. How fickle he is. Just as Guwen wallowed in disappointment, a notification chimed from the system. Do not dismiss even the smallest of evils. You have ruthlessly crushed several ants that were foraging due to hunger. This is utterly heartless and devoid of morals. Reward acquired. Hot pot set, including a 4-compartment pot, spicy broth, tomato broth, mushroom broth, pickled vegetable broth, ample condiments, plentiful ingredients, and refreshing beverages. Goodness! Not only did I receive the base ingredients, but everything else is also generously provided? Tongzi Go is indeed a man of sensitivity beneath his seemingly icy demeanor. Tongzi Go, do you happen to need a boyfriend? Your kindness towards me is unparalleled, and I would willingly dedicate myself to you. Overwhelmed by the system's reward, Guwen felt deeply moved, even expressing such audacious sentiments internally. Regrettably, the system offered no further response. It seems this fleeting kindness was merely a serendipitous occurrence. Lena, let us return to the manor. I have a delectable dish to share with everyone. Although there is no hot pot preparation here, Guwen believes that culinary delights transcend boundaries. However, some official documents remain unaddressed. Hearing the intention to leave, she felt a tinge of reluctance, gesturing towards the remaining papers. Following Evelina's gesture, Guwen noticed a stack of documents in the corner of the table. The remaining trivial matters need not be attended to. They can simply be incinerated later, for their contents are an eyesore. These documents had been meticulously filtered by Guwen, deemed utterly devoid of value. Only the idly affluent nobility could waste precious paper on meaningless drivel. Let us depart. Guwen grasped Evelina's hand, unlike his little administrative officer, who was genuinely enraptured by such affairs, who among the good-hearted would become addicted to bureaucratic duties. With Guwen holding her hand, Evelina felt as though her vision had been obscured, her mind rendered blank. Unbeknownst to her, Guwen led her into the manor. Winry seemed to have a built-in tracking device for Guwen. Every time he returned to the manor, she always happened to be there. Master, welcome home. Winry greeted Guwen as usual, though her gaze subtly flitted between him and Evelina. What did she just witness? It appeared that her master was leading the silver-haired maiden by the hand. Could it be that her master had fallen in love? Did this imply that she had no chance at all? Winley's mind wandered into a tempest of thoughts. She certainly did not aspire to become the lady of the house. Nor did she ever dare to dream of such a thing. She merely wished to offer her affection freely. However, she frequently heard that once nobles entered into marital agreements, their wives were not permitted to engage in infidelity, at least in public perception. Would her master betray such an expectation? Winley's thoughts drifted far and wide, tangled and unresolvable. Guwen had no idea that his mere action had stirred such turmoil in his little maid's heart. Winley, please notify the others in the manor that I shall personally present a culinary delight this evening for everyone to savor. Certainly, master. Winley's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality. Soon, with Winley's announcement, Glena, Shilia, Qingxue, and Shiyue were all informed of Guwen's return. Glena immediately dropped her sword, her wind magic enhancing her speed as she rushed to Guwen's side. Your Grace, you have returned, Glena exclaimed joyfully as she approached. At that moment, Guwen was still adjusting the table, intending to carve a hollow space in the center to hold charcoal. Upon seeing Glena arrive, he paused his task. Before he could respond, Evelina spoke first. Brother, who is she? Evelina's gaze fixated solely on Guwen's Glena, a surge of protectiveness rising within her. Someone dared to vie for her brother's attention. Her instincts had always been sharp. Meanwhile, Glena noticed Evelina's unwavering presence beside Guwen, causing her smile to falter slightly. Brother? Such a familiar address. I wish to have that too. How is it that after all this, there is now a sister? Glena's voice held a hint of melancholy as she looked at Guwen, seemingly awaiting his explanation, even altering her manner of address. After a brief exchange of glances, both their eyes fell upon Guwen, each awaiting his words. The pressure now rested squarely on Guwen's shoulders. Glena, this is my sister Evelina. Evelina. She is Her Majesty, Glena. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward, prompting Guwen to muster the courage to continue. You two are of similar age. You can get to know each other. Oh, so she is merely Her Majesty, Glena replied, her tone lightening. I understand. I simply wish to stay by my brother's side. Evelina, who usually spoke with an icy demeanor, transformed into a playful tease this time. Linking her arm with Guwen's, she cast a defiant glance at Glena, as if to declare, he is my brother, and you have no claim. Indeed, before you arrived, your Grace had always regarded me as his sister. Glena, naturally, could not remain indifferent. She directly approached and embraced Guwen's other arm. Right, brother? She called out to Guwen with the affectionate term. Guwen could only nod, feeling somewhat caught in an awkward position. Now, with the two of them tugging at him, he found it utterly impossible to modify the table. Both of you, quiet down, Guwen exclaimed in frustration. In a moment of exasperation, he playfully tapped each of their heads, prompting them to cover their heads and cease their antics. However, their gazes nearly sparked with rivalry. You are both individuals I hold dear. Do not harbor animosity towards each other, please, Guwen said with a hint of helplessness as he regarded them. Fortunately, despite their jealousy, they were still receptive to his words. Oddly enough, the two of them inexplicably joined hands and departed, leaving Guwen bewildered in place. Chapter 51. The unyielding Empress. In any case, as long as no conflict arose, it was the best outcome. Guwen decided to disregard the situation and continued pondering the table. A simple frame should suffice, and he could place some charcoal here. Given that the system's rewards included a 4-compartment pot, he need not worry about the cooking vessel. The system, indeed, understood him well. Subsequently, Guwen began to arrange the dining environment. The onset of summer brought with it a sweet and cool breeze during the evenings. The maids had already taken over these tasks from him. He found himself completely surrounded by a throng of maids, who gently pressed him into a reclining chair for rest. A petite maid fed him carefully selected fruits, while another provided a full-body massage. Such a life was decadently indulgent. He feared he would become complacent. If a time limit were to be imposed, he would wish for it to be a millennium. As the sun descended, the magical lights within the manor gradually illuminated, twinkling like stars, casting a brilliant and gentle glow. Everyone had gathered around, and Casa arrived punctually at the mealtime. The introduction segment swiftly passed. The oddly shaped pot bubbled vigorously, releasing an enticing aroma. What a peculiar pot. Is it for soup? The attendees scrutinized the four-compartment pot with curiosity. Although intrigued, they hesitated to inquire, fearing it might reveal their lack of experience. However, Celia, unburdened by such concerns, voiced the collective question on everyone's mind. Haha. This isn't tea for soup. It's called hot pot, and the method is called dipping and boiling. Guwen then, as if performing magic, produced an entire table brimming with food, demonstrating the method of consumption. The others quickly followed suit, soon grasping the intricacies of enjoying hot pot. All the food had been thoughtfully prepared by the system, ensuring it was entirely natural and additive-free. The novel culinary experiences and flavors that could utterly captivate the senses have thoroughly enchanted all present. However, what garnered unanimous approval was the chilled elixir of joy. Amidst the meal, Guwen suddenly broached the subject of Glena's return to the palace. He expressed concern that frequent encounters might lead to a deterioration of their feelings over time. This was certainly not mere narcissism. Your Majesty Glena, you have resided in my estate for quite some time now, and I believe it is time for you to return to the palace. It is high time you begin to embrace your role as Empress. The notion of a sovereign dwelling in the abode of a subject is not one to be taken lightly. Furthermore, remaining under his protection within his estate could hinder Glena's growth. It would also significantly tarnish his reputation. What if rumors were to circulate suggesting that he was holding the Empress under house arrest? Therefore, Guwen resolved to firmly send Glena back to the palace, and he would temporarily allocate the necessary personnel from his own resources. United in purpose, they would face the challenges ahead. Could she refuse to return? Glena's joy was abruptly interrupted by this unexpected arrangement. She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Why was the Duke urging her to leave? Had she done something wrong? Her nose tinged with emotion. Surely, our Empress would not be reduced to tears over such matters? Guwen's teasing alleviated some of Glena's brewing emotions. Who is crying? I merely find this turn of events rather sudden. After taking a few deep breaths to collect herself, she spoke again. I am just afraid that I might not fulfill my duties as a ruler adequately. Her sentiments echoed those of Evelina from earlier. Faced with the unfamiliar, it is human instinct to feel trepidation and insecurity. Glena, do not fear. Evelina is your administrative officer. She will assist you in learning the intricacies of governance. Hylia, as your personal knight, will command the palace guard to ensure your safety. Of course, I will remain responsible until you are capable of being a worthy Empress. Guwen, having approached Glena without her notice, grasped her hand firmly. His eyes, brimming with anticipation, were fixed on her. Although she was reluctant to leave Guwen's estate, knowing that even if she could see him, their meetings would not be as unrestricted, she felt she could not oppose his decision without appearing resistant. I shall abide by my brother's arrangements. Sighing, she mused. Oh, if only the palace could explode, perhaps I could linger a while longer. Glena entertained this thought without malice. Initially, Guwen believed he could smoothly return Glena to the palace, eliminating any potential risks. However, suddenly, a terrifying blaze illuminated the direction of the palace, followed by a deafening explosion. A member of the palace guard was assisted into the estate by two attendants. Moments ago, a dark sorcerer appeared above the royal palace, demanding an audience with the late king. Upon learning of the king's demise, he erupted in fury, unleashing magic that obliterated the palace. The guards, battered by the explosive spell, reported weakly on the situation, their breaths faltering. The reactions among those present varied. Glena mused, though I yearn to revel in this misfortune, I must maintain a facade of despair. Evelina exclaimed, oh no, has my official paperwork been destroyed as well? Winley remarked, this is splendid. I can assist my master in battle once more. Celia chimed, this icy, refreshing drink is delightful. Casa thought, excellent, no one has noticed me. Let the winds sweep away my presence. Guwen infused a surge of life energy into the guard, preserving his existence. You wretched dark sorcerer. Why did you choose this moment to wreak havoc upon the palace? After venting his frustration into the air, he turned to Glena, his expression tinged with regret and sorrow. It seemed Princess Glena would not be returning to the palace anytime soon. They were so close to ensuring her safe passage. How infuriating. It appears I must trouble my brother a little longer, Glena said, a hint of melancholy in her voice. You all continue eating. I shall deal with that rogue. Guwen almost forgot about the insignificant dark sorcerer who remained unresolved. Indeed, a single oversight can lead to catastrophic consequences. Having spoken these words, Guwen bent his legs slightly and, like a coiled spring, leapt into the air with astonishing speed, propelling himself towards the palace. Is it truly safe for my master to go alone? Winley asked, concern etched on her face as she watched Guwen's retreating figure. My brother may appear ordinary, yet I sense a formidable power within him. He shall not encounter peril, and I will intervene should the need arise, Evelina replied, gracefully savoring a bite of food offered by her maid. Though she was confident in her brother's prowess, her magic had enveloped the entire palace in an immense, invisible cage. The dark sorcerer was merely a jester. She could ascertain with a glance that his magical prowess was but at the 4th tier. However, should he fortuitously harm her brother, he would soon find himself crushed and obliterated by overwhelming magical force. Having faced the might of a 7th-tier dragon, Guwen was now to confront Evelina, an 8th-tier transcendent being with limitless magical reserves. Chapter 52. The Perils of Untranslated Words. Guwen soared through the air, preferring this leisurely flight to rapid speeds. Flames from the palace illuminated the scene, the ruins ablaze with unquenchable magical fire. You despicable dark sorcerer, I shall deliver a decisive blow. Rebuilding the palace would undoubtedly take an extensive amount of time. The silhouette of the dark sorcerer loomed larger before Guwen, who observed him levitating in the air. The sorcerer relentlessly wielded his staff, unleashing a series of fiery explosions as if intent on excavating the entire palace in search of something. Guwen initially believed he would land gracefully on solid ground, but soon his expression turned grim. Given the current trajectory of his descent, it appeared he was about to collide with the sorcerer. Get out of the way, he cried out, desperately attempting to alert the sorcerer. Though his warning bore no relevance to the impending outcome, the dark sorcerer, engrossed in his destructive magic, heard the voice from above and found it peculiar. Who speaks above me? Unfortunately, the cacophony of explosions and the roaring flames drowned out Guwen's shout, rendering it inaudible to the sorcerer, who assumed he had merely imagined it and prepared to continue his spellcasting. With a resounding crash, Guwen plummeted onto Granger, the two colliding forcefully with the ground. Guwen, possessing remarkable physical resilience, suffered no injury upon impact, whereas Granger appeared on the brink of being shattered. Who dares to ambush me? He exclaimed, as dark mist enveloped him, conjuring a healing spell that swiftly mended his grievous wounds. The power of the healing magic was astonishing. Once restored, Granger beheld the person who had assaulted him, astonished to find him entirely unscathed. The most perplexing aspect was that the individual before him emitted no magical aura whatsoever. Appearing to be an ordinary man, how can you possibly be just an ordinary person? Granger questioned, yet in his heart, he deemed Guwen a trivial threat, easily vanquishable. He intended to dispatch this peculiar commoner with a simple spell. Have I encountered you before? Granger suddenly recalled that Guwen was the duke who had been closely associated with the late king. It's you. Tell me, where has the old king hidden his treasure? Granger had returned to demand a piece of parchment from the old king. Previously, he had obtained a treasure map. While the old king possessed a sheet adorned with strange symbols that accompanied the map, the old king had concealed this parchment and no one knew its whereabouts. Following the treasure map's guidance, Granger had discovered a resplendent, intricately engraved bottle. His intuition hinted that this bottle was a remarkably powerful artifact, and the symbols on the parchment must pertain to its use. Thus, he hastened back to the kingdom of Herland, intending to coerce the old king into relinquishing the parchment. However, upon his return, he found that the old king had been deceased for quite some time. Anxious and frantic, Granger resolved to dismantle the palace, convinced that digging deep enough would lead him to the elusive parchment. At that moment, Guwen, the trusted confidant of the old king, appeared, and immediately, he sought to extract information from him. Have you forgotten where the treasure is hidden? Come closer, and I shall whisper it to you. Upon hearing Granger's inquiry, Guwen feigned an air of mystery, seemingly poised to divulge this secret. Granger was elated by this statement, and his vigilance waned considerably. After all, what tempest could an ordinary person conjure? Do you know? Please tell me. Granger leaned in eagerly, yearning to uncover the location of the concealed treasure. Observing Granger's advancing face, Guwen seized the opportunity. Great memory restoration technique. Let me help you remember. Granger stumbled, and under the weight of that loquacious slap, his head buzzed. He felt as if a needle had pierced his flesh, striking at his very soul. The pain was excruciating. Suddenly, he recalled the meal he had consumed the previous evening. Now do you remember? Guwen inquired with a mischievous grin, eyeing Granger's swollen face. However, Granger's eyes were clouded with confusion. He had never endured such a painful slap in his life. As the agony subsided, his consciousness returned somewhat, and he covered his face, muttering incoherently, "You wretched fiend. How dare you strike me?" With a swift motion, another unexpected slap struck the untouched side of Granger's face, unleashing the same terrifying sensation throughout his body. Granger felt as though his brain had been reduced to pulp by these two blows. After these two slaps, "You must have remembered where the treasure is hidden. I will kill you." Despite Guwen having delivered the blows, he maintained an innocuous demeanor, which incited Granger's indignation. He resolved to slay Guwen, this audacious commoner who dared to mock him. After dispatching him, he planned to extract Guwen's soul and subject it to further magical torment. A magic circle summoned a colossal blade to strike at Guwen. However, the next scene left Granger astounded. With a single punch, merely a punch, the ordinary man, in Granger's eyes, shattered his magical attack into fragments. Subsequently, a hand loomed larger before him. Boom. That was the sound of Granger being sent crashing into the ruins. Guwen watched as Granger remained trapped in the debris, fearing he had inadvertently struck him dead. That shouldn't be. I held back considerably. A single slap shouldn't have killed him. He had no desire to end Granger's life so readily. After all, he had dared to dismantle the royal palace. And Guwen intended to torment him severely before unleashing 108 forms of torture to assuage his own wrath. Haha. Thank you for your assistance. I have finally discovered the proper use of the treasure. Granger emerged wildly, cradling a shattered treasure chest, and with an expression of fervent devotion. He retrieved a piece of parchment from within. Though the meaning of those symbols eluded him, Granger comprehended the visual instructions above. They served as a guide for him to consume the contents of the vial. Once I ascend to godhood, as the one who aided me in discovering this guidance, I shall grant you eternal life amidst your suffering. Granger, having endured the harshness from Guwen's earlier blows, realized he was outmatched. However, the situation had now shifted. He produced a vial, emanating a brilliant light, uncorked it, and drank deeply. Closing his eyes, he seemed to await his transformation into a deity. But soon, a piercing scream erupted from his throat, his skin darkening to a shade of blackish purple. His eyes filled with an unknown darkness, and sharp claws sprouted from his armpits. As he inexorably began to morph into a monster. What was happening? The air around him swirled, charged with immense power, creating a cyclone that blew the paper away. Guwen skillfully seized the paper, and the unfamiliar symbols were accurately translated by the system. A vial containing the essence of a demon god, if consumed without the purifying light, will transform the imbiber into a monster. The depicted action is strictly prohibited. Chapter 53. Embrace the glorious evolution. My friend, are you mistaking the wrong answer for the correct one? It was evident that the vial of demon god essence had not been purified, and Granger was succumbing to demonic transformation. A torrent of black mist descended from the heavens, forming a colossal vortex. The enormous shadow cast an oppressive aura. Even Guwen sensed a hint of pressure, as if someone were peering down at the mortal realm through the dark clouds. Goodness, is this thing summoning a demon god? Were it not for the fact that they were in the royal capital, he would have preferred to vacate this treacherous ground. But now, he had no choice but to confront this demon god head-on. Guwen braced himself for a full-force eruption. However, the ominous mist produced a thunderous sound, yet delivered little impact. Ultimately, it coalesced into a small black and entered Granger's body. The pressure he had sensed vanished, and the mutated Granger had indeed grown stronger. He sprouted 5 pairs of arms, and a pair of bloody bone wings unfurled from his back. Granger transformed into a hue of black and gray, towering at 3 meters tall. His mouth stretched grotesquely, revealing a row of sharpened teeth. He took to the skies, his magical power surging with intensity, as if poised to unleash an attack at any moment. I am the will of the 6th god of the abyss, the king of absurdity and delusion, manifesting upon this world. Mortals, kneel and praise me, and you shall attain eternal life. Granger suddenly spoke, yet his voice had shifted entirely, as if he were a different being. Is the price of immortality becoming this ghastly creature? Guwen taunted the so-called divine envoy in the sky, unperturbed. Mortals, you blaspheme against the divine. This is the glorious evolution. It is the ascension of the essence of life. Immediately, Granger waved his hand. Mortal, though I am not the true embodiment of my being, a mere flicker of thought from me can crush you to oblivion. All that you can do is tremble in fear. Upon hearing a mere mortal, Guwen, daring to mock him, the transformed Granger could not tolerate such insolence. Dark magical energy began to coalesce in his hands, preparing to unleash a formidable assault to obliterate Guwen. The desecrator is unworthy to partake in the glorious evolution. Amidst a torrent of meaningless chatter, I initially believed a deity had descended, only to discover it was merely a pretender, not even the true essence of a god. Go speak of your justice and bonds elsewhere. A boundless power surged forth, manifesting as tangible life energy that enveloped Guwen in a shroud of mist. In the next instant, Guwen transformed into a series of afterimages, leaping nearly in a straight line, delivering a devastating punch to the airborne Granger. The force, compressed to its utmost limit, converged in Guwen's fist. As the dense life energy made contact, Granger was corroded as if a red-hot iron were plunged into water. Sizzling and hissing, he was instantly driven into the ground, leaving a deep imprint several meters below the surface. Yet Granger continued to laugh heartily. Apart from the areas affected by the corrosive blood energy, the rest of his body remained unscathed. Having become a monster, it was evident that Granger felt no pain. Guwen, astonished that his considerable effort had not vanquished Granger, felt a sense of unexpected dismay. We all strive to live fiercely. How can you still endure? Before long, Granger emerged from the pit. Mortal, do you presume to slay a god merely by mastering the meager strength of flesh? Allow me to demonstrate the ultimate power of this divine emissary, and witness how your proud body becomes my puppet under the sway of spirit. Granger then began to chant incantations, his voice resonating like a ceaseless, sacred mantra, causing even the intact structures nearby to tremble under the weight of his dark sound. This malevolent resonance was directed solely at Guwen. He sensed the insidious whispers from the abyss infiltrating his mind, leaving him feeling profoundly unwell. His consciousness began to blur, and he found himself on the brink of slumber beneath the oppressive sound. Suddenly, the talent he had recently acquired, mind immunity, was triggered. A resounding voice akin to a mighty bell erupted within his head. How can you, at your age, afford to sleep? The explosive sound, comparable to a nuclear detonation, shattered the insidious whispers entirely, jolting Guwen's awareness back to clarity. So, this is the essence of immunity? He finally comprehended that he had fallen into a trap. The Granger before him, now under control, evidently wielded a method of mental enslavement. However, Guwen resolved to play along with the scheme, striving to recall the innocent yet foolish gaze he once possessed as a university student. He adorned himself with a veneer of numbness, confusion, hesitation, and a hint of fervor. He then stood motionless in place, while Granger, across from him, bore an expression of triumph, reveling in the success of his cunning plot. Mortals, possessing merely robust physical strength, are destined to become my puppets, the divine envoy proclaimed arrogantly, approaching the seemingly dazed Guwen with a sinister chuckle. Kneel, mortal, and atone for your sins. It appeared that the divine envoy had taken a liking to Guwen's formidable physique, intending to claim it for himself. However, Guwen was not so easily subdued. As Granger let down his guard, Guwen unleashed a fist imbued with terrifying power, striking Granger's head with a force that shattered it into fragments. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Countless phantom fists sliced through the air, akin to projectiles unleashed from their chambers, relentlessly raining down upon Granger. Within a mere second, Granger's form had been reduced to mere tatters. Nevertheless, the remnants of his visage still bore an indifferent smile. Mortal, with nothing but your raw physical might, you cannot hope to slay me, he taunted, looking down upon Guwen with an air of arrogance, as if the one being battered was not himself. Brother, perhaps you should take a breather. Allow me to handle this filthy creature. Evelina's figure had appeared by Guwen's side unbeknownst to him. With a mere thought, she created distance between Guwen and Granger. Following this was a torrent of palpable magical energy, akin to the heavens collapsing, as a colossal magical array coalesced, and a divine beam of light descended with blinding speed. Granger barely had time to murmur a prayer to the gods before being incinerated to ash by the holy radiance. Brother, next time, let me deal with such a feeble adversary to spare you the effort, Evelina remarked nonchalantly. Having effortlessly dispatched what Guwen perceived to be an insurmountable foe, all while maintaining an air of casual indifference. Guwen swallowed hard, his curiosity piqued. When did you learn magic? Oh, I simply learned from observing this fellow construct a magical array moments ago. Surely, you can do the same, brother? The envy of comparison stung Guwen deeply. He decided against pressing the matter further, aware that the conversation would only serve to unravel his composure. Chapter 54. Her Majesty the Empress must attend school when misfortune strikes. It seems even the simplest of tasks become insurmountable challenges. Guwen harbored a disdain for those who exuded an air of superiority, particularly individuals like Evelina, whose unintentional barbs felt most lethal. Such talents were indeed awe-inspiring. As Guwen lamented his predicament, he noticed Evelina discreetly glancing in his direction. Upon confirming that he was not watching her, She promptly crushed a scroll detailing a magical ritual into powder. This is the advanced magic that Glena has comprehended, yet she lacks the sufficient magical power to unleash it. Thus, she inscribed it onto a magical scroll, capable of channeling power for its release. Observing the powerful waves of energy erupting from the palace, Glena realized her inability to assist, leaving her in a state of anxious impatience. When Evelina decided to offer her support, Glena promptly thrust the scroll into her hands. Unexpectedly, she had spoken in jest, intending to tease her brother who frequently ruffled her hair, leaving it in a disheveled state. However, witnessing Guwen's bewildered expression, she felt no guilt, only exhilaration. I've outsmarted you. Guwen surveyed the surrounding ruins. Although the flames of the palace had been extinguished, the structure lay in utter devastation. I am sworn to oppose the demon god. While you have vanquished the will of the demon god's envoy, seemingly a commendable feat, you have inadvertently drawn the demon god's attention. He has become aware of this world, and calamity is imminent. Indeed, this world may face destruction because of you. Reward acquired. Domain. 50-50 domain. Only gods can defeat gods. It is quite simple, for I shall become a god. Upon activation, all individuals within the domain will be evenly matched with you in combat for the next 10 minutes, resulting in a stalemate. Guwen recalled the terrifying pressure that had swept past him from the dark clouds, likely the gaze of the demon god from the abyss. Initially, Guwen had feared that this demon god could descend at any moment to annihilate everything, and his countenance was grim. However, upon receiving the system's reward, he suddenly felt invigorated with courage. Now, even if that demon god were to appear before him, he would not tremble in fear. Though he might become the most cowardly of lizards in 10 minutes, O distant demon god, should you manage to slay me in this time, I shall accept my inadequacy. Moreover, 10 minutes would be ample time for him to flee. Evelina, do you possess knowledge of the magic required to reconstruct buildings? Do you think this ruin of the palace can be restored? I do not know such magic. It is not within my expertise. Evelina shook her head, acknowledging that without the scroll, she was powerless. Indeed, one lie requires an abundance of others to conceal it. Fortunately, Guwen harbored no suspicions, for the varieties of magic are vast, and it is true that no one can master numerous disparate magical disciplines. Sigh, let us return. But do remember, when you carry me, do not fly too swiftly this time. As soon as he uttered that last remark, Guwen hastily added the next, fearing Evelina would subject him to another terrifying flight, as she had previously. With their feet lifted from the ground, the sensation of flight felt reminiscent of the last time. Thankfully, this time Evelina heeded Guwen's words, and the two ascended gently toward his estate. Before her feet even touched the ground, Guwen's earnest counsel had already found its way into Glena's ears. Glena, you must also strive harder. Evelina's mastery of magic surpasses yours by leaps and bounds. She learned the spell with but a glance. You should seek her guidance more often. Upon hearing Guwen's unorthodox words, Glena's eyes widened in shock. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed Evelina had covered her mouth. Puzzled, she looked at Evelina, seemingly questioning why she was flaunting the magical scroll Glena had provided. Unable to bear it any longer, she thought it was one thing to lend a hand. But now she wasn't even allowed to clarify the truth. Your Majesty Glena, what my brother said is correct. Please refrain from arguing. I shall teach you magic diligently. Evelina's eyes brimmed with urgency, silently pleading with Glena to help conceal the deception. Faced with this maneuver, Glena rolled her eyes in resignation, glancing helplessly at the whimsical sorceress. She gave a subtle nod, her initial intention merely to learn some charming techniques from Evelina, only to find herself outmaneuvered. All right, brother, I understand. She responded feebly to Guwen, a sense of surrender evident in her demeanor. Glena, the palace has been destroyed. You may not be able to return for a while. Guwen's words were abruptly interrupted. So, can I stay here a little longer? The people here speak so sweetly. I truly enjoy it. Glena eagerly interjected, nearly leaping with delight. Despite her excitement, she still attempted to maintain a sorrowful expression. Do not be disheartened, Glena. Although the palace lies in ruins, a new academy is set to be established soon. I intend to enroll you in the Hel and Glory Academy to learn. Acquiring knowledge can only benefit you. Guwen reassured her. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, as if something had shattered completely. Guwen glanced around, but could not identify the source of the disturbance. However, Glena understood that it was her heart that had fractured. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. She had hoped to remain by the Duke's side, yet it appeared she would have to depart. Resolute, she vowed to become a worthy Empress, determined to use her royal authority to summon the Duke into the palace to share her bed. Surely, The Duke would not refuse such an imperial command, and the thought sent a thrill through her. Once devoid of ambition, Glena now found her spirit rekindled. She resolved to become a competent empress as swiftly as possible. The academy was expected to be officially established in the coming days, and the faculty was already prepared for the most fundamental teaching activities. Seeing Glena's lack of opposition, Guwen took her silence as agreement. Naturally, dissent would have been futile. Winley, in my name, gather a multitude of craftsmen. Money is no object. Hasten to restore the palace. This time it must be constructed with greater fortitude. Very well, my lord. There is nothing that golden coin cannot achieve. If there is, we shall simply invest more. Subsequently, Guwen approached his rather inexpensive mentor, Teacher Casa, directly. Teacher Casa, could you assist me in crafting a magical railgun? I wish to prevent anyone from indiscriminately demolishing the palace. To deter individuals like Granger from recklessly bombarding the palace, Guwen resolved to equip it with the mightiest spear. No one is to blast my palace any longer. Whoever dares shall be met with lethal force. Certainly. I was just considering attempting to fabricate the weapon based on the blueprints you provided. Casa readily accepted the task, exhibiting no concern about his ability to deliver. After all, he was the kingdom's chief scientist. Chapter 55, Do Not Electrocute. In the capital, Guwen was engrossed in establishing the academy and reforming the noble tax laws. Meanwhile, a civil war was unfolding within the ranks of the undead far across the wasteland. Hadewan, as formidable as thunder itself, appeared as if the thunder god had descended upon the earth. With a mere gesture, countless bolts of lightning erupted, striking the vast legions of skeletons in the distance. Just moments ago, Hadewan had arrived near his fortress, only to find that in his brief absence, the Steelbone King had dared to seize his castle with an army of skeletons. Thus, it was no surprise that Hadewan transformed into a tempestuous tiger. His fourth-tier, Transcendent, might crashing down upon the Steelbone King with unabashed ferocity. Steelbone King, you scoundrel, come forth immediately. That castle was painstakingly erected by me. Otherwise, do not blame me for your demise. This bastion was a significant achievement for Hadewan, constructed with great effort in the wasteland. No one shall usurp what is rightfully his. As a fellow fourth-tier Transcendent, the Steelbone King was unafraid of Hadewan of the same rank. Although taken aback, the dignity of his royal status compelled him to stand firm. Moreover, he had discerned that Hadewan had recently been reduced to a mere shell of his former self by a passing powerful adversary, left with no subordinates and forced to flee in disgrace. Having just settled into this fortress, providing shelter from the elements, how could he yield to such a trivial threat? That would be a blow to his pride. Fool, this castle rightfully belongs to the worthy. Look at your pitiful, solitary form. How can you even claim to be a king? Observing Hadewan's crimson lightning transforming into a spear hurtling towards him, the Steelbone King raised his hand to seize the spearhead, halting its advance. Every inch of my body is as hard as steel. Nothing can harm me. After intercepting Hadewan's fierce assault, the Steelbone King, in his arrogance, scoffed, "Oh, are you not aware that iron conducts electricity?" Hadewan left behind a remark infused with knowledge that the Steelbone King could not comprehend. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as the thunderous spear in his grasp erupted, unleashing a multitude of electrifying currents that surged into his body. The once proud steel physique has now transformed into a conductor of lethal energy, rendering the Steelbone King momentarily incapacitated by an electric shock. Even the formidable soul fire flickered unsteadily in response. In a moment of carelessness, the Steelbone King had effectively endured a catastrophic, thunderous explosion, which left fragments of his body scattered. He was suffering from the consequences of his ignorance. How infuriating it is that you, devoid of martial ethics, challenge my dignity as a king. Now, allow my army to put an end to your existence. With a flourish of his cloak, the Steelbone King retreated into his castle. Hadewan, fearing for the safety of his stronghold, dared not launch an attack. Soon after, countless undead minions under the Steelbone King's command commenced a barrage of feeble assaults. Although he was a fourth-tier extraordinary being, his strength was finite. No matter how many skeletons he obliterated with his thunderous might, an endless tide of new ones emerged to take their place. Lord Drail, do you possess any means to deal with these wretches? I can scarcely hold on. Feeling the dwindling power within him, Hadewan urgently sought assistance from the onlooker, Drail. Quite simply, Drail replied, tightening his grip on the soul banner and striking it forcefully against the ground. From the banner's center, a multitude of specters cloaked in dark mist surged forth from the earth, manifesting as skeletons, liches, and humans alike, armed with weapons and solidified by the dark essence. These soulless beings charged forward at Drail's command, roaring into the fray against the undead army. Though their numbers were not vast, these spirits moved with remarkable speed, their ferocity unmatched, as the skeleton's blades struck them like blows against cotton. "By the gods, my sword cannot fell these shadowy monstrosities," exclaimed a bewildered skeleton warrior, questioning his own sanity as he was soon encircled and overwhelmed by the relentless spirits. Mere moments later, black mist enveloped his shattered form, reviving his bewildered soul. He heard a voice command him to rise. "Undead, fight for me." A new specter, cloaked in dark mist and wielding a weapon, arose from the pile of bones. Such scenes unfolded throughout the tumultuous battleground. These souls were difficult to kill, yet upon their demise, they swiftly transformed into new specters. This outcome plunged the skeletons into deeper despair, as foes even more sinister than the resurrected undead emerged, now standing against them. What are we to do as they multiply with every clash? If Vale's evil soul sword represented a confluence of enhancement, then Drael's holy soul banner exemplified the pinnacle of overwhelming tactics. Before long, the battle had turned overwhelmingly in favor of Drael. "Lord Drael, why did you not unleash such formidable power sooner?" Hadwin, on the brink of exhaustion, lamented with a tone reminiscent of a beleaguered spouse. "Do you have a complaint?" Drael may only be a second-tier extraordinary being, yet he remains utterly unfazed by Hadwin's grievances. After all, he embodies the will of his master. "If there are matters to discuss, let them be addressed with my master, who is a seventh-tier extraordinary being. Fear not, fear not. I shall promptly eliminate that steel-bone king." Under Drael's piercing gaze, Hadwin dared not utter a word. Instead, he displayed an obsequious grin. He dashed straight into the castle, confronting the audacious steel-bone king, who dared to boast before him. Truly, in the absence of the tiger, the monkey assumes the throne. Hadwin had already devised 18 exquisite tortures to inflict upon the steel-bone king. Meanwhile, the steel-bone king, having witnessed the bizarre scene outside, felt a shiver run down his spine. "What manner of creature have I provoked? In comparison to these two monsters, I am but a mere human." Though Hadwin had yet to arrive, his lightning already surged forth, making its way to the steel-bone king. In truth, the steel-bone king had been considering surrender. He had calculated that he might not prevail against Hadwin and his multitude of peculiar spirits. "Steel-bone king, submit to me, or perish." Another lightning spear struck the steel-bone king's body, rendering him utterly paralyzed. He could not even move. The knee joint, which had intended to bend in surrender, stood rigid as if electrified. "Damn it, my dead legs, let me kneel. I wish to surrender." Yet, despite his desire to capitulate, his electrically stunned body betrayed him, leaving him voiceless. "To think you possess such resilience. Then let me electrocute you to death." The torrents of electricity erupted from Hadwin's hands, nearly obliterating the steel-bone king's consciousness. "I do not wish to be so obstinate. Grant me the opportunity to yield. Stop shocking me." Though the steel-bone king silently screamed in desperation, not a single word escaped his lips. His entire skeletal form was engulfed in darkness from the relentless shocks. At last, Drael made his entrance into the castle, prompting Hadwin to cease his assault and report the situation, allowing for a brief respite. "My lord, this fellow is remarkably resilient. No matter how I electrocute him, he remains silent. Please allow me a moment, for I refuse to believe I cannot subdue him." Hadwin was conjuring an even more potent lightning strike. A trembling voice emanated from behind him. "Stop shocking me. I was ready to surrender ages ago. But you've kept electrifying me, leaving me no chance to speak." The steel-bone king, on the brink of tears, uttered this line before losing consciousness, his mind consumed by a singular thought: "If I must die, at least cease the shocks." Chapter 56. The Lich King legend has it that 1,000 years ago, a lich ascended to the 8th tier, proclaiming himself the Lich King, leading the entire undead race to glory. Even during the Empire's most illustrious era, this Lich King dared to provoke the Empire. Consequently, it was only natural that the first Lich King was inevitably obliterated by the Empire's war god. Although the Lich King perished, he implanted the seeds of ambition within the hearts of every Lich, inspiring them to aspire to become Lich Kings themselves. Every Lich aspires to become the Lich King, the one to once again lead the undead towards glory. However, the Lich King has been vanquished 7 times, and the number of formidable Liches continues to dwindle. Now, the title of Lich King has lost its significance to all but the undead themselves. I am the Lich King, inheritor of the 7th Lich King's command box, a 5th-tier transcendent monarch. All powerful beings of the undead must come forth to pay homage to the new king. Just as Hadwin slapped awake the stunned steel-bone king, a voice resounded across the desolate plains. This was a unique long-range summons from the Lich King's command box. Upon hearing this decree, Haderwen felt intrigued. The Lich King, you say? His strength seems rather lacking. Had it been the former third-tier Bone Demon Duke, he might have considered aligning himself with the Lich King, seeking refuge from the storm. However, having now inherited the thunder of the undead, he had ascended to the fourth tier of transcendence, and it appeared he was well on his way to the fifth tier. Thus, the so-called ruler of the undead. The Lich King seemed somewhat unworthy of his title. Moreover, there were indeed several fifth-tier transcendents amongst the undead, even in this remote wasteland, where a fifth-tier bone dragon held dominion. The undead are a collective term, essentially composed of four races: the skeletons, liches, corpse walkers, and malevolent spirits. The skeletons boast 3 fifth-tier transcendents, while the lich race, being scarce, has only 1 fifth-tier lich. The corpse walkers prefer to bury themselves, rendering their strength unknown. And the malevolent spirits long departed from the eastern continent, having allied themselves with the demon race on the western continent. Thus, the timing of the Lich King's inheritance of the command box was utterly inappropriate. Few would choose to rally to his cause. At that moment, Steelbone King awoke, his gaze landing on Haderwen. The entire skeleton jolted in alarm. With a mournful expression, he pleaded, "Brother, as long as you spare me from further shocks, I am willing to comply with anything." The Steelbone King, having been rendered momentarily incapacitated by the electric shock, feared that without clarity, he would face yet another jolt. "As per our usual agreement, will you serve under me?" "Absolutely. From this day forth, I shall be your most loyal subordinate." Willing to slay the Lich King without a flicker of hesitation. In a display of sincerity, Steelbone King even resorted to using the nominal ruler of the undead, the Lich King, as a tool. "Very well, I now command you to slay the Lich King." Unexpectedly, Haderwen deviated from the norm, directly ordering the fervent Steelbone King to eliminate the Lich King. Upon receiving this command, Steelbone King did not merely frown, he burst into tears. "As a fourth-tier skeleton, I am simply no match for him. You cannot send me to my certain demise." Steelbone King felt a profound sense of despair, likening his situation to having consumed a pound of dead flies. How could he have spoken so foolishly? "Enough, enough, quiet now. I bestow upon you the name Shao Gang." With that, Haderwen cast a sharp glance at the defiant Shao Gang, arcs of electricity sparking menacingly in his hand. At this moment, Shao Gang fell silent. A less than pleasant name was a small price to pay compared to the alternative of being electrocuted. "This is Lord Della. You must show him 100-fold more respect than you do me. Do you understand?" Even without Haderwen's admonition, Shao Gang dared not disrespect Della. The effortless summoning of a multitude of wraiths for battle had already left him utterly astounded. He nodded vigorously. Seeing his newly acquired subordinate display such understanding brought a sense of satisfaction to Haderwen. He slowly turned to Della. "My lord, may I inquire what our next course of action shall be? Should we devise a plan to strike a blow against that Lich King and alleviate our master's burdens?" Haderwen had wholly committed himself to the grand endeavor of servitude. There was no alternative. He had realized that Guwen and Evelina were simply too formidable. Even as a mere dog relying on its master's might, he could ascend to dominance among the undead. There was no shame in bowing low. In the presence of his master, he could be referred to as Shao Gu or Shao Ha without issue. But what name should be used in his absence? Della opened his eyes. Upon hearing the Lich King's declaration, he had already contacted their master through the Holy Spirit Codex. Guwen's response was to approach the Lich King, seeking a means to secure a position under his command. When the Lich King launched a grand assault on the human kingdoms, they could deliver a monumental betrayal. "Our mission is to ingratiate ourselves with the Lich King and secure a standing in his ranks for future use." Della spoke in an indifferent tone, yet Haderwen was elated. "This is our master's task. I shall accomplish it with utmost diligence." Meanwhile, the newly recruited Shao Gang looked on in bewilderment at Haderwen, who seemed to possess two distinct personas. "How audacious you are towards me, yet so obsequious behind my back." But what does this imply? It suggests that Haderwen's master holds greater power than the Lich King, compelling him to play the role of a dog. "The brother of my elder brother. That is my support." Shao Gang felt assured of his place among them. The three harbored distinct thoughts, yet their ultimate objective converged. Meanwhile, the Lich King had ascended to his throne, lifting the command box high for what felt like an eternity, despite the declaration having been made some time ago. Yet, only a sparse collection of the lowest-tier minions had come to pledge allegiance, leaving him in an awkward position. He, Phaseos, the 8th Lich King and a 5th-level extraordinary being, found it disheartening that none were willing to rally to his cause. "The Lich King has claimed his throne. If you are my brothers, come forth. I shall reward you." Just as Phaseos contemplated stowing away the command box meant to intimidate others, A plume of dust rose in the distance. Phaseos discerned through the haze that two fourth-level extraordinary skeletons and a second-level extraordinary mage were approaching him. He could even see the urgency etched upon the faces of the three individuals. Could it be that my sovereign aura has drawn others to seek refuge with me? Indeed. As expected, Haderwen, Xiaojing, and Delay arrived before Fascius with astonishing swiftness. My lord Lich King, we have come to pledge our allegiance. Upon witnessing their genuine intent to join him, and recognizing their formidable strength, Fascius erupted into hearty laughter. He raised the command box high and, in a fit of excitement, stood from his throne. Did you see that? I, Fascius, possess a regal aura as well. With a mere wave of my arm, I can summon powerful allies to my side. You three shall be my trusted right and left hands. As the first batch of formidable undead warriors to ally with him, Fascius held them in high regard, lavishing praise upon them. However, this was not only the inaugural group, but also the final one to offer their allegiance. Chapter 57. The reason having acquired three subordinates akin to his right and left arms, the Lich King immediately set about recruiting more soldiers. As the 8th-generation Lich King, he was determined to carry forth the will of his predecessor and conquer the eastern continent, emerging from the desolate backwaters. Though he remained oblivious to the fact that the generals he entrusted were merely impostors in disguise, his ambition to conquer the land was genuine. Amidst the chaos within the undead ranks, the kingdom of Norton found itself embroiled in battle. Bertrand, the crown prince of Norton, was taken aback upon receiving a report from his subordinates. You mean to say my sister, Anisha, has been sold into slavery in the kingdom of Herland? In a fit of rage, Bertrand seized the messenger, pinning him against the wall. Did you not promise me that my sister would safely depart from the kingdom of Norton? If this is what you call safety, I shall not accept it. The thought that his cherished sister had fallen into the hands of foreign slavers was scarcely better than her remaining in the clutches of the rebel-occupied capital. The subordinate, pinned against the wall, felt his face turn purple, fearing that if he did not plead for mercy, the enraged Bertrand would crush him. Your Highness, you need not worry excessively about the princess. She was sold alongside your mentors to the kingdom of Herland. Surely, the kingdom has its reasons for acquiring scholars, and they should not treat her too harshly. Upon hearing this explanation, although Bertrand's fury still burned within him, he contemplated for a moment before releasing his grip and letting the man fall to the ground. At this juncture, he needed every loyal knight beside him, albeit their number barely exceeded 80. He would soon launch a night raid on the royal palace to assassinate the rebel leader, and he required their assistance. To recklessly slay a knight now would only sow discord among his ranks. Yet, the thought of his sister reduced to the status of a slave gnawed at him. A princess in chains would prove a temptation too great for many to resist. Anisha should be fine. She will be all right. In light of the circumstances, Bertrand could only deceive himself with such reassurances, despite his own disbelief in the words he uttered. He must rush into the royal palace with utmost speed, eliminate the leader of the traitors, and reclaim the power of the kingdom of Norton. Only then can he hope to truly rescue Anisha. How are the preparations progressing? Bertrand inquired of his subordinate regarding the night raid. Everyone is ready, prepared to storm the palace, offering their lives and loyalty. Bertrand himself possesses the strength of a second-tier extraordinary, while several knights among them are first-tier extraordinary. The traitorous leader is merely of second-tier strength and underestimating the situation. It is indeed possible to eliminate him during the night raid. Therefore, to avoid prolonged uncertainty, let us invade the palace tonight. Observing the flames engulfing the capital, the chaos wrought by the traitors, he knew that with each passing day of delay in defeating them, the suffering of the kingdom's people would prolong. Yes, Your Highness, we shall surely achieve victory. His subordinate fervently shouted the rallying cry before swiftly departing to inform others of the impending night raid. Bertrand watched the retreating figure, silently drawing his princely sword, gently polishing its blade. Drink the blood, my sword. The gleaming surface of the blade reflected Bertrand's visage. As the moon illuminated the deep night, the capital echoed with the sounds of anguish and other strange noises. 81 individuals stealthily advanced in a line, concealed in the shadows, heading toward the palace. Your Highness, the traitors stationed at the eastern gate of the palace tonight are my sworn brothers. I once saved his life, so even after siding with the traitors, he is willing to fight for us once more. What is your name? Bertrand, feeling somewhat anxious, quietly asked the loyal knight beside him, seeking to ease his involuntary tension. As he suddenly realized he could not recall the knight's name. Ackman, Your Highness, I am Ackman. Why do I have no impression of you? I was merely a lowly palace guard outside the royal palace. Ackman replied. Soon, they arrived at the eastern gate of the palace, and as expected, no traitors were stationed there. A gentle push opened the grand gate. The palace was Bertrand's home, and he knew it intimately. The group charged directly toward the central palace, the most opulent of all, which was undoubtedly occupied by the traitorous leader. Moreover, knights had reported that the traitor's leader was indeed within that very palace. During their approach, a well-equipped patrol of traitors was dealt with by Bertrand at an opportune moment, further confirming that the leader was surely inside the palace. As they neared the palace, a man's voice resonated from within. I have conquered the capital, and you have all played an indispensable role. Tonight, we shall not leave without inebriation. The voice was unmistakable to Bertrand. Seeing his enemy ignited a fierce anger within him, and he immediately unsheathed his sword. Charge in. The traitor's leader is mine. The rest are yours to handle. Victory is within reach. Bertrand kicked open the palace doors, but the scene that unfolded before him caused his countenance to pale. Inside was not a revelry of song and dance, but a formidable assembly of well-armed rebel forces, numbering in the hundreds. The rebel leader, Rold, sat upon the throne, exuding a demeanor of triumph. Prince, it has been quite some time. I did not expect you to rush here to meet your demise. Now that you are here, why not stay? With a wave of his hand, the archers positioned behind him knocked their arrows, unleashing a barrage that rained down upon Bertrand. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he understood he had fallen into a trap. Deflecting the first wave of arrows with a flash of his sword, he attempted to retreat, only to find chaos erupting from behind. Turning around, he was met with the sight of his own knights, of mere first-tier prowess, turning their blades against him. You traitors, how dare you betray me? The knights, unable to meet Bertrand's gaze, continued their slaughter. Those knights, merely stronger than the average man, proved no match for those wielding extraordinary power. Though they might hold out for a time, their fate was all but sealed. I will kill you. Your foe is me. Prince. Just as Bertrand prepared to eliminate the traitors and reclaim order, a suffocating presence emanated from Rold, making him feel as if a thorn were lodged in his back. Following swiftly was a devastating strike from afar. The sheer force of the blow sent Bertrand hurtling through the air. A third tier. You are indeed a third-tier extraordinary being. The potent surge of magical energy radiating from Rold completely overwhelmed Bertrand's spirit. Soon, a blade was pressed against his throat. Why do you seek to destroy the kingdom of Norton? Bertrand asked, his voice tinged with despair. He had miscalculated. Rold, previously a mere second-tier extraordinary, had ascended to third-tier power. Well, it makes no difference to a dead man what he knows. Allow me to satisfy your curiosity. That duke has taken an interest in Princess Anasha's healing abilities and intends to marry her. If you wish to survive, you must surrender Princess Anasha. I assure you, that duke will grant you a fleeting chance at life. Bertrand's bitter smile revealed the unexpected hand of that duke from the principality. It was through a mere stroke of fate that the duke learned of Anasha's healing powers, which were rumored to possess the ability to restore youth. Thus, the 50-year-old duke shamelessly sought his father's blessing to wed Anasha. However, his father had devoted his entire love to Bertrand and Anasha, and could not possibly condone such a union. He outright rejected the duke's proposal. Bertrand had anticipated a mere conflict with the principality. Yet the retribution he faced was far more severe than he had imagined. First, the third-tier extraordinary knight commander met an untimely demise, followed by the unfortunate affliction of his father with a terminal illness. A plague erupted, and malevolent creatures wreaked havoc. Ultimately, it was Rold's overwhelming uprising that ensued. Go ahead and kill me. You will never find Anasa, for she has already journeyed to the kingdom of Herland. What a deluded fool to dare lay his intentions upon his sister. Chapter 58. The Water of Calamity Redirected. Rold's mission was to retrieve Anasa and present her to the duke. However, Bertrand's uncooperative demeanor incited his fury. Do you think that by remaining silent, I will truly be unable to locate the princess? The sharp blade drew closer to Bertrand's neck, a trickle of blood slowly seeping forth. He refused to believe that anyone could be unafraid of death. Yet, even as blood oozed from the wound, Bertrand remained unmoved. The conflicts of familial betrayal and national enmity had long rendered him indifferent to life and death. With his neck strained and eyes wide with fury, he declared, "Kill me. I shall reveal nothing. After death, I will rise as a demon from the depths of hell to avenge the scars upon my heart." Despite Bertrand's defiance, who was Rold, the leader of the rebellion, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless foes. How could a mere Bertrand instill fear in him? If vengeance could indeed manifest in the form of a demon, he would have perished long ago. Then let me fulfill your wish. Once I flay your skin and strip your flesh, we shall see if you still remain silent. Recognizing Bertrand's continued defiance, Rold decided against further inquiries. For one who had attempted to assassinate him, he deemed it unnecessary to waste words. Prepare the torture. He commanded, "Take him away." Bertrand, already gravely injured, posed no threat of escape. Two rebel soldiers emerged from behind Rold, seizing the fallen Bertrand to drag him away for his impending torment. "Wait," Ackerman suddenly interjected, unable to bear the sight of the prince suffering. Though their defeat was assured, as long as the prince lived, hope still lingered. The prince's life was of greater significance than the princess's. Consequently, Ackerman resolved to barter Bertrand's safety for the whereabouts of Anassa. "If I reveal the princess's location, will you guarantee Bertrand's safety?" Despite his trembling form, he stood tall against Rold's piercing and fearsome gaze. "Do not speak." Upon hearing Ackerman's proposition, Bertrand's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that his loyal subordinate would trade the secret he had fought so hard to conceal for his safety. His heart burned with anxiety. He was, after all, a devoted brother. His own safety paled in comparison to his sister's well-being. Yet, if Anassa were to learn that these troubles were instigated by him, she would undoubtedly sacrifice herself to resolve the matter, unhesitatingly trading her safety for that of her brother. It is indeed a mutual endeavor. Bertrand yearned to rush forward and implore Ackerman to refrain from speaking, yet in his current state of severe injury, he found himself pinned down by two rebel soldiers, unable even to rise. "Oh, you actually possess knowledge of Her Highness the Princess's whereabouts?" Rold expressed skepticism toward this suddenly emerging nameless knight, questioning the authenticity of his information regarding Anassa. What if he were merely fabricating falsehoods to gain Rold's trust? With this thought, Rold's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Ackerman, seemingly attempting to penetrate his facade. "I am the royal guard of the court, and it was I who received the edict to lead Her Highness Anassa into hiding. This is the royal decree." Ackerman produced the well-preserved royal edict from his person. Rold accepted the document, fixing his eyes upon it. The seal of the late king was prominently displayed, lending a high probability to its authenticity. A smile spread across Rold's face. Since he now knew the location of Her Highness, he urged, "Pray tell me swiftly. For I can not only ensure Bertrand's safety, but also bestow upon Her Highness a life of wealth and opulence." He rubbed his hands together, already lost in reverie about the rewards he would reap upon fulfilling the Archduke's commission. His elevation to the third tier of the extraordinary was merely a trivial gift from that Archduke. The thought of what he might attain upon successful completion of the task was exhilarating. It was not beyond possibility that the Archduke might take notice and assign him significant responsibilities within the empire. Her Highness Anassa is currently in the Kingdom of Herland, no longer within the borders of the Kingdom of Norton, Ackerman stated calmly. He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Rold's reaction to this news would only incite further rage. As anticipated, Rold felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of icy water, plummeting from the clouds to the abyss. "You mean to say that Anassa has already been delivered to the Kingdom of Herland, with the mission so close to completion?" Such a sudden turn of events was intolerable for Rold. "It was not us who sent her there. We concealed Her Highness among the scholars of the Royal Academy, only for you to sell that very group of scholars into slavery, with the people of Herland purchasing them." Ackerman's convoluted explanation swirled within Rold's mind, nearly causing a mental breakdown before he grasped the situation. Slams table. Who was responsible for selling those ignorant scholars? At that moment, Rold disregarded any notion of his own blunders. He sought someone upon whom to unleash his wrath, and naturally, the individual responsible for this debacle became the target of his ire. Yet, in that instant, no one responded, prompting Rold to furrow his brow in displeasure. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, a trembling voice broke the silence. "My lord, the one responsible for this matter is indeed Lord Duke. But he departed the royal capital not long ago, claiming to execute your secret orders. We dared not impede him." This soldier, one of those stationed at the city gates, still held a vivid recollection of the Duke's departure. Upon hearing those words, Rold was momentarily taken aback. "When did I ever authorize Duke to execute a secret order? This rascal isn't carrying out a command. He's fleeing in fear of his crimes." Realizing the crux of the matter, Rold cursed under his breath. It was hard to believe that Duke, one of his most trusted subordinates, would abandon him. The magnitude of wealth and benefits he must have acquired to dare such betrayal was unfathomable. "Duke had the audacity to turn against me. Once I conclude the pressing matters at hand, I shall hunt him down and make him pay dearly for his treachery." Rold's face contorted with malice. He harbored an intense disdain for traitors. However, with Duke's whereabouts still unknown, he found himself confronted by a venting target. "Very well. Since Princess Anassa has already escaped to the Kingdom of Herland, I shall first eliminate Bertrand to collect some interest, and then proceed to obliterate the Kingdom of Herland. Ultimately, Bertrand, the crown prince, must meet his demise. You promised to ensure the prince's safety. Are you really going to go back on your word?" Ackerman gazed incredulously at the fickle Rold. Smack! A massive handprint swelled on his face. I am a rebel. What credence can a rebel possess? Moreover, at the very least, I shall grant the prince a painless death, which is a mercy in itself. Rold nonchalantly withdrew his hand, gradually advancing towards Bertrand with his blade raised, poised to deliver a beheading performance. Who would have thought that a mere commoner would one day rise to become the leader of a rebellion, storm the palace, and revel in supreme power? With this thought, Rold's eyes burned with fervor. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to slay the lofty crown prince. The raised butcher's knife came crashing down. No. Ackerman's eyes widened with desperation as he lunged forward, attempting to shield Bertrand from the impending blow. Clang! To his astonishment, Rold's knife was abruptly knocked from his hand midair. Chapter 59. The elegant orc knight. All present were left dumbfounded. For Rold's weapon had been struck away by an unexpectedly appearing orc. The orc bore no peculiar traits, or, rather, he closely resembled a human, clad in human attire and armor, appearing quite dapper. Apologies for disarming you, but this individual is the one my master ordered me to save. Thus, I cannot permit you to kill him. The orc then performed a simple knightly salute. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nalander, a knight. After Nalander introduced himself, Rold was the first to erupt in laughter, followed by a chorus of mocking laughter from the rebel soldiers. A crude orc daring to call himself a knight? It was an affront to the very spirit of knighthood. Once the laughter subsided, Rold turned his face towards Nalander and declared, I shall slay you, ensuring that the dignity of knighthood is not sullied by an orc. Despite the fact that Rold had just been disarmed by Narandi, he did not perceive the orc before him as superior. It was merely a momentary lapse in his vigilance. The abrupt appearance of this orc had granted him a fortuitous opportunity to disarm Rold. Accepting a dagger handed to him by his subordinate, Rold stretched his limbs and boisterously declared his intent to swiftly slay this grotesque creature. Although Narandi had been insulted by Rold's remarks about his appearance, he remained composed and unfazed. Drawing his longsword, he recalled Miss Winley's words, as long as one embodies loyalty, courage, humility, self-respect, and respect for others, even an orc can ascend to the status of a knight. Narandi cast a glance at the charging Rold and let out a heavy sigh. Ironically, while you espouse the virtues of knighthood, I see not a trace of such spirit within you. With that, Narandi closed his eyes, only to reopen them moments later. His entire demeanor transformed. A brilliant arc of light erupted from his long sword, dazzling enough to blind those who dared to gaze directly upon it. With a resounding clang, Rold's dagger was once again sent flying. Shielding his eyes with one hand, he found the sudden brilliance nearly blinding. In a moment of distraction, the weapon slipped from his grasp. Is this truly the essence of knightly spirit? Such underhanded tactics are beneath contempt. Yet, in that fleeting moment when Rold's weapon was cast aside, his extraordinary perception honed in on Narandi's longsword. Did this second-tier extraordinary orc truly believe that such despicable methods could triumph over him? Impossible. A grin spread across his face as he seized the thrusting sword, halting its advance mere inches from his chest. Even if I cannot see, I can still grasp your weapon. Ambushes are futile. Before Rold could finish his thought, to his astonishment, Narandi relinquished his grip on the longsword. A spear materialized in his hand, slicing through the air like a dragon, striking Rold squarely in the chest with the force of thunder. Rold's eyes widened. Though the injury was not grave, it was undeniably a humiliation. A third-tier extraordinary being wounded by a mere second-tier orc. What a disgrace it would be if word got out. As Rold attempted to retaliate, he felt his body suddenly paralyzed. Is this paralysis potion? Narandi, having achieved his aim, withdrew gracefully, a cloud of powder dispersing into the air, its acrid scent overwhelming. The longsword continued to emit a blinding light, rendering others incapable of opening their eyes. Narandi chuckled softly. This is the true essence of knighthood, devoid of any doubt. Were it not for the mission to rescue Bertrand, which did not permit a protracted battle, he possessed ample strength and techniques. His repertoire of knightly spirit-infused attacks extended far beyond this. As he covered his eyes, he also masked his nose and mouth, and amidst the onslaught of treacherous tactics, Narandi effortlessly lifted both Bertrand and Ackman, one in each hand. As for why one would still save Ackman, since he is already here, it is merely a matter of convenience. He turned and fled without a trace of hesitation. The mission was accomplished, so the means of achieving it are irrelevant. Narandi moved with the wind beneath his feet, each stride covering hundreds of meters, swiftly retreating from the completed task. Ah, the art of swift magic, how intriguing. When the radiant light of the longsword finally waned and the dust settled, Rold regained his senses. only to find that Bertrand and Ackman had vanished without a trace. "If I encounter you again, I shall surely slay you." Rold's words crackled like electricity. Initially, he had believed Nayland D to be an orc adhering to the chivalric spirit, a truly unique individual. However, after this scuffle, he could discern no semblance of knighthood in Nayland D. Perhaps only in his attire did he bear any resemblance to a knight. "Commander, shall we pursue them?" a soldier inquired, stepping forward. Rold's extraordinary perception could no longer detect Nayland D's presence. Not a single trace remained. In the dead of night, he was as blind as a bat, incapable of sensing the enemy, rendering any pursuit an impossibility. "Pursue? Do you think you can catch up? They have likely fled beyond our reach." Growing increasingly agitated, Rold crushed the floor beneath him. "Inform the others. Let the other generals remain still, conserve their strength, and prepare for a fierce assault on the kingdom of Herland." Though they had let Bertrand escape, he had already learned the whereabouts of the mission target, Anisha. Now, he must swiftly capture Anisha to redeem himself. It would not bode well for that esteemed individual to wait too long. Understood. On the other hand, Guwen had received a report from Bennett, stating that they had successfully organized a team to rescue Prince Bertrand of the Kingdom of Norton. Naturally, Guwen was elated upon hearing this news. After all, fulfilling the promise made to Anisha was the best outcome, and he promptly conveyed this information to her. With nothing to do, Anisha was assigned to tend to the flowers and plants. Her healing abilities not only mended human wounds, but also worked wonders on flora. Thus, the responsibility of caring for those exotic plants naturally fell to Anisha, who surprisingly found joy in it. When Anisha heard the news, she was busy pruning a small tree. "Thank you, my lord. You have saved my brother the king, yet I have nothing to repay you. Do not mention it. You shall have the opportunity to express your gratitude." Guwen waved his hand with a slight smile. Following the recovery of the Kingdom of Norton, Prince Bertrand was the most fitting initiator. Hence, Guwen assured her that they would have the chance to repay his kindness. Upon reflecting on this, Guwen's smile broadened. However, to Anash's ears, those words took on a different connotation, and her face flushed slightly. Why did this duke wear a mischievous smile? Could it be that his notion of gratitude held a different meaning? "Do you want me to agree or to consent?" Anisha nervously tugged at her sleeve, awaiting Guwen's response. However, Guwen had entirely different intentions, rendering it impossible for him to resonate with Anisha's thoughts. He cast a puzzled glance at her curious reaction. "Why are you blushing? Is it typical for sisters with brotherly affection to behave this way?" "Oh, the bond of siblings is truly touching. Rest assured, your brother should arrive in the capital by tomorrow, so there is no need for excessive worry." With that, Guwen turned to leave, burdened by his own pressing matters. Anisha was left alone, lost in contemplation. Oh no, the plot is not unfolding as expected. Chapter 60. The Kingdom of Norton, From Darkness to Light. Alas, just as one wave subsides, another rises. Guwen returned to his chamber, which felt unusually dark that evening. Why hasn't Xing Shui turned on the magical lights for me today? Pondering this, he groped towards the light switch, but as he passed by the bedside, a hand suddenly reached out. "What the?" he exclaimed, startled. For a moment, Guwen feared an assassin had audaciously infiltrated his sanctuary, prompting him to instinctively employ a series of grappling techniques. In the darkness, his blanket was inadvertently caught in the fray. He flung it aside, and it accidentally brushed against the magical light switch. With a flicker, the room illuminated, and Guwen stood frozen, staring in shock at the unclad Wen Li beneath him. His mind went blank. "Master, you cannot escape this time." Wen Li's gaze was intense, and as she observed the increasing number of people in the manor, a sense of urgency enveloped her. If action was not taken soon, the opportunity would slip away. After a brief moment of mental paralysis, Guwen felt a surge of determination. With the arrow drawn, it must be released. As the saying goes, when heaven manifests its murderous intentions, stars shift and dwellings change. When earth reveals its malice, dragons and serpents arise. When humanity acts, the cosmos turns. The night passed swiftly amidst the flurry of activity. Meanwhile, someone eavesdropping in the corner of the wall felt the flush of embarrassment rise and fall on her face. "If I had known, I would not have been a voyeur. I stumbled upon my brother's indiscretion." Evelina lay on her bed, biting her nails, seemingly unable to find slumber. Suddenly, she shot up, delivering 2 fierce punches to her pillow to vent her pent-up frustration. "They're all villains, daring to steal my brother from me. He belongs to me alone." Fearing to continue eavesdropping, Evelina resorted to using her telekinesis to fill her room with silence. Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, she eventually drifted into sleep. As the sun rose high in the sky, rays of light streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Guwen's face. The piercing brightness stirred him from his slumber, and he sat up, groggy. Observing the sun's ascent, he managed a wry smile. Is this the consequence of heavenly mischief? I certainly overexerted myself last night. As I pressed my forehead in exasperation, suddenly Winry's voice reached my ears from the side. Good morning, master. This is a nourishing soup I painstakingly prepared using a recipe I finally managed to find. After the events of last night, Winry seemed to have undergone a transformation. Her demeanor now imbued with a newfound grace. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. My gaze fell upon the large bowl of dark, steaming soup she held in her hands. You claim this is a nourishing soup? What exactly have you included in it? I regarded the thick, black concoction with a sense of despair. It bore no resemblance to anything beneficial. It's a secret, Winry replied, her face lighting up with a mischievous smile, a glint of triumph in her eyes. I sincerely hope you drink it all. With her insistence, I reluctantly accepted the bowl. Even if it were poisoned, it mattered little, with my current strength. Any toxin would merely be absorbed. As the first sip slid into my mouth, an indescribable flavor jolted my taste buds. Bitter, sour, astringent, pungent. It encompassed every sensation I could articulate, nearly forcing me to retch. Yet, seeing the eager anticipation in Winry's eyes, I couldn't bear to discard the bowl, after all. She had toiled to create it. So be it. Let this be my penance for my indulgence last night. To the trials ahead, I shall drink. With a sense of resignation, I finally consumed the entirety of the peculiar nourishing soup and swiftly departed the room. Winry, I must meet with the crown prince of the Norton Kingdom, so I shall take my leave, I declared, already distancing myself as I spoke. Stepping outside, I beheld Bertrand and Anisha, their eyes glistening with unshed tears as they confided in one another. A gentlemanly orc stood stiffly to one side, his demeanor rigid as if he were a steel beam, while a nervous figure, presumably a servant, trembled in anxiety. Upon my arrival, all four individuals turned their attention to me. Master, I am Narandi, and I pay my respects to you. The mission to rescue the crown prince of the Norton Kingdom has been successfully accomplished, Narandi said, his tone laced with nervousness, reminiscent of the initial demeanor of Bennett when he first appeared before me. As a symbol of barbarism and crudeness, orcs occupy a status lower than even that of the subhumans in the eyes of humanity. Despite Narandi's human-like attire, he could not expect to gain human acceptance. Uncertainty loomed over him regarding my potential judgment. Even if I regarded him with disdain, he would only feel a twinge of sorrow within. For betrayal was an act he could neither commit nor dare to consider. I placed a reassuring hand on Narandi's shoulder, glancing around before exhaling in relief. Seeing that you are unharmed puts my mind at ease. I had heard that the rebel leader was a third-tier extraordinary. I was quite concerned for your safety. To serve my master, I would brave fire and water without hesitation. Who dares to claim that this master is unworthy? Indeed, he is remarkable. Nalandi. Upon hearing Guwen's concern for him, sensed the sincerity behind those words. They were not mere platitudes, but genuine care. Such treatment moved him profoundly, prompting an outburst of loyalty. Guwen merely nodded in acknowledgement. Bertrand then approached with eagerness. You must be Duke Castellan of the Helen Kingdom. I have often heard my father praise you, and now, upon meeting you, I realize those praises are well-deserved. In truth, Bertrand had never actually heard his father speak highly of the Duke. Rather, he had only heard disparaging remarks about him. After all, Duke Castellan had indeed appeared inactive in public affairs before. However, under such circumstances, one must bow to necessity and offer compliments. After all, the Duke not only saved his sister but also rescued him in Ackerman. This was an immense favor that warranted fervent praise. Subsequently, a flurry of flattery erupted towards Guwen, to which he responded with a slight, awkward smile. After all, how could he, as the inheritor of the foreign demon, remain oblivious to his own reputation? Moreover, the actions he had taken were still deemed heinous by certain individuals within the kingdom. Nevertheless, did he truly dislike compliments? Your Highness, the Helen Kingdom and the Norton Kingdom are neighboring states. Mutual assistance is only natural. You may call me Bertrand. I was once the crown prince of the Norton Kingdom, but now I am merely a stray dog. Hearing Guwen's respectful address made Bertrand uneasy. He was not ready to elevate himself at this moment, having come to terms with his current situation. As he spoke those words, a sense of loss washed over him, evoking sadness in both Anisha and Ackerman nearby. Suddenly, Guwen shifted the topic. Your Highness, there is no need for false humility. I am willing to provide you with reinforcements to restore the Norton Kingdom. Chapter 61. Diplomatic correspondence. Upon hearing Guwen's words, Bertrand was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this noble duke would be willing to offer military support. Duke, are you truly suggesting that you would provide me with reinforcements? Indeed, Guwen affirmed with a nod. What would you require of me? Or what must the Norton Kingdom do? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Bertrand naturally did not assume that Guwen's offer stemmed solely from goodwill. I require the Norton Kingdom to become a vassal of the Helen Kingdom, while ostensibly maintaining your independence, yet in reality, serving under Helen as your sovereign. Guwen unreservedly laid out his demands, knowing that intelligent individuals would understand what needed to be done. Even if Bertrand were to refuse, Guwen was confident he could find others willing to comply. Nonetheless, he did not believe that Bertrand would decline, even if the terms were rather demanding. He finds himself devoid of alternatives, does he not? To reject his assistance would lead the kingdom of Norton toward annihilation amidst the flames of war. After all, even as a vassal, the sovereign of Norton remains Bertrand. Yet, should he refuse, the kingdom would merely become a footnote in the annals of history, extinguished by the fires of rebellion. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Guwen's request, Bertrand's heart was torn asunder. Caught between the transfer of royal authority and the impending doom of his realm, even Anisha felt a surge of anxiety for her royal brother. Fearing that Bertrand might fail to grasp the gravity of the situation and dismiss Guwen's overture, their predicament left them with no other recourse. Acceptance was their only hope. After a brief moment of contemplation, he exhaled, finding solace in his thoughts. What was he truly grappling with? What appeared to be a choice was, in reality, a facade. He possessed no power to choose. My Lord Duke, I have but one inquiry. Will the subjects of the Kingdom of Norton be plunged into depths of despair as a result? Bertrand, a compassionate prince, was spurred to action by the plight of countless civilians displaced by the conflict. He resolved, with a heart full of resolve, to eliminate the leader of the insurgents. If banishing the rebels merely exchanged one form of warfare for another for his people, he could not abide it. Despair? What I seek is a flourishing Kingdom of Norton, not a desolate wasteland ravaged by war. Guwen, with fervor in his gaze, looked upon those gathered. Let us rescue the Kingdom of Norton from its dire straits. Following this impassioned declaration, Bertrand forced a smile, though it bore an air of discomfort and inner turmoil, unsure whether to voice his concerns. Guwen sensed Bertrand's unease. What troubles you? Are you concerned about the strength of the Kingdom of Hurland? No. Bertrand protested, feeling the weight of the accusation. He spoke slowly. The insurgents are backed by the Duke of Castellan, who has set his sights on my sister Anasha's healing abilities, thus igniting this rebellion. Upon uttering these words, Bertrand felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. In his earlier elation over Guwen's aid, he had overlooked such a monumental issue. Moreover, they were already aware of Anasha's presence in the Kingdom of Hurland, and the rebels may well be inching closer to that realm. Anisha, upon hearing this revelation, was engulfed in sorrow, realizing that all of this turmoil stemmed from her. The Duchy of Castellan stood as a beacon for the empire on the eastern continent, with a formidable Griffin Knight order soaring through the skies, rendering them nearly invincible. No one could stand against this order. Consequently, the Duke had ascended to a position of dominance on the eastern continent, wielding power over what he desired with a disdainful glance at the masses. Then, send me away. If my sacrifice can usher in peace, I shall have no regrets. Anisha stepped forward, unwilling to witness the flames of war continue to rage. Her once idyllic life now shattered, seemingly due to her own actions. Her sister, Bertrand, looked at her with a pained heart, feeling utterly powerless. Why? Am I unable to change anything? The Duke? Can he act with impunity? The pervasive sense of helplessness dissipated, as Guwen harbored no fear of the colossal principality. Frankly, if he wished, he could stride 7 steps to stand before that insufferable Duke and sever his head, then retreat unscathed. However, Bertrand attempted to speak, only to be interrupted by a wave of Guwen's hand. Do not worry. I shall bear the weight of the heavens. Even the Duke must kneel before me. Just as Guwen intended to discuss troop deployments with his little Empress, he was unexpectedly confronted by a furious Glena. At first, Guwen feared that the events of the previous night had been exposed. Your Grace, the rebels of the Kingdom of Norton are utterly despicable. How dare they send such shameless diplomatic correspondence? Glena hurled the crumpled document to the ground, only to promptly pick it up and hand it to Guwen. Initially perplexed, Guwen's expression darkened upon reading the document, which revealed that Rold, the rebel leader, sought to marry the Empress of the Kingdom of Hurland, claiming it to be an honor for Hurland, while simultaneously demanding the surrender of Anisha or threatening to slaughter the entire kingdom. No wonder Glena resembled a spitting cat. The document was soon engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. It appeared that Her Majesty Glena was quite renowned. A large hand ruffled her hair. Your Grace, I am exceedingly angry. The indignant Glena was deeply troubled by the contents of the document. She merely desired Guwen's comfort. especially considering the notorious reputation of the rebels, who had already toppled the kingdom of Norton. Indeed, Herland was weaker than Norton. Your Majesty, it is quite simple. I shall eliminate them all. This is a provocation against the kingdom of Herland, and you need not be vexed over those dead men. How domineering. Yet surely this wasn't mere bravado from Guwen. Your Grace, if we cannot win, it would be acceptable to endure in silence. Observing his Empress's foolish demeanor, Guwen felt exasperated. Your Majesty, are you underestimating our current strength? Are we truly strong? Indeed, some matters cannot be clarified with a fool. Your Majesty, I require the mobilization of troops to assist the kingdom of Norton in defeating the rebels. Thus, Guwen shifted the topic. I leave this matter entirely to you. Your Grace, feel free to mobilize the army as you see fit. I shall grant my consent. 666. The performance was abandoned. Guwen had intended to be a hands-off manager, yet the matters he needed to oversee were multiplying, while Glena seemed to grow increasingly idle. Has the military power truly been relinquished? Glena, you still wish to lecture, but unexpectedly, Glena took flight. Having initially intended only to confide in Guwen about her indignation stemming from the repugnant diplomatic missive she received, having achieved her objective, she could no longer linger without risking further admonishment. Observing Glena's retreating figure, Guwen merely offered a cold smile. Winley, inform Dean Adams that Her Majesty Glena's academic workload shall be doubled. Idleness. I cannot afford to be idle, and neither shall you. Upon receiving the command, Winley promptly set off, internally lamenting the challenging days that awaited Glena. After this brief interlude, Guwen turned his attention back to the matter at hand. The discussions regarding the mobilization of reinforcements had concluded, and now it was time to arrange the subsequent affairs of war. A vigorous assault was in order. Chapter 62. A converging night raid. As for the Duke's stance, Guwen regarded it with indifference, directly instructing Olivia to sow some chaos within the Duchy of Sciolan, to eliminate a few individuals, leaving them preoccupied with their own turmoil. He could maintain contact with those under his control through the ring of command, keeping abreast of their situations. Olivia had already attained the 6th tier of extraordinary prowess, and even if she were to eliminate the Duke, escaping unscathed would pose no issue. However, given that he was a remote Duke sanctioned by the Empire, even if he were not beloved, it was not a matter to be taken lightly. After all, he was no mere stray, yet, removing a few of his lackeys to silence their barking was certainly feasible. Furthermore, Axel had already ascended to the position of inspector of the Eastern Continent, and causing them some trouble in the name of the Church would be rather effortless. This was merely a small act of caprice within the realm of power. With both the underworld and the upper echelons at my disposal, any adversary would find no peace. Day or night. While this notion was splendid, the immediate priority was to resolve the insurgents. Otherwise, should they be startled into paranoia, it would complicate matters further. However, it appeared that bringing Vale and his troops back would require some time. Guwen pondered how long it would take for the new army to return from Ironstone City, as this was a crucial factor in his offensive against the Kingdom of Norton. Just as this thought crystallized, a system notification appeared, sensing the urgency of the moment. Kingdom Revival Phase 1. A tyrannical ruler will inevitably incite widespread rebellion. Thus, we require our army to suppress the insurgents with utmost expedience. Revival buff. Military genius. No matter where rebellion arises, the Empire's soldiers shall descend upon you. Effect. Enables the use of mass teleportation magic to relocate soldiers at will, covering the territory under the kingdom's dominion, with a daily transfer limit of 10 times and a maximum of 10,000 individuals per transfer. Upon reading this notification, Guwen recalled the Kingdom Revival quest he had initiated not long ago, leading him to think that perhaps the system ought to be renamed. What connection did this have to committing atrocities? Although stated as a measure to prevent rebellion, he had yet to commence his tyrannical rule. Where is there a need to suppress rebellion? To forcibly diminish the unreasonable aspects of this system, Guwen felt a sense of joy upon discovering this new boon. Who wouldn't fear the might of a dragon rider? My ability to mobilize troops far surpasses yours. Guwen could already envision the scenes of warfare against other kingdoms in the future. One moment declaring war, the next moment vast armies encroaching, terrifying this little darling to death. Witnessing the sinister smile of Duke Guwen, Ackerman instinctively sensed that the enemy's plight would not be pleasant. Subsequently, Guwen contacted Weil, who was far away in Ironstone City, through the Sacred Spirit Codex. The new army was nearly trained to completion. Guwen intended to send this fresh force to the front lines to hone their skills. After all, dealing with the rebellious forces was still easier than confronting the monsters of the wasteland. Ultimately, the course of war would be determined by the extraordinary beings. Even a slightly stronger, extraordinary individual could often dictate the outcome of a minor skirmish. The number of extraordinary beings on Guwen's side overwhelmingly surpassed that of the rebels, and a mere display of strength would likely exhaust the opposition. Guwen then summoned Bennett and Shilia to discuss the forthcoming night raid. Strike first, and those who hesitate shall suffer. With the assistance of the local Bertrand, Guwen resolved to lead the army down a relatively obscure path, launching a night march into the kingdom of Norton, seizing a city as a foothold before the rebellious forces could react. The plan was to continuously tear open breaches to expand their advantage. Simply put, there was no intricate strategy. They would rely on overwhelming combat strength to charge forward. The paper's strength was utterly dominant. What need was there for schemes? Evelina remained engrossed in administrative affairs. This war required no intervention from her. A sledgehammer was unnecessary to swat a fly. Nights swiftly descended, and the barracks in Ironstone City remained brightly lit, following the plundering of the Risno family, which yielded vast wealth, while readily invested in training troops. Thus, the 3,000 soldiers of Ironstone City came to be. He had already received word from Guwen that a contingent of 2,000 had been earmarked, awaiting Guwen's summons. While patted the shoulder of Varric, a young knight appointed as the commander of the legion, who shared quarters with the soldiers, gaining an air of valor. Achieving great deeds awaited them today. This was what conveyed to Varric. For every enemy slain, a silver coin would be awarded. Should you fall to the enemy, your family would receive 3 gold coins. This was Wile's address to the new recruits of the legion. Now, all were eager to sprout wings and rush into battle. At last, a radiant arc of colors descended, enveloping the 2,000-strong legion. Oh goddess, is this magic? Terrifying indeed. I feel as though I could soar into the sky. No, we truly are flying. This is indeed magic. Guwen instructed Wile to tell them that they would be magically transported to the upcoming battlefield. These soldiers were once mere commoners, unaccustomed to the spectacle of magic, and thus they were taken aback. Meanwhile, a dazzling array of colors flashed across the plains, heralding the arrival of the entire legion. Silence. Varric commanded upon spotting Bennett, instantly quieting the soldiers. In mere minutes, the legion stood as still as stone. My lord Bennett, please give your orders, came the call. One word will suffice. Let us act. Bennett believed such matters need not be complicated. Supreme wisdom urged him to wield supreme power. This is Bertrand, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the Norton Kingdom, a second-tier extraordinary. This is Miss Hilia, the Sword Saint of the Kingdom, a third-tier extraordinary. National Security Member Nalander. An Orc Knight, second-tier extraordinary. National Security Member Edmund, second-tier extraordinary. I am a third-tier extraordinary, and you are a second-tier extraordinary. What do you think we should do next? Bennett introduced those present to Varric, cheerfully inquiring. Varric was taken aback. So many extraordinary beings? What was promised as support felt like a full-scale assault. What should they do? Act. Varric replied succinctly. After employing a night vision magic scroll, the legion swiftly advanced toward their destination under Bertrand's guidance. However, they soon spotted an approaching army from the direction of the Norton Kingdom, brandishing torches, moving in the opposite direction. Thanks to the night vision magic, the night appeared as bright as day to them, and Bertrand recognized the army at once. Those were the rebels. It turned out that Rold had let Bertrand escape, fearing that he would be deemed incompetent in the eyes of the Duke. After allowing his rebellious subordinates to indulge in a feast, he decided, at the suggestion of a local strategist, to take a clandestine route to launch a night raid on the Kingdom of Herland. Of course, he had also learned of the new Empress of Herland, whose beauty had clouded his judgment. With a sudden stroke of inspiration, this led to the planned night raid. Upon recognizing their adversaries, Bertrand immediately identified the distant army, prompting knowing glances and mischievous smiles among the others. Let us set an ambush. They agreed in silence, forming a surrounding circle, awaiting the rebels to unwittingly walk into their trap. After all, relying on torches for illumination, their visibility was severely limited, rendering them nearly blind. Chapter 63, The Pincer Maneuver. At that moment, Rold was resting in a grand carriage. Rather than a mere vehicle, it resembled a mobile palace, complete with a bedroom, a reception room, a tea room, and quarters for servants, all luxuriously appointed. Rold reclined on a lavish bed, attended by several beautiful women, all drawn to him by his power and status. Rold, immersed in his own enjoyment, never anticipated the peril that awaited him. Surrounded by heavily armored cavalry, his carriage was under stringent protection, impervious to even the slightest intrusion, much less a fly. The decision to embark on this covert route had been a spur-of-the-moment choice, ensuring that the forces of the Harlan Kingdom would remain oblivious to his movements. However, Rold could not have foreseen the convergence of his intentions with those of his adversaries, who had set a trap, lying in wait for him to unwittingly walk into their encirclement. They would send forth their vanguard to cut off his retreat. Advancing directly towards Rold's four-wheeled carriage, Bertrand succinctly conveyed his thoughts. This was indeed his inaugural experience leading a military force into direct confrontation. The unfamiliarity of the situation rendered him quite anxious, his palms slick with perspiration. Velik, too, felt the weight of tension. Yet he dared not betray even the slightest hint of fear. As the commander of the legion, any sign of trepidation from him might incite greater panic among the newly enlisted soldiers behind him. In truth, those recruits were likely even more apprehensive than he was, and he felt compelled to set a resolute example. Little did Velik comprehend the allure of silver coins. 1 silver coin, 2 silver coins, 3 silver coins, so many coins. Look at how inexperienced you are. The lord of the city promised that merely 10 silver coins would liberate them from their bonds of servitude, allowing them to become citizens and marry. Wouldn't it be splendid to drink and revel with their newfound wealth? A few soldiers whispered amongst themselves. Though they had yet to lay claim to those coins, they had already concocted various plans for their potential bounty. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of anticipation, devoid of any fear of death, replaced instead with an insatiable desire for silver. Those men were not merely ruthless rebels. They were embodiments of currency. After all, they had previously been slaves of Ironstone City, and for them, death was merely a mundane occurrence. Achieving citizenship and acquiring wealth were their loftiest aspirations. Yet, upon recalling the promises made by the new noble lord of Ironstone City, a fervor ignited within their hearts. Now, with a single command from Velik, they would fiercely confront an enemy, determined to claim victory. As Rold's forces progressed halfway through their journey, the brilliantly illuminated carriage unwittingly drifted into their trap. Prepare the fire arrows, 3 volleys at once. Just as the rebels were engaged in discussions about how to enjoy their conquest of the Harlan Kingdom, the darkness around them erupted into a constellation of flickering flames. In the next instant, a rain of fiery arrows descended, imbued with lethal intent, into the throng of rebels. Chaos ensued among the rebels as they scrambled in disarray. Kill. Bertrand was the first to draw his sword, leading the charge into the fray of chaos, with Velik close behind. Soon, the Legion's fervent soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave, bolstered by their night vision magic, rendering the torch-lit rebels vulnerable to a devastating onslaught. Amidst the chaos, a cadre of astute soldiers seized the opportunity to snatch the torches from the hands of the insurgents, casting them aside into the distance. This action plunged the rebels into darkness, leaving them vulnerable to a multitude of soldiers who surged forth from the shadows, striking them down as if they were mere obstacles by the roadside. My lord, we are in grave peril. An enemy force has emerged from unknown quarters, launching a pincer attack that has severed our vanguard. The moment of tranquility enjoyed by Rold was abruptly shattered by the frantic intrusion of his deputy into the carriage, disrupting his incantation. He was nearly rendered speechless with indignation. Curse it! The subordinate, realizing his unfortunate timing, dared not lift his gaze. Rold, incensed by the interruption, was determined to discover who would dare challenge him. In this diminutive realm, he could not fathom anyone possessing greater strength than his own. Fetch me my sword. Meanwhile, the beleaguered vanguard of the insurgents quickly recognized the attack from behind and resolved to return to defend their leader. However, just then, Edmund descended from above. Gentlemen, how are your stomachs faring? He chuckled. The rebels, puzzled by this nonsensical remark, were suddenly enveloped in a thick yellow mist that spread with remarkable swiftness. What is this? The nearest insurgents wondered, detecting no peculiar odor. Just as they contemplated mocking this seemingly harmless, extraordinary individual, their expressions shifted dramatically. My stomach aches terribly. By the heavens, it's coming out. The mist induced an uncontrollable bout of diarrhea. The first few rebels caught in its grasp lost all capacity to resist, their strength diverted entirely to combat the impending urgency. In droves, the insurgents discarded their weapons, crouching on the ground, clutching their midsections, caught in a state of indecision. What manner of combat is this that induces such abdominal distress? They lamented, gazing at the peculiar extraordinary being before them with a sense of despair. Edmund, sheepishly scratching his head, explained, My awakened talent is the mist of relief. I initially aspired to be a healer, but Lord Bennett offered me an irresistible sum. The most you will suffer is the need to relieve yourselves. There is little other harm, unless one considers fainting from the experience as damage. Upon hearing this, the rebels who had been gritting their teeth in agony could no longer contain themselves, and an uncontrollable torrent ensued, an unstoppable flood. Just then, Rold finally donned his attire, brandishing his weapon as he burst forth from the carriage. As an extraordinary being, he possessed the ability to see in the dark, and he immediately spotted Bertrand, valiantly battling amidst the fray. Understanding the situation, he snorted derisively. "Ah, I see. It is the fledgling insect returning with its swarm for vengeance. Have you not learned enough from your past missteps?" With that, Rold leaped forward, his weapon descending from the air, aimed directly at the engaged Bertrand. Just as Bertrand had slain an insurgent, he sensed the perilous intent slicing through the air behind him. He executed a swift roll, barely evading the lethal assault. A familiar voice echoed from behind, catching you off guard. Bertrand turned to see Rold extracting his weapon from the deeply embedded ground. "Rold, your demise is at hand." He laughed maniacally. With that, Rold brandished his savage blade, aiming a strike at the cornered Bertrand. Realizing escape was futile, Bertrand braced himself to endure the blow when suddenly another sword clashed against the imposing blade. "Allow me to assist you." Varric emerged from the side, sword in hand, and together they barely managed to withstand the assault. Despite their combined efforts as second-tier transcendent beings, they found themselves at a disadvantage, retreating under Rold's relentless onslaught. "Neither of you are my match, ha ha ha." Just as Rold believed he would annihilate the two before him, a familiar blinding white light surged forth, and from the corner of his eye, a sword gleamed like daylight, thrusting towards his flank. "Then allow me to join." Nalandi, witnessing the peril of his comrades, rushed in to lend his support. The three united against Rold, finally managing to reach a stalemate, albeit only because Rold was unable to fully open his eyes. "Ah, you little insects, perish!" Rold roared, fully intent on unleashing his power. Chapter 64. Capturing the thief by seizing the king. Rold felt the tide turning against him. A human could easily kill a dog, yet the dog only sought to bite, while the human aimed to remain unscathed. Now, Rold was beset by these three relentless adversaries, unable to sustain any injury while being incessantly harassed. He was blinded by a flashing light before him, intermittently assaulted by a spear aimed at his flanks. Meanwhile, the other two would strike and retreat immediately. "I've had enough. I shall slay you three bothersome pests." Rold's massive blade suddenly turned crimson, and a red aura enveloped him, as if he had entered a new state of being. The once slow and cumbersome weapon transformed into a swift harbinger of death, unleashing a flurry of strikes that shattered the weapons of his three opponents into fragments. He then closed his eyes, attuning himself to Nalandi's spear through the aura, and swiftly seized the shaft of the incoming weapon. A surge of dark energy erupted from his hand, traveling along the spear's shaft in reverse, directly assaulting Nalandi. This forced Nalandi to relinquish his spear, leaving the trio weaponless. Upon realizing this, they exchanged glances, contemplating a hasty retreat. Suddenly, Rold hesitated. A crimson aura surged from within him. The surrounding air seemed ignited, becoming stifling and oppressive. This aura swept over them like a tempest, instilling an invisible dread wherever it touched. The three, caught at the forefront, felt the weight of a mountain bearing down upon them, the ground beneath their feet sinking slightly. How could this man be so powerful? Bertrand felt an unprecedented surge of power emanating from Rold, leaving him utterly astonished. "My strength amplifies daily, a divine boon granted by the Duke. You, too, could have reveled in this honor, had you possessed the wit to discern it." Rold had no intention of showing mercy. He aimed to unleash a devastating strike to eliminate all adversaries present. Suddenly, a melodious sword chant cleaved through the air, akin to the roar of dragons and the growl of tigers, resonating in the hearts of all. Celia had been gathering her sword's momentum since the onset of the battle, and upon witnessing Bertrand and the others in peril, she unleashed her accumulated force directly at Rold. The blade began to shimmer with a blinding radiance, its brilliance intensifying until it transformed into a resplendent beam of sword light, slicing through the air and reaching Rold in an instant. Rold's countenance shifted to one of sheer terror as he hurriedly consolidated all his dissipated power into his great sword, attempting to block the impending light. The collision of the sword's brilliance and the blade produced a thunderous explosion, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. Rold was sent reeling backward. Half of his body cleaved away, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. His eyes widened with dread. He had not anticipated such formidable strength in this seemingly insignificant locale. The outcome was sealed. Celia approached the fallen Rold, wielding her ancestral holy sword, which was nearly as tall as she was. The original trio awkwardly retreated to the sidelines. Collectively, they had not only failed to defeat their opponent, but had also nearly been eliminated themselves, leaving them utterly humiliated. They had no desire to speak. "How disgraceful! You cannot kill me. Though you are powerful, I am under the Duke's orders. To slay me would be to oppose the Duke. He will not let you escape unscathed. The holy sword, akin to a death warrant, loomed ever closer to Rold's head, extinguishing his once arrogant demeanor. Desperate to survive, he hastily invoked the Duke's name as a shield, hoping to intimidate Celia. Yet, Celia merely tilted her head, rifling through her memories. Finding no recollection of the Duke, Rold mentioned. I don't know. Probably just a nameless nobody. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason becomes futile. Rold misinterpreted Celia's contemplative expression as fear upon hearing the Duke's name. You too fear the Duke's might and the prowess of the Griffin Knights. However, this thought barely registered in his mind, as he found it peculiar to see the moon in the sky. His gaze shifted, landing on a headless body sprawled on the ground. So that was my body. Having meticulously cleaned and sheathed the holy sword, Celia remained indifferent to the Duke Rold spoke of. Her mission was to eliminate troublesome foes. Thus, this seemingly formidable rebel supernatural being had become her target. It seems this individual appears formidable, yet she has not exerted herself much. How could the opponent have perished? Celia, what did this person utter just before meeting their end? Bennett, having observed that the battle had concluded, approached to witness the aftermath, for he had not clearly heard Rold's pleas for mercy. I am uncertain. I inadvertently struck him down. Surely, that poses no issue? No matter. Eliminating the rebel leader greatly facilitates our subsequent efforts to assist Bertrand in reclaiming his throne. With a wave of his hand, Bennett dismissed the matter as trivial. He was the leader of the rebels? At this moment, Celia finally grasped that she had unwittingly slain the opposing leader. Varric conducted a tally of the casualties within his legion and was surprised to find that the death toll in this conflict amounted to only a few hundred. He gathered the fallen soldiers, recorded their names, and buried them simply at the site, intending to transport their remains back home later. Although Varric understood that war inevitably brings death, the absence of familiar faces among his troops still stirred a sense of grief within him. While transcendents seldom meet their demise on the battlefield, ordinary soldiers remain so fragile. If all my soldiers could wield extraordinary powers, would there be any who fell in battle? As he placed the final handful of earth atop the makeshift grave, an idea took root in Varric's mind. However, this was not the time for sorrow. The mission was yet incomplete. He raised his sword high and declared to all present, "Excellent. Let us seize the moment and completely reclaim the kingdom of Norton." With the knowledge that they had swiftly dealt with the enemy's leader, Varric resolved to abandon his previously cautious strategy and opted for a decisive offensive. All forces advance. Chapter 65. The disturbed Duke of Shallowen, the headquarters of the Holy See, stands majestically atop a sacred highland, resembling a bridge connecting mortals with the divine. This is the epicenter of faith, a hallowed ground for countless believers. A remarkably youthful figure, adorned in splendid garments, stands quietly before the statue of the Holy Emperor, reciting prayers. The deity worshipped by the Holy See is none other than the Holy Emperor, who ascended to divinity a millennium ago, and he is the current celestial angel. Having reached the age of 150, yet retaining an appearance of perpetual youth, as if ageless. Axel, my child, you seem somewhat troubled of late. Have you encountered some distress? Elvis, the archangel of the Holy See and a ninth-tier mage, possesses formidable power that ranks among the pinnacle of the world. Observing the future of the Holy See, the most exceptional genius, Axel, has been frequently preoccupied since his recent return from the Eastern continent, seemingly beset by concerns. However, even with his prowess, Elvis could not discern the source of Axel's disquiet. Before the Archangel, Axel realized that the other party was utterly oblivious to the truth of his subjugation, and he found himself unable to voice it. Resigned, he surrendered to fate. Archangel, I merely witnessed some events in the Eastern continent that have left me rather unsettled. Upon hearing this response, Elvis suddenly comprehended the situation. It seemed that the genius from the ivory tower, having dwelled too long in the light, felt shattered upon encountering the chaos and darkness of the Eastern continent. To untie a knot, one must have tied it, Elvis mused, a delicate emblem of holy light appearing in his hand. Not long ago, I sensed a potent surge of demonic energy in the Eastern continent. It is likely that the demon king from centuries past has resurfaced. This malevolent sovereign is both cruel and formidable, possessing the terrifying ability to control the very lives of others while summoning countless legions of demons to do his bidding. The divine oracle of the Holy Emperor has been decreed. This time, the demon king will masquerade as a human, and the Eastern continent shall fall under his sway. Elvis entrusted the emblem, a symbol of authority, to Axel. This was also the reason the Empire forbade the Eastern continent from unifying into a single nation. The Demon King would reign over the entire region, plunging humanity into civil strife. Fortunately, a hero will inevitably emerge, one who will appear near the Demon King, rapidly advancing to ultimately vanquish him. Thus, I have decided to appoint you as the inspector of the Eastern Continent for the Holy See, tasked with seeking both the hero and the traces of the Demon King. With the Demon King newly arisen, his power should not yet be overwhelming. As Axel accepted the emblem symbolizing the oversight of the entire Eastern Continent, an inescapable thought plagued his mind. That Guwen, could he truly be the Demon King disguised as a human? Despite being human, he possessed such a bizarre ability to control a 6th-tier prodigy like Axel, who was on the brink of 7th-tier transcendence, yet found himself powerless to counteract this control. Even this archangel, standing at the pinnacle of the world, could not discern the anomaly. Oh, cursed fate! Must the Holy Emperor descend to resolve this? The dilemma now was that he had been entrusted with this sacred mission to trace the Demon King. Yet he had become a mere pawn of the very creature he sought. I have become an unwilling infiltrator. Please, Archangel, do not assign such an important task to one like me. Yet, Axel could only roar inwardly, his exterior betraying no sign of distress due to the ring of control. Archangel, I shall fulfill this duty. Although Axel longed to directly inform the Archangel of his knowledge regarding the identity of the Demon King, he refrained. Fear not, for the Demon King's strength is not insurmountable. He is merely providing an opportunity for you young ones to hone your skills. Even if you falter, we older souls will be here to support you. With this heavy responsibility now upon him, Axel hesitated no longer and departed from the Holy See, stepping into the void. He first took a turn with Austin, for he felt it necessary to keep this troublesome fellow close at hand, burdening him with all the dirty work and exhausting tasks. Where are you taking me, Lord Axel? Austin exclaimed, startled as he was abruptly lifted into the air. He had expected to confront some foolhardy individual daring to apprehend him in the Holy See. To his surprise, he found himself face to face with Axel, whose frosty demeanor left him speechless. I am now the appointed inspector of the Eastern Continent by the Holy See. You must address me by my title. Axel had shed his previous subservience before Elvis, now embodying an air of authority and control. His feelings towards Austin were complex and contradictory. Very well, Inspector, Austin replied, jolted by the reprimand. Accompany me to confront the Demon King. Should I be pleased, I might even grant you the honor of becoming a revered hero among the masses. Become a hero? I would undoubtedly meet my demise at the hands of the Demon King. I must decline such a proposition. Upon hearing the suggestion of heroism, Austin shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. What a ludicrous notion. I lack the strength. I am but cannon fodder. Just as Axel contemplated where to establish their base in the Eastern Continent, he received a message from Guwen. Are we to stir trouble with the Duchy of Ceylon? Axel pondered for a moment, and then, glancing at Austin, an idea struck him. Austin, I suspect the upcoming events will prove quite entertaining. You are in for a treat. What do you mean by a treat? Before Austin could fully comprehend, he found himself whisked away by Axel towards the Duchy of Ceylon. Meanwhile, Duke Stewart of Ceylon had been sleepless for days. The Griffin Knights vigilantly guarded the vicinity of the palace, all due to the alarming news that a group of the terrifying Holy Fire sect had illegally infiltrated his capital, led by a formidable transcendent. Initially, he had hoped that Rold, his loyal hound, would capture Anisha, the one with healing abilities, to restore his vitality. However, he had lost interest in such matters, as the members of the Holy Fire sect were now bloodthirsty, wreaking havoc upon his noble vassals and lords. Duke Stewart was increasingly anxious that the next moment could see someone burst in to sever his head. Where is Duke Stewart? A voice suddenly echoed from afar. Reaching the palace. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Mistaking the voice for that of the Holy Fire sect come to claim his life, Stewart collapsed to the ground, covering his head and murmuring pleas for mercy. Suddenly, a knight from the Griffin Knights entered. Your Majesty, the inspector of the Holy See has arrived and wishes to see you. The arrival of one claiming to be the inspector of the Holy See could not be taken lightly. The knight, initially intending to assist Duke Stewart, was taken aback as he observed Stewart instantly rejuvenate, straightening his back and exuding a regal presence. It seemed as if the timid individual who had just moments ago feared for his life was not truly himself. Why are you dawdling? Come quickly to welcome the esteemed inspector of the Holy See. To Stuya, this was a beacon of hope. Although he was unclear about the exact nature of the inspector's position, it was undoubtedly an extension of the church's authority, and the humble Holy Fire sect could hardly stir up any trouble. With the arrival of the inspector, spring had indeed come. Chapter 66. You have done me great harm. As Stuya hurriedly exited his chamber, he beheld the radiant figure of Axel, clad in the sacred robes of a bishop, exuding a brilliant aura, alongside Austin, who appeared utterly defeated. Stuya's heart surged with joy. It was common knowledge that even the lowest-ranking bishop possessed extraordinary power. His recent worries regarding the Holy Fire sect now seemed trivial. Your Excellency, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence with great anticipation. With the necessity to cling to a powerful ally, Stuya lunged forward, kneeling before Axel, tears streaming down his face. He recounted the transgressions of the Holy Fire sect members one by one, desperately pleading for the bishop to take action on his behalf. My journey has been arduous. Surely the Duke could offer some token of appreciation? However, Axel had no intention of offering Stuya any kindness. Despite Stuya's noble title, there existed a hierarchy among dukes. Stuya was merely a provincial duke, casually bestowed by the Empire, and such titles were plentiful in the Empire's records. He was not to be compared with the esteemed dukes who resided within the Empire's heart. Moreover, as representatives of the Holy See, they automatically held a superior status when engaging with any individual outside their ranks, often leading to haughty behavior. Upon hearing a subtly veiled suggestion from the inspector, Stuya found it reasonable. After all, one must cater to the preferences of those above. Therefore, as he pondered, Stuya wondered what assistance the inspector might require from him. This inspector, under the Church's command, has come to the Eastern continent in search of a demon king. The journey is long and demands a modest sum for expenses. I require merely 2 million gold coins. With the inspector's request laid bare, Axel did not hesitate to ask for the substantial sum. Upon hearing this, Stuya's face drained of color, for 2 million gold coins was no trifling amount, equating to half a year's tax revenue from his vast duchy. Nevertheless, Stuya could still manage to procure this sum, as his wealth had long since accumulated. Your Excellency, your arduous journey to the Eastern continent deserves a warm reception. It is only right that I extend my humble assistance. Yet, he continued, there is one matter I wish to request your support on. If you could help eliminate those heretical members of the Holy Fire sect, 2 million coins would be but a trifling matter. However, Axel appeared to feign ignorance to Stuya's final remark, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded him. This left Stuya perplexed, unable to decipher the underlying meaning of the inspector's silence. Thus, Axel discreetly transmitted a message to Austin, who had regained his composure, urging him to speak. And then he nudged him with his foot. How naive you are. The 2 million gold coins are merely a token of compensation for the journey of the esteemed inspector. As for the other matter you mentioned, it is irrelevant. First, procure the 2 million gold coins before discussing any further matters with my lord. Such a trifling sum. And yet you seem utterly oblivious to your own standing? Pathetic. Austin rubbed his rear, subtly portraying the sycophantic behavior of those who thrive on the influence of others. In truth, he was internally cursing, for it was mortifying to be forced into the role of a craven lackey, jeopardizing the illustrious reputation he had cultivated throughout his life. However, Austin dared only to grumble within his mind. Defying Lord Axel's orders was beyond his capacity. I have underestimated the situation. I shall arrange for the gold to be retrieved at once. At that moment, Stuart longed to hurl Austin out as a mere lump of flesh. No one dared to humiliate him in such a manner. Yet, upon glancing at Axel standing behind Austin, he quelled his fury. For one must consider the master when chastising a dog. After enduring a bout of suppressed indignation and flattery, Stuart's servant fetched a magical chest from the treasury, containing a staggering 2 million gleaming gold coins. With a forced smile, he addressed Axel. My lord, please accept this. Axel merely glanced at it, nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, stored the magical chest within his personal enchanted space. He then extended a finger and gave it a gentle shake. Austin, playing the role of interpreter, conveyed Axel's intent. It would be quite simple to deal with these followers of the Holy Flame. A mere 10 million gold coins would suffice. This sum is exceedingly excessive. Stuart found himself in a quandary. The initial 2 million was already painful, but 10 million gold coins? That was akin to being stripped to the bone. Should not the esteemed inspector be a champion of light? Why then does he appear more malevolent than the vile nobles under his command? My lord, I simply cannot procure 10 million gold coins. That amount represents several years' worth of income for the Duchy of Ceylon. If I were to produce such a sum, it would surely lead to the ruin of Ceylon. This time, Stuart was genuinely distraught, pondering whether the Empire or the Church were displeased with him. Perhaps Axel's demand for money was merely a test aimed at his eventual downfall. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of this grim reality. Silence. Do not disturb my lord. Austin had become addicted to his role as a sycophant. He suddenly realized the pleasure in being an obsequious flatterer. A single rebuke rendered Stuart mute, trembling in fear. In that case, let us demand an additional 3 million gold coins. If you cannot even manage that, you may fend for yourself. Axel, satisfied that his intimidation had taken effect, finally spoke. Indeed, it appears that everyone is prone to compromise. The dismantling of houses has transformed into merely opening windows. Stuya, with a sudden shift from gloom to brightness, unhesitatingly commanded his servant to produce 3 million gold coins. As long as my existence is not jeopardized, the paltry sum of 5 million can be extracted within a year. Those wretched commoners may be further exploited, thus compensating for his losses. Once the 5 million gold coins were secured, Axel decided to feign a semblance of action and took Austin out of the palace. My lord, are you about to unleash your might upon the heretics of the Holy Fire sect? Austin inquired, shaking his head as he regarded Axel. You must publicly assert that you are the bishop of the Holy See. The more convincing, the better. Those heretics will surely seek you out, and when they do, shatter this sacred light stone, and I shall come to your rescue. To Austin's surprise, Axel disclosed his entire plan. As the executor of this scheme, Austin could assume the title of bishop, yet he felt no joy. After all, a fabricated title hinged upon his very life was utterly absurd. However, before he could voice his refusal, the bishop's ceremonial robe, emblematic of the Holy See, was draped over him, and the sacred light stone was thrust into his hands. Subsequently, Axel vanished, as if he had chosen to indulge in leisure. Clad in the robe that exuded a gentle, radiant light, Austin found himself at a loss for words. My lord bishop, you have ensnared me in this predicament. I am doomed. Chapter 67. Thankfully, it's my own kind, my lord bishop. May the light of the divine shine upon you. Listening to the common folk kneeling around him, their voices rising in fervent praise, Austin felt a sense of euphoria. Initially, he found their adulation somewhat disconcerting, feeling like an impostor unworthy of such reverence. Yet, after receiving the homage of the commoners for the 1,001st time, he began to embrace their veneration. Indeed, I am the uncrowned bishop. Come forth and pay your respects. Austin felt as if his very soul were ascending to the sanctum of the Holy Emperor. Should Axel suddenly appear to demand he shed the bishop's robe, he would undoubtedly be reluctant. In this moment of bliss, thoughts of returning to the mundane were far from his mind. He had even prepared an excuse. The plan had been set. Altering it now would be imprudent. To eradicate the heretics in one fell swoop, he was willing to brave any peril. Fortunately, the surrounding commoners remained blissfully unaware that the bishop they revered was but a charade, oblivious to Austin's innermost thoughts. Otherwise, they would surely awaken him from his daydream with their scorn. I am the esteemed bishop of the sacred see. Come forth and worship me. Austin stood amidst the crowd, arms raised high as if cradling the sun itself. In that moment, he seemed to embody the divine emperor. As countless commoners prepared to bow before him, a sudden scream pierced the air. The heretics of the Holy Fire sect have arrived. Flee. Although the Church of the Holy Fire does not massacre innocent civilians, the whispers of three can create a fearsome illusion, painting the church as a ruthless demon in the ears of the populace. The surrounding civilians scattered in a panic, while Austin stood frozen, sensing the sacred light around him dimming. Indeed, it was the presence of the Church of the Holy Fire. He perceived a towering shadow creeping up behind him and swallowed hard. He then retrieved a stone of holy light from his pocket, preparing to crush it. With a swift whoosh, the stone vanished from his grasp. A sinister voice echoed in his ear. Do you wish to call for help, dog of the church? I shall not grant you that opportunity. The icy tone dripped with malice. Kill this bishop. Eliminate him. The other cultists echoed. Austin felt as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. After all, how could he contend with this group of cultists who wreaked havoc in the duchy? Now that the holy light stone was gone, death beckoned him closer. He slowly turned around. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a misunderstanding. If I claim that I am not the bishop of the church, would you believe me? His explanation fell upon the ears of the cultists like mere nonsense. Are you trying to deceive us? Your bishop's robes cannot be faked, and you declared yourself a bishop in public. The leader of the cultists interrupted Austin's words. I was merely posturing. Truly, one should not be overly boastful. I merely spoke in jest, and yet I am mistaken for the real deal. Austin attempted to continue his defense, but a rag was shoved into his mouth, rendering him speechless. We've captured a bishop of the church. Hand him over to the master. This is a tremendous feat. Upon hearing the cultist's words, Austin's eyes rolled back in his head. He was overwhelmed by a singular thought. This was surely the end. After all, the prominent figures of the Church of the Holy Fire were nothing short of super cultists, and he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere bones. Oh, Inspector, where are you? Come save me. I no longer wish to be a bishop. He lost track of how far he had been carried when he found himself in a manner unceremoniously tossed beside a fountain. A pair of exquisitely carved jade feet came into view, and he couldn't help but inhale the fragrant air. So delightful. Ha, you're still sniffing. How does it smell? A laugh, as crisp as wind chimes, drifted into Austin's ears. To his dismay, his earlier embarrassment was laid bare for all to see, causing his face to flush crimson with shame. Were it not for his bindings, he would have wished to burrow into the ground. My lord, this is the bishop of the church. I have captured him, one of the cultists announced. Suddenly, Austin realized that the cultists had presented him before this individual, implying that this person was the significant figure they spoke of. Did this not mean that his demise was imminent? Release him. He is not the true bishop of the church, merely an impostor. Upon realizing that his true identity had been uncovered, Austin was taken aback. Astonished that someone could discern he was not the esteemed bishop. Driven by curiosity and an insatiable desire for clarity, he shifted his stance and raised his gaze, finally beholding the true visage of this prominent figure from the Holy Fire Church. To his surprise, it was someone he recognized. Is it you? Olivia inquired, playfully nudging Austin with her foot, causing the bindings around him to loosen. She smiled, revealing that he still remembered her. Austin gritted his teeth. How could he possibly forget? She was the very reason he had lost his freedom. Yet, he could not bring himself to confront her, for they were both serving the same man. And in a manner, she was an ally. A sense of relief washed over him. After all, Olivia was on his side, and he need not face death. At that moment, a figure descended from above. Olivia glanced up, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she commanded the surrounding congregation of the Holy Fire Church, "Step back, everyone. The true bishop of the Holy See has arrived, and I have matters to discuss with him." To assert her dominance, Olivia deliberately referred to the conversation as a discussion. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. What did we just hear? They had anticipated a fierce clash upon the arrival of the true bishop. Yet they were taken aback to hear their own bishop, Olivia, declare her intention to converse with him. After a brief moment of frantic processing, they suddenly comprehended. It was an act of subversion. Their bishop was attempting to sway a member of the Holy See. Did this mean they would have the upper hand in the future? Olivia paid no heed to the speculations of her followers as she reclined back into her chair, indulging in fruit with great satisfaction. My lord has instructed me to cause some trouble for the Duchy of Ceylon. You wouldn't be inclined to meddle, would you? Olivia initiated the dialogue. Naturally not. My lord has also tasked me with creating some disturbances. I just acquired 500,000 gold coins from Stuyar, Axel replied, expressing his own intentions. A prolonged silence ensued, as both were long-standing adversaries, leaving little room for conversation. By the way, do you know what this is? Olivia suddenly broke the stillness, producing a cup filled with a vivid crimson liquid from her magical space. The liquid bubbled ominously, and as it was revealed, a dark aura seemed to envelop the surroundings. I can sense the potent malevolence emanating from this. Is it the blood of some demon? Axel's brow furrowed, for even with the blessing of the Holy Emperor's light, he felt a chilling presence radiating from the cup. The liquid, resembling blood, was exceedingly peculiar. Despite its unsettling appearance, Axel could not detect any overt abnormalities. Unbeknownst to me, this peculiar object is a gift from the leader of our Sacred Flame sect. The crimson liquid it generates daily appears rather unsettling, prompting me to abstain from consuming it. I had presumed that your Holy See would possess some knowledge regarding such oddities. Axel was on the verge of asserting that the Holy See is not omnipotent when he suddenly sensed a whispering murmur enveloping the surroundings, akin to the seductive whispers of the abyss, attempting to draw him into its depths. Abruptly, the control ring upon him trembled violently, liberating him from that disorienting sensation. No one could usurp control from the control ring. He exhaled heavily, beads of sweat glistening upon his brow, as he realized that the source of his earlier disquiet stemmed from that enigmatic cup. This cup has the power to manipulate the mind. Chapter 68. The ancient demon goddess goblet. Just moments ago, I felt as if I had plunged into an ocean that incessantly beckoned me to sink deeper, its vastness unfathomable, while fear enveloped me like cascading waves threatening to drown me. Having learned from past experiences, Axel dared not glance at the eerie cup again. The divine blessings of the Holy Emperor offered him no semblance of safety. Quickly put it away, Axel exclaimed, observing the girl still toying with the cup. And he immediately warned Olivia. Yet, why was it that Olivia seemed unaffected? Surely her abilities paled in comparison to his. Nevertheless, even if Olivia remained unscathed, those around them would undoubtedly be influenced by the cup, for they lacked the control ring's protective immunity. Olivia, too, had become aware of the cup's peculiar nature and promptly stored it within her magical space. All right, no need to be overly anxious. As for why I am not affected by the cup, I cannot quite say. Even when I hold it, I feel none of the sensations you described. Indeed, Olivia was impervious to the cup's strange influence, as she bore the enchantment of eternal soul, rendering her immune to anything that could affect reason and spirit, though she herself remained oblivious to this fact. If that is the case, I find myself quite curious whether this cup could affect that fellow Guwen. A mischievous grin graced her face as a whimsical notion crossed her mind. Considering Axel's earlier embarrassment, envisioning a similar scenario befalling the insufferable Guwen would surely be entertaining. Oh no, you mustn't act recklessly. Should that object perceive your actions as an attack, we would all face dire consequences. If you wish to meet your end, do not drag me down with you. Upon hearing the madwoman's intentions, Axel widened his eyes in astonishment and subsequently showcased the control ring in his hand, a device of grave significance. This is a perilous item. Fine then, I shall treat this object as a treasure to present to him. With all his secrets, it should pose no threat to him. Olivia remained undeterred. For her, the loss of freedom demanded the creation of new amusements. Is it not said that the ingenuity of a fool can surpass the convoluted machinations of a wise man? Thankfully, Guwen possesses the fortitude to resist such influences. Otherwise, should Olivia reveal an enthralling object, it could spell disaster for him. Fear not, for I am well aware of my limits. I shall confront that nefarious individual, and I entrust this matter to you, confident that your cleverness shall surely intimidate the dim-witted Duke of the Empire. A whimsical plan has begun to take shape in her mind, and she is now eager to put this scheme into action. Observing Axel's indecisive demeanor, she swiftly silenced him with her words. In haste, she employed a teleportation spell to depart, leaving behind instructions for her subordinates to retreat. All that remained were the silent Axel and the concealed Austin. My lord, the little sorceress has fled. What shall we do about our promise to Duke Xylon? Austin inquired earnestly, gazing at the now vanished Olivia. Ah, Austin, have you lost your wits in prayer? Allow me to enlighten you, Axel replied, his tone commanding yet encouraging. Pray tell. Austin responded, not at all vexed. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. He recognized his own lack of cleverness, yet the prospect of learning directly from his lord was a welcome opportunity. From this moment forth, you shall be the sorceress. A colossal black tempest erupted from the estate, its overwhelming presence seemingly poised to annihilate the very world. Within this storm, a peculiar voice resonated. Long live the sacred fire church. Ha ha ha. The sound prompted Stuart, seated upon his throne, to spring to his feet, pacing anxiously as he monitored the unfolding events outside. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated the scene, standing defiantly against the encroaching darkness. The Holy See's inspector is here. How dare the heretics act with such impunity? Stuart's trepidation dissipated as he realized the gravity of the situation, despite his initial sorrow over the relinquished 5 million gold coins. Witnessing the ferocity of the cultists felt as if a demon had descended upon them. Fortunately, he had summoned the inspector to intervene. At that moment, Stuart felt that the expenditure of 5 million coins was justified, indeed a worthy investment. The sky was now divided, half consumed by the black storm and half illuminated by the sacred light, rendering the onlookers below unable to discern the celestial conflict. Yet, the intermittent ferocious explosions and the shockwaves piercing through the clouds spoke volumes of the battle's intensity. All, including Stuart, watched with bated breath, praying for the inspector's ultimate triumph in this struggle for survival. With the audience gathered, the two actors commenced their performance. The divine light descended from the cosmos, akin to a celestial judgment, violently shattering the black tempest with its furious wrath. In the blinding moment following the bright day, the dark mist vanished entirely, leaving a man radiant with holy light standing in the sky. He embodied mercy and gentleness, executing justice against the wicked. The cultists had been vanquished by my hand. The Holy Emperor would not permit any heretic to wreak havoc upon the world. May the holy light bless all beings. How splendid! The esteemed inspector has triumphed. The cultists have been defeated. We are saved. We need not face death. I could almost perceive the Holy Emperor. The common folk, overwhelmed with joy, flooded the streets, proclaiming the name of the Holy Emperor, while even Stuya within the palace wept with his subordinates. How wonderful! They could finally rest easy, no longer plagued by nightmares of death. Yet Stuya's joy was short-lived. The inspector had just endured a fierce battle, and the toll was great. Thus, he demanded an additional 200,000 gold coins as a reward for his efforts. Indeed, it was Austin's sycophantic voice echoing in Stuya's mind. Suddenly, a hint of displeasure emerged. What was amiss? Setting aside the events at hand, Olivia had magically transported herself before Guwen. Guwen was still engaged in matters concerning the kingdom of Norton. Indeed, they had managed to assist Bertrand in reclaiming the kingdom within a single night. Moreover, they had signed a treaty of alliance between the two nations. The kingdom of Harlan and the kingdom of Norton shall form a defensive alliance, advancing and retreating together. Should either party face invasion or war, the other shall promptly dispatch aid. Additionally, he had received a kingdom buff, favorable weather conditions, which would double the crop yield of the kingdom of Harlan while reducing the likelihood of natural disasters by 60%. Just as Guwen was about to revel in this news, he noticed Olivia suddenly appearing before him. "What brings you here unannounced? Have you completed your tasks?" Since she had arrived, Guwen wasted no time and directly instructed Olivia to report on her progress, resembling a boss squeezing his employee. Olivia, hands on her hips, adopted a haughty demeanor. "Please, just being able to see you is a privilege you should be grateful for. Who is so task-oriented as you?" Guwen's gaze turned icy as he cast a sidelong glance at the petite girl. "Dare you disobey? It seems I must exert some control over you." She was taken aback. This mischievous fellow harbored many schemes and was prone to bullying this defenseless girl. All right, I have nearly completed my tasks. I came to present you with a precious treasure." After a moment of standoff, she relented. After all, she was the one being controlled. With a hint of mischievous glee, she informed Guwen of her intention to offer him a treasure. However, Guwen felt a sense of unease. Olivia's eagerness to present the treasure seemed out of character for a witch. Nevertheless, he was untroubled. As a transmigrator and system owner, equipped with numerous advantages and treasures, who had reason to fear? "What treasure do you bring? What incited such urgency in you to present this to me?" "Humph. Then you must open your eyes wide and behold clearly." Subsequently, she began to slowly extract a cherished item from the realm of magic. Guwen was genuinely concerned that it might be a flashbang. After all, staring intently could lead to blindness. Fortunately, it was not a blinding flash, but rather a cup adorned with peculiar patterns. This is the temple of the demon god, the invincible being of this world. Upon the table lies his wine cup, filled with his regrets. To drink from this cup of regret is to be led into despair and the abyss. One of the powers awakened by the crown of years, the king's dignity. Anything that could diminish the king's appearance shall be nullified. To preserve the majesty of the sovereign, applicable only beneath the gods. The crown of years has documented the legendary epic, The Invincible Still Regrets, which you may enter at any time. Why are you unaffected? Seeing Guwen remain entirely unperturbed, she began to question her existence. After all, this was something even Axel could not resist. Could it be that this individual surpasses Axel by a considerable margin? By the Holy Emperor, is this true? Realizing the implications of her thoughts, Olivia was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the audacity of toying with such a formidable being. It's no longer amusing. She resolved to cease her play. With the crown of years in his possession, Guwen was naturally immune to the influence of this demon god's wine cup. Though he discerned Olivia's intentions, especially given her current guilty demeanor, clearly, she had concocted some wild notions. Since it was a gift intended for me, then I shall accept it without hesitation. Guwen unreservedly took possession of the demon god's wine cup. Drawing from his previous experience with the crown of years, he understood that the entire process would be as effortless as a restful slumber. Although this experience seemed to transform into reality, the title suggested it was unlike the encounter with Evelyn, which involved others. Instead, it resembled the solitude of an invincible being. Perhaps the reward would be invincibility itself? Guwen promptly declared his intent to sleep. Olivia regarded him with curiosity. Who sleeps during the day in such a manner? How can someone of your age find rest? Pay me no mind. Let me sleep. I am going to lie down immediately. With that, he said no more and dashed to his grand bed, collapsing onto it. Simulation. Activate. Chapter 69. The Invincible Still Has Regrets. 1. Ugh, my head aches. It feels as though I've drunk too much cheap wine. Guwen opened his bloodshot eyes, his throat burning with a sharp pain. Groggily, he turned over and fell from the bed onto the floor. In his haze, he saw shattered, inferior wine jars scattered about. The acrid scent of the low-quality wine mirrored the taste in his throat. Bracing himself against the edge of the bed, Guwen fumbled on the ground for a while before finally rising. He strained to open his eyes wide, revealing the dismal, shabby surroundings. Even a dilapidated shack would be preferable to this. Once again, a demonic deity, an invincible being. Yet what is this dismal beginning of a vagrant? How utterly disappointing. The introduction promised wonders, yet none have materialized. It is evident that I should have harbored no expectations regarding the crown of time. All is but a facade. With this thought, Guwen struck the bed with great force. A resounding crash echoed as the decrepit wooden frame collapsed. What abysmal quality is this bed? It was the only seemingly valuable item in this wretched dwelling. The mere notion of spending the night amidst this dilapidated abode, mingling with the pervasive dampness, rendered him utterly despondent. Simulation initiated. Current simulation ability. Slaughtering thousands to become king, for each creature slain, endowed with consciousness and biological instinct. You gain a 1% attribute enhancement across all stats, simultaneously refreshing your stamina, with no upper limit on enhancements. Fortunately, assistance has arrived. There is no need for alarm. Though Guwen realized this body was on the verge of collapse, the timely intervention of support instilled within him a glimmer of hope for survival. However, the absence of character introductions and relevant memories left him feeling quite disoriented. Just then, a mocking laughter pierced through the room, shattering the desolation that enveloped it. Guwen, when will you emerge and retrieve your thieving demonic son? Are you embarrassed? Guwen was taken aback. When did he acquire a son? And in this wretched state? He was somehow a bishop? Overwhelmed with confusion, he steadied himself against the wall and slowly exited the room. Alas, this body felt as if it had been thoroughly drained by indulgence. He could muster little strength. How deeply I have been harmed by vice. From this day forth, I shall renounce alcohol. As he made this silent vow, he stepped outside. Upon emerging, his gaze was blinded by the sight of the towering palace in the distance. Reaching hundreds of meters into the sky, 180 colossal golden columns supported thousands of steps, ascending towards the heavens, emanating a faint, sacred light. What are you gazing at, traitor to the Holy Emperor's faith? It is beyond comprehension how the blessings of the Holy Emperor still linger upon one so entwined with the demonic race. Hearing the close proximity of insults, Guwen finally withdrew his gaze from the distant palace. He looked upon the hideous figure before him, with a hawkish nose and a wolfish visage, his disdain unmasked. Yet, the child beside this grotesque individual possessed a certain beauty. The child's eyes, a deep cerulean, revealed a hint of fragility, as if they had witnessed profound sorrow, casting a delicate glow intertwined with vulnerability. Long lashes fluttered like exquisite wings, as if they could sweep down a cascade of stars. The child was clad in a somewhat tattered robe, once resplendent with intricate patterns, now faded, with the cuffs and hem showing signs of wear. Noticing Guwen's gaze upon her, she appeared flustered, her hand gripped by another, unable to escape the loathsome stare directed at her. Hey, you scoundrel! Your son stole a bun and I, the sheriff, happened to catch him in the act. Hurry and pay the compensation. 1 gold coin. The man spoke impatiently, acutely aware of Guwen's disdainful gaze. He knew all too well of his own unappealing appearance. How infuriating! Guwen, that rascal, had already received the blessings of the Holy Emperor. To make matters worse, as a bishop of the church, he had taken a succubus as his beloved and even fathered a son with her. The most aggravating aspect was that his son was remarkably handsome. This was the Achilles heel of the hawk-nosed man. Consequently, as the sheriff, he sought every means to unearth Guwen's vulnerabilities, aiming to extract every last bit of his wealth. As a former bishop, Guwen must have amassed a fortune, with hidden treasures likely innumerable. After all, this fellow continued to indulge in alcohol daily, despite being confiscated and left here. No money. Are you mocking me? You drink every day and yet claim to be broke? I am uncertain about that. Is this my son? Thank you for bringing him back. I will discipline him properly. Saying this, Guwen attempted to pry the hawk-nosed man's hand away to reclaim his nominal son, though he had not been present at the child's birth. His arrival nonetheless made him a de facto witness, granting him the right to call himself a father. However, Guwen overestimated his own dignity and strength. He found himself utterly incapable of exerting any force and was instead pushed away by the hawk-nosed man. Remove your filthy hands. You wretched creature that consorts with the vile demon kin. The man hurled insults, but to the child, they landed like sparks, igniting the already fractured heart. It was best to refrain from foul language in front of the child. Guwen was not inclined to tolerate such disrespect. He delivered an elbow strike to the man's face. Elbow strike. What? You dare to strike me? I will end you. Blood gushed from the hawk-nosed man's nose. Inciting his fury, he disregarded all prior restraint and unleashed his extraordinary power, delivering a kick aimed squarely at Guwen's frail body, certain it would be fatal. Yet, unexpectedly, as the kick landed, a radiant shield of holy light enveloped Guwen, deflecting the attack. Furthermore, this holy light coalesced into a large hand that sent the hawk-nosed man flying. Is this the blessing of the Holy Emperor? Well, why didn't you say so? I stand here for you to strike at will. The hawk-nosed man, having been hurled back several meters, found his face swollen and his words incoherent. Damn it. I forgot that you possess the Holy Emperor's blessing. Why have you fallen for the demonkin? It's been a year, and the blessing has yet to fade. The Holy Emperor is unjust. In a moment of frustration, he shouted towards the heavens. Before long, as if inciting the wrath of the divine, the sky darkened, and a bolt of thunder filled with holy light struck the man, nullifying all his extraordinary powers. The man with the hooked nose was engulfed in despair. He had forgotten that it had only been a decade since the Holy Emperor ignited the divine flame and ascended to the celestial realm, maintaining a profound connection with the mortal world. Remarkably, he had just dared to voice grievances against the Holy Emperor as perceived injustice. Before he could rise, several judgment knights swiftly descended upon him, dragging him away like a lifeless dog. Those who complain of the Holy Emperor's iniquity are heretics. Chapter 70. Even the invincible have regrets, too. Yet, as the judgment knights passed by Guwen, their eyes flickered with an air of pity, akin to witnessing a flower ensnared in dung, tinged with a hint of compassion. Take your time, embrace your judgment, and strive to be a better person in the future. No one on the street dared to approach Guwen, convinced that betrayers of the Holy Emperor would attract misfortune. They were baffled as to why the Holy Emperor continued to bestow upon him the gift of sacred light. Indeed, the Holy Emperor remained exceedingly merciful, loving each follower equally. A bishop who betrayed his faith, enamored with the most vile of succubi, and a thieving, disloyal child. What a perfect match. As those around him recoiled, Guwen felt no embarrassment. Instead, he grasped the child and led them back indoors. My child, are you unhurt? Lucia gazed at her father in fear, sensing something amiss in his demeanor today. Was it because she had failed to bring back the buns as he wished? Typically, he spoke kindly, yet there always lurked a sinister intent behind his words. Father, I didn't manage to steal the buns because that fellow caught me. I promise to succeed next time. Please don't scold me. She shrank back, her hand trembling, even as her faded robe offered no comfort. Simultaneously, she noticed the shattered wooden bed behind Guwen, a clear sign of her father's wrath when he awoke to find no drink. My child, what are you saying? You needn't concern yourself with stealing buns. If anyone is to steal, it should be me. Guwen observed his adopted son, recognizing the hardships they had endured. His former self had been nothing but a vessel of indulgence, akin to a pile of excrement, though it felt somewhat self-deprecating to admit. He glanced at Lucia's frail form and realized that this constituted child abuse. Now that she was his child, he had an obligation to protect her. Even if it meant resorting to thievery himself, he was determined to raise her with sound values. Indeed, it appeared that the child still had the potential to develop a proper worldview. She hadn't strayed too far. My child, what is your name? How old are you? Lucia stared incredulously at her makeshift father. What had she just heard? Not only did he refer to her as his son, but he also seemed oblivious to her name and age. Though reluctant to entertain the dreadful possibility, she eventually resigned herself to the reality. Her father had finally succumbed to the urge to sell her off. As a descendant of both humans and succubi, Lucia possesses a half-demon lineage, which grants her an accelerated growth rate compared to her human counterparts. Although merely 3 years old, she already exhibits characteristics akin to a teenager. However, she suffers from slight malnutrition. Otherwise, her growth would be even more pronounced. She has inherited the alluring yet perilous beauty of her succubus heritage, revealing hints of her enchanting visage despite her tender age. Her father has consistently proclaimed her to be a son to shield her from unwanted attention. He fears that if she were to be noticed, she could be snatched away, leaving him unable to sell her for profit. Is he now on the brink of yielding? All for a vile and unpalatable brew. Father, do you truly intend to part with me? Regardless of circumstances, Lucia remains a child yearning for affection. Having only traversed this world for 3 years, even her precociousness is merely a result of her circumstances. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Guwen. Her inquiry was merely a fleeting question. How could she possibly oppose his decision? What nonsense are you spouting? Please don't cry. It makes you less appealing, Guwen exclaimed, fumbling to wipe away her tears, instinctively uttering those words. Upon hearing this, Lucia's misunderstanding deepened, and her tears flowed freely, though silently. No, wait, if you cry, you won't look handsome. Please, don't cry. Where did I go wrong? Guwen believed he had inadvertently upset her by using the term appealing in a misguided attempt to comfort her. I swear, I never intended to sell you. I wouldn't even sell myself before letting you go. If it comes to that, you can sell me instead. Guwen dramatically slid to his knees, invoking laughter in a desperate display of filial affection. Realizing he was failing to console her, Guwen recalled her earlier words, and a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. Given his previous self, it was indeed conceivable he might consider selling a child. Thus, he promptly raised his hand in an oath, even suggesting that Lucia might sell him instead. Hearing his absurd proclamation, even in her sorrow, Lucia couldn't suppress a smile, casting a skeptical glance at Guwen. Really? I swear by the Holy Emperor that I will never sell you. You've seen how the Holy Emperor watches over the mortal realm. Should I break this oath? Let the Holy Emperor strike me down. As if to affirm this oath, a fearsome thunderclap echoed across the sky, as if poised to descend upon Guwen's head. Then I shall trust you one last time. Lucia gazed at her father, who seemed to have undergone a significant transformation, leaving her somewhat bewildered. It felt as if his soul had shifted, adopting a more whimsical demeanor. Perhaps the Holy Emperor had taken this scoundrel to the divine realm for a lesson. With that thought, her large eyes blinked. In fact, I had a dream last night that felt like an eternity. I can't quite recall certain details, but I assure you, I've turned over a new leaf. I truly forgot, my dear son, I nearly forgot you. Guwen continued to display his acting prowess, devoid of memory, and could only fabricate a plausible explanation for himself. Although this seemed somewhat contrived, Lucia had no choice but to believe him, for the extent of her forgotten past was indeed considerable. Father, you've truly forgotten me, even the fact that I am your daughter, and my name is Lucia. There was a hint of reproach in her tone, mingled with a sense of estrangement. Why had she cried earlier? It was so embarrassing, after all. She had resolutely decided to rid herself of this scoundrel. The thought of her earlier appearance filled Lucia with a sense of awkwardness. From this moment onward, she vowed to maintain an aloof demeanor, to be indifferent, and to distance herself from this rogue. I truly cannot recall clearly, forgive me. For time in dreams does indeed stretch on. Lucia, such a lovely name. Your mother must have given it to you. To mask his discomfort, Guwen began to change the subject. What do you mean, Lucia is a name you chose? Mother, I have no recollection. Upon witnessing that this scoundrel genuinely remembered nothing, Lucia found herself too exasperated to feel angry. If he had forgotten everything, how could she derive any satisfaction from distancing herself? She longed to witness his regret after losing her. With this thought, Lucia felt a twinge of unhappiness, her beautiful little face puffing up adorably. Let us not dwell on this. I accidentally broke this bed, and I must fix it. As the conversation grew increasingly awkward, Guwen fell silent, chuckling as he went to repair the bed. Nonetheless, he had gleaned some essential information. He had such a lovely daughter, whom he must protect. What if some rogue tried to abduct her? Reflecting on this matter, Guwen suddenly felt a sense of urgency. This old father needed to strengthen himself swiftly, otherwise, when the rogue arrived at their doorstep, he would be powerless to fend them off, which would be exceedingly embarrassing. Chapter 71. Even the invincible have regrets. 3. You can repair beds? Lucia was somewhat skeptical about Guwen's claim of fixing the wooden window, as she had always been the one to handle such tasks. She found it perplexing how this combination of a drunkard and a sluggard still retained a semblance of sanctity. Hey, you're underestimating me. I am well versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters. A mere wooden bed is no challenge for me. Unfortunately, the reality bore no resemblance to Guwen's grandiose expectations. He soon discovered that he lacked even a suitable tool, not to mention iron nails. He couldn't even find a scrap of cloth. After a flurry of activity, the bed, which had once held the semblance of a human form, was reduced to a heap of firewood. This pile of timber would serve well for a fire at night. At least it would stave off the cold. Alas, the wood had become entirely rotten. They all call me a bishop. How have I fallen to such depths, Lucia? Do you understand? Guwen brushed off the dust from the ground and seated himself directly upon it, yearning to comprehend his current predicament. Upon hearing Guwen's inquiry, Lucia appeared contemplative. It seemed that his father had spurned the imperial princess, subsequently retreating to the domain of the demon race for several years, only to later brazenly return with his mother, a pure succubus, to the empire, declaring an unwavering love for her alone, leaving no room for others. This provoked the ire of the princess, and the emperor of the empire was equally incensed. After all, he was the scion of the Holy Emperor. Despite being blessed by the Holy Emperor, the esteemed emperor still stripped him of his bishopric and titles, leaving him to languish in this desolate state. Your extraordinary powers have been nullified, however, prior to their revocation. You managed to send your mother away from the empire, her whereabouts unknown. These are merely rumors I have heard. The specifics are known only to you. Guwen was taken aback by the audacity of his former self. How could one profess love yet return to confront the emperor? Was this not a slap in the face to the imperial authority? Hence, his survival must be due to their reservations about him. Reflecting on the holy light within him, Guwen instinctively believed that his life had been spared because of the Holy Emperor's blessing. This indeed was a mark of divine favor. Yet, it was not merely that. They could find no means to extinguish your life, so they cast you and me here to observe our pitiful struggles. I had assumed it was something more significant. But it seems they cannot bring about my demise. However, the blessing of the Holy Emperor appears to be waning. Guwen, once elated, was suddenly struck by fear at this realization. He acknowledged that his voice had been somewhat raised moments ago. Did this imply that he could perish at any moment? That would be utterly disastrous. Lucia, fret not. Even if I were to die, I would ensure your escape from this wretched empire first. Was this a moment of conscience? Lucia glanced at Guwen, noting the profound changes within him. Boldly, she pinched his cheek, surprisingly eliciting no furious response from him. What are you doing? Guwen asked, regarding Lucia with a perplexed expression. Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to ascertain whether you were some sort of monster masquerading in your own skin. Though he remained fundamentally the same person, the aura he exuded had undeniably shifted. Despite her stubborn words and her insistence on distancing herself from him, the reality was quite different. Who was truly obstinate? Who was truly proud? She refrained from articulating it. After enduring such a prolonged period of what felt like abuse, she had not fled, but rather remained here, perplexingly steadfast. Guwen, are you at home? Another voice intruded upon the room, this time recognizable as that of a friend, devoid of hostility. Ah, your peculiar admirer has arrived. Perhaps you should acquiesce to her. At the very least, it would spare you from destitution. Lucia was the first to react, for she was quite familiar with the owner of that voice. However, the other bishop of the Holy See, Lena, seems to be somewhat infatuated, clinging to the sinner Guwen. It is essential to understand that if Guwen were to reciprocate that woman's affections, the outcome would inevitably be another wretched sinner added to this world. Moreover, although she has never met her mother, she instinctively desires to shield her father from the entanglements of infidelity. Guwen, here is a gold coin. Please accept it as a token to sponsor your drinking. A single gold coin, precisely the limit imposed by the Emperor's decree, explains why Guwen often finds himself with ample funds for libations. On one hand, it stems from the exploitation of child labor. On the other, it is due to Lena's continuous assistance, daringly defying the law each day. Nevertheless, she has managed to disguise herself well enough to avoid recognition by passers-by. Gazing at the mature woman with a youthful visage before him, Guwen's attention has shifted away from the gold coin. He would like to accept it, yet he hesitates, fearing it would render him a mere opportunist. Very well. I shall accept it. Guwen ultimately takes the gold coin, and merely receiving it brings immense joy to Lena, whose heart is clouded by romantic notions. Initially, one would expect Guwen to return to his usual indulgence and drink after accepting the coin. However, this time he calls out to Lena. Pardon me. Might I ask for your assistance in a matter? What kind of matter? Please, do tell. With such an enchanting face, so close at hand, Lena is hardly concerned about the feasibility of the task at hand. I request that you care for my child for a time, and if possible, I would appreciate an introduction to His Majesty the Emperor. I wish to atone for my past transgressions. Guwen, are you truly going to entrust me to another? Lucia? Upon hearing Guwen's intention to delegate her care to this woman, anxiously calls out his name. Lucia, be a good girl. I cannot carry this burden of guilt forever. I must devise a means to absolve myself of this sin so that I can raise you properly. Guwen gently strokes Lucia's head, smiling as he soothes her turbulent emotions. For the first time, receiving such tender comfort, Lucia feels as if her heart is bathed in sunlight, experiencing warmth like never before. Furthermore, what did he say? He intends to rid himself of his guilt and raise her? Caught up in the grand promises, Lucia feels a dizzying sense of happiness. Her father seems to harbor no lingering disdain for her, with the blood of both demon and human coursing through her veins. Her father had always wielded this heritage as a weapon against her. She vaguely recalls a time when her mother was still present, and her father had shown her affection. However, everything changed after her mother's departure. It appears that the love once offered was merely an extension of his feelings for her mother. Now, however, the situation seems to be shifting, and she truly senses a different attitude from him. Yet, she also hears Guwen speak of seeking to shed his guilt. Is it truly possible for him to absolve himself? Will there be no peril involved? Will that detestable princess and the formidable emperor truly permit her father to atone for his past? If you could assist me, I would undoubtedly repay you. However, should it pose any inconvenience to you, feel free to decline. Guwen naturally could not impose upon others, nor would he wish to exploit their affections for him. This matter is not overly complicated. I shall first inquire with His Majesty the Emperor and strive to advocate on your behalf. As a bishop of the Holy See, Lena is permitted to directly approach the imperial palace to meet the emperor, especially since it was Guwen who made the arduous request. She must exert every effort to fulfill it. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Perseverance is essential to cultivate roses in the frozen earth. In response to Guwen's request, Lena confidently assured him of her capability to accomplish the task. Thank you, Miss Lena. However, while some may find joy, it is inevitable that others will be displeased. The most powerful emperor of the empire was engrossed in military reports from the front lines, his fury erupting as he struck the table before him, his voice roaring like a fallen dragon. Those untrustworthy demons dared to violate their pact with the Holy Emperor. Even though the demons were under divine protection in the abyss, their agreement with the Holy Emperor, who had ascended to godhood, was merely a temporary measure born from a weakened state. Now that the demons had regained their strength, many had emerged from the depths of the abyss, piercing the empire's border defenses like a sharp blade. However, the emperor soon quelled his anger. As the firstborn of the gods, his might was equally unparalleled. His fury stemmed solely from the demons' disrespect for the Holy Emperor's promises. Since they dared to invade the empire, let them serve as the sharpening stone for the warriors and the source of their military exploits. It had been too long since their blades had tasted blood. The emperor's orders were conveyed with precision by the administrative officials, and after extensive deliberation among the ministers, a comprehensive plan was formulated. They aimed to deploy the most elite soldiers to utterly extinguish the demon's arrogant spirit and drive them back to the abyss, sealing them away. Suddenly, just as everything seemed to be settling, the emperor received a report from the palace guards. Your Majesty, Bishop Lena wishes to convey something to you in person. Surely she is not here to plead for that scoundrel again. Upon hearing that name, even the emperor, who prided himself on his wisdom and might, felt a headache brewing. This bishop was also a fervent believer, blessed by the Holy Emperor. The faith of the Holy Emperor does not demand that followers renounce their emotions. Rather, it encourages them to boldly confront their innermost feelings. Unfortunately, Lena had the misfortune of harboring affection for that peculiar individual, embroiled in a hopeless romantic entanglement. She would frequently come to plead on Guwen's behalf. In truth, the emperor was indifferent to whom Guwen fancied. Whether it was a rare and pure succubus or even the demon king, it mattered little to him. The primary grievance lies in the audacity of this individual, who once proclaimed that for the sake of love, he could relinquish his faith in the Holy Emperor. Such an affront is utterly unforgivable. Hence, the emperor was engulfed in fury. Yet, his heart remained as clear as crystal. The sanctified light surrounding that scoundrel had persisted for far too long, indicating either an unwavering faith or an exceptional favor from the Holy Emperor, who continued to bestow blessings even upon those who utter blasphemous words, regardless of the circumstance. The emperor had no intention of executing him, preferring instead to let him endure some hardship to temper his arrogance. After all, a jade must be carved to become a valuable tool. Let her in, he gestured, ultimately deciding to allow Lena to enter, curious to see if she still clung to bygone matters. Your Majesty still possesses the grandeur of the Holy Emperor, Lena began, attempting to ease into the conversation, recognizing that the subsequent discourse would be delicate, requiring a touch of flattery to broach the subject. Given her past experiences of rejection, she sensed that the emperor would not yield easily. Enough with the flattery. Please tell me your business, he interjected. Upon hearing this, Lena found her prepared remarks rendered unnecessary. If there is nothing of importance, you may take your leave, the emperor remarked, observing her hesitance to speak. It appeared her reluctance stemmed from matters concerning that scoundrel. Otherwise, what could possibly prevent her from articulating her thoughts? As the silence loomed, threatening to compel the emperor to dismiss her, Lena resolved to speak candidly. Your Majesty, Guwen sends his regards and hopes for an opportunity to atone. He is willing to do anything. Let us dispense with the pleas. Wait, you've come merely with a message? That scoundrel. No, Guwen truly wishes to atone? The emperor, initially inclined to refuse, found a glimmer of hope in this unexpected turn. Could it be that the despondent fellow had finally come to his senses? Surely, you do not speak on mere hearsay, do you? Your Majesty, I would not dare deceive you. This is indeed a matter entrusted to me by Guwen himself. Furthermore, if possible, I would like to plead on his behalf. Just as the emperor felt a flicker of joy, Lena's request caught him off guard. Yet it still promised a favorable outcome. I grant him the chance to atone, with the demon clan mounting a significant offensive at the borders. Let him serve as a soldier, boarding a vessel to the front lines. Inform him that if he slays enough demons, his previous transgressions will be forgiven, and I shall assist in restoring his strength. With a decisive wave of his hand, the emperor approved this request. Seeking atonement, indeed. How fortuitous that the demon clan has arrived, providing a means for that young man to sharpen his skills. After all, with the holy light shielding him. Even if he cannot defeat the demons, he shall not perish. Amongst so many demons, he should at least claim a few lives, when the time comes. I shall personally summon that scoundrel and see if he will continue his nonsensical utterances. Thank you, your majesty, Lena exclaimed, her heart elated upon receiving the emperor's concession, successfully fulfilling her promise to Guwen. Her standing in his heart undoubtedly has risen significantly. Indeed, the love-stricken girl expended great effort merely to elevate her affection, never daring to crave too much. However, after Lena departed, another mesmerizing figure, trailing a long gown and surrounded by attendants, entered the grand hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, the emperor rarely allowed himself a moment of joy. My daughter, it is a rare delight to have you visit me here. The visitor was none other than Princess Delimaya, who had been previously rebuffed by Guwen. Father, Guwen is merely an ordinary man. Sending him to the front lines against the demon race is perilously reckless. At the very least, you should permit your daughter to restore his strength, rather than casting him into the battlefield unprepared. Delimaya had come on Guwen's behalf, having overheard her father's words, and she could not abide such a capricious decision. She regretted ever acquiescing to her father's wishes. Had she not agreed, she would not have had to watch Guwen's gradual decline. The man who once shone like a rising sun had been ruined by her father's obsession. This time, I will not comply. I cannot bear to witness you utterly destroy the one I cherish. Listening to his daughter's impassioned speech, the emperor could not help but smile wryly. Why does your elbow bend outward? While I admit I made some missteps, my intentions were not malevolent. If Guwen were not truly of pure human lineage, I would suspect he was a succubus. Why does everyone wish to attach themselves to him? Delimaya, do not fret. He bears the blessing of the holy emperor. At worst, he will emerge bruised and battered, but his life will not be in jeopardy. As long as he can rekindle his fighting spirit, I shall permit you to approach him. Faced with his daughter's defiance, the emperor revealed his trump card. As expected, the previously irate Delimaya regained her regal composure upon hearing his words. Father, so you intend to test him. Why did you not inform me of this sooner? I shall wholeheartedly support your decision. With her father having relented, Delimaya was unwilling to forfeit this rare opportunity. Reassured that Guwen was protected by holy light and would not face significant danger, she too hoped for his resurgence. Believing that would grant her the chance to connect with him, she could only endure the heartache for her beloved, planning to compensate him later. Chapter 73. Even the invincible hold regrets. 5. After receiving her father's promise, Delimaya hummed a cheerful tune as she bid him a brief farewell. Upon stepping out of the palace, she summoned a servant and produced a vial containing a magical potion. The potion shimmered with a vibrant red glow, exuding the essence of a potent tonic, promising an explosive surge of energy upon consumption. Originally, I intended to save this for a later time. However, his frail body, ravaged by inferior wine, requires replenishment. Otherwise, he may suffer greatly on the front lines, and I cannot bear to witness his injury. I entrusted this potion to Guwen, instructing him to remember to consume it upon reaching the battlefield. The old servant, being well acquainted with whom her highness referred to, acknowledged the command with the diligence that comes from experience. Upon receiving the potion, he set forth on his mission. As he exited the resplendent palace, the imperial guards, bearing the emperor's decree, also embarked on their journey. Thank you, Lena. I never anticipated that His Majesty would acquiesce to my request. I owe it all to you. Guwen expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the somewhat bashful Lena. This opportunity to redeem himself aligned perfectly with his thoughts. As his simulated abilities required bloodshed to enhance his attributes, those demons would serve as stepping stones for his growth and experience. Oh no, I merely mentioned it to His Majesty. I suspect that even without my intervention, he would have granted you this chance. Lena discerned within the palace that the emperor's agreement was merely part of a larger scheme. Even if she had remained silent, it was likely that the emperor would have offered this opportunity. After all, that princess shared her determination to ensure Guwen's escape from his current predicament. However, until the dust settled, she would never relent. By the way, Guwen, since His Majesty has decided to send you to the battlefield, allow me to present you with a gift. Lena then produced a long sword adorned with intricate engravings, along with a suit of armor inlaid with golden patterns. This is the Sun Holy Sword, inscribed with prophecies, and the Sun God armor, crafted with the blessings of the holy light and the utmost effort of several archbishops. Please ensure you don these items. Do not sustain injury. Guwen received the two treasures, incredulously alternating his gaze between the gleaming equipment and Lena. These items. Did you pilfer them from the treasury of the Holy See? They are far too precious. What if you are discovered? I cannot accept this. You should quietly return them before the Holy See catches wind of it. Though Guwen's mouth watered at the sight of the magnificent gear, he resisted the allure. What should one say to such temptations? No. These pieces, radiating with holy light and bearing such impressive names, could not possibly be casually possessed by someone like Lena, an archbishop of the Holy See. Thus, he was certain that she must have taken them without permission. After all, the notion of being lovesick is no trivial matter. Concerned for Lena's safety, Guwen feared that she might be discovered by the Holy See and subsequently punished, which was simply unacceptable. He reasoned that he had the protection of the holy light, and at most, he would sustain minor injuries. However, to his surprise, Lena stifled a laugh behind her hand. Guwen, have you perhaps lost your senses due to consuming counterfeit liquor? Do not speak of the two treasures of the Holy See. Even if you desire to don the Pope's crown, I could procure it for you, for my father would not object. May I inquire, who is your father? Guwen, with a questioning look, posed this query. Have you truly forgotten? My father is the rather rotund gentleman who daily sits beneath the statue of the Holy Emperor. Muttering to himself, a student of His Holiness and the current Pope. If the Pope, revered by throngs of faithful, were to hear his daughter refer to him as a rotund uncle, he would surely weep. Fortunately, he remains oblivious. Now it was Guwen's turn to be astonished. How many crucial memories had he overlooked? His mood had oscillated from the depths of despair during the initial simulation to peaks of astonishment. Is this what one calls invincibility? Is it merely a matter of relying on others? At this moment, Guwen's gaze fell upon Lucia, and he began to suspect that the succubus favored by his predecessor might either be the daughter of a demon lord or perhaps the demon lord herself. Surely not. Yet, being invincible through reliance is still a form of invincibility. The daughters of the two paramount powers of the empire favor me. My wife might be a demon lord, and I am under the divine protection of the Holy Emperor. I, Guwen, am invincible, and I seek challenges. Wiping the non-existent drool from his mouth, Guwen chuckled with delight. I have been drinking excessively lately, which has clouded my mind. Thus, I must commence my sobriety. By the way, I entrust my child Lucia to your care. If you are unwilling, I can seek another caretaker. No need. I am rather fond of Lucia. It pained me to see the adorable Lucia following you through the hardships of life. I contemplated approaching His Majesty to request custody of Lucia. Had you not pleaded with me that night, promising that Lena would spill everything like beans, you would have divulged it all. Fortunately, you halted at the last moment. She merely cast Guwen a peculiar glance. Wait a moment, what did I promise you that night? Guwen was not satisfied. His predecessor could not have made some outrageous commitment. So it is not a bother. I shall take Lucia with me, and I will ensure she is healthy and robust, not emaciated. The affection in her gaze was unmistakable. Guwen could see that she bore no aversion to Lucia's demonic heritage. However, Lucia harbored suspicion. Though her current father appeared considerably more reliable, he had previously been quite the scoundrel. She had also heard the word promise from Lena. She felt dubious but lacked evidence, hoping that Guwen's prior promise held some integrity. Mr. Guwen, this is a gift from Her Highness Delimia that I have been instructed to deliver to you. The princess claims it to be a potent tonic that will aid in replenishing your depleted vitality. As the old servant handed the potion to Guwen, he couldn't help but notice the radiant attire of the sun god from the church adorning Guwen. His eyelids twitched slightly. A prodigal daughter from the church, indeed. The heart's blood of an 8th-tier peak black dragon? Is the esteemed princess so frivolously squandering the treasures of the palace? Truly extravagant. Lena, possessing a discerning eye, recognized the item presented to Guwen at a glance. It was none other than the heart's dragon blood extracted by the emperor himself after slaying a rebellious black dragon on the verge of its 9th transformation. A mere 3 vials in existence. With a tongue-in-cheek remark about Delimia's recklessness, she seemingly forgot her own penchant for extravagance. Alas, I have truly become a consort living off another. As Guwen observed his rapid descent into this life of indulgence, he ceased to resist. He would embrace this lifestyle with pride. Chapter 74. Even the invincible have regrets. 6. With the intention of becoming the king of consorts, Guwen graciously accepted these gifts. Just as he donned his new attire, towering soldiers from the Imperial Guard arrived, escorting him to the troop transport airship. Upon arrival, the guards produced an identification badge and thrust it into Guwen's arms, after which several of them vanished into the bustling military camp. A transport airship, akin to a colossal marine vessel, rested quietly outside the camp, with countless soldiers streaming aboard. This airship boasted a pair of wings stretching nearly 100 meters. ingeniously crafted from magical metals and steam gears. The exposed crimson turbines roared with a thunderous sound, a final cry of the magical energy ignited within the steam furnace. My goodness, how enormous is this contraption? Guwen's mouth gaped in astonishment. This transport airship exceeded his expectations. Each joint of the alloy plates fit together seamlessly. After all, this was the magical steam technology imparted by the Holy Emperor to the dwarven race. A youth clad in a finely tailored military uniform appeared beside Guwen, wielding a noble sword adorned with jewels. Observing Guwen's naive demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, Guwen's exquisite armor did catch the boy's attention. However, he soon noticed the identification badge in Guwen's hand, which bore only two simple words: new recruit. Which family do you hail from? To enlist and achieve merit. How could you be unaware of the transport airship? Guwen chose not to respond to the loquacious youth. Perceiving him as a mere scion of a prominent noble family seeking to gild his reputation through military exploits. Ignoring the boy, Guwen made his way towards the transport airship. Seeing Guwen disregard him and lose his chance to boast, the youth hurriedly pursued him. I am Isaac of the Hesmer family. My brother is a general. Hey, wait a moment. I know it. You must be the illegitimate son of some noble family. Here to prove yourself in battle. Guwen continued forward without turning back. Seeing that you are unfamiliar with this place, why not accompany me? I can enlighten you with some knowledge you may lack. This statement piqued Guwen's interest, prompting him to slowly turn around. For instance, he inquired, raising an eyebrow, curious about the intriguing revelations this individual might offer. For instance, I could regale you with the scandalous escapades of the high aristocracy, the other replied with a chuckle. Guwen initially anticipated valuable information, but such trivial gossip held no allure for him. Moreover, could the aristocrats truly be deemed scandalous? If it were a matter of dark secrets, he might have been more intrigued. With a cold sneer, Guwen fully entered the flying vessel. The interior of the craft was surprisingly spacious, albeit markedly different from the wild exterior, exhibiting a remarkable elegance. Naturally, a vehicle intended for transporting troops could not be exquisitely crafted. Its refinement was merely relative to the unrestrained exterior. Despite accommodating thousands of soldiers, the atmosphere remained remarkably serene, with everyone maintaining a respectful silence. The new recruits who have yet to be assigned a squad leader are not here. A voice resonated within the tranquil vessel, prompting Guwen to glance towards its source. It was a towering figure, clad in finely crafted armor, wielding a sword forged from precious magical metals. Guwen reflected that he, too, lacked an assigned squad leader, and thus approached the figure. Alongside him, a dozen others gradually gathered. Commander, please release me. My father cast me into this predicament. I have no desire to face the battlefield. One individual threw himself before the squad leader, tears and snot staining his luxurious attire. Clearly a coward from a noble family, sent forth by a father frustrated with his inadequacies. Once aboard the vessel, there are no excuses for retreat. The battlefield is where we pledge our loyalty to the Holy Emperor and the Empire. The squad leader's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain, though he merely uttered a firm refusal. The new recruits without squad leaders were predominantly scions of the grand nobles of the imperial city, merely seeking to gild their reputations. He dared not reprimand them too harshly, but dealing with such spineless soldiers was an exquisite torment for him, unable to strike or scold them. Disturbing the morale, you coward. I could easily end you. Guwen furrowed his brow at the familiar voice. Sure enough, Isaac burst forth from the side, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the weeping noble youth. However, the boy on the ground did not dare retaliate, not only out of cowardice, but also due to the hierarchy among nobles. Although he was the eldest son of his family, Isaac was the favored second son of Duke Hesmer. Fortunately, the blows, though numerous, lacked genuine force and were not painful. Enough. Silence. Squad leader Nalxiu intervened to quell the commotion, as the noble youths were indeed quite disruptive. Isaac also withdrew his fist, though he held these cowardly nobles in contempt. He knew he must heed the command of the officer. In the military, there is no room for frivolity. Obey the orders of your superiors. Aware that he had no choice but to head to the battlefield, the young boy on the ground stood up once more, filled with fear and disappointment, and returned to his position among the others. Very well, look at your disheveled appearances. You are by far the worst batch of recruits I have ever encountered. We are heading into battle, and you do not even carry armor or weapons. Clad in extravagant garments, you are ill-prepared against the fangs and claws of the demon race. Narciu continued to reprimand this group of nobles. These were lessons learned through blood. Even if such rebukes earned him the ire of these noble scions, it mattered little, as long as they did not perish on the battlefield. Otherwise, would not the powerful families rise in wrath? Moreover, your abilities are merely at the second tier of the extraordinary, and how is it that one of you is an ordinary person? Narcius scanned the group. He initially thought the noble youths were passable in strength, only to discover that Guwen was, astonishingly, an ordinary human, devoid of any magical aura. It is known that the soldiers departing from the imperial capital generally possessed abilities ranging from the second to the fourth tier, comprising the aristocratic elite. This contingent, regardless of being new recruits or veterans, was filled with those connected to noble bloodlines, making their mission appear less like a journey to the battlefield and more akin to a venture to the fringes of a secure war zone, merely to collect a few trophies and gain military merit. Their strength was certainly commendable. Thus, upon first laying eyes on Guwen, Narcius had a singular thought: what a nuisance. However, observing Guwen's neatly donned equipment, he chose to refrain from further comment. Once on the battlefield, remain by my side and do not stray. I shall arrange for you to slay a few low-tier magical beasts. After some consideration, Narcius decided to specifically address Guwen, for an ordinary person in battle is akin to a useless stone, easily cast aside. Now then, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Narcius, and during the forthcoming combat, I shall be your direct commanding officer. From this moment on, you are under my jurisdiction. Our vessel will navigate towards a relatively safe front line, so do not fret excessively. It was evident that this statement was directed towards the young lad who had initially clamored to return home. Chapter 75. The Invulnerable still harbor regrets. 7. The airship erupted with a thunderous roar, vibrating with mighty steel wings. As unparalleled lift surged from the core of the magical steam furnace into the 6 colossal engines of the vessel, this iron behemoth tore through the clouds, ascending to great heights. Indeed, it was a display of sheer strength. As Guwen gazed upon the airship now gliding steadily above the clouds, his mind could only articulate one assessment: exquisite power and ingeniously crafted design. It was as if a block of iron had sprouted wings, soaring purely through raw force. The genius behind such an airship was undeniably remarkable. Ah, yes, it is the technology of the Holy Emperor, indeed, a prodigy. After Narcius conveyed his instructions, he instructed the young gentleman to remain calm and composed within the flying vessel, refraining from any unnecessary movement until they reached the battlefield, where he would then lead them in their quest to slay the monstrous creatures. Excuse me, what is your name? Isaac, akin to an insistent specter, displayed an unwavering enthusiasm, approaching even as Guwen chose to ignore him. Guwen, goodness, you are rather aloof, aren't you? Surely you've heard of the illustrious Hesmer family? Noticing Guwen's disinterest, Isaac turned his attention to the taciturn young man beside him. Griot, as the firstborn of the Duke of Cold Iron in the north, you seem to lack even a trace of your father's imposing presence and grandeur. I was merely momentarily incensed. After all, it was my suggestion to send you to the battlefield, which I take great pride in. Isaac uttered this with a smirk of self-satisfaction. You despicable wretch. Griot, unusually animated, advanced and seized Isaac by the collar, his fist raised in indignation. He was taken aback that the one who had embarrassed him was none other than Isaac, whom he had considered a friend. Griot had no desire to venture into battle. Despite being the Duke's son, he abhorred violence and preferred to heal rather than harm. To save a life held far greater value than to take one. Thus, his resistance stemmed not from cowardice, but from a profound aversion to bloodshed. Yes, precisely. Strike me. Witnessing Griot's rare display of spirit elicited a sense of joy in Isaac, who regarded him as a true friend. However, he believed Griot's reluctance to confront the demonic forces was somewhat foolish. Slaying a monster could save countless lives. Ultimately, Griot lowered his fist. It was a hand meant for healing, not for inflicting pain. Wait, your name is Griot. If I recall correctly, you are called Isaac? Guwen, initially disinterested, seemed to have stumbled upon something utterly astonishing. Indeed, I am Isaac, and this is my good friend Griot, one of the 7 sages of the Empire. Isaac, and Griot as well? While Guwen lacked extensive knowledge of the Empire's history, fragments of significant figures lingered in his memories. The 7 sages were not contemporaries, but rather a collection of revered individuals recognized across different eras, summing to a total of 7. Remarkably, 2 of these sages emerged over a millennium ago within the Empire, none other than Isaac and Griot. The fiercely combative sage, Isaac, single-handedly penetrated the ranks of the demon forces across the southern and northern continents, even daring to venture into the abyss of demons, thereby inciting the wrath of the Demon King. The sage Glioit, a competent physician and a harbinger of death, possesses a pair of eyes that can discern sin. He roams the continent, capable of reviving even the most lifeless souls, while dispatching the deeply sinful with a merciless hand. He spares not a single patient nor a single villain. Each individual he encounters, whether they be in dire straits or steeped in malevolence, meets their fate at his hands. Thus, among the 7 great sages, he is also known as one of the 7 harbingers of death. Unexpectedly, he finds himself in this distant era, encountering the sages chronicled in history. Curiously, the demeanor of these 2 figures starkly contrasts with the solemnity described in the annals of time. They are entirely unrelated. I have long admired your esteemed names. Shall we become friends? Initially, he presumed them to be mere noble scions, only to discover they are renowned ancient sages. Guwen felt it worthwhile to witness the early, abstract interactions of these 2 sages. Isaac, too, felt no aversion. He found himself intrigued by Guwen, simply because he had never encountered a fool who was oblivious to his own identity and lineage. Glena, momentarily taken aback, was surprised that anyone would wish to befriend him, especially after his recent display of vulnerability, which he deemed a living testament to his shameful past. If fate granted him another opportunity, he would certainly refrain from such theatrics. Alas, you are but an ordinary person. However, since you have chosen to befriend me, I shall ensure your safety, Isaac declared confidently, patting his chest. Attention! We are about to cross 3 battlefield front lines and traverse a small expanse of demonic territory en route to another front. Steady yourselves, the voice over the airship's intercom announced, as a magical shield enveloped the vessel to protect it from potential attacks while navigating through the demon domain. Yet, this was merely the periphery of their territory, and the pilot believed that the demons, preoccupied with invading the imperial borders, would pose little threat here. However, fate had other designs. Suddenly, the entire airship jolted violently as a massive fireball struck directly beneath it. This was merely the beginning. More assaults ensued, and despite the airship's substantial magical reserves, the energy required to maintain the protective shield was immense and unsustainable. Moreover, they were enduring relentless attacks. Soon, the magical shield dissipated and several lift engines were damaged, sending the airship into a perilous descent. All hands, we are likely to crash. Before Guwen could respond, the airship plummeted toward the ground, enduring continuous bombardment throughout its descent. Beneath them lurked formidable magical creatures. The airship fragmented mid-air, yet each piece was inscribed with levitation runes, granting a cushion of descent just before impact. However, it was evident that the soldiers scattered like the debris of the airship. Guwen, Isaac, and Glena found themselves in a village that once belonged to humanity. The houses were engulfed in fierce flames, and the streets were littered with corpses. Among them, a demonic ogre was savagely tearing at the body of a fallen man. "Release him," Isaac shouted, drawing his sword to confront the ogre. However, the ogre was no fool. The moment it sensed Isaac's attack, it fled with haste. Isaac pursued it, while Glena rushed to the side of the fallen man. The man was left with only his upper body. Despite Glena's attempts at healing magic, the grievous wounds were beyond salvation. "Are you soldiers of the Empire? How wonderful. You have come to rescue us. I thought I was doomed," the man murmured, blood pooling from the ruptured wounds in his chest and abdomen, saturating the hard earth beneath him. He spoke in a daze. "Hold on. We are here to save you," Glena exclaimed, staring at his blood-soaked hands. Realizing that his self-proclaimed medical skills could not save this man's life, nor even delay his inevitable demise. "It's great that we finally have rescue, but my wife, my children, my mother, have they all been slain by the demons? Am I mistaken?" The man's mind was unraveling, a fleeting moment of lucidity before the end. "I can survive, right?" He cast a weak, hopeful glance at Glena. For a moment, Glena was silent. It felt as though his heart had been struck heavily. "Yes, you will survive," he uttered, the words heavy with insincerity, his hands stained with blood. "That's good. I feel a bit tired. Let me sleep," the man said, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, his eyes growing weary, reflecting a lifetime of exhaustion. In his final moments, he simply wished for a deep slumber to wash away the burdens of his life. Glena wiped his hands, the blood and dirt smudging the once immaculate robe. Trembling, he gently closed the man's fading eyes. "Sleep well. You will be reunited with your family." He had never anticipated such a scene upon entering the battlefield. In the moment he yearned to save another, he was confronted with his utter helplessness. "Do you believe there exists a chance for resurrection in this world?" Glena pondered aloud, exhaling deeply, his remark lacking a direct inquiry, simply a statement of thought. "I have heard of dark magic that can summon souls back. Necromancers of the undead can transform the deceased into mindless puppets, but that hardly counts as true resurrection, does it? Perhaps if your medical skills were refined enough, you could achieve such feats next time." I believe with your talent, it would not be insurmountable. Guwen consoled Gliote, acknowledging that while the conclusion of history was undeniably predetermined, at that moment, Gliote remained a figure enveloped in confusion, unable to pierce through the mists of the future. Perhaps he was already wavering in his chosen path. Why are you emanating dark energy? As he offered comfort, Guwen suddenly noticed wisps of black mist rising from Gliote, prompting him to rub his eyes, suspecting an illusion. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a trick of the light. Dark energy? Surely you must be mistaken, Gliote remarked as he rose, the ominous mist vanishing entirely. Guwen exhaled in relief, chiding himself for being frightened. After all, Gliote was hailed as the great sage of the empire. How could he possibly exude darkness? At the very least, he should be radiating holy light. Clearly, it was merely a result of light refraction, and he had misperceived the situation. However, Gliote now seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. The diminutive ogre had the audacity to attempt an escape. Behold, the ogre's head I just severed is still warm. Albeit rather unsightly, Isaac triumphantly returned, dragging a massive ogre's head behind him. He reveled in the act of decapitation, finding it a unique means to demonstrate his prowess to all. An ogre's head, you say? Allow me a glimpse, Gliote said. His interest peaked as he approached the grisly trophy. With each step, his aura intensified, and upon reaching the head, a formidable energy erupted from him. He had ascended, stepping into the third tier of the extraordinary. But that was not the end. He suddenly touched the ogre's skull, and a searing flame ignited from his palm, enveloping the cranium in an ethereal blue fire. An icy chill emanated from the flames, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet sharply. A wailing cry resonated from within, as if the ogre's soul were being excruciatingly tormented in the inferno. Yet, Gliote soon retrieved a lantern emanating a ghostly green light from within the flames, accompanied by anguished howls. Goodness, Gliote, have you fashioned a lamp from that head? How incredibly cool. Might you gift it to me? I find myself in need of a bedside lamp, exclaimed Isaac, his exuberance palpable as a loyal friend. It was Gliote's inaugural attempt at crafting a device to repel malevolent entities. He felt somewhat unpracticed, but believed it to be a success. He scrutinized the lantern with a hint of dissatisfaction, deeming it merely adequate. Only Guwen observed this spectacle, feeling a chill creep over him. This was not the Gliote he remembered, the esteemed healer and battle sage. Historical records had never mentioned his aptitude for concocting such bizarre artifacts. Could it be that a seemingly innocuous comment from him had altered the course of this great sage's destiny? Guwen and Isaac, let us dig a grave together to grant the departed their eternal rest. Very well. Guwen, unopposed, drew forth the sunlight sword to serve as a spade. Thus, the trio toiled with their swords, laboriously excavating a substantial pit in the arid earth. Primarily, it was Isaac who, with the aid of his magical prowess, detonated the soil, creating a vast cavity. Thereafter, they meticulously arranged all the corpses they could find within the village into this grave. As the final handful of earth was solemnly placed by Glillet, he uttered a prayer. May the Holy Emperor guide his people to the divine realm. May your souls find peace. The lamp, too, was interred within the pit, its mournful wails instilling terror in lesser demons, thereby warding off monsters, a form of guardianship. One might say, suddenly, the ground quaked violently, and a cloud of dust rose in the distance. A horde of demons was charging toward them. What to do? Isaac licked his parched lips, magical energy surging once more into his sword. I now acknowledge the truth of your earlier words. Huh. Isaac turned, confused, to his good friend Glillet. Slaughter is as vital as salvation. The sword in his hand similarly coalesced with formidable magical energy. Guwen, you are but an ordinary person. Stay behind us. The moment Isaac spoke these words, he sensed something amiss. Turning back, he found nothing but emptiness. Where was he? Guwen had already engaged the demons in combat. Glillet calmly noted this fact, for Guwen had charged forth while they were conversing. Unexpectedly, this ordinary man had proven to be more audacious than the battle-hungry Isaac. No, how could he, an ordinary person, have dashed into the demon's encirclement? He was surrounded. He had been engulfed. It seemed there was no hope left. With but a few words, Glillet resigned himself to Guwen's fate, realizing that an ordinary man had boldly rushed into the jaws of doom, truly a death sentence. They had no time to save him. Yet, wait, he appeared to have survived. A terrifying explosion erupted from Guwen's position, annihilating numerous demons and creating a clear space amidst the chaos. Chapter 77. Even the invincible harbor regrets. Guwen now harbored but a singular thought. Battle, exhilarating. He surveyed the relentless tide of demons surging around him, a fervent heat igniting within his heart. These were his attribute points, an immeasurable bounty. Initially, he had indeed acted recklessly. The sheer number of demons surrounding him was overwhelming. Fortunately, the sun god armor provided a shield for him to catch his breath. He had slain a few demons, yet was soon disoriented by a throng of foes. Relying solely on his current ordinary strength to accumulate attributes through slaughter proved too slow. It seemed he would have to resort to potions. As the demon horde threatened to engulf him, he resolutely drew forth the dragon's blood bestowed upon him by Delamia. A potent elixir, its efficacy remained uncertain. Without hesitation, he consumed an entire vial in one gulp. A warm current coalesced in his abdomen, and soon, a multitude of invigorating sensations surged from his heart throughout his entire being. Wait, this is overwhelmingly hot. It feels as if I might explode. Guwen felt as though he had ingested a bomb, his very essence threatening to burst forth from within. Indeed, that was precisely the case. In the next instant, a volcanic eruption occurred. An explosion of ferocity erupted from Guwen, akin to a volcanic blast, obliterating the surrounding demons. Yet, he too suffered. His body felt as if it might split apart. Nevertheless, he sensed a continuous accumulation of strength, and if not released promptly, an explosion would surely ensue. Thus, he plunged into the heart of the demon horde, engaging in combat to dissipate the excess energy. He felt his power surge at least 100-fold, with magical energy flowing like an inexhaustible spring. With a single punch, he shattered the most formidable armor of several ogres. The solar holy sword truly radiated with the brilliance of the sun, its intense heat emanating from the blade. The inscribed runes materializing as manifestations of power, each rune coalescing into a sunlit sword of magical energy, weaving among the countless corpses of demons. The force of the sun reflected in his eyes. Each swing of his sword unleashed a dazzling arc that cleaved through the demon's remains. In that moment, the entire battlefield transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The demons trembled under Guwen's sweeping assault. They had never encountered such a terrifying human. A veritable monster cloaked in human skin. Only the mightiest demon god warriors could hope to contend with such a creature. The ogres ceased their wild swings of massive bone clubs. The multi-legged arachnid demons began to retreat, and even the most savage skull hunters were gripped by fear. Yet, Guwen could not be halted. With each demon felled, his stamina replenished, and the strength within him felt boundless. Coupled with the surging magical energy, he transformed into a relentless machine of slaughter. With every strike of the solar holy sword against the demons, his next blow grew even more potent, each kill enhancing his prowess. As the efficiency of his kills soared, his combat style grew increasingly feral. He abandoned intricate swordsmanship and unleashed raw power. His body became akin to a volcano, erupting with potent magical energy. Each swing of his sword felt like it tore through the very fabric of space, distorting the surrounding air into invisible rifts. The searing solar magic ignited all demons in its wake. Guwen, through sheer force, incited a tempest of flames upon the battlefield. In the distance, Isaac and Griot exchanged a glance, their unspoken thoughts echoing loudly. Is this truly an ordinary person? Observing Guwen maneuvering through the battlefield with unparalleled ferocity, even more savage than the brutal fiends themselves, Isaac and Griot decided to cease their spectator role. Isaac, a true combat fanatic, charged forward with his sword, mirroring Guwen's reckless abandon as he plunged into the encirclement of the demon horde. You two are utterly insane, Griot remarked, yet he too was not to be outdone, joining the fray with equal fervor. With every demon he felled, a haunting lantern of shrieks appeared upon him. Tremble, human, prepare to meet your demise. A torrent of ominous dark energy surged forth from the demons, aimed at crushing Guwen entirely. Alas, Guwen's solar armor vibrated gently, reflecting the malevolent force back with ease. Lifting his gaze, Guwen identified the source of the dark power, a towering knight, shrouded in swirling black mist and clad in menacing armor, wielding a bloodied, spiked warhammer. Marvelous! It is the demon god warrior. Our salvation has arrived. Several demons rejoiced at the sight, believing that finally, someone could punish this monstrous human. However, in the next moment, those very demons were reduced to mere fragments by the brilliance of Guwen's sword light. Insect, are you daring to provoke me? The demon god warrior seethed with rage, affronted that Guwen would strike at his fellow demons while standing before him, treating him as though he were invisible. Such a scenario had become virtually extinct since he ascended to become the demon god warrior. He never anticipated witnessing it again manifest in a human. The abyss of demons is the birthplace of all demonkind, where it is said a godly being lies in ruin. nursing its wounds from the Holy Emperor. Part of this demon god's power has been dispersed throughout the abyss. Only the mightiest of fiends can assimilate a fragment of that divine essence, transforming into formidable demon god warriors. In the Empire, this phenomenon is referred to as the Chosen One. Well done, human. You have successfully captured my attention. In the blink of an eye, the demon god warrior left behind an afterimage, his hammer, imbued with blood and corrosive black mist, appearing above Guwen's head in an instant. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated crimson and white did not materialize. The demon god warrior was taken aback, witnessing his devastating hammer being held at bay by this human's delicate sword. The overwhelming force emanating from the weapon caused the demon god warrior's arm to bend slightly. He was astonished that a human could rival him in strength, a flicker of mutual respect igniting within him. The holy sword, inscribed with runes, lunged toward the demon god warrior, while other rune-imbued swords continued to harvest the lives of the fiends on the battlefield, augmenting Guwen's attributes incessantly. Almost every second, his power surged beyond the previous moment. As the effects of the dragon's blood gradually waned, Guwen's strength had reached a formidable level, and his magical power brimmed with vitality. He could contend with the demon warrior solely through his physical prowess. As his magic transformed into solar energy through the sun's sacred sword, the sword radiated with brilliant light, diminishing the dark mist enveloping the demon warrior. Human, your power is commendable, but this is where it ends. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a god. The surrounding air began to warp violently, and a colossal black beam descended from the heavens, its surface flickering with an eerie purple glow, creating twisted fissures in its wake. Guwen braced himself, recognizing the divine energy contained within the impending attack, yet he remained composed, for he noticed the holy light emanating steadily from his being. The blessing of the Holy Emperor surged forth. A pillar of pure, sacred light shot upward, clashing head-on with the black beam. The two opposing divine powers collided ferociously, unleashing an overwhelming wave of energy that enveloped the entire battlefield, instilling a sense of dread, excitement, reverence, and fervor among both demons and humans alike. Fortunately, the Holy Emperor held the upper hand, but before Guwen could revel in victory, a gigantic hand composed of swirling black mist, measuring millions of meters, reached down from the unknown clouds, seizing Guwen within its palm. With that, it retreated deep into the demon realm. Such potent divine energy, wait, could it be the power of the demon god? Gripped by the enormous hand and sensing its aura, Guwen felt darkness descend before his eyes. How could the administrator personally intervene? In the abyss where the immense demon god loomed amidst the churning black mist, Guwen found himself standing within the titan's vast palm. The demon's eyes, reminiscent of stars, glimmered with a faint golden light, obscuring its full form from Guwen's view. The towering figure was missing an arm, shrouded in the black mist of the demon abyss, while beneath him lay an unfathomable chasm of molten lava. At that moment, Guwen felt akin to Sun Wukong within the palm of Buddha, dwarfed to the size of an insignificant ant. Young one, I see the marks of time upon you. From which era do you hail? The demon god suddenly inquired, his voice reverberating like thunder, sending shivers down Guwen's spine. Yet, it was not the sheer force of the voice that shocked Guwen, but the implications of the demon god's words. What did he mean by asking from which era he came? A sense of foreboding settled within Guwen, even in its crippled state. The demon god was still a deity. The power of the sacred artifact, the crown of time, seemed to hold little weight before such divinity. After a moment of contemplation, Guwen resolved to speak candidly. Concealing the truth served no purpose. Perhaps over 1,000 years from now, though I cannot specify how long. Upon hearing this, a trace of sorrow flickered in the demon goddess' eyes. Over 1,000 years, indeed. I fear I shall not witness the visage of the future. At this moment, the once mighty demon god had lost all semblance of divine majesty and exuberance, resembling instead a frail and aged elder. Are not deities immortal? Yet, where can one truly find such immortality? The existence of a god may seem endless, but it is not eternal. My corporeal form has been entombed within this abyss of demons, serving to quell the unrest within, yet I am not the deity of this chasm. It only continues to ravage my being. Moreover, I should have already perished. This is merely a fragment of my consciousness at this very moment, and even the divine realm I perceive now is but a fleeting segment. The demon god shook his head, clearly dismissing Guwen's assertions. He himself was the prime example of whether a deity could indeed meet death. Upon hearing this explanation, Guwen experienced a moment of clarity. It turned out that the crown of time had truly facilitated his experience of historical fragments rather than a genuine return to the past. At least this meant that the future would not be adversely affected by a butterfly effect. However, the power of time resides within you, and such forces may indeed be altered by your actions. Your influence upon time will gradually weave itself into the fabric of true history. You are fortunate to possess such a gift. It was unexpected that the comforting rationale he had just constructed was so swiftly dismantled, as if it were mere phantasm. The thought that what was supposed to be a simulation had transformed into tangible history led Guwen to inwardly chastise the crown of time for its treachery. So, you do not intend to kill me? After all, I utilized the power of the Holy Emperor to slay a demon warrior. He had anticipated being vanquished by the demon god, thus concluding the simulation, yet to his astonishment, the demon god engaged him in conversation instead. This piqued Guwen's curiosity regarding the demon god's intentions. The demon god reacted to Guwen's words as if he had heard an amusing jest. Why would I wish to slay you? It is precisely the power of time within you that has awakened my consciousness in this temporal fragment. Engaging in conversation with you brings me joy. Why were you sealed here by the Holy Emperor? The abyss of demons is, in fact, an alternate dimension, housing many creatures yet to emerge, all of which would spell disaster for the continent. In my duel with the Holy Emperor, the loser was condemned to suppress the abyss and wither away, while the victor ascended to the divine realm and attained godhood. So you lost? Do you not regret it? One must accept the consequences of their wagers. However, we had also agreed that the direct bloodline of the defeated could accompany the victor to the divine realm, thus preserving a lineage. Therefore, my daughter has already journeyed to the Holy Emperor's divine kingdom and is likely an archangel now. A sense of melancholy crossed the demon god's face, yet there was no hint of regret. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his starry eyes bored down upon Guwen. Do not draw so close so suddenly. You startled me. Young one, I feel as though I have seen your face before. Though you are a traveler of time, your physique belongs to the one who abducted my daughter. The demon god uttered these words through clenched teeth, akin to a father confronting the kidnapper of his child, ready to devour him whole. To his surprise, this fellow was indeed caught by him. Although he was aware that this individual had undergone a transformation, the demon lord still harbored a desire to deliver a thrashing. Guwen's eyelids twitched. He never anticipated that the demon lord before him was, in fact, his father-in-law. Was it truly as he had previously surmised? Was he indeed wielding an invincible script of soft power? The demon lord had already begun to prepare for a thorough assault on Guwen. In a moment of desperation, Guwen swiftly invoked the name of his daughter, Lucia. Wait, great demon lord, you surely do not wish for your granddaughter to lose her father in such a manner, do you? She is but a child, deeply attached to me. If I were to perish suddenly, it would undoubtedly leave her with lifelong childhood traumas. Scoundrel, are you implying that you and my daughter have already borne a child? Upon uttering those words, the demon lord's eyes flared with fury, and the very space of the abyss trembled. Yet, moments later, he merely shot a piercing glance at Guwen, followed by an expression of profound anguish. What is her name? Lucia. She is a most delightful child. A flicker of tenderness emerged in the demon lord's eyes, but it was soon overshadowed by greater torment. Do you know? My daughter has already ascended to the divine realm. Thus, when my life finally fades, the burden of suppressing the abyss shall fall upon my bloodline, enduring until my lineage is utterly extinguished. This is the curse of the abyss. I had intended to disregard all upon my death. Yet why did you have to reveal this matter? When Guwen mentioned Lucia's existence, he had already sensed a connection through their bloodline. The resemblance between her and her mother, his daughter, was striking. The demon lord had never escaped the bonds of kinship. Rather, he found himself ensnared deeper still. Now, with the knowledge of the existence of this lovely child, his heart was aflame with urgency. Guwen was taken aback. He had expected a moment of warmth, yet instead, he was confronted with a bloody truth. Although his time in this realm had been brief, he had already begun to assume the role of a concerned father. Is there a solution? Now it was Guwen's turn to feel anxious. Once the suppression of the abyss commenced, life force would be continuously consumed, a nearly immutable law, unless one could grow ever stronger. However, entering the abyss meant an unending battle where one's strength would only wane, not flourish. The demon lord slowly articulated the dire consequences of dwelling within the abyss. All signs pointed to a tragic fate. Can the abyss be destroyed? Guwen steadied his resolve and posed the question. How could the abyss possibly be annihilated? What if I were to leverage my abilities to accumulate strength to its zenith, and then systematically eradicate the abyss? The demon lord cast a surprised glance at Guwen, astonished by the intensity of his murderous intent. Under normal circumstances, such an endeavor would be deemed impossible, Yet these were not ordinary times. In that moment, this space was indeed the realm of this individual, and with the power of time bolstering him, it was quite possible he could become a patch in the fabric of history. I am uncertain, yet I believe that upon my demise, the essence of my divine heart shall merge into Lucia's body, aiding her in becoming a demigod, though attaining full divinity seems rather implausible. The demon god shook his head. Yet Guwen was resolute in attempting a plan. I can endure for another 5 years. After that, I shall be completely gone, though only the current iteration of myself will perish, so should you wish to make an attempt, do so promptly. The demon god perceived Guwen's unwavering determination and thus provided him with a foundation of support. Suddenly, Guwen reappeared on the battlefield of the Empire's borders, the radiant sun holy sword in his grasp gleaming anew. Given that this is a fragment of history, he felt an overwhelming desire to alter certain events. On the battlefield, the sky was stained a vivid pink by the surging bloodlust of a bloodied figure relentlessly slaying the demonic horde. He had traversed 3,000 miles of conflict, wielding a sword that once faced 1,000,000 troops. All the warriors of the Empire noticed the peculiar spectacle on the battlefield, where the solar tempest sought to overturn the entire scene, leaving the demons utterly evaporated in its wake. The demon god, suppressing the abyss of demons, was cursed with the bane that those fiends crawling forth from the depths would continuously draw power from him, leaving him helplessly watching his strength dwindle. His intention behind inciting these demons to assault the Empire was to leverage human hands to eliminate them, thereby reclaiming the power that had been siphoned away. It was a vicious cycle. If the number of demons was not diminished, the demon god would grow weaker. Yet to do so would subject the continent's other holy spirits to unwarranted calamity. Nonetheless, even the Holy Emperor tacitly permitted this affair. With Guwen, an inexhaustible and increasingly formidable engine of destruction, now present, the demon god unleashed his full might, directing all the demons towards Guwen's location. Although his body felt no fatigue, his spirit began to wane. Guwen had lost count of how many times he had swung his sword. The sun holy sword in his hand had dimmed, its intricate engravings worn away. He found himself relying almost entirely on his fists to combat the foes, each strike capable of traversing 1,000 meters, obliterating all demons within a 100-meter radius into fragments. Despite the demon god's deliberate guidance, the bloodthirsty and savage demons felt terror surge through them. They were haunted by the deep-seated fear awakened by the countless deaths of their kin on this battlefield. That human is a devil. Flee. Flee as far away as possible. The demons began to retreat towards the abyss, like a black tide receding, leaving behind countless remnants and blood. At this moment, Guwen was half buried in ash, the remnants of the demons he had incinerated with solar magic. Though the demons had fled, he lacked the strength to pursue them. His physical condition remained peak, yet his spirit had reached its limits. He toppled backward, utterly exhausted, yearning for slumber. Guwen, please do not perish. Are you aware of the countless demons you have vanquished? You have yet to relish the accolades of a hero. Do not succumb to death. The tardy Isaac and Glena finally seized the opportunity to approach Guwen's side. It was not that they were unwilling in the earlier stages. They could still engage in battle, but as the fight progressed, Guwen was surrounded by formidable foes of at least the 5th rank, rendering them powerless. They witnessed firsthand Guwen's transformation from an ordinary individual to one of extraordinary prowess. This fellow is no mere human. Isaac feared that Guwen had succumbed to exhaustion, his tears flowing freely. After all, they were friends who had risked their lives for one another, despite their brief acquaintance. Isaac had already come to regard Guwen as a dear companion. Isaac, do cease your weeping, Glena began, only to be interrupted by Isaac. How can you be so cold-hearted, Glena? Guwen may be dead, and you would deny me my grief? His tears and snot smeared across Guwen's form, a sight reminiscent of Glena's own emotional display when he first boarded the airship. It was unexpected that Glena, the benevolent doctor who aspired to save lives, could face the death of a friend with such indifference. Hypocritical. What I mean to convey is that Guwen is not dead. He has merely succumbed to fatigue and fallen asleep. However, if you persist in weeping over his grave, he may truly perish. Glena, with the keen instincts of a physician, discerned that Guwen was simply exhausted to the brink of slumber. Upon hearing this, Isaac immediately covered his mouth. If he was not dead, then his earlier display of sorrow had been utterly embarrassing, yet he dared not utter a sound, fearing that any noise might disturb Guwen's rest. A sound could lead to death. However, his hand inadvertently became soiled with a mixture of saliva, tears, and mucus, which revolted him, prompting Isaac to discreetly wipe the unpleasantness onto Guwen's clothing. Guwen thought to himself, who would have thought that the battle-loving Isaac is, in fact, a young man of profound loyalty and sentiment? After this conflict, Glena had undergone a significant transformation, his demeanor markedly altered. One could say he had undergone a metamorphosis. He even dared to tease Isaac, "Do not make a fuss. If you tarnish my illustrious reputation, I shall weep inconsolably before you every day. That would be best avoided. I have no desire to be hastily regarded as deceased. Let us first carry Guwen back, allowing him to rest properly." As Guwen was borne back to the military camp by Isaac and Glena, all present held their breath. He requires rest. Allow him a moment of repose. This slumber could extend for 3 days. During this time, Isaac experienced a tumultuous range of emotions regarding Guwen, from joy to anguish, jealousy to despondency. The cause of his turmoil? The arrival of the princess he secretly adored, Delima, within the camp, filled him with exhilaration. Thinking it was the emperor who had heard of the victories at the front lines and sent Delima to convey rewards, Isaac was taken aback to find that Delima was heading straight for Guwen. In that moment, his heart shattered. Following closely was Glena, whose aim was also Guwen, and she brought along a child. Witnessing this scene, Isaac felt as though his heart had been repeatedly crushed. The name Guwen, both familiar and foreign, began to resonate within him. You be quiet. Shut up. Guwen is resting. Can you refrain from shouting? Delima and Glena simultaneously admonished Isaac for his outburst. Clearly irritated by his noise, even Lucia furrowed her brow. Human sorrow and joy are not always shared. To them, he was merely a disturbance. Chapter 80. The invincible no longer regrets in a haze. Guwen felt someone prying his mouth open with a finger, followed by a warm liquid being poured into it. Instinctively, he licked the finger that held his mouth ajar. It tasted delightful, sweet and soft, devoid of any saltiness. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss as his eyelids were gently lifted. He beheld Delima, one hand prying his mouth open while the other held a bowl of an indeterminate blue liquid, which she was attempting to feed him. At that moment, her face was flushed with excitement. "Stop licking. My fingers are getting ticklish, and I can hardly stand." Guwen was bewildered, sensing that Delima was teasing him. Yet he had no proof. "Wait, what are you making me drink?" Regardless, the bowl of blue liquid was still poured into his mouth, and he instinctively swallowed it all. A warm sensation coursed through his body, filling him completely. This is a potion that can restore your mental strength and alleviate your fatigue. However, before Delima could finish administering the potion, Glena rushed in. She immediately adorned Guwen with a necklace set with a green gemstone, then forcefully pulled Delima's hand away. "How dare you put your dirty hands in Guwen's mouth? That's utterly unhygienic. If anyone should feed him, it should be my hand." In the next moment, Guwen's eyes widened in shock as Glena directly thrust her small hand into his mouth. "Woo-woo." Guwen cried out in distress. His mouth was not a pocket. Why would anyone think to put their hand inside? Though Glena's hand was also fragrant and soft, with a refreshing scent, it was no justification for inserting it into his mouth. He wished to protest, but with a hand lodged in his mouth, words escaped him. Glena assumed Guwen was inquiring about the gemstone necklace, brushing her long hair aside. "This is a spiritual necklace capable of restoring one's mental strength, continuously nourishing your spiritual essence. However, Delima will not idly stand by while this individual claims her accolades, promptly asserting her own merit. What I have provided you is a refined liquid derived from spiritual gems, which significantly enhances your mental prowess, far superior to this necklace." The two individuals, locked in a fierce standoff, exuded an overwhelming aura that clashed invisibly. At that moment, Isaac, weary and marked by dark circles under his eyes, entered the scene. Guwen cast a pleading glance in his direction, hoping that Isaac could extricate him from his predicament. Little did he know that Isaac was already on the brink of despair, having simultaneously lost two goddesses who had both fallen for his close friend, a profoundly sorrowful scenario regardless of the circumstances. Witnessing the rivalry between the two over Guwen had driven Isaac to tears in the restroom. Guwen gently extracted Glena's hand from his mouth. Fortunately, as a saintess of the church, Glena possessed an innate purity, her fingers devoid of the sticky residue one might expect, instead resembling delicate jade. After all, for high-tier extraordinary beings, the body tends to approach perfection and can be altered according to one's will. "Please refrain from inserting your hand into my mouth," Guwen exclaimed, rising in frustration. Having lain down for several days, he stumbled unsteadily, inadvertently collapsing to his knees. The world muted as he heard the disheartening sound of his knees giving way. Alas, my poor knees. Yet, there was no time to mourn this misfortune as Delima produced a decree from her magical pouch. "Hey, Guwen. How did you know I was going to bring out the decree? Did you kneel in anticipation? Delamia teased. Guwen, with a wry smile, replied, Do I look like someone who foresaw the decree? I simply lost my balance. Nevertheless, since he was already on his knees, he figured there was no need to rise. Delamia gazed at the bewildered Guwen kneeling before her and cleared her throat, adopting her father's authoritative tone to proclaim the contents of the decree. Guwen, you need not kneel. You may stand and listen. Embarrassed, Guwen awkwardly stood up from the ground, managing to stabilize himself this time without falling. Guwen, you single-handedly thwarted the invasion of the demon army, achieving remarkable feats and military merit. You are hereby appointed as the supreme commander of the 11 border fortresses in the southern region of the Empire, overseeing the Empire's resistance against the demon forces. Should you find this reward unsatisfactory, you may return to the capital for a reassessment. If satisfactory, you may accept this decree. Upon hearing this commendation, Guwen's eyes sparkled with delight. He was indeed pleased with this outcome, as it would allow him to continue vanquishing monsters and augmenting his strength. The tasks he aspired to undertake required formidable power for support. I accept. It appears you have chosen to remain here. Aileen Lena has entrusted Guwen with the newly reforged Sun Sacred Sword and Sun God armor. A small head peeked out from behind her. Father, I want to stay here too. Please let me stay with you. Lucia gazed at her disheveled father, feeling an overwhelming sense of his towering presence. A premonition gripped her, as if he would vanish without a trace if she did not hold onto him tightly. Lucia, it is too perilous here. Come back with me to the Holy See. Aileen Lena urged, her face etched with concern. After all, this is a battlefield where blades heed no eyes, and any harm to a child would be catastrophic. No, I want to stay where my father is. That is my home, Lucia declared, even if that home might offer little shelter from the storms. She clung to Guwen's leg, unwilling to be taken away. Very well, let Lucia remain. I shall ensure her safety, Guwen replied, gently patting her head, no longer pushing her away. In the first year at the border, the Imperial fortress frequently saw blades soaring to the heavens, while magical energies surged like tumultuous floods, sweeping through the demon territory. Wherever they passed, all demons were reduced to ashes. A warm little home emerged in the border city of the Empire. In the second year, vibrant auroras enveloped the abyss of demons, causing all creatures that crawled from its fissures to perish beneath their brilliance. A joyful father and daughter often graced every street at the border. By the third year, with the aid of the demon god, Guwen entered the alternate space of the abyss, returning gravely injured after covering but 100 steps. Their significance in each other's hearts was undeniably profound. In the fourth year, a flicker of divine fire ignited upon Guwen, a flame kindled from the kindling of life itself, yet it remained suspended between demigod and deity. He ventured 1,000 steps into the depths of the abyss, discovering the source of all demons' birth, but returned empty-handed. A sense of unease crept into the young girl's heart. In the fifth year, the aura of the demon god waned, and he summoned Guwen. In truth, these 5 years have been more joyous than the countless centuries that preceded them. The once mighty form of the demon god had shrunk, now reduced to mere hundreds of meters compared to their first encounter. Lucia is a delightful child. Over the years, the demon god had manifested a fragment of himself, carrying his consciousness to live in the border city for several years. The heart of the demon god, once steeped in solitude, began to feel warmth again. Yet now, he faced the end, a fate he had long foreseen and did not dread. I leave you this half of my heart. As you absorb it, you shall temporarily become a deity without a divine rank. The other half shall, by the hand of fate, merge with that child, Lucia, aiding her in igniting her divine fire, but it shall also mark the commencement of the curse of the abyss. In the next moment, a heart of vibrant hues split in two, emerging from the body of the demon god. One half was grasped in Guwen's hand, while the other vanished into the void, destined to fulfill its fate. Who would have imagined that the demon god possessed a heart of such colors? The depths of the abyss trembled, yet had not succumbed to madness. Upon Guwen's return to his home in the border city, Lucia had long awaited him at the door. The child who once stood half his height had blossomed into a graceful and tall young woman. At this moment, her power had ascended to that of a demigod, and she sensed the shackles of destiny weighing upon her. Though Guwen had just returned, Lucia's intuition whispered that this would be their final meeting, as the wind from afar swept in, carrying tears laden with sorrow. There is something I must confess. I am not your father. I am merely a substitute. I had long suspected as much. Lucia was unperturbed by Guwen's revelation. Are you leaving? Yes, the time has come. Is there no way you can stay? I can endure any pain, but I cannot bear the thought of your departure. Luxia sought to retain Guwen. He merely scratched his head, replying, "This time, I cannot acquiesce to your wishes. Whether it is my promise to the demon god, for your sake, or for those in this world who are significant to me at this moment, I must embark on my journey. Therefore, before I go, I wish to present you with a gift." The sunlight froze within their small home, and the wind gradually ceased its hurried dance. It was a future named freedom. Guwen entered the abyss, consuming the half of the demon god's heart, transforming from a demigod into a temporary deity. Deities cannot enter alternate spaces, and demigods cannot harm them. Thus, Guwen chose to ascend within the alternate space and then ignite it, at least to delay the inevitable. The simulated time was drawing to a close, and this was his only recourse. When the ultimate light erupted from the abyss, it shone as if the sun had exploded in an instant. A heart, bright as a shooting star, fell into Luxia's hands, and with several rhythmic beats, she transcended from a demigod to a deity. That heart dimmed, resembling a black stone. In an instant, she comprehended the fact of Guwen's complete departure. Do not succumb to fate. Set forth towards a more distant future. Chapter 81. Return. As the sun's rays enveloped Guwen, he awakened simultaneously. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in his familiar room. The simulation had concluded. Unlike the previous time, which felt akin to a brief slumber, this simulation left Guwen feeling profoundly fatigued, perhaps due to the extended duration spent within it. The rewards of the Crown of Time arrived belatedly. Guwen lay in bed, contemplating his rewards. Classic 3 choices. The simulation has concluded satisfactorily. Choose your reward. Rare item. A complete set of intimate garments belonging to Princess Delimia. Warm. And do not concern yourself with how they came to be. The peculiar rewards presented before Guwen were intriguing. A swimsuit photo collection of the revered Saint Eileen Lena and a semi-holy artifact known as the Heart of Adaptation, which promised remarkable resilience even in dire straits, allowing one to gradually develop resistance to repeated assaults. However, the capabilities of the semi-holy artifact could only ascend to an 8th tier strength, while a complete holy artifact could reach the 10th tier. Faced with these 3 rewards, Guwen did not hesitate. The Crown of Time's frivolity left him at a loss for words. The first 2 rewards held little value, lacking cost-effectiveness. Without a moment's thought, he selected the 3rd reward, considering the first 2 as mere trifles to be gifted to him. Selection 3, he declared, and the Heart of Adaptation was automatically loaded. Guwen felt no discomfort. It was splendid. The 2 other rewards did not pique his interest at all. Even if the Crown of Time were to be presented to him directly, he would not spare it a glance. He would resolutely reject it if it were to inquire about his intentions. "Hey, are you waking up on the wrong side of the bed? You look quite troubled for someone just roused from slumber," Olivia remarked, her tiny foot playfully nudging his face. "How long have I slept?" Guwen inquired, gazing at the sunlit sky outside. Olivia eyed him skeptically. "You are not only a lazybones who enjoys daytime slumber, but it appears you are also rather dim-witted. You have barely lain down for a minute. I doubt you even fell asleep." Grasping Olivia's foot and setting it aside, Guwen abruptly sat up, startling her. "Such a sudden movement gave me quite a fright," she exclaimed, leaping off the bed, agitated and glaring at him for daring to scare her. "Was it only a minute?" Guwen retorted. "I can't believe you fell asleep so quickly just from looking at a cup. Is it a sleep-inducing cup? Sleep-inducing cup?" Olivia stared at the cup, uttering a bizarre phrase. "Wait, that term shouldn't be said." Guwen realized. The simulation had almost instantaneously triggered. The simulation time has been reduced to 1 minute. The Crown's delayed notification chimed in. "Why didn't you inform me sooner?" Guwen chuckled, then took the demon wine cup for himself. "This cup shall be mine. I find it quite delightful." Fortunately, Olivia did not object, shrugging her shoulders. "We have plenty of such items in the Church of the Holy Flame. If you fancy it, take it. It is not a rare treasure." It dawned on Guwen that the cup was indeed produced by the Church of the Holy Flame, likely linked to the demon and possibly the very source of the madness that had befallen its members. "This object has the potential to taint one's sanity. I have bestowed upon you a special effect that guards against such corruption. However, the other members of the Holy Flame sect may not be able to withstand this contamination." Upon hearing Guwen's words, Olivia appeared contemplative. "The necklace you gifted me has proven to be quite useful. I am now on the verge of reaching the threshold of the 7th tier. I believe this is not merely a crisis for the Holy Flame sect, but also an opportunity for me to stand equally against the sect leader." A dangerous glimmer shone in Olivia's crimson eyes, as if she were devising a bloody scheme. "What are you planning?" Guwen inquired, astonished. "What the sect leader can do, I can do as well. The sect leader takes turns. This year, it is my turn. I shall take my leave now, you mischievous fellow. Thank you for the information." Olivia was not only a seemingly rational madwoman, but also a highly ambitious individual. Master, Miss Olivia has left in haste. Has something occurred? Qing Shui, clad in a stylish maid outfit that Guwen had commissioned during his leisure time, had unexpectedly donned it now. Do not concern yourself with her. She is attending to her own matters, Guwen replied, nodding slowly in affirmation as he observed Qing Shui in her maid attire. How charming. My judgment was indeed correct. The little maids in my household complement the maid outfits splendidly. Qing Shui, would you kindly do a twirl for me? At Guwen's request, Qing Shui appeared slightly bashful. Yet she gently spun around. The outfit suits you perfectly. Master, do I look good in this? You must look splendid. Suddenly, Guwen recalled something. Qing Shui, could you fetch me the historical records of the continent? I only require the account of the empire from the period following the Saint Emperor's ascension to divinity. The history of the continent is rich, and if he did not specify, the stacks of historical tomes could likely reach the height of a floor. Certainly, Master. Please wait a moment. Qing Shui took small steps towards the library, and when she returned, she and Xiaoyu struggled to carry a tome as tall as a half-person. Guwen promptly took the voluminous history book from them, momentarily stunned. Why is this historical account so thick? He had not anticipated such heft, instantly feeling overwhelmed. Master, this is the most detailed account of the Empire's history, meticulously chronicling the life and glorious deeds of the Saint Emperor. If you wish to explore the Saint Emperor's illustrious past, you may refer to the first half of the book. The latter half contains the history of the Empire. Xiaoyu explained promptly. With this clarification, Guwen opened the weighty tome, skimming past the ornate praises of the Saint Emperor that filled the first two-thirds, until he finally reached the history of the Empire. In the 19th year of the Sacred Era, the southern commander of the Empire cleared the borders of invading demonic creatures. In the 24th year of the Holy Empire, the Grand Commander plunged into the abyss of demons, igniting the sacred light, leading to a significant reduction in the number of demonic entities. Below are the evaluations from others regarding this Grand Commander. The great sage Isaac referred to the Southern Territory's leader as the man who caused him to lose his beloved throughout his life. The great sage Griot described him as the guiding light that led him onto the righteous path. The illustrious Princess Delimia, a shining star of the Empire, remains ever fond of him. The holy maiden Elena, of the Church, has since locked her heart away. The populace of the Empire regards him as the god of war on the borders and a relentless slayer of monsters. Many noble aristocrats view him as a charming yet profoundly irresponsible scoundrel. Guwen gently closed the tome, exhaling deeply. Fortunately, I have indeed caused a slight deviation in history. At the very least, considering the marked decrease in the demonic entities, the strength of the abyss has evidently waned. Chapter 82, The Magical Grapes. Aside from the considerable alterations in the historical account of the Empire and the demonic races, the subsequent history bears a close resemblance to what resides in my mind. His name is absent from the annals of history, indicating that his impact on this particular narrative was not excessively profound. Guwen sighed with relief. After all, the butterfly effect is well known, and he feared that an excessive alteration to history might render the present history obsolete. Yet, the force of historical correction appears to be stronger than he presumed. Delimia, Elena, Lucia, it seems we shall not cross paths again. Guwen remained vividly aware of those experiences. As the protagonist, how could he easily forget them? The simulation may be a fabrication, yet the love is genuine. Closing the weighty historical tome, Guwen donned his garments. Remarkably, his previously exhausted spirit had restored itself unbeknownst to him, and he felt more invigorated than before. Mental exhaustion, adaptation rate, 10, effect, mental recovery speed increased by 10. The golden runes of the heart of adaptation materialized before his eyes. It was indeed the effect of the heart of adaptation, Guwen realized. Exiting the chamber, Qing Shui and Xiaoyu naturally followed closely behind, ready to respond to Guwen's commands at any moment. Within the estate, a multitude of maids engaged in playful antics. For Guwen had permitted them to unwind during their leisure, as long as they fulfilled their essential duties. However, upon noticing Guwen's approach, they instinctively grew tense, promptly aligning themselves in a row with solemn expressions. Although Guwen had granted them such liberty, they had yet to acclimate fully. While he was absent, they felt at ease, but upon his arrival, they became unervingly anxious. What if their master perceived a discrepancy between his words and actions, or forgot what he had previously stated? They felt a flutter of unease, casting furtive glances at Guwen. Amidst their tension, their hearts brimmed with a sweetness akin to indulging in confectionery. Why such apprehension? Do they fear I would consume them? Guwen was taken aback to discover that merely by appearing, he had startled the little maids. With a cheerful demeanor, He attempted to alleviate the tension in the air. Then came the music, followed by merriment. To ease their spirits further, Guwen waved goodbye and departed. As he wandered through the estate's picturesque gardens, he was astonished to find a patch of land cultivated into a vegetable garden beside a shimmering lake. This was unexpected. He glanced at the esteemed housekeeper, Qing Shui, curious about who had awakened the talent for farming and managed to grow vegetables. He pointed towards the garden, where crisp cabbages had already sprouted. This endeavor was initiated by Miss Anisha during her leisure time, as she was currently responsible for maintaining the estate's landscape. Although Qing Shui had assigned her this task, it was largely optional. There were specialists tasked with replacing the plants in the garden. Nevertheless, Anisha had expressed a desire to take on the responsibility, and Qing Shui could hardly refuse. But where had she gone now? Upon hearing Guwen's inquiry, Qing Shui shyly covered her face and pointed towards the thicket beside the spring. The darkness made it hard to discern, leaving Guwen perplexed. Suddenly, a jubilant cheer erupted from the woods. Wonderful! This grapevine has finally come to life. The birds that inhabited the forest were startled and took flight in a flurry. Clearly taken by surprise, covered in mud, Anisha emerged, cradling a handful of soil from which a slender grapevine sprouted. Fresh green leaves glistened with droplets of water yet to fall. In the next moment, her gaze met that of Guwen and Qing Shui, and her face flushed crimson, the mud on her cheeks providing a small shield against her embarrassment. Yet, this only heightened her discomfort. The delicate grapevine in her hands could not conceal her blushing face. Your Grace, what a coincidence to encounter you here, Anisha stammered, attempting to shift the focus away from herself. Though Guwen's attention was indeed captivated by the thriving grapevine, he marveled at the plant, for the lands of the Helan Kingdom and its surroundings seemed cursed. Even nutrient-rich soil could not sustain grapevines. In the Helan Kingdom, grapes and their corresponding products were considered extravagant luxuries. It was astonishing that Anisha now held a living grapevine. You have managed to nurture the grapevine? Guwen inquired. Your Grace, you cannot simply take it from me. I still wish to enjoy fresh grapes from it. If it comes to that, I will gift it to you after I have savored the first cluster, she replied, instinctively hiding the precious vine behind her. As Guwen's focus remained on the hard-won plant in her possession, though not lacking in funds since arriving in the Helan Kingdom, she found the exorbitant prices for grapes disheartening and was reluctant to spend money on such fruit. It was precisely her newfound passion for gardening that inspired the idea of nurturing a grapevine, simultaneously satisfying her culinary desires. No, you misunderstand. I am merely curious about how you acquired it, I clarified. I chanced upon a withered grapevine and, with a touch of healing magic, revived it. It was as simple as that. The ease with which Anisha spoke of breaking the curse of the land was astonishing, as if 1 + 1 = 2. How long do you suppose it will take for it to bear grapes? Guwen inquired with curiosity. However, Anisha misinterpreted Guwen's eagerness. Believing he was impatient to possess the vine, though reluctant, she discerned the gravity of the situation. Please wait a moment. Anisha then dashed from the thicket and promptly began to dig a small hole beside the vegetable patch to plant the grape seedling. She fashioned a wooden trellis about her height from several branches. Approaching the water's edge, she splashed her face, washing away the dirt that clung to her skin. Healing energy flowed from her fingertips, merging with the grapevine's roots. Let it grow for a while, perhaps 3 months? Guwen mused, delighted at the thought of nurturing a plant with healing magic. In the next moment, the grapevine grew at an astonishing speed, transforming into a thick branch adorned with clusters of small grapes within mere breaths. Guwen's mouth fell agape. It was not 3 months, but 3 seconds. I can sense these grapes. They will likely be fully ripe in just a day, Anisha remarked, cradling the clusters of enchanted grapes. Fully aware of their growth status thanks to her healing magic. Glimmering with magical radiance, these grapes sparked an entrepreneurial idea within Guwen, winemaking, particularly wine crafted from magical grapes. With adequate packaging, the nobility across the continent would be enamored, and the wealth of the entire realm would flow into the kingdom of Herland like a river. Chapter 83. A pragmatist enters the magical realm. I nearly forgot to update today. I was so engrossed in the game. Witnessing Anisha effortlessly cultivate magical grapes imbued with faint magical properties magnified Guwen's sense of opportunity. Anisha, what is the estimated magical energy expenditure for such an enhancement? My current magical reserves are limited. I could probably perform this enhancement 5 times a day before exhausting my energy. Anisha gauged her own magical depletion and responded thoughtfully, I see. Once these grapes are harvested, how long until the next batch ripens? Without continuous magical nourishment, the growth cycle for these grapes would be approximately 15 days, sustaining for around 2 months. Guwen contemplated the situation and calculated that Anisha could nurture 5 grapevines in a single day. Each vine could yield dozens of magical grapes within a span of 2 months, yet this pace remained somewhat sluggish. To produce wine from magical grapes, an extensive quantity of grapevines would undoubtedly be required. What if I could provide external magical energy? He proposed. Anisha, taken aback by Guwen's whimsical notion, questioned, "Isn't magical energy something one must absorb oneself?" However, Guwen's idea was not mere fantasy. His mentor, Kasa, was an expert in this field, and thus, he spoke with conviction. External magical energy cores were remarkably straightforward to procure, serving as a prerequisite technology for enhancing cores. Anisha, I kindly ask you to continue nurturing the grapevines. I shall have Qingxue supply you with the necessary grape seeds, and should you require anything else, do not hesitate to approach her. Furthermore, for each magical grapevine you cultivate, I shall reward you with 100 gold coins. With a grand gesture, Guwen proclaimed that matters achievable with gold coins were hardly troublesome. If you can cultivate any new magical plants, each innovation will earn you an additional 1,000 gold coins. It is imperative to strongly encourage innovation as it represents a technological monopoly. Such generous incentives left Anisha feeling dizzy. Her initial desire was simply to grow grapes for personal consumption. Now, it had escalated into a matter of seemingly great significance. I will ensure the completion of the task, not only to demonstrate her worth, but also driven by the glimmering allure of gold coins. Her insufferable brother, upon returning to the kingdom of Norton, had shown her no attention whatsoever, not even providing her with living expenses. Meanwhile, far away in the kingdom of Norton, Bertrand was engaged in discussions with his ministers regarding trade between the two nations when he suddenly sneezed. Leaning against his throne, he chuckled while rubbing his nose. Perhaps Anisha is thinking of me. However, she is under the care of Duke Guwen, so she should be fine. Unbeknownst to him, his carelessness had led to grievances from his beloved sister due to forgotten matters. As Guwen thought of Kasa, he recalled that Kasa was currently teaching at the Magic Academy of the Holand Glory Academy. Following the formal establishment of the academy, Guwen had conducted a nationwide entrance examination, gathering those of appropriate age with academic talent into the institution. Given that the primary task of the academy was to cultivate a vast array of talents for the forthcoming rapid development of the Kingdom of Holand, only individuals of considerable aptitude were selected, including those with extraordinary and magical talents. The sole issue was that the academy currently faced a shortage of magical instructors, as few mages were willing to come to the Kingdom of Holand to teach. Fortunately, after vanquishing the dark sorcerer last time, a wealth of magical knowledge was acquired. Excluding a few malevolent spells, all the legitimate magic has been mastered by Glena. With a visit to the Imperial Mage Association for the Mage Assessment, she will achieve the esteemed title of a third-tier mage. Presently, Glena embodies a dual existence. One part is a diligent student absorbing various forms of knowledge, while the other is an active educator at the Magic Academy. Meanwhile, Kasa serves as the instructor for the magical technology course at the academy. Upon Guwen's arrival at the academy, he inquired with the soldiers responsible for security and learned of Kasa's whereabouts. However, it appeared that Kasa was embroiled in a heated debate with another individual over differing opinions. Rumor had it that a traveling mage was to join the academy as a faculty member today. How intriguing. It seems that Kasa, the esteemed teacher, finds himself at odds with certain individuals. Yet, Guwen felt no concern. After all, Kasa, empowered by the enhancement of the magical crystal core, had ascended to the 5th tier of the extraordinary. Should any danger arise, it would likely be from the dissenting debater. From a distance, Guwen could hear the clamor resonating from the Office of Instruction. Your reliance on the convenience of magic is purely superficial. Your so-called fire starter. Are you suggesting that it is merely a casual application of the fire spell contained within a glass vial? I have refined the fire spell, embedding it within the glass. Simply uncap the vial, and flames will erupt from the opening, allowing for instant access. Is this not convenient? It merely requires a modicum of magical energy and a slightly more expensive glass. Yet, your fire starter is fundamentally dependent on magic. Why not transform the spell into a magical pattern, enabling a self-sustaining cycle that continuously draws power from the external environment, rendering it inexhaustible? That notion is utterly preposterous. How many can afford such a fire starter crafted in that manner? With a creak, Guwen pushed open the door, stepping into the charged atmosphere of the office. Gentlemen, is it truly necessary to be so contentious? I believe these two concepts are not mutually exclusive. They could very well complement one another. Low-tier mages could create simple fire starters for the common folk, utilizing straightforward techniques suitable for those with limited magical aptitude. Meanwhile, The approach you propose could be packaged as a luxury item for the affluent. However, it was evident that Guwen's attempt at mediating the dispute did little to reconcile the parties involved. They turned away from one another, unwilling to continue the conversation. Cassa glanced upwards at the sky, noting the lateness of the hour. I must attend to my students now. Professor, please wait a moment. I would like you to provide me with some external magical crystal cores. The more, the better. These cores could alternatively be described as solidified magical recovery potions, capable of replenishing energy. What do you need these for? Cassa asked, intrigued yet puzzled, for while these cores were straightforward to produce, he could not fathom their intended use. My friend, by sheer coincidence, cultivated a magical plant that requires nourishment from magical energy. Hence, I conceived the idea of utilizing magical crystal cores to ensure a continuous supply of sustenance for the plant's growth. The notion of artificially cultivated magical flora is intriguing. I shall seek you out once my classes conclude. Cassa, intrigued by the magical plants mentioned by Guwen, exhibited a profound curiosity, characteristic of a scientist, towards all things unfamiliar. Chapter 84, Practical Magic Theory. After Cassa spoke, he turned to depart, displaying little interest in the practical magic the sorcerer had mentioned. Beyond the techniques for enhancing magical incantations, the remainder held no technical merit. They were easily discernible, accessible to anyone, which was the very reason for Cassa's disinterest. However, after Cassa's departure, Guwen's gaze shifted towards the sorcerer. He appeared to be in his 30s, perhaps weathered by years of travel, giving him a distinctly worldly appearance. May I inquire, who are you? Initially disheartened by the debate's unfavorable turn, the sorcerer regained his composure upon hearing Guwen's question. Assuming Guwen to be a student of the institution, he embraced the opportunity to showcase his skills. I am a third-tier sorcerer of the Empire, hailing from the illustrious Ilix family, the most esteemed lineage of magicians in the Empire. I am Elmer Ilix. Upon mentioning his family, Guwen observed a flicker of pride in Elmer's demeanor. Furthermore, I have traversed the continent for 5 years, creating a plethora of practical spells. What say you? Would you care to become my apprentice? I can impart to you the secrets of magnificent practical magic incantations. Elmer conjured a small flame in the palm of his hand and subsequently contained it within a glass vial, presenting a simple magical fire starter to Guwen. This device, akin to a flint, is what you deem practical magic? Unfazed by the skepticism, Elmer tucked the fire starter into his pocket, knowing he could later entice a less discerning noble to purchase it for a few gold coins. A handful of coins could sustain him for several days. Nevertheless, it is remarkably straightforward. With but a modicum of magical energy, I assure you, you shall master it swiftly. When the subject of incantations arose, Elmer transformed, exuding confidence. Despite his lack of innate magical talent, he excelled in the simple modifications of spells, believing himself unparalleled in this regard. Can practical magic defeat monsters? Not at all. Can it conquer formidable foes? Certainly not. Is its power substantial? Not particularly. Is it grand and resplendent? It is rather unadorned. Then why should I bother learning it? Guwen's trifecta of inquiries shattered Elmer's spirit. Yet, this was indeed the Achilles heel of his practical magic. In the continent, magic is predominantly associated with immense power and dazzling spectacle, rendering his practical magic an anomaly. Originally, within the Ilix family, he was scorned for his lackluster magical talent. Born into a lineage where innate mages were the norm, consequently, his abilities became a burden. He had anticipated that the creation of practical magic would earn him some esteem within the Empire, yet the reality was starkly contrary. Practical magic had devolved into a subject of ridicule throughout the Empire, for who would find interest in magic that bore no application in combat? Nevertheless, practical magic was the culmination of Elmer's dedication, and he could not fathom that the entire continent would dismiss it. Thus, he departed from the Empire, the source of his sorrow, embarking on a journey across the continent. Here, he witnessed the stark dichotomy of prosperity and decay, along with the ceaseless machinations of war. As a third-tier mage, he commanded respect wherever he roamed. However, upon presenting his discourse on practical magic, he was met with nothing but disdain from the nobility. They were utterly averse to magic that could not be wielded as a tool for manipulation. Consequently, Elmer found himself consistently rebuffed, even resorting to persuading nobles to purchase magical artifacts to fund his travels. He had contemplated joining an academy in some kingdom to impart his knowledge of practical magic. Yet his efforts garnered no interest. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Herland, he initially intended to charm a few nobles for gold before heading to the western continent. However, upon discovering that this modest kingdom boasted an academy that admitted commoners and even provided tuition and living expenses, he was astounded. He believed this might be the place where magic could truly shine, even if only a little. Yet, reality struck him hard. The academy's dean opposed his views on practical magic, and even the students showed little interest in his teachings. Would you like to purchase this fire starter? It is utilized by many esteemed nobles. With it, you can effortlessly ignite a flame. Elmer realized that he had no platform here, intending to persuade the students to buy the fire starter as a means to continue his journey. Forgive his attempts at persuasion. For since leaving his family and the empire to explore the continent, he had learned a vital lesson. Wealth allows one to traverse great distances, while poverty confines one to stagnation. I have no interest in such trinkets. I can conjure fire myself. Guwen snapped his fingers, and a plume of flame erupted from his fingertips, a basic transmutation of magical energy into fire. Rather than purchasing your fire starter, I find you far more intriguing. Guwen's words struck Elmer like a thunderclap, and his expression instantly shifted as he prepared to leave. After all, he had heard tales of men attracted to men. Could this student be one of them? I apologize, but I have no affection for men, and I must take my leave. Elmer's words rendered Guwen momentarily speechless. You have misunderstood. What I meant to convey is my endorsement of your practical magic. Would you be interested in joining the Magic Academy as an instructor? I am preparing to introduce a course on practical magic as one of the foundational subjects. Upon hearing this, Elmer stood frozen in place, overwhelmed with joy. He rushed to Guwen's side. Is that truly the case? I am the honorary dean of the Hel Glory Academy, the regent of the Hel Kingdom, the guardian of Her Majesty the Empress, a duke of the Hel Kingdom, and a prominent figure within the realm. I would never speak falsely. There isn't enough room for so many people here. Elmer's hesitation dissipated. And what about the salary? A base salary of 300 gold coins per month. 30 gold coins per lesson, with additional bonuses for high pass rates in student magic course evaluations. How does that sound? Guwen had no prior experience in recruiting mages, and it was well known that while Elmer excelled in so-called practical magic, he was indeed a legitimate third-tier mage. And 300 gold coins were merely a probe to gauge the market rate. However, Elmer's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, is this amount too little? Just as Guwen was about to offer a higher salary, Elmer grasped Guwen's hand. He was no longer concerned whether Guwen held a preference for men. From this moment forth, I am bound to the Hel Glory Academy. When do classes commence? I can start immediately. Since leaving his family, Elmer had not encountered such a sum of gold coins. 300 gold coins indeed warranted his utmost dedication to this position. Oh no, it seems I may have offered too much. The truth was that Elmer was in dire need of funds, and 300 gold coins were enough to compel a third-tier mage to bow to the powerful. Chapter 85. A small shock for Elmer yet. A word once spoken cannot be taken back. Although Guwen was aware he may have overstepped in his offer, he had no intention of retracting it. After all, 300 gold coins were merely a starting point. Even if doubled, hiring a genuine third-tier mage would still be a worthwhile investment. Elmer, are you familiar with winemaking? Are you referring to those dreadful, low-quality barley beers or the sour wines? Elmer had long since forgotten the taste of fine beverages, having only encountered these repulsive concoctions during his travels. It is wine, crafted from magical grapes. It sounds like a delightful drink, but I possess no knowledge of winemaking. Elmer scratched his head. Aside from magic, he was largely ignorant of other crafts. For instance, the climate barrier runes that can alter the flavor of grapes, the spells that promote fermentation, the gravity settling charm that accelerates sedimentation, or perhaps the aroma extraction spell, which perfectly blends the flavors of other plants into the wine. Additionally, the isolation charm that ensures the wine remains entirely separated from the outside world. Can you conjure these spells? Have you mistaken me for a wish-granting machine? Elmer felt overwhelmed, his head spinning from Guwen's incessant demands. It seemed to him that the 300 gold coins he was to receive were akin to life-and-death wages. However, after a moment's contemplation, he surmised that these tasks should not pose insurmountable challenges. After all, he was a genius in the art of spell modification, and nothing could truly hinder him. The requests you have made are rather formidable, and it may take me some time. I shall offer additional remuneration. For each spell, I will reward you with 1,000 gold coins. The promise of extra payment makes everything achievable. If not, let us increase the sum further. Please, command me freely. Even if it exhausts me, I shall bring these spells to fruition, and do not hesitate to share your ideas. I will embrace them all. Upon hearing the prospect of 1,000 gold coins for each spell, Elmer envisioned a future of financial freedom, his mind racing with possibilities. Splendid, Elmer. Regarding your course arrangements, you may consult with Casa, the headmaster who holds opposing views to yours. I shall inform him. He was quite irate earlier. I hope he does not seek to undermine me. The thought of having to confront that seemingly irritable individual sent a shiver down Elmer's spine. Casa exuded an air of superiority that made Elmer feel as though he were facing the patriarch of his family. The aura surrounding Casa was somewhat intimidating. Despite his earlier bravado, Elmer was already trembling with trepidation. I am not the type to secretly undermine others, as long as you possess the capability. I shall provide you with the opportunity to shine. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Elmer, causing him to leap as if a cat had been stepped upon. How is it that you walk without making a sound? Upon hearing this, Casa shot Elmer a curious glance. I have always walked this way. However, it seems that I can frighten you with but a single utterance. Your courage is truly lacking. Enough, you two. Let us cease this bickering. Casa, since you have arrived. We were just discussing the matter of brewing magical wine, and your assistance would be invaluable. Casa's interest was piqued at the mention of magical grapes. Are you referring to the grapes you previously mentioned cultivating? Indeed. Guwen nodded slightly. What do you require of me? Casa was perplexed as to how he could be involved in the brewing process. I aspire for the tools used in wine production to be more refined, equipped with automated processes, as well as elegantly designed bottles for packaging. I wonder if you could create such devices. Casa's brow furrowed at Guwen's request, as he had not anticipated being presented with such a daunting challenge. He had only previously crafted a large-scale magical machine that integrated automated mining, excavation, and high-purity mineral extraction. Regarding the tools of winemaking, it is likely that one may feel as if traversing a foreign terrain. Yet, such matters do not deter Casa. I must witness the enchanting grapes with mine own eyes to form a judgment and thus create what you desire. As the former chief scientist of the kingdom, Casa possesses a certain arrogance. In his view, there exists nothing he cannot conjure, provided he is granted but a glimpse. Let us embark on this venture forthwith. All is in readiness, awaiting but the favorable wind. Guwen directly accompanied Casa and Elmer to the estate. As for why Elmer joined this excursion, it would be rather dismal to leave him alone in the administrative office, considering he had come all this way. The trio traveled in a carriage towards the estate. Elmer, feeling the jolts of the carriage, reflected once more on the splendor of the empire. A wave of nostalgia washed over him for the empire's meticulously paved roads and orderly skyscrapers. It had been 5 years since he last returned. Yet he had no desire to do so. He reminisced about the bold proclamations he had made upon departing from the Alex family. I shall surely demonstrate that my practical magic is far from useless. However, the tempestuous experiences of the past 5 years had eroded that fervor, leaving him reluctant to return. Fearing the scornful gazes of others, he dreaded becoming a subject of ridicule within his family. Yet now, he might have found a place to elevate practical magic. Regardless of its authenticity, at least here, he discovered a stage. The allure of wine does not shy away from the depths of an alley. Follow me. Upon reaching the estate, Guwen led the two directly to their destination. Upon arrival, Guwen noticed that what was once a solitary grapevine had now blossomed into 2 clusters, each adorned with glimmering magical grapes, appearing exceedingly tempting. However, Anisha lay languidly in a reclining chair beneath the shade, while Qingxue fed her a bunch of grapes. What could be the matter? Has she succumbed to heat exhaustion? Guwen, puzzled, inquired of Qingxue. With a sigh, Qingxue first placed the remaining grapes into Anasha's hands before smilingly explaining. Anisha, ever the little money grubber, hastened to ripen the fruits of the first grapevine in eager anticipation of the gold coins you promised her. As she spoke, Qingxue seemed to recall something amusing, pausing briefly before continuing. Unfortunately, due to her inexperience, she exhausted her magical energy in the process of hastily cultivating 2 grapevines, leaving her now to contend with the repercussions of overexertion. The uneaten grapes were thus utilized to restore a modicum of her magical energy. Covering his face, Guwen gained a renewed understanding of Anasha's avarice. My lord, you must ensure that you grant me those gold coins. I cannot forget. Clearing the snow. The distribution of gold rewards is entrusted to you. However, keep a watchful eye on her. We must avoid a repeat of previous mishaps. As we spoke, a crystalline blue core fell beside Anisha. She sensed the magical energy within and proceeded to absorb it. Since the magic contained within the core was refined, its absorption was notably swift and effective. Following Casa's guidance, Anisha soon depleted the magical core, and the aftereffects of magical exhaustion dissipated. Your Grace, I believe I can cultivate a few more grapevines, she exclaimed with unwavering determination. Time waits for no one. It is indeed a precious commodity. Chapter 86, Alchemical Magic. Upon hearing Anasha's declaration, Guwen could not help but lightly press his forehead. Such trivial matters should not compel you to exert yourself so fiercely. There is no need to rush. Take your time. If you exhaust this external magical core, Simply request another from Master Casa. Not receiving the anticipated response, Guwen assumed Casa had not heard him. Turning, he discovered Casa beneath the grapevines, meticulously examining a cluster of grapes. In his other hand, he held a hefty tome titled The Art of Winemaking and Its Tools. It was evident that Casa had immersed himself in the intricacies of winemaking machinery. Observing the grapes while deep in thought, he then turned his attention to the somewhat flustered Elmer. Craft me a few spells: the gravity descent spell, the constant temperature spell, the buoyancy spell, the isolation spell, and the drainage spell. You claim that creating spells is as effortless as eating and drinking. Surely these spells will not pose a challenge for you. Truth be told, even Casa struggled with the aforementioned spells. They were merely concoctions derived from the winemaking manual he was studying. His subsequent remark was a provocation, intended to prevent Elmer from giving up. Meanwhile, Elmer diligently jotted down the names of these spells in his notebook. While they indeed sounded innovative, that would not hinder his ability to create them. As a prodigy in spellcraft, he would not falter in his area of expertise. Moreover, Elmer was determined to prove his worth before Casa, eager to dispel any notions of inadequacy. Simple spells are a breeze, Elmer assured Casa with confidence. Yet, one must be cautious not to overstate one's capabilities. Before Casa could finish his thought, he watched as Elmer rapidly inscribed a lengthy list of incantations. With a flourish, he tore the paper from his notebook and handed it to Casa. Here, what? I have crafted all 5 spells you requested. They are merely combinations of spells I have previously developed. Upon witnessing the astonishment etched on Casa's face, Elmer felt a surge of satisfaction, finally reclaiming his dignity. Oh, old dang, are you intimidated by my innate talent? In response to Elmer's ostentatious proclamation, Casa, who fancied himself a genius scholar, merely clicked his tongue. What is so remarkable about conjuring a spell so swiftly? After all, you are merely a third-tier mage. Deception lacks sharpness. It is the truth that wields the true blade. The once proud Elmer was now genuinely unsettled. Indeed, he had remained a third-tier mage all these years. Talent is inherent and immutable. Who asked you anyway? Just as Elmer lapsed into silence, a verdant magic crystal core struck his chest. He gazed at the slightly haughty Casa, bewildered. This crystal core has the potential to enhance your innate abilities. It should elevate your talent further, ensuring you do not remain stagnant as merely a third-tier mage. After all, I believe you still possess utility and can assist me in future endeavors. Such was Casa's nature. Even when his entire being felt incapacitated, his tongue remained unwaveringly sharp. Though he cherished talent, he contrived an excuse for himself. Thank you for such a significant gift. Why are you crying? Don't let your tears touch my crystal core. I have but this one. Casa expressed his disdain, fully aware that he had already relinquished the core. It was only natural to feel moved. At present, he could only produce that single piece, having no more materials at his disposal. Do not gaze longingly. I cannot create another of these, and besides, you have no immediate use for it. Perceiving Guwen's eager gaze, Casa waved his hand in exasperation, as if shooing away an insect. Guwen, upon hearing Casa's words, felt disheartened. He too lacked magical aptitude. While being extraordinary was commendable, it paled in comparison to the dazzling nature of magic. Skill might be lacking, but the spectacle must never falter. However, upon hearing Casa declare that there were no more available, Guwen resigned himself to the situation. As for snatching it from Elmer's grasp, such an act would merely embellish Elmer's abilities. Bestowing it upon him would serve as a genuine boon in times of need. As Casa had articulated, he was indeed not in haste to enhance his magical talent, especially since he could vanquish foes relying solely on physical prowess. Their actions did not escape Elmer's notice. He was astonished that such a significant treasure had been so readily entrusted to him. A rare artifact capable of amplifying one's magical aptitude. One that held considerable value within the Empire. Such a vital object, and yet, even Guwen, despite his desire, did not attempt to wrest it from him. He felt profoundly touched and wished to offer his very being in gratitude. I am overwhelmed with emotion. I shall forfeit my salary next month. Guwen responded with a bemused expression. Ah, how is it that you feel so moved yet only choose to relinquish your salary, which amounts to a mere 30 gold coins? Why not forego this month's pay instead? Guwen playfully inquired, injecting levity into the moment. As Elmer, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly regained his composure, he earnestly addressed the question. I truly have no money for meals this month. He then flashed a broad, foolish grin, revealing his set of pearly whites. Guwen, should the winemaking machine be placed here? Casa, wielding a stick, outlined a rough perimeter by the spring. Guwen had initially considered finding a dedicated location for the production of spirits, but now he believed that housing it within his estate was the safest option. Once the beverages gained immense popularity, it was inevitable that others would covet his secret formula. At that time, it would be a case of every man for himself. He chuckled to himself. All right, Casa, let us set it up here. I plan to transform this area into a plantation. The estate was vast enough for Guwen to cultivate numerous plantations, though he lamented the absence of appropriate farming tools for cultivation. If space proved insufficient, he could always borrow land from neighboring nobles. They would not dare refuse, lest the National Security Agency come knocking at their doors. In that moment, he realized he might be harboring rather unscrupulous thoughts. Ooh, how? It seems I'm becoming quite the schemer, he mused. Misusing public office for personal gain and exercising power with tyranny. Wasn't that the hallmark of a treacherous minister? Suppressing these perilous thoughts, Guwen took a few deep breaths. Meanwhile, Casa directly invoked alchemical magic. With just a glance at the spell Elmer had handed him, he mastered it. Although he could not create spells as freely as Elmer, he was confident in his ability to keep pace with the rate of creation. It's that simple, and you still can't grasp it? Practice makes perfect. The golden arcane energy of alchemical magic constructed a framework of mechanical structure, drawing countless metallic elements from the air, initially transforming them into liquid metal, which was then infused with magical energy to form enchanted metal, ultimately solidifying into its final shape under the manipulation of magic. During the final shaping, intricate magical patterns were engraved upon it, with energy continuously circulating in a circuit, forming tightly interconnected spell complexes. Chapter 87. An advertisement for a bottle of wine. Once the machine was fashioned through alchemical magic, a framework of gray magical threads re-emerged around it. When Guwen beheld these lines, he was taken aback, recognizing the spell. It has appeared. It's earth and masonry magic. Solid stones rapidly coalesced around them, effortlessly forming a simple house made of stone. Goodness gracious, you've even constructed a house for me. Casa responded nonchalantly. Witnessing the structure built through earth and masonry magic ignited Guwen's passion for infrastructure. He was curious whether this world possessed advanced composite magical spells for large-scale construction. Regardless, Guwen noted this phenomenon, intending to initiate road construction throughout the kingdom once the number of magicians increased. To achieve prosperity, one must first build roads. The more remote the area, the more critical the repairs. Were it not for the absence of smoke in this other world, it is likely that Casa would have elegantly lit a cigarette by now, with a mere wave of his hand. He conjured the world's first fully automated brewing machine that seamlessly melds magic with machinery. However, it remains uncertain whether the Empire possesses a similar magical wine. This is the crusher, this is the press, this is the fermentation tank, this is the storage tank, and this is the canning tank. It integrates the spell circuits for complete pulverization, gravity crushing, temperature regulation, and isolation. I have also incorporated an alchemical circuit for glass bottles, ensuring that grapes enter and a bottle of wine emerges. Nevertheless, the brewing process for a batch takes approximately 15 days. Even magic can only abbreviate time to a certain extent. Magic is not miraculous. Casa lamented this reality, stating that while magic exists, it does not perform wonders. An accelerating time is simply unattainable. The utmost it can achieve is to hasten the fermentation process. 15 days is the pinnacle of magical efficiency. What of its magical energy consumption? A mere 1 magic crystal core per day. The cost of a single core is roughly 10 gold coins, alongside some ambient magical energy, rendering it virtually inexpensive. Let us retrieve the ripe magical grapes from outside and see the results of the first batch of wine in the machine. Just as he spoke, Guwen noticed that several new grapevines had sprouted outside, laden with fruit. Clearly, Anasha had taken advantage of the previous moment to cultivate more grapes. Under the gentle caress of sunlight, the clusters of grapes resembled enchanting magical fruits, radiating a captivating glow. Their fruits were plump and round, akin to deep and alluring black gemstones, the purple-black skins glistening with a mysterious sheen, a hue reminiscent of the profound night sky, concealing endless secrets. Each grape was adorned with golden veins, these golden patterns resembling ancient magical runes, winding intricately across the surface of the grapes, as if whispering enigmatic spells. Are they fully ripe? Guwen pondered. Yay, yay, yay. Guwen, I have cultivated 5 grapevines. How's that for efficiency? Were it not for the magic crystal core supplying you with energy, you would still be lying there. Guwen teased, gesturing towards the spot where Anasha had previously reclined. Striking a sore spot, Anasha furiously seized the unfinished grapes and devoured them in great bites, her furious gaze suggesting that she was not chewing grapes, but rather Guwen himself. Do these grapes have a name? After receiving Guwen's permission, Elmer plucked a grape and popped it into his mouth, The perfect balance of sweet and sour burst upon his palate, reminiscent of childhood flavors. Let us call it Cabernet Sauvignon. Reflecting on memories, Guwen bestowed upon this magical grape a familiar name. Cabernet Sauvignon, it sounded beautiful. Indeed, a fitting name for this magical grape. Indeed, did you not previously mention a spell capable of ameliorating the climate? I happen to possess such a spell. You merely need to inscribe it within the four corners of the desired area to effectuate an automatic transformation of the climate therein. Upon encountering these enchanted grapes, Elmer finally comprehended why Guwen had inquired if he possessed a climate-altering incantation. It was intended for these grapes. After all, he had heard of the curse upon the eastern continent, where this barren land could only yield the most rudimentary of crops, and even slightly superior produce would perish upon its soil. As the magical grapes were introduced into the brewing apparatus, the energy from the magic crystal core began to flow incessantly into the magical circuit. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The 15 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Elmer had ascended to the position of a formal lecturer at the Magic Academy and had taken on several disciples. Whispers of a rare wine known as the Imperial Star circulated widely throughout the academy. Have you heard? Since Professor Elmer received the Imperial Star, a treasured gift from Her Majesty the Empress, he has been flaunting it daily. Ah, such a precious gem from the Empire. It is only natural for Professor Elmer to take pride in it, to be esteemed by a third-tier mage hailing from the Empire. The Imperial Star must indeed be an unparalleled rarity. Rumor has it that Her Majesty has decided to auction off several bottles of the Imperial Star at the Royal Auction House. One student leaned in and whispered this news. Another, incredulous, responded, "Is that true? No way. After all, such a precious item being put up for auction seemed implausible. Am I not the son of a count? Would I deceive you?" Upon hearing skepticism directed at him, the student glanced around to ensure their privacy before lowering his voice once more. "I am divulging this to you alone, for the Duke has coveted these Imperial Stars and intends to appropriate them for himself. It was in a fit of anger that Her Majesty resolved to sell them. Otherwise, who would part with treasures from the Empire? Since you are my good friend, I confide in you alone. Do not share this with others. I learned this from Professor Elmer himself." He let it slip. This student was indeed one of Elmer's apprentices. Upon hearing this, the other was already convinced, for a genuine third-tier mage is a veritable celebrity in the Kingdom of Herland, and such news must undoubtedly bear the weight of truth. What they did not realize was that the hidden power of the Kingdom of Herland had long surpassed all limits. Well, believe it or not, I must now hasten to secure funds from my father to purchase a bottle of the Imperial Star. In any case, do not spread this around. I shall remain tight-lipped. After receiving his friend's solemn vow, he hurriedly departed. His urgent demeanor dispelled any lingering doubts in his companion's mind. It is perplexing how, despite the knowledge of merely two individuals, the news has spread throughout the entire academy within a single day, prompting nobles from distant cities to stir with anticipation. What happened to the promise of discretion? In Chapter 88, You Overthink, the auction house buzzed with a throng of heads, each noble seated with an air of indifference, yet secretly brimming with eagerness. Outside, curious commoners gathered, thrilled to witness the assembly of these esteemed lords. Their curiosity piqued as to what could possibly hold such allure. The Duke maintained his regal demeanor, undoubtedly weary from his tireless dedication to the kingdom's affairs. Count Lenar wore a smile, greeting the esteemed Regent Gu when seated nearby, seizing one of the rare opportunities to curry favor with him. Beside him was the student who had initially informed his close companion, none other than Count Lenar's son, Lucas. Since the ascension of Queen Glena, the old noble factions had not known a moment's peace. From the initial Count Cantor to the subsequent Resner family, these nobles, sensing the weakness of the sovereign and the strength of the vassals, resembled wolves scenting blood, poised to spring forth from the shadows to seize a substantial morsel. Fortunately, under Bennett's leadership, the National Security Department has been diligently eliminating these lurking threats, ensuring that those remaining dare not entertain treasonous thoughts, for they have discerned that Regent Guwen is the true Wolf King, fiercely guarding the kingdom of Helen's power and wealth. This protective stance, however, has quelled any aspirations of the nobles to claim a seat at the table. The nobles have divided into three factions, one steadfastly defending their vested interests, another resolved to support Regent Guwen, and a small faction hesitating between allegiance to Guwen or Her Majesty the Empress. They foresee inevitable conflict between Glena and Guwen over power, and those who choose the wrong side may face dire consequences. Count Lenar was among the first to align with Guwen, thus granting his son Lucas the opportunity to become a disciple of Elmer. This decision further solidified Lenar's conviction of Guwen's formidable strength. Behind him stood a third-tier mage. A fearsome force indeed. In truth, Guwen's support is far more formidable than Glena imagines. No need for pleasantries. Your endeavor has been remarkably successful. And this is a result of your efforts, Guwen remarked, producing a wooden box and handing it to Glena. What is this? Glena inquired earnestly, accepting the box with intent to unveil its contents. Guwen restrained his hand, cautioning, this item bears a striking resemblance to what is being auctioned today, so I would advise against opening it just yet. Glena was momentarily taken aback. Striking resemblance? Then, as if struck by inspiration, a fervor ignited within him. He boldly speculated that the box might very well contain a vial of imperial star. The Duke is indeed exceptionally generous. It appears that he has boldly seized the very heart of the empire from Her Majesty the Empress, a treasure of immense value, and without hesitation presented it as a reward to me. It seems I was wise to firmly align myself with the Duke, who truly stands ready to challenge Her Majesty in support of his followers. I am deeply moved. Meanwhile, Glena has been assigned to the main seat, positioned at a considerable distance from Guwen. The multitude present makes her feel rather uneasy, as she struggles to adapt to such a lively atmosphere. Initially, she had hoped to sit beside Guwen, but he insisted on maintaining a distance in this public setting, leaving her feeling somewhat sulky in her designated place. A few nobles hesitated, contemplating whether to approach Her Majesty for conversation. They are among the few still wavering, intent on observing whether she possesses the capability to bear the burden before making any decisions. Yet, their peripheral glances remain fixated on Guwen's vicinity. Guwen's ruthless nature has instilled fear in them, having decisively eliminated those with dissenting opinions or intentions. They have tacitly accepted him as the tyrannical usurper of authority, and it is imperative that they do not let him become aware of their interactions with Her Majesty, lest they find themselves in grave danger. Despite the peril, they feel compelled to engage with Glena, as this may be one of their few opportunities to do so. Currently, she is not within the palace, but rather confined under Guwen's soft imprisonment at his estate, constantly monitored by his allies within the academy. Observing Guwen surrounded by sycophants, their attention is entirely diverted from her. A viscount approached Glena, who was lost in thought due to her idleness, and performed a courteous bow. Your Majesty, are you troubled by how to escape from the clutches of that treacherous Guwen? We are willing to offer our assistance to liberate you from this plight. He spoke swiftly, anxious that Guwen might notice the unusual exchange. He expected Glena to respond as if she had found a savior, yet to his surprise, she merely emerged from her stupor. Oh, it was as if she had heard a commonplace inquiry, and she responded with a perfunctory "oh." Now, it was the Viscount's turn to feel anxious. Your Majesty, why do you remain silent? If you fear failure, there is no need for concern. We have connections in other nations, which could also serve as your support. Enough, enough. Such matters are troublesome. If there are issues, consult Guwen. He is the regent, and these matters fall under his purview. The Viscount was taken aback. Upon hearing this, he felt that Glena was simply an insurmountable burden. My friend, do you dare let that deathly figure Guwen know about such things? By then, you may not face a threat to your life, but we would surely be left in ashes. We risked our lives to assist you. And this is the attitude you present? What distinguishes this from the complacency of those content in their own realm? Observing the agitated Viscount, who still wished to speak, Glena's frigid gaze bore down upon him. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. I have no interest in what you have to say, so please do not trouble me. To her astonishment, these minor nobles dared to sow discord between her and the deep bond she shared with the Duke. Were it not for Guwen's insistence on declining the throne, she would have had no desire to assume the role of Empress. Is it not infinitely more delightful to practice swordsmanship with the charming Zilia and study magic with the aloof Evelina than to occupy the throne? Embraced by Zilia on one side and Evelina on the other, occasionally seeking a hug from the Duke, what bliss! Such a life is worth more than 100 pieces of gold. Thus, she waved her hand dismissively, eager to expel these individuals, for their flattering words merely cloaked their intent to manipulate her as a puppet monarch. How many among them are truly sincere? Only Guwen remains untainted by ulterior motives, illuminating the kingdom, and, in his self-absorbed view, himself, with his fervor. Glena's demeanor left the Viscount feeling utterly disheartened. Was there no hope for the kingdom's future? Just as he contemplated further persuasion, he heard a voice behind him that sent a chill down his spine. The Emperor commands you to leave. Do not continue to disturb Her Majesty. Guwen had dismissed the sycophants surrounding him and approached Glena to discuss certain matters, only to witness a young Viscount standing before her, promptly dismissed by Glena. He instinctively assumed this was yet another flatterer. Yes, I shall take my leave at once. The Viscount felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily departing. He cast a glance back to see Glena, who had been sullen, now wearing a radiant, foolish smile upon seeing Guwen. A realization dawned upon him. The Empress was not truly rejecting him. It was that Guwen had arrived behind him. The wave of her hand was not a dismissal, but a warning of the danger lurking behind him. Now, to alleviate Guwen's vigilance, the Empress was putting on a brave face, even adopting this absurd grin. To deceive Guwen, Her Majesty was making significant sacrifices. Your Majesty, I shall undoubtedly assist you in escaping Guwen's persecution. The Viscount, moved, silently vowed to himself. Chapter 89. I merely patted your head, not intending to crush your skull. Guwen rubbed his nose, sensing a vague hostility, though its source eluded him. Your Majesty, who is that individual? Is he seeking something from you? Oh, he is of no consequence, merely a self-important jester. Glena labeled the Viscount a clown, determined that inconsequential figures would not disrupt her intimacy with the Duke. Guwen, I have rendered you an immense service, sacrificing even my own reputation. Do you not owe me some form of recompense? As she spoke, she attempted to grasp Guwen's hand, but he deftly evaded her grasp. Upon hearing her words, Guwen naturally comprehended that the sacrifice she alluded to was the publicity surrounding the Empire's star, yet it seemed he was the one making the greater sacrifice. It was I who had been molded into a villainous figure, rising against authority, while in Glena's narrative, it became her sacrifice. Furthermore, please refrain from seizing my hand. Such behavior is quite unbecoming. With his hands clasped behind his back, denying Glena any opportunity, Guwen cleared his throat. Your Majesty speaks truthfully. Your sacrifice is indeed considerable. Thus, let us agree that half of the authority regarding the kingdom's affairs shall be returned to your Majesty. In Guwen's estimation, Glena must be yearning to reclaim a portion of her rightful power. It was understandable. Although he held the title of regent, Glena undoubtedly felt the sting of her diminished authority. After all, he did not covet power, and returning a portion of it seemed a fair course of action. Wait, Guwen, that was not my intention, Glena exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. This was not the form of compensation she had envisioned. Before she could express her dissent, Guwen continued with his next remark. Is your Majesty concerned about your ability to manage affairs? Fear not. Evelina is a competent official, and with her assistance, you may navigate the governance smoothly. The remaining authority will gradually be reinstated to your Majesty. Guwen had thought Glena was apprehensive about her capabilities, hence his attempt to reassure her. Were it not for the concern that returning all power at once might overwhelm her, he would have gladly announced his resignation as regent and retreated into the shadows. Such a straightforward relinquishment of authority would surely dispel any notion Glena might have of him coveting her power. He had gone to great lengths to prevent any misinterpretation of his intentions. Does your Majesty have any other matters to address? Guwen inquired, observing Glena's hesitation. Seated upon the elevated throne, faced with his shining gaze, she found it difficult to utter her refusal. After all, it would indeed appear peculiar for a reigning empress to decline the authority that rightfully belonged to her. The Duke had always dedicated himself to nurturing her into a capable empress. Would he not be disappointed if she failed to meet expectations? As the throne was set high, Glena's feet barely touched the ground, her porcelain-white legs swinging delicately in the air. The thought of Guwen's potential disappointment rendered her unable to voice her refusal. No issues at all. I shall strive to learn how to manage affairs, she declared, though internally she was in turmoil. But why does the Duke not covet power? Glena lamented within herself. This was entirely different from the numerous tales she had perused. Even the trajectory of the narrative was askew. Having anticipated that residing in Guwen's manor would lead him to indulge in some nefarious acts, such as exploring the basement or engaging in rope play, I was instead met with an unexpected distance between us, akin to the relationship between an aging king and his steadfast minister. How reassuring. I had feared that His Majesty was uninterested. Guwen instinctively reached out to stroke Glena's head, only to realize the presence of numerous onlookers, prompting him to awkwardly withdraw his hand. Alas, such a gesture had become instinctual. However, Glena was undeniably adorable, truly deserving of such affection. Suddenly, Guwen sensed a multitude of gazes directed at him, as if he were under a scrutinizing spotlight. He stiffly turned his head, surveying the other nobles present. To his surprise, the previously animated aristocrats, who had been eagerly engaging in conversation, now resembled quail, retreating into themselves, their eyes fixated on the ground. Upon noticing Guwen's gaze, they became increasingly uncomfortable. What have I just witnessed? Did the regent truly intend to shatter Her Majesty's head? The old faction of nobles grew increasingly anxious. If the Lord were to publicly execute the Empress, should I pledge my allegiance to him, or remain steadfastly loyal? Count Reiner, however, was brimming with excitement, having long prepared for rebellion. He surveyed the room, convinced that these cowardly nobles posed no challenge to his duke. Insurrection was assured. It was infuriating. Guwen's intentions were common knowledge, yet these nobles dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, a viscount seated in the corner, filled with urgency, glared at the silent gathering, incensed by their reticence. Yet, he would never admit to being one of the timid. As for matters of political cleansing, that could wait. There is a saying, build high walls, accumulate provisions, and plan meticulously for the long term. With this thought, the viscount lowered his head further, understanding that enduring humiliation was imperative. If Guwen were to hear the diverse thoughts of these nobles, he would surely be overwhelmed. He had merely patted Glena's head, and they leapt to such dire conclusions? Furthermore, the system interface joined the fray. The intentions of Sima Zhao are evident to all. You actually plan to commit regicide before the nobles, a breach of decorum that threatens the state. You are no longer satisfied with power. Your next step may lead to national calamity. Reward granted, skill. Enhancement 12. This can be applied to any item, randomly enhancing one attribute of the item 12-fold, but with a chance of incurring a negative effect. The stronger the item's attributes, the lower the success rate for enhancement, and failed attempts do not refund usage. 3 uses per day. Guwen gazed at the words on the interface, momentarily rendered speechless, unable to muster a defense. The system had begun to openly slander him. Patting a head equated to regicide? I nearly thought I had transformed into a tyrant. Your Majesty, I suddenly feel as though I am carrying a significant burden. Guwen murmured an enigmatic remark. Carrying a burden? Yet there is nothing behind you. Glena sensed that Guwen resembled a riddle, never articulating his thoughts clearly. Concerned that her words might worsen the situation, Guwen silently returned to his seat. He retrieved the few belongings he possessed, particularly the heart's reflection mirror, a compact device he had kept in his pocket. He intended to experiment with his newfound ability. Enhancement 12 sounded formidable, promising a 12-fold increase. Was this not extraordinary? Chapter 90. Dismal Enhancement. With the heart's reflection mirror in hand, Guwen proceeded to enhance it. As the enhancement animation concluded, the system confirmed its success. Guwen examined the mirror, now adorned with a golden line, and its description panel illuminated. Artifact, Heart's Reflection Mirror, Enhanced 12. Ability, allows one to perceive others' friendliness and enmity towards you. Enhancement effect, when focusing on an individual, you will hear their innermost thoughts. Negative effect, the information gathered through mind reading is sporadic. Mind reading? Has it transformed into a divine artifact? Am I not invincible now? Guwen promptly donned the Heart's Reflection Mirror and directed his gaze towards the nearest count, Glena. Indeed, a voice imbued with Glena's distinctive tone resonated in Guwen's ear. Audible only to him, the effect resembled the crackling of a faulty old radio. I shall make do with this. After all, it is mind reading. Even the most rudimentary mind reading is still mind reading. Meanwhile, Lucas gazed at Guwen, pondering. Father said that from now on, we must look to Lord Guwen as our leader. Though he is merely 7 or 8 years my senior, his accomplishments are already astonishing. I too shall strive to follow in the footsteps of such a distinguished man. Having gleaned Glena's thoughts, Guwen decided to catch a glimpse of Lucas's musings, as he was, after all, one of his contributors. However, the moment he focused on Lucas, the voice made Guwen wish he were deaf. I too aspire to be a man like Duke. Upon hearing this, Guwen immediately removed the Heart's Reflection Mirror, regretting his decision to delve into Lucas's thoughts. Perhaps the mirror's sporadic nature rendered it inaccurate. Indeed, it must have missed some crucial information. As Guwen sought to console himself, Lucas, noticing Guwen's gaze, lifted his head and flashed a foolish grin. Damn it, there is not even a 1% chance I should gamble on this. Reiner, have you ever considered sending your son to the frontier city of Ironstone to join the new army for a few years of training? Would that be too hasty? Reiner was taken aback by Guwen's suggestion. No. At such a tender age, it is indeed the perfect time for a young man to endure hardship and hone his skills. I firmly believe he will excel in the military. Guwen's words completely swayed the somewhat hesitant Reiner. To him, it seemed that Guwen was subtly hinting that his son, Lucas, could assume a significant role in the army. His son was already a disciple of the esteemed third-tier mage, Elmer. All signs pointed to the notion that they were being treated as confidants. If that were the case, wouldn't it be a betrayal of Guwen's trust if he declined? Grateful for such esteemed guidance, Lucas was indeed fortunate. He wondered when he would be able to depart. The sooner, the better. Absurd. For a man who coveted his charm, he must be sent away without delay. Not a moment should be wasted. Thus, Reiner decisively resolved to send his son Lucas off with great enthusiasm. Any further hesitation would be deemed abnormal. Meanwhile, Lucas remained blissfully unaware of the arduous trials that awaited him, still smiling foolishly and dreaming of becoming someone like Guwen. With the decision to send Lucas finalized, Guwen felt considerably uplifted, assured of his own safety. He then turned his gaze towards the mind mirror he held tightly in his grip, promptly stowing it away in the inner pocket of his clothing. He had no desire to use it for the time being. Who knew when he might again hear some explosive remarks that would cause him distress? He wished to retract his earlier assessment. No matter how poor the mind-reading technique, it was still undesirable. He hoped never to endure such an experience again. Suddenly, the lights in the auction house extinguished, and a spotlight illuminated the cover of the auction item. A gold medal auctioneer ascended from the audience, first bowing to Glena and Guwen, before finally acknowledging the assembled nobles. The auction item was the Empire's star, reputed to be the finest wine from the Empire. He clapped his hands, and several maidens approached with trays, offering a glass of wine to each noble present. The liquid within the glasses shimmered in deep purple and crimson hues, as faint golden flecks floated and danced upon the surface, reminiscent of fireflies in flight. Those flecks were solidified magical essence derived from enchanted grapes. Each glass radiated a soft halo, a dreamlike spectrum of colors. The auctioneer's voice resonated once more, explaining that the Empire's star was crafted from the most precious magical grapes, enriched by the intricate spells of dozens of high-tier mages during its creation, ensuring the wine remained in a state of perfection. Its effects included restoring mental vigor, enhancing physical strength, providing a sense of bliss, accelerating magical cultivation, and, most importantly, it bore a slight chance of augmenting one's magical aptitude and extraordinary gifts. The auctioneer trembled as he articulated a series of effects pertaining to the Imperial Star. Despite being privy to this information beforehand, he was still overcome with excitement. Upon hearing his words, the nobles, who initially intended merely to acquire it for their collections, transformed their gazes into fervent anticipation. What once was merely a collectible had now evolved into a treasure that could potentially alter destinies. Every family has at least one child with lackluster talents. Even those who consider themselves prodigious yearn for further enhancement of their abilities. Initially, a hint of skepticism lingered. However, the moment one individual boldly took a sip from the offered chalice, the experience unfolded as a sublime delight. The exquisite flavor, reminiscent of a rainbow, surged like a tempest upon their taste buds, sweeping away any remnants of fatigue. Older nobles felt rejuvenated, as if they could extend their years. A sudden surge of magical energy erupted from Count Reiner, a manifestation of his breakthrough. To maintain the decorum of the gathering, Elmer, who had been discreetly overseeing the event, swiftly erected a magical barrier to contain the erratic currents of magic. Reiner stared in disbelief at himself. Had he truly transcended his previous limitations? His innate talent had hitherto confined him to the pinnacle of the first tier, yet he had now ascended to the second tier of the extraordinary. This was the effect of the Imperial Star. Other nobles, aware of Reiner's circumstances, widened their eyes in astonishment and eagerly consumed their own beverages. While it did not facilitate their breakthroughs, they could indeed feel a subtle enhancement in their own powers. Most importantly, the euphoric sensation was utterly intoxicating. Before they could fully savor this newfound feeling, they realized their glasses had been drained in one swift motion. As all the nobles experienced the wonders of the Imperial Star, their desire for it intensified. They all shared a fervent resolve. The Imperial Star must be theirs. Chapter 91. A resounding reputation. The auctioneer gently struck his gavel. The first bottle of Imperial Star, starting bid of 1,000 gold coins. Each increment must be no less than 100 gold coins. Suddenly, a count stepped forward. He had conferred with his advisors prior to his arrival. The fact that this auction could proceed smoothly indicated that none of the bidders included Duke Guwen. Why? It was evident to all that the current power broker of the Hel Kingdom was indeed Guwen, while the Empress's presence had dwindled to an almost absurd degree. Without Guwen's consent, it was unlikely that even the Empress would make a public appearance. Could a sovereign stripped of power still be deemed a sovereign? The true reason for this auction's occurrence was undoubtedly linked to the widespread discontent arising from Guwen's grand implementation of the noble tax system, which had incited public ire. Thus, he likely sought to offer a portion of valuable goods to placate the populace. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Count Koss of Cow City. I am resolutely determined to obtain these 3 bottles of the Imperial Star, and I implore you all to grant me this favor and refrain from competing with me. As the words fell, Whispers arose among the audience. Who is this fellow? Isn't Cow City a rural backwater? Even a remote earl dares to be so arrogant? The title he bears is inherited from his father, who, one might note, was a mere insignificant figure exiled by the old king to Cow City. It is common knowledge that there are three kinds of nobility: those with real power in the royal capital, those with fiefs, and those without power or territory, residing far from the royal seat. The last category is one that anyone can trample upon. Offer you a favor? Who do you think you are? I bid 2,000 gold coins. A viscount from the royal capital disregarded Kos's remarks, even going so far as to belittle him. Stuck at the pinnacle of the first tier for quite some time, he was undeniably tempted by Count Rainer's breakthrough. The sip of wine he had just taken sparked the sensation of a potential breakthrough. It felt as though he was on the verge of leaping across a chasm, only for that feeling to slip away like a kite severed from its string, no longer within his grasp. If one cup would not suffice, he resolved to purchase an entire bottle of Imperial Star, believing that a quantitative change would lead to a qualitative one. As long as he could ascend to the second tier of the extraordinary, he would not fear a rural earl like Kos, even if there were 10 of him. However, Kos could only snort in disdain. Humph, a nameless pawn dares to compete with me in wealth? He possessed ample funds, yet what he truly lacked was prestige. And this upstart viscount thought to contest him for the Imperial Star. Overreaching himself, I bid 3,000 gold coins. Kos held up 3 fingers. 4,000. The viscount, unwilling to concede, countered, having some holdings in the royal capital. 5,000. Bored, Kos waved his hand, for he was quite well off. The viscount, feeling the contempt emanating from Kos, who looked down upon him, was incensed, akin to a gambler whose eyes had turned red at the table. Throwing out what he deemed an irresistible offer. 9,000 gold coins. Ha ha ha, have you flinched? After announcing this price, the viscount flashed a provocative smile at Kos, convinced that this exorbitant sum would deter him from further bidding. Unfortunately, under his gaze, Kos merely extended a finger, seemingly disinterested. I bid 11,000. Thinking that Kos was offering 10,000 gold coins, the viscount intended to raise his bid once more, but he was interrupted by Kos. I am not bidding 10,000 gold coins. I am bidding 100,000 gold coins. I have no desire to engage in a protracted contest with you here. When the auction price of 100,000 gold coins was announced, the viscount turned pale, for he could not possibly produce such an amount. Much of his wealth had already been devoted to repaying taxes, as they were the first targets of the noble tax law. With no further bids, Kos successfully acquired the first bottle of Imperial Star, simultaneously elevating his own reputation at the expense of the viscount. Naturally, he also caught the attention of Guwen. Kos. In a remote city, the exiled count managed to produce a staggering sum of 100,000 gold coins. It seemed prudent to have Bennett investigate further. After all, since the implementation of the noble tax law, nearly all aristocrats had contributed substantial amounts to settle their past dues, coerced by the members of the national security with blades at their throats. He was confident that not a single one had escaped scrutiny. Thus, this Count Kos must either possess an immense hidden fortune or have access to a lucrative scheme. Regardless of the perspective, it was undeniably suspicious. Shifting focus to the auction house, Count Kos, having lavishly spent 100,000 gold coins on the first bottle of Imperial Star, reveled in the myriad of gazes directed at him, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had attracted the attention of a certain individual. The lesser nobles, who had hoped to acquire a bottle of Imperial Star themselves, soon realized that they were mere spectators in this grand affair. Nevertheless, witnessing the grandeur of the high aristocrats was not without its merits. Following Count Kos's lead, the remaining 2 bottles of Imperial Star were subsequently purchased by Count Rainer and another count from the royal capital for 130,000 and 170,000 gold coins, respectively. Meanwhile, the auction of Imperial Star in the Norton Kingdom reached its conclusion. To ensure the beverage gained notoriety, Guwen not only conducted auctions within the Norton Kingdom, but also enlisted several nobles from neighboring realms as endorsers, even managing to sway the previously hostile Duchy of Cialan into participating in this grand promotion. However, Guwen was unaware that Grand Duke Stewart of the Duchy of Cialan, after acquiring several bottles of Imperial Star, had chosen to present them as tribute to a prominent figure within the empire. Upon tasting it, this individual sang the praises of Imperial Star. Naturally, this esteemed person became curious about the origins of Imperial Star and, after a thorough investigation, discovered that, despite its name, it had no connection to the empire whatsoever. Following a convoluted inquiry, the trail eventually led to Axel. Guwen had entrusted Axel with several bottles of Imperial Star, encouraging him to attempt selling a few within the empire, with the outcome being secondary to the goal of establishing its connection to the empire. Initially, this prominent figure contemplated seizing the formula for Imperial Star, but upon realizing that it was Axel behind it, especially after Axel claimed it to be a treasure he had discovered in the Eastern continent, such thoughts were swiftly extinguished. After all, to jeopardize relations over a mere beverage would be unwise. What had begun as a mere gilding of gold dust unexpectedly led to a surge in demand. A single bottle of Imperial Star eventually sold for a staggering price of 1 million within the empire, solidifying its status as a truly illustrious product, akin to a rising star in the firmament. Chapter 92 Elf. Following the unforeseen success of Imperial Star in the empire, Guwen remained blissfully unaware, as his hope was merely for enhanced sales in the Eastern continent. Yet, the system's notifications arrived swifter than the good news. The Empire's product, the Star of the Empire, has surged in popularity, its name resonating throughout every corner of the continent. The broader its influence, the further the kingdom's infamy spreads. In the phase of the kingdom's resurgence, it is said that while fame can be daunting, one need not fear if they possess sufficient strength alongside it. The resurgence buffs include talents of the land. In the misty realm of Xiongzhou, where exceptional individuals swiftly emerge, no land can rival our capacity for nurturing talent. Effect. Those loyal to the kingdom will have a slight chance of enhancing their innate abilities, recovering from injuries, strengthening their physiques, and experiencing bursts of inspiration, with a 10% increase in likelihood. What is happening? Has the Star of the Empire truly become a sensation? Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Guwen felt a wave of unease. The Empire's rise to fame was not his desired outcome. After all, the Empire boasts countless formidable individuals. If anyone were to discover that the origin of the Star of the Empire lay within a remote nation in the Eastern continent, they would undoubtedly be met by the Empire's sacred legion. Such a prized possession could not be allowed to remain outside the Empire's grasp. As anticipated, Axel soon contacted Guwen through the control ring. My lord, the Star of the Empire is selling like wildfire within the Empire, with each bottle fetching astronomical prices exceeding 1 million gold coins. The wines you provided have generated nearly 10 million gold coins in sales. Are they not concerned about inflation? To deter their greedy hands from reaching out to you, I falsely claimed that the Star of the Empire is a specialty drink of mine, and gradually, they have settled down. What should we do next? Should we continue selling? Indeed, we must sell, and at a premium. I will periodically transmit batches of the Star of the Empire to you via the control ring. You need not worry, sell them vigorously. Once the deal is concluded, we shall split the profits 80-20, with you receiving 20 and I 80. Once the communication concluded, Guwen remained vigilant. Although he spoke of vigorous sales, that was solely directed at the Empire. It seemed a shift in the original sales strategy was necessary. The high-quality Star of the Empire would secretly be dispatched to Axel for sale, while the magical wines circulating in the Eastern continent would be downgraded by 2 tiers, rebranded, and sold anew to avoid drawing the Empire's attention. If the once rare Star of the Empire were to flood the barren lands of the Eastern continent, it would merely be a matter of time before the Empire traced it back to its source. Thus, following a flurry of urgent public relations maneuvers, a new wine named Honor and Glory began circulating in the Eastern continent. The Empire's star's meteoric rise had also left the nobles, who had missed out on it, lamenting their lost opportunity. This was the very product lauded by the Empire's elite, and these nobles felt as though they had suffered a loss of billions. Honor and Glory, while claiming to match the quality of the Star of the Empire, bore the suspicion of capitalizing on its fame. Although its quality was diminished, it remained an authentic magical wine, merely subjected to a reduction in potency and dilution with water. It still retained the ability to invigorate the spirit, alleviate fatigue, and offer a refreshing experience. The 2 magical wines have rendered Guwen's treasury exceedingly prosperous, making him comparably wealthy to an entire nation. In the dimly lit dungeon, Kos, covered in wounds, has long since lost the spirited arrogance that once accompanied his lavish spending. Bennett is relentlessly wielding a whip, deliberately soaked in salt and pepper solution, inflicting pain while simultaneously disinfecting the wounds. Yet, even amidst such agony, he continues to protest his innocence. You are employing extrajudicial punishment against a noble. Are you attempting to incite rebellion? Alas, Kos is oblivious to the concept of the National Security Department. He is merely aware that these individuals have audaciously abducted him to this grim place. Previously, he had been frivolously squandering wealth in the royal capital, exchanging flattery with other nobles, only to find himself unceremoniously captured and thrown into a dungeon by these people. Upon hearing Kos's continued defiance, Bennett scoffed, intensifying the force of his whip. So, you still refuse to confess? After receiving orders from Guwen, Bennett had promptly proceeded to Cow City for a clandestine 3-day investigation. This inquiry indeed unveiled some troubling clues. Kos had secretly controlled a concealed iron mine, the existence of which was absent from the records of the Hel Kingdom, as it was being smuggled in a steady stream to the territory of the undead. Such actions are utterly intolerable. Smuggling iron is tantamount to aiding the enemy. Should the backward undead be equipped with iron armor and weapons, it would spell disaster for the Hel Kingdom. This behavior is akin to treason. Confess what? My family has been loyal to the kingdom for generations. We are all innocent and virtuous, never having committed any heinous acts. He exclaimed. I see. You are all minions of that treacherous Guwen, aren't you? This is blatant malevolence. He deserves to perish. Kos had never considered that his own misdeeds had been uncovered. He believed his arrangements were exceedingly discreet, which fueled his audacity. Silence. Bennett struck him across the mouth with the whip, rendering him speechless, the pain searing through him. Bravado may bring momentary satisfaction, but it leads to ruin. Shortly thereafter, a group, driven by the whip, entered the dungeon, forced to kneel, allowing Kos a clear view of their faces. Gradually, his earlier bravado began to wane. I believe you are quite familiar with them, Bennett remarked, gesturing with his whip toward the kneeling figures. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Kos glanced over. It was a glance that felt eternal. Bennett's chilling, bloodthirsty voice loomed closer, like an impending executioner's blade. Your head steward and your smuggling crew. We have traced your iron mine. What further defiance do you have? The consequences of selling iron might lead to financial ruin, but it would not typically result in corporeal suffering. However, regrettably, you have committed the crime of treason. Upon hearing this, Kos's mental defenses crumbled entirely. Bloodied and contorted, he howled in anguish. Tina, did I not instruct you to remain in the territory of the undead during my absence? The appearance of Tien signifies that his dealings with the undead have been thoroughly exposed. He is as good as dead. Yet, he is unwilling to accept that such a flawless plan could unravel so easily. Tien suddenly lamented, My lord, that scoundrel Steelbone King betrayed us, seizing our goods and forcing us to retreat from the wasteland, which ultimately led to our capture. Upon hearing that it was Steelbone King who had turned against them, Kos closed his eyes in despair. Although the undead are indeed a treacherous race, this effectively severed their source of iron. Could it be that Steelbone King has forsaken even his own interests? Unable to comprehend this, Kos chose to abandon the thought. The most lamentable fate is when one passes away before exhausting their wealth. If you let me go, I can offer you 10,000 gold coins. He attempted one last desperate plea. Bribery is futile, and a mere 10,000 gold coins? Is that your measure of my integrity? Who could withstand such a test? Take them away, and prepare for execution. It was unexpected that, in his final moments, he could only part with 10,000 gold coins. After all, he was the Minister of National Security. Such stinginess. Suddenly, a member of the National Security team approached Bennett to report on the inventory. When Bennett captured this group responsible for smuggling, they had a cart full of contraband, which he assumed was payment for the exchange with the undead. So, what are these goods? Are there any issues? The member hesitated. Spit it out already. We found an unconscious elf among them. Chapter 93. A false hope. The report from his subordinate nearly caused Bennett's CPU to overheat. He had anticipated something significant, only to discover it was an elf. You mean to say you found an elf? Aren't they from the Western continent? How could she possibly be here? How could an elf traverse most of the continent from the Elven Kingdom in the west to the Eastern continent? Surprised by his superior's skepticism, the subordinate hastily clarified, Boss, this is absolutely true. Moreover, she is a female elf, quite beautiful. We should present her to Lord Guwen. First ascertain the identity of that elf, then report back to the Lord. Although Bennett found merit in his subordinate's suggestion, he recognized that elves are among the most unique races on the continent, and he dared not act impulsively. A misstep could lead to disaster. With this in mind, Bennett reached out and seized a certain individual who had been taken away. Now tell me, where did you acquire that elf? Surely, she cannot be a transformation of some undead? These individuals had been on the territory of the undead before being captured. Thus, the elf could not have simply materialized from thin air. The man was suddenly yanked through the air, and upon confronting the half-human, half-demon visage of Bennett, he was already paralyzed with terror, his reactions dulled. Do not eat me. Do not eat me. I will tell you anything. In his plea for mercy, a liquid seeped through his trousers and pooled on the ground. Witnessing this, Bennett disdainfully hurled him to the floor, and the palpable dread engulfed the man like a tangible force. He attempted to speak, but his mind was blank from overwhelming fear, leaving him at a loss for words. The more he struggled to articulate himself, the more frantic he became, ultimately succumbing to tears. Crying is a waste of time. I shall count to 3. If you cannot speak by then, I will send you on your way. Bennett observed the man's tear-streaked face, which deepened the shadowy hue of his already dark complexion. Many had wept in the dungeon, but tears served no purpose other than to invite further torment. 3, 2, 1. Bennett prolonged the final second of the countdown, his grip tightening around his serrated blade stained with blood and rust, as if he were poised to sever the man's head in the next moment. That last second plunged the man into the depths of despair, his acute panic rendering him momentarily lost in the fleeting reel of his life. In the midst of this mental turmoil, he finally managed to speak, his voice betraying his anxiety. The elf. I found her on the road. We were fleeing from the Steelbone King of the Undead and encountered her by the edge of a forest while returning to Cow City. In our rage against the betrayal of the Steelbone King, we seized her, intending to sell her in the black market upon our return to the kingdom. I had no idea she was from the dwarves. You fool! How dare you capture an elf of unknown origin? Lock this useless creature away and prepare for a proper execution with Kos. Bennett's frustration was palpable. Here was a wretch who, instead of providing useful information to mitigate his own punishment, could not even fabricate a coherent tale. Nevertheless, it mattered little, even if he revealed something of value. Bennett could only assure that this wretch would meet his end with the sturdiest of ropes, thus enduring less suffering. After all, 0 multiplied by any number is still 0. And a death sentence, regardless of any mitigating circumstances, remains a death sentence. Sir, what shall we do next? The subordinate, uncertain of the next course of action, sought guidance from his leader. Pondering briefly, Bennett replied, "Let us present the elf to the Duke. His vast powers will surely provide a solution." In truth, Bennett was equally unsure, aligning with his subordinate's thoughts, believing that following his leader's direction was the safest course. Moreover, elves were renowned throughout the continent for their unparalleled beauty and exceptional magical aptitude. Any offspring of an elf would undoubtedly possess significant magical talent. Historical accounts, albeit obscure, suggest that the progeny of elves and goblins exhibit even greater magical abilities and physical strength, marking them as unique beings among goblins. In a manner akin to a light bulb moment, Bennett's face radiated with an almost maternal smile. "Bennett, what are you grinning about? You still haven't explained the situation regarding this fairy." At that moment, Guwen was engrossed in a discussion with Anisha about the cultivation of new magical fruits when Bennett unexpectedly approached him, silently accompanied by a fairy. This fairy appeared to be deeply traumatized, displaying signs of autism, and seemed to be lost in a daze. Just as Guwen was about to inquire about Bennett's peculiar antics, Bennett boldly proclaimed in front of everyone, "Sir, I have brought you a fairy, hee." Anisha then cast a gaze filled with inscrutable emotions upon Guwen. Being a noble, Guwen was well aware that nobles often toyed with fairies, sometimes to their detriment, and this beautiful fairy bore the unmistakable signs of having been mishandled. Thus, the truth began to rearrange itself in Anasha's mind. Guwen had ruined this fairy. That realization struck Guwen profoundly. "Your Grace, I had initially thought you were different from the other nobles, but it seems I have been mistaken about you." As she spoke, she took a step back, as though she had just discovered that her amiable neighbor was, in fact, a murderer. What on earth is happening here? Anisha turned on her heel, as if resolved to make a decisive choice. Consequently, Guwen and the fairy girl sat in silence within the parlor, while Bennett continued to chuckle foolishly. "Oh, it's nothing. I just thought of something amusing. Please refrain from bringing me such surprises in the future. Now tell me, where did you acquire this fairy?" Guwen felt as though his reputation had been irreparably tarnished. He appeared to be alive, but had already succumbed to death in the eyes of others. However, Bennett remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation and divulged everything he knew about the fairy. "So, you rescued her from that group of smugglers under Kos?" Guwen glanced at the girl across from him. She merely sat quietly curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, seemingly indifferent to the world around her. Her shimmering silver hair was a hallmark of high elves, a symbol of their noble status, and as a child of nature, fairies inherently possessed a cleansing aura, meaning, regardless of the circumstances, she would remain unsoiled. Yet, the fairy's attire was somewhat tattered, with several rips caused by branches. "Indeed, that's all I know. Bennett, have you considered honing your skills recently? I hereby appoint you as the director of the Eastern Continent Intelligence Agency. From this moment forth, you shall depart from the kingdom of Herland to establish a network of intelligence in other kingdoms. The scale of your network will determine the extent of your power." Guwen delicately sipped from the freshly brewed floral tea and, with a sudden flash of inspiration, assigned Bennett a formidable task. The fact that she could surprise herself in this manner indicated that Bennett was rather idle. Guwen resolved to allocate some responsibilities to channel this fellow's energy, preventing any further self-indulgence. It was akin to cultivating new land. Whatever was harvested would be credited to him. Upon hearing this, Bennett felt no discontent. Rather, he interpreted it as a sign of Guwen's esteem for him. The position of the director of the continent was indeed superior to his current role. Had there not been others present, he would have been tempted to kneel and proclaim, "Ah, after a life of wandering, I lament not having encountered a wise ruler. Should you not forsake me, I would gladly pledge myself as your adopted son." Chapter 94. You wish me to slay the Elven Queen? After successfully dispatching the troublesome Bennett, Guwen released a sigh of relief. "Hello, can you speak?" She observed the silent elf, pondering how to coax her into conversation. Without her cooperation, no amount of strategy would yield results. "If you choose not to speak, I can arrange for your safe return to the Tree Kingdom." The Tree Kingdom, home to all elves, was safeguarded by the pinnacle tree god, the core of its ancient magical array, much like a celestial umbrella protecting all elves within its realm. Even the Empire had instituted protective decrees for the elves. Though illicit trading persisted in the shadows, at least it was not as overtly rampant as before. Guwen speculated that the elf before her might have been captured by a noble and had only just escaped, leaving her incapable of independent survival. With a heart inclined towards goodness, returning this lost elf to the Tree Kingdom seemed a noble deed. Upon hearing that someone wished to escort her back to her homeland, the young elf's ears perked up. She tightened her embrace around herself, her lips paling. Within her gem-like, crystalline eyes, intricate patterns illuminated, as if a magical array was swirling within. "Assist me in slaying an elf, and upon completion, I shall present you with a sacred artifact from the Tree Kingdom as a reward." Silence fell heavy. Then the elf exclaimed incredulously, "Are you suggesting that a mere duke from a distant kingdom should confront numerous powerful elves in the Tree Kingdom, disregarding the ancient magical array, to eliminate one of their kin? Have you lost your mind? You are placing an insurmountable burden upon me. I am but an ordinary person. I cannot undertake such a task. No, I am not a killer. You should seek someone more qualified for this endeavor." This demand prompted Guwen to rise abruptly from her seat. How could she possibly possess the capability to eliminate an elf? The elf maiden's shocking proclamation contradicted the well-known image of elves as a united and harmonious community. How had they come to name a target for assassination? "You cannot deceive me. My spiritual eyes can see through your guise. Within your being lies an immense power." Caught off guard, Guwen realized that the elf possessed a probing skill, revealing her hidden depths. "However, I hold no interest in the sacred artifact." Guwen leaned back, languidly seeking a comfortable position. "I have perceived the ominous aura surrounding you, a divine mark, indicating that you shall indeed require that sacred relic." In response to Guwen's dismissal, the young girl remained unperturbed, slowly articulating a rationale she believed he could not refuse. This caused Guwen to waver. The ominous aura linked to the divine reminded him of the recent demon god. Was it possible that it was soon to arrive? Contemplating this, Guwen's expression darkened. The 5/5 domain could only withstand for 10 minutes. Thereafter, he would need to rely on his own formidable strength. "You must first disclose your name," he insisted. "Gwenllian." She replied, "Very well. I wish to know who the elf you intend to slay is. Your nemesis who has driven you to such despair?" A sacred artifact was indeed an irresistible treasure for Guwen, who had come to recognize the imminent peril. Yet, he was left pondering the identity of the elf Gwenllian sought to eliminate. Considering her dire predicament, he instinctively surmised that this elf might be the one responsible for her downfall. Assisting her in revenge should not pose a significant challenge, he reasoned. At the mention of that individual, Gwenllian scoffed, a rare flicker of self-mockery crossing her previously expressionless face. "A traitor blinded by power. A vile being who has turned her blade against our elders. She is my sister. Perhaps she is currently seated on the throne of the Tree Kingdom, reveling in her newfound authority. 3 parts self-derision, 3 parts indignation, and 4 parts shame. She cannot be the elf queen, can she?" Guwen shuddered as the implication sank in. Was he being asked to assassinate the elf queen? This was akin to instructing a heavenly guardian to defeat the great sage. One might suffer a slower demise while the other would meet an immediate end. The elf queen? Huh. Gwenllian erupted in laughter, as though she had heard the most absurd joke. "She is but an impostor. I am the true elf queen. Therefore, assist me in her assassination, and I shall grant you anything within my power." With these words, Gwenllian closed her eyes, tears tracing lines down her cheeks. Were it not for her sister's betrayal, turning the blade upon their kin and deceiving her to usurp her throne, this truth would be utterly intolerable. Thus, she had despondently departed from the Tree Kingdom, leaving the eastern continent in a haze of despair. After an initial period of self-destruction, her emotions had stabilized. As she traversed the southern continent, she received a magical missive from her dear sister, urging her not to act foolishly and to return promptly. The letter further claimed that she had wronged none of their kin and implored her to return for an explanation. To this, Gwendolyn held but one opinion. It was a facade of insincerity. When her sister slaughtered their kin, although she was ostensibly excused from the scene, she actually concealed herself in a corner, witnessing the entire atrocity unfold. The selfish motives behind those actions were cloaked in the guise of righteousness. This letter became the catalyst that ignited her fury. Traversing through the dense forest and emerging into the wasteland, she realized she had entered the domain of the undead. Simultaneously, she spotted a group of humans wandering within this territory, initially mistaking them for a merchant caravan. Just as she was about to approach and inquire about her precise location, she was unexpectedly struck and rendered unconscious. Had it not been for her resilient nature, she might have met a far grimmer fate at the hands of that group. Naturally, Gwendolyn would never divulge such an embarrassing incident, and the humiliation she harbored transformed into an unabashed anger towards her sister's shamelessness. A thought that had long been extinguished suddenly reignited. In the grand tapestry of the vast clan, personal bonds should be forsaken. She resolved to kill her sister to restore order. By chance, she witnessed Guwen's formidable prowess, prompting her to seek him as an ally, even offering a sacred artifact as leverage. This reckless notion had morphed into a haunting obsession for Gwendolyn. Regardless of the cost, she could not afford to disregard it. Calm yourself. Even if there were 10 of me, I could not slay the Elven Queen, and even if I could, that is not a matter for discussion, Guwen remarked, feeling a headache coming on, having initially perceived her as a minor character, only to discover she was a formidable boss. I don't care. If you refuse, I will end my life right here, and the tree god will come for you. At some point, Gwendolyn had inexplicably acquired a small dagger, its cold blade pressed against her alabaster neck, as if blood could spill forth at any moment. Let us speak rationally. Life is singular, Guwen interjected urgently. Chapter 95. A flawed scheme. Guwen regarded the unreasonable Gwendolyn, who threatened him with self-harm, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. He crossed his arms before him, calmly observing the young woman before him. This is not the land of trees. Threatening me with death is futile. Even if Gwendolyn is the former Elven Queen, she now finds herself in the remote eastern continent, and should she perish here, it is unlikely anyone would come to know. Thus, Guwen felt emboldened, compared to being coerced by Gwendolyn. Joining her in an assassination attempt against the current Elven Queen would likely lead to a far more disastrous end. Anticipating Guwen's reaction, Gwendolyn smirked coldly. Do you know why even the Empire has enacted protective legislation for elves? At this, Guwen's face betrayed confusion. Could it be that the Emperor held a particular fondness for elves? You are likely unaware that our great mother tree goddess fell into slumber due to a great battle. And now, the might of the tree goddess is wielded by a remnant of her will. What does this have to do with your life or death ultimatum? Guwen, upon hearing this, was even more perplexed, his confusion deepening without resolution. Thus, the will of the mother tree spirit is unwavering in one principle. Whoever harms the elves must face death, and all in their vicinity shall accompany them to the grave. As a direct descendant of the first Elven King, do you truly believe that if I were to perish here, my mother tree spirit would remain indifferent? Guwen's mind exploded like a watermelon struck with force, understanding the gravity of the situation. In that instant, the audacity he once held dissipated entirely. He executed what may have been the only flash of brilliance in his life, swiftly seizing the small dagger from Gwendolyn's grasp. Look at you, acting on impulse. How dare you brandish such a dangerous weapon against your own throat? If you were to harm yourself, it would sadden me, Guwen remarked, his transformation in demeanor strikingly rapid. Gwendolyn regarded him with mirth in her eyes. So, does this mean you acquiesce? The rewards will undoubtedly be plentiful. To this, Guwen merely sipped his tea, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This elf appeared to be quite ordinary. Yet her thoughts were so vastly different from those of a typical person. Initially presumed to be an introverted girl, it turned out she was a lunatic. Is this floral tea truly so delightful that you cannot stop drinking it? Are you not satisfied with a single artifact as reward? Then allow me to present two. Observing Guwen's silence, Gwendolyn also finished her floral tea in a single gulp. The rich floral aroma danced past her fingertips, and she discovered the tea to be inexplicably exquisite. However, her immediate concern lay elsewhere. She extended 2 fingers, signaling that her rewards could indeed be increased further. Guwen merely cast a sidelong glance, internally lamenting how one could so carelessly squander treasures that belonged to their kin. even if the elf artifacts were abundant. They should not be offered up so freely as if they were mere cabbages. At this moment, he understood why Gwenllian had been ousted from her throne by her sister. She was simply unfit to be a queen. Perhaps she and Glena could share a table. They were equally matched in their qualifications to rule. After a moment's contemplation, Guwen finally spoke. Your Majesty, it seems improbable that the artifacts of the Elven clan could be casually presented as terms of trade. Do you not agree? Humph. I am the true queen of the Elven clan. Even artifacts, should I demand them, would not be denied by my kin, Gwenllian replied, a hint of pride lacing her words. Her people were united and caring, unlike the treacherous and self-serving humans and dwarves, nor the shameless orcs and undead. Surely, her kin would vehemently oppose her sister's usurpation and secretly await their rightful queen to rescue them. Is that not a rather presumptuous assumption? Guwen shook his head, harboring doubts about Gwenllian's qualifications as a queen. Power does not simply emerge from thin air. To assume that one inherits all corresponding authority merely by virtue of claiming the throne is rather naive. This elf seemed to believe that upon ascending to kingship, she could regard the entire realm as her personal possession. Your Majesty, I wish to remind you that a king is not a tyrant, nor does a crown embody absolute power. A king is the steward of balance and the bearer of responsibility. Guwen poured himself another cup of floral tea, reflecting that the previous queen of the elven race had been deposed for good reason. Rather than honoring her promises, Guwen believed that binding her and presenting her to the current queen would be the correct method to exchange for the sacred artifact. He perceived echoes of the Xuanwu Gate succession law in the dynamic between these sisters. However, Gwenllian was not the emperor, but rather the crown prince. I do not comprehend. After all, I am the divinely appointed queen of the elves, the firstborn of my father, the purest descendant of elven blood. Help me eliminate my sister, and you shall reap the rewards. Do you have any plans? Guwen inquired, aware of the multitude of elven masters that he could not contend with. Upon discussing the impending arrangements, Gwenllian revealed her burgeoning strategy with excitement. At that moment, I will hold off those powerful elves. They would surely not dare harm me, allowing you the opportunity to slay my sister. Shocked, Guwen was taken aback. What sort of absurdity is this? You bear no responsibility for the consequences. Yet all the karma falls upon me. I meant for you to take the most perilous position, not to offload all danger onto me. After hearing this dreadful plan, Guwen nearly choked on his drink. Do you not perceive any issues with your arrangement? He looked at her with hopeful anticipation, wishing she would recognize the flaws in her strategy. Her clear yet naive eyes blinked in contemplation as Gwenllian seemed to ponder. Oh, you lack a suitable weapon. Do you not? Indeed, entering the tree kingdom prohibits the possession of arms. After a brief moment of reflection, she arrived at a non-issue. Guwen remarked, my mother tongue is silence. At that moment, he felt that binding the elf before him and returning her was the more reliable course of action. This small dagger is a testament to my coming of age. It is not considered a weapon and can be brought inside. When the time comes, I shall give you a glance, and you can use this dagger to strike her. Should I stab her 100 times? Guwen was so exasperated that he resorted to teasing her. Unexpectedly, this foolish elf, in a rare moment of refusal, expressed a hint of reluctance in her eyes. No, do not be so cruel to her. A single swift strike to end her life is sufficient. I do not wish for her to suffer too much. The bond between her and her sister was so profound that, even now, she found it difficult to summon the resolve for such callousness. Let Guwen undertake this task. At the very least, her heart will not endure excessive anguish. Chapter 96. Such a small knife cannot kill. Silence was the only recourse for Guwen at this moment. After listening to Gwenllian's flawed plan and glancing at the frail little knife in his hand, it was uncertain whether it could even inflict lethal harm. How could such a diminutive knife possibly be employed for murder? Do you regard your sister as a mere paper doll? Huh, Your Majesty, this plan is indeed meticulous. Guwen's repeated address of her as Your Majesty sent Gwenllian into a euphoric state. She relished being referred to in such regal terms. At that moment, she resolved that once she reclaimed her throne, she would certainly invite Guwen to serve as her minister. After all, the instant he learned of her royal status, he had automatically altered his manner of speech. This indicated his respect for her, the exiled queen. He was clearly a loyal subject, a worthy vassal. Meanwhile, Guwen discreetly labeled Gwenllian as a foolish ruler. I confess my previous thoughts were somewhat naive. You are even inferior to Glena. At least Glena understands the value of effort. You are nothing but a complete waste. This minuscule knife, akin to a cotton swab, can kill? Why not claim that a long spear without a head could also slay? Frustrated, Guwen resolved to enhance the blade. The familiar sound of enhancement echoed in his ears. Enhancement failed. Continue enhancing. Enhancement failed. Observing the tiny knife in his hand, having failed twice in enhancement, Guwen was determined to confront it. He refused to believe that such a small knife could possess some enigmatic quality that caused the failures. Enhancement. As the final enhancement attempt for the day reached its conclusion, Guwen felt a flicker of anticipation. Please, let it not fail. Enhancement successful. The notification of success seemed to lag momentarily, but fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Guwen exhaled in relief. He had finally succeeded. He gazed down at the knife in his hand. Curio, a hairpin crafted from the severed branch of a tree deity. Enhancement level 12. Who says a small knife cannot kill? Positive effect. When gripped in hand, it transforms into a competent weapon during an attack. Negative effect. It can instantaneously pierce the enemy's body, but it will not result in death. Instead, it induces a state of apparent death for 3 minutes. Still a knife that cannot kill. This enhancement felt somewhat useful, albeit limited. A positive effect counterbalanced by a negative one. Now, this knife should be capable of inflicting fatal harm. Guwen handed the knife to Gwenllian. Mistakenly believing it to be her original blade, Gwenllian accepted it without hesitation. Could you refrain from such casualness? Are we to execute this plan alone? You should understand that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Certainly, it is not merely the 2 of us. I have an informant on my sister's side, who remains unwaveringly loyal to me. At the moment I give the signal, he shall undoubtedly turn the tide. How can you be so certain? Because he harbors affection for me. He suddenly perceives that betraying his comrades at the crucial moment would be the most fitting course of action. So, after all your inquiries, do you agree to join my plan? Gwenllian wished to cease responding to Guwen's incessant questions. This human was exceedingly peculiar, prying into every detail without end. Had she not held a favorable opinion of him, she would not have entertained his queries so thoroughly. All right, one last question. The Tree Kingdom resides on the western continent. While we are currently on the eastern continent, the journey alone would take a month. How shall we traverse this distance? This is simple. Gwenllian merely snapped her fingers, and all was set. What do you mean, all is set? Guwen still wished to inquire, when suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. A colossal magical circle manifested beneath their feet, and a terrifying surge of magic emanated from within, an unknown beam of light, descending from afar, to envelop them. What is this? No matter the distance, the Mother Tree Goddess shall employ ancient magic to transport me back to the Tree Kingdom, and you will come along as an afterthought. Guwen's expression shifted dramatically, as he had not anticipated Gwenllian initiating the teleportation spell without a word. A blatant disregard for propriety. At that moment, space began to compress, and within mere seconds, the teleportation magic would be fully enacted. Wait, allow me to leave some instructions. Guwen had no desire for such an abrupt journey. In his haste, he grasped a piece of paper and hastily scribbled a note. Subsequently, as the magic surged, the entire reception room fell silent, empty save for a single piece of paper gently drifting down, perfectly clasped in the hands of Qingxiu, who had entered the room to investigate. The paper bore a hasty message. I have embarked on a journey. Do not worry. As a blinding white light flared before Guwen and then abruptly vanished, he found himself amidst an expansive sea of verdant greenery. Meandering streams, akin to silver ribbons, wove through the forest, their crystal-clear waters revealing the joyful fish swimming within. Waterfalls cascaded from towering cliffs, sending forth splashes that produced a melodious sound, reminiscent of nature's exquisite symphony. This place resembled a village perched upon the treetops. The dwellings of the elves were predominantly tree houses constructed upon the lofty branches, each uniquely designed, some resembling delicate mushrooms, others elegant nests, and still others ancient castles. These tree houses were interconnected by vines, ropes, or wooden walkways, forming an immense aerial village. Amidst this diversity, a distant ancient temple, elevated by a colossal, vibrantly colored sacred tree, stood solemn and enigmatic. Above the sacred tree, a faint luminescent veil, akin to an umbrella, shrouded the seemingly endless forest. This luminous canopy appeared almost alive, rippling as if it were breathing. Just as the magical transmission concluded, Guwen sensed an immensely powerful mental probe descending upon him, as if it sought to see through him entirely. In that moment, Guwen surmised that it must be the 10th-tier extraordinary tree god scrutinizing whether this outsider harbored any nefarious intentions. However, Guwen was a man of fortitude, and his innate talent for feigning weakness led the wielder of that mental force to perceive him as utterly harmless. The effect of the sacred artifact, King's Dignity, ensured that none could penetrate his disguise, while Mind Shield aided him in diminishing the probing effects of that mental force. You have been subjected to an extremely powerful mental probe, which may expose your hidden cards and jeopardize your survival in this ruthless world. The effect of adaptive heart has been triggered. Counterprobe, adaptation rate, 30%. Effect, the degree of secrecy has increased by 30%. Guwen's eyes sparkled upon witnessing this series of rewards. Who said the tree god was malevolent? This tree god was simply marvelous. Chapter 97. Her Majesty's fragmented persona. Guwen's eyes gleamed with anticipation, wishing fervently for that mental force to probe again, to further augment his achievements. Unfortunately, he stood in place for quite some time without a second probe. It seemed that the tree god had not discerned anything amiss during the previous inquiry. After all, he merely possessed a bit too much physical strength and vitality, while his magical prowess was rather mediocre. Who would ever expect someone to achieve sanctity in the corporeal realm of the magical world? That would be absurd. Having confirmed that he was temporarily out of danger, Guwen discreetly withdrew his hand from the activation button of the 50-50 domain. Why are you standing there in a daze? Are you startled by our elven temple? It appeared that being in a familiar place had lightened Gwendolyn's spirits considerably, and she even found the mood to jest with Guwen. I sensed a wave of scrutiny earlier, and I was worried that we might have been discovered. Guwen refrained from mentioning the tree goddess probe, for he was currently under the eaves, and harmlessness was his facade. Moreover, his sudden arrival in the tree kingdom left him with a singular thought: to bind this foolish Gwendolyn and present her to the elven queen, which might even earn him great merit. Impossible. There were no witnesses to our return, and no one knows we have entered. It must be your imagination, Gwendolyn asserted confidently, vowing to Guwen that there would be no issues. Your Majesty, good afternoon. An adult male elf, laden with a bundle of vines, passed by and greeted Gwendolyn directly. After exchanging pleasantries, the elf quickened his pace, discarding the vines onto the ground. Our queen has returned. A crow flew overhead, cawing twice. Just moments ago, Gwendolyn had fervently assured Guwen that no one could recognize her identity, only to have that certainty swiftly undermined by an outsider, leaving her somewhat flushed with embarrassment. Do not fret, this is merely a coincidence. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, an increasing number of elves began to converge, encircling them tightly around Gwendolyn. They gazed at Gwendolyn with palpable excitement. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. The Queen of the Elves had returned to her beloved realm of trees. Each elf possessed an exquisite beauty, with none scoring lower than 90, even the so-called inferior dark elves boasting at least an 80. In essence, even the pigs raised by the elves appeared strikingly charming. This was undeniably attributed to the harmonious alignment of time, place, and people. At that moment, Guwen found himself surrounded by such a multitude of elves, rendered unable to distinguish between the genders amidst the throng of handsome and beautiful faces. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Turning off the lights would yield the same confusion, and the topic had veered off course. In the eyes of these elves, there was not a hint of disrespect. Had their gazes held substance, Gwendolyn would surely have been lifted to the heavens. Confronted by so many scrutinizing eyes, Gwendolyn, with a look of trepidation, turned to Guwen and exclaimed, "It's over. I never imagined that after my prolonged absence, they would still recognize me. My sister must have plastered wanted posters of me everywhere. We are exposed. We are doomed." Having uttered these words, Gwendolyn awkwardly straightened herself, offering a sheepish smile. "Could you possibly let me go? If my sister learns of my return, I shall meet a most tragic fate." With her large, sorrowful grape-like eyes, she implored the assembled elves. However, it was evident that the elves were unmoved by her attempts at charm and cuteness. They were unwilling to indulge Gwendolyn's performance. "Your Majesty, we cannot possibly let you leave again. Lord Luochuan is already overwhelmed managing the realm alone. You must refrain from running away." The elves were resolute in their intention to keep Gwendolyn from departing, surrounding her completely. Guwen wanted to voice his thoughts, feeling that this was far from the treatment one would expect for a deposed queen. Moreover, they had long been exposed under the gaze of the tree god. Your assertion that no one knew of their arrival was but an empty statement. From the moment they set foot on this land, there was no escape. Just as Gwendolyn stood at a loss, a rhythmic sound of footsteps emerged from beyond the crowd. It was the clanking of armor, the tremor of iron boots upon the earth. The elves parted to create a pathway, and the knightly guardians clad in mithril armor, armed with long spears, stood orderly along its sides, serving as protectors. A figure clad in white, as pure as snow, approached with a radiant smile, exuding warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. With graceful steps, they made their way to Gwendolyn. Even at this moment, they continued to whisper to Guwen, "Fear not. This one is an ally. This is the insider I mentioned. We are saved." Princess Gwendolyn, Why did you not notify me of your return? At the very least, I should have been able to provide you with cover. Luo Chuan let out a soft complaint, seemingly expressing some dissatisfaction with Gwenllian. Luo Chuan, do not be angry. It is not that I fear Gwenllia discovering my presence. As the sole informant within the upper echelons of the Tree Kingdom, Gwenllian believed it was essential to keep Luo Chuan in good spirits, the one vital ally that must be appeased. Nevertheless, Your Highness, you have already been exposed. His Majesty summons you to the temple. Please proceed. Ignoring the pleading gaze that Gwenllian cast upon him, Luo Chuan hardened his heart, remaining unmoved. Guwen, do not worry. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Although a hint of anxiety coursed through her, she still reminded Guwen to adhere to their strategy. What plan? That hastily conceived scheme you dare to mention? The plan consists of you blocking others while I commit murder. What sort of plan is that? Guwen silently derided. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, he felt that criticizing the queen in her own domain might render him a target. How come you alternate between referring to her as queen and your highness? Are you experiencing a split personality? I merely bear an uncanny resemblance to my sister, which leads them to mistake me for the queen, Gwenllian replied, dejectedly making her way toward the temple, the knights closely trailing her, appearing less like captors escorting a mere mortal and more like guardians fulfilling their duty. As for Guwen, he naturally found himself at the rear of the procession, initially intending to seize an opportunity to flee. When the trap is sprung, a friend's demise does not necessitate the downfall of the monk. This is not betrayal, but rather a prudent preservation of resources. However, Luo Chuan unexpectedly joined him, walking alongside. Luo Chuan seemed unfazed by Guwen's presence as an outsider. Greetings. I am Luo Chuan, the Grand Elder of the ruling council of the Tree Kingdom. All who come are guests. I had thought you would regard me as an invader. Guwen exclaimed. Our queen often returns from her outings accompanied by friends. We have grown accustomed to it. Luo Chuan's words revealed that he was not the first outsider to be brought into the Tree Kingdom, a realization that made Guwen feel a sense of gratitude for their queen's safe return. Listening to Luo Chuan's response only deepened Guwen's confusion. How had she reverted to being referred to as Her Majesty? What did it mean when she claimed she was not their queen but a disheartened failure? Why then did they all address her as Your Majesty? Could it be that Gwenllian and their current queen truly bore an identical appearance? This line of thought drew a chuckle from Luo Chuan, who smiled softly, tinged with helplessness and self-mockery. Her Majesty has merely been deeply affected by certain events, leading her to sometimes transform into another persona. She embodies both herself and her sister. I am also striving to find a solution. Guwen's understanding dawned. Oh, so it's not a split personality. It is, in fact, a fragmentation of the self? No, wait. Isn't that even more severe than a split personality? What kind of profound trauma has she endured? Glancing at the despondent Gwenllian in the lead, Guwen felt a pang of sympathy. Sigh. A solitary individual assumes dual roles. A terrifying prospect indeed. By the way, might you indulge me with the details of your encounter with Her Majesty the Queen? I need to document her itinerary. Luo Chuan produced a ledger for recording journeys, preparing to inscribe the Queen's external routes. The Eastern Continent. Her perseverance is commendable. Luo Chuan's smile stiffened. 2 continents traversed? No wonder the magical energy consumed by this long-distance teleportation array is so immense. Perhaps it is mere illusion. But Guwen perceived in Luo Chuan's expression a father's grimace upon witnessing a wayward child squander resources. Chapter 98. You think I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your attire? However, Guwen remained oblivious to this sentiment and generously praised the elven race's teleportation magic. To be fair, your elven lineage is indeed worthy of its ancient heritage, enabling those outside to effortlessly utilize teleportation magic to return to the Tree Kingdom. Guwen expressed his approval of this practice. Upon hearing such praise, Luo Chuan could only accept it with a stiff smile. After all, revealing the shortcomings of the Tree Kingdom in front of outsiders is hardly prudent. Alas, one must endure the extravagant actions of their own queen, even if it brings one to tears. So, the sister she mentioned, Gwenllia, does not truly exist, does she? Guwen was eager to inquire about the split personality of Gwenllian, but hesitated to pose the question directly, opting instead for a more subtle approach. Upon hearing Guwen's inquiry, Luo Chuan chose not to conceal the matter. After all, he had already disclosed so much, a little more would not matter. He nodded, explaining that Her Majesty, due to certain circumstances, developed a profound fear regarding her role as the Elven Queen. At that moment, I failed to recognize her unusual state, which ultimately led to the emergence of her other persona, Gwenllia. Pausing momentarily, he elaborated that, in stark contrast to Her Majesty's intense aversion to the responsibilities and powers of the throne, Gwenlea is an individual utterly obsessed with royal authority. She is exceedingly rational, just, benevolent, and meticulous, with the sole flaw being her extreme fervor for power and her stubbornness in certain matters. Typically, the transition between the two personas occurs at the entrance of the temple. Stepping forward into the temple, the queen embodies justice and kindness, while stepping out, she becomes an innocent and carefree maiden. At this juncture, Luo Chuan cast a meaningful glance at Gwenllian, who strode ahead, now close to the temple. She radiated an air of dignity and authority, an imposing presence without the need for anger. However, if given the choice, I would prefer her to embody a carefree, ordinary elven maiden. Upon uttering this thought, Luo Chuan seemed to counter his own words with a sigh, shaking his head. Subsequently, they traveled in silence. And Guwen finally arrived at the towering temple, cradled by the immense tree. Unlike the imperial palaces of transcendent grandeur previously encountered, the elven temple appeared to be birthed from the very forces of nature, each brick and tile imbued with a unique essence of the natural world. Upon this land, every plant bestows its strength upon the sacred temple. Countless fragile breaths of life converge to form this natural sanctuary. The stone steps are embedded with translucent stones of vitality, each a precious gem of considerable worth. Guwen harbored a desire to pry these stones loose and sell them, for they are treasures of astronomical value, far beyond his means, leaving him feeling inadequate. With each 10 steps ascended, vigilant knights flanked the sides, standing in meticulous attention. As they neared the temple, the knights beside Gwenllian had all assumed their respective duties. At this moment, she turned, her expression almost imperceptible, cold and distant as if shrouded in ice. "Lord Lo, is this the guest my sister has brought?" Guwen was taken aback by the transformation of Gwenllian, thinking to himself how she had become so refined, as if she had feasted on heavenly delights. "Your Majesty, this guest is Guwen, hailing from the eastern continent." Upon hearing Lo Chuan's report, a subtle change flickered across her face, akin to the struggle of suppressing laughter at an amusing secret. "My sister is indeed tenacious. I shall go change my attire. Lord Lo, please escort Guwen to the main hall and wait for a moment." The three parted ways, and from a distance, one could still hear her mumbling about her own discomfort. Thankfully, she remained oblivious to the fact that she had been struck on the head, or else she would surely be at a loss for words. With Her Majesty having departed, Lo Chuan led Guwen into the grand hall, intentionally taking a longer route, so that upon arrival, Guwen beheld a figure seated on the throne, attending to affairs of state. "Your Majesty, I have brought the guest," Lo Chuan announced before stepping aside. "Guwen, greetings. I am Gwenllian, the queen of the elven race." Guwen acknowledged her, struggling to reconcile the poised Gwenllian before him with the naive and simple Gwenllian he remembered. Yet, it was merely a change of attire. "Did you think that by changing your clothes I would fail to recognize you?" Though he thought this, Guwen expressed himself differently. "Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you for the first time and to enter this sacred temple." Surely, this was an acceptable statement. In response, Gwenllian merely smiled. There was no need for such formalities. Although her sister remained unaware of their connection, she had surmised that she was merely another manifestation of her sister's soul. Thus, meeting her sister was akin to meeting herself, which hardly constituted a first encounter. What intrigued her more was what her sister had discussed with him. Through her mystical gaze, Gwenllian found herself unable to penetrate the depths of Guwen, who had been fortified by the heart of adaptation. His physical prowess was veiled from her sight. Thus, in her perception, Guwen was merely an unassuming individual, neither overly humble nor arrogant, possessing an utterly inconspicuous presence. She could not fathom why Gwendolen would seek out an ordinary person. After all, among the multitude she had encountered, none were commonplace, and Guwen must possess extraordinary qualities. She expressed a desire for my assistance in eliminating a heinous elf, offering the opportunity to wield the sacred artifact of the elven race as leverage. Standing to the side, Luo Chuan's pupils constricted. The condition of His Majesty had worsened. Her previous intentions had merely aimed to restore order, to exile her sister. Had she now commenced seeking an assassin? Upon hearing this, Gwenllian regained her composure, as if the matter were trivial. Yet the whiteness of her clenched knuckles betrayed her true feelings. Her sister's demeanor was chillingly indifferent, harboring a significant malice beneath what should have been the most innocent of emotions. Did she truly mean what she said? Gwenllian sought confirmation once more. Guwen nodded. "I regret to inform you that this endeavor seems rather implausible." Gwenllian swiftly adjusted her demeanor, refraining from directing her frustration towards Guwen. "I understand that upon learning certain truths, this task is unlikely to come to fruition." Guwen remained undeterred, accepting the fickle nature of fortune. What is gained is a blessing, what is lost is merely fate. "No, I refer specifically to the matter of borrowing the sacred artifact of the elven race. Regardless of your ability to fulfill this task, I fear you shall not be able to procure the artifact. Chapter 99. I have many treasures. The notion that her sister would wish to take her life left Gwen in a state of inner turmoil, rendering her uncertain on how to confront the situation. Your Majesty, if there is nothing further required of me, may I take my leave? Guwen had initially planned to seize an opportunity to escape. Now that both employer and target were one and the same, the matter was all the more pressing. With this thought, he prepared to depart, only to be unexpectedly retained by Gwen. Guests should not be hurriedly dismissed. It would be remiss not to extend proper hospitality. I kindly ask that you do not rush to leave, as there will be a celebratory evening later. Before that, allow Lord Luo to escort you for a stroll in the land of trees, for I have pressing matters to attend to. With these words, Gwen issued her dismissal. Consequently, Guwen had no choice but to follow Luo Chuan out of the temple, leaving Gwen alone upon the throne. The elevated authority, coupled with an unfathomable solitude. Once outside the temple, Guwen exhaled in relief. The oppressive atmosphere within had been overwhelming, not merely due to its architecture, but rather the powerful aura it emanated, akin to that of a slumbering, supreme entity. Now that your Majesty has returned, I can finally relax a bit. Initially, Luo Chuan maintained a serious demeanor, but he soon relaxed, urging Guwen to visit his home and witness the treasures sent from the Empire. I wager that you have never encountered such a marvel. It is a recent gem that has emerged from the Empire, said to be a technique bestowed by the Holy Emperor from the divine realm, passed down to this generation's children of angels. Children of angels? Do angels bear offspring? For reasons unknown, Guwen found himself recalling the daughter of the demon god who had ascended to the rank of Holy Emperor's Archangel in a prior simulation. In contrast to the treasures from the Empire, he was far more intrigued by the notion of divine angels having children. Could it be that angels also succumb to earthly desires? Luo Chuan rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "You don't even know what a child of angels is? Allow me to enlighten you. Over 1,000 years ago, the first female pope of the Holy See, Eileen Lena, devoted all her love and faith to the Holy Emperor. In return, the Archangel Kales granted her a child imbued with half of angelic divinity, and thus, the bloodline of the children of angels has been passed down through generations. The two great leaders of the Holy See are the Pope and the Archangel, the latter being the most powerful among those with angelic blood. The firstborn of the Archangel is known as the Child of Angels. I have encountered that Child of Angels once, and I must say, he is quite handsome. Much like myself. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Axel. This treasure originates from him." Guwen scratched his head, feeling an unsettling familiarity with these tales, as if they were acquaintances of his. It dawned on him that the Axel he had inadvertently controlled was indeed a child of angels. Surely, the angels would not discover this. After all, no one had troubled him for so long, likely due to the system concealing the truth. Life was certainly easier with a leader like Tongzi. Without him, one felt as insignificant as a blade of grass. Having shared these anecdotes, Luo Chuan seemed to crave further discourse, akin to one who harbors secrets that cannot be contained and must be shared. Lowering his voice, he continued, "When I first uncovered this segment of history, I stumbled upon a rumor that the female pope had a beloved, though he was a scoundrel. This rogue even seduced the Empire's Princess Delimia, the very first regent in the Empire's annals." Guwen felt a flush of embarrassment. "Are you so certain? Historical accounts are often riddled with inaccuracies. This sounds like mere fabrication." He suspected that the scoundrel Luo Chuan referenced was indeed him, yet he had no evidence to substantiate this. Once more, he lamented the unreliability of the crown of time. "I thought history had remained unchanged. Perhaps my information is incomplete, leaving me oblivious to these matters." Upon hearing Guwen's skepticism, Luo Chuan grew quite incensed, his previously subdued tone gaining intensity. "What do you know? I have lived for 3 centuries, dedicating half of that time to verifying the truth behind these rumors. I would stake my very soul on the authenticity of this tale. I even ventured to the Empire's library to corroborate the records," he assured Guwen with a firm pat on his chest. These words left Guwen utterly speechless. It seemed that Luo Chuan, despite living for so long, was merely a devoted consumer of gossip, squandering his time on such trivial matters. "Well, I suppose I must accept the truth of this situation. Let us now witness your treasure." To prevent the conversation from drifting further down this path, Guwen promptly expressed his greater interest in the treasure that Luo Chuan had mentioned. He feared that further discussions might lead to more gossip and tales that could be intertwined with his own life. Fortunately, Luo Chuan was not a stubborn individual. His initial intention was to showcase his treasure, and he naturally had no desire to delve deeper into the topic. Come, allow me to tell you about this rare gem. The Empire gifted the elven race a total of 10 bottles, and I managed to procure one in private using some scraps of life stones. I was fortunate enough to savor a few sips at an imperial banquet, and the flavor was simply divine. You can scarcely imagine that such a delightful elixir exists in this world. As they walked, Luo Chuan spoke incessantly, his words overflowing with praise for the treasure, yet Guwen seemed to have already deduced what it was. Axel, bottled, imperial treasure. These phrases together led to an unmistakable conclusion. Before long, Guwen followed Luo Chuan to his abode. Luo Chuan resided in a treehouse, indistinguishable from the other elven residences, making it nearly impossible to discern which was his from the outside. This was advantageous, as even an assassin would likely become disoriented in such uniformity. Open your eyes wide and behold, Luo Chuan exclaimed as he cradled a crystal box covered by a dark cloth. He carefully placed the box on the table and then removed the cloth. Tada! This is the marvelous drink known as the Star of the Empire. As expected, inside was indeed the Star of the Empire. Guwen had presumed it to be something extraordinary. Yet he had dozens of bottles of the Star of the Empire in his magical storage pouch, treating them as mere casual refreshments. Seeing no trace of the astonishment and curiosity he had anticipated in Guwen's eyes, Luo Chuan felt a pang of disappointment. Was it merely a beautifully packaged beverage that warranted such a grand display? Do not assume it is ordinary. A single bottle of this drink is worth a fortune in the Empire. Its effects are varied and remarkable. It is said that some have witnessed the Holy Emperor himself after consuming a bottle of the Star of the Empire. Guwen shrugged. So, do you wish for me to drink it? This question startled Luo Chuan, who clutched the crystal box tightly. No. I can hardly bear to drink the Star of the Empire myself. I merely brought it out for you to see. Do not even think of coveting it. See, you're hoarding it again. Guwen replied. Fine, I shall not drink your treasure. I happen to have a similar drink here. Allow me to treat you. Luo Chuan scoffed at this suggestion, doubting that any beverage could compare to the Star of the Empire. He was a worldly elf, after all. Such boastful claims would not deceive him. Yet, his expression turned to one of disbelief as he watched Guwen produce bottle after bottle of the Star of the Empire from an inconspicuous magical storage pouch. Fake. All of it is fake. Before he could finish his words, Guwen uncorked a bottle of wine and poured it into a glass, sliding it across the table towards Luo Chuan. After savoring a hearty sip, Luo Chuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This was the flavor he had longed for. This was the sensation he craved. Yet, despite relishing the authentic vintage, a shadow of melancholy clouded his heart, compelling him to gulp down the wine with fervor. In times of sorrow, it was better to drink and find solace in the bottle. Chapter 100. I believe in the Grand Elder. Why do you possess so many imperial stars? Luo Chuan had presumed his treasure to be a rarity, only to discover Guwen effortlessly opening a bottle of it. He drained his glass, pondering how to request a refill. Perhaps it is because I am acquainted with Axel. We might be considered friends, Guwen remarked, pouring more wine into Luo Chuan's glass. A controlled companion could still be deemed a friend, he mused. As the two savored the imperial stars, a commotion erupted outside, the sounds of a heated argument reaching their ears. Dark elves are not allowed to play with us. Why have you come here? Begone. All dark elves should vacate. The childish voices echoed with a stark absence of innocence, revealing blatant discrimination and exclusion. What is transpiring outside? Guwen inquired, having overheard the ruckus. Luo Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. It must be a dark elf child who had recently taken to frequenting this place. Isn't there supposed to be a cordial relationship between elves and dark elves? The situation, however, appeared to be fraught with hostility. Ever since the previous elven queen had favored the dark elves, alienating the elves, a deep chasm had formed between the two factions, exacerbated by a significant misstep on the dark elves' part that had dramatically diminished their standing. Yet, Luo Chuan believed that the dark elves did not desire this outcome. They were merely misled. Nevertheless, a mistake is still a mistake, and the consequences must be borne by someone. As the Grand Elder, it was his responsibility to maintain equilibrium. Outside, a group of elven children had encircled a dark elf child, already resorting to physical intimidation, poking her, while others contemplated hurling stones. Hey, you lot, behave yourselves. Luo Chuan called out, leaning halfway out of the treehouse window to admonish the elves. Upon recognizing the Grand Elder, the little elves turned pale, scattering in a panic, leaving the dark elf standing awkwardly alone. Viren, do not linger down there. Those mischievous ones are bound to return, Luo Chuan cautioned. However, Viren feigned ignorance, remaining steadfast in her position. Realizing his warning had fallen on deaf ears, Luo Chuan had no choice but to concede. Viren, do you not wish to learn about your father? Come up here. As anticipated, Viren, who had remained unmoved until then, quickly ascended the treehouse steps upon hearing Luo Chuan's words, emerging at the entrance. Elder, do you truly know the whereabouts of my father? She stood at the door, posing this poignant question. The elven race is divided into two factions, the High Elves, who engage in diplomacy, and the Dark Elves, who are skilled in combat. There are 7 governing elders, 1 Grand Elder, 3 High Elves, and 3 Dark Elves, who collectively oversee the realm. However, since the ascension of the new queen, 6 of the elders have mysteriously vanished, raising suspicions regarding the queen's grasp on power. Valen's father is among the missing Dark Elven elders. In response to Valen's inquiry, Luo Chuan remained silent, unable to provide an answer. Is my father already dead? She uttered tremulously, harboring her own unspoken conclusion but lacking the courage to affirm it. Do not dwell on such thoughts, Luo Chuan interrupted, aware that voicing such concerns would only invite further complications. The reality, in fact, was far more intricate than she could imagine, and he could not divulge the truth. His tone softened considerably. How could that be? The bond between the elders and Her Majesty is as thick as blood. They have merely been dispatched by the Queen to undertake a significant task concerning the future of our kin, a mission of which no one can be privy. Gwynlian, the Queen, was nurtured collectively by the 7 elders. Each elven queen is a child of the tree god, raised under their guidance. Yet, during this process, some individuals have succumbed to selfish desires. Guwen, observing Valen, perceived the essence of Lucia in her. He approached slowly, channeling a surge of life energy to mend a small wound upon her. If the Grand Elder Luo Chuan has said so, he shall not deceive you, he reassured her, ruffling her hair gently. Valen regarded this peculiar human, who was playfully tousling her hair, with a hint of wariness. Is this human a guest of the Grand Elder? Guwen's affirmation of Luo Chuan's words dispelled Valen's initial doubts, allowing her troubling thoughts to momentarily fade away. At this juncture, she chose to place her trust in them. After all, the matters weighing on her mind would surely not be sanctioned by the tree god. Very well, Grand Elder, you would not deceive me, would you? Luo Chuan's expression bore no trace of unease. He nodded with a sunny smile. Yet a minuscule crack appeared in the crystal cup he held, a reflection of the burdens he bore. How could he explain the situation to this child? And what could he possibly say to the Dark Elves dwelling on the periphery of the Tree Kingdom? He felt a profound sense of failure in his role as Grand Elder. No matter how responsible he endeavored to be now, it could not mask his prior negligence. I have been a dear friend of your father's for over a century. How could I possibly deceive you? Shall I assist you in seeking retribution? Those ruffians certainly deserve a reprimand. Luo Chuan naturally referred to the group of young men who had just encircled Wei Lin. If she merely nodded, he would not hesitate to wield a vine and administer a sound thrashing to them. The tree god had slumbered for far too long, and the once subtle tensions had escalated dramatically. With the elders mysteriously absent, the seemingly tranquil realm of the tree nation had become an unbalanced scale, poised to topple at any moment. The Dark Elves, originally tasked with safeguarding the periphery of the tree nation, had now transformed into a barrier. Those Dark Elves who dared to step into the heart of the elven domain would face severe discrimination and even verbal assaults. O tree god, I implore you to awaken swiftly. I dread witnessing our beloved tree nation engulfed in the flames of civil strife. Wei Lin's plight was merely a microcosm of this monumental division. To her surprise, Wei Lin seemed unfazed, chuckling softly and expressing her gratitude to the Grand Elder, stating that she had no need for his concern. They were merely bravado, unable to match her strength. She would achieve great deeds for the elven race, compelling those ruffians to pay her due respect. The Dark Elves were unparalleled in battle, their combat prowess as instinctual as breathing, and their physical attributes far superior to those of the elves. It was only natural for Wei Lin to think this way. Chapter 101. A piercing arrow through the clouds. Thank you, Grand Elder. The hour grows late, and I must take my leave. Wei Lin offered a gentle bow to Luo Chuan in appreciation. Glancing at the sun, now tilting westward, she felt it was time to return. His Majesty hosted celebratory feasts at intervals, yet there was no place for Dark Elves at such gatherings. Farewell, Grand Elder. And you, strange uncle. As Wei Lin departed, Guwen Kai, slow to grasp the moment, turned to Luo Chuan, asking, Do I truly appear to be an uncle now? Isn't it so? Luo Chuan retorted. This prompted Guwen to question whether he had indeed aged. May I inquire about the drastic decline in the status of Dark Elves? This matter pertains to our elven kin, and I cannot divulge it. Luo Chuan replied with a sense of righteousness. Not even a morsel of gossip? Guwen pressed on, and this time Luo Chuan hesitated, yet still shook his head. Guwen quickly discerned that scraps of gossip were indeed shareable. It seemed he would need to offer more. He promptly produced 6 vials of Imperial Star. Can I exchange these for a morsel of curiosity? Although Imperial Star was not particularly precious to the affluent elven race, it was a commodity with no market value. I am the Grand Elder of the Elven clan. Your bribery is futile. My integrity is unassailable. I shall remain silent, Luo Chuan asserted, emphasizing his virtue. Guwen chuckled softly. I have a keen eye for character, and I believe you are not of such noble integrity. Impossible. Absolutely not. Luo Chuan vehemently disagreed with Guwen's assertion. 5 vials. As Guwen spoke, he swiftly seized a bottle. Before Luo Chuan could utter another word, Guwen snatched away 2 more bottles, and then 3. After finishing his statement, he reached for another bottle, prompting Luo Chuan to abandon his restraint and embrace the remaining 3 bottles of the Imperial Star. What on earth? You intend to reclaim the Imperial Star at the slightest disagreement? Guwen attempted to extract more from his grasp, but this time, Luo Chuan could no longer tolerate it. Enough, Guwen. Leave me 3 bottles. If you grant me these 3 Imperial Stars, I can divulge everything I know, except for the secrets of the Elven clan. Aren't you the paragon of virtue? Guwen chuckled. No. You have an uncanny ability to read people. I am not noble in the slightest. This was primarily due to the fact that Guwen's inquiries pertained to matters universally known. The outcome would be the same regardless of whom one asked. He had previously believed that maintaining a composed demeanor would result in increased compensation, yet now it was evident that this notion was utterly nonsensical. Here, it appeared that the offerings were dwindling. Indeed, the treatment of individuals varies significantly. All right, let us settle this financially, and I shall share some straightforward matters with you. Luo Chuan cleared his throat, while Guwen retrieved a bucket of popcorn and a cup of chilled soda. The former queen had a deeply cherished friend among the Dark Elves, with whom she shared a sisterly bond. Additionally, she was raised under the attentive care of 3 elder Dark Elves, which further deepened her affection for them over time. However, several centuries ago, during the upheaval of the Abyss, countless dark creatures emerged anew, and a rift appeared in the West Continent. Consequently, the queen dispatched half of the Dark Elf army, led by her sister, to seal this rift. Tragically, for reasons unknown, an entire army of 10,000 became ensnared within the rift. The queen, wielding the sacred artifact of the elves, ventured into the abyss in an attempt to rescue those dark elves, but ultimately failed and sustained injuries. It was only later that the tree god personally descended into the abyss to rescue the dark elves. Discovering that their hubris had led them to believe the rift posed no threat after vanquishing the creatures that emerged from it, prompting them to delve deeper into the abyss to eradicate the monsters and elevate the elves' reputation. In the aftermath, the Dark Elves suffered catastrophic losses and fell into despondency, a burden that weighed heavily on that Dark Elf. Although Luo Chuan's recounting was surely heavily edited, Guwen could surmise the overarching narrative. No wonder the Elven clan, equipped with 10th-tier tree gods and sacred artifacts, faced extinction first in the latter stages of the game, even before the dwarves. It was likely that the tree god remained in a severely weakened state. After all, he too had ventured into the abyss. To enter it under the strength of a demigod was to court death or injury. It's about time. We can proceed to the venue for the celebration. Luo Chuan rose, adjusting his attire to ensure his appearance was impeccable. Beauty is a lifelong pursuit, demanding unwavering attention at every moment. Soon, the two arrived at an expansive clearing. Lanterns woven from moonlight vines dangled between the branches of ancient trees, gently swaying in the night breeze, casting delicate silver-blue glimmers that resembled a flowing galaxy cascading through the treetops. The trunks were entwined with crystalline moss, each leaf akin to transparent glass, producing melodious notes when touched. Even the enormous bonfire in the center emitted flames that danced with rainbow-like hues. Elves gathered in small clusters, leisurely savoring the moment. Suddenly, Gwenllian appeared, escorted by a throng of vigilant knights. Adorned in a gown of shimmering scales embedded with moonstones, she radiated a pearl-like aura. Each step she took ignited rippling patterns of light. However, despite her resplendent attire, her vivacity remained unrestrained. Gwenllian's gaze quickly fell upon Guwen, the only individual whose attire starkly contrasted with the elves, making him irresistibly conspicuous. She dashed over to where Luo Chuan and Guwen stood. Luo Chuan, why aren't you helping me? Thankfully, my sister hasn't made things too difficult for me, she complained to the chuckling Luo Chuan. If it weren't for my plea on your behalf, do you think you'd still be standing here so comfortably? though Luo Chuan couldn't fathom how the sovereign could so effortlessly switch temperaments. He understood that as long as this carefree monarch was concerned, he could navigate the situation with ease. Indeed, Gwenllian was momentarily taken aback. You make a valid point. It seems I have misjudged you. From now on, I shall rely on you. By the way, how did you manage to escape? Guwen was intrigued by how Gwenllian, in such a disjointed state, could possibly attend the soiree. Upon hearing this, she explained, I stumbled out of the temple, and those stoic knights informed me that my sister insisted I attend the gala as Her Majesty the Queen. If I refused, they threatened me with dire consequences. So here I am. Although Gwenllian lamented her sister's demands and expressed her contempt, in truth, she felt quite intimidated and found it difficult to argue against her sibling. Quite the foresight, I must say, Guwen remarked, reflecting on the numerous occasions where things had gone smoothly, realizing that it was Gwenllian's other persona, Gwenllia, who had orchestrated everything. Truly, she was deserving of the title of a competent queen. However, it was clear that this evening's gathering was not destined to leave fond memories. In the next instant, arrows, glinting with a menacing cold light, soared from the thicket, slicing through the evening air and striking the ground not far from Gwenllian. She was genuinely startled. An ambush. Protect the princess. The knights reacted swiftly, raising their vine shields to encircle Gwenllian. Although her strength rendered their protection unnecessary, it was their solemn duty. It was, after all, the kingdom of trees, where one would expect no enemies to infiltrate undetected. Yet this arrow serves as undeniable evidence. Chapter 102, The Truth? Let us behold the spectacle. A magical flare, as brilliant as the midday sun, ignited in the knight's hand, soaring into the clouds with resplendent radiance. In an instant, the darkness shrouding the entire realm of the trees dissipated, revealing countless dark elves clad in mithril armor converging towards this location. Dark elves. Are they staging a rebellion? The Lord of the Forest shall not spare them. The once jubilant elves, who had been celebrating, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing these well-armored dark elves stealthily infiltrating the core area during the festivities. How could the dark elves have arrived here in such great numbers without detection? In the borderlands, the elves had already stationed sentinels, harboring deep mistrust towards the battle-hungry dark elves. The audacity with which they approached, openly brandishing their arrows, was nothing short of outright insurrection. What do you think you're doing? As Castellan approached with a fierce expression, Gwenllian immediately seized Guwen's arm, pulling him behind Luo Chuan for protection. Luo Chuan, shield me. Don't treat me as a meat shield. Luo Chuan protested. Guwen, bemused by Gwenllian's cowardice, thought it unnecessary, for they were hardly defenseless. Right. Do you need a weapon? If you take up arms, you could protect me better. Gwenllian inquired, as if a brilliant idea had struck her. Guwen felt a twinge of embarrassment, responding, Then hand over your token of adulthood to me. She looked puzzled but complied, relinquishing a small dagger from her possession. How will such a small knife protect me? She exclaimed, a hint of irritation creeping into her voice, feeling as though Guwen was mocking her. In the next moment, the diminutive dagger transformed into a sizable chopping knife, leaving Gwenllian utterly astonished for a century. Just as she was about to speak, Castellan's gruff voice interrupted. Your Majesty, please do not misconstrue our intentions. We harbor no malice. We have come solely to ascertain the whereabouts of the 3 elders of the Dark Elf lineage and to uncover the reason behind the disappearance of their royal guards. A middle-aged elf, bearing only one eye and adorned with weathered white hair, emerged from the throng of dark elves. His robust physique, coupled with heavy mithril armor, rendered him an imposing figure. Each step he took was deliberate, yet resolute as he questioned the queen regarding the silent vanishing of the elders. The child, Velen, claimed that the elders had been dispatched on a secret mission, yet he found this hard to believe. The elves had always led a peaceful existence, sheltered within their protective magic, and the notion of a clandestine mission seemed far-fetched. Despite all efforts, contact with the elders was futile, with their last known location being the natural sanctuary. After that, there had been no further communication. Commander Castellan, are you intending to lead the Dark Elves in rebellion? Some elves were indignant, witnessing Castellan, the leader of the Dark Elves, daring to question their queen. This indicated that the Dark Elves were indeed preparing to revolt. Nonsense. I merely seek to understand certain matters. My respect for Her Majesty the Queen has always been unwavering. Though he spoke thus, Castellan's tone was far from courteous, and the Dark Elves behind him remained unmoved. Castellan, leave now, and I shall overlook this matter, announced Luo Chuan, his aura erupting with a tremendous force. The essence of an 8th-tier transcendent solidifying at that moment, seemingly to intimidate Castellan into retreat. As the overwhelming pressure reached its zenith, a layer of silvery dust enveloped the clouds in the night sky, with particles cascading down like rain. This was the manifestation of Lo Chuan's magic. Suddenly, a fierce tempest erupted, soaring skyward, as the crimson magic of slaughter collided with Lo Chuan's silvery magic in a violent clash. The crimson energy rapidly consumed and overwhelmed the silvery force. Castellan, however, stood his ground, unwilling to yield even to the elder Lo Chuan. The crimson magic sought to tear through the magical barrier surrounding Lo Chuan, cascading upon him. Observing the one-sided battle, Guwen discreetly nudged his companion, Guwen. "I say, your leader is quite formidable. Shall I provide cover for your escape?" Guwen had no intention of involving himself in the internal strife of the elves. It was a matter best left to them. However, witnessing the lopsided situation alarmed him, and he certainly aimed to give Guwen a chance to flee, thereby earning her gratitude for saving her life. Opposite him, Castellan was an 8th-tier transcendent. Yet Guwen felt that engaging in close combat was not beyond the realm of possibility. "The dictionary of a king knows no retreat," came the voice, cold as ice jade. At this moment, the elven queen had transformed into Guwen. "This is not what we agreed upon." Guwen shot a glance at Lo Chuan, who was struggling against the crimson magic, his eyes filled with disdain for Lo Chuan's unreliability. "Wasn't it said that Guwen would only appear within the temple? Pray tell, what is happening now? Is the tree kingdom a vast natural temple?" Of course, Lo Chuan was equally astonished, as this contradicted his observations. Yet, he had no time to ponder this. Castellan was intent on delivering a lethal blow, and the accumulated crimson magic of centuries surged with overwhelming might. Lo Chuan was no match for it. However, being publicly defeated was too humiliating. Impudent. Guwen conjured a staff entwined with vines, thrusting it forcefully into the ground beneath her feet. The pure light of life coalesced into a radiant beam, shattering the crimson magical energy that enveloped the sky. No one can triumph over the elven queen in the land of trees, for she is the sovereign of this realm, able to harness the power of the ancient magical array suspended in the heavens at will. "Commander, the truths you seek to uncover elude me. Retreat at once and cease your errors." She refrained from taking further action, merely urging Castellan to reconsider with her words. Should the situation escalate, regardless of the outcome, it would be a devastating blow to the elven race. The edifice would inevitably succumb to collapse. "Ah, your majesty, I fear it is you who has slain all 6 elders for your own selfish desires, is it not? Such conduct is utterly unbecoming of a queen." Castellan remained unperturbed, his demeanor unchanged. "Impossible. Castellan, how dare you cast aspersions upon her majesty?" exclaimed an outraged voice. The assembled elves, instinctively protective of their queen, could not fathom such vile actions being committed by her. Even Lo Chuan, who knew the truth, could no longer remain silent. He stepped forward to defend her, asserting, "Castellan, I can attest for her majesty. This matter is not as you perceive it." "Silence. Who does not know of your affections for her majesty? This is merely your pretext to absolve her." Castellan's retort left Lo Chuan momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a counterargument. "Now, I demand a reasonable explanation from her majesty," he declared, nearly grinding his teeth. He could endure oppression and discrimination, but he would not tolerate fratricide. A king ought to be just and selfless, not a monstrosity of power. Guwen merely scoffed. "Since you are so keen to uncover the truth, I see no reason to conceal it any longer." With that, she opened her palm to reveal a memory stone, whose sole purpose was to record, immutable and unalterable, a testament to the truth, unblemished. The once honorable elders ultimately succumbed to the allure of power. She cast a glance at the dark elves poised to stage a coup, a cold smirk gracing her lips, her voice devoid of warmth. The dark elves, once loyal to the tree god, had betrayed their former oaths. Chapter 103, Elegance. As magic flowed into the memory stone, an image was projected into the sky. The scene depicted 3 dark elf elders, accompanied by their guard forces, storming into the natural temple, catching the 3 elven elders unawares and slaying them without mercy. The 3 elven elders could scarcely fathom the audacity of their assailants, brazenly entering the temple with blades drawn against them. Following this, the dark elf elders exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. They then commenced a thorough search within the temple, seemingly in pursuit of something. Sacred relics. The 3 dark elf elders were indeed searching for the artifacts concealed within the natural temple. The astute elves immediately discerned the intentions of the 3 elders, gasping in astonishment. A sinister laughter echoed from the scene before them. How infuriating it was that despite turning the temple upside down, they failed to locate the sacred artifact. Could it be that the artifact was concealed by the tree god? What then? Must they risk incurring the tree goddess' wrath to approach it? One among them displayed profound apprehension, clearly terrified at the thought of provoking the deity. "What troubles you?" the leader inquired. "Despite our audacious actions within the temple, the tree god has shown no reaction. Its appearances have dwindled over the years. It is likely that the tree god has succumbed to slumber." He gestured towards the fallen elders, whose blood had yet to cool. "At this juncture, we three have no retreat." Upon hearing this, the fearful elder gritted his teeth, suppressing his trepidation. The trio then discovered a passage within the temple leading to the trunk of the tree god. It loomed deep and dark before them. They swallowed hard, preparing to enter. Suddenly, a resplendent green light erupted from within, revealing a colossal dragon woven from vines and emerald luminescence, soaring forth from the narrow path. A breath of azure light issued from the dragon's maw, crashing upon the three, scattering the countless dark elf guards as if they were mere leaves in a tempest. In the blink of an eye, only the dragon and the three dark elf elders remained in the grand hall, poised for confrontation. It was evident they had no intention of surrendering. A barrage of formidable magical attacks rained down upon the dragon, the explosive force causing the seemingly indestructible temple to tremble. As smoke billowed around them, once it cleared, the vine-woven dragon bore some frayed tendrils yet remained undeterred in its might. In a flash, it materialized behind one of the dark elf elders, piercing him effortlessly and reducing him to mere fragments. With a swift flick of its tail, another elder was similarly shattered. As though the dragon understood that dialogue was futile, perhaps wary that verbosity might lead to its adversary's demise. The final elder, recognizing the futility of resistance against the dragon, boldly leaped upon it, detonating his own magical essence in a desperate act. With a thunderous roar, the dragon transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the trunk of the sacred tree. Thus, the vision concluded. The elves present were left in a state of shock. Even Guwen felt an aftertaste of disbelief. What transpired? In a single night, the 6 elders who nurtured Gwynlian had perished, and in such a tragic manner? Had they truly turned upon one another? Was this the catalyst for Queen Gwynlian's turmoil? Indeed, for her, the elders were akin to family, and to see her kin perish in such a brutal fashion was a wound too deep to bear. Thus, she chose to attribute all blame to a fabricated persona, Gwendolyn, deceiving herself to numb the anguish. But from where did this Gwendolyn emerge? Guwen was engulfed by a profound confusion. It was all a deception, a mere facade. How could this be possible? Chiron knelt in agony, for the contents of the stone of reflection were irrefutable, intensifying his torment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I demand the tree god to intervene and validate the truth of this matter. Yes, I call for the divine judgment. He cried out as if grasping a final lifeline. The divine judgment, a decree rendered by the tree god, would conclusively determine the truth of any matter. As the maternal figure of all elves, any fallacy concerning them would be laid bare before the tree god. Hence, many past disputes had been resolved through the tree goddess intervention, though such judgments had not occurred for centuries. Now, Chiron sought to invoke the divine judgment. Gwynlia coldly rejected his plea. The evidence was irrefutable, and moreover, the remnants of magical energy from the battle still lingered at the entrance to the passage connecting to the tree god's trunk. You may verify this at any time, examining the traces left behind. Upon hearing this, Chiron abruptly rose to his feet, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. He cackled ominously. Perhaps the tree god is ensnared in slumber? Suddenly, Chiron's form twisted grotesquely, his visage fracturing into a mass of black ash that fell to the ground. A towering demon, adorned with horns and black wings, emerged. The dark elves lurking in the forest restored their true forms, revealing a horde of grotesque abominations. My elaborate infiltration into the elven realm, with all its disguises and meticulous plans, was not in vain. The tree god truly lay in slumber due to that grievous wound. He laughed maniacally, dark energy swirling around him, conjuring a tempest. Gwynlia's expression turned grave. Instinctively, she sensed impending doom upon laying eyes on this creature. That aura was of the 9th tier of transcendence. No wonder he had traversed the elven protective enchantments without a sound. Why now? Who are you? Why have you infiltrated the elven realm? The demon, summoning his magic, clothed himself in a lavender suit and top hat. Ha ha ha. Listen well. I am the 7th candidate for the title of King of the Abyss, and I am destined to be the future King of the Abyss. Rake, I have come here solely for the elven sacred artifact. However, knowing that one of the world's paramount powerhouses, the tree god, lies in slumber, I must present a grand gift. I was fortunate enough to seize a drop of the life essence that the tree god scattered in the abyss last time. The taste of it, haha. Before he could finish his boast, a silver spear of magic descended like a bolt of lightning, intent on piercing Rake's head. Additionally, innumerable chains of verdant magic ensnared Rake, rendering him immobile, with no escape. The spear loomed ever larger, its amassed force instilling terror. With no path to flee, the outlaw found himself at the mercy of a wrathful king descending from the heavens. The assault embodied all of Luochuan's power, augmented by a fragment of the strength from the kingdom of trees. This decisive strike aimed solely for a lethal outcome. A faint smile graced Rake's lips. Mere thunder posed little threat. He spread his arms wide, adopting an elegant stance to greet the spear of lightning. Chapter 104. Even the Demon King must face the odds. Rake possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Even if the attack before him doubled in intensity, he believed he could effortlessly withstand it unscathed. As the sharp brilliance of the thunder cleaved through the air, the attack began its descent. Unfazed, Rake intended to demonstrate his formidable prowess to all present, compelling them to surrender in despair. The tangible force of thunder crashed against Rake's body, yet the anticipated piercing did not occur. Instead, the lightning shattered into fragments, obliterated by Rake's ironclad physique, reduced to mere shards of magical energy. A chuckle escaped his lips, hardly a scratch. And there was more. This was but an all-you-can-eat buffet. Luochuan smiled slightly, and in the next instant, the sky was engulfed by an endless torrent of ferocious lightning. This time, the thunder struck not with sluggishness but at the speed of light. In an instant, thousands of bolts rained down upon Rake, submerging him in a tempestuous sea of electricity. Lightning strike 3000. Lightning strike 10,086. Lightning strike 1314520. In the span of merely 1 minute, the sky's fury was entirely expended, leaving Luochuan weakened and adrift from the exertion of his magical energy. Supported by Guwen, he seated himself upon the ground to recuperate. He struggled to inquire. Should it have been resolved by me? The spot where Rake once stood had transformed into a scorched wasteland, featuring a massive crater. No, I can still sense the life force belonging to that demon. In the next moment, a shadow leaped from the pit, but this time, its target was not the onlookers. The shadow unfurled its wings, soaring toward the trunk of the tree god at the heart of the kingdom of trees. A maniacal laughter echoed through the heavens. The prowess of the elf clan is but this. Allow me to conclude the tree god's existence and claim your sacred artifact. Behind Rake loomed a colossal demonic scythe, wielding the might to cleave mountains and seas as it descended upon the slumbering tree god. The sudden emergence of this demon was unexpectedly formidable. Luochuan found himself utterly powerless to thwart the attack on the tree god. His heart sank into despair. Even the natural magic summoned by Gwenlira crumbled under Rake's casual gesture, shattering in an instant. The scythe, imbued with corrosive black energy, was poised to strike the tree god. Rake's grin grew increasingly sinister. Once the tree god was slain and the elf clan's sacred artifact obtained, it would serve as a significant advantage in his forthcoming competition against other candidates for the title of Demon King. The elf clan's sacred artifact, the Moon of Sacred Radiance, was the cornerstone of their protective magical array, renowned as the continent's most potent guardian relic. The protective barrier it inspired could withstand even a divine being for 3 seconds. This was precisely why Rake had set his sights on the sacred artifact of the elven race. However, it was also due to his certainty that the tree god, an unparalleled powerhouse, was gravely wounded and utterly defenseless. Otherwise, no matter how formidable he was, he would ultimately remain a mere insect beneath the 10th tier, easily crushed under a single fingertip. Suddenly, a cerulean barrier shield materialized around the tree god. With a crack, the magical scythe, infused with Rake's full might, was forcibly repelled by that shield. No matter how fiercely he continued his attacks, the shield remained unyielding, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the source of the barrier. Not far away, a crescent-shaped artifact in Gwendolyn's hand emitted a faint glow, continuously channeling protective energy into the barrier. So the sacred artifact is with you. Those worthy of treasures possess them. Hand it over to me. Die. The terrifying scythe once again gathered an inexhaustible dark energy, swirling in Rake's hands, its blades slicing through the fabric of space, instantly poised above the gathered crowd. An unending stream of black mist seeped from the scythe, crashing down to the ground and causing a series of explosions. At that moment, Gwendolyn's complexion had turned pale, filled with dread of death. Yet she unwaveringly channeled all her strength into the protective barrier for the tree god. I will not allow you to harm the tree mother. If you wish to harm the tree mother, you must first step over my corpse. Her eyes reflected newfound resolve. Suddenly, a figure emerged from within the artifact. appearing as a silhouette of light and shadow. Upon closer inspection, her features were strikingly similar to Gwendolyn's. "Sister, you must flee. Abandon the transmission of power to the artifact. I will hold them off for you, just go." That was the spirit of the sacred artifact. "Leah, I have made 2 mistakes already, once out of greed and once out of cowardice. But regardless of how I try to evade it, the crown has already been bestowed upon me, and the responsibility is mine. This is a fate I cannot sever. I have long been awake. Yet my cowardice held me back from confronting this reality. Now, I wish to be brave just once. Sister, you will die? Then let it be my atonement." After saying this, she cast a glance at Rake, whose power continued to rise, an awe-inspiring and terrifying force. "I am sorry, Guwen. Perhaps I should never have brought you here. I will open a portal for you now. Flee. Escape as far as you can." Gwendolyn sighed. "Wait, does your earlier promise to lend me the artifact still stand? What do you intend to do?" She shook her head, realizing it was too late for any action. "I will help you repel him. You owe me a chance to use the artifact." Guwen stepped forward, shielding the others behind her, not looking back as she handed her weapon to a knight. Taking a deep breath, she leaped into action. "Do not act rashly," Gwendolyn exclaimed in alarm, astonished that Guwen would directly engage Rake. In the sky, the formidable Rake was on the verge of unleashing his charged attack when he suddenly observed a shadow surging against the current, intent on launching an assault against him. Did a mere flea, capable of such lofty leaps, dare to play the hero? It was an act of sheer folly. With a swift motion, Rake brought down his magical scythe in a forceful arc, seemingly aiming to cleave through Guwen effortlessly. Yet, Guwen exhibited no trace of fear. He silently calculated the distance in his mind. "The 50-50 domain has been activated. Target locked. Prepare to embrace your undefeated legend." Countdown initiated, 10 minutes. In the next moment, Guwen's power surged dramatically, akin to the rising tide of the sea, each wave surpassing the last. 3 pairs of wings of sacred light sprouted from his back, and a hexagonal halo of divine radiance formed behind him. The brilliant and blazing holy light shattered the enveloping darkness. A colossal sword of holy light, stretching hundreds of meters, emerged from this radiance, directly intercepting the descending scythe. It became evident that he wielded an equivalent strength across all attributes, augmented by opposing characteristics. Before Guwen appeared a panel displaying his newly acquired temporary skills, all of which were the antithesis of the abilities possessed by Rake. An angel? No, that was impossible. How could an angel manifest in such a place? A black orb was hurled toward Guwen by Rake amidst the chaos, and Guwen countered with a similar sphere of holy light, resulting in a momentary stillness. While Rake, astonished, unleashed further abyssal magic, Guwen opted for the automatic release feature on his skill panel, ensuring that every abyssal spell was effectively countered by a corresponding holy magic. Consequently, Rake found himself laboriously casting a plethora of attacks, yet failing to disturb even the air surrounding Guwen. They were both trained under the same master. His moves were futile against such a technique. Chapter 105. We will conceal your angelic identity. Rake was on the brink of despair. Initially, he had presumed he was merely contending with a slightly larger ant, emboldened by a modicum of holy power. However, after an extended confrontation, he was astounded to realize that this adversary was indeed a formidable foe of equal standing, specifically countering his sacred attributes. This revelation drove him to the brink of madness, as he discovered that despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could only match Guwen blow for blow. No matter how fiercely he attacked, he could not penetrate Guwen's defenses. Suddenly, Guwen teleported before him and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Great memory restoration technique. The impact sent Rake plummeting from the sky, akin to a meteor streaking through the night, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. This time, he did not rise, for the slap itself bore little physical force. Rather, it was the torrent of painful memories surging within him that pierced his heart like a knife. He recalled his journey from a bullied little demon to his current stature. That was not a path he wished to revisit. It was a dark history he longed to forget, even though he now stands but a step away from the king of the abyss. The agony of his past renders him immobile. What insidious trickery is this? I should be immune to mental assaults. As the torment within dissipates, rage surges forth. After enduring profound suffering, most individuals harbor but one desire: to eliminate the source of their anguish. Thus, Rake acts accordingly, wielding his demonic scythe in a sweeping arc towards Guwen. Yet, regardless of his struggles, the outcome remains unchanged. Clang! The radiant sword of holy light shot forth, intercepting Rake's assault, while behind them, billowing clouds of darkness clashed with beams of sanctity. The hands of darkness descended like rain, and the brilliance of holy light was as deep as the ocean. Each beam of light bore the essence of the great memory restoration spell. Despite Rake emerging unscathed, tears streamed down his face. Why does every thwarted attack evoke the painful memories of my past? I cannot endure this any longer. Indeed, after an arduous 8 minutes, he reached his breaking point. He now comprehended that his opponent had merely been feigning weakness. This supposed pinnacle of angelic power was merely toying with him, engaging in a battle that ended in a stalemate, all while employing such vile psychological tactics. There was no semblance of a true warrior's demeanor. Nevertheless, Rake surmised that Guwen had been holding back. After all, despite their equal footing, Guwen appeared remarkably at ease, as if indulging in a game. Complemented by the enigmatic mental assaults, which he should have been immune to, all evidence indicated that this individual's earlier weakness was but a ruse. This is troubling. He must harbor some grand scheme against me. If I do not flee now, I may very well perish here. It is evident to any discerning eye that a superlative warrior would not come merely to toy with me. He is likely reinforcements summoned by the elven race from the sacred church. Perhaps they await my moment of fatigue, ready to unleash a devastating strike with a multitude of archbishops and judgment knights lurking in the shadows. I miscalculated. I never anticipated that the elven race could summon such obstinate and antiquated angels from the church. Yet, the tree god now slumbers, and I refuse to believe that the church's angels can remain in constant vigil over your kind. When we meet again, I shall paint this land with blood. Having uttered his fierce declaration, Rake hesitated no longer. With wings unfurled, a domain of darkness enveloped him, and he swiftly soared into the skies to escape. The thought of ambushes lying in wait around him filled him with dread, making him wish for additional legs to hasten his flight. To venture into the abyss was to discover the treachery that abounds in the world. He shall return, without fail. Guwen, glancing at the dwindling time within the contested domain, found he could not pursue. Instead, he channeled all his holy light into the sacred sword and hurled it with all his might, piercing the inky darkness of the abyss. Even wounded, its speed did not falter. Rather, it surged with newfound swiftness. As the realm of magic faded into the horizon, Guwen's 5-5 domain came to an end. The radiant wings upon his back gradually dissipated as he descended to the ground. The surviving sprites, having endured the aftermath, surrounded him with gratitude. Are you an angel of the Holy Sea? You rescued us, saved our kin. We are immensely grateful, they exclaimed in a chorus of appreciation. However, Gwenllian dispersed the sprites with a firm command: do not divulge his identity. First, attend to the injured affected by the battle. The queen's words held significant weight among the sprites, and they promptly dispersed, leaving only Guwen, Gwenllian, and the spirit of the sacred artifact in their midst. Do not misunderstand me. I am not an angel, Guwen clarified. I understand that angels must conceal their identities. You must be one of those dispatched by the Holy See to cleanse heresy in the Eastern continent. I never anticipated that I would inadvertently bring you back. You have saved our entire race. We are not ungrateful. We shall keep your identity a secret, so you need not worry about exposure. Should you require the sacred artifact, it is yours at any time. Gwenllian had already constructed an elaborate narrative regarding Guwen's angelic identity. The unmistakable 6 wings of the holy light angel and the prowess displayed in repelling Rake were undeniable, coupled with Rake's menacing words before his departure. It was only natural for her to deduce that Guwen was an angel sent by the Holy See to covertly eradicate heresy worldwide. Thankfully, she refrained from speaking ill of the Holy See in Guwen's presence, lest she too be branded as a heretic. Well then, thank you. Guwen, upon hearing his increasingly embellished identity, chose not to elaborate further. After all, the events that had transpired were difficult to articulate. Indeed, I confess, I am an angel. I never imagined you were truly an angel. The spirit of the sacred artifact spoke, its voice remarkably akin to Gwenllian's. You are Gwenllian? Guwen inquired, perplexed. The spirit nodded in affirmation, confirming its identity. This revelation deepened Guwen's confusion. Wait a moment, let me sort this out. Wasn't Gwenllian a persona born from your trauma? What is happening now? Gwenllian smiled gently. No matter, there is no longer any need for concealment. Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you and dispel your confusion. Guwen accepted his angelic identity with bewilderment, having unwittingly become an angel. The elders are akin to family to me, yet I witnessed them turn against one another, which deeply affected me. In my distress, I sought the aid of the spirit of the sacred artifact, hoping she would fulfill the responsibilities of a king in my stead. However, I found myself temporarily lost in an endless cycle of evasion. Were it not for the demon race's intention to harm the mother tree, a being that must never be harmed under any circumstances, I would not have broken free from my self-imposed confines. Chapter 106. A second bloom. The world had transformed into an incomprehensible realm for Guwen. Gwynlian spoke at length, as if she had finally found a confidant. After several minutes of incessant chatter, she let out a long sigh. So, I am not suffering from a split personality. I merely entrusted Leah to temporarily manage my body. There is no need for those strange looks anymore. Oh, all right. You know I have never harbored any prejudice against your split personality, Guwen hastily clarified. The feeble Luo Chuan had regained some strength and stood up, his gaze melancholic as he fixed it upon Guwen. Had you acted sooner, I might have avoided such embarrassment. In that moment, lying on the ground, I felt as though I were pierced by countless eyes. Luo Chuan chuckled wryly, covering his face. Here he was, the Grand Elder, reduced to lying on the ground due to depleted magical energy, his grace merging with the earth. Your Majesty, I thought you truly had been affected. I had begun to accept you as you were, and now I must readjust again. However, I am relieved to see you emerge from the affairs of the elders, Luo Chuan remarked, longing to pat Gwynlian's head as he used to in her childhood. Yet, the spirit of the sacred artifact unexpectedly intervened. You are not allowed to touch my sister. She is mine. Only mine. Gwynlia glared fiercely at Luo Chuan, a hint of jealousy evident, as this man was rumored to be involved with her beloved sister. Sister can only be mine. She can only love me. Leah. This is the Grand Elder, the only other being besides Mother Tree who has bestowed upon me the gift of nurturing. The mention of nurturing brought Gwynlian to reflect on the elders, a bittersweet longing swelling within her. Despite their flaws, they were the ones who had raised her. Suddenly, her nose tinged with the onset of tears, her eyes glistening. This distressed Gwynlia, who feared that her interference with Luo Chuan had caused her sister pain. Sister, please don't cry. I promise I won't stop this ugly fellow next time. Gwynlia made a significant sacrifice without regard for the fragile pride of the 300-year-old elder. Me, ugly fellow. Luo Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if he had been pierced by a label. Was he now being attacked while lying down? At that moment, the surrounding elves began to gather once more, seemingly eager to speak. Your Majesty, the actions of the Dark Elf Elder are akin to rebellion. They covet the sacred artifact, and we have irrefutable evidence. Please, announce this matter to the entire clan at once. The elves recalled the earlier events, their indignation palpable. Yet, this was a truth Gwynlian was unwilling to accept, and how could she bear to make such a decision? However, this time the elves were resolute, having long harbored grievances against the Dark Elves. The rebellion of the Dark Elf Elder had ignited their fury completely. Suddenly, a commotion arose once more in the heart of the forest. This time, the elves have become skittish, their nerves frayed by the sudden emergence of adversaries from the dense forest. They are now acutely aware of every rustle in the underbrush, fearing yet another assault from their foes. Protect the sovereign. A throng of dark elves materialized from the thicket, momentarily startling the other elves, who instinctively shielded Gwynlian behind them. At the forefront of these dark elves stood the Grand Commander, Caelan, who was equally taken aback by the elves' anxious demeanor. Your Majesty, I sensed a potent aura of danger emanating from this place, which compelled my hasty arrival. May I inquire as to the nature of the disturbance? He saluted, his concern for an external invasion evident. Despite his skepticism that anyone could breach the magical barriers undetected, the heart of the Tree Kingdom seemed to have witnessed a fierce clash. Surely, it could not be a civil war among kin, could it? Gwynlian, utilizing her ethereal sight, discerned no anomalies, leading her to believe that Caelan was indeed genuine. However, the dread from earlier lingered. Grand Commander, please recount an event that only you would know to confirm your identity. This was the only method she could conceive to ascertain his authenticity. Caelan hesitated, uncertainty clouding his expression as he inquired, Your Majesty, are you certain? Whatever you say, as long as it establishes that you are the true Grand Commander Caelan. Upon hearing this, Caelan ceased his hesitation. Your Majesty, when you were a child, you once hid yellow clay in your trousers as an excuse to skip class. That was enough. As Gwynlian realized the implications of his words, she immediately interrupted him, her face ablaze with embarrassment. How could such a tale be shared in public? It was utterly mortifying. Could he not have chosen another anecdote? Had they not agreed that this matter was to remain a secret forever? The Grand Commander had validated his identity, yet Gwynlian felt her own reputation crumbling. She had just experienced a social demise. The surrounding elves maintained a solemn demeanor, as if nothing had transpired moments ago, creating an atmosphere of palpable stiffness. Even Guwen discreetly retreated a few paces to preserve his distance from Gwynlian. Haha, Your Majesty. I didn't quite catch that. You know I have intermittent hearing loss. He chuckled nervously. It's quite all right, Grand Commander. A creature of magic had disguised itself as you, but fortunately, it has been repelled. She deliberately omitted mentioning the elders, wishing to keep that matter under wraps for a while longer. Although the truth would eventually surface, she yearned to maintain a semblance of tranquility for as long as possible. Is that so? It is my negligence. I never anticipated that a creature of darkness could infiltrate this place. I implore your majesty to impose punishment upon me. Karen lamented inwardly about his advancing years, realizing that even a creature could slip past him unnoticed. The other elves perceived the queen's intention to overlook the matter, although reluctant. They dared not speak in the presence of the dark elves' formidable leader. They exchanged whispers behind closed doors, fearful of open confrontation. The leader need not bear the brunt of blame. The fault does not lie with you. Gwenllian felt a nagging sense of forgetting something crucial, something that pertained to concealing the truth. Chapter 107. A tragic incident prompted by a magical stone. Ah, I recall now. Where is my magical stone? Gwenllian gazed at her empty hands, realizing that the enchanted stone she once held was now lost. A chill ran through her. If the image from the stone were to be revealed, it would spell disaster. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Gwenllian began to discreetly search for her misplaced stone. Not far away, Valen, who had accompanied Karen, was amusing herself. With the adults engaged in serious discussions, the young girl found herself bored and wandered off to play. Suddenly, she spotted a glimmering stone on the ground. Her eyes lit up, and she eagerly picked it up, wiping it clean with a leaf. Wow! It turned out to be a gem. As the dust cleared, the gem's brilliant blue hue emerged, filling Valen with joy as if she had stumbled upon treasure. She intended to keep it for the moment and present it to Her Majesty once the discussions concluded, believing it to be someone else's lost treasure. It was only right to return it. However, before she could steady herself, a loud voice exclaimed nearby, "Treasure! That is the gem I lost, you despicable thief!" This was followed by a reckless charge. The culprit was none other than a mischievous elven child, who previously incited others to bully her. Spotting Valen with the gem ignited his greed, prompting him to attempt to claim the treasure for himself. Fortunately, he was no match for Valen. She deftly sidestepped his charge, causing him to stumble and fall, landing face first in the dirt. "You bully!" he cried out, now seated on the ground, sulking from the embarrassment of his fall. Valen, who had always been taught to show kindness to others, rushed to his side, attempting to help him up. "Are you all right?" To her surprise, the boy swatted her hand away. Taken aback, Valen's hand was left red and swollen. "The treasure is mine now." The mischievous child suddenly snatched the gem from Valen's hand and bolted away. "You lack honor. Return the gem to me. I must present it to Her Majesty the Queen for judgment." The child merely glanced back, wearing a triumphant grin, exuding arrogance. However, Valen swiftly caught up with him, causing the child to become utterly terrified, as if he foresaw his impending doom. His earlier bravado dissipated, and upon noticing the elves nearby, he cried out in desperation, "Help! A dark elf is stealing treasures. The dark elves are killing. Save me!" Gwenllian, who was quietly searching for the viewing stone not far away, heard the commotion and felt a surge of anger. She had initially hoped to find an opportunity to ease the tension between the two factions of elves. Yet now someone was stoking the flames with such accusations. As all eyes turned to the child, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He spotted the formidable Commander Castellan, and to his astonishment, that menacing figure was indeed present. Panic set in. The tales of Castellan devouring children had instilled fear even in the hearts of the most audacious youths. What if he were discovered? Surely he would be consumed. In his dread, his legs weakened, and in the next moment, with a thud, the child stumbled over a stone, causing the gem to fly from his grasp. At that instant, Gwenllian recognized the gem. It was her viewing stone. To her dismay, she watched as the stone spun in the air, completing a full circle before crashing to the ground. The impact elicited an involuntary exclamation from her. With a resounding crash, the viewing stone shattered. In its destruction, the protective mechanism activated, releasing a final, complete image of the stored memories before it disintegrated. Before Castellan and a throng of dark elves, the harrowing scene of their internecine strife unfolded once more in front of all present. Upon witnessing the horrific imagery, Castellan fell to his knees, first bowing to the tree god, then lowering his forehead to the ground before Gwenllian. "Your Majesty, the dark elves were unaware of the elders' conspiracy. I beseech you to discern with clarity and spare the innocent. The rebellion of the three elders is a result of my inadequate oversight. I am willing to sacrifice my life as atonement." Castellan, loyal to the tree god and the elven race, had never anticipated such a calamity. This could irrevocably sever the ties between the dark elves and the elves. Instinctively, he resisted the thought of such a division. If possible, he wished to use his demise to mend the rift between the factions. Could the life of one individual truly absolve the transgressions of the entire dark elf lineage? Perhaps the dark elves should be stripped of their elder status, with the council of elders entirely comprised of elves henceforth. It was unclear who first proposed such a notion. Karen's heart sank deeper with each passing moment. It seemed that the dark elves would be forever shrouded in despair. The already tenuous balance between the factions was on the verge of collapse, and the prospect of upheaval loomed ominously. Yet, the stark reality of the elders' rebellion lay before him, leaving him bereft of any counterarguments. His impotence had become his undoing. The once tranquil elves erupted into chaos at the utterance of those words, akin to a pot of boiling oil splashed with cold water, producing a cacophony of voices. If the Grand Commander proclaimed a willingness to die for atonement, why had he not yet succumbed? As a supreme warrior, how could he be oblivious to the elders' treachery? Perhaps he was complicit in the insurrection. It seemed the dark elves were indeed coveting power. The elves clamored, their voices intertwining. Even Gwenllian could not quell their uproar. The dark elves hung their heads, appearing as if their souls had fled. Even Velen was lost in despair. Her father had perished, a casualty of the rebellion. Had she unwittingly become a child of the traitors? Enough. I wish only for death. May the sovereign remain just. Karen felt like a balloon pierced by countless blades. Deflating entirely, he suddenly rose, startling the elves, who feared he would lash out. Yet, he did nothing but survey the faces around him. The dark elves remained ever loyal. By the time Gwenllian comprehended Karen's intentions, it was too late. No, he seized a weapon from a nearby knight and drove it into his own heart. Collapsing to the ground, shockwaves rippled through the assembly of elves. Gwenllian rushed to his side, kneeling to grasp his hand. Why resort to such an extreme to prove your worth? Tears streamed down her cheeks. The elves, who had been clamoring moments before, fell silent, astonished that their diligent protector of the realm would choose such a means to validate his innocence. Among the crowd, only Guwen exhibited a peculiar expression. Yet he approached, pondering if there was any way to revive him. It seemed a grave injustice for such a noble warrior to fall in such a hasty manner. Karen bore countless scars and marks upon his visage, tokens of his valor in safeguarding the realm. The elves' pride in their beauty paled in comparison to his sacrifices. Unless the mother tree herself descended to restore the essence of his life, he would never open his eyes again. With that, Gwenllian wiped her tears. Yet the mother tree lay in slumber, rendering hope futile. Perhaps I could attempt to awaken your mother tree. Guwen sensed the immense life energy coursing through his body. A vibrant vitality belonging to a seventh-tier dragon, akin to the natural life force of the elven race. Moreover, his life energy was continuously replenished, a testament to his innate abilities. Chapter 108. The Resurrection of the Tree God. In truth, Guwen was not overly concerned about Karen's potential demise. He had inadvertently seized the weapon he had previously enhanced. Indeed, it was that infamous blade that did not kill, but rather induced a state of temporary death lasting a few minutes. However, Guwen deliberately refrained from mentioning this fact. With Karen's apparent death, the previously contentious factions of elves now found themselves enveloped in an atmosphere of peculiar tension. As long as they did not erupt into chaos, that was sufficient. Guwen's desire to revive the tree god was not merely a pastime. It stemmed from the looming threat of the demon god, who could descend at any moment and claim his life. Should he succeed in reviving the tree god, he would gain the assistance of a formidable 10th-tier ally, who could potentially aid him in his struggles. A being capable of emerging unscathed from the abyss of demons would surely be able to confront the demon god in combat. Yet, at that moment, Gwenllian remained mired in sorrow, too preoccupied to heed Guwen's pleas. Even the spirit of the holy artifact, Gwenllia, scoffed at Guwen's fanciful aspirations. That was the mother tree god, after all, despite his status as a 9th-tier transcendent being with angelic lineage. The purity of life energy required by the mother tree god was exceedingly rare, and his radiant power might prove inadequate. Indeed, Guwen, it would be prudent not to overestimate your own capabilities. Lo Chuan also believed Guwen was boasting, and to spare him further embarrassment, he persistently urged caution. Do you all not believe in my capabilities? Guwen was incredulous. He had assumed that his recent triumph over Like would inspire admiration among the elves, or at the very least, evoke a sense of expectation. Instead, he was met with skepticism and the lingering shadows of grief. Finding himself without a companion to guide him before the tree god, Guwen faced a dilemma. How could he channel his life energy to awaken the deity? Enough. Cease your weeping. Guwen rushed to Karen's side, taking hold of one of his hands. A vast and pure life energy began to converge from below, forming an ethereal silhouette behind him. Subsequently, this life energy was entirely infused into Karen's being. A person in a state of apparent death could rapidly emerge from that condition if reawakened by life energy. Cough. This revelation left all the elves in a state of astonishment. This human possessed the ability to bring the dead back to life. Furthermore, the purity and magnitude of his life energy were unprecedented. Even the former elven queen could only gaze in awe. Is this truly a human? Could this individual be a dragon masquerading in human form, cavorting in the realm of mortals? In that moment, Chiron, still in a daze, opened his eyes. What has happened to me? Was I not dead? The supreme leader, it was Guwen who saved you. Next time, refrain from acting impulsively. I have never doubted your loyalty. Guwen extended a hand to help him up, advising him not to be so hasty next time, as he nearly missed witnessing a miracle. Miracle? What miracle? Having just survived a life-and-death ordeal, Chiron felt even more bewildered. Had he been dead for a long time? Why was there talk of miracles? I can revive your tree god. Guwen reiterated his statement, and this time, no one harbored doubts. The ability to bring someone back to life, coupled with the life energy involved, surely this time would succeed in reviving the mother tree god, they thought. The elves shared a singular idea at that moment. Let him try. Even Luochuan, who had initially been skeptical, immediately grasped Guwen's hand, excitement evident in his expression. Good brother, you understand me. I never doubted your claims. I firmly believe you can revive the mother tree god. In response, Guwen grinned, but disdainfully brushed Luochuan's hand away. You change your mind at lightning speed. Are you a chameleon? What is a chameleon? Is it a dragon that changes colors? Luochuan replied, confused yet impressed. Gwenlia and Gwenlian flanked Guwen, pushing Luochuan aside. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Can you truly revive the mother tree god? They asked in unison. Guwen nodded. Wonderful. They exclaimed simultaneously, their excitement palpable. Oh my. If this were in our past lives, you two would undoubtedly pilot mechs to battle monsters. As sisters, they synchronized perfectly in their enthusiasm. Regarding that matter, we shall await the mother tree god's awakening for a personal judgment. Until then, no one is permitted to spread rumors. If I find out, you will be cast out of the tree kingdom. Gwenlian's tone turned serious, realizing that these elves had become too familiar, forgetting the distance between a ruler and her subjects. The cold warning silenced the elves present. It was clear that Her Majesty was not merely speaking lightly. After delivering her stern admonition, Gwenlian softened her tone. I wonder if there is anything you need to prepare, Guwen? She inquired about the preparations for reviving the mother tree god, as reviving such a formidable being surely required extensive arrangements. No need. Just ensure my feet remain on the ground. Guwen waved his hand dismissively. What preparations? With myself and the supreme leader combined, we are unrivaled. Feet on the ground? What principle is that? If my feet leave the ground, the virus shuts down, and intelligence will reclaim its dominion. What do these two have to do with each other? All right, let us not overanalyze. Now, lead me to the tree god. I only need to make contact with her physical form. Is this the tree god? So colorful and wondrous. Guwen gently touched the towering giant tree before him, resembling a prism of vibrant crystals, and couldn't help but marvel. The sensation of viewing it from a distance was utterly distinct from standing beneath its massive presence. Guwen felt diminutive, as if the tree god embodied nature itself, instilling a profound sense of reverence in any being that approached. It was said that the tree god had once met the holy emperor and even cradled him in his youth, though the truth of this tale remained uncertain. At this thought, Guwen couldn't suppress a chuckle. Accompanying him were Gwenlian, Gwenlia, Chiron, and Luochuan, who observed as Guwen stood before the maternal figure of the tree god, touching it and then smiling. It was hard to reconcile this image of Guwen with that of the radiant angel who had just battled a 9th-tier demon lord. He appeared rather unassuming. All right, it's time to unleash my power. 50-50 domain activated. Target confirmed. Second activation effects diminished. System-friendly reminder. This skill has no cooldown, but repeated activations in a short time will result in diminished effects. Don't be greedy. Guwen was elated. This skill indeed had no cooldown. But why were there diminishing effects? This time, he had only enhanced his life energy, with no changes in other aspects. Initially, he had hoped to elevate himself to the same level as the tree god for a quicker infusion of energy, but that notion now seemed futile. The system forbade him from exploiting any bugs. Steadying himself, Guwen began to channel his life energy towards the tree god. In the next moment, all his life force surged forth like an ocean spilling from its vessel, flooding into the tree goddess form. Mere seconds later, He felt utterly drained. Was this reasonable? It was as if all his energy had vanished without a trace. Life force overdrawn. Adaptive effect triggered, acquiring, vibrant life, do not worry. The overdrawn energy will be replenished. Adaptive phase effect, recovers 1% of maximum life energy per second. Moreover, his talent, born of the earth, found its purpose. Once the skill effect activated, his life energy increased at a rate of 5% per second. Now, Guwen was akin to a pair of nuclear batteries, channeling life energy into the tree god as if it were free. Yet, the consumption rate was alarmingly swift, and Guwen felt on the verge of collapse. Adapting to life, force overdraw. Adapting to life, force overdraw. Vibrant life has reached phase 8, recovers 36% of maximum life energy per second. Adaptive spirit, completely drained, do not queue. Chapter 109. I feel like I've seen you before. Guwen had not anticipated that his adaptive spirit would be utterly exhausted. He was no longer filled with the initial vigor he once possessed. I truly have nothing left. Guwen felt the rapid growth and subsequent vanishing of life energy within him, likening himself to a pump. This was the state he found himself in after the enhancement provided by Wu Kai. He could scarcely imagine the consequences had he been in his previous condition. He would likely have been drained entirely. Yet, 9 minutes had elapsed, and the tree god showed no signs of revival. Had he miscalculated? Wasn't the tree god in dire need of life energy? Guwen, perhaps we should reconsider. Your lips have turned pale. If this is futile, we should accept it. We have explored numerous methods before, albeit without success, and we must now be prepared for failure. Could it be that even Guwen's substantial life energy proved ineffective? Gwenlyan's initially hopeful expression dimmed, yet she accepted this potential outcome. If one has exerted their utmost, there is no room for regret. A man must not concede defeat. Unless truly incapable. Guwen steeled himself for a few moments, but as Wu Kai's time dwindled, anxiety crept in. He resolved to withdraw his hand. Suddenly, an inexplicable force restrained his hand, preventing him from moving it. Continue. I require more life energy. Success is within reach. A voice, faint yet gentle, resonated in Guwen's ear. In that moment, it felt as though escape were impossible. His hand seemed welded in place, unable to budge. The tree god had communicated with him, declaring that success was imminent and urging him to wait. Guwen eagerly relayed this encouraging news to those nearby, igniting a fervor among them. Had the tree god's mother regained consciousness? Gwenlyan, infused with excitement, attempted to connect with the tree god through her unique royal communication, yet received no response. Was the tree god's mother too weakened? If so, patience was necessary. Guwen shared this sentiment. The direction was promising. Thus, a day passed. Guwen felt his legs growing weary, while those around him remained in a state of petrification. Only a few sentient night glow vines hung low, illuminating the darkness with their luminous fruits. Guwen, is success truly attainable? Has the tree god's mother truly awakened? Gwenlyan waited anxiously, but as night deepened, the tree god's mother appeared only more radiant, without any other discernible change. No communication, no manifestation. I am uncertain, Guwen admitted, beginning to question whether he had merely imagined the voice. Nevertheless, the reality of his hand being immobilized remained undeniable. Success is imminent. That voice echoed once more, yet it was clear that the others around him were oblivious to it. Guwen scratched his head with his free hand, pondering if he alone could hear those words. Time slipped by, and Guwen found himself waiting in this place for 3 days and 3 nights. As the others departed, even the long-anticipated Gwenlyan left on the night of the second day. This prolonged and seemingly hopeless wait had truly plunged him into despair. A few would return every few hours to check on Guwen, attempting to free his hand, yet all their efforts had been in vain. Occasionally, Guwen would hear a word of encouragement, leaving him utterly speechless. Success is imminent. Enough already. Do you have any idea how much life energy I have transferred over these 3 days? The amount could elevate a top-tier warrior to demigod status. Are you feigning sleep on purpose? Upon hearing this voice, Guwen could no longer contain himself. He was ready to explode. A person pretending to sleep can never be awakened. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot skyward, and the tree god emanated an awe-inspiring radiance. In the next moment, a menacing arm, exuding dark energy, burst forth from within the tree god. A mere 10th-tier tree spirit dares to attempt to confine one with the body of a demon god. Utterly delusional. Mortal, assist me in my liberation, and I shall permit you to serve as my loyal hound. Astonishingly, the black arm spoke, its tone eerily reminiscent of the demon god's envoy Guwen had encountered before. Could it be that my fate is inextricably linked to the demon god? From whence has this creature emerged? Gazing at the arm before him, Guwen felt a strange familiarity. Surrender your life force to me, and let us merge into one. To his surprise, the demon god's arm transformed into a sleek, black spear, cleaving through space as it surged towards Guwen. Flee! It is the arm of a demigod from the abyss of demons, tainted with divine power and demonic energy. You cannot contend with it. The tree gods will revive, urgently warning Guwen. Yet it was too late. The spear, imbued with overwhelming malevolence, had already breached the fabric of space, poised before Guwen. Death! The sinister energy threatened to obliterate him in an instant. Yet, unexpectedly, Guwen felt an inexplicable summons, and, almost instinctively, he extended his hand. Suddenly, the spear, which had been aimed at him, made a sharp turn and flew into his grasp. All the dark energy coalesced, and the divine power became subdued, resting quietly and obediently within his hold. What is happening? How can you control my demon god form? Impossible. The voice was filled with panic, astonished that a mere mortal could possess such power. Guwen simply examined the ebony spear, attuning himself to the intertwined energies it radiated, and smiled faintly. This is my body. Why should I not be able to control it? A simple statement reverberated like a profound bell, causing the soul ensconced within the arm to tremble with a deafening resonance. This is a demigod's form, imbued with the essence of a demon god. How could it possibly belong to you? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Enough with the noise. What is impossible? Guwen deftly manipulated the spear in his hand, its movements reminiscent of a soaring dragon through the air. After a brief tumult, the soul within seemed to fade. Impossible. Could it be that my body no longer belongs to me? I can no longer control my own form? Despair enveloped him. For even though he had inhabited this arm for centuries, Guwen could effortlessly command it at that moment. Taken from man, utilized by man, how reassuring it is to wield a divine weapon born of one's own essence. Guwen realized that this arm was, in fact, a remnant of his own body after the explosion in the abyss of demons. Had it been extracted by the tree god? Yet, it appeared more as if this entity had invaded the body of the tree god. As the tree god observed the source of his contemplations reduced to a mere plaything in Guwen's grasp, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I feel as though I have encountered you before. Chapter 110, The Sure Shot Ah? Upon hearing the tree god express familiarity, Guwen was momentarily puzzled, while the soul within the weapon submissively murmured, Kid, please release me. Being held by you is exceedingly uncomfortable. The spear trembled slightly in resistance. It was accustomed to unfettered freedom, having once commanded the abyss, where even a mere demon could be devoured at will. It had been a most pleasurable existence. Little did it anticipate that in a moment of greed, enticed by the tree's spirit's vitality, it would seek to dominate it, only to find that this tree's spirit possessed considerable power, promptly sealing it within the trunk. Just as it was on the verge of breaking free from the seal, this individual before it had bestowed new life energy upon the tree god. Were it not for the fact that it had also absorbed a portion of that life energy, it might still be trapped. What? Am I causing you distress by holding you? What is your name? Guwen asked, brow furrowed, before releasing his grip, allowing the spear to wander around him, though it had already lost its freedom under his will. Listen well, I am called Zhan Yuan. Oh, Guwen responded nonchalantly. And with a mere thought, he made Zhan Yuan feel as if it were on the brink of annihilation. Zhan Yuan sensed its soul being forcefully expelled by the arm it had once inhabited. If its essence were to be completely ejected, its consciousness would surely perish. The moment this thought emerged, a wave of terror spread throughout Zhan Yuan's being. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I am of great use. You can utilize me as a weapon spirit. This would greatly aid you in battle. At that moment, Zhan Yuan finally grasped the reality that it had lost all semblance of control over the weapon formed from the arm, akin to a subletter who, upon encountering the original tenant, found themselves entirely powerless. It was then that Zhan Yuan recalled Guwen's words. Could it truly be that this arm was his body? This was the remnant of a demigod, the resurrection of a demigod, a return from the underworld, the reincarnation of a soul, with a wealth of experience. Zhan Yuan's mind raced, yet the truth remained elusive. However, one thing is certain. His body has entirely transformed into the shape of Guwen, and even the form of his arms cannot be restored. My lord, please feel free to command me, as long as you do not take my life. I am willing to do anything. Zhan Yuan finally bowed his noble head, and as he spoke, his heart bled. Why did I escape from the abyss of demons? Those days of calling the winds and summoning the rain are irretrievably lost. As a servant, my autonomy is forever forfeited. Very well, from now on, you shall be my exclusive weapon. Gaining a specialized weapon, he thought to himself, how delightful. With a single utterance, Zhan Yuan was irrevocably transformed into a weapon. The once free soul is now bound by you, stripped of its ability to soar through the skies. You have even utilized it as a weapon, enslaving its essence as the spirit of the weapon. Weapon Zhan Yuan has acquired enhancements. The spell, Pierce. Anything thrown will be penetrated. Guaranteed hit. Reciting the enemy's name before throwing the weapon ensures it will traverse mountains and seas to strike. An absolute hit. Luck E. A customary trait, as has been the fate of spearmen since time immemorial. The long-awaited system notification suddenly appeared, bestowing 3 effects upon the weapon recently acquired by Guwen. My goodness, has it directly become Guwen Gunner? Guwen promptly opened the item panel, and the information regarding Zhan Yuan sprang to life before him. Zhan Yuan, a weapon formed by the fusion of demonic energy, divine power, ancient souls, and the remnants of a demigod. Special effects: undying soul, indestructible, self-evolution, devour, corrode, divine might, pierce, guaranteed hit. Luck E. Such an abundance of attributes. Guwen glanced at it and promptly closed the panel, finding the text too overwhelming to read. In any case, Zhan Yuan is a potent weapon, and that suffices. I am ever ready. At your command, my lord. I shall eliminate anyone without a moment's hesitation. Zhan Yuan no longer dared to refer to himself in the grandiose manner, adopting a humble demeanor, completely submissive. Pride was cast aside. The most crucial matter now was to recognize the master and bow in obedience. After all, life can be harsh. Let us play on. All right. Upon receiving Guwen's permission, Zhan Yuan galloped away like a runaway horse, vanishing without a trace. Return. Guwen suddenly recalled something and summoned the exuberant Zhan Yuan back. Since you have become my weapon, you must reform your ways and strive to be a good being like me. Do not cause any trouble. I am here as a guest, and it would be wise for you to remain compliant, lest I instill upon you a pain that is unforgettable. After all, this creature had previously dwelled in the abyss of demons, and with a murderous disposition, who knows what havoc it could wreak upon the elves. At your command, my lord. Very well, go and amuse yourself. Despite Guwen's commanding demeanor, Zhan Yuan dared not utter another word, remaining obedient and restrained. At this moment, Guwen Kai noticed that he was surrounded by a multitude of elves. The extraordinary phenomenon unleashed by the tree god had been witnessed by all the elves, who had come to realize the revival of their divine mother. They approached her like long-separated children, filled with longing. Mother, among them, Gwynlian felt the deepest affection for the tree god. With tears shimmering in her eyes, the tree god manifested her form and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Child, it is the fault of your mother for not being there during your growth. Now I have returned. Observing this heartwarming scene, both elves and dark elves momentarily set aside their grievances, filled only with admiration for the tree god. Since her return from the abyss, the tree god had appeared less frequently, and many newly born elves had never even laid eyes on their divine mother. Mother, it is my inadequacy that has led to this. I am unworthy to continue as queen. Please, revoke my throne. Even now, Gwynlian remained troubled by the past. Had she detected the situation sooner, perhaps the tragedy could have been averted. Sister, you cannot blame yourself for this. Gwynlia exclaimed anxiously, astonished that her sister would make such a decision. Mother, the fault lies with me. Had they not sought the sacred artifact, this may not have happened. As she watched her 2 children take on each other's burdens of blame, the tree god smiled gently, embracing them both. Leah, none of this is your fault. Little did they know that the fiend had dared to infiltrate the elven realm alone. Alas, I was preoccupied with subduing the creatures from the abyss and safeguarding the roots of life, leaving me unable to attend to the outside world, resulting in such dire circumstances. All of this was merely the machination of the so-called candidate for the abyssal king. Like, the 3 dark elf elders were merely impostors, while the true elders had already met a tragic fate. With a flick of her fingers, 6 essences of life flowed forth from the trunk of the great tree, taking on a semblance of human form after being imbued with life energy. They were none other than the 6 elders. Chapter 111. Establishing diplomatic relations between 2 nations. Every elf is intricately connected to the tree god, from birth to death. Newborn elves emerge from the fruits of the tree god, formed from a portion of life essence contributed by 2 loving elves, nurtured by the life energy. Elves possess a lifespan of 1,000 years. After death, their life essence returns to the embrace of the tree god, where it is purified by the life energy, awaiting the next birth of life. Although the elders had perished, their life essences inexorably returned to the tree god. The tree god diligently protected the life essences of the 6 elders from destruction. The 3 elder elves felt a profound sense of guilt. Your Majesty, Mother Tree Spirit, We never anticipated that we would meet our demise at the hands of mere fiends. It appears we have languished in complacency for far too long. Born from adversity, we perish in comfort. Those who are warlike are destined for ruin, and those who forget the art of war must brace for peril. The elven race has indeed abandoned their martial prowess for an extended period, resulting in a grievous lapse in vigilance and preparedness. Moreover, we have failed to leave behind any valuable information, nearly leading to a schism within the elven community, not the Queen's fault, but our own. Following this revelation, 3 elder dark elves stepped forward, their faces etched with shame, to offer an explanation. Your Majesty, Mother Tree Spirit, the blame for this incident lies solely with us. We had noticed some shadowy figures lurking about, and in our arrogance, we believed our combined strength would suffice to capture them discreetly, thus earning our accolades. Little did we foresee our downfall. Our hubris nearly brought about a disaster. The fault is ours. In our pursuit of glory, we were obstinate, mistakenly thinking that our might rendered us invulnerable. How profoundly we misjudged our own capabilities. This arrogance is a common flaw among dark elves, and it seems we are ill-suited for the path of martial aggression. We beseech you, Your Majesty, do not bear any guilt. The fault lies with us, and we request the dissolution of our elder positions. The 3 elders spoke in unison. So do we, echoed the other dark elves in agreement. As it appeared that these individuals were intent on resigning, Lo Chuan grew anxious. He was not keen on shouldering the burden alone, having endured such toil for far too long. Lord Tree Spirit, this matter is a reflection of my inadequate oversight. I humbly request the revocation of my elder status as well. This unexpected turn of events left the Tree Spirit both amused and bemused, as one by one her subordinates sought to resign. Then let your punishment be to guard me until the end of your days, she declared. The 7 elders were momentarily taken aback. This sentence hardly resembled a punishment, for it was precisely the duty they had been fulfilling all along. Are you dissatisfied with my words? The Tree Spirit's sudden seriousness rendered the elders silent, compelling them to bow deeply, though internally, they felt a surge of relief. Though they had traversed the precipice of peril, they were fortunate that no grave error had befallen them, and the Mother Tree Spirit had awakened, alleviating the elves' concerns for their safety. Lo Chuan, in turn, felt a sense of joy at the prospect of no longer toiling alone. Mother, do you not hold me accountable? I have even ventured away from home on multiple occasions. Neglecting the elven race, I am unworthy. Despite the elders being gently reprimanded by the mother, Gwenllian felt herself inadequate as a queen. She averted her gaze, staring at her toes, afraid to meet her mother's eyes. My child, your ability to achieve this much without maternal assistance is commendable. I have never blamed you. And besides, Leia was far more rebellious than you. Your transgressions are trivial in comparison. As she absorbed her mother's words, a flicker of confusion stirred within her. Why did her mother juxtapose her with her sister, the sacred artifact? When it comes to my sister Gwenllia, she seems perpetually unaware of why she treats me with such kindness, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of possession and anticipation. I, too, harbor an array of inexplicable fondness towards her. The Tree Spirit, noticing her confusion, turned to the fidgeting Gwenllia, who was nervously nibbling on her fingers. Leah, you have witnessed the consequences of our 2 clans being apart. It is time for reconciliation. Please, cease punishing yourself. Some individuals choose self-punishment in the wake of their transgressions. Mother, Gwenllia, bit my lip, uncertain of how to proceed. I will heed your words. After much contemplation, she finally relented. Sister, mother, what is truly happening? What are you discussing? Upon listening to their exchange, Gwenllian found herself utterly bewildered. In response, the Tree Spirit merely smiled enigmatically, gently caressing the sacred artifact, from which a stream of life essence emerged. Under the nurturing flow of this vitality, Gwenllia transformed from the form of an artifact spirit into a flesh and blood elf. However, the sacred artifact seemed to lose its luster with the departure of its spirit. The artifact possesses sentience. Yet, with a gentle gesture, the Tree Spirit summoned a tendril-like essence that soared into the sacred object, becoming its new spirit. As a fragment of my will tasked with guardianship, continue to protect them with the artifact's power. The artifact seemed to comprehend, resonating with a sound before ascending into the heavens, merging with the ancient protective magical barrier. Lian, if you have heard the tales of the previous queen, then the very queen stands before you. What? Are you saying Leah is actually the former queen of the elves? In a moment, her previously muddled thoughts became crystal clear as everything fell into place. Leah had always referred to me as sister. Could it be that I was her silent observer? The Tree Spirit nodded. So that is the case. Disregarding the unfolding events, The tree spirit extended a strand of energy that transformed into a rope, soaring into the realm of trees, where soon a dozen elves were bound and suspended in midair. For years, you have exerted tremendous effort to incite division between our clans. From this day forth, dark elves shall no longer remain on the periphery. Every corner of the tree kingdom shall be your home. Should any of you dare to sow discord again, you will share the fate of these traitors. Only the tree spirit could deliver such a decree with unwavering authority, possessing absolute status and strength. No elf would dare defy this mother figure. Moreover, given the matter of elven unity, none would dare overstep their bounds. Guwen appeared as a mere spectator, remaining inconspicuous throughout. Yet the tree spirit had not forgotten his presence. Guwen, from this moment on, you shall gain the everlasting friendship of the elven race. He was somewhat taken aback. This was equivalent to acquiring a new network of connections. Should anyone dare to provoke him, he could boldly proclaim, "My backing is the tree spirit." Would that not terrify the enemy half to death? Great tree spirit, on behalf of the kingdom of Herland from the eastern continent, I express my hope to establish diplomatic relations and become friendly nations. Is that possible? The tree spirit readily acquiesced to Guwen's invitation for diplomatic relations. The elven race had secluded themselves for far too long. The kingdom of the trees required engagement with the outside world. However, akin to an individual who has remained indoors for an extended period, the elven folk might find sudden social interactions somewhat challenging. Therefore, let the kingdom of Herland serve as the inaugural step for the kingdom of trees into the continent. Very well. When the tree spirit uttered the word yes, it signified the formal establishment of diplomatic relations between the two nations at that moment. Phase 1 of Kingdom Revival. Diminish enemies while amplifying friends. Alliance buff. Interconnectedness. Even your adversaries shall develop a fondness for you. Effect 1. The populace of non-hostile nations will continuously increase their goodwill towards your nation. The stronger the target's comprehensive national power, the weaker this effect becomes, until it dissipates, conversely enhancing it. Effect 2. The populace of hostile nations will continually diminish their morale, with anti-war sentiments rising. The stronger the target's comprehensive national power, the weaker this effect becomes, until it dissipates, conversely enhancing it. The system's prompt echoed as anticipated. Chapter 112. Half a pancake. Gazing at the content on the system panel, Guwen could not help but feel a sense of wonder at the generosity of the system. If that were the case, would not all people in the world come to regard me with increasing fondness given enough time? Yet, the influence on an empire of such extraordinary national power would likely be negligible. In pursuit of maximizing the empire's favorable opinion, Guwen deemed it necessary to bolster the strength of the kingdom of Herland. Having lingered in the elven realm for quite some time, it was now time to return. But where is Zhang Yuan? Just as Guwen intended to bid farewell to the tree spirit, he suddenly realized that Zhang Yuan had yet to return. Was there something within the elven race that captivated him? Zhang Yuan. This time, Guwen did not summon him with his thoughts, but simply called out, "Wait for me a moment, my grand achievements are not yet fully recounted. These little ones are quite envious of me." The voice of Zhang Yuan echoed back, leaving Guwen somewhat bewildered. Had he found an audience for his musings? Furthermore, this voice seemed oddly familiar. Alas, was this not the voice that had initially deceived him into believing he was on the brink of success? It seems Zhang Yuan had absorbed a significant portion of his life energy. Zhang Yao, the old abyss. At this moment, Guwen felt his emotions had been toyed with, realizing he had been gullible. Nevertheless, there would be ample opportunities to confront him. Humph. Have we met before? Just as Guwen simmered with indignation, the tree spirit spoke those words again. Great tree spirit, this should indeed be our first encounter, is it not? Guwen was taken aback. This was his first visit to the elven realm, so how could there be a notion of familiarity? I perceive an uncanny resemblance between you and an individual from a millennium past. I once caught a distant glimpse of him, and your visages seem to have been sculpted from the same mold. Perhaps you are indeed a descendant of that person. After a moment of contemplation, the tree spirit recalled a pact from her ancient and enduring memory. Once, the great sage of the empire, Glena, sought my assistance in safeguarding a relic. He expressed a desire that, through the ages, should I encounter a descendant of that individual, I would bestow this relic upon them. While I cannot ascertain whether you are that descendant, I find it reasonable to attempt this endeavor. How could there be two identical leaves in the world? Yet, the likeness between Guwen and that individual is strikingly uncanny. Regardless, the relic is sealed, and if it cannot be opened, the effort would be futile. The tree spirit rummaged through her treasury and unearthed a simple wooden box, which she then presented to Guwen. Upon receiving the box, Guwen examined it closely, concluding that it appeared to be an ordinary wooden container, likely to splinter upon the slightest touch. However, it was imbued with an indomitable curse. Unless one possessed the correct code, any forceful attempt to open it would result in the destruction of its contents. Intriguing, he mused, as he scrutinized the box. He sensed that this very box might be the legacy left for him by Glena. Guwen pressed the unlocking mechanism, and a series of symbols materialized upon its surface. This was a simple password enchantment. Uttering the correct answer would grant access to the box. The inscription read, "Odd changes, even remains unchanged." Even the tree spirit could not suppress her curiosity regarding the solution to this enigma. Having lived for so long, she had never encountered such a peculiar question before. Guwen chuckled, recognizing this as a casual topic of conversation he had once shared with Glena regarding function transformations. Is this truly a test of my lineage? He hesitated no longer and promptly provided the answer, eager to unveil what Glena had bequeathed to him. With his response, the box automatically disengaged its seal and opened. Both Guwen and the tree spirit peered into its depths, exchanging glances of disbelief. Could it be an illusion? They looked again. Yet, within the box lay only a half-burnt, charred pancake and a letter. Guwen chose to unfold the letter first, deciding to leave the pancake aside, as it had likely grown moldy over time. The letter read, "As if I were there in person, indeed, I am the legendary sage of the empire recorded in history. Glena Morgan, as his descendant, I am concerned that you may find yourself destitute in the world. Fortunately, you have encountered the treasure I left for you. That half piece of flatbread was made using the method you once taught me, and it is the only one that has not been ruined. I had intended to discard it, but unexpectedly encountered a starving refugee. I divided the bread in half and gave it to him. He was so moved after finishing it that he wept, choking back tears as he vowed to repay my kindness whenever the opportunity arose. He expressed that, upon consuming that piece of bread, the challenges before him suddenly seemed trivial, and he was determined to establish a powerful family. He assured me that anyone needing assistance should take that half piece of bread to the eastern continent in search of the Manwen family, and either he or his descendants would strive to repay me. It seems that my humble bread has inspired him greatly. I worry that my family might overlook you due to arrogance, hence I leave this half piece of bread behind. If you find yourself in dire straits, take it with you, imbued with a preservation spell, to seek the help of the Manwen family. They will surely repay my kindness." After reading this letter, Guwen felt his CPU nearly overheating. The food prepared by Glena was hardly fit for human consumption. It was unimaginable that a doctor, one who saves lives, could create dishes akin to poison. Not only was it toxic, but it was also inedible. No wonder the refugee was so eager to repay him. Perhaps the promise of gratitude was a mere facade, while the urge to retaliate was genuine. The taste was so dreadful that it surely prompted a vow of revenge. Fortunately, this abominable creation was not left to his descendants. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to a farcical scene of feeding the young master. What a deceptive trick. Glena remains unable to shed his habit of ensnaring his companions. Guwen shook his head and quietly stored the half piece of bread in his personal space. Though it may serve little purpose, it is a memento of a friend. When I encounter Glena's descendants, I shall present this half piece of flatbread as a token of gratitude. One must address the source of the issue. Every grievance has its origin. It appears you truly are a descendant of that person. Oh, great tree spirit, I have an unusual request. I seek the assistance of the elves. Although Guwen had planned to depart, it would be remiss not to take advantage of the elves' resources while he was here. The elves, being natural masters of nurturing magical plants, have an affinity for flora that is unparalleled, and as my collection of magical plants grows, I require more hands to tend to them. What is it? Pray, enlighten me. This was the first time the tree spirit encountered someone seeking the elves' aid. Knowing their own kin, the elves could be seen as rather indolent compared to humans. It was unexpected that Guwen would desire the elves' assistance. I own a plantation within the kingdom, primarily dedicated to cultivating magical plants. We provide food and lodging, along with generous compensation. I have heard that elves are experts in plant care, hence this humble request. I wonder if it is feasible? Upon hearing this, the tree spirit smiled. That will depend on whether you can persuade them. Elves are inherently lazy. They prefer to rely on nature. Apart from a few industrious individuals, the majority of elves are unlikely to engage in the care of magical plants. Chapter 113. Counted after being sold, little rascal, stand still. The audacity of bullying the weak brings shame upon true gentlemen. In a concealed corner, Zhang Yuan was reprimanding the mischievous little sprite. Initially, he intended to make a brief round before returning, yet he stumbled upon this ruffian tormenting another adorable sprite. This was utterly intolerable. Although he had often been a tyrant in the abyss, committing heinous acts without remorse, it does not negate his inherent goodness. On the contrary, he has always been one to champion the underdog. How could one dare to bully such a charming child? Are you simply going to allow this? Stand up for yourself and retaliate. Waylin felt somewhat uneasy. Her father, unexpectedly resurrected by the Mother Tree spirit, had initially cast a shadow over her heart, but suddenly, hope blossomed anew. Overwhelmed with joy, she found herself unwilling to hold grudges against the very imp who frequently tormented her. However, she was taken aback when a talking spear descended from the heavens, delivering several sharp blows to the ruffian's backside, compelling him to stand at attention. Perhaps this is enough? We are kin, and it would be unseemly for me to strike him. A person who is often bullied unwittingly adopts the role of the weaker party, even though she was far superior to this little ruffian. The long-standing inequality faced by dark elves made Waylin reluctant to stir trouble. When he tormented you, did he ever consider that you are of the same kin? Seeing that Waylin hesitated to take action, Zhang Yuan felt compelled to deliver a few more robust strikes, exuding an aura of intimidation. Listen here, brat. You better keep today's thrashing to yourself. Otherwise, it won't just be a few whacks on the backside. I am a demon capable of standing toe-to-toe with your tree god. I could easily come to devour you. His threats left the young rascal trembling on the ground. I understand. I want to say a word. Humph, coward. Back in the abyss, I was a force to be reckoned with. Even the demon king dared not cross paths with me, and powerful monsters shunned my brilliance. You exhibit great potential in combat. Why not become my disciple? I promise you glory. Do not be deceived by my current state as merely a spear, reliant on another. In truth, that fellow Guwen has no control over me. I heed only my own commands. I am the one in charge. Zhang Yuan. A sudden call sent him into a flurry. Little one, now let me show you what true resilience looks like. Zhang Yuan retorted. My lord, please wait. I have yet to finish recounting my illustrious exploits. These little ones are quite envious of me. This was a telepathic communication. What is the rush? Can't you tell the difference between a big and small king? Though spoken aloud, his voice remained at a normal volume. After all, he dared not speak too loudly. Waylin, still harboring some skepticism, wondered who among the virtuous would respond from afar in such a hushed tone. Thus, she remained doubtful. But before she could voice her thoughts, Zhang Yuan continued. So what do you think? Have you witnessed my prowess? Join me as my disciple. At the very least, he was a top-tier powerhouse from the mainland. Zhang Yuan resembled a deceitful trickster, subtly luring the helpless little Waylin into his trap. Observing her hesitation, his fury surged uncontrollably. Ignoring the courtesy of a toast, he resorted to punishment instead. In the next instant, the mischievous child was hurled into the sky, plummeting rapidly in free fall. The child had never encountered such a spectacle. As he felt himself nearing the ground, he screamed in terror. Fortunately, at the last moment, he halted mere inches from the earth. Just as he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, his body began to oscillate up and down like a thrill ride. The scene too brutal even for Waylin, whose face turned pale with fright. Well, if you still refuse to comply, this boy shall continue to suffer punishment. Hee. It was unclear why Zhang Yuan suddenly harbored a desire to take on an apprentice, yet he remained adamant. The child's voice trembled with tears and pleas. Sister, Waylin, you truly are my sister. I beg you, please agree. I feel as though I might perish. Hearing this, the kind-hearted Waylin felt compassion stir within her. All right, please cease tormenting him. I shall agree to be your disciple. In her mind, she reassured herself. After all, she was in the elven clan, and her father was present. This fellow could never abduct her. Upon hearing Waylin's consent to become his disciple, Zhang Yuan joyfully tossed the child aside and doused his face with a basin of magically conjured water to awaken him. Splash. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Please forgive me. The first thing the child did upon opening his eyes was to frantically apologize to Waylin, tears and snot streaming down his face. All right, now go aside. I must take my disciple back to prevent Guwen from becoming anxious. Waylin, brace yourself. In the next moment, Zhang Yuan shifted the small space they occupied and instantly appeared before Guwen. A brief spatial transposition, just a little demonstration. All right, do not rush me next time. I am a busy person. I beg you, Chief, allow me this one act. This is my newly accepted disciple, and I just boasted about him. I do not wish to reveal the truth too soon. I shall surely serve you faithfully in the future. For the sake of this performance, Zhang Yuan sacrificed his future standing, transforming from a weapon into a mere beast of burden. Regardless, a teacher must not lose face before their disciple. Yet, he wondered if the chief would approve of his actions this time. I implore you, please cooperate with my performance. Very well, I shall not rush you next time. Excellent. Guwen contemplated, exchanging a trivial loss of face for a willing servant. This bargain was quite favorable. Wow, master. I doubted you just now, but it turns out everything you said was true. Of course. The two engaged in hushed whispers, one with a spear at the side. Guwen found himself in an awkward predicament. He had just inquired among his acquaintances if any elves were willing to venture to his plantation, only to be met with a resounding lack of interest. His situation was dire. The tree god, having anticipated this outcome, merely smiled faintly. Just as Guwen was about to concede defeat, unexpectedly, Luo Chuan appeared, accompanied by a tall, elven maiden. Guwen, my sister Lomi, is willing to go, Luo Chuan proclaimed. He showed no concern regarding any ulterior motives Guwen might harbor, for the tree god's mother had already awakened. Who would dare entertain ill intentions toward the elves? Thus, he brought his sister along without hesitation. They had previously conspired to procure some imperial stars from Guwen, which were indeed treasures. The arrangement was to split the spoils 70-30, with him receiving a third and Lomi the greater portion. Is that truly the case? Guwen questioned, harboring skepticism. After all, Luo Chuan was known to be a man of self-interest. Would he genuinely offer his sister so selflessly? Indeed, but I shall forego the salary. Let's settle in imperial stars, 1 bottle every 6 months, Luo Chuan whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer to Guwen. Ah, so he had his eyes on these coveted treasures. Guwen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, for the cost of an imperial star was merely 10 gold coins, and due to certain circumstances, they could only be consumed privately. He had initially contemplated a monthly salary of 1,000 gold coins, but now, settling for imperial stars felt akin to working for nothing. It's a deal, he declared. Wait, I believe my daughter Weylin could accompany Lomi as well, for mutual support. An elder, who happened to be Weylin's father, promptly pushed his daughter forward. Father you, Weylin exclaimed in surprise. As her teacher, I also concur with this proposal. Zhang Yuan immediately allied himself with Weylin's father, observing with a twinge of discomfort as he noted his daughter had chosen to study under a former dark sorcerer. Although the tree god had overlooked the elder's past transgressions, he undoubtedly kept a mental note of them. Never mind. For the sake of the imperial stars, the elder had tasted their value and recognized their rarity. Ah, my daughter, consider this a journey of exploration. We shall also settle in imperial stars, 1 bottle per year. Guwen struggled to maintain his composure. Truly, this was akin to a bargain sale. Why did everyone prefer to settle in such trivial beverages? Mini theater, binding the rope. Gwenllian was engaged in administrative affairs within the temple when Guwen abruptly entered and shut the door behind him. What do you intend to do? She asked, perplexed, only to suddenly notice Guwen retrieving a length of rope from behind him. Your Majesty, I possess some knowledge of rope artistry, and I wish to demonstrate it for you. Fear not, I shall be swift. He advanced quickly, tugging at the rope, producing a sound. Wait, it's broad daylight. Perhaps we should wait until night? Night is too late. The timing is perfect now. Is this truly appropriate? Not to worry. You will be above, and I below. This will facilitate the exertion of force. Is this binding acceptable? Outside the temple, Luo Chuan overheard the conversation between the two within, his expression transforming into one of shock. He burst through the door, exclaiming, What on earth are you doing in broad daylight? Upon entering, he beheld Guwen sprawled on the ground, with Gwenllian standing atop him. Due to the imminent rupture of the moonstone rope from the temple's ceiling, they intended to resecure the moonstone. Chapter 114, City Within a City. The imperial star held little value in Guwen's eyes, and it seemed that Lomi and Weylin were not in a position to offer gold coins either, showing little concern for their potential waywardness. However, it was fortuitous. He could work alongside Anisha to earn some income. Weylin had initially considered apprenticeship as a temporary measure, but now it seemed she had lost both her opportunity and her companion. Yet, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. She had never ventured beyond the Tree Kingdom and had heard tales of the vibrant world beyond. Still, frequent accounts from returning elves spoke of human greed towards their kind, and the terrifying slave traders who captured some elves, which deterred Weylin from taking the first step. Following this peculiar individual named Guwen should provide a sense of safety, she hoped. Let us not delay, Your Majesty. I believe it is time for us to depart. Great tree spirit, might you possess a means to swiftly return us to the eastern continent? Guwen scratched his head, pondering the vast distance. Unlike Gwenllian, he could not transport himself effortlessly through a teleportation array. Fear not. The tree spirit gently pointed at Guwen, and a grand teleportation array materialized before them. This array will carry you home. True to its benevolent nature, the tree spirit responded to their request. Well then, dear friends, it is time for our farewell. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Guwen, accompanied by Zhang Yuan, Lomi, and Wei Lin stepped into the teleportation array. He waved goodbye to those present, and in a flash of white light, the three vanished without a trace, like a shooting star gliding through the clouds towards the eastern continent. The tree spirit gazed after the fleeting light, contemplating the impending doom of the world and the savior descending from the heavens. The scene shifted, and Guwen found himself in his own parlor. It appeared that the marked teleportation point was indeed the one from which he had been taken. "My lord, it seems you hail from a prosperous family. It appears I may soon enjoy a life of comfort," Zhang Yuan remarked, circling the parlor before transforming into light and gliding around the estate, clearly satisfied with Guwen's living conditions. After enduring centuries in the filthy, odorous depths of the abyss, fortune had turned in his favor, and life was looking up. Guwen's return did not go unnoticed. His two young maids were the first to arrive. Upon seeing him, Qing Shui paused in surprise before her face brightened with joy. She rushed into his embrace, nuzzling against him, exclaiming, "Master, where have you been these past days? I was so worried about you." Before he could react, Chiyue joined the fray, leaping forward as well. Guwen stumbled back and fell onto the sofa behind him, with two young maids landing directly on top of him. "Hey, what are you two doing? Even if you miss me, you shouldn't be so reckless." Faced with the two before him, Guwen found himself at a loss, unsure where to place his eyes and hands, for any movement seemed inappropriate. "Master, is this not allowed?" Qin Shui asked, tracing circles on Guwen's chest with her finger. They were already aware of the situation concerning their captain, Wen Li, and it was no wonder that she had been acting like a completely different person these days. "How can our master show favoritism? At the very least, there should be equal treatment." Chiyue, with an exuberant demeanor, rubbed against Guwen's arm, nearly brushing her face against his. Lomi and Wei Lin, having never witnessed such a scene, turned crimson and retreated to a distance, pretending to admire the scenery while casting furtive glances in their direction. As if that were not enough, an entire group of maids poured in, each eager to tease Guwen. This spectacle left Zhang Yuan wide-eyed. So this fellow was truly indulged. Hey, there isn't enough space for so many people, and we have guests. Everyone, please behave yourselves." Guwen struggled to suppress his rising heat, sternly commanding the restless maids present. "This is a reception room, not a bedroom. Any matters can wait until evening." Qin Shui and Chiyue recognized the gravity of the situation, promptly returning to their usual decorum, exuding the authority befitting a head maid and a steward. The other maids stood quietly in two neat rows, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction, for they had yet to take any advantage of the situation, firmly under the control of the head maid and the steward. With the maids finally settled, Guwen seized the opportunity to introduce the newcomers. "This floating spear is my weapon, named Zhang Yuan. Please keep an eye on this fellow, as he tends to be rather unruly. These two are guests from the Elven tribe, Lomi and Wei Lin. Qin Shui, please escort them to Anasha. They are also responsible for cultivating magical plants." "All right, no need for such formality. You may resume your tasks." As his words faded, Zhang Yuan soared around the young maids, circling them several times. "Lord Zhang Yuan, do you require assistance in maintaining your barrel?" The sweet calls of the maids left Zhang Yuan utterly enchanted. Realizing he had previously only been preoccupied with consuming magical beasts, it felt as though his past life had been in vain, but thankfully, he had followed his master. This was the life he was meant to lead. In reality, the young maids were merely strategizing on how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhang Yuan, using it as a stepping stone to get closer to Guwen. Watching the group of maids encircle the bare spear, Guwen couldn't help but chuckle, hoping Zhang Yuan would not turn out to be a glutton. Meanwhile, Qin Shui led Lomi and Wei Lin toward the plantation, with Guwen following closely behind, curious about the progress of his plantation in recent days. Upon arriving at the site of the plantation, Guwen was met with nothing but barren earth and vacant little cottages. "Where's my grand plantation?" he mused. "Master, Anasha has truly exerted herself. With the aid of the magical crystal cores provided by Lord Kasa, she has cultivated nearly 1,000 magical plants in just a few days. Due to the lack of space, and in your absence, we sought the counsel of His Majesty and Miss Evelina, acquiring a substantial tract of land near the estate to serve as the new plantation. You once mentioned that in matters of lesser importance, we could consult with His Majesty and Miss Evelina in your absence." Thus, Qing Shui and the others were unaware that the Imperial Star had been sold for an exorbitant price, naturally believing that the plantation was merely a base for cultivating magical plants. However, this was of little consequence to Guwen. As long as Anasha was present, magical plants remained a renewable resource. With a casual wave of his hand, he remarked, "You have done splendidly. Now, lead us to the new plantation." "Certainly, master. Please follow me." As Guwen beheld the imposing walls that resembled a city within a city, his lips twitched slightly. The walls, crafted from hard black stone, were primarily composed of iron-rich materials for reinforcement, and the surface was studded with sharp spikes. Every 10 meters, a watchtower stood, each equipped with enormous crossbows radiating magical energy, likely assembled in recent days. Above the entire plantation, a faint magical barrier operated incessantly, making it seem as though not even a fly could enter. The sole entrance was a steel gate, flanked by knights wielding large swords and axes, poised to defend against intruders. This is my plantation?" Guwen exclaimed, astonished by the formidable sight before him. "This hardly resembles a plantation. It could easily serve as a fortress for rebellion." "Indeed, master. We recognize the value you place on these magical plants. Thus we have constructed this base, which is managed by Wen Li, who oversees security and patrols here." Chapter 115. Innovation. Just as Guwen was taken aback by the sheer scale of the plantation, the heavy gate creaked open with a thunderous sound. Leading the way was Wen Li, clad in gleaming silver knight's armor, followed by knights in standardized attire, having been stationed on the walls for their routine watch. Wen Li caught a whiff of Guwen's familiar scent from afar, a reminder not easily forgotten. Upon spotting Guwen's figure, her heart swelled with joy, prompting her to adorn herself for the occasion. "Master, when did you return? Did you encounter any troubles on your journey?" Faster than her words, a delightful fragrance emanated from her. "I have just returned from the Elven lands. There is no need for concern, the journey was smooth." He gently poked Wen Li on the forehead, surprised that she had prepared such a grand surprise upon his return. "Ow, master, that hurts. I need to blow on it." She feigned a pitiful expression, clutching her head as if Guwen had truly caused her pain. Seeing this, Guwen chuckled, remarking on his companion's knack for climbing the social ladder. With a playful gesture, he gently blew on the spot he had just poked. "Thank you, master. It no longer hurts." Observing his bodyguard's foolish antics, seemingly oblivious to his own image, Guwen found it amusing. After all, he was his bodyguard. If not him, who else would indulge him? Qing Shui, standing behind them, had her eyes gleaming with excitement, furiously jotting notes in her mental notebook. So this is how Wen Li operates. Although it may lack decorum, it appears that the master quite appreciates this approach. I must seize the opportunity to try it myself. With her heart set on charming Guwen, Qing Shui was determined to learn from every available experience. The source of progress lies in observation and practice. "Wen Li, take me inside for a tour. I have yet to witness the interior of such a plantation," she urged. "Master, follow me." The group arrived at the grand entrance of the city within the city, where a crystalline display hung beside the door, inscribed with the words "Identity Verification." This magical barrier and identification system were collaboratively designed by Lord Casa, Elmer, and Miss Evelina. "Master, your identity has already been recorded. You are the core administrator of this magical barrier. Should you wish to bring newcomers, their information can be entered into the system." Indeed, when two peculiar minds collide, sparks and ideas abound. Has this progressed to magical technology? Such an advanced identification system has been developed. It can ascertain one's identity through pheromones, appearance, body structure, and magical attributes. Wen Li continued with her explanation. "What if we encounter someone powerful who can disguise themselves? Can this system identify them?" Guwen could not help but voice his concern. "Master, if someone is powerful enough to deceive the identification system, why bother with disguise? They could simply force their way through the door." "Ah, quite right." With that, Guwen added the information of the two elves and Zhan Yuan into the system's recognition list, ensuring that the barrier would not reject them. Most importantly, he feared that Zhan Yuan might recklessly damage the barrier with his formidable strength, likely around the 9th tier, especially since he possessed divine power. Had it not been for the transformation of his arm, he would likely struggle to control it. "Roar, can I enter as well?" Zhan Yuan eagerly darted ahead through the city gate, a curious child in a new environment, filled with wonder. Guwen finally caught a glimpse of the scene before him. Instead of being greeted by countless magical grapes, he found square plots adorned with labels, each housing various peculiar plants. These were experimental specimens cultivated by students specializing in magical botany at the academy. Guwen's gaze fell upon an apple tree, laden with enticing, large red apples. Picking up the wooden sign, he read the inscription. "The dual standard apple is entirely harmless when untouched. No amount of testing can reveal its toxicity. However, once consumed, it releases a highly toxic substance. While it is not lethal, it induces severe diarrhea, kidney weakness, dizziness, and profound fatigue. This plant is a product of experimental work. Please refrain from sampling it, as any consequences will be borne by you." What a marvel! It seems that this serves as a personal experimental field for agricultural students. Beside this tree stands a sprawling patch of watermelon vines. The thirsty watermelon appears no different from a regular watermelon while being consumed, but merely 3 minutes post-consumption. An insatiable thirst ensues, demanding copious amounts of water, yet the thirst remains unquenched. Initially, I thought this cohort of fruit prodigies had but one representative, but upon raising my gaze, I was astonished to behold a vast array of peculiar fruits. Scanning the landscape, I found not a single edible fruit, only a collection of deceptive specimens. Are these indeed the experimental creations of students studying magical botany? In response, Wenli nodded, affirming that appointing Anasha as the instructor for magical botany was indeed a prudent decision. These plants could easily serve as weapons or insidious poisons, leaving adversaries defenseless. Originally, I intended to criticize the course instructor for their lackluster creations, but I was taken aback to discover that Wenli was a formidable figure. These horrifying fruits had transformed into weapons on the battlefield. The art of warfare relies on cunning. How did I not consider this? Perhaps I am too benevolent. Splendid. In the future, I shall present these fruits to my enemies, allowing them to consume them with delight, only to be met with unforeseen consequences. I shall take a moment to silently mourn for my foes. I must convey to Anasha the importance of nurturing the innovative thinking of these students. They need not be constrained by convention, nor fear the creation of seemingly useless items. There exists no rubbish in the world, only treasures misplaced. I resolved to cease my examination of these creations, fearing that I might lose my appetite for fruit altogether. After all, these bizarre fruits bear an uncanny resemblance to ordinary ones. These students are truly brilliant. As I ventured further, I finally beheld my magical grapes, stretching endlessly before me. Goodness gracious, how many magical grapes have been cultivated? 800 magical grapes, 100 magical apples, 100 magical peaches, 2 acres of magical corn, 2 acres of magical wheat, and a myriad of other peculiar magical plants. Is this merely a catalogue of produce? Does Anasha not tire? Rubbing my temples, I pondered how Anasha managed to produce such an abundance in just a few days. She is indeed a workaholic. To this, Qing Shui interjected, Master, it is primarily due to the generous remuneration you provided. Upon seeing the gold coins, Miss Anasha practically sparkled with excitement. Truly, under the allure of great rewards, one can expect valorous deeds. It is evident that she has a genuine fondness for gold. Who would believe that a princess of a nation could be so captivated by wealth? Anasha remarked, only those who have experienced a fall from the clouds to the ground understand the significance of a small treasury. Chapter 116. Assigning tasks. Lomi and Valen also noticed the magical grapes, shimmering with enchantment under the sunlight. From a distance, the grapes appeared plump and tantalizing. Anya had long since observed the grand display, and naturally, her attention was drawn to Guwen, who was at the center of it all. Akin to a star surrounded by admirers, she hurried over from afar, seemingly to express her gratitude. Your Grace, I cannot thank you enough. My little treasury is nearly overflowing with gold coins. Her smile radiated like the sun, and her simple work attire belied her status as a princess of the Norton Kingdom. Why had no one ever told me that saving money could be so exhilarating? Anya was in high spirits lately, having initially worried about her financial struggles, yet unexpectedly discovering wealth through a single grape. How could you cultivate so many magical plants by yourself? This is nearly 1,000 magical plants. Guwen, intrigued, wondered how such vitality could reside within Anya's slender frame. Upon hearing Guwen's inquiry, Anya feigned mystery as she glanced around. Then she whispered, Your Grace, you may not be aware, but as the head instructor of the course on magical botany, I specifically designated this plantation as a practical training site for the course. Cultivating a magical grape is merely one of the required assignments, and I only need to provide a trivial assignment score in return. At this, Guwen felt a tinge of disbelief. Well, here I thought you were industriously accruing wealth, only to find out you've turned the Academy's students into free labor. He mused. Perhaps those students would take pride in receiving high marks as a result. However, this was not without its advantages. He observed the students diligently working in the plantation, where the distinctions between nobles and commoners faded in the face of challenges. Some students were boasting of their success in cultivating magical grapes, eager to flaunt their achievements to their peers. Experience brings true knowledge, Guwen reflected. This is hands-on cultivation of magical plants, far more effective than merely clinging to outdated textbooks for theoretical mastery. The key is that this assignment genuinely imparts knowledge. Impressive, Anya. How did you devise such a brilliant approach? Guwen's remarks straddled the line between jest and self-deprecation. Could this be the ingenious ideas referenced in the talent buff? Such notions were unwelcome. They felt too ominous. Ingenious ideas are commendable, but they must remain grounded and not venture into the realm of the macabre. Your Grace, I am actually far inferior to these students. Look at those peculiar plants. They are the fruits of the students' creativity, their final project outcomes. Only then did Guwen feel reassured. Thankfully, there was no total failure. This was indeed the ingenious creativity he had hoped for, though the plants had rather peculiar effects. They could still be deemed adequate weapons. Who are these two? At this moment, Anasha also noticed the two fairies closely following Guwen, and she was momentarily taken aback. How did the Duke manage to acquire two fairies in just a few days? They were Lomi and Veline from the fairy clan, and they would serve as his assistants. Their talents aligned with the cultivation of magical plants. Anasha felt a twinge of apprehension. Would these fairies learn her techniques only to cast her aside? That would indeed be quite dreadful. It is often said that when the birds fly away, the good bough is hidden. Yet these magical plants still possess considerable potential for enhancement. It was surprising that the Duke had already begun to entertain such thoughts. Humph, very well, Duke. I shall impart all my knowledge regarding the cultivation of magical plants to them. Handing over my expertise? Absolutely not. Teaching a disciple could lead to the master's downfall. It was time for her to guard against their self-learning methods. Thank you for that, Anasha. By the way, how many Imperial stars do we have now? Guwen was still concerned about his golden goose and could not afford any missteps. We have placed the production of the Imperial stars in a corner of the cultivation base, right over there, Winley interjected. She pointed towards a distant corner where a grand European-style building stood, opulent from afar. You've turned the production workshop into a castle? Guwen gazed at the resplendent structure, momentarily stunned. Hearing this, Winley was also taken aback, quickly realizing Guwen had misinterpreted. She covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Master, that castle is prepared for you. If you ever wish to rest here, you are welcome at any time. It is fully equipped with amenities, essentials, and servants. That building over there is our actual production workshop. Winley directed her finger towards a slightly offset long corridor. Master, please follow me. As Guwen stepped through the small door into the corridor, a sudden gust of icy air surged forth, yet to him, it felt as refreshing as a cool breeze. A youth clad in heavy cotton garments dashed out from the corner. It was evident he hailed from noble lineage, immediately recognizing Guwen's status. Greetings, Duke. I am Wells, the second son of Count Theo, and a disciple of Master Elmer. My teacher has assigned me to oversee the management of this brewing machine as part of my studies. Faced with this relatively obscure Duke, Wells felt it prudent to introduce himself promptly. The implication being, I am the son of a count and a noble, sharing the same societal standing as you, Duke. Furthermore, my teacher Elmer is also your friend. Please do not take offense and have me executed. However, it was clear that Guwen was not the kind of terrifying figure who would resort to violence at a moment's notice. He merely patted Wells kindly on the shoulder and inquired, how is the brewing process coming along? Wells shook his head and said, My lord, my responsibility is solely to ensure that the machinery operates smoothly. I am not privy to the intricacies of the beverage's production. At that moment, Winley stealthily approached, whispering, Master, Lord Elmer and Lord Casa have instructed us to maintain strict confidentiality, which is why the brewing apparatus has undergone comprehensive modifications. It now operates fully automatically, concealing the finished beverages in the cellar for refrigeration. Guwen's eyes lit up. Initially, he refrained from mentioning the Imperial Star out of concern for exposure, fearing that if Wells were aware of this matter, he would either live under constant surveillance or resort to eliminating witnesses. It now seemed that his worries were unfounded. There is no need for concern regarding confidentiality, Master. Everyone in the plantation has signed a loyalty contract, including the members of the National Security Department who monitor discreetly. Even the students have entered into basic loyalty agreements, and any breach of these contracts would result in instant demise. Winley approached the matter of safeguarding her master's secrets with utmost seriousness and no leniency. With his anxieties alleviated, Guwen's smile returned as he gazed at Wells. Is it particularly cold in here? Guwen inquired, puzzled by Wells' heavy attire and visible shivering. On hearing this, Wells felt close to tears, exclaiming, My lord, this is not merely cold, it is an ice cavern. Lord Elmer has established a low-temperature magic here, and as I have yet to attain the extraordinary, I find it hard to endure. Wells, now yearning to complete the month-long coursework and never return, was met with Guwen's act of kindness as he concentrated and infused a surge of life energy into Wells, aiding him in resisting the chill. He was simply too benevolent. Thank you, Your Grace, Wells exclaimed joyfully, feeling the miraculous change within him as warmth enveloped him once more. Chapter 117. The Tri-Nation Coalition will be avenged upon entering the cellar. Guwen beheld an endless sea of bottled imperial star and glory winds. He clicked his tongue, astonished at the vast accumulation. What are the sales figures for glory winds? He inquired. We have established a shop in the capital solely dedicated to the sale of glory winds, priced at 1,000 gold coins per bottle, with a daily limit of 100 bottles. Demand far exceeds supply, and emissaries from surrounding kingdoms have even approached us, eager to exchange treasures for some of our glory winds. Excellent. Establishing diplomatic ties through wine is indeed a commendable venture. From now on, let us increase the daily limit to 300 bottles, as our current production can keep pace. After all, the magical grapes had transformed into a continuous source of wealth, and the other kingdoms across the continent had begun to enjoy a trade surplus with the kingdom of Herland. With newfound riches, the foremost priority was to invest in development. However, the pressing issue was the kingdom of Herland's sparse population. With only 11 cities and the frequent incursions from the undead, coupled with the treachery of nobles clandestinely enslaving free citizens, the kingdom's populace appeared alarmingly limited. Within the grand hall of the royal palace, this marked the first assembly of the assembly. Seated majestically upon the throne, Glena was flanked by Celia, whose unwavering vigilance was dedicated to safeguarding her. The Minister of Finance, Harrison, the Chief Justice, Alec, the Minister of Education, Pow, and the National Security Minister, Bennett, who had hurried back from the East Continent, were all present. The newly appointed Minister of Industry, Elmer, and the Triumvirate of Power, Prime Minister, Marshal, and Regent, Guwen, were also in attendance, alongside the Chief Executive, Evelina, the Chief Scientist, Casa, and the Dean of Helen College, Adams. As the assembly gathered, Glena remained silent, appearing as if she were merely a decorative figure in this meeting. Guwen, growing weary of waiting, felt his patience waning. Eventually, he took it upon himself to initiate the proceedings, disregarding the customary authority of the Queen. Yet, the ministers were hardly surprised. They noted that Her Majesty seemed on the verge of slumber. The three elder statesmen had long since exhausted their efforts to engage the Queen, as she remained impervious to their counsel. Observing the gathering, it was evident that most present were Guwen's allies. A pity, they mused. It would be simpler to cede the throne to Guwen. With resignation, they opted to fulfill their duties. Recognizing that both the Queen and the Regent appeared quite content in their roles. Let us commence with your reports, Guwen instructed. During this period, I have established trade markets in the 3 border cities. However, our remote location hampers progress, with only slave traders and various refugees arriving here. While only a scant few caravans brave the journey to sell goods in the Helen Kingdom, I have monopolized the export of glory winds, prohibiting all smuggling, and our designated merchant guild will handle sales to other realms. Harrison was the first to present his findings. Following him, Chief Justice Alec reported, I have abolished ineffective tax laws and impractical regulations. Primary academies are being established in various cities, yet enrollment remains disappointingly low. Guwen pondered for a moment before speaking decisively. Harrison, I need you to select healthy slaves and refugees, welcoming all who arrive, and arrange suitable work for them. Our kingdom's population is insufficient. Devise strategies to attract more inhabitants. If necessary, send envoys to other kingdoms to procure slaves. Alec, I require you to draft a bill regarding the emancipation of slaves and the acceptance of refugees and freedmen from other realms, with all legislation focused on augmenting the Helen Kingdom as populace. Pow, you may confer with Adams regarding the establishment of the primary academies. Elmer, do you have anything to contribute? Guwen inquired, noticing that Elmer seemed poised to speak. My lord, Walter from the Industrial Research Department has crafted what you requested. Perhaps you could spare a moment to inspect it. Guwen suddenly recalled what he had asked Walter to create. Ah, yes, the fierce explosive. I understand now. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Guwen surveyed the room, and Bennett stood up decisively. My lord, the National Security Department has established a comprehensive intelligence network in the Kingdom of Norton, the Kingdom of Zichuan, the Kingdom of Pays, the Kingdom of Silver Lion, and the Kingdom of GNA. Currently, we have only infiltrated half of the Duchy of Silent, but we have found a breakthrough in the Dwarven Empire on the southern continent, and the intelligence network is being developed. Curiously, those individuals seem willing to become our informants with just a hint of coercion or temptation, appearing quite favorable towards us. Bennett chuckled heartily. He had been elated these past few days while establishing the intelligence network, as the traders seemed to come willingly to his door. Of course, Bennett remained cautious about fully trusting these individuals, yet one should never refuse free informants. Guwen, well aware of the situation, understood the implications of the interplay between infernal affairs and alliance strategies. How could those of similar strength to the kingdom of Herland not betray? Suddenly, Bennett remembered something, and his expression grew serious. My lord, the kingdoms of Pays, Sichuan, and Norton, which are closest to us, have formed a tripartite coalition. They intend to seize our formula and raw materials for glory and cloud. However, King Bertrand of the Kingdom of Norton has privately contacted me, assuring that this coalition will feign participation while ultimately betraying them at the most critical moment. Guwen was not surprised by Bertrand's promise. After all, while the Kingdom of Norton appeared to be an independent power, it had already become a vassal of the Kingdom of Herland. Unfortunately, this fact remains unknown to the other kingdoms. It seems they have also tasted the benefits of glory and cloud while sniffing out the immense commercial opportunities it presents. In their eyes, the Kingdom of Herland resembles a child brandishing gold in a bustling market, easily subdued with a mere show of force. However, in truth, they are about to confront a kingdom that is soft on the outside yet strong within, while their own realms are close to crumbling. Gentlemen, what course of action do you propose? Everyone present is aware of the immense value of glory and cloud, generating daily revenues of 100,000 gold coins. What a staggering concept. The sales in just a few days surpass the annual tax revenue of an entire kingdom. Just as our kingdom begins to experience a semblance of prosperity, they wish to take advantage of the situation. I advocate for engagement. I am ready to don armor and fight. Harrison, the most agitated, being the Minister of Finance, currently relies on the revenues from glory and cloud to sustain the kingdom's financial operations. Any attempt to seize it would be tantamount to a threat against his life. My Lord Harrison, please temper your enthusiasm. It is possible that our previous campaign to quell the war enrolled during the night did not allow them to fully gauge our combat capabilities. Since friends have come from afar, they must be dealt with decisively. Chapter 118. Do not feign pity. I will arrange this matter satisfactorily. There is no need for you to be so agitated, Lord Harrison. Guwen feared that this elderly statesman would truly don his armor and take charge of the war preparations. Thus, the meeting was adjourned. The ministers departed their seats, making their way towards the Grand Hall's exit. Just as Guwen intended to follow Elmer to the Industrial Research Department, he suddenly spotted something intriguing. Is Glena asleep? How utterly irresponsible. This behavior is completely unacceptable, and he would not tolerate it. Shoo! A finger positioned on his lips signaled for silence. Although Zilia had initially intended to wake Glena, she hesitated to retract her hand. Your Majesty, please awaken quickly. To fall asleep at such a significant occasion is utterly inappropriate. Moreover, the Duke will discover you soon. It seemed the Duke was somewhat displeased. Zilia had been elated about her advancement to the third tier of the extraordinary, but had thought she could at least be evenly matched against Guwen. However, when Guwen truly stood before her, she felt as though a great beast loomed over her, a harbinger of doom. The disparity was painfully evident. It appeared she could not surpass Guwen. As this realization dawned on her, Zilia suddenly felt disheartened. How infuriating. This fellow is not only wicked but also exceedingly powerful. Such unfairness. As Zilia's thoughts battled within her, Guwen had already approached Glena. Sensing the gazes of others, Glena seemed to stir, her eyes cracking open just enough to meet Guwen's penetrating gaze. She widened her eyes in shock, her drowsiness vanishing instantly. Stammering, she called out, My Duke, weren't we in a meeting? How come you are suddenly before me? Zilia covered her face and stepped aside. Oh dear, Your Majesty. You must find a way to explain this yourself. Your blatant exposure leaves me at a loss for how to assist you. Glena's words nearly elicited a laugh from Guwen. Your Majesty, is it not rather noisy to sleep here? Perhaps next time you feel drowsy, you should retire to your chambers for a proper rest. Although Guwen's tone was filled with inquiry, Glena, still dazed from sleep, spoke without thinking. Very well, thank you. My Duke, she said, extending her arms as if to invite him to lift her. Ouch! This time, Guwen did not indulge her. He firmly grasped her ear, not painfully. But she feigned discomfort. I barely applied any pressure. I merely held on. This is the Royal Council, and you dare to sleep here. Your Majesty, I must say, this is quite slothful of you. Guwen maintained a strong control over his physical strength, and despite not exerting force, Glena continued to jest with him. This was futile. Primarily, it is the illustrious Duke who possesses remarkable wisdom and strategic prowess, managing the entire kingdom with meticulous order, truly an unprecedented figure in history. You shine like a newly rising star in the annals of the Herland Kingdom. Your achievements undoubtedly deserve the foremost recognition. When Glena expressed these words, she remained utterly unembarrassed, her demeanor serious, as if each utterance were an undeniable truth. Who did you learn this from? Such flattery. Although Guwen feigned criticism towards Glena, inwardly, he was nearly overwhelmed by her praises. unable to suppress his delight. Suddenly, Guwen sensed something amiss. No, do not divert the topic. Matters of slumber. Take heed next time. Should I discover you dozing off during significant occasions, beware, for I shall cast you down from your throne. Upon uttering this, Guwen immediately regretted it. Had he been too harsh? Would Glena take it too hard? In truth, my tone was rather severe. Do not take it to heart. Those were merely words spoken in frustration. He sought to amend his words, but to his surprise, Glena had already risen from her throne, albeit her stature was modest. A charming little figure. Duke, I still prefer your earlier defiant demeanor. Why not restore it? She clutched Guwen's garment tightly, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Oh dear, Duke, have you inadvertently revealed your true feelings? To cast me from my throne? I would welcome such an opportunity. What defiance? Where did you learn such peculiar terms? Suddenly, a figure cleared their throat. Your Majesty, Duke, I do not wish to intrude, but the hour grows late, and the Industrial Research Department awaits us. Although, truthfully, I am in no haste. Elmer, who had been waiting outside the hall for Guwen, grew concerned after a lengthy wait and decided to check on the situation, only to find himself arriving at an inopportune moment. Your Majesty, Elmer is correct. Time is of the essence, and I must prepare for the forthcoming military engagements. Please, rest assured. With that, Guwen promptly took Elmer by the arm, hastily departing. What a curious turn of mind Glena seems to have adopted. It appears I must seize the opportunity to provide her with some ideological education. She must not become peculiar. In contrast, Evelina exhibits a commendable normalcy, particularly her earnest dedication to governance. If only she could impart a fraction of that diligence to Glena in her role as Empress. Of course, Evelina returned to her administrative duties following the conclusion of the meeting, truly a workaholic. With fervent strokes upon her desk, she appeared industrious, yet the reality was quite different. Observers would soon realize that Evelina merely held a blank administrative document, fervently inscribing Guwen's name upon it, followed by a series of bizarre and unintelligible phrases. Clearly, something was amiss. After all, her brother had not requested her intervention, so there was no need for her to take unnecessary action. Those adversaries were truly bothersome. Had she not been concerned about being discovered by the Inquisition of the Church, she would have long desired to obliterate the human kingdoms that disturbed her brother. It would merely take a flick of her wrist. How infuriating. Her brother was utterly indifferent to her. Her psychic energy had been discreetly monitoring Guwen's every move. Yet to avoid witnessing any peculiar occurrences like last time, Evelina had opted to observe him only in public settings. Even merely gazing upon her brother brought her immense comfort. A faint blush gracing her cheeks, her breath slightly quickened. Fortunately, the grand hall was devoid of any onlookers. Guwen, blissfully unaware, was entirely absorbed in his long-cherished black gunpowder, his focus unwavering. This was to be his primary weapon in conquering those who resisted him. It might even propel him to become the foremost arms dealer in this otherworldly realm. The foes of this world, accustomed to the splendor of magic, had they ever witnessed the terrifying explosions born from flames? They would tremble in fear. Chapter 119. Explosive packs and rail cannons. Gazing at the imposing iron cube before him, Guwen swallowed hard. What is this? He inquired, pointing at the obsidian steel mass adorned with faintly visible patterns. In response, Elmer calmly reiterated his earlier explanation. This is the magical power compressed rail cannon developed by Casa. Its dimensions are approximately 40 by 40 by 40. Each gathering of magical power requires about 10 minutes to charge, and theoretically, a basic attack could deplete the entire magical reserve of a 6th-tier extraordinary being. Of course, theoretically, there is no upper limit to compression. As long as the magical metal used to fabricate it can withstand the pressure from the compressed power, it can continue to compress indefinitely. Just as Guwen pondered how to utilize this contraption, the ebony steel block suddenly sprang to life. A series of fine metallic ripples coursed across its surface, as if a slumbering giant was awakening. In the next moment, a deep metallic grinding sound erupted like ancient thunder, as dozens of silver gray seams ignited with a chilling blue light, swiftly tearing along their predetermined paths. It was as spectacular as a transformer in action. The entire surface of the steel mass transformed, revealing its intended form. Countless streams of magical power surged along the fearsome and robust rails, eliciting flashes of electricity. The cannon's bore measured 30 meters in diameter, with a compression time of 10 minutes. Today's test fire was aimed at a territory belonging to the undead. Elmer felt no guilt regarding this. He shrugged, confident that the undead possessed no formidable warriors who would dare to seek trouble. Should the undead endure the wrath of such a terrifying magical compressed shell, they would likely assume it was merely a prank by some powerful being. How could they ever trace its origin? The ring-shaped object at the end of the railgun was buzzing, and the surrounding magical energy liquefied into a faint mist due to the extraction of the energy ring, enveloping the end of the railgun in a ghostly blue haze. As the energy progress bar reached its limit, a terrifying force surged sharply within the rail, causing even Guwen to feel a subtle, yet palpable sense of oppression. In the next moment, the magically compressed projectile shot into the clouds at an almost imperceptible speed, shattering the entire sky's clouds. The air was violently torn apart, even generating sparks from thin air, while the intense shockwave obliterated the surrounding terrain. The high-altitude monitoring center reported, "Target has been struck." The explosion's diameter spans 500 meters, with a crater depth of 4 meters, and the power fluctuation is at the 4th tier. An object resembling a walkie-talkie, hanging from Elmer's waist, emitted a sound. Oh, at such a distance, the power attenuation is so severe. Indeed, the greater the speed, the more pronounced the reduction in power. Guwen adjusted his disheveled hair, tousled by the shockwave. The speed at which this projectile exited the chamber is astonishing. I can hardly keep up with its velocity. Just moments ago, its speed was approximately 11 kilometers per second. It could have been even faster, but Casa discovered that exceeding this velocity caused it to vanish into the sky, prompting us to suspect that this speed might indeed be the maximum limit permitted by the divine for earthly beings. It's remarkable, though the physical laws of this other world are unknown to me. This speed corresponds to the second cosmic velocity in my previous life, allowing it to escape the planet's gravitational pull. How could it not disappear? Has it transcended the world itself? Elmer's conjecture that the second cosmic velocity is a limit set by the divine aligns perfectly with the nature of this other world. When confronted with the inexplicable, it is best to attribute everything to the divine. After all, I doubt anyone on this continent could react to such speed. Unfortunately, it is still in the experimental phase. Many data points fall short of expectations, and its power is not as flawless as envisioned. Will there be no further test fires? Guwen inquired, looking at the railgun, which had reverted to a solid black iron block, perplexed. They fired just once, and it fell silent? It lacks endurance. Elmer smiled wryly, suggesting Guwen sensed the magical energy in the air. Following his advice, Guwen instinctively sought to absorb a little of the ambient magic. To his astonishment, he found the air completely devoid of magical energy. Not a single drop remained. The environment, which should have been saturated with magic, now yielded not a trace. Indeed, that was merely its basic attack. In our conception, its fundamental strike should have drained a 6th-tier extraordinary level of magical reserves and unleashed a 7th-tier explosive standard. However, regrettably, it is currently capable of absorbing all magic within a 5-kilometer radius, yet its power significantly diminishes. Nonetheless, reducing speed could effectively mitigate this attenuation. Though we all agree that such an approach lacks the desired flair, is it necessary to concern ourselves with whether this is cool or not? Guwen was somewhat astonished. Does this contraption consume such a vast amount of resources? Feeling the nearly boundless life energy coursing through him. After all, regenerating 36% of maximum life energy every second is no trivial matter. Suddenly, an excellent idea struck him. Yet, it appeared to be rather questionable. Fear not. We have a plan in mind. Next, we shall significantly modify the railgun. Before that, let us take a moment to examine Walter's achievements. Where? Guwen looked around, but could not locate the Industrial Research Department. What a nuisance. In this desolate wilderness, where could one possibly view the results? Open sesame. A brilliant silver light suddenly shimmered on the ground, followed by the emergence of a shining silver passageway. What on earth have you all been scheming behind my back? How did you manage to establish an underground base? This is much more discreet. Under Elmer's guidance, Guwen lost count of how many twists and turns he navigated before finally arriving at a space resembling a laboratory. My lord, you have arrived, Walter exclaimed, setting down the black sphere he had been toying with, his excitement palpable. What is this? Guwen pointed at the black spheres, which were studded with countless uneven grains. The gunpowder you mentioned earlier, I have successfully created it. However, I felt its power was insufficient. With the assistance of Lord Elmer, I modified the formula, enhancing its potency while keeping it remarkably affordable. These fist-sized black spheres are containers filled with gunpowder. They possess the capability to shatter half-meter-high rocks at close range, and the surface grains can penetrate iron plating within a 10-meter radius. Additionally, I have developed gunpowder that incorporates effects such as flame burns, frostbite, paralysis, blindness, and toxins, although those variants are relatively costly to produce. After introducing these items, he turned and wheeled out a compact mechanical device, roughly the height of a person. Considering the issue of throwing distance, Graham crafted this device capable of launching projectiles up to 2 kilometers without requiring any magical energy. It can be operated by just 2 soldiers and is easily portable. Can this be mass-produced? Isn't this essentially a bomb? Guwen pondered the forthcoming war. Utilizing these explosives could prove advantageous. The estimated daily output is around 1,000 units, with each gunpowder container costing approximately 1 silver coin. After assessing the current production situation, Walter provided a rough estimate of the output. What? Only 1,000 units daily? That hardly seems sufficient for firepower coverage. Guwen expressed his disappointment. Then let us focus entirely on producing this gunpowder over the coming days. The upcoming war shall be its stage. Chapter 120. A small gift for Bertrand. Guwen stood before a colossal sand table, scrutinizing the locale where the impending conflict would unfold. His gaze settled upon one of the border cities, Chanwa City. Nestled along the banks of the Slovenian River, it stands as the sole port city within their kingdom. Undoubtedly, the Slovenian River serves not only as a source of wealth for Chanwa City, but also as its natural defensive moat. For the armies of the Kingdom of PS and the Kingdom of Sichuan to launch an assault on Herland, they must first cross the Slovenian River. As for the Kingdom of Norton, the only realm that shares a border with Herland, it naturally adopts a position of nonchalance, biding its time to ambush its 2 ostensibly loyal allies. He had dispatched Evelina to the Kingdom of Norton to deliver certain items, hoping fervently that she would exercise restraint. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Kingdom of Norton, Evelina stood at the center, greeted by the assembled courtiers, including Bertrand, who all rose to welcome her. She surveyed the crowd, her gaze swiftly locking onto Bertrand. Although she had never encountered him before, Bertrand's demeanor distinctly set him apart from the usual courtiers. You must be Bertrand? Her tone lacked reverence, yet none dared voice dissent. Just moments prior, someone had remarked that the envoy from the Kingdom of Herland was merely a young girl, a slight against the dignity of the Kingdom of Norton. Even though the Kingdom of Norton had been restored with the aid of the Kingdom of Herland, they were, at the very least, a kingdom in their own right. To their astonishment, Evelina merely raised her hand, and the entire palace lifted into the air. Is the palace truly flying? At this revelation, those who had expressed dissent fell silent, for none could have anticipated the formidable power wielded by the envoy from Herland. Indeed, I am Bertrand. There are too many witnesses here, please follow me. He was concerned about the multitude of eyes present, as the ensuing discussions would pertain to treachery against their allies, news that should not escape into the public realm. The other ministers had no objections, nor would they dare to voice any. Next time, if you possess such strength, you needn't resort to raising the entire palace. It is rather intimidating. One of the ministers remarked, their departure from the hall resembling a hasty escape from a tiger's den. Bertrand offered a sheepish smile, tinged with apology. I apologize. Your entrance may have startled them. He chose his words carefully to soften the impact. May I ask how I should address you? Previously, Bertrand had sensed a formidable presence emanating from Helia, one that hinted at a potential for greatness in time. However, Evelina's aura struck him like a revelation, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the vast expanse of the azure sky. Indeed, the disparity between a second-tier and an eighth-tier being is more pronounced than that between a human and a dog. A single footprint left by an eighth-tier powerhouse could very well obliterate a host of second-tier superhumans. Evelina. At this juncture, Evelina had reverted to her aloof demeanor, creating an impenetrable distance between herself and those around her. She had merely come to fulfill the task assigned to her by her brother and to convey some matters to Bertrand. Your Highness Evelina, please follow me. Upon entering the parlor, Bertrand personally poured tea for Evelina. Once they were both seated, he cautiously inquired, Your Highness Evelina, may I ask what Lord Guwen wishes to convey? Although he suspected that this matter might pertain to the impending coalition of the 3 kingdoms, he could not discern the specifics, so he decided to ask directly. Suddenly, Evelina seemed momentarily stunned, before finally recalling her brother's instructions. Seeing her absent-minded demeanor, it was difficult for Bertrand to regard her as a formidable powerhouse. She appeared anything but. My brother mentioned that if you plan to counterattack, the coalition of those 2 kingdoms may surpass the strength of the Norton kingdom. At that time, you can simply toss this into their coalition. She retrieved 2 square objects wrapped in mithril from her magical space, adorned with exquisite patterns and even a string of numbers. Once these items were in Bertrand's hands, she began to explain their usage. To activate them, simply modify the numbers here to set the countdown to detonation. Detonation? Initially, Bertrand found the objects aesthetically pleasing, but upon hearing Evelina's mention of a countdown to explosion, sweat beaded in his palms. Goodness, you just handed me 2 explosive devices so casually? Noticing Bertrand's apprehension, Evelina tilted her head. What are you afraid of? My brother said that as long as you don't alter the numbers, they won't explode. She added, oh. And when you use them, stand back. Their explosive power could level this palace. Bertrand's fear intensified. He visibly trembled and slowly placed the two square objects on the table, wary of accidentally triggering the countdown while holding them. If that were to happen, he wouldn't be able to escape. Please convey my respects to Lord Guwen on my behalf. I was initially concerned that if our counterattack lacked sufficient force, I would be unable to assist you in time, but now it seems I need not worry. Wiping away non-existent cold sweat, Bertrand felt a sense of relief. He had been anxious that the commanders of the coalition from the Kingdom of PS and the Kingdom of Sichuan were all third-tier powerhouses, while their Norton Kingdom was in a state of disarray, with its strongest barely at second tier. Now, with these two little devices, he suddenly felt they had a fighting chance. Moreover, various indications suggested that the Kingdom of Hurland did not resemble a weak nation, abandoned and eroded by the undead. Rather, it appeared akin to a slumbering lion, waiting for a challenge to strike back fiercely against its foes. As for whether Bertrand would feel guilty about betraying his allies, he merely perceived this as a cycle of cause and effect, an inevitable retribution. Bertrand, this is another item my brother has entrusted me to deliver to you, she said, presenting a vial of beneficial potion. However, the decision to consume it rests solely with you. Evelyn produced a bottle of black elixir and placed it upon the table. This was a potion intended to enhance one's innate abilities, yet her brother had stated that if Bertrand were to trust them, he would naturally partake and reap the benefits. Conversely, a lack of trust would reveal the true nature of a person. Unexpectedly, without a moment's hesitation, Bertrand consumed the potion in its entirety. To him, it was evident that a formidable being had entrusted him with a vial of ambiguous potion, and the implications were unmistakable. It was a slow-acting poison. By drinking it, he would not betray the Kingdom of Hurland, and he found no room for refusal. After all, the formidable Evelyn had already asserted her dominance, and the underlying threat was palpable. Thus, he had no choice but to act decisively. Upon ingesting the potion, Bertrand felt an intense warmth enveloping his entire being. A thought crossed his mind. Could this be a potent poison? Nevertheless, kings have their own ways of meeting their demise. He remained motionless in his seat, striving to maintain his last shred of dignity. Yet he was taken aback to find that the anticipated agony of consuming poison did not materialize. Instead, he felt his magical energy coursing through him in a fervent manner, an overwhelming surge of power flooding into his body. Bertrand sensed that he had finally touched the threshold of the third tier. With a gentle push, the barrier shattered, and his aura abruptly intensified. Third tier, transcendent. Chapter 121. The pre-war arrangements. Third tier, transcendent. Have I truly ascended to this level so effortlessly? As the joy of advancement washed over him, Bertrand marveled at his own transformation. It seemed he had misjudged the nature of the potion. It was not poison at all, but a treasure capable of augmenting one's strength. He felt an urge to chastise his former self, for he had foolishly assumed the worst of his benefactor. How could one possibly harbor ill intentions against their own savior? Since you have so unhesitatingly consumed the potion, I shall be frank with you. This elixir enhances innate talent, but it can only be used once in a lifetime. Your advancement is a result of this augmentation, Evelyn explained, dissipating the power she had previously gathered, releasing a sigh of relief. It appeared that this individual could indeed be trusted to some extent, alleviating her need to eliminate him. Evelyn had previously resolved that should Bertrand waver in his decision, she would take it upon herself to deal with this untrustworthy character. Loyalty is never absolute. Thus, it is tantamount to absolute disloyalty. Rest assured, I initially harbored some concerns, but having now ascended to the third tier, I am certain of success this time, she concluded. Very well, then I shall take my leave. After delivering a curt farewell, Evelyn prepared to depart. Suddenly, she recalled a request made by another and turned back. As Evelina departed and then returned, Bertrand felt a sense of curiosity. Your Highness, is there something else? A simple recording stone was handed over, and Evelina blinked, saying, This is something Anisha asked me to deliver to you. It contains her thoughts for you. After handing the recording stone to Bertrand, Evelina took her leave. Once Bertrand found himself alone in the reception room, the tension within him gradually eased. Gazing at the recording stone in his hand, warmth spread through his heart. He had not expected his sister to still be thinking of him. Upon activating the recording stone, a thunderous voice erupted in his ears. You bastard brother. Now that you are king, have you forgotten your own sister? Anisha, calm down. Someone nearby seemed to interject. Calm down. You bastard brother. I nearly starved to death from lack of money. I despise you. From now on, I'll follow Lord Guwen. You can forget about my forgiveness. After her words, the recording stone dimmed. Bertrand listened to his dear sister Anash's harsh accusations and suddenly realized the cause of his unease. Why do I feel a chill at my back? As if someone bears a grudge against me? It dawned on him that he had forgotten to send Anasha her living expenses. However, what did Anasha mean by saying she would follow Lord Guwen? Perhaps it was for the best. He need not concern himself any longer. Sister, it seems you need not take the long way around. I am relieved. After collecting his thoughts, Bertrand reconvened the meeting, intending to discuss the impending betrayal. Bertrand was not an ungrateful man. The three kingdoms had historically maintained diplomatic relations. Yet, he had not anticipated that during the rebellion, his pleas for assistance had fallen upon deaf ears. They had once spoken so amicably, as allies in close kinship. However, after the Norton kingdom lost its only fourth-tier protector, the attitude of the other two kingdoms shifted to one of ambiguity. In severe instances, they had elevated themselves, proclaiming mutual benefit, while in reality treating Norton with disdain. Those who had offered no aid during his lowest moments shamelessly sent envoys to Norton after he successfully reclaimed the throne. The first matter they brought up was regarding a previous request for assistance. They intended to dispatch a fourth-tier protector but had been delayed by unforeseen circumstances, hoping he would not take offense. They were subtly warning him not to be ungrateful, for they had a fourth-tier protector at their disposal, far beyond what the Norton kingdom could compare. The second matter was to compel him to betray his benefactors, suggesting a three-pronged assault on the border defenses of the Hurlan kingdom, with the ultimate aim of converging forces to directly invade the royal capital and seize all the glory and power therein. In the aftermath, the three kingdoms jointly produced and sold the glory of the wind, with the profits and benefits divided such that the two kingdoms each claimed 40%, while the Norton kingdom received a mere 20%. Bertrand scoffed at this arrangement. They were taking 80% for themselves. How could they expect the Norton kingdom to be grateful? Moreover, this betrayal came from the Hurlan kingdom, which had just assisted them. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Regardless of whether Evelina was present or not, they never contemplated betraying their benefactors. They were not mere vassals, nor did they resort to treachery. When Evelina was around, Bertrand was meek, yet now he had reclaimed the majestic aura of a king. A true monarch must possess the ability to adapt. It took merely half a month for Bertrand to transition from the tumultuous tides of his ascension to wielding absolute power, truly embodying the essence of a born ruler. His innate talent was unparalleled. Fortunately, Guwen had not witnessed Bertrand's capabilities. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of competition. Comparing him to his own Glena would evoke a lament for the superiority of others' progeny. Lords, regarding the upcoming joint military affairs of the three kingdoms, you surely know what needs to be done. His authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, sending a chill through the gathered ministers. The commander of the Norton kingdom's forces, Ackman, stepped forward decisively. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall stand resolutely by your side. Ackman was the knight who had once fought alongside Bertrand through thick and thin. It is true that success often requires a bit of fortune. Of the 80 knights who had chosen to resist alongside Bertrand, only Ackman remained, rescued by Nalander in a stroke of luck. Thankfully, Ackman was not only competent, but also possessed both courage and strategic acumen, which earned him the position of commander of the Norton kingdom. Ackman harbored a profound disdain for the two kingdoms that offered nothing but empty promises of support. They had narrowly escaped the clutches of the rebels' blade. Ackman, come with me. The rest of you, attend to your duties and prepare for the impending war. Turning to Ackman, he continued, this is a gift from the envoy, reputed to be a powerful explosive. The method of use is simple. Adapt as necessary and ensure they are sent skyward. Do you understand? Ackman momentarily faltered at the prospect of handling the explosives, his mind blank with uncertainty. Your Majesty, you truly entrust me with these explosives? Are you not concerned that I might inadvertently send myself skyward? With a bitter smile, the speechless Ackman accepted the explosives and cautiously made his exit. Weighing the devices in his hands, he began to devise a clever strategy for their application. Chapter 122. The rear should not recklessly engage in warfare at this moment. Guwen had conducted a preliminary examination of the geographical environment surrounding Shanhua City. He was preparing to arrange for his troops to be stationed there. He accessed the management panel of the control ring and located Hadwin's contact information. Hadwin, are you there? Boss, please give your orders. The Lich King is currently resting in the chamber next to mine. I would not hesitate to charge in and behead him if you commanded it. A look of disdain crossed Guwen's face as he stood before the panel. Do not act impulsively. I did not come here to incite violence. Over the next few days, regardless of the means you employ, I require the safety of my border city, Taishur City. should I discover that there are undead forces attacking my city in the coming days. You will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yes, in a booming voice. After the call concluded, Hadwin began to fret over how to thwart the Lich King's mindless ambition. He dared to fantasize about conquering the Helland Kingdom in 3 days. Did he think this was a blitzkrieg? At that moment, if that esteemed individual were to raise a hand, our entire army would be obliterated. What a farce. The mere thought of Evelina's formidable power sent shivers down Hadwin's spine. And memories of that day's beating flooded back. While Helland may not appear strong, it possessed nuclear capabilities. Now, he had an order that must be executed. Failure to comply would mean death. In deep contemplation, Hadwin suddenly concocted a rationale. He had devised a plan to persuade the Lich King. After alleviating the concerns regarding the undead, Guwen felt quite satisfied. He decided to contact Veer to lead the new recruits of Taishur City to Shanhua City for defense. However, just as he retrieved the Holy Spirit Codex, Guwen was taken aback. Previously, the Holy Spirit Codex had merely been stored in a magical space without being utilized, so he was unaware of its transformation. Now, upon inspection, it had morphed from a thin volume into a substantial tome. Details of the Holy Spirit Codex. 3rd Tier Artifact. 3rd Tier Hero Unit Veer. 3rd Tier Hero Unit Drell. Can summon 32nd Tier Goblin Paladins, 102nd Tier Undead Holy Warriors, 32nd Tier Undead Holy Archers, and 10th Tier Undead Holy Knights. Guwen did not expect that such a brief absence would yield such numerous summons from the Holy Spirit Codex. With this newfound power, it seemed he could easily dominate several neighboring kingdoms. He promptly checked the kill records, only to find that all the undead had been vanquished by Drell during this time. This had facilitated the advancement of the Codex, and even Veer had reaped the benefits. Drell emerged as the MVP, while Veer enjoyed a passive victory. Gazing at the Holy Spirit Codex in his hands, Guwen hesitated over whether to enhance it, as previous experiences had shown that such enhancements were often unreliable. Although they had indeed been enhanced, the effects were often negligible. Forget it. Enhance. After all, the panel bore an enhancement icon that was impossible to ignore for someone with obsessive tendencies. Enhancement successful. I initially thought that multiple enhancements would be necessary. Yet to my surprise, it struck true at once. Just wait a moment. Do not deviate. If the enhancement fails, Guwen would surely be devastated. Holy Grimoire, enhancement level 12, whether in the celestial realms of the divine or the depths of the abyss. The resting place of the deceased must belong here. Enhancement effects, solidification of heroic unit quantity. Heroic units can autonomously learn skills, acquiring a new skill at each stage. Augmentation of heroic units. Dual attribute transformation. Under the Holy Light attribute, heroic units possess self-healing, holy inspiration, divine judgment, and holy shield effects. Under the demon attribute, heroic units gain blood plunder, corrupting mist, servant assimilation, and fear inducement effects. Solidification of summon types. Summons are limited to skeletons. Unlocked units. Undead warrior, undead archer, undead cavalry. Locked units. Undead great axeman, undead bloodsucker, undead phantom blade master, skeletal war chariot, skeletal siege cannon, skybone dragon. The attributes of summons are influenced by the nearest heroic unit, randomly acquiring a 50 effect of a certain attribute ability. Negative effects. Non-heroic unit deaths will result in complete demise. Each summon requires more soul fragments. Advancing summons necessitates substantial souls. Gazing at the introduction of the new grimoire, Guwen scratched his head, pondering whether this constitutes an enhancement or a detriment. It seems to enhance attributes. Yet the cooldown has dramatically increased. Furthermore, the original number of summonable units has been halved. My lord, what have you done? I feel as though some binding within me has suddenly been released, and even my abilities have significantly expanded. Indeed, I sense that I lack nothing. Within the grimoire, the voices of Weir and Drell emerged. As heroic units closely tied to the grimoire, they instantly sensed the peculiar changes within themselves and promptly inquired about Guwen through the grimoire. I have just enhanced the grimoire. The changes you perceive are entirely normal. Nanny. Upon hearing Guwen's words, Weir and Drell were taken aback. Their master could actually enhance extraordinary artifacts? It is known that most extraordinary artifacts were crafted by unparalleled beings who seized the heavens and earth, and many were remnants of deities that had perished. How could a mere mortal possibly enhance such artifacts? Could it be that their master is a reincarnation of a deity? The two independently entertained this possibility, feeling a surge of excitement. If they were to ascend to the celestial realm alongside Guwen, they could at least serve as guiding angels, could they not? Weir, how is the training of your new soldiers progressing? My lord, I have entrusted the training of the Legion entirely to Velik. he is nothing short of a genius. He has devised a military formation that unites the vitality of the entire army, centering around the transcendent, thereby coalescing a manifestation of vitality. Each soldier has been significantly empowered. Are you suggesting that I have a promising future general in the making? Guwen was somewhat taken aback by the news. The last time he encountered Velik, he was merely an inexperienced subordinate. Now he had managed to stand on his own and even innovate. He instructed them to prepare adequately, stating that aside from the necessary garrison soldiers, he would transport all others to Mountain Flower City for defense, urging them to be ready. Furthermore, Delii, you and Hadeven must collaborate effectively to thwart his offensive intentions. Should he insist on attacking, I would not hesitate to allow Farmer Sand to deal with him decisively. After a moment's contemplation, Guwen added, of course, it would be best to intercept him, as I have yet to find a suitable candidate to manage the vast undead clan. Guwen had long regarded the undead clan as his own private asset. As for the Lich King, he was more akin to a steward with legitimate authority. Resolving the matter was straightforward, but supporting a new leader thereafter posed a considerable challenge. Hadeven, lacking the Lich King's legacy and insufficient strength, would certainly struggle to command respect, and a fragmented undead clan would be difficult to govern. My lord, rest assured, I shall address your concerns. Delii was confident in his ability to manipulate the Lich King with ease. He was well aware of his own family's resources. Even if the Lich King insisted on launching an attack, it would pose no real issue. The iron equipment previously smuggled into the undead clan by Count Kos had predominantly been distributed among Hadeven, the Steelbone King, and the undead warriors summoned by his subordinates. It could be said that the majority of quality equipment lay under their command. The Lich King was merely a hollow commander. Moreover, to alleviate the Lich King's fears regarding their united threat, they had recently staged a rift among themselves. If all else failed, they could summon Her Highness Evelina to quell the undead clan, subsequently fabricating a demonic identity for her, thereby endorsing Evelina as the new queen of the undead clan. Alternatively, they could have the Son of Angels, Axel, sweep through the undead clan under the pretext of purging demonic entities. In any case, the undead clan was but a minor calamity, incapable of stirring significant waves. Guwen gazed at the terrain map before him, contemplating how to allocate the remaining combatants. On one hand, the Duke of Silent was monitoring the overall movements of the eastern continent, and he was reluctant to reveal such high-caliber combat power, as it would place him in a disadvantageous position. Should the Duke relay information back to the Empire, their situation would become precarious. As for the Church, with Axel's assistance in concealing matters, there was no cause for concern. Years ago, Evelina had been marked as a wanted individual by the Church's heresy enforcement team, so it would be wise to keep her out of sight. It appeared that Velik, and Nalandi would have to shoulder this battle, and with the support of gunpowder, they should be able to manage. If necessary, they could have Kassa target the enemy with a railgun strike. As Guwen pondered, a petite figure clutching a sacred sword stealthily entered from outside. My lord, may I join the battle this time? My swordsmanship yearns for the crucible of combat, yet I find no opportunities to engage. Celia embraced her ancestral sword, bearing a pitiful expression. Celia, I recall the last time you sought me out. You burst in with quite a fierce demeanor. Why the change in style now? Guwen suddenly leaned closer to Celia, their proximity startling her. Celia remains the same height, gazing up at me. What are you doing, getting so close all of a sudden? The unexpected closeness startled Celia, prompting her to retreat several paces, eyeing Guwen with suspicion. You frighten me. It appears even the Sword Saint possesses a timid nature, he whispered warmly into her ear. Guwen took pleasure in teasing this future Sword Saint, knowing that such moments would be fleeting as her strength matured. Feeling the warmth near her ear, Celia shivered slightly, gritting her teeth as she pushed Guwen away. My lord, had you not acted so peculiarly, I would not have been startled. Celia was taken aback by Guwen's jest regarding her title as Sword Saint, her anxiety rising. Let us discuss serious matters. Hearing her retort, Guwen shrugged nonchalantly, wearing a look of feigned innocence. Yet, upon the mention of serious affairs, he adopted a more earnest demeanor, reclining gently against the sofa. Speak, what business do you bring? Sword Saint, I wish to take to the battlefield. What of Her Majesty's safety? I have already requested Wen Li to temporarily assume my protective duties. Is that acceptable? Guwen feigned distress, not due to any impossibility of her request, but simply for the amusement of witnessing Celia's anxious expressions. This matter is quite troublesome. Wen Li has already advanced to the 3rd tier of the extraordinary. Her protection of Her Majesty suffices. I am on the cusp of reaching the threshold of the 4th tier, and you wouldn't wish for me to stagnate here, would you? No, in fact, I would prefer you remain at the 3rd tier, for then you would pose no threat to me. After all, I harbor no benevolent intentions towards Her Majesty. The stronger you become, the lesser the chance of my insurrection succeeding. Guwen's lips curled into a cryptic smile. Celia felt a surge of irritation. Why did he insist on dredging up past misunderstandings? Surely, she had long since recognized that Guwen had no ambitions for the throne. I was wrong in that situation. I acted impulsively. I beg you, allow me to join, please. In that moment, Celia resorted to a rather adorable display of charm, her endearing demeanor breaking through Guwen's defenses. Hesitating slightly, Celia felt a warm flush creep across her cheeks, surprised that she had instinctively resorted to such a tactic. She endeavored to maintain the aloof persona of a sword master, but that facade was swiftly crumbling. Stop, stop. Must you persist in this manner? I'll allow you to go, if that is your wish. She sensed that she was on the brink of being utterly charmed by Celia's adorableness. One more glance, and she would surely burst. One step closer, and she would melt away entirely. Thank you. Having achieved the desired outcome, Celia expressed her delight with exuberant gratitude. You may go, but upon your return, you must promise me one thing. What is it? Celia asked, perplexed. Could Guwen truly have a use for her? Suddenly, Guwen stood up and leaned in closer, bending down to whisper in her ear in one fluid motion. When you return, I wish for you to. Celia's eyes widened, disbelief washing over her, as if she had overheard something she was never meant to hear. A blush crept from her cheeks to the very roots of her ears. Why you? For a moment, Celia found herself at a loss for words. Well, will you agree? If you refuse, I shall not permit you to leave. Guwen fully embraced his mischievous nature. Very well, I concede to your request. Unable to resist Guwen's persistence, Celia ultimately acquiesced. The request, while slightly embarrassing, presented no significant issue, thus she was able to accept it. Humph. Had it been something else, I would never have agreed. It's settled then, Celia. Indeed. I never go back on my word. Now feeling a sense of satisfaction, Guwen looked at Celia, who was now holding the sacred sword. The participants for the upcoming war had gathered. Commander Varric, Sauce Dipper Vale, Vanguard Nayland D, and Celia standing resolutely at the forefront. The thought that Celia alone could contend against the opposing coalition's leaders sent a thrill of anticipation through him. Could it be akin to the legendary three heroes battling Lu Bu in another world? Chapter 124. Open rivalry and secret struggles. The coalition forces from the Kingdom of PS and the Kingdom of Sichuan had convened at the banks of the Slovene River. The commander of the Kingdom of PS was Chad, a third-tier extraordinary, leading 3,000 armored soldiers and an additional 3,000 slaves, totaling 5,000. The commander of the Kingdom of Sichuan was Nate, also a third-tier extraordinary, commanding 1,000 heavy infantry and 2,000 slaves. However, the two were embroiled in a heated dispute over who should lead the coalition. The camp echoed with their incessant bickering. Each believed themselves to be the most suitable candidate for the role of coalition commander. Chad abruptly thrust his sword into the ground, the blade sinking more than half an inch into the earth, splattering mud onto Nate's boots. Do you dare to contest me with your mere 1,000 heavy infantry? He pointed outside the tent at the soldiers erecting the camp, his gruff voice resonating within the canvas walls. The 3,000 armored soldiers I brought with me are all seasoned veterans who have faced countless battles. Even the imposing giants must taste defeat, and the extraordinary ones gain no advantage. Moreover, our Kingdom of Pace has dispatched a total of 6,000 troops. A single charge would suffice to breach their fortress defenses. While you possess a mere 3,000, I fear you would only be driven to panic and flee. Nate leisurely brushed off the mud from his boots, the silver armor glinting coldly under the light filtering through the tent. Lord Chad seems to have forgotten that warfare is never merely about numbers. He gestured for his trusted soldiers to hand him a parchment map, his finger pressing firmly upon the crossing at the Slovenian River. These slave soldiers flee faster than rabbits when faced with danger. Are you certain they won't be frightened into a hasty retreat by the enemy's charge? My heavily armored warriors can withstand 3 charges at the forefront. Can yours do the same? You. Chad's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his fingers gripping Nate's armor tightly, knuckles whitening with the strain. I recall that your Kingdom of Sichuan suffered a slave uprising last year. Your armored soldiers could not even subdue those slaves, proving to be of little use. And now you dare to discuss warfare with me? Outside the tent, the soldiers paused in their camp preparations, glancing furtively towards the commotion within, the fabric of the tent shaking violently from the two men's altercation. The soldiers, influenced by the discord between their leaders, began to subtly divide into 2 factions, remaining aloof from one another. Nate forcefully pushed Chad's hand away, the clash of armor ringing sharply in the air. Those are mere rumors. He stepped closer with an air of derision. This campaign targets the Kingdom of Hurland, whose defenders do not engage you on the plains but fortify themselves behind city walls. Your vassal troops and armored soldiers would be unable to withstand the rain of arrows from within those walls, likely sacrificing themselves for naught. The two men stood resolutely opposed, neither yielding an inch. Chad suddenly let out a cold laugh, tearing open his cloak to reveal a gruesome scar on his shoulder, a testament to the arrows of the Silver Lion Kingdom. My armored troops possess secret potions that render them impervious to pain. What is a mere shower of swords to them? A loud commotion erupted outside the tent. It appeared that soldiers from the two kingdoms had clashed over a water source. The tension reached its zenith, and both men realized that without a decisive leader, this coalition would surely falter. Seizing the opportunity, Chad raised his voice. Look, if this bickering continues, before we even breach the defenses of the Kingdom of Hurland, we may find ourselves embroiled in internal strife. Yet Nate suddenly laughed, stepping to the tent entrance and lifting the curtain, addressing the entangled soldiers outside with a commanding voice. Cease this at once. His tone carried the unique authority of a third-tier extraordinary being, freezing the combatants in place. Do you see? They fear me more. Nate turned back, his eyes filled with derision. Lord Chad, the position of commander is not secured by mere volume. Chad's complexion fluctuated between green and white. He drew his sword from the ground with a flourish, the blade gleaming coldly in the firelight. Then let us compete. The victor shall claim the title of commander. Such a splendid idea. Thus, prior to the onset of war, two commanders from the Kingdom of PS and the Kingdom of Sichuan engaged in a duel solely to determine who was most worthy to lead the coalition. The position of commander is reserved for those of virtue, and what constitutes virtue, if not strength? Chad's personal guards had already erected a wooden shield to form a dueling arena, while the soldiers of Sichuan, discarding their hemp ropes, tiptoed eagerly to the edge of the battlefield. This was a contest between extraordinary beings. To miss it would be to forfeit a rare opportunity. Chad seized his weapon from his guards, a massive double-edged axe and an ironwood shield, indicating his bold and unrestrained combat style. In contrast, Knight shook his head disapprovingly. Chad, as a noble, such brutish tactics are beneath you. He then retrieved his elegant long sword, his silver armor glinting in the light, embodying the essence of grace that should be maintained at all times. Without further ado, this was a battle, not a mere game. Chad's great axe ignited with a dark yellow magical energy, accompanied by a cacophony that split the air, aimed squarely at Knight's chest. It was evident that the earlier argument had left him flustered. His words faltered against Knight's eloquence. Now, Chad sought to reclaim some honor through this duel. The seemingly cumbersome axe sliced through the air, leaving behind an ethereal shadow, and suddenly the ground trembled as stone spears erupted from the earth, targeting Knight's back. Faced with the peril of being attacked from both sides, Knight maintained his elegant smile. With a mere gust of wind, he gracefully shifted to the side, his sword infused with wind magic lunging towards the exposed side of Chad, who was momentarily taken aback. Are you serious? Chad uttered in complaint, yet his movements remained swift. His sturdy ironwood shield, imbued with rock magic, deflected the strike. He had narrowly avoided injury. The intensity of their combat escalated as both men became increasingly fervent. The surrounding soldiers, drawn to the spectacle, kept their distance, having witnessed one unfortunate soldier sustain grave injuries from being too close. What a predicament! Before the battle had even commenced, they had already lost a man. These were regular troops, not mere servants accustomed to menial tasks, hence they valued their lives dearly. At that moment, a figure clad in armor approached from outside the camp, accompanied by several personal guards. Who goes there? Halt! The sentry soldiers, seeing only a handful of individuals, felt no fear. Surely, no enemy would dare venture in such a small group. I am Ackerman, commander of the Kingdom of Norton. I demand to be announced. With Ackerman's arrival, the two previously embroiled in conflict ceased their hostilities. After all, they intended to collaborate in pressuring the Kingdom of Norton for greater concessions. To be observed in discord would be quite the embarrassment. Exchanging a glance, they huffed, and each retreated a step. Let him in. No need to obstruct. Knight issued the order first, having already sensed the presence of the second-tier power, Ackerman outside. A mere second tier, could he truly turn the tide? Chapter 125, The Timer That Will Explode. Witnessing the opportunity to command snatched away by Knight left Chad nearly breathless with frustration. Yet, as Ackerman's figure drew near, he found himself at a loss for words. Greetings, I am Ackerman. He introduced himself, but it was evident that the two before him were indifferent to his presence. Their demeanor even bore a hint of arrogance, though the atmosphere on the battlefield felt somewhat amiss. Had he arrived at an inopportune moment? As these thoughts crossed Ackerman's mind, Knight spoke first. "Hello, Ackerman. I am Knight, the commander of this allied force." As he spoke, a cunning smile graced his lips, sending a shiver down Chad's spine. "Commander, the Kingdom of Norton has dispatched 2,000 armored soldiers and 2,000 auxiliary troops. Please outline your strategy, and I shall execute your orders with precision." "Ha! Excellent. The Kingdom of Norton is merely required to provide support while you will witness the heavy armored soldiers of the Sichuan Kingdom ascend the enemy's walls, ruthlessly tearing apart their defenses." Knight laughed heartily, giving Ackerman a hearty pat on the shoulder. His gaze, however, shifted to Chad, who appeared far more discerning than a certain dim-witted individual. "Is he implying me?" At that moment, Chad, whose mind was preoccupied with brawn and combat, finally grasped that Knight had proclaimed himself commander of the allied forces. The crucial point was that Ackerman had readily accepted Knight's claim to leadership. This was a blatant disregard for his own position. You, never mind." Frustrated, Chad turned away, choosing silence over further discourse. After all, the die was cast, and he could only begrudgingly accept the consequences of his predicament. To openly deny Knight's authority in front of Ackerman would only solidify the truth of their discord. "Commander," Chad grumbled, addressing him with a heavy tone. "Ha!" Knight chuckled with satisfaction as he sheathed his long sword. He had initially intended to teach Chad a lesson should he prove obstinate. However, it seemed the latter was wise enough to recognize the situation. "Do either of you have any strategies for the impending conflict?" In truth, any strategy was inconsequential to Knight. In his view, the feeble Hrelland kingdom, even with preemptive defenses, could never withstand the onslaught of their tri-nation alliance. Strategies served merely to demonstrate that they were not foolishly launching a reckless attack. Chad, of course, could conceive no strategy. In his mind, a direct assault was all that was needed. What need was there for strategy? Thus, confusion flickered in his eyes, his mind blank. "Get lost," covering his face. Knight averted his gaze from Chad, the boorish brute with an underdeveloped brain and a completely unrefined cerebellum, and cast a hopeful glance towards Ackerman. "Ackerman, do you possess any clever stratagem?" For Knight was utterly disinclined to exert his intellect. How could an elegant person strain their mind in such a manner? That would be far from graceful. One could only conclude that there was a fool who fought without thought and a refined individual who possessed intellect yet refrained from contemplation. Indeed, a pair of sworn adversaries. "I have a plan," Ackerman declared. "Speak swiftly," Knight urged, eager to hear the unfolding scheme. "The Slovenian River is perilous. If we attempt to cross and launch a frontal assault by day, we shall undoubtedly be detected by the enemy, resulting in unnecessary casualties. Therefore, we should first engage their forces before the city, as both of you are third-tier powerhouses. Regardless of the strength of their commander, he will surely fall to your blades." This commendation left both men feeling flattered, as though basking in the warmth of springtime. It was unexpected that although the generals of the Norton Kingdom were weaker, their discerning eye could recognize the strength of the two. Perhaps their formidable aura had inadvertently leaked through. Had Ackerman caught wind of this thought, he would have regarded them with disdain. Self-absorbed egotists. Were they unaware that he had already assessed their capabilities? "Continue," Chad urged, impatient to hear the rest of the plan. "Yet I implore you, my lords, do not achieve victory. It would be preferable to feign defeat and return, making it as convincing as possible." "Why must we feign defeat?" Chad inquired, his anxiety palpable. "Could you be quiet and allow Ackerman to finish?" Chad's interruption left Ackerman feeling exasperated. It was clear that feigning defeat was merely a ruse to confuse the enemy, yet Chad was insistent. Recognizing his fault, Chad shrank back, remaining silent. "My lords possess an air of inscrutable majesty. Though victory may come easily, the enemy will undoubtedly barricade themselves tightly in response. However, should you feign defeat, they will underestimate us and lower their guard. In such a manner, we can quietly cross the river under the cloak of night, surmount the city walls, and emerge victorious with minimal casualties. Surely, you do not wish for your soldiers to suffer excessive losses, do you?" Regardless of the preceding strategy, it was Ackerman's final words that truly captured the attention of the two. Stealing a furtive glance at one another, they quickly averted their gazes, feeling a twinge of unease. With so few soldiers accompanying them, should they suffer significant losses, they would be left as mere figureheads, their standing among the coalition diminished. "My lords, I too shall rendezvous with you under the cover of night. Our troops are stationed across the plains, thus it is inconvenient for them to join us at this moment. That is of no consequence. It may even be preferable, should you bring your troops. We would need to remain vigilant," replied Knight. "However, how can we ensure the timing of our night attack is synchronized?" Chad's mind surprisingly displayed a moment of agility. Although the coalition forces were united in their numbers, how could they confidently station their soldiers together? They would certainly be separated. If the night assault was not launched simultaneously, would that not put us at a disadvantage? In response to this concern, Ackerman smiled faintly as he produced 2 silver metallic blocks. Esteemed gentlemen, these metallic blocks are known as timers, infused with magical energy to provide their driving force. I have already set the time. They will ring to alert us when the night assault commences. Nate took the metallic block, weighing it in his hand, the azure digits counting down, instilling a sense of reassurance. He scanned the area with his extraordinary perception multiple times, yet still detected no hint of danger. This was entirely normal. A bomb is not dangerous until it detonates. Aside from the faint flow of magical energy within, there was nothing amiss. Nate found himself amused by his own caution. He was actually concerned about a metal block the size of his fist. Even if the magic within posed a threat, it was far too weak to cause him harm. Excellent. This alleviates my worry about missing the timing. Seeing Nate, who was usually so circumspect, accept the device, Chad nonchalantly took the timer as well. After all, Nate would undoubtedly conduct a more thorough risk assessment than he could. He merely needed to follow his lead. With Nate on our side, there is no doubt. In that case, let us assemble our forces for the night. If the commander has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Very well. Chapter 126. I am the unmatched general. Thus, Chad and Nate watched as Ackerman departed from the coalition camp. The scene appeared serene and harmonious, yet unbeknownst to them, their magical energies were clashing fiercely in the unseen shadows. Nate, why do you proclaim yourself as the coalition commander? We have not yet determined the outcome. As soon as the outsider Ackerman was out of sight, Chad could no longer contain his inquiry. In response to the question, Nate simply shrugged. If I do not assert myself as the coalition commander, Ackerman will surely intervene, and that will only lead to internal strife. Very well. In that case, you and your army can serve as the vanguard. Is that not acceptable? As Chad, the brash one, continued to argue, Nate found himself increasingly irked and had to concede the deployment of the vanguard. It was perplexing why the Kingdom of PS would send such a hot-headed individual to lead the troops. He was nearly stripped of his elegance. It was evident to any discerning observer that the Kingdom of Herland was currently a soft target, easily crushed, especially with Ackerman's night assault plan. This time, they might conquer the Kingdom of Herland in one fell swoop. Therefore, determining who would be the vanguard was of utmost importance. After all, the vanguard would be the first to breach the Kingdom of Herland and, consequently, the first to seize its riches. The rest would likely be left to trail behind, merely sipping the remnants. Though he harbors a sense of resentment, it is Knight's turn to suffer in silence this time. After all, he has attained the esteemed position of commander of the coalition, which inevitably entails certain sacrifices. At worst, the vanguard forces can be composed of his own soldiers. Knight is not concerned about incurring losses. With such power in his grasp, how could he possibly come to harm? For now, he merely allows Chad, the brash fool, to revel in a moment of glory. The first vanguard is entrusted to him, but once the city before them falls, the reins will no longer be in his hands. Everything that remains shall belong to me. Thus, to execute their plan, Chad and Knight, accompanied by several deputy commanders, crossed the Slovenian river. They had already mastered the art of traversing the waters, a feat that posed no challenge. Initially, they believed their small number would go unnoticed by the enemy. However, upon reaching Flower Mountain City, they found the gates firmly shut, with banners prominently displayed. It was evident that the enemy was well aware of their approach and had prepared accordingly. Could it be that the noise they made while crossing the river alerted the enemy? Chad was perplexed. Knight's countenance darkened. It seemed the adversary was exceedingly cautious, monitoring even the flow of a river with vigilance. Well, since they have discovered us, it matters little. We shall proceed with the plan and allow their strongest warrior to engage us in single combat. Chad, you shall go first, feigning defeat and calling for my assistance. I will then charge forth to aid you, and together we shall simulate a retreat, pretending to have suffered a crushing defeat. After instructing Chad, Knight turned to convey additional orders to the deputy commanders. Once we have pretended to be vanquished, you must utter some fierce words of retreat. Do you understand? It is best to convey a sense of superficial strength masking inner weakness. The deputy commanders exchanged glances, quickly grasping Knight's intent. This was all in preparation for the night raid. It was truly moving that the two commanders would sacrifice their dignity for such a cause. Fear not, Commander. Your intentions are clear to us. Knight felt a surge of satisfaction. It appeared that those around him were not entirely without merit. Chad, go now and call at the city gates. I appoint you as the gatecaller commander. The title of gatecaller commander? Such an imposing title. Haha. whether praise or derision. Chad could discern the nuance, and he approached the gates with some dissatisfaction. At this moment, Flower Mountain City had already fortified its defenses, the area outside the gates desolate. Suddenly, a cold arrow shot forth unexpectedly from the battlements, the bowstring snapping like thunder, aimed directly at Chad's face. However, the arrow was of inferior quality, and the bow merely ordinary. Thus, the injury it could inflict was minimal. He deftly caught the incoming arrow, its feathers trembling from the abrupt halt. Feeling the arrow lacked potency, he chuckled coldly. Since you are aware of my arrival, why not open the gates to welcome me? What purpose does shooting cold arrows serve? In response to Chad's loud inquiry, no one from the battlements stepped forward to reply. Let your strongest warrior come forth and face me in a decisive battle to the death. No sooner had the words left his lips than a small figure emerged from the narrow opening of the gates. She clutched a long sword, taller than herself, presenting a somewhat comical sight. Celia felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After taking several deep breaths, she managed to steady herself. Following an internal struggle, she was at last able to speak. Ackman had already outlined the plan for her, and as long as she adhered to it step by step, she should encounter no significant issues. Her nervousness stemmed from the fact that this was her first battle in a public arena. The feeling of being scrutinized by others was decidedly uncomfortable. State your name. I do not slay nameless foes. Celia's voice trembled slightly. Observing this, Chad let out a chuckle. Is she truly your strongest warrior? What a diminutive figure, attempting to play the hero. I doubt you can even draw that sword from its sheath. You'd best return quickly, lest you endanger your life. It is widely known that when a sword is of considerable length, drawing it directly can be quite challenging. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Celia's expression hardened. She raised her longsword, and the sheath vanished as if by magic. Indeed, as a sword saint, she had no need to draw her sword. The sheath would simply cease to exist. Ah, what an unusual method. Very well, when you hear my name, you may be taken aback. I am Chad, the unparalleled general of the Kingdom of Peace, the foremost commander, the kingdom's bravest warrior, and the mightiest beneath the king. While outside, one can assume any identity. Thus, Chad decided to embellish his titles liberally. Upon hearing Chad announce his titles, Celia felt her anxiety intensify. She had not anticipated that her first public adversary would be a top-tier opponent of equal rank. It seemed she would have to summon every ounce of her strength. She could not afford to be careless. Do not accuse me of bullying you. I shall grant you 3 moves. Chad thought to himself that since he planned to feign defeat anyway, letting her have 3 moves before retreating would suffice. After all, this little one appeared rather fragile. What if he inadvertently dispatched her with his first strike? It seemed that the kingdom of Herland was truly weak, and as the vanguard, he was certain of amassing substantial wealth. Even Knight, who stood not far behind Chad, began to mentally diminish the perceived strength of the kingdom of Herland. The strongest warrior is merely a little girl? It was nothing short of a grand jest. The soldiers atop the city walls exchanged bewildered glances. What did that person just say? Allow our sword saint 3 moves? Is he jesting? After 3 moves, he may be even more fragile than a piece of bacon. Celia, hearing that her opponent would allow her 3 moves, was taken aback. It seemed he was quite confident. Very well. She decided to test him with 50% of her strength. As for why she would only use half of her power, it was simply a directive from Commander Varick. The Duke had previously instructed her to comply with the commands of her superior. Little one, why haven't you made your move yet? Are you perhaps frightened? Chad once again referred to her as little one, which truly irked Celia. She was not little at all. A colossal shadow of a sword, stretching several meters, suddenly swept through the clouds, striking down upon Chad with the weight of divine retribution. There was no preliminary motion, no forewarning. It was instantaneous and lethal. Chapter 127. This technique is known as 10 swords opening the gate to heaven. The massive sword shadow, accompanied by a piercing howl that rent the very air, surged towards Chad. As it passed, the atmosphere seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, transforming into a tempestuous wind. The overwhelming momentum caused the dust on the ground to tremble violently. Before the shadow of the giant sword had fully descended, spiderweb-like cracks had already appeared on the ground beneath Chad's feet, spreading outwards at a staggering speed, the sound of shattering echoing in the air. The disdain on Chad's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of incredulous shock. He could even feel his skin tingling from the ferocious energy of the attack, and his breath became labored. This was decidedly unusual. Sensing the might within the oncoming assault, a flicker of retreat stirred in his heart. Yet, the speed of the attack was too swift to evade. He could only conjure a magical shield of solid rock to withstand the blow. With a resounding crash, the moment they made contact, Chad's shield was obliterated. The fragments of magic crushed in an instant. The shadow of the giant sword remained unassailable, descending upon Chad like an avalanche. He felt an immense force crash down upon him, as if struck head-on by a rampaging beast, plunging him into the earth. Fortunately, the sword's shadow was imbued with power but lacked sharpness. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved into tatters. He had begun to realize the disparity between their strengths. It seemed he was outmatched. However, he was still capable of withstanding the onslaught, since he had boasted that he would allow his opponent 3 strikes. He resolved to endure them first. Surprisingly, this brash warrior possessed an admirable flair for performance. His sturdy rock magic shield had been manipulated to shatter upon the slightest touch. When Nate observed Chad being driven into the ground by the shadow of the giant sword, his eyelids twitched. Since the shadow primarily targeted Chad, Nate was unable to gauge the potency of the attack from afar. It could only be said that Chad was truly committed to delivering a convincing act of feigned defeat. That must have hurt immensely. At that moment, Chad could not voice his grievances. As the first giant sword crashed down, 2 more shadows followed closely behind. Leaving him with no means to evade, he could only brace himself for the impact. The critical issue was that even after 3 strikes, the shadows of the giant swords showed no signs of abating, causing Chad to leap from the pit and prepare to counterattack in fright. Celia regarded Chad, poised to retaliate, with a hint of confusion. Is this really the so-called first warrior of the kingdom of PS? He had promised to let me have 3 strikes. Yet now he seems to have abandoned that promise. His words lacked any semblance of ferocity. It was clear that the Sword Saint still needed to hone his skills in delivering a proper reprimand, for his attempts sounded anything but threatening. Next, Chad was utterly bewildered, pondering how he had endured 3 strikes from the colossal sword apparitions without retaliating. Yet now he was being accused of failing to uphold his promises. 3 moves had passed. Why could he not fight back? Do not speak recklessly. I have yet to complete my first move. This technique is called 10 swords opening the celestial gate. I have only utilized 3 swords thus far. This was all taught to me by the Duke. Surely, this is not a mere figment of my imagination. Upon hearing the name of the technique, Chad's mind began to falter. Who could possibly conceive such a hellish maneuver? Ah, I see now. Are you dissatisfied with the speed of my strikes? Then I shall unleash the remaining 27 swords all at once. Celia also recognized her predicament. In an instant, 27 colossal sword apparitions appeared before Chad, crashing down with tremendous force. Wait, my friend. Chad had yet to finish speaking before being engulfed in a cloud of dust. The very earth trembled beneath them. Amidst the haze, Chad felt as though he were nearing the brink of death. Good heavens. No one informed me that my adversary would be this formidable. This hardly calls for feigned defeat. Even with all my strength, I would be unable to prevail, ultimately leading to my defeat. However, Chad sensed that his opponent's strength was not overwhelmingly superior. He would likely only endure some superficial injuries, his life remaining intact. Initially, he had considered feigning defeat, but the thought of suffering alone while Nate merely watched from the sidelines ignited his ire. No, I must deceive him into sharing the blows. As the smoke dissipated, Chad turned and shouted, Nate, come quickly to my aid. The enemy is too strong. Though his words conveyed desperation, his expression belied an assurance of safety. Nate's concerns were alleviated. After all, if Chad could still bounce back after such a terrifying assault, it seemed his opponent's prowess was indeed rather ordinary. It was now his turn to take the stage. Chad, I shall assist you. Nate approached Chad with swift determination. And Chad, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, leaned in to whisper, the opponent is not particularly strong, so try to keep your magical shield thin. Otherwise, if they cannot break through, our plan will fail. Fear not, I understand completely. Nate responded with a reassuring glance, observing the transformation of his opponent from 1 to 2. Both being third-tier extraordinary beings, Celia merely smiled sweetly. The more, the better for a testing stone. If one is not my match, shall I then fear too? This little one is far too self-assured. Do you not comprehend the essence of humility? The self-proclaimed elegant Nate scoffed at Celia's foolish grin and juvenile remarks, finding little favor in such arrogance. Celia, undeterred by his disdain, caressed the blade, and a myriad of colorful patterns emerged upon its surface. Transference of the monument? The Duke had once said, humility is my modest means of reducing you to a state of self-doubt. I can hardly be bothered to reason with you adversaries. You are unworthy of such discourse. In an instant, the supreme sword heart within Celia began to pulse, resonating with the tremors of the sword itself. When the sword light first emerged, it was but a faint glimmer, quickly ascending to an extraordinary blade of light that pierced the heavens. As if a deity had split the firmament, the earth trembled gently beneath this radiant sword light, not in fear, but in harmony with the power it exuded. Everything on the ground was enveloped in a silvery halo. With a resounding crash, the ultimate sword light descended, and the two individuals below exchanged glances, devoid of any anxiety. Chad was merely reinforcing his magical shield, while Nate reveled in the spectacle of this dazzling sword technique. This sword light, perhaps akin to the earlier giant sword illusion, seemed more ornamental than practical. Wouldn't you agree, Chad? Receiving no response, Nate glanced at Chad, who was sweating profusely and appeared quite tense. A sense of pride welled up within him. Huh, you've fallen for it too. What are you afraid of? Suddenly, a chill crept over Nate's entire being, a frigid sense of impending doom. The threat of the sword light only now revealed itself, and at such close range. Nate finally grasped the formidable power behind this attack. Holy cow! Move quickly, Death Hand. Channel magical energy to the shield. At this point, Nate cast aside any thoughts of elegance. How was this situation different from what Chad had described? It was almost upon them, and only now could he feel its might. Was this a joke? Could an attack conceal its true power? Boom! The transcendent white light pierced the heavens, now rivaling the brilliance of the sun. Chapter 128. The principle of not harming labor force. As the sword light dissipated, Chad and Nate appeared before the onlookers, unscathed. At the last moment, Zilia had retracted half of her power. The Duke had instructed her to refrain from striking too hard against the coalition's foes, as they were vital laborers for the future. There could be no losses. Though Zilia was the first to oppose Guwen, she was also the first to acknowledge his identity. In her view, under the Duke's management, the kingdom of Herland seemed not to be on a downward trajectory, indicating that the Duke possessed considerable administrative capabilities. As for Her Majesty Empress Glena, she now resembled more of a child. Initially, Zilia believed that Glena was merely biding her time, preparing to reclaim her power. However, upon further observation, she realized that Glena simply did not desire power and even regarded Guwen as her most trusted confidant. Following Guwen's reforms, the kingdom's ministerial system had transformed, with all ministers effectively aligned with Guwen. Meanwhile, those nobles who did not share his vision had become caged birds under the watchful eyes of the National Security Department. Consequently, Zilia conceded to Guwen's role as regent. At most, I shall only emerge to support His Majesty on the day he decides to resist. I will never conspire with that scoundrel Guwen. My current obedience is merely a tactical ruse. Now, you comprehend my prowess, do you not? Forewarned of the enemy's stratagems, Celia ardently collaborated with their charade. Should we swiftly eliminate their most formidable commander, the labor coalition drawn by curiosity would undoubtedly scatter in fear. Thus, when the blinding light dissipated, Chad and Knight found themselves utterly bewildered, each gazing into the other's eyes, filled with confusion. You're not dead? Neither are you? Could it be that the enemy was merely posturing? She was never truly our adversary, but merely employed some means to instill terror within us. The duo bore only a few insignificant wounds, far from the demise they had anticipated. Observing Celia audaciously challenging them with hands on her hips ignited an unnameable fury within Chad, compelling him to rush forth and impart a lesson to Celia, demonstrating what true strength entailed. However, Knight swiftly intervened, blocking his path. Why are you stopping me? Chad protested, somewhat disgruntled. I am your comrade. Why would you restrain me? Meeting Chad's gaze, Knight spoke with measured calm. You brute. Have you forgotten our objective? Our aim is to perceive the enemy as weak. If you retaliate now, all the hardships we have endured will be in vain. Can you not engage your thick skull for once? Though chastened by Knight's reproach, Chad felt a twinge of grievance, yet recognized the wisdom in his words, resigning himself to silent frustration. Enough. It is time to flee. Commence the performance. Under Knight's urging, Chad stifled his embarrassment and shouted, You are far too powerful. I am no match for you. I must lead my soldiers to retreat. Do not pursue us. Observing this, Knight awkwardly echoed the sentiment, swiftly trailing behind Chad as they both dashed past the ranks of their loyal soldiers, escaping across the river. Alas, all was in service of the Knight's grand design. The losses endured now would be redeemed once the night had passed. Meanwhile, the soldiers recognized their moment to shine and began to issue fierce declarations. After uttering these threats, they prepared to turn and follow their leader's retreat. However, it was unfortunate that while Knight and Chad could survive, the enemy coalition's soldiers might escape. But these loyal subordinates must perish. This was the directive from Lord Willick. Consequently, Celia lowered her hands from her hips and, raising her sword high, waved it gently before her. In an instant, the heads of those loyal soldiers vanished without a trace, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Chad and Knight, poised to flee by the riverbank, felt their hearts nearly shatter at the sight. Originally believing their plan would succeed, the two suddenly felt a weighty gloom descend upon them. How detestable! Those were my loyal soldiers. I must retaliate. Nate was seized by an unusual fury. After all, he had brought only his trusted warriors, each a seasoned fighter. What he had assumed to be an infallible strategy overlooked the fact that their adversary was also of the same extraordinary caliber, capable of easily eliminating his men from a distance. He had been careless, convinced that danger was a distant thought, underestimating the enemy's formidable strength. No, Nate, do not act impulsively. You must restrain yourself. Just as you advised me, our plan is on the brink of fruition. Once this night passes, all that we have lost will be restored. Chad had assumed the role of the counselor this time. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of schadenfreude, having brought only 2 ordinary soldiers himself. When he had previously sought to retaliate, Nate had intercepted him. Now, how could he possibly strike back? It was only fair that Nate felt the same frustration. Adhering to the principle of treating others as one would not wish to be treated, Chad restrained the enraged Nate, determined that this time, upon their return to the coalition, their eyes would be bloodshot. They had left in glory but returned in disgrace. Nate sat within his tent, simmering with increasing anger as he gazed at the relentless, ticking timer before him. Gripping it tightly, he muttered through clenched teeth, "Let you savor your last moments of tranquility. Tonight, you shall pay dearly for your actions today. Summon someone." A soldier stationed outside entered. "Relay the order to feast heartily tonight. Ensure the auxiliary troops receive ample provisions. I demand they launch a full-scale assault tonight." Meanwhile, Chad echoed similar sentiments. The flickering orange flames danced in the night breeze, casting the soldiers' shadows long and short. The armor on Chad's left arm gleamed brightly as he ascended a stacked pile of crates, his sword reflecting a cold glimmer in the firelight. "Soldiers, tonight's banquet shall be plentiful. But remember, this is not a celebration of victory. After a hearty meal, we fight with all our might tonight. Or else my sword shall show no mercy." A low chuckle rippled through the crowd, laced with tension. Nate was directing his loyal soldiers to distribute parcels of cooked meat wrapped in oiled paper, the savory aroma mingling with the scent of burning torches in the air. A few scout-like soldiers crouched in a corner, swiftly polishing their curved blades, the cold glint of their steel echoing the darkened mountains in the distance. Before them lay half a piece of half-eaten jerky, their insignia revealing their allegiance to the Kingdom of Norton. Chapter 129, Countdown complete, Explosion. Yet, the scout's eyes sparkled particularly bright in the night. One younger scout swallowed hard, remarking, "They truly do feast well." As he spoke, he swallowed hard, seemingly tempted by the sight before him. Observing this, the captain of the scout team delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. "Have you forgotten our mission? Lad, food can be consumed at any time, but if you fail to keep an eye on the enemy's movements, you might as well prepare yourself for the steel blade of the military judge." The captain, a seasoned veteran from the era of the previous king of the Norton Kingdom, had participated in numerous wars purely out of a sense of national pride. For him, obeying military orders was the only principle that mattered. He bit down hard on a piece of jerky, which was as tough and unyielding as dry tree bark. "Our task is to immediately inform the commander if we discover the enemy launching an attack before midnight." The veteran struggled to comprehend why the commander insisted they remain vigilant against the coalition of the 2 kingdoms. Had the 3 kingdoms truly become estranged? Such betrayals within alliances were commonplace on the continent. As for the commander's claim that reinforcements would arrive after dark, he found that perplexing as well. Did they truly have other allies? After voicing these thoughts, the scout team fell silent, blending seamlessly into their surroundings. Suddenly, they heard the rustling sounds behind them. Enemies. When the veteran realized the noise was caused by someone moving through the grass, it was already too late. A glimmering dagger pressed against the necks of all the scouts. "Do not make a sound. We are soldiers of the Hel Kingdom. I know you are soldiers of the Norton Kingdom. We are the reinforcements." The veteran's mind went blank, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. Could it be that the reinforcements the commander spoke of were indeed soldiers from the Hel Kingdom? Had the Norton and Hel kingdoms forged an alliance to turn against the coalition of the Pays and Sichuan kingdoms? The more he pondered, the more plausible that scenario seemed. He immediately raised his hands high, lowering his voice deliberately. "Do not kill us. We are allies. We are on the same side." "Very well, it seems you have remembered," Naren D replied as he withdrew the poisoned dagger from the necks of the others. He gestured for his soldiers to conceal themselves in place. After doing so, Naren D crouched beside the veteran. In the darkness, the veteran could not discern Naren D's Orcish appearance, but he noted the man's imposing stature and the righteousness in his voice, suggesting he was a knight upholding the chivalric code. How had the soldiers of the Helan Kingdom managed to silently cross the turbulent waters of the Slovenian River to arrive here? The veteran was a man who enjoyed conversation, and with allies surrounding him, a little less caution seemed justifiable. As the enemies writhed on the ground, was it not permissible for him to engage in a bit of chatter? Even if Commander Ackerman inquired later, he would have the excuse that the officer of the reinforcements had been conversing with him. Nalander raised his gaze to the moon, realizing the hour was still early. He certainly did not wish to wait in vain, so he decided to engage in conversation instead. We possess several third-tier ice and snow magic scrolls, which allowed us to freeze a path across the Slovenian River. Unbeknownst to him, Nalander was subtly showcasing the might of the Kingdom of Herland. To the ears of the veteran, it sounded as if he were proclaiming, "Behold, our Kingdom of Herland boasts a third-tier mage." At that moment, the veteran felt a profound understanding dawning upon him. It must be noted that only mages have the ability to create magic scrolls, and a third-tier scroll can only be crafted by a third-tier mage. Such a mage holds power comparable to that of a fourth-tier extraordinary being. Thus, it became clear why the commander had betrayed the allied forces, choosing instead to forge an alliance with the once enemies of the Kingdom of Herland. What the veteran did not know was that there were actually two third-tier mages in the Kingdom of Herland. One was Elmer, and the other was Glena. This particular scroll had been crafted by Glena herself. Meanwhile, the soldiers within the coalition indulged, their bellies full and round. Time slipped away in the anxious wait. As Chad and Knight awaited the final moment for their assault, they seemed to envision the wealth of the Kingdom of Herland beckoning to them. As the last second of the silver timer flickered away, the entire metallic device began to sound with incessant beeping. Has the time come? Despite the distance between them, both Knight and Chad simultaneously revealed expressions of ecstatic joy. Come forth. The messenger burst into the tent, relayed to the entire army. Commence the attack. No sooner had the words left his lips than the nearby silver timer suddenly cracked open, emitting a radiant light. Bang! Outside, the armored soldiers were poised for the offensive, only to witness a dazzling white luminescence flash within the tent. Before they could react, the radiance abruptly expanded, resembling a sun rising, instantly tearing through the heavy darkness of the night. Boom! The deafening roar of the explosion surged like a rampaging beast, violently crashing against the wooden walls of every barrack. The crude wooden structures, akin to fragile toys, collapsed under the shockwave, splintering into debris that soared skyward, only to rain down as sharp fragments. The campfire was lifted high by the shockwave, and sparks ignited the oilcloth tents, swiftly transforming them into a sea of flames. Those soldiers caught unawares found their garments ignited in an instant, unleashing piercing cries of anguish. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The ground, impacted by the explosive force, fissured with charred gashes, the earth scorched to a deep black. The exploded tents left behind a gaping pit several meters wide. Everything around reduced to dust, as if a small meteor had just crashed upon this place. Thick smoke billowed from the ruins, intertwining with the flickering flames still consuming the surroundings and the harrowing cries of soldiers engulfed in fire. At that moment, Nate emerged from the depths of the pit, his once gleaming silver armor now shrouded in darkness, his hair singed and disheveled. The timer had unexpectedly exploded, but fortunately, his quick reflexes had spared him from more severe injuries, though his insides ached from the shock. Ackman, how dare you deceive me? I shall see you all torn asunder. The realization struck him. The device Ackman had provided was not a timer, but a formidable explosive. He had mistakenly taken his treachery for goodwill. It appeared that the Kingdom of Norton had betrayed their alliance as well. As Nate surveyed the devastation of his camp, a singular thought consumed him. Both the Kingdom of Norton and the Kingdom of Herland would soon face his wrath. Chapter 130. Assault. Not only had explosions wreaked havoc on Nate's camp, but Chad too found himself in dire straits. He had similarly discovered that he had been ensnared by Ackman's treachery. His troops had suffered nearly 1/3 casualties, while his auxiliary forces had been decimated by 2/3. His eyes burned with fury, and his weapon had been blasted away in the explosion. Help! Someone! He shouted. But all he heard in response were the anguished cries of the wounded. Just as Chad intended to assess the ruin of his camp, a cacophony of battle cries erupted around him. Two grand banners stood erect on either side, one representing the Kingdom of Norton, the other the Kingdom of Herland. The side of Norton appeared unremarkable, yet the Kingdom of Herland was a different story. Under the strategic command of Varric, he and Nalandi advanced against Chad, while Zilia and Veer moved toward Nade's position. Nalandi had fortuitously ascended to the third tier of strength, and although Chad remained at the second tier, the effectiveness of his formation compensated for this disparity. In Chad's eyes, a blood-red phantom loomed above the soldiers of the kingdom of Herland, and as he knocked an arrow imbued with murderous intent surged through the night sky. As the phantom arrow sliced through the air, it shattered the very atmosphere around it. Yet Chad felt no fear. His heart brimmed with rage, yearning to unleash his fury through combat, and he enveloped himself in a layer of magical energy, charging forward. In a moment of disorientation, a dazzling light flashed before him, blinding his vision. As the glare subsided, he finally discerned that it was a long spear enveloped in magical energy, its tip radiating an inexplicable brilliance. However, another phantom blood arrow had already reached him. Cursed be you, for such a lack of martial decorum. A king against a king, a general against a general. Not a throng to assail a single foe. Under the illumination, Chad beheld Nalandi's Orcish visage. A mere orc dares to strike against me. He raised his shield high, opting to bravely withstand the crimson arrows, while his colossal axe struck towards Nalandi, confident that a mere blow would suffice to vanquish the orc. To his astonishment, the blood-red arrows proved utterly ineffective, dissipating into a mist that ensnared his left hand, shield and all. What was happening? Had his magic faltered? Chad felt an unusual sensation in his left hand. As the mist enveloped it, preventing any magical energy from coursing through, it felt as though fine threads had bound it. With no time to ponder, a spear lunged towards him from the right. Nalandi suddenly smiled, cautioning him about his rear. Did he intend to distract him? Taste my axe. Yet, unexpectedly, Nalandi vanished from sight, and Chad felt a searing pain in his back. Before he could react, Nalandi had pierced him with the spear. Almost immediately, a powder was sprinkled upon his back, igniting an unbearable itch. A warrior ought to engage in combat honorably. What peculiar substance have you employed? Suffering the torment of the maddening itch, Chad unleashed his magic, shattering his garment to disperse the powder. He regarded the orc before him, resembling a knight, and found it rather ironic. Nalandi, however, offered no reply, merely repeating his warning. Be wary of what lies behind. This time, having learned from his prior misstep, Chad swiftly turned to shield his back, only to be struck by another spear. Pardon me, but this technique is aptly named beware of what's behind. Once again, powder rained upon Chad's back. Enraged, Chad lost all semblance of rationality and began to retaliate furiously. However, Nalandi skillfully employed a teleportation spell, distancing himself 7 steps away. Before departing, he tossed a multitude of dazzling orbs before Chad, causing his vision to flicker between brightness and darkness. Amidst the blinding light, a crimson arrow surged forth, and having succumbed to madness, Chad collided with it head-on. The arrow transformed into a mist that enveloped his right hand, and soon, the blood mist morphed into parasitic insects that swiftly crawled over his body. It was at this moment that Chad regained a semblance of clarity. Realizing his body had gone numb, his magical energy unable to flow within him. In terror, he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Villic spread his hands. Addressing the returning Nalandi, this fellow seems rather simple-minded, with brawn over brains, wouldn't you agree? Who would have thought that defeating a foe of equal rank could prove so effortless? Nalandi merely chuckled in response. Meanwhile, soldiers on the battlefield were keenly observing their commander's plight, and an astute soldier caught sight of Chad's fall. He dropped his weapon and cried out, "The commander has fallen. The commander has been slain by the enemy." In the next moment, this soldier was executed by the overseers, for such words could undermine morale. Yet, some matters cannot be silenced simply by silencing the messenger. The already unsettled ranks of the subordinate army, upon hearing the words of one of their comrades, began desperately to seek the silhouette of Chad. Some claimed to have seen Chad fall, the darkness obscuring their vision. The commander has truly perished. Surrender quickly. It seems we are surrounded. Words spread rapidly, and the soldiers dropped their weapons, kneeling in supplication before the advancing enemy. After all, they were slaves. Surrendering merely meant a change of location to continue their servitude, avoiding the injuries of battle. What joy could be found in that? Those armored soldiers who still clung to the fight watched as their comrades surrendered, and a wave of disarray washed over them. Yet, the pillar of their hope, Chad, remained absent, and panic began to set in. In truth, Chad was merely immobilized, unable to move or speak, his face marked by numerous muddy footprints. The identity of their owner a mystery. As he lay beneath the feet of those searching for him, tears welled in the corners of his eyes. Perhaps the blood mist amplified the agony. Each step was a deep well of pain and humiliation. The loyal guards, having found no trace of their leader, grew frantic, surrounded by the surrendering soldiers and the encroaching enemy. Despite their habitual arrogance, The thought of surrendering and becoming slaves was more unbearable than death itself. Fortunately, they were all first-tier extraordinary beings, capable of resisting even when ensnared. However, before they could gather their strength, the formation led by Varric crushed them mercilessly. The military formation specialized in countering extraordinary magic, temporarily severing the extraordinary from their control over magic. Your commander Chad has been slain by my hand. Surrenderers shall not be harmed. Those who resist shall suffer punishment and be sent to the mines as slaves. As the tide of battle turned against them, the soldiers still fighting, witnessing the increasing enemy numbers and the continuous surrender of their comrades, lost all will to fight. I surrender. I surrender. Please do not kill me. Chapter 131. A twofold feast. Varric wiped the blade of his wicked sword, seemingly eager to charge into battle. Directly before them stood the infuriated knight. Cilia, still cradling her sword, turned her gaze slightly and noticed Varric's action. With a hint of excitement, she inquired, "Do you also practice swordsmanship?" As a self-taught master of the blade, Cilia's greatest frustration was the lack of a suitable sparring partner. Others fell far short of her skill. This knight, clad in resplendent armor, was also a swordsman. Observing his adept sword-cleaning motion, Cilia surmised that Varric must have traveled far along the path of swordplay. At her words, Varric momentarily lost his focus, glancing at his thousand evil sword, feeling the souls he had bound within the blade howl in response. Swordsmanship? I suppose I am somewhat proficient as well. May I take the lead for a moment? Rest assured, you shall have the final strike, said Vale, stationed in Ironstone City, where he encountered no formidable adversaries. His heart, steeped in the murderous intent of lost souls, craved the thrill of battle. Yet, his desire was purely for combat. Accolades held no significance for him as a summoned being, his standing solely dependent on the rank bestowed by Guwen. Excellent. I, too, wish to observe and learn from your swordsmanship. Cilia, indifferent to such matters, actually longed to face stronger foes, rather than engage in combat with weaklings like Nathaniel, which failed to satisfy her desire for challenge. Taking a deep breath, Vale unsheathed his weapon, ready to charge. As he launched his assault, a throng of soldiers surged forward behind him. Cilia's gaze remained fixed on the longsword in Vale's grasp, radiant with holy light. Surely, it was a weapon blessed by divine radiance. It exuded a sense of righteousness. However, as she pondered this, she noticed a sudden shift in Vale's aura. The blinding holy light that had enveloped him began to fade, gradually transforming into an inky blackness. The malevolent black mist, imbued with both holy and demonic attributes, crept forth from beneath Vale's feet, ensnaring enemy soldiers within its grasp, swiftly converting them into shadowy demon minions, who then attacked their former human allies with ferocity akin to wild beasts. The opposing forces, witnessing this horrifying transformation, felt as though a heavy hammer had struck deep within their hearts, flooding them with terror and leaving them with no avenue for escape. At that moment, the human soldiers resembled frightened shrimp, each one fleeing at the sight of Vale. Even those who had initially charged alongside him now regarded this unfamiliar general with trepidation. Fortunately, Cilia arrived just in time, providing reassurance to the soldiers present. She, too, was concerned that Vale might have succumbed to madness. "Vale, are you all right?" Hearing Celia's worried voice behind him, Vale looked back, his fierce visage startling her. "What is it, Cilia? Is something amiss?" "Your appearance." Cilia hesitated to finish her thought. Vale soon realized the source of their fear as he noticed his comrades retreating in alarm. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently frightened them. "Do not be afraid. This is my innate ability, significantly enhancing my power. I am still the same." Upon hearing this, Cilia breathed a sigh of relief and conveyed the message to the others, ensuring the morale of the troops remained intact. With the assurance that their general had not succumbed to madness, the soldiers' spirits soared, emboldened to follow the demon minions and dispatch any remaining enemies with newfound courage. Safety was theirs once more. Some rejoiced while others despair. Upon witnessing this scene, Nate felt a tremor run through his entire being. A demon? It was indeed a demon. How could you transform humans into demons? The fallen must be eradicated. He kicked away a broken sword at his feet, which instantly pierced several small demons. Those small demons, struck with fatal wounds, vanished into nothingness. This realization led Nate to conclude that these transformed small demons bore no distinction from inferior beasts. He felt a sense of relief. A titanic assault crashed into the ranks of the small demon minions. His magical energy morphed into blades and spears, shattering a multitude of small demons in an instant. As for the fact that these small demons were once his subordinate soldiers, Nate was utterly indifferent. His intention was to eliminate these troublesome small demons first before dealing with the Fallen One. The Fallen had offered his soul to the Abyss in exchange for the ability to convert humans into small demonic minions. Nate was confident that, should he engage in close combat, he could dispatch the Fallen in 3 moves. Once he severed the Fallen's head, he could return to the Holy See to secure a clerical position. This was far more promising than remaining a general in this barren land of the Eastern continent. The pressing issue before him was how to ensure that the sword-wielding girl did not impede his progress. Engaging in a 1 versus 2 battle was hardly advantageous. The longer he delayed, the more small demons would emerge, diminishing his chances of slaying the Fallen. Everyone, heed my command. Launch a full-scale assault on that sword-wielding girl. She is the weakest. Leave the monster to me. Indeed, Nate's strategy was to send his soldiers to distract Shilia. As long as he could claim the Fallen's head, he could escape the kingdom of Sichuan. The fate of those soldiers was of no concern to him. Unbeknownst to the soldiers, under the fearful intimidation of Vale, they instinctively dreaded him, especially considering Vale's uncanny abilities that sent shivers down their spines. Upon receiving their general's orders, they felt as if a great pardon had been bestowed upon them. Observing Shilia's seemingly harmless demeanor, the soldiers perceived it as General Nate protecting them, and they were moved to tears, vowing to buy time for their general to slay the monster. As these soldiers charged toward Shilia, Nate swiftly pierced through the vanguard of small demons, his singular focus aimed at Vale. With the mass demise of the small demons, Vale remained untroubled. This was because when these humans were transformed into small demons, they dropped soul fragments, and upon the small demons' deaths, they would drop more soul fragments. It was truly a twofold gain. These soul fragments would merge into the Holy Grimoire through Vale, enabling him to summon skeletal warriors. As Nate drew ever closer, Vale let out a cold smile. You do not believe I am merely a defenseless summoner, do you? He suddenly raised his hand, and 20 spectral knights, each possessing a strength around the 2nd tier, materialized from thin air, charging forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the approaching knight. Chapter 132, The Fusion Technique. Having already vanquished the lesser demons with ease, Knight felt a surge of arrogance. He was utterly confident that this fallen being before him was weak. After all, how could these transformed lesser demons fall so easily? He presumed that the adversary had exhausted all options, yet to his astonishment, the fallen summoned forth a cadre of skeletal knights mounted upon imposing undead steeds. Such a despicable fallen can wield necromancy? Knight mused, taken aback, for necromantic magic is notoriously difficult to master. However, he remained unconcerned about the strength of these undead knights, having already formed a preconceived notion of Vale's inferiority, leading him to believe that these summoned entities would be equally feeble. Get out of my way, bothersome lesser demons. The skeletal knights had now approached Knight. Yet the lesser demons continued their relentless assault. Knight barely glanced at them, effortlessly shattering the surrounding demons into dust with a single kick. Trash belongs in the refuse. No matter how numerous the ants, they are of no consequence. His weapon gleamed with concentrated magical energy, rendering the charging undead knights mere targets. Suddenly, 2 blobs of pitch-black gel-like substance erupted from Vale's cursed soul sword. One enveloped the skeletal knights, the other ensnared the lesser demons. Before Knight could fully comprehend the situation, the dark substance transformed into countless tendrils, connecting to the charging skeletal knights. In a spectacular display, the multitude of knights disintegrated into bone fragments, which, under the influence of the black material, reformed into a colossal skeletal knight. Within its chest cavity, a ghostly green flame morphed into a swirling black mist. Now within arm's reach, the undead knight wielded a massive blade that descended upon Knight with the ferocity of thunder. With a resounding crash, akin to a clap of thunder, the impact reverberated through Knight's sword, leaving his limbs tingling. How could this undead creature suddenly possess such formidable strength? Its aura now rivaled his own. Were it not for the magical enhancement on his sword, that strike would have cleaved through it and struck his very skull. But the onslaught was not yet over. Before the skeletal knight could deliver a second devastating blow, its steed abruptly pivoted, and its hind hooves propelled a powerful kick towards Knight. With a thunderous impact, Knight was sent reeling backwards. Before he could touch the ground, a massive hand, shrouded in black mist, seized him, leaving only his head exposed. To his shock, it was the original lesser demons, now fused through the influence of the dark substance into a colossal 3-headed, 2-winged demon. Ea! A roar erupted from the demon's 3 heads, a primal scream, venting its fury from having been so casually dispatched moments before. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing the demon's grasping hand. Knight broke free from his restraints. His expression darkened as he realized that not only had the Death Knight grown larger, but these despicable, grotesque little demons had also expanded in size. I concede. Your newfound stature has indeed augmented your strength considerably, yet you remain no match for me. The demon, undeterred by the loss of its hand, showed no signs of pain as smaller demons emerged from the inky soil, climbing onto the body of the larger demon, transforming into the very essence needed for the regeneration of the severed limb. This revelation struck Knight with the urgency to eliminate the demon before him in a single blow. Otherwise, it would continuously restore its wounds. Just as he prepared to assault the demon further, the sound of hooves pounding the ground reached his ears from behind. In his peripheral vision, he saw a massive blade, imbued with a scarlet intent to kill, slicing toward him. He narrowly evaded the strike, only to be struck by a powerful palm from the demon. The dual assault, akin to being caught in a cheese sandwich, left Knight utterly defenseless. No matter which attack he attempted to block, the other would follow relentlessly. In his desperation, he lamented, "Wait. I demand a fair duel. This ambush is most ungraceful." His desperate cry pierced through the haze of the ongoing onslaught. What began as a mere exclamation unexpectedly halted the attacks, much to Knight's astonishment. Just as he contemplated seizing the moment to launch a surprise attack, a chilling voice sent shivers down his spine. "I believe it is time for you to surrender." The voice belonged to Celia, a familiar presence, yet her aura now radiated a power that left him momentarily stunned. She had ascended to the 4th tier, a level far beyond his own magical fluctuations, unmistakably not that of a 3rd tier. How could this be? Just during the day, she was still at the 3rd tier. Knight's voice quivered. "How could you possibly have advanced to the 4th tier? This is utterly impossible. Is it truly so difficult?" Celia replied nonchalantly. "I merely advanced after our battle earlier today." Advancement, in her view, should be as effortless as eating or drinking. Moreover, each time she ascended, her comprehension of swordsmanship seemed to deepen, and new techniques spontaneously emerged in her mind. "Why you?" Knight faltered, pointing a trembling finger at Celia. A mouthful of blood spilling forth as he realized the 4th tier power he had long sought had become so trivial in her words. He felt as though a vital conviction within him had shattered into fragments. In a daze, he observed the soldiers around him casting down their weapons and kneeling in surrender. At that moment, the despair that gripped Knight intensified, plunging him into darkness. Defeated, utterly defeated. He could not fathom why the Allied forces could not conquer even a small city of the Hurland Kingdom. Just then, Vale approached, having regained his original appearance, emanating a gentle glow of holy light, indicative of his holy attributes. How had he fallen unconscious? Unaware of the circumstances, Vale was oblivious to the fact that Knight had fainted from Celia's overwhelming nonchalance. In her confusion, Celia was left with no choice but to seek Vale's assistance. "Could you awaken this fellow?" It was a simple task. Vale concentrated a sphere of light in the palm of his hand, invoking holy judgment. He then struck Knight's face with a forceful slap, alternating blows. The effect of holy judgment ensured that for every sin the enemy had committed, they would suffer commensurate torment of the soul upon being struck. Even a slumbering individual would find their soul alert. After several resounding slaps, Knight's eyes shot open, bloodshot and wide with pain. Yet Vale appeared oblivious, continuing his assault. Celia did not intervene. Instead, she inquired, "Will you surrender? If so, sign this slave contract." Faced with the tantalizing proximity of the slave contract, Knight gritted his teeth and, through grueling pain, refused. Dream on. "I will never be a slave." As a proud 3rd-tier extraordinary being, it was simply unthinkable for him to be reduced to servitude. "Very well, then, kill him, Knight." Now in a state of alarm, Knight realized the narrative had taken an unexpected turn. As a rare 3rd-tier powerhouse, he expected to be reasoned with, not treated like a mere cabbage to be slaughtered at will. Since Celia had declared her intent to kill Knight, Vale offered no opposition. With an upward motion, the towering Death Knight swung his massive blade, cleaving through the air toward the weakened Knight. Terrified, Knight expended the last of his strength to roll away, narrowly evading the strike. Yet, a second blow followed almost immediately. This time, utterly drained of strength and with no means of escape, he finally grasped the gravity of life itself. With a near shout, he cried out, "I surrender. Please, do not kill me. I beg you." The blade halted mere centimeters from Knight's face, a faint line of blood appearing on his skin. He bit his finger, pressing it onto the contract, which fluttered down beside him. Humiliation, resentment, despair, and resignation mingled within Knight's heart. In his mind, however, a flicker of hope remained. The power of a slave contract depended upon the strength of its creator. If the slave possessed greater strength than the one who authored the contract, It was conceivable that the slave could break free from its constraints. Unlike the loyalty contracts, which could be created with mere magical energy, the slave contract was essentially a form of magic, one that ordinary extraordinary beings could not master. This was the law of the world. Only those with the innate talent for sorcery could learn magic. The kingdom of Holland certainly could not procure a slave contract crafted by a high-ranking mage. Thus, this contract must either be a low-grade product from a lesser mage or a substandard creation by a domestic sorcerer. Moreover, the scrawl upon it was clearly indicative of a novice's handiwork. For now, he would sign it and seek an opportunity to escape later. Very well, let it be signed. After Knight discerned the key to the matter, he bit his finger, using his blood as a seal to imprint his hand upon the parchment. Magical flames erupted from the contract, consuming it into nothingness. Just as Knight reveled in his triumph, an indescribable shadow materialized within his spiritual realm, exuding an aura of cataclysmic power. His sinister thoughts activated the contract immediately. An invisible hand gripped his heart, forcibly halting his heartbeat. The fear was ineffable, as if his very soul trembled. Only when Knight submitted utterly did that shudder gradually recede, akin to a receding tide. He gasped for air, feeling as though he had returned from the underworld, filled with a yearning for life and a dread of death. Who crafted your slave contract? Knight was truly alarmed. The author of the contract wielded power far beyond his own, rendering the binding intricately detailed, where even the slightest thought could lead him to utter ruin. This was inconceivable. That shadow must have been the author. He felt like nothing more than a speck of dust upon the earth. Observing Knight's flustered demeanor, Celia found him peculiar. Did one truly need to know the creator of a slave contract? Upon uttering that thought, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Oh well, I might as well tell you. This contract was casually penned by our kingdom's administrative officer. Who would have thought it would actually work?" Celia had no knowledge that a slave contract required a mage, nor did she grasp the intricacies involved. She merely recalled a prior instruction from Guwen to procure some slave contracts as tools to restrain rival extraordinary beings. However, Celia was oblivious to such details. By chance, she encountered Evelina, who was engaged in administrative duties, and sought her assistance. Within a brief span of 10 seconds, Evelina comprehended the method of crafting the slave contract and even learned a bit of magic. Utilizing her free left hand while her right was occupied with paperwork, she effortlessly penned 7 or 8 slave contracts and handed them to Celia. By a stroke of fate, these contracts turned out to possess an 8th-tier level of binding. Upon hearing this explanation, Knight was momentarily stunned. What? This was crafted by your administrative officer? Little did he know, upon hearing this revelation, the sky that had already collapsed upon him fell a second time. So, not only was there a prodigy in a small border city capable of advancing from the 3rd to the 4th tier within a day, but there was also an unfathomably powerful administrative officer in the capital? With such formidable strength, why remain in this marginal territory to establish a kingdom? They might as well have annexed them sooner. Knight felt a profound sense of despair. He had initially believed he was facing an easy target, only to discover he had struck a steel wall. With Knight's capitulation, the coalition forces were decisively dismantled. However, the war was far from over. The armies on both sides began to converge, and at that moment, Varric and Nalandi arrived. "My lord, is everything proceeding smoothly on your end?" Celia's address of my lord startled Varric considerably. Goodness, among those present, it seemed I held the lowest rank. One was a summon of the Duke, who was typically his superior in Ironstone City and dared not give rash commands, while another was a national security officer, tasked with investigating and eliminating traitors, which made him wary of being scrutinized. As for Celia, she was even more formidable, a sword saint personally acknowledged by the Duke. Although Celia believed this was merely Guwen's jest, the weight of the words was not lost on the listeners, who would dare dismiss such a statement as mere banter. It was said that Celia had charged at Guwen with her sword, poised to strike. Yet astonishingly, she faced no repercussions and was instead recognized as a sword saint, which spoke volumes of their intimate relationship. If the Lord proclaims you a sword saint, then you are indeed a venerable sword saint, my lady. Celia, the sword saint of the kingdom, was a 4th-tier guardian of the Emperor and shared a close bond with the Duke. Such a cascade of titles would terrify any ordinary individual, let alone Varric, who had been hastily elevated to the position of commander. "You may simply address me by my name. There is no need for such formality," Varric insisted. "That will not do, my lord." After a round of polite refusals, Varric realized that Celia was quite resolute. He could not persuade her otherwise, so he decided to relent. Everything is going smoothly on our side. Aside from that reckless Chad, who initially resisted fiercely, We managed to draw blood from him under the slave contract, and guess what? He immediately became compliant. Our situation is similar. The enemy is exceedingly weak. Cilia expressed her dissatisfaction. Her prowess had not been fully showcased, leaving her feeling quite frustrated. What shall we do next? Withdraw? Varel dismissed the minor demon and recalled the undead, inquiring about Varric's next plans. The Lord has decreed that the enemy is poised to invade us. We cannot stand idly by. Let us also allow the enemy to taste the bitterness of losing territory. Guwen had anticipated the triumph in this border city defense battle. He had no intention of suffering in silence. With others openly mocking him, failing to retaliate would only portray the Helland kingdom as feeble. How many cities shall we capture? The Lord did not specify a number, merely instructing them to seize one city each in the kingdom of PS and the kingdom of Sichuan to announce their arrival, with the remainder to be awaited. Awaited? The peculiar arrangement left those present perplexed. However, they were not of the contentious sort. When the Lord spoke, they would follow his directives without question. How shall we infiltrate the enemy's border city? A direct assault? No, I have an even better plan. Varric's fervent gaze fell upon the trembling Chad and knight beside him. A fiery glint sparkled in his eyes, as if a scheme was brewing. As the commanders of the enemy coalition, you two have now sincerely submitted. I shall grant you an opportunity to achieve great feats. Henceforth, I appoint you as the gate generals. Go forth and strike open the great gates of the city over there. Chapter 134. Today's conquest of 5 cities with the sun slowly rising from the horizon in the east. The nascent dawn brought warmth to all hearts. This was particularly true for Chad, who was cautiously approaching the outer city of the Kingdom of Pace. He never anticipated that he would return to his homeland in such a manner. Behind him were Cilia, disguised as a defeated soldier, and a multitude of soldiers from the Kingdom of Herland. Halt! A bowstring twanged, as the sentries atop the walls sought to prevent the approach of unknown individuals. How dare you? Open your eyes and see clearly. I am General Chad. Chad was unperturbed by the guards at the city gate failing to recognize him. For it was from this very border city that the coalition had embarked, with the gatekeepers and soldiers having escorted them a mile out as they departed. Indeed, it is General Chad. Quickly, open the gates to welcome him into the city. In a flurry, an officer prepared to command the soldiers to open the gates. My lord, what if this is a ruse? One of the loyal soldiers expressed concern, considering that Chad had returned with the coalition in merely a day, and the remnants of the army below were a disheartened lot, raising suspicions of deceit. Yet the officer dismissed such worries, for he knew only that General Chad had returned. Whether it was in victory or defeat was of no concern to him. He was merely a subordinate officer eager to curry favor with Chad. With a swift thrust, he plunged his blade into the heart of the concerned soldier. The officer cast a cold gaze at the others who hesitated to speak. What? Do you also wish to defy my orders? My lord, we are wronged. We would not dare. Then hasten and open the gates. If you incur the displeasure of General Chad, I shall cast you all into the ranks of the servants. With this warning, the previous lesson was heeded, and no one dared challenge the officer's command. Besides, they were well aware that the irate General Chad was a figure who could converse closely with the king himself. An extraordinary personage. The soldiers understood that the extraordinary being stood as an equal to the nobles. With a resounding boom, the gates swung open. Chad wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, fearing he might struggle to open the cursed gates of this border city. Would that not signify his ineffectiveness? Just a day prior, this place was his loyal kingdom. Now, it was filled only with enemies. As Chad boldly stepped into the city, his first act was to excuse his troops' entrance. Why was the opening of the gates so sluggish? You wretched traitor, you must have betrayed the Kingdom of Pace. In the midst of his tirade, Chad cleaved the grinning officer in twain with a single swing of his axe. I have become a slave, and yet you still wear a smile? Who do you think you are? Subsequently, Chad sheathed his weapon and turned to the frightened soldiers beside him. From this moment forth, this city is under my command. Do you have any objections? The axe was raised once more, radiating an aura of magical power. For a brief moment, the air grew still. The situation had shifted too swiftly for them to comprehend. Suddenly, a soldier guarding the city fell to his knees and cried out, General, you are the indispensable master of this city. With your arrival, our spring has come. His voice ignited a wave of fervor, prompting the other soldiers to kneel and echo their support. Chad was moved by the soldier's sense of timing and gently patted him on the shoulder. Very well. From now on, you shall be the deputy of this city, entrusted with the management of all its affairs. The soldier, now the deputy, was filled with joy and knelt again, saying, My lord, I await your commands and shall serve without hesitation. Noticing that the soldiers of the Holland army had nearly entered the city, Chad nodded. The king of the PS kingdom is incompetent and tyrannical. I lament the plight of the citizens living under his rule. Thus, I have decided to lead this city to pledge allegiance to the Herland kingdom. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembled guards. Who opposes? Who supports? This inquiry struck them like a brick to the forehead, leaving them bewildered. The deputy, quick-witted, drew his sword, pointing it at the other guards present. Those who support me, stand on my left. Those who oppose, stand on my right. Those who remain neutral, stay where you are. The guards recognized the gravity of the situation. Though they were mere foot soldiers seeking a meal, they understood that choosing the wrong side could lead to dire consequences. Compared to the kingdom's suppression of rebellion, failing to express a stance now could result in being cleaved in two by the hand of an extraordinary being. In the ensuing chaos, the foot soldiers gravitated to the left, while the loyalists and confidants of the officers positioned themselves to the right. A few, unwilling to be entangled in the turmoil, brazenly remained in the center. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted, accompanied by a tempest of thunder and flame, shattering the cobblestones beneath. In an instant, it consumed all but those on the left. The cries of the fallen were stifled before they could escape their lips, their blood not a single drop spared. Thus, hundreds perished silently within the brilliance of the sword light. Only Celia calmly retracted her longsword. Since you do not intend to remain loyal to the Herland kingdom, regardless of the reason, you must be eliminated. At that moment, Chad felt a chill run down his spine. Initially, he had considered exchanging personnel with Knight, believing this young woman would not be as devious as Velik and Nayland. Yet, he found her not merely cunning, but exceedingly ruthless. Without uttering a word, she had enacted a massacre. My lord speaks the truth. You all listen. You shall unconditionally obey the words of this esteemed individual. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Chad trotted over to Celia, ready to relay critical information to the soldiers who had narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, in the court of the Kingdom of Pace, the old king was roaring with fury. He hurled the military report detailing the catastrophic defeat at the front lines onto the floor, a dispatch personally delivered by Chad, which demanded the cession of 5 cities to the Kingdom of Herland as an apology. Anger simmered within him. He had never anticipated such a complete defeat for General Chad. How dare he suggest that I relinquish 5 cities? Did he think that without him, the Kingdom of Pace would grovel for mercy? The formidable magical energy of the 4th tier erupted from the old king, who struggled to believe the contents of the report. What are your thoughts on this matter? The old king yearned for someone to embark on a solitary mission to deal with the traitor, for in the eyes of the Kingdom of Pace, a 3rd tier extraordinary was an acceptable loss, but there could only be one 4th tier extraordinary. Suddenly, a general stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe we should cede the cities and seek peace. It seems that the Kingdom of Sichuan, the Kingdom of Norton, and the Kingdom of Herland have formed an alliance, and we may soon face a coalition of 3 nations. No one wished for war, especially not against the traitor Chad. Furthermore, there was an instinctual reluctance to confront the Kingdom of Herland. More individuals soon joined in urging the old king to reconsider, their motives fueled by vast interest groups, factions, and princes vying for power behind the scenes. Seeing so many opposing him, the old king was both furious and amused, ready to make an example of them. Suddenly, a spear descended from the heavens, impaling the old king upon his throne. Before the crowd could discern the nature of the spear, a commanding voice resonated in their ears. Another enemy has been slain. My task is complete. You may decide the fate of this throne among yourselves. As Zhang Yuan departed, he added, by the way, should you continue to oppose the Kingdom of Herland, I shall return. Chapter 135. Do you dare speak of revenge? The people of the Kingdom of Pace were aghast, unable to believe their old king had been so abruptly slain by a mysterious spear. Thankfully, that enigmatic weapon had already left the scene. Remarkably, it seemed to have spoken, mentioning the Kingdom of Herland. Could it be that Herland had the capability to easily eliminate a 4th tier extraordinary? A wave of fear washed over everyone. It was clear that seeking peace was now imperative. Several princes rushed forth, collapsing to the ground in tears. Father, how could you leave us so suddenly? The eldest prince managed to squeeze out a few tears, wailing before rising with a sorrowful countenance. Esteemed ministers, my father has been slain by an unknown weapon from the Kingdom of Herland. A kingdom cannot be without a ruler for even a day. So I believe the most pressing matter is to determine a successor to the throne and negotiate peace with the Kingdom of Herland. The eldest prince was engulfed in profound sorrow, his heart twisted with anguish. Meanwhile, the second prince, visibly distressed, expressed his genuine intentions, astonished. Brother, why do you not avenge our father? You are clearly driven by greed for power. Father cherished me above all, and I am the rightful heir to the throne. Once I ascend as king, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for our father. I vow not to live as a man if this grievance goes unpunished." Before the second prince could finish his declaration, a swift sound pierced the air as Zhang Yuan returned, his lethal speed driving through the second prince's chest, reducing his body to mere fragments. The chilling voice that instilled terror in all present resonated once more. "Did I not warn you? Should you continue to oppose us, you shall bear the consequences." Following this, Zhang Yuan provocatively maneuvered before the assembly, taunting, "Who else claims vengeance? Speak, and I shall dispose of you too, lest I need to return." The ministers, paralyzed with fear, pondered why Zhang Yuan did not simply seize their kingdom outright, instead of employing such treacherous tactics. The remaining princes, rendered speechless, ceased their weeping, staring in disbelief. "Since silence prevails, be mindful, no matter the distance. I can hear your whispers." With a swift whoosh, Zhang Yuan vanished once more, but this time he truly departed. He lacked the ability to hear voices from afar. He had merely lingered just outside, waiting to strike and instill a shadow of dread in their hearts. This left them perpetually anxious, fearing that walls have ears, thus compelling their compliance. The assembly exchanged glances, and the princes refrained from shedding tears, lest they be mistaken for mourning their father, which could lead to a fate akin to that of the second prince. In the royal court, emotions were secondary. Only the struggle for power prevailed. The eldest prince, however, felt a surge of triumph. He had feigned compassion but was genuinely relieved that his only formidable rival had been eliminated. "Esteemed lords, if I may, I shall preside over the council," he proposed. A general stepped forward, kneeling abruptly. "The eldest prince, both scholarly and martial, is the ideal candidate for the throne. I nominate him to ascend as king soon." A multitude of the eldest prince's supporters rose, proclaiming, "He is the most worthy king of the kingdom of PS. You are the greatest monarch. Your Majesty, we implore you to ascend the throne at once. The kingdom of PS cannot afford to lose its son." Initially testing the minister's reactions, the eldest prince's eyes reddened with fervor as he envisioned the throne beckoning him. In this foreign realm, the customs of reluctance were non-existent. The eldest prince revealed his true nature, a smirk gracing his lips. "Since you all support me so fervently, I shall reluctantly accept the mantle of king. Should I falter in any regard, I trust you, my lords, will promptly guide me." The eldest prince hastily approached the late king's throne, forcefully pushing aside the still warm body of his predecessor, and seated himself upon the regal chair. With a sweeping gesture, the grand prince declared that the treacherous second prince had met his demise at the hands of our ally, the kingdom of Herland. Now, let those conspirators who conspired alongside the second prince be dragged away and executed. Moreover, I shall bestow upon our beloved friends and brothers of the kingdom of Herland 5 cities as a token of gratitude for their assistance. Do you have any objections? Speak freely." The grand prince's piercing gaze swept over the assembly like a blade, seeking any who dared to oppose him, ready to eradicate them as well. After all, there will always be those eager to serve. If you do not wish to fulfill your duties, others will step up to do so. The ministers below trembled in cold sweat, the echoes of the agonized cries of those who once stood behind the second prince resonating from outside, serving as a grim deterrent. "Excellent. It seems you all support my decision." The grand prince unfurled a map of the kingdom, gently tracing a line with his pen across 5 cities adjacent to the kingdom of Herland. It mattered little. The kingdom of PS had 50 cities at its disposal. Those 5 insignificant border towns were of no consequence, hardly capable of causing any substantial loss. It could only be said that the grand prince was now indifferent to sacrificing territory for the sake of his father. Meanwhile, the situation in the kingdom of Sichuan mirrored that of PS. Although the recent assassination of the old king by Zhang Yuan had plunged it into a scenario reminiscent of the 9 sons contending for the throne, the kingdom of Sichuan was even more formidable, boasting 6 powerful princes. To preempt any intervention from the kingdom of Herland in their power struggle, they swiftly ceded 10 cities to Herland. After Guwen received critical intelligence from Bennett regarding the 2 kingdoms, he issued directives. Let the newly crowned king of PS instill unending terror among his subjects, while the spies would present him with brutal methods of governance, blinding him to the truth. As for the kingdom of Sichuan, they should not be allowed to resolve their disputes too swiftly. Let them be divided and led into civil strife by the agents. Under the infiltration of Bennett, the head of the Eastern Continent Intelligence Bureau, the infiltration rate in both the kingdom of PS and the kingdom of Sichuan had reached 40%. It could be stated that nearly half of those surrounding the princes were spies. Even those trusted confidants or beloved companions concealed blades lurking in their midst. Guwen was still pondering how to address the Empire's stance towards the Eastern Continent. although Axel was assisting him in concealing certain matters. Those in high positions were not blind or deaf. If he were to suddenly consume two great nations, it was likely that the ninth-tier enforcers would swiftly crush the kingdom of Herland in retribution. As he contemplated this, anxiety gripped Guwen. Cursed be the lack of strength. If only I were invincible, I would not need to partake in beef. Suddenly, he recalled that Zhang Yuan had yet to return. Logically, with Zhang Yuan's speed, he could have swiftly penetrated the two kingdoms and appeared before him. Yet now, he was nowhere to be found, causing Guwen's heart to sink. He attempted to summon Zhang Yuan from afar, but received no response whatsoever. However, as a weapon forged from his own remains, he could faintly sense that Zhang Yuan seemed to be subdued by an incomprehensibly powerful force, its location barely discernible in the depths of the demon abyss. What a predicament! The mightiest warrior, Zhang Yuan, had ventured out to eliminate a couple of minor nuisances, only to be captured and returned by the demon abyss. The current state of the abyss was utterly terrifying to Guwen. He dared not imagine how catastrophic the chaos, left unchecked for so many years, could erupt. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Yuan was not subdued. He was on his way back when he felt a far more terrifying will calling to him, a sensation akin to a divine entity that had bestowed life upon him, seeking his presence. A lasso of pitch-black divine power emerged from the void, ensnaring him tightly. No, please, I do not wish to return to the demon abyss. There are no maidens there, nor opulent estates. No, my beautiful life. Realizing he was about to be drawn back into the abyss, Zhang Yuan was engulfed in despair, yet his cries were utterly futile. When Zhang Yuan next opened his eyes, he had traversed the void and arrived deep within the demon abyss. Before him stood a grand throne, beneath which lay an endless chasm of darkness, unfathomable in depth. A colossal figure shrouded in inky black mist sat upon the throne. All hail the great abyssal king, Iron Egg greeted. Zhang Yuan felt a chill as he beheld this deity, a twinge of embarrassment creeping over him regarding his name, which had been bestowed by this very god, compelling him to cherish it. You carry a heavy scent of humanity. Have you been sneaking out to play? The voice echoed like thunder through the black mist, each word striking Zhang Yuan like falling stars, forcing him to retreat. Chapter 136. I desire you. Protect him at all costs. In response to the abyssal king's inquiry, Zhang Yuan dared not utter much. Filled with trepidation, he feared the god would uncover his secret escapades. His wisdom was a gift from this abyssal king. He had lived for centuries, growing immensely powerful, thanks to this deity. Yet, even a few centuries of monotonous existence in the abyss had drained his patience, leading him to stealthily slip away when the tree spirit ventured into the abyss. However, it was true that he intended to devour the tree spirit. The abyssal king, it seemed, had been seated upon the throne for an eternity, casting an aura of profound solitude over the entire abyss. Your Majesty, I initially intended to consume the tree spirit that dashed into the abyss as punishment for her trespass. Alas, I was interrupted by another formidable human. Thankfully, I managed to escape before being captured. To ascertain the identity of that powerful individual, I had planned to lurk within the human realm, gathering intelligence to prepare for our abyss's conquest of the world. Zhang Yuan half-heartedly justified himself, not wishing for the truth of his servitude to humanity to be revealed. In such circumstances, where lies abound, where lies his majesty. Yet, due to the act of deceit, Zhang Yuan felt a tinge of guilt and unease. It appeared that he too was capable of falsehoods. He sensed that when he stood beside the sovereign, the connection between his essence and that of a human, Guwen, was severed. Evidently, the sovereign held the upper hand, freeing him from the shackles of servitude. As long as you remain unharmed, I shall be content. I have lingered here for far too long, causing me to forget certain matters. Though I faintly recall that the body you command is of great significance to me, so significant that I wish for no harm to befall it. The rumbling voice bore a hint of an unusual tenderness. Zhang Yuan understood that this gentleness was not directed at him, but rather at the vessel he inhabited. The implication was clear. Zhang Yuan's soul could face annihilation, yet this frail body must remain unscathed. However, a demigod's form was unlikely to suffer damage in this realm where divinity remained hidden. Following this statement, the king of the abyss fell silent, which was her customary demeanor, solitude. Silence and solitary vigilance. Your Majesty, would you care to hear about the world beyond? It is my first encounter with the human kingdom, and many things have astonished me. Zhang Yuan yearned to share his observations of the mortal realm with the esteemed king of the abyss. Otherwise, would not the sovereign be too lonely? Very well. The tone of the king of the abyss was rarely tinged with such delight. In contrast to the irrational beings that thrived solely on destruction, Zhang Yuan served as her occasional companion in conversation. Despite her divine status, for reasons unknown, she was utterly unable to glimpse the world outside, remaining in ignorance of every detail. Yet, even Zhang Yuan himself was unaware that a wisp of ethereal light had emerged, drifting toward the throne like willow catkins. Passing through the towering shadow of the demon god, the throne revealed only a blurred silhouette. No one would have imagined that the deity suppressing the abyss would appear as a young maiden. In her delicate hands lay a withered and decayed heart, into which the flowing light seamlessly merged. The lifeless heart flickered with a glimmer of brightness. The king of the abyss's once tranquil gaze stirred, her dormant heart awakening a hint of inexplicable exhilaration. Did it just shine? Clinging to a thread of hope, the king of the abyss cautiously enveloped the heart with her divine power, fearful of causing it harm. Alas, the miracle did not manifest, apart from that brief glimmer. The heart offered no further reaction. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan continued to eloquently recount the earth-shattering battle he had waged alongside that human paragon. Have you encountered any extraordinary humans in the realm of mortals? The king of the abyss interjected, now eager to ascertain whether any remarkable individuals were linked to the recent anomaly of the decayed heart. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the sovereign's focus to be so peculiarly specific. I encountered a singular human warrior, radiating with holy light, possibly possessing an angelic lineage. The others were unremarkable in comparison. Have you witnessed this individual? No, the candidate for the demon king, Rake, has also crossed paths with him, engaging in a battle from which he fled in disgrace. Upon hearing this, the abyssal king's thoughts stirred, and Rake, who had been recuperating in a certain part of the demon abyss, suddenly materialized in this place. Initially perplexed by the abrupt change of scenery, Rake was soon overwhelmed with elation upon his realization. Great and immortal abyssal king, the unparalleled sovereign of the demon abyss, I, the lowly demon Rake, pay my respects to you. With a resounding thud, he knelt. He harbored no illusions of winning the favor of this deity. His summoning surely heralded a task to be assigned. Silence enveloped the throne as she fixated on the decaying heart in her grasp, which indeed glimmered anew upon Rake's arrival. Have you recently encountered any extraordinary humans? In response to the divine inquiry, Rake dared not infuse his words with personal emotion. With an expression of tranquility, he recounted his recent experiences in full. Before the deity, Rake knew better than to be disrespectful. The abyssal demon king was merely a gatekeeper of the demon abyss, yet, when situated outside, he was invincible. Locate that human, protect him. The decree of the abyssal king descended, leaving Rake astounded by the transformation of his own being. He found himself cloaked in a guise of humanity, a disguise bestowed by the divine, one that only the deity could unveil. Should he incur harm, he would face death, his soul condemned to eternal torment. Shortly thereafter, Rake was expelled from the demon abyss and cast upon the western continent. Your Majesty, I know not where he has gone. A slip of paper adhered to his face, indicating merely the location of the kingdom of Hurland. A thunderous clap echoed in Rake's ears. I command you, ensure his safety. Recently, Duke Wen has been plagued by sleepless nights, his mood once again soured. This was due to the demise of his two sycophants, the kings of the kingdom of PS and the kingdom of Sichuan. Upon receiving intelligence from his subordinates, it appeared that this misfortune stemmed from the accursed kingdom of Hurland. Even now, Duke Wen could not comprehend how this diminutive ant could not be crushed, growing stronger with each attempt. This time, a mere attempt to dispatch subordinates for a beverage recipe had backfired spectacularly. The capability to instantaneously eliminate a fourth-tier extraordinary with peculiar weaponry and to vanquish a coalition led by two third-tier extraordinary beings suggested that the kingdom of Hurland possessed some hidden trump cards. It seemed the legacy of the kingdom of Horos was indeed real, and the kingdom of Hurland had presumably acquired a portion of it. Duke Wen tapped rhythmically on the pure golden armrests of his throne, while his courtiers remained silent. Number 1. A courtier from the left stepped forward. Your Majesty, I am here. The Duke of Xylon's gaze hardened as he decided to send the plague-wielding sorceress to the kingdom of Helan, deeming her a gift for them. Upon hearing this command, the first assassin's eyes mirrored an uncontrollable fear, for he knew that upon accomplishing this task, his own demise was inevitable. Although he was a death warrior, the specter of fear still loomed over him. Yes, Your Majesty, he uttered, each word tinged with trepidation, ultimately swallowed as he succumbed to obedience. As the silhouette of the first assassin melted into the shadows, the Duke lifted his face to the light, where sunlight streamed through the glass of the great hall, casting half his visage in brightness and the other half in darkness. I hope you shall find this gift to your liking, he mused, as empty cities lay before him, all succumbing to the plague, transformed into pools of pus. Ha ha. Chapter 137. The Plague Sorceress. The first assassin ventured into a clandestine corner of the royal palace, a dungeon where the Duke imprisoned disobedient individuals. Trembling, he stepped inside, soon encountering a mage reinforcing the magical barriers of the cells. Within one of those cells resided the Sorceress of Plague, the very embodiment of his deepest fears. Capable of infecting an entire city in an instant, her plague spread with alarming rapidity. Those afflicted would devolve into pools of pus if left untreated for 3 days, an exceedingly gruesome fate. As a first-hand witness, he had participated in the capture of the Plague Sorceress, with the horrific imagery of that putrid scene etched vividly in his mind. Even those of lesser exceptional abilities were not immune to her contagion, as the plague bore extraordinary powers that ordinary remedies could not vanquish. Fortunately, they had employed a 4th-tier magical barrier, averting the palace from becoming a graveyard. My lord, His Majesty has commanded me to escort the sorceress outside. I beseech you to cast a magical barrier upon me, for I must meet with her, he implored. The 4th-tier mage before him, despite his proximity to the king, dared not offend him lightly. Though the Duke of Xylon presided over a vast realm, a 4th-tier mage stood as a pinnacle within their magical community. 4th-tier mages wielded a plethora of spells of their tier and below, a smattering of 5th-tier spells, and a select few of the 6th tier. As for 5th-tier mages, such proud beings would never be commanded by their kingdom, they only served the empire. Very well. The incantation materialized as a luminescent aura swirling around the first assassin, ultimately forming a barely perceptible barrier enveloping him. Only then did he feel a modicum of safety. Taking a deep breath, he boldly traversed the magical barrier. Miss Beverline, he began, but before he could finish, a brick was hurled toward him, imbued with the terrifying energies of the plague. He sidestepped just in time, the brick grazing the magical barrier before crashing to the ground. As the plague energy made contact with the barrier, it emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. I thought you had more audacity. Each time you visit, you shroud yourself in a protective shell, came the mocking voice of the sorceress. Number 1. Your tone is rather irate, Miss Bevelin. You are but a witch imprisoned here. It is we who have granted you the chance to live. Otherwise, you would have long since met your end at the hands of the judging knights. To this, Bevelin merely twirled the steel pen in her hand with an air of ennui. You have uttered such words countless times. Over the years, I have dispatched many to their demise with the power of plague magic for you. Yet your promises of freedom have proven to be mere illusions. As her fury mounted, Bevelin flung the pen to the ground, splattering the black ink from its reservoir across the floor. The inky darkness harmonized with the dungeon's dim ambience. You ought to have released me long ago. She languished alone in this wretched cell, all for a fleeting notion of freedom, forced to take lives for the kingdom. Such torment gnawed at her soul. Did they perceive life merely as a trifle to extinguish at will? Miss Bevelin, there is no need for such ire. I have come to offer you your freedom. Number 1's face was adorned with a veneer of insincerity. Must I once again employ my plague magic to eliminate someone? Bevelin, taken aback by Number 1's rare forthrightness, felt a flicker of suspicion. In the past, they had merely painted grand illusions to coax her into unleashing her magic, preserving it for a discreet assassination. Why the sudden candor this time? Surely, this request would be arduous. No, Miss Bevelin. This time you need not actively unleash your plague magic. I will escort you to a kingdom where you may freely allow your magic to flow, ravaging the land until naught remains. The implication was clear. His Majesty desired the complete annihilation of that kingdom's populace. The gentle demeanor belied the horrific content, and Bevelin's trepidation deepened. She could hardly contemplate such depravity. Did they truly regard life as mere numbers to be carelessly erased? You wish for me to massacre an entire kingdom. I could never acquiesce to your demands. Kill me if you must. Anticipating Bevelin's reaction, Number 1 merely chuckled mockingly. Oh, my dear witch, you have no say in this matter. That kingdom bears no ties to you. Why sulk with us? After delivering this admonition, Number 1 resumed his reasoning, though now laced with a palpable threat. Do you not wish to know how your family has fared in your absence? We have told them that their daughter serves His Majesty. Thus your father has been granted the title of a baronet, a purely fabricated rank, existing between commoner and baron, and we have bestowed upon them land, liberating them from poverty. They now take great pride in you, as we have heralded your honorable service to His Majesty in your hometown. He paused, stepping forward a few paces. If your family and village discovered that you are a witch, your hands stained with blood, a heretic who has sullied faith, what would their reaction be? Those who perish because of you harbor a deep-seated hatred. One can only wonder how they would treat your kin. Ah, and your elder brother serves in the royal guard. As the sibling of a witch, he would surely face execution on the very day of revelation. Then there is your sister and your infant brother. Beverly trembled, taken aback that they would resort to threatening her family. Should she choose her loved ones or the strangers she barely knows? This hardly seems like a true choice. The composed witch cast aside everything before her and fell to her knees. I beseech you, spare my family, do not harm them. I am willing to do anything for the kingdom. The witch bowed her proud head, the last vestiges of her goodness weighed against her familial bonds, ultimately toppling into despair. As tradition dictates, the figure known as one, witnessing the once arrogant individual kneeling in supplication, would typically deliver a few kicks, taunting, "Weren't you just so fierce? Why not try being bold again?" Yet, the person before him was the plague witch, her very being suffused with extraordinary toxins. Even with a magical barrier in place, he feared that a mere touch could infect him with the lethal plague capable of instantly vanquishing a third-tier extraordinary being. Miss Beverly, wouldn't it have been better to comply sooner? The kingdom can easily bestow happiness and beauty upon an individual, yet it can also plunge many into an abyss from which there is no return. Given your newfound compliance, let your family remain joyful. Now come with me, Miss Witch, and remember your words. As the light in the dungeon extinguished, a new magical barrier enveloped Beverly, and she followed one out of the cell. The moon had just begun to rise, marking the first time in years that she beheld a full moon, and her first departure from the dungeon. Chapter 138. Curiosity kills the cat in the dead of night. Beverly, cloaked in black, sat in a carriage driven by one. They had been on the road for a day and a night, and the border of the Holland kingdom was drawing near. At this moment, one felt a pang of anxiety. The magical wedge controlling Beverly's barrier was on the verge of shattering. The plague magic and extraordinary toxins were beyond even Beverly's control, emitting a terrifying aura autonomously. Should he fail to distance himself from her before the barrier faltered, he would surely meet a grim fate. Must I annihilate them all? Is it not enough to destroy a single city? What benefit does this bring you? As thoughts of her impending actions coursed through her mind, Beverly's complexion turned ashen. Despite having gone a day and a night without food, her stomach churned violently. Hearing a query from within the carriage, one did not look back. Instead, he cracked the whip against the beastly horse's rear, urging it to quicken its pace. A group of unruly subjects has repeatedly undermined His Majesty's intentions. All those here deserve death. If, in a few days, I do not receive word of the complete annihilation of the Kingdom of Holland, your family shall surely find no resting place. Do you still wish to bargain? What do you think of yourself? A mere wretched sorceress, whose sole duty is to obey commands. Upon concluding these words, number 1, Bevelyn fell silent. She gazed blankly at the radiant moon hanging above. Forgive me, forgive me. Do not blame me. Trembling, she envisioned the countless wailing souls struggling before her. Her conscience became insignificant in the face of her family's fate. Conscience resembles a triangle. Initially, when one commits wrongful acts, it spins incessantly, tearing at one's innermost self and inducing excruciating pain. Yet, over time, the sharpness of the triangle dulls through its relentless rotation, ultimately becoming smooth, and regardless of one's misdeeds, the heart feels no pain. Meanwhile, Guwen was in the estate, personally preparing dinner for Glena. Our Empress, appearing rather naive and sweet, sat at the dining table, observing Guwen's busy silhouette. Hooray! It is truly delightful to have the Duke around. With food served at a beck and call, and garments provided at a stretch, Guwen found himself unaccustomed to the previous culinary offerings, thus bringing forth the home-cooked meals from his memories to his table. Little did he anticipate that Glena would cling to him daily, shamelessly scrounging for meals. To accommodate her, Guwen even taught her the proper use of chopsticks. Interestingly, it seemed that for most of the inhabitants of this world, the use of chopsticks was second nature. Perhaps it was an Easter egg implanted by the game creators? Duke, I am so hungry. Glena's impatient voice called from behind, causing Guwen to wear an exasperated expression as he presented a meticulously crafted dish. What is this? It is a flower carved from various radishes. I call it Gathering of Heroes. Guwen's explanation left Glena, who was initially full of anticipation, thoroughly disappointed. Oh, so it's a meeting of radishes. As the dishes were finally served, Glena gazed eagerly at Guwen. He nodded, signaling that they could commence. And only then did she begin to indulge in the exquisite array of dishes before her. Duke, I never expected your culinary skills to be so exceptional. And these methods are indeed unheard of. As she savored the delightful food, Glena's eyes sparkled with delight. During her days of dining at the Duke's table, she felt as if everything she had previously known had been overturned. She had never imagined that food could be prepared in such an extraordinary manner. Despite her desire to devour the meal ravenously, She reminded herself to maintain her elegance, lest her rough demeanor displease Guwen. Haha, thank you for the kind words. Your Majesty, I am astonished that you hold my dishes in such high regard. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. After a round of mutual flattery in the business realm, Guwen picked up a clean handkerchief beside him to wipe away the remnants of soup from Glena's lips. This gesture left Glena feeling a tinge of shyness, as she had not expected the Duke to be so audacious. It was simply delightful. This was largely thanks to some of my secret spices. Without them, these dishes could not have been transformed into such culinary masterpieces. During this time, Bennett was not only busy with undercover training and recruiting intelligence personnel, but also brought forth a myriad of local delicacies from various regions to present before Guwen. It can only be said that the game developers deserve commendation. The Eastern continent had managed to gather all the culinary spices from Guwen's past life. This was also one of the reasons Guwen decided to cook himself. You have used certain unfamiliar substances as seasonings, under the pretense of creating gourmet dishes, when in fact, you have infused addictive substances into the cuisine, leading Her Majesty the Empress to become hopelessly entranced. If you dare to use seasonings today, tomorrow you will dare to poison. Reward obtained. Unworldly ring. It is easy to transition from simplicity to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to simplicity. How can a strong individual endure the disparity of losing power? If you are troubled by the uncontrollable nature of your power, wear it. You will be suppressed to become an ordinary person. Guwen had long grown accustomed to the system's information, as it always spoke nonsensically with eyes wide open. However, this suppression ring piqued his interest. Its effects resembled that of the control ring skill, both focusing on control, though it seemed to specifically address situations where one could not manage their own power. As Guwen suddenly took out a ring and began to play with it in his hands, Glena was lost in thought. She shyly extended her left hand, speaking to herself. Although it felt a bit premature, if it were the Duke, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. This left Guwen momentarily bewildered. Before he realized what Glena was implying, he chuckled to himself. Well then, let us allow you to experience it. Without hesitation, Guwen placed the ring on Glena's left ring finger. My lady, how does it feel? Excellent. No, wait. It feels strange. Glena, now a fourth-tier mage, was extremely sensitive to magical energy. Yet at that moment, she found herself unable to perceive or summon any magic. It seems I can't channel my magic. This sensation reminds me of the time before I mastered magic. I thought you were going to, at that moment. Glena realized that the purpose of the ring was rather different from what she had envisioned, leaving her blushing deeply. In response, Guwen smiled. Oh, did you think this ring was meant for something else? As he spoke, Guwen had already left his seat and moved closer to Glena. Wait, Duke, please don't tickle me. It's so ticklish. Ha! I implore you, stop tickling me. I'm going to die from laughter. Ha! I beg you. No. I truly have no strength left. Please spare me. At that very moment, the magical intercom at Guwen's waist lit up. Instantly, the voice on the other end became incoherent, leading him to wonder if his arrival was somewhat ill-timed. He thought he heard the Duke and Her Majesty the Queen pleading for mercy, and that voice sounded alarming. Surely, I want to be silenced permanently, right? It seems I have disrupted their elegance. I might just be in trouble. Chapter 139, A Brief Return. Little did Guwen know, the individual on the other end was having a mental storm and promptly picked up the magical intercom. Frowning, he pondered why the other party was silent and if there was something to report. It was only then that the person on the other side reacted, saying, Oh, Duke. The Aerial Surveillance Center has detected a powerful source of magic approaching the Kingdom of Herland, fluctuating between the 4th and 6th levels. I understand, Guwen replied, the light of the intercom dimming. He then turned to the poised Glena. Your Majesty, please refrain from harboring such peculiar thoughts in your mind. Glena obediently nodded, though internally she was gnashing her teeth. That detestable Guwen. Does he only know how to tease me? Could he not take some practical action? She would not resist. That was for certain. It seemed her dinner would be spoiled. Guwen gently removed the mundane ring from Glena's hand and affectionately ruffled her hair. Your Majesty, you heard what just transpired. I cannot continue dining with you. I must attend to some matters. Oh, clearly, Glena was disheartened by Guwen's abrupt departure. Dining alone was quite dull, especially when he had promised to accompany her for dinner. However, she wouldn't throw a tantrum. She was capable of distinguishing priorities. Noticing Glena's despondency, Guwen smiled wryly. Your Majesty, you are soon to come of age. I shall host a celebration for you, and I will present you with a grand gift as compensation for my sudden leave. How does that sound? That sounds wonderful, Glena exclaimed, suddenly leaping into Guwen's embrace. Holding him tightly, she had intended to propose the idea of a coming-of-age ceremony herself, not expecting the Duke to remember it. After the embrace, she released him. Your Majesty, I must take my leave now. I will have Qing Shui attend to your dining needs. Until later. Yes, until later. Before departing the manor, Guwen encountered the freshly bathed Evelina. Clad only in a bathrobe, she had yet to dry her hair when Guwen unexpectedly blocked her path. Am I interrupting? Observing Evelina before him, Guwen realized something was amiss. He should have knocked. To his surprise, Evelina appeared somewhat listless, moving as if she were oblivious to his gaze. Brother, why are you still awake so late? What brings you here? She clung to Guwen's arm, her entire being nearly pressed against him. Perhaps her brother found the long night unbearable? Hee. I knew my charm could still captivate him. After her playful interruption, Guwen finally remembered his purpose. I just heard from my subordinate that a formidable individual is approaching the kingdom of Hel, so I thought to take you along to address this matter. Upon hearing this, Evelina's expression turned peculiar. You come to seek my assistance in confronting an enemy in the dead of night? Surely, you must desire to engage in other pursuits? What sort of adversary could possibly challenge even you, dear brother? She had witnessed her brother's extraordinary strength. Was there truly anyone here who could rival him? Since the hour is still early, why not come to my room for a while? At this, Guwen discreetly stepped back a few paces. How had he found himself seeking Evelina's aid? Given the current circumstances, would this lead to an uncomfortable situation? Absolutely not. He had no such intentions. Observing Guwen's flustered demeanor, Evelina let out a melodious laugh, as clear and delightful as silver bells. Haha, I won't tease you any longer. Just tell me where the enemy is, and I shall swiftly deal with them. Magic swirled around her fingertips, revealing her eagerness for the impending endeavor. Seeing this, Guwen reluctantly retrieved the magical intercom. The ensuing matters would be handled entirely by the kingdom's administrative officer. The response from the other end was immediate. Received. Although the members of the National Security Department at the Aerial Surveillance Center were somewhat bewildered, not comprehending why their superior would assign the administrative officer to take charge of this situation, they could only comply with his orders. Evelina brought the peculiar intercom to her lips and blew into it. Hoo. The other end responded. Dear administrative officer, please refrain from jesting. I am now reporting the location of the anomaly. Must you insist on this? Can I not see it with my own eyes? Evelina inquired. Indeed. Due to the limitations of magical transmission technology, we can currently only transmit sound within a certain range. Then I shall come to see for myself. In the next moment, she infused all her magic into the intercom. A subtle thread of psychic force penetrated the invisible magical transmission line, and a surge of magic arrived at the aerial surveillance center thousands of meters above. Warning. An extraordinary source of magic has been detected forcibly breaching the protective barrier. The alarm's red light suddenly illuminated every face present. Those members of the National Security Department, poised to report the situation, felt a sudden chill run down their spines. Fearing a formidable enemy had invaded. Quickly summon Lord Casa. The team leader exclaimed in panic. Suddenly, the alarm's red light vanished. The alert was lifted. Administrator Casa had authorized the unknown magical source to connect, identifying it as the administrative officer of the Kingdom of Hel, Lady Evelina. A figure, composed of magic and telekinesis, materialized within the monitoring center. Hello there. This place appears remarkably impressive, exclaimed Evelina, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the sci-fi decor that starkly contrasted with the aesthetics of the magical realm. She resembled a child who had just discovered a new toy. This left the team leader utterly startled. Why had that nobleman not informed him sooner that this official was a formidable powerhouse? He nearly found himself paralyzed by fear. This method of inquiry was entirely foreign to him, yet he felt compelled to respond to the nobleman's greeting. Greetings, my lord. The real-time surveillance footage of the enemy's position is right behind you. Thank you. Please do your best. After a brief glance at the location, Evelina swiftly utilized her telekinesis to pinpoint the area displayed on the monitor. Farewell. With a melodious farewell, Evelina's projection vanished. Goodbye, my lord. Once Evelina had departed completely, the team leader exhaled a sigh of relief. Their kingdom truly harbored hidden talents. Who would have imagined that one day he would have the chance to interact with such a superlative being? He refrained from voicing a thought. This superpower was rather exuberant. What were you just doing? Guwen was oblivious to the activities of his official, only aware that she had closed her eyes for a moment before reopening them. I now know the enemy's location. Wait for me. Brother, you mustn't leave my room. I will return shortly. With that declaration, Evelina vanished, as if the task was of utmost urgency. Seeing this, Guwen could only offer a wry smile and find a chair to sit in within the room. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, Ah, how fragrant. Chapter 140. How dare you compete for my people? The patrolling soldiers on the city wall were effortlessly dealt with by number 1. Excellent. Now it is your time to shine, Miss Beveline. However, upon gazing at the myriad lights within the city, Beveline found herself unable to make a decision. This indecisiveness ignited a furious response in number 1, who dared only to threaten Beveline. Are you once again resorting to that, guys? Countless lives have been lost because of you. Think of your family, which, moreover, all I need to do is shatter your magical barrier, and those within the city will inevitably meet their doom. Ha ha. Number 1 laughed uproariously as he leaped from the city wall, simultaneously crushing the magical wedge. He naturally intended to flee beforehand, should he become tainted by the extraordinary toxin. His demise would be excruciating. Thus, making a hasty retreat was the wisest course of action. Let the witch bring ruin to the kingdom of Herland. However, as soon as number 1 landed, an unknown force propelled him back against the city wall. A dog, its face pressed to the ground, was seen consuming excrement, while beside it stood Beveline, trembling after breaking free from a magical barrier. How did you return? Upon witnessing the peculiar stance of the first individual, Beveline initially presumed that this fellow had come to oversee her due to concerns about her inaction. With a stammer, she proclaimed, "As long as you do not harm my family, I am willing to do anything." While uttering these words, she attempted to bend down and assist the first individual. Little did she know, he was suffering from multiple severe fractures, rendering him incapable of rising. Although oblivious to the events that had transpired, he could distinctly perceive Beveline approaching, her hands tainted with a potent, otherworldly toxin, intent on reaching for him. To him, her words transformed into a dreadful threat. "How dare you use my family to coerce me? Perish!" In a state of panic, he cried out, "Witch, do not come near me. You are a monster, steeped in horrific plague and terrifying toxins. Do you wish to kill me? Your family will suffer eternal damnation." This barrage of words startled Beveline, who suddenly realized the dreadful toxins that enveloped her. Upon awakening to her powers, she had accidentally touched someone, resulting in that individual dissolving into a pool of blood. "I'm so sorry, I forgot." As the first individual prepared to speak again, a cold, stern voice interrupted him. "How could you, a despicable creature, chastise such a lovely girl with such terrifying words? Do you possess no sense of decency?" A terrifying force descended, shattering half of the first individual's body. At that moment, he was in excruciating pain, losing consciousness, while Olivia hastily sidestepped, fearful of being splattered by the vile blood. Meanwhile, the remaining half of his body was morphing into blood due to the horrific plague emanating from the air. Realizing the peril of her own toxins, Beveline urgently warned Olivia to keep her distance. "You must leave. I am riddled with plague toxins. Being too close to me will lead to the same fate as him. Please, depart from this place." To her surprise, Olivia remained unperturbed. "Little sister, do not be afraid." She then conjured a ball of flame, its roaring fire expanding into a colossal barrier that enveloped them both. "Now, you need not worry. The magical energy radiating from you has been isolated by the flames, and the outside world will remain unaffected. You must also be a witch, am I correct?" Upon hearing Olivia unveil her identity, Beveline stepped back in trepidation, cautiously nodding. "Indeed, I am a witch, but I am certainly not malevolent. I cannot control my powers. I never intended to harm them." Tears welled in Beveline's eyes as she recalled those she had inadvertently harmed. "Enough with the tears. I possess a temporary solution for the uncontrollable powers of a witch. Afterwards, you must join my church, where you will find others like you, perhaps even companions." Olivia's return was to report to Guwen about her recent endeavors. The leader of the Sacred Fire sect, in a moment of madness, attempted to summon an evil deity during a so-called divine invocation ceremony. Despite being a formidable 8th-tier powerhouse accompanied by numerous archbishops. Although Olivia sought to thwart this calamity, the participants appeared to be under some form of mental control. Entranced by the ritual, the summoned malevolent entity was referred to as the God of Nightmares, conjuring vast illusions that incessantly drained the spiritual energy and souls of those involved. For the sake of global peace, Olivia, unaffected by the chaos, reluctantly eliminated the archbishops. The immense sins amassed from this act paved her ascension to the 8th tier. She had hoped to rescue the leader, but inadvertently ended up slaying him instead. The wrathful God of Nightmares, now separated by an invisible barrier, could do nothing but threaten her. In an act of sheer self-preservation, Olivia ascended to the position of leader of the Sacred Fire sect, a feat so effortless it astonished even her. Initially, she anticipated a struggle to gain power, yet these individuals had offered no resistance as she dispatched them. The flame she had conjured was the sect's sacred artifact, the eternal dream fire. At present, She had only grasped a fraction of its potential. With several archbishops removed, the stability of the Sacred Fire sect across other continents began to falter, leading to thoughts of autonomy. It could be said that the initial threshold for joining the sect was too low, allowing various nefarious characters to take refuge under its wings. Consequently, Olivia was fervently eager to recruit capable individuals to ameliorate the dire situation, such as the Witchers, scorned by society, yet favored by magical forces. Was this truly feasible? Bevelyn harbored doubts, yet it seemed she had little choice. The fierce-looking girl before her appeared younger, yet the aura she exuded was profoundly intimidating. Indeed, this individual was one she desired. A voice, imbued with magical energy, tore through the barrier of flames. However, Evelina also sensed the pervasive plague toxins, and her formidable psychic abilities enveloped the area, coalescing around Bevelyn. It was as if an invisible veil had draped over her, completely isolating the plague-infused magical energy that had been emanating from her. Unexpectedly, a rival emerged, attempting to claim her prize. Do you even know who I am? How dare you compete with me? With that, Olivia's aura became unrestrained, her 8th-tier, transcendent power rising like a tempest. Wait a moment, little sister, allow me to introduce myself. I am Evelina, the most cherished and beloved sister of Duke Guwen of the Hel Kingdom, the kingdom's chief minister, and its foremost powerhouse. As for her, Evelina gestured towards the dazed Bevelyn beside her, indicating that she was the one chosen by her brother, Guwen. Upon hearing this, Olivia composed herself, her demeanor transforming into a sweet smile. Oh, it turns out you are my sister. We are all on the same side. Since you are the one favored by Lord Guwen, I certainly would not dare to compete. Olivia mused inwardly. That Guwen, what a fool he is. Treating a mere insect as if it were a precious gem.